This man is named Peter, a top assassin in the underground world. With exceptional talent and combat skills, Peter has become a nightmare for all enemies. Peter's strength, agility, and fighting talent have made him a living legend in the assassin world. But when he reaches the peak of his life, he chooses to give it all up. Suddenly retiring at 60 and living quietly in a small bookstore, it seemed like all the grudges had ended. But now the organization that once elevated him wants to eliminate him. They don't hold back just because Peter is too old, offering a $7 billion bounty for his head, sparking a worldwide manhunt. Even a young girl still in school comes to kill him. Although she could easily fight back, Peter decides to spare her and warns her that she has failed and will surely be targeted by his organization next. Still, he will protect her because he was once a child like her, raised through bloody trials, surviving in the cold and fighting like a soulless machine. When others learn to love, he learns to kill. When others hold books, he holds a gun. And now, after dedicating his entire life to the organization, he has been killed by it as a form of repayment. But then a miracle happened, and when death was near, he unexpectedly woke up in the body of a 20-year-old and thus began the legendary assassin's journey to avenge the entire underground organization. All right, let's get to the main point, a cold voice said. Do you want to hear an interesting rumor? The voice sounds steady, as if telling a story. There is someone in this world who even the top armed organizations are afraid to face when they see him. The name in that person's story is deliberately emphasized as Peter. But from that person's mouth, the man named Peter, who is already old, it seemed almost impossible and shocking to anyone hearing it for the first time. But the surprising thing is that he is a hitman. For those who know Peter's true identity, the most unforgettable impression is of a face marked by time but still retaining its dignity, that of a 60-year-old man. In front of the speaker, there's a group of people who seem to have just been beaten badly, and one of them, still somewhat alert after hearing that story, hesitantly speaks. But if he had died back then, he would have already become a legend. Now he is being hunted by thousands of assassins, and has lost everything he had accumulated. The person who just told the story is wearing a mascot hat with a goofy face. Isn't that quite tragic? His loyalty to the organization, a legend like him, is now being threatened by those who want to take his life. The beaten man squinted and asked, "Is it you?" He looked at the other person, his voice hoarse as if choked in his throat, but very certain. "Peter, but..." He was a bit confused. No matter how you think about it, I still find it unreasonable. 1,000 eyes are all on you and want to take your life. His words trailed off, as if this guy was also exhausted and about to run out of breath. But how are you still alive? And why can't anyone find you? Even if you are Peter from the legend, it's still so unreasonable. Peter, holding a pistol in his hand, stepped forward and faced him. You want to know the answer? Even if there are thousands, no? Even if 100,000 eyes are watching my every move, you still won't find me. He knelt down and sat on top of him, speaking slowly. Because he took off the mascot hat, unfortunately it's Peter you've been looking for. The guy was stunned when he saw his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. No way, no way. His mouth opens, trembling but unable to utter a single kind word. Screw you! Peter calmly takes out a cigarette, enjoying watching the panicked expression of the person beneath him. His face was backlit and unclear. He aimed the gun at the middle of that guy's forehead, ready to end the one who had discovered his true identity. Peter, 3 months ago in an old bookstore on a quiet street, the real story begins. A voice like that of a doctor echoes through the phone. Hey, bro, I told you, you can't keep doing this. An old man with white hair stands absent-mindedly in front of the table, while the person on the other end of the line keeps trying to persuade him if he keeps ignoring calls and not going to the hospital for a checkup. That old man is Peter at 60, looking down at the pile of medicine on the table, and in less than 3 months, he'll be dead. Peter seems fed up with constantly stuffing pills into his mouth. He put away the pile of medicine and continued organizing his stacks of books and newspapers, silently thinking to himself, I am not afraid of death. I've dealt with life and death situations my whole life. His face looks a bit sad. I have dedicated 50 years of my life to the organization, and I have no regrets left. He looked down at the book titled 10 Skills to Help Anyone Become a Good Photographer and thought to himself, I have lived a life with no regrets. His face looks very exhausted from illness and age. That's right. Then he turned to look at his reflection in the mirror, suddenly remembering something. Looking back, I've never taken a photo of myself before. At that moment, his bookstore door opened with a note he had written outside about a warehouse sale. A young female student entered politely. Hello? Seeing Peter busy organizing the stacks of books, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. I came to buy high school textbooks. Peter heard her but didn't respond immediately. Instead, he paused in thought as if contemplating something, then turned around and smiled brightly. Hello. I sell all kinds of books here except those I don't sell. The girl's name is Juna. Do you sell old textbooks? Yes, I have textbooks from the 1960s to 2020 sorted by country. So which one do you want to buy? Let me know so I can check it out. Juna smiled and said, The latest edition, please. I'm buying it for my younger sibling. Peter went to a bookshelf to find one for her and casually started a little chat. Really? You're a high school student, right? She followed right after, and he immediately replied, Yes. They are talking quite naturally, and judging by the name tag, you're probably a senior, right? Juna looked at him in surprise. Yes, how do you know so much? Peter replied playfully. I know everything about everyone around this neighborhood. She nodded along with a smile. Yes. Looking at the stack of books he brought over, she felt a bit awkward. Huh? This one? She hurriedly explained. I didn't mean to buy this. Juna shyly told him, I only have 1,000 watts, so I can't buy everything here. These haven't been used before, right? Peter smiled softly and said, I don't need these anymore, so I'll give them to you. Hearing that, Juna wanted to refuse his kindness, but he tore off the clear plastic cover on the book and calmly replied, no problem. He looked up directly into Juna's eyes with a very gentle and sincere expression. It's old now, isn't it? Juna was very surprised by his actions. She quickly waved her hand and said, You don't need to do that. Peter doesn't care about that at all. From your eyes, I can tell how much you love your siblings, so please treat them well while you still can. Those words confused her a bit. The man looked at her seriously and said, Or else you'll regret it. Juna pushed her hair back behind her ear, hesitating whether to address him as sir or uncle. No, not sir, not uncle. Seeing her awkwardness, Peter tidied up the books and said, Just call me uncle. At this point, Juna's embarrassment eased a little. Yes, sir. It seems you have thought carefully before asking, Have you ever regretted something? That question made his hand freeze in midair, like a stone shattering the false facade he had built to deceive himself. The longer you live, the more you'll regret, but a deeply buried memory of his is suddenly revealed. It was the image of a girl about 5 or 6 years old crying so painfully. We couldn't do anything else. This is the only way for both you and your daughter to live. Returning to reality, his gaze darkened slightly. You won't be able to do anything about the regrets you'll have in the past. You probably don't understand what I'm saying, right? Always treat your sibling well and don't do anything you'll regret later. At this moment, Juna jumped onto the table, brandishing a sharp knife aiming straight at him, but Peter saw through it all in advance. Go back. I won't kill you if you turn back. Her movement froze instantly and her face showed utter shock. How did he know? As if reading Juna's mind, he began to explain. I remember everyone's face from that high school, but I still need to confirm to make sure you're telling the truth about being a senior. Her lie was exposed by him, and her face didn't look too good. It's a pity. That school was only built 2 years ago. The earlier conversation flashed through Juna's mind, looking at the name tag. You must be a senior, right? Yes. How do you know so much? She gritted her teeth, thinking she had been manipulated by him. Peter lowered his face to the ground, holding 2 large coils of rope in his hands. My entire life spent smelling blood has ruined that disguise plan. Do you think you can hide the scent of a blade with that cheap perfume? Seeing that the situation was unstable, Juna could no longer hesitate. Her eyes carried a ruthless determination as she decisively thrust her weapon toward the person in front of her. He has been playing with me from the very beginning. Now that things have turned out like this, there's no other way. Suddenly she stopped, her pupils dilating in shock. What the hell? I'm the one holding the knife. Peter faces her calmly, the veins on his arms bulging like leeches wriggling beneath his wrinkled skin. But why do I suddenly feel like I'm the one who's going to die? His eyes suddenly widened, a cold gaze like a blade thrown at Juna, making her truly terrified. She stepped back slightly, adopting a defensive stance. Strangely, Peter did nothing. He simply gently pushed the pile of books in front of her and then turned around to finish tidying up. Take that book and go. I know what you said about my brother is the truth. I have been doing this for 50 years. I can tell everything from others' eyes. He seems to have guessed everything and casually asked her, You also come from Vin Quang Orphanage, just like me, right? Their script is still the same, right? I instinctively replied yes. I keep blaming myself inside my head. Damn it, Min accidentally used formal language. Peter continued speaking, and it seems like you still haven't been trained there. His voice was emotionless. In our organization, if the volunteer service fails, he would suddenly jump onto the table, raise his hand to rush at her, then switch to plan B. He clenched her neck and pushed her backward. Juna didn't have time to understand or react. Her face turned pale. That backup plan was just too much. At that moment, 2 guys broke through the ceiling and jumped down, both armed with guns. Peter held her in his arms and flew forward, protecting her from their gunfire. Then, after escaping, he seriously explained to Juna, who still looked confused and didn't understand. If Plan A fails, the volunteers will also be killed. Try to lift your head, your eyes focusing on his lower abdomen. Wait, that one. Peter was shot in the stomach, blood spilling onto the floor, soaking into the scattered pages of the books, slicing through his abdomen. Then, one of them kept closing in, firing wildly ahead as he got very close to the 2 of them. He quickly stood up and pulled out a gun hidden in the bookshelf, tense, waiting for the other to get a little closer. Those 2 have caught Juna, pressing their guns against her neck and laughing cruelly. Seeing that, his eyes widened as he cursed silently. Damn it. At that moment, the other guy rushed forward and punched him straight in the face. He couldn't do anything and had to take the hit. His body no longer moved as he wanted. That guy sneers mockingly at you. What is this? So this guy is Peter? Another person appears, and that guy immediately throws Peter aside. Oh my god, sorry senior. Your goal is to surpass everyone and be number 1, and your reputation is the greatest, he said with a half smile. But it seems that if illness is mentioned, even the legendary Peter is nothing. The man with 8 legs, who knows about the boss's background, struggles to sit up and asks hoarsely, "Stop messing around. What's the real reason?" "Why do you want to kill me?" Head Chalk stepped forward and replied, "The boss doesn't like you," and a cold sweat ran down his face as he was utterly stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. "Tao, why?" Head Chalk laughed without laughing and said, "If you step outside, there will be thousands of people following to take your head." From his words, it's clear that all the assassins are now pointing their guns coldly at Peter. The secret has been revealed. The bounty on his head is 7.6 billion. I lie on the floor, sneering, and say 7.6 billion is funny because that's exactly how much I have in my bank account. Tukdo casually confirms it's the amount he saved his whole life by risking his life on the battlefield. But now, that money will fall into someone else's hands. Suddenly, his face twisted, and he laughed maniacally and bizarrely. "They are really lucky. So, Senior Peter, please die at my hands." After hearing those words, Peter felt like he had fallen into an ice hole. His whole body froze and couldn't move. Immediately afterward, a subordinate of the head thug rushed from behind and threw a punch at his face. He kept punching the vital points on his body before grabbing his neck and sneering, "You should have quietly bought a coffin and stayed inside it instead of causing trouble for us." He threw him forcefully backwards, causing the stacked books on the shelf to topple over. Peter slumped beside his simple bed, and seeing that he didn't react, the henchman hesitated before speaking. "You probably knocked him out already, right?" Head Chopper said with a bit of boredom. "I was excited on the way here, but dealing with him was too easy. Just clean up now." The two of them immediately responded, "Yes." Then the thug stepped forward, pushed aside the old curtain, and prepared to clean up. At that moment, Beer suddenly smirked and swung something, saying, "Here's a little gift for you." The front guy was caught off guard, his face grimacing. Was it a flashbang? A loud explosion echoed, and a blinding light burst out from inside into the dark sky. Taking that opportunity, Peter escaped. The henchman hurriedly rushed in to check. He's gone, and only then did the thug realize his plan. Damn it. He tricked us into throwing him out the back door. He's furious and shouting orders at those two. He's bleeding heavily, so he's probably not far away. Hurry and find him. They drew their guns and ran outside to chase after him. Yes, Juna sat listlessly on the ground, her face a bit pale. Suddenly it started to rain outside, and the sky turned gray like Peter's future. He used all his strength to escape to a nearby playground. Blood dripped from the wound near his side onto the ground. He painfully dragged his sickly body, gasping for breath, unable to fight back properly. He crawls on the ground, trembling with no strength left. I'm old. His eyes gradually darkened, eyelids heavy and about to close forever. Looking back, his life was the organization. Before dying, people often recall memories from childhood to the present. It's like a fast-forwarded film playing in their mind. While others were still holding pencils, men shed blood all year round to learn how to hold a knife. As a teenager, he had to risk his life training to serve the organization. While others learned to use social media, I had to learn to eavesdrop until my ears bled. I endured countless hardships and my hands have been stained with the blood of many. While the others date and learn about love, I became a Russian spy living in the cold 24/7. My only purpose in life seems to be fully serving the organization. While others settle down and live normal lives, I fought against terrorists to survive. It seemed like this life would go on forever, but it took a different turn. I've dedicated my life to the battlefield for years, but everything changed when the new boss took over. That boss is Raphael, the very guy who caused all this to happen to me. A new era begins. I had high hopes because Peter's reputation was renowned. The other assassins in the organization whispered behind Peter's back, but he was fake and not what we expected. Using those rumors as an excuse, Raphael kicked him out of the organization. He needed to be eliminated so a new generation could begin. All of that makes him feel unjustly treated. I gave up everything for the organization. I don't seek wealth or respect. His eyes rolled back in hatred. He clenched his teeth and thought, is my life always this pathetic? One of his hands was broken, and he had to use all his strength in the other to drag his body forward, inch by inch. They shouldn't have done this, at least not to me. His whole body turned purple, trembling as he crawled under the cold rain. I can't die like this. I can't let them take my money. He bit his lower lip. That money. The image of her little daughter crying bitterly as she had to leave her father appeared in my mind. Tears of resentment streaming down her face. He really can't accept dying like this. Collapsing in a pool of blood, the pouring rain seems to mourn his unjust life. It was that very rain that prevented the henchman from tracking him down, saving his life, while his true hideout was a neutral-style restaurant. Two of the henchmen of the boss are busy cooking in the kitchen, whispering and chatting with each other. Damn it, I almost had him but let him slip away. If I had killed him, I would already have 7.6 million. Really, they spend so much money just to kill an old man who is about to die? The guy in the hoodie with the biggest pot of soup laughs and says, that's the least we can do to honor that legend. The remaining guy in the blue jacket sneered and replied, nonsense. Money is the top priority. I gave up my boxing championship to come here. Just watch. He stared intently at the photo of Peter in his hand, his voice confident and smug. I will personally kill that old man and become successful and rich. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. You know what? That's the first photo of me ever. Who? What? Peter appears with the strong build and jet black hair of a young man. He clenched his fists tightly, bowed his head, and asked, "Should I say that's the first photo taken of me?" The two underlings paid no attention to his words and held up the photo for comparison. It's not him. I thought it was Peter because they dressed the same. He touched the wound on his side, looked down at his muscular arm, no longer wrinkled like before, and muttered, "I don't know. When I woke up, I was already like this." The two guys are still clueless, still not understanding what's going on. Huh? What are you muttering? The guy in the green jacket stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Sorry, but you're in the wrong place. This isn't a place for a student like you to reach. Hey, Ron. I'm here because I already know everything. Stop wasting my time. Take me to see the eight-legged person quickly. The two guys exchanged a quick glance, and then the guy in the blue jacket turned to smile brightly at him. Turns out he's a colleague. I don't care what you're doing here now. But if someone from the same profession came here, he would grip your shoulder tightly, use it as leverage, then jump up to throw a punch straight at your face, and you would be dead. Suddenly, he froze in place. What the hell? His punch was easily blocked by him. What's wrong with this bastard? That guy furrowed his brow, looking incredulous. What kind of strength is this? He blocked the attack with his bare hands. Peter still doesn't lift his head, as if he's lost in thought. He recalls that just a few hours ago, this guy threw a punch at his face and arrogantly said, "Someone like this is Peter A." A deep growl escaped from his throat as he then squeezed the green jacket's fist with force, breaking his hand just as he had done to him. Hoodie Guy saw his accomplice fall and lunged from behind with a knife. But before he could reach him, Peter punched him hard in the muscles. What the hell is this? Who sent you here? Peter didn't answer him, muttering to himself, "You're a level 3 with knives." That guy looked at him blankly and asked what he was saying. But Peter kept talking about it. The skilled weapon users are me, observing the items on the table, second and first class. After a moment of consideration, I grabbed the octopus tentacle, squeezing it tightly in my hand like holding a rope, ready to use anything as a weapon. The man in the blue shirt sneers, thinking to himself, "Octopus tentacle," his voice like a rasp between his teeth. What? He ran at him with a knife, shouting, "What are you talking nonsense?" Peter remains calm as he knocks the tentacle out of his hand and easily knocks the knife away, then quickly wraps the tentacle around his neck from behind. He immediately felt short of breath and let out a scream of terror. Peter ran around the kitchen table, using momentum to lift him into the air, causing the dishes on the shelf to fall with a clatter. He rushes to the steaming soup pot, pulls men down, and his head plunges straight into the hot soup, splashing hot liquid everywhere, the steam rising thickly, and he crushes the pot flat. The man in the green shirt trembles on the floor, his eyes wide with terror. "Who are you? Why?" Peter didn't respond immediately, but calmly held up his own photo. He remembered the time when his head was threatened with a reward of 7.6 billion, and thousands of people wanted his head. "So, Senior Peter, please die at my hands." Looking at my old face in the photo, I wonder and ask, is this the only picture of my face you have? I, Peter, a man once called the strongest on the battlefield, have grown young again upon opening my eyes. He takes out a cigarette and lights it, using the burning ember to burn the photo in his hand. Even if 1,000 people die 1,000 times and wake up again, only the old Peter they are chasing can now clearly see his face. A handsome face, but extremely cold and ruthless. He is dead. Peter has become young again. Chasing after Peter in the speeding car, he yelled in anger, still unable to catch him. Sitting next to him was Juna, who looked out the window and softly said, "The warrant for Peter's arrest is about to be officially announced. Before that, I have to catch him." His voice carried a tone of contemptuous sarcasm, as he too was nearing the end, due to cancer. "Shouldn't you also help out the younger generation? Does she think so too?" But Juna said nothing, her face falling into deep thought. By now it was late at night, a heavy rain was pouring down, but the lights inside a shop called Hoa Vien were still brightly on. Peter opened a door inside. Wait. The miracle is that he has returned to his youthful appearance, still wearing the red checkered shirt with a bloodstained tear on his stomach, and he looks inside. This shop is decorated in a traditional Chinese style, but no one is here. "Octopus, your lifespan has been extended again." The next morning, life went on as usual. There are quite a few people in front of the public restroom, and suddenly some of them start to marvel. What's wrong with this person? Who is that boy? Peter stands in front of the mirror, touching his face, not understanding what is happening to himself. How is this possible? I touch my stomach, which was supposed to have been torn open yesterday. The gunshot wound in my side has disappeared. I no longer feel the pain from the cancer that was tormenting me to death. He gazed absent-mindedly at his reflection in the mirror, his bare upper body revealing perfect features and firm muscles. I'm not imagining things. I have become my younger self. How can this be happening? I don't know why everything is like this, but anyway, wearing the checked shirt again, I thought to myself that the important thing is they can't recognize my current appearance. Wherever I go, they are searching for Peter. He looked down, but they would never find that old Peter anywhere. But earlier, the clothes he was wearing didn't suit him at all. They cling tightly to his body, making him quite uncomfortable. I should find some clothes. Suddenly, two thugs who were also there caught Anne's attention. Hobin's advertisement earned 10 million stars, but she already received this winning prize anyway. They act arrogant, deliberately smoking even though there's a no smoking sign, and loudly chatting. Her old lady probably won't make it because she can't afford to buy cigarettes. Who cares anyway? They should have read the contract carefully from the start. The people around hurriedly moved away from those two. An innocent boy was worried about his father. Dad, I'm full now. But he didn't stop. Let's go outside, kid. They're joking around with each other. You used that money to buy LV to wear, didn't you? Truly a worthless bastard. It's actually Dukon who's acting tough. You don't know that, do you? Those outfits are part of the job. The fat guy even said it with great confidence. If you show off your LV logo on your sleeve and the watch when we sign the contract, these young punks will not hesitate to stamp it immediately. At that moment, Peter stepped forward to stop their illegal smoking. Hey guys, sorry, but this is a no smoking area. Could you please go outside to smoke? Who the hell is this little talent that looks down on me? Are you talking to us? I am not afraid at all, and replied honestly, who else is smoking besides you two? That guy puffed up his chest and said, you'll get a beating if you don't use respectful language with your elders. The chubby kid even slapped his face and raised his voice. Get lost, kid. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. But don't try that kind of thing elsewhere, or you'll be sure to die. Peter turned around as if to leave. He silently thought, that's right, I shouldn't waste time on people like this. The two guys saw that and thought he was just showing off, so they sneered. That weakling is trying to act tough. I wonder if he wants to die. They have no idea that I went out to chase everyone else away and lock the door. There's no point wasting more time. Let's finish this quickly. He stands behind the door, carefully locking it so no one can peek in or escape, while the two guys still haven't realized the danger right in front of them. Hey, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to act tough? Are you really that stupid? I look at them with a piercing gaze, slowly rolling up my sleeves and saying, I will show you what happens when you disrespect elders in a disciplined Eastern country. The fat guy stepped forward, about to swing his hand at his face. This bastard still talks so arrogantly. Today is your Memorial Day. Come here. He hadn't had time to strike before Peter acted first, one fist punching straight into his throat, the other hooking into his ribs. The fat guy's eyes widened, drool spilling from his mouth, and he decisively delivered a blow to his chin. The fat guy lost his balance and fell backward, his face contorted in pain. Seeing his accomplice knocked out, the other one pulled out a small knife from his pocket and swung it. Who are you? Do you know us? The guy with the tweezers knife looked at him as if he didn't understand what he just said. He also told him, you're holding it wrong. Peter kindly warned him that if you hold it like that, you'll end up stabbing yourself during the throw. That guy assumes a defensive stance, holding 5 years' worth of tweezers in his hand, shouting, Who said I was going to throw, you dog? He turns around with a cold, serious expression. If you want to stab, don't put your arm in front of your head. The other guy immediately charged forward, holding his knife ready to stab straight at him, silencing him. He responded to his wrist, easily knocking the knife away. Then with his other hand, he grabbed the knife and stabbed into his neck, chest, and stomach. Feeling the pain, he clutched himself, his face turning pale. I'm not going to stab you. If I did, you'd be dead 3 times over. Who are you? I don't know what illegal things you've done, but if you knew who I am... He then clenched his hand around his shoulder joint, causing him to sweat and scream in pain. Peter leaned close to his ear and whispered, his voice not loud but enough to terrify someone in a state of panic. You will have to die, little brat. The guy was trembling all over, so terrified that he had wet his pants without even realizing when. After threatening him, he stepped back to keep his distance. No spare pants. Does that guy look stunned? He then said, From now on, I will only follow the law. After a while, he calmly stepped outside and only then realized that he had lost all his assets. His account balance was a mere zero, 76 billion gone. Peter took the suits from those two guys to wear for the time being. He frowned deeply. I already told you not to touch the money. His eyes were icy cold, flashing with resentment. And yet, in the end, he still did it. Behind him, 2 students casually passed by, the young girl happily sharing with her friend. This time, I got a scholarship from that Vin Quang Club. That friend of yours looks at her with admiration. That's wonderful. Those words have awakened memories within him. I grew up in the Vin Dieu orphanage run by a small religious organization, and now, after 50 years, the name of that orphanage has far exceeded all expectations. The billboard related to them is displayed on large screens everywhere. Our Vin Dieu Association helps children suffering from severe hunger. It has become a giant corporation with significant influence in politics and business worldwide under the guise of the Vin Dieu Society. Thinking of this, his brows furrowed even more, and his face showed a determined resolve. I used to be part of that company, and I will destroy it myself. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse, another battle is about to begin. You're only here to catch me, you dog. Are you Peter or not? With your skills, just I showing up is enough. He covers his face and sneers. Do you guys in the Vin Dieu Society know? Recently, you've been biting off more than you can chew. If you keep singing the praises of that old Peter, you'll only be rushing to your death. The head, completely calm, replied nonchalantly, Who cares if others die early or not? Having said that, he closed his eyes and a confident smile played on his lips. Just get it over with quickly. The faster you know, the less it will hurt. He smiled and said, A rookie soldier like you? What am I then? I immediately thought that a few burly tall guys appeared to surround his head and poke at it, and he was extremely proud. We have guests visiting, so we're preparing a big dinner for you all. Wagner, PMC, a leading private military company in the West since 1984. He wondered to himself why he was so confident, even though he knew he wasn't one of the 12 apostles of the Glorious Society. He was truly foolish. What are you waiting for, then? Our distinguished guest is waiting over there. They all charged forward, but the headbanger remained very calm, while the mercenaries hired just had to stay outside and enjoy the show, serving him well. At this moment, the head chopper finally began to act, exuding a commanding aura. After a while, the old man could no longer keep a smile on his face, and the ground was covered with pools of blood. He fell off the chair, trembling as he retreated backward. No way, what is happening? He was so terrified that he was pale with fear and couldn't say a decent word. How could an ordinary person? He looked straight into his eyes again, his smile sending chills down your spine. He was so impressive at the start, but this is a bit disappointing. He is grabbing a mercenary and twisting his neck backward, making the guy's whole body turn purple. His head is rotating 180 degrees, right? The Bat Tunyan alias, ranked B, known for super fast agility and national level jujitsu skills, caused the old man to scream in terror. Get out of the way! After dealing with the last mercenary, the head chopper kept his head in the same position and charged at the old man, forcing him to shout with all his strength, "Stay away from me, old man." Meanwhile, at the Chinese restaurant Hoa Vien, the lights are on and inside. A few defeated men lie sprawled on the ground. Two people enter, and a cold voice echoes. So even if the cameras are all broken, we still didn't see any weapons at the scene. After hearing that, the other person spoke again. Only one person then. Those two are the main culprit and Runa. His face expressionless, he said, "It's Peter. What kind of trick is this old man playing that he's still alive and even killed someone from our side?" He clenched his fist tightly. "The bounty on Peter is about to drop. I have to get him first at all costs." He goes ahead, while Juno follows like a puppet. And once she confirms Peter's location, she must report it immediately. The memory of the day before when Peter risked himself to save her and gently replied, "Yes, sir," flashes through her mind. Huh? What's going on? Today isn't a working day. Can I ask what brings you here? You already made a private appointment with us, right? I didn't make a reservation, but I do have someone I need to settle with. But as you can see, my bill was a bit high. I stare at him and continue. Around 7.6 billion or so. The head chopper suddenly smiles warmly, but insincerely. Then his expression darkens as he decisively orders, "Lock the door." He crossed his arms and casually said to him, "You seem to be connected to Peter, but whether that's true or not, you won't make it out of here alive." He threw him a probing look, secretly wondering in his mind, who is this bastard anyway? How does he know about Peter? He definitely isn't part of the organization either. I don't know anything about him. What is he planning? The servant beside him has already drawn the hidden gun on his person, while he just stands there, lost in his own thoughts. Is it Peter's secret child? Or maybe not even his disciple? Peter has always fought alone. Dao Chok stared at Peter intently, as if trying to see through his identity. He also looked back at him without showing weakness, but couldn't read any emotion in his eyes. After a moment of silence, the headbutt raised 2 fingers to negotiate with him. "I will give you a chance to live. You have 2 options. He coldly said, "First, tell me Peter's whereabouts and that you survived and came back. Second, you resist and will die with a bullet lodged in your head." He closes his eyes and calmly replies, "What should I do now?" I don't need it either. That arrogant attitude piqued the interest of the head chopper. This little brat, he calmly picks up a piece of octopus. I still haven't seen anyone survive after hearing this. Then he looked up at him and smiled. Or maybe this. The third option, I am Peter. Peter admits, and I am the one who killed your subordinate. What do you mean? What are you talking about? He sneered. You're young but already deaf. I was the one who killed those 2 guys. He thought to himself, what is he talking about? Isn't it Peter who caused all this trouble? If what he said is true, Peter didn't kill them. Additionally, the head butter wondered, so why is this guy targeting me? After a moment of thought, he began to threaten. This student, you should know this is a real gun, so speak properly. What is your relationship with Peter? He stared intently at them, and Juna also became more alert. Peter casually asked, want to know? Dumbbell confidently said, I want to know. If you only say that, there's only one way. He's anxious. How? He replied, you have to kill me first. The spearhead looked down on him. Really? That makes it so much easier. He continued to mock. That's really my specialty. And he told his men to keep him alive. The man immediately obeyed, but before he could fire his gun, he was taken down. The guy didn't even have time to yawn. She was terrified, thinking it was impossible. The chopsticks had pierced his vital spot. Meanwhile, Peter casually picked up another pair of chopsticks to continue eating. The head chopper thought to himself that he seemed to be about his age, and no one in the Glorious Guild could do what he was doing. That's not right. No one in the whole country has this kind of ability. He's really impressive, and the head chopper is trying to recruit him. Luck or not, it's still impressive. I'm starting to like you. Which club are you in? There's no way someone like you could be unknown to me. Why don't you join our group? Turns out he's just pretending to distract the snitch who was aiming a gun at you and calling you names. That son of a bitch. Peter quickly flips the table to block the barrage of bullets. Seeing that, he sneers, "You're still just a kid. Don't you know that? That's not enough. You keep taunting even now. This isn't a movie. You can't block bullets with a table like that." He cheerfully said, "I'll give you one more chance to reveal Peter. If you stay silent now, it's a shame. Come with me to see him." "It's here." The headbutter also insisted on helping with the cleanup, but the scene beyond the table left him confused. "What is this?" Headshot was stunned, thinking it was chili oil, not blood. He panicked and looked around, muttering to himself, "Damn it, where is it? Not behind the pillar." Dumbfounded, he wondered, "So where did that brat go? He's not a ghost, right?" He kept muttering to himself. Shocked, Daochok realized he was clinging to the wall, and immediately Peter sprayed chili oil into his face. "You pissed me off, you son of a bitch." While he was blinded, I quickly knocked the gun away and gave him a punch to the face, then a straight shot to the head. "Dizzy," the kid muttered to himself. "I didn't see anything, it was too fast. Is he really just a kid?" He hadn't even recovered his senses when he saw him in front of him. Peter gently twisted the top of his head and he immediately collapsed to the ground. He coldly glances at his opponent and then walks away indifferently. How could Headbutt, gasping for breath, accept this? He remembered fighting countless opponents over the years, but this was the first time facing someone so skilled at that age. Chopping his head still recalled the training he received as a child. Special techniques. You will always face strong opponents, so you must take down the target when they are distracted. Back then, I created a technique only I could use, and during training, my opponent provoked me. You could only do that. You won't die from it. Tighten your grip more. In the end, he begged for mercy. At the same time, the coach warned, "But be careful. The most dangerous thing is turning your back when you think you've won. Don't trust yourself too much." Then, he became arrogant, convinced that he had finally succeeded and now felt confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. With that strong will, the headbutt surged with vitality, grabbing Peter's leg and wrapping his arms around his limbs, ultimately tightening around Peter's body. Headbutt mocks, "I've been doing this job since you were born, kid. My experience is way better than you rookies. Understand, you little dog?" And he shouted out loud. Suddenly, Headbutt was startled when he heard the voice asking, "I wonder how long it's been." He looked confused, wondering why he was there. Is this the moment when Headshot looks back at his subordinate? Did I not notice because I couldn't see anything? He thought to himself, "I've been doing this job for decades, I'm absolutely sure." Seeing his murderous aura, the Headshocker knew he would be dead at this person's hands. Moreover, he guessed that even all 12 apostles couldn't match him. He's stronger than them. "Stop, wait a moment, let's talk it over," Peter replied. "Okay." Seeing this, he immediately made a condition. "I will give you this girl, even though she has little experience. She's still very useful, right?" Juna quickly objected. "No, I can't go. Don't yell." "Shut up, I'm negotiating." And he agreed, "So I accept." At the same time, Peter Tan Duong is indeed a member of the Ven Dio Society. He's quite quick-witted too. He grins happily. "So you agree then?" "Good then, the deal is successful." Before leaving, Headchalk also advised to take that girl with you. I'll pretend nothing happened today. Do whatever you want to him. Deep down, he's thinking that this bastard, I will find out who you are and who your father is. But when he uttered a single word, it was enough to make the thug freeze. Beer continued speaking. If you turn your back thinking you've won, when you think you've already won, you'll lose your head. After hearing this, he froze in shock. In the past, the trainer who has been through it all said you will always face strong opponents, and you need to take them down when they lose focus. At first, he also said that his 2 subordinates were killed by me, around 7.6 billion moons. Connecting all those things, Daochok stammered. "No way! It can't be like that!" He tried to recall the trainer's face. Their 2 faces merged together, and he exclaimed, "It's Peter!" "Do you remember what I just said? The headbutt was panicked. No one knew Peter was still alive." He agreed. That's right. And like a lightning bolt, Peter attacked his arms, stomach, and face. In an instant, the headshot was over, and as night fell over a skyscraper, the subordinate reported that the target was dead, the store's surveillance cameras had been disabled, and by the time I arrived, everything was gone. Raphael was suspicious. That's strange. An old man who was shot at the gates of death comes back after just one day and kills 4 professional assassins without leaving any trace? He muttered, "The money is usually 7.6 billion SSSS level mission. Inform all Vendio assassins and issue orders to Raphael. From now on, they are allowed to hunt Peter." Amidst the bustling night scene, a child suddenly shouted, "Dad, over there, the crowd is also drawn in, and you are focused too. The bulletin board is calling for warm meals for the elderly, along with a picture of an aged Peter. I understand that they are spreading the message and handing out flyers. We are the Vendio nonprofit organization. Please support 20,000 World each month." Holding the flyer in his hand, Peter thought to himself, I don't need to look anywhere else. He crumples the paper and whispers to himself, I will go there myself to find you. Peter considers that to dismantle the Glory Society, he will need support, and he has thought of someone. However, he hesitated and thought that guy was a bit strange. That's why Peter felt a little worried. Then he went to an abandoned public bathhouse, gently pushed the door open, and saw bodies piled up. confused. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? I'll go through that. Looking at the flyers, Peter thought to himself, let's see, between organ trading and illegal sales. He touches an empty space and quietly rejoices. There it is. A secret staircase appears. Seeing the room, Peter was overwhelmed and softly said, "This room is still as magnificent as ever." Peter was amazed, truly drowning in money. As he was still enjoying it, a needle was stabbed into his neck. Peter calmly said that whether it's fancy clothes or a jade plate, it doesn't really matter to her. You're still poking at the pain by saying it's because she's blind. Duan mockingly comments, "You've been a bit bored lately. But I guess today I have to dump another corpse." She sniffed lightly and quietly assessed that this guy is young, has no alcohol smell, and isn't a beggar around here. Juan felt strange thinking about it, but a petty thief who isn't nervous and carries a murderous aura. After a moment she said, "I see, so the Glory Gang sent you?" Thinking he was an enemy, Juan attacked relentlessly. She teased, "You're quick, like a mouse." Then Juan rushed forward again, warning, "Be careful." And while attacking, she reminded him that the wallpaper was very expensive. And Juan softly asked, why is Peter starting to get curious himself, and yet she mocks, "Have you never seen a blind person before?" He doubted in his heart, could she really be blind? Suddenly, caught off guard, Juan exclaimed, "Huh?" Because Peter caught her and gently brought her down. Surprised, I say I really didn't expect Glory to have someone as skilled as you. I'm completely soaked now. But you notice there's no murderous intent in her comment, and you're provoking her. Do you think killing a disabled person is too much? What other choice did you have? This story only ends when one of us is dead, and then John calls Alexander Making, a fierce dog, to appear. But what's happening right now surprises her. Juan opens her eyes wide and calls M. King while he happily teases with him. After a while, the two of them drink together, still shaken from what just happened. Now Juan screams in horror, young again, Peter annoyed, "Don't go." Ignoring that attitude, she continued to touch him. Uncle Gia was very gentle, and his old man smell was gone. "Really? You're helpless. It's been 30 minutes already." Suddenly, Juan collapsed onto the ground. Peter was suspicious. What is she doing? She's in a hurry. If you're tying it like this, tell me quickly. I want to try. It didn't stop there. Dewey Juan kept asking insistently, or isn't that the case? Is the way you hold it more important than the stance? Why are you holding it with a deadly poison dart? How should I fight to become young again? After hearing his story, she took a deep breath and said, "So you have to face the Glory Gang alone?" Peter admits, "Yes." Jan wondered, how so? He said he would infiltrate using the Eye of the Storm. She was curious. "What is a storm eye?" Peter explains. "They want to catch me. That's a way for me to control and manipulate them in the palm of my hand." Not only that, but he's also confident that I will become an assassin in the Glory Society. Juan teases, calling him useless. Peter repeats, "Useless." It does sound right. A sudden thought flashes, and she quickly says, not waiting anymore. Juan analyzes that the younger version of the uncle makes him unrecognizable. If the boss becomes Glory's assassin, then their plan will be to catch Peter while he's in Peter's grasp. She stammered, "Uncle, you're really scary, huh?" But he thinks she's much scarier. Let go right now. Knowing the plan, Juan also objects. "But, Senior, it's impossible. You know that too. To become a Glory assassin, you have to come from the Vin Quang orphanage." She clearly states that although Peter used to come from there, he is now just an outsider. So how could he become an assassin for Glory? He protests, "Wrong. There is a way, and that way is to transfer to another school." The students are whispering, you know? That's crazy. The female students are all gossiping. Finally, our school is doing better. "I thought you didn't wear makeup, you crazy." "Aren't you wearing makeup? All eyes are on you." And that's when a guy like this transferred to our school to start at New Glory High School. The female students were going crazy with admiration. They say the new student's name is Kim Sungu. Such a sexy name. What should we do? His smile is even sharper than my future. A girl musters the courage to start a conversation. "Sunu, we have to go to the auditorium." Peter agrees. "It's noisy around here again. Oh my god, oh my god." His voice is just as much. A brief introduction. The school was established by the Glory Association. It is a private high school called New Glory. On the surface, it seems like an ordinary school. Walking beside teacher Lai to probe, Sun asked, "What kind of girl do you like?" He reminds her to stay alert, Lai. You're a teacher after all. She hesitated and asked, "Just for fun." But this school's purpose is to train assassins. There is a secret assassin class here, and the only way to become an assassin in the Glory Society is to join the assassin class. Meanwhile, Sai is curious about Sunu. What is his MBTI? Peter coldly replied, "Usually, at the traditional ballet award ceremony for women, all the students gather together." Juan speaks remotely. "I told you, only orphans are allowed into the assassin class." "Do you have a way to get in?" He thought to himself. Only one way, an exception. And Peter looked around, guessing it was very rare but would attract attention. She hesitated, saying, "Senior, don't tell me Peter confirmed." "That's right. And the way you speak about it." Peter stepped onto the stage and introduced himself. "I am Kim Sungu. Today, I just moved here. Curious students, what's going on?" What is he doing? Ignoring all that, he keeps going. "My hobby is fighting. And my specialty is also fighting. Yes, Peter emphasized, I am a hitman. After hearing that, everyone was stunned, and he truly managed to attract attention. The shadowy assassins are intrigued. Who is that guy? And Peter is determined to make them accept him, causing the students to gasp in shock. A killer becoming a killer? And Juan is terrified. This guy's gone crazy. What is he talking about? Not only that, Peter even clearly stated that he would become the top performing assassin. He called out, "Everyone cheer for me!" Someone sneered. What's so great about being a top student assassin? Just joking around, it's no big deal. Confidence is a good thing. At that moment, Yoon strode forward aggressively, pushing aside others. He and his accomplices approached, and Peter silently thought, the prey is coming to offer itself. Yoon calls this assassin. He questions, did you seduce Yin properly? He stared blankly, confused, thinking to himself, I don't know what's going on here. Watching Yoon scold with tears streaming down his face, that dog, Peter, is so confusing, it seems like he's deliberately provoking. Let me briefly introduce him as Yang Yoon. He only has eyes for that girl, Oin. Yoon's girlfriend for 22 days, the ideal school sweetheart that Yang admires. But now he has lost his girlfriend to Peter. So Yoon clenched his fist and shouted, I'm going to make you pay. He was stunned. How did it happen so soon after just meeting? Young Yoon, you defeated Matt Paul with just one punch. This will be a first. Peter quickly dodges the attack and immediately counterattacks. He wants him to feel a resolve he has never experienced before. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, sorry I couldn't protect you, Yoon. As Yoon was waiting for the punch to land, Peter suddenly flicked him hard, causing pain. He is still stunned. His accomplices gently call out to Yoon. At the same time, loud noises rang out. Kanju ran over shouting, what is this school of order doing? Are you fighting here? He scolded. Hey, what is your father doing? Or is he dead and can't discipline you anymore? He hesitated. Sorry, sir. Kanju grabbed Peter. Follow me now. I'm here, but you act like I'm not. Seeing you being dragged away, Yoon was furious. You should have let me go earlier to beat him up. My accomplices would have backed me up, not stop you. He is annoyed. If you say so, then just go ahead and do it. What should we do now? Should I go check it out? The other guy agrees. Not bad. Looking at Peter, he was excited. Should I kill someone just this once? Meanwhile, he keeps urging me on. Hurry up and go for me. Be good. I'm just walking. The female students are all excited and noisy. So handsome. Seeing Peter Juna in horror. Why is he here? Are you planning to level this school? One quiet noon at school, a voice called Bun from a corner of the yard. I'll sit here. Are you panicked because I'm sitting here? He indifferent, he said that everyone was bothering him, so he wanted to find a quiet place. Why are you here? Juna pouted. I wasn't feeling well, so I came out here. Peter wondered, is it a bit too much to take that much? She softly snapped, be quiet. Meanwhile, Juna remembered him asking if she wanted to live. So Peter demanded that she reveal the old man in this photo was the one who killed the troublemaker. She is worried. I kept my promise. Why did you come to find me? He replied. I never said I came to see you about that. Runa is suspicious. Are you planning to silence me now? Because of you? Now I'm the only one being watched by the company. Do you know how hard I've worked? Please explain. I came here for a reason I can't explain. And besides, Peter is suspicious. Listening to you complain so much, huh? Isn't it because I saved you that you're able to sit here and eat now? She objects. What kind of rescue is that? It's because I was trying to live well. You've lost. All right, Juna showed me how scary this place is, and I still don't know who I really am. Someone like you. What can you do here anymore? Peter pondered silently. Fine, I tried to help you. She remains indifferent. Why should she care? Peter explains that we are in the same boat and even said he would ask for your help later. It should be Luna, not me. Is she afraid that he might find out her real name? When she looked back, Peter was nowhere to be seen. At the school sports festival of New Glory, everyone is cheering. Among them is an athlete named Jonathan, nicknamed Usan Bo, from Shenyang School, who set the high school 400-meter record. But it seems today my retirement has been decided because of that new transfer student. My teammates comfort me, saying don't be sad. Peter checks his eyesight and reads clearly up to that point, then sequentially reads 2, 4, 8 airplanes. Those students are truly impressive. They can read up to 6.0. Are you Mongolian? Can you read everything? Are you confident you can get an 8.0 grade? Today in cooking class, the teacher introduced everyone, and today we will learn how to carve and decorate fruit. This is a high difficulty lesson. The teacher advises, you've probably never peeled fruit before, right? Be careful not to cut your hand. Peter obediently replied, I will try my best. The teacher is satisfied. If it's not good enough, let me know. Following his usual cautious approach, he picks up the knife and tests its sharpness. After a moment of carving, Peter modestly, I was just going to try a little bit. The teacher will praise me. Can you believe it? The apple was carved into a rabbit. Meanwhile, in a corner of the school, Kanji looked confused. What do you want? The rowdy students love to threaten. I don't like cleaning, but I guess I can do it, right? The kids kept mocking. Can't the teacher do anything besides getting angry and deducting points? Is he angry? How dare he be rude? The teasing kid. Forget that he's a teacher. Sorry, sir. along with their disgusting laughter. Kanu stammered, "Who are your parents?" "Who is that?" The students filming turned and mocked. The teacher's already overwhelmed, stammering like a kid. "Do you want to be suspended?" He immediately scolds him. Hey, you guys have broken the school rules. The kids aren't afraid and are even swearing." The kid grabbed Kanji, threw him to the ground, and threatened him. This is the rule for students. What are the student rules anyway? He's even threatening. "Do you know what's even scarier than detention points? It's that if I cough, you'll lose your job. You'd better stay quiet and be a puppet. I'll take a picture and post it online." The remaining kid in the group looked pleased, probably got a lot of likes. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What? Seeing you?" The students mock. "Wasn't it that student who said he wanted to become a killer before? What's so funny about losing? Assassin." Peter is suspicious. "Do you want to fight the teacher as well?" He's annoyed. This guy doesn't know his place. "You want to fight now? If you're smart, get out." "You also provoked me. If I don't leave, what are you going to do to me?" He retorted. "If you don't leave and the kid challenges me, you'll get a mouthful of my spit and some teasing." This guy, he's just bluffing. "Assassin, if you want to live, you'd better run now, or the kid will rush in and end you." Poe quickly dodged the punch. The group of students outside are laughing and watching. Lucky I didn't hit any of them. "He's annoyed. Shut up, you bastards." The kid is furious, damn it. Why didn't I hit him? Meanwhile, he easily kicks him down with just a flick of his hand. The kid thought to himself, this guy's not normal. One of the kids in the group secretly hit him with a brick. "Take that brick!" Unexpectedly, Peter was as fast as the wind, smashing the brick in an instant and hitting him with a painful blow. The group of students bowed their heads in fear. The teacher apologized. I'm sorry. They even shouted that justice always wins. "I told you it's fine. Go ahead." He also asks, "Are you okay, teacher?" Despite being scared, he remains stubborn. "Hey, how come you still dare to fight in front of the teacher?" Kanju's nagging is ignoring the teacher's words. He's criticizing Sunu. "What's wrong with you?" Taking advantage of his distraction, Kanju attacked from behind. He was excited, as expected. My eye for people is never wrong. Seeing that Peter easily blocked his kick, he coldly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Kanju said that I am not normal. Peter responds with proof. Here it is. See how I dodged every attack without a single drop of sweat. And curiously asks where Sungu learned it from, emphasizing that I must have come here with a purpose. Calmly, he replies that I want revenge because I hate how the glory took away my life. He expressed his feelings about home, money, and fame. They took everything from me. "Sir, it seems my life is over now." After hearing that, he made a proposal. "So, do you want to join our service team?" Peter smirked to himself. "I have been waiting." Remembering the efforts of the past few days to meet those people today. Long quietly calls his teacher. "No," Peter thought to himself, "it has to be the assassin instructor of glory." Kanju's school introduces a place for assassin training. There's a department called the Service Division. Only those who are outstanding and chosen can enter there. You're a new student, so you're an exception, and it's not easy at all. He officially announced it. Welcome. His inner anticipation is here. Kanju welcomes you. Welcome to the Service Department. Glory Peter, prepare yourself before we open. He silently wondered if this place was really Peter's service department, but seeing the scene inside, he was stunned and wondered if this was truly a place that trains assassins. Kanju signaled for us to focus. The old man announced that from today, he will be the one to begin serving with us. Seeing Peter, Juna was panic-stricken. "Why is he here?" He glared at her. "Why are you looking at me? Don't let them know you know me." Then Peter winked to hide it from Juna. She whispered to herself in fear. What is he doing? Why did that person wink? Did something get into his eye? Maybe he wants to eliminate me right away. Meanwhile, he confidently introduces himself, saying, "I am Kim Sungu. Thank you for welcoming me." At the same time, Peter also secretly wondered, could this ordinary place be producing assassins? As he finished speaking, Go Hyung provoked. "What kind of welcome is that? I don't even care what Kim Sungu or whatever his name is. Looking at you, Peter, I secretly guess there are still some shady characters here." Go Hyung questions, "This place is only for those who come from Vin Kwang Orphanage. Who are you to be allowed in here?" Go then adds, "I don't understand. I told myself I also come from Vin Kwang Orphanage." To ease the tense atmosphere, Kanju suggested everyone hold a welcome party for the new member. The students invited each other to go eat ban. Peter thought to himself, "Ban Sao?" They responded with deadly intent. "It's the human meat-filled bun." He silently praised, "They are truly future assassins." Gong and Go ask, "Get out of the way, let these guys handle him first." Juna advises, "Stop it, you guys. I'm worried that if you keep this up, he'll get even angrier. Get out of the way if you don't want to get beaten up like him." Lai Juna also thought angrily, "I'm saving these people." Go Hyung said, "Today the kid just arrived. Let's go outside and have a fight. You look pretty good." He also nodded politely and indifferently replied, "Do you want to fight?" "That's fine." At the same time, I also muttered to myself, I haven't experienced this in a long time. As for fighting, I've fought plenty. The two of them attacked together with twin swords. Be careful, this welcoming battle could also be your last fight ever. Peter reacts quickly, catching one person with each hand. He warns that this is no place for someone like you to get involved. "I really hate guys like you. Do you know why we're studying here? He's speaking as a teammate, to become stronger and turn into a super assassin like that person. Understand? To become the strongest in this underground assassin world. Hearing that, he wondered, who is that person? The two of them shouted in unison, and Apostle Peter Go-hyung continued to drive them away. So there's no place here for guys like you. Understand? The two of them were pushed away as soon as they finished speaking. Peter complained, really annoying. And don't bother arguing about it. Just go in together. He was stunned. How is that possible? Go is confused. Are we really being pushed out? The two of them are furious. Do you know how hard we've had it here over the past 18 years? Always criticizing. Where did that bastard come from? And with privileges like yours, what do you understand? I also secretly sighed. I've been through 65 years after all. After a while, the students praised them as being amazing. As expected, the Go brothers are different. That's really impressive, the kid replied proudly. That's just my brothers holding back their full strength. The students are talking. The new kid who just moved in can't do anything against our family. He's probably scared now. What's that little thing supposed to do, huh? A voice called out in the quiet, dim corridor. Kim Sungu. Juna is suspicious. Do you look down on serving that group? He just replied. What are you saying? You're contradicting me. You can't fool me. Juna said she saw everything. You remember the fight just now? Peter was only focused on observing the opponent's move. Juna insists that punch had no power at all. He still won't admit it. What are you talking about? I did my best already. She's so angry. You lied again because you're different from them. Remember the image of the two brothers covered in sweat. Juna becomes more convinced. He fought them without breaking a sweat. She loses her temper and stops Peter. Juna suspects, what is the reason he did that? You've already been suspicious for enrolling in this school, but what do you want that you're not showing your full potential? She questions, what is your scheme? He replied, do you want to know? Juna demanded. Just tell me. Peter hesitated. Let's leave that matter there. He fell silent and sat down on the ground, escaping her grasp without joking. Sorry, I need to go eat now. Juna softly scolded, it's already midnight. At the same time, at a bus station, the driver cheerfully sang, as night falls, every step he takes brings him joy, earning him 1,000,000 worlds from renting out the car. So lucky. However, the driver looked confused. Huh? I thought a whole group was coming. He wondered why there was only one person like that. Good evening. Hello? The driver is suspicious. What about the other guests? He replied, it's only me. Instead, Sang-dong hesitated to explain. The luggage is a bit much. He was courteous. So, there's a lot of luggage. Let me help you carry it onto the car. The driver muttered to himself, why are there so many luggage? Suddenly, he was startled. What's going on? He suddenly proposed, do you want to make a bet to see what's inside the suitcase? After a while, the car started moving. While driving, the driver felt uneasy, constantly watching the city, thinking to himself that even though he wasn't betting, he was being stared at intently while he was lost in thought. The driver lost focus and kept thinking, but I was not mistaken. Clearly, at this moment, he is certain that it has started moving. Meanwhile, in the kanji service department, the mission is announced, and we are reminded that we have been entrusted. The patron is Chairman Choi Ujong. Have you all heard? That's the one who sponsored us. He is offering a reward. The team that succeeds in this mission will be nominated by the chairman and immediately receive a service certificate. I'll say it again so everyone understands. Kanju emphasizes that success means being immediately recognized as an assassin. Everyone is excited to arrive. Some students are curious. So teacher, what is the content of the entrusted task? He said it was about kidnapping. The situation is that recently there have been many kidnapping cases involving around 10-year-old children. Among the kidnapped children is Chairman Choi's son, and there's suspicion about a young girl. So you're saying we just find him? Then why not call the police? Yes, wouldn't that be faster? He explained that we just need to find his son, then reinforcements will come if the enemy is too many. The students buzzed, so that's the mission? If we succeed, we'll become assassins for good, saving 2 years of studying here. If we succeed, we'll be one step closer to heaven. But it probably won't be easy. Why are they giving us this dangerous mission instead of letting the seniors handle it? Go spoke, is that right, teacher? So it's decided then. He suggested that we take on this mission. Go-hyung also agrees. That's settled. Go chuckled, but it seems like we're not the only ones involved in this. He laughed and replied, I see it now. There are new names arriving, and that stupid girl too. Runa raises her hand. I'm leaving, Peter continued. I'm going too, she snapped. Why are you raising your hand like that at me? He argued back. I raised my hand from the beginning. Runa was annoyed. If you get in my way, you'll regret it. Peter also argued. Don't say anything first to see who blocks whom. The students are puzzled. We are ready now, so we will move there and take action, right? Unexpectedly, Kanju said, no, you go first. He thought to himself, the time has come, I can do this. At an amusement park, the students shared a question. So, this is how the rescue mission is supposed to go? And Peter is still being cocky, just go have fun first. In the amusement park, the entertainers are inviting guests. Sama teases Peter, saying, hey, take me with you. Juna angrily says, you're already 50 years old, what are you talking about? At this moment, Go-hyung was confused. I can't understand why someone would wear a bikini at an amusement park. Go wondered, is that really interesting? The two of them said in unison, it's truly incomprehensible. She teased and turned around, then spoke. Juna silently analyzed, even if she said that, it was still too vague. The teacher's words are exactly here. At the same time, the girls surround him. Can I have your number? Do you use TikTok? Previously, Kanji instructed that this was the place where Chairman Choi's son was kidnapped. He told the girls they would need to find the hostage and take down the kidnapper. She thought to herself, this is very good. The last place she saw was the Green World. I wonder where the boy is now, or if he's still alive. With such a vast place, where could I find any clues? Juna wondered, but even in this situation, does he also have a way? Like someone who knows everything. Vet pointed the way, first go in that direction. The staff at the ticket counter apologized and said, thank you very much. You can play this game after making a reservation. If you understand, please go outside. Why are you frowning? What kind of game requires a reservation before you can play? The staff explained that if you have any complaints, please send a DM. Why does Go Hyun get more annoyed and upset just by sending a DM? There are mocking laughs around, as if those people are visiting the amusement park for the first time. He notices when someone says that downloading the app would be more convenient. After checking the app, she sighed that Atlantic and the haunted house were full. He reminded her, Luna, are you here to play? Aren't you going to do the mission? You're really not cut out for this. Yet when they entered the amusement park, Go Young and Go shouted, Run, Sebastian. They were excited. Supercar, move aside and get out of the way. Go on. Well done. Jun Na mockingly looked at the hole puncher. At the shooting stall, the owner was inviting customers. This is very easy for you guys. The shop owner is willing to take a loss to help you out. Did you know, she wondered, if I win, what do I get? Food or something? Petro was excited. I'll try once. Seeing the prey caught in the trap, the boss was excited. I gave the kids free because I think they're cute. Got it? He secretly chuckled to himself. These kids are hopeless. They definitely can't defeat him because the doll underneath is quite heavy. The boss thought to himself, whether it's 10,000 or 100,000, just enjoy the game to the fullest. Thanks. Today will probably be a good haul. Meanwhile, Juna fumbles around. This is tough. It's my first time trying a fake gun like this. After a while, the boss regretted it. She was holding a bunch of teddy bears. Thank you, boss. You've been polite and hardworking too. He was excited. You go next. Stop yelling. Luna, don't eat anymore. Goze cheerfully calls out Kim Sung-gu. Come over here too. He thought to himself. Everyone seems to be very excited. Peter also thought it was necessary because everyone was visiting the amusement park for the first time since childhood, just like me. Understanding that pain, so just enjoy it because we don't know when we'll be able to smile like this again. Cherish this moment. Soon after, Juna starts to complain. It's been hard enough to stay away from them. We're not here to play around, so what are we doing? The phone suddenly announced, What is this? She was surprised. Isn't this the kidnapped son of the chairman? Why did I pick up that person's AirPost signal? Could Juna be considering a nearby possibility when following the signal? She suspects, but why is the location? Juna suddenly wondered, is it in the women's restroom again? She silently analyzed. Did someone pick up his earphone? No, maybe it's someone with the same name, but a different person. Should I ask those people for help? Should I go in alone? In the end, she decided to try going in first. Juna's heart is full of suspicion. What's going on? Nothing special. The signal comes from the person next to it. She thought to herself that she shouldn't jump to conclusions and needed to ask carefully, right? Smile. So Juna spoke up. May I ask where you got those AirPods? The girl screamed in fear at Juna's terrifying smile, and her boyfriend hurriedly ran in. Darling, what's going on? A responded, that crazy person suddenly appeared from behind and tried to hit me. She was confused inside, but no, it wasn't her. The girl was fueling the fire, and he kept trying to steal from me. He scolded, saying she has a pretty face today. No, this bitch looks beautiful, but is actually a thief. Juna hurried to explain. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't even get to hear everything, but he already laid his hands on her. Who do you think you are to lay a hand on my beloved? Acting innocent, huh? My love, there's no need to hit him. I just need him to apologize. He said, of course it has to apologize, and acting aggressively, he was the first to attack a little. Meanwhile, Go started to worry. Hey, have you seen Luna? Go Hyung is indifferent. Probably went to get something to eat again, then turned around to ask. Hey, do you see the parachute? Nothing serious happening, right? He was indifferent. I didn't see anything. Still, Peter trusts that nothing dangerous will happen. Returning to the women's restroom scene, she begins to fight back. And you become more confident with the two brothers. We don't need to worry anymore. Juna clenched her opponent and swiftly used the candy stick to her ear. Suddenly, she stopped, remembering her habit. After finishing, Juna turned to ask him, Now tell me. She pressed him, asking where he got this from. I stammered that I had it. After finishing, Juna ran to find her teammates. Oh, I found it. She said this is Choi Gyeon's AirPods. I found the last place it was seen. He suspiciously asked again, what? Peter guesses that we're probably looking at the same place anyway. He wonders, what are you talking about? Analyze and think about the best way to disappear naturally no matter where you go or how many eyes are watching. It's a place where less attention is paid, right? A place where it's not unusual for someone to scream or be attacked by others. Also, pay attention to the window in front of this game. It has been reserved all day in a place where no one comes and goes. Based on the evidence, it's a haunted house, and they decide to go in. Go is serious, we've played enough, and he also warned us. Everyone gathered around, and he also warned that anything could happen, so follow us. Juna, annoyed, let go of my shirt and said, Gong is double-crossing, I'll take the rear. You're annoyed, you just said you'd go ahead. They argued about going together with Juna. Seriously, don't cling to me. Peter pondered silently, thinking it was strange that he was confused and felt no presence of anyone, so he warned, get ready to leave. What are you talking about? Our real mission is just beginning. Go Hyung, is this okay? Peter replies, but we've already succeeded halfway and wonders why. Analyze and locate the hostage and defeat the ambusher so that Peter realizes our mission from the start was to be ambushed and they have fallen. You try to stay alert in your dazed state and Gong sees a figure approaching. At that moment, Kanjiu's servant shouted loudly to stop. His staff member was startled and froze. He hurriedly asked the kids where they are now, looking confused. Are they on a mission? Canoe urges to contact them quickly. Are you confused, officer? What's wrong? Officer. After making the call, he reported that there was no answer. What's going on, officer? He said it's not a simple task. Then the frantic employee called out the name Park Sang-do. Why? Could it be Park Sang-do? Kanju confirms. That's right, it's Park Sang-do. He remembered once being nominated as an envoy, but Glory couldn't handle it and kicked him out. Not realizing how dangerous it was, he laughed and joked. But teacher, they're not fools either. They've already learned everything they need to, so what could possibly go wrong? He is not sad at all. Kanji's face is full of panic, and seeing him so scared, the officers also panicked. This is the teacher. Meanwhile, in a warehouse filled with suitcases, Juna and I have been tied to a post. Sang-do muttered, do you know that the sleeping drug you got is chloroform? You know the anesthetic often seen in movies? But if an ordinary person faints, the analyst would usually sleep and open their mouth. At school, he stammered and called out, Jiao Jiao Quan. Kanju is determined to stop Baesung from going over. He says he's a very ruthless man and then quickly pulls out his tools, saying now is not the time for this. We have to save the children. At this moment in the warehouse, she silently thought, it seems I've been discovered. What should I do? Kanju was worried that if he was caught, they would be cut off. At this moment, the ringtone from Juna's pocket caught Sang-do's attention, and he picked up the phone and said hello. Kanju gritted his teeth and said, hello, Park Sang-do. He's threatening that if you lay a finger on the kids, I'll risk everything to kill you. It's been a while since I last saw Senior Kanju, but why are you speaking so frighteningly? Are you hinting at the old days? So you're afraid I might cripple them like the senior? Kanju furrowed his brows, grinding his teeth in anger at those words. The old man shouted loudly, I definitely won't let Kanju finish his sentence. Sang-do made a proposal, by the way. Let's make a bet. He placed his hand on her thigh, his tone teasing. When the senior comes here, let's see how many legs the kids still have. Sang-do said on the phone, if you guess correctly, I will spare Choi Yu Trang's son. If you guess wrong, well, what does the senior want to bet? The young man in front of him looked at the old man nervously muttering, why is the teacher trembling like that? Hearing the words extreme made him shake all over, causing Kanju to stand unsteady, clutching the table with both hands, his face showing he had just experienced a terrifying sensation. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Where is this criminal dog hiding? Liuna Kim Sungu, Go Hyung order. You go check that room. They are weak, so they will be the first target. The man stood up, his face cold as he urged, hurry up, it's about to start. Run. Na quietly called Sang-do when he wasn't paying attention. This is Kim Sang-woo. I wonder if he's really asleep because he opened his mouth while sleeping. Calm down, but how can he sleep now? Juna skillfully takes off her shoelaces. What should I do now? No, there's no other choice. When her foot was raised close to his face, Peter suddenly asked, what are you doing? Juna jumped in surprise and asked, so you're awake? He glanced and said, I never slept from the beginning. Hurry up and pull your leg back, stammering. Don't get the wrong idea. I just meant to wake you up. Peter sniffs curiously. Juna immediately retorts with a loud shout by pinching. She used both her bound hands to slap his thigh and said, this is what I learned in training. Use it like this. Come on, do as I do. He raised his freed hands and asked, what are you doing? What is this? How? When did you take it off? Peter casually said it's been a while. Earlier, when I was talking on the phone in the city, I loosened the handcuffs and was thinking of a plan in case something happened. Peter seriously announces, listen, Juna, this is not just an ordinary kidnapping. The person earlier was from Glory, right? After finishing untying, he suddenly asked, so, Ms. Juna, do you like gambling? She wondered. What do you mean? Go Hyung said with a dismissive look while rubbing his neck. Compared to an ordinary office worker, you're really bold. It's fine to end here, but we're on a mission. You threaten if you don't want to die, just say so. Both of you ask where Choi Yu Trang's son is. He smiled eerily and spoke. Young students really are quite sharp-tongued. I like that. So, with that meaning, shall we make a bet? Go felt excited and smiled as he looked at Go Hyung. A bet, he understood and sneered in response. All right then, Sang-do proposes a deal. If you two win, I will do everything you want and also let Choi Yu Jang's son go. Meanwhile, Kanju is rushing there in a tense state. No way! If you bet against that bastard, you absolutely cannot win his game. He reached behind his vest as if grabbing something, then Sang-do pulled out 2 knives with a sinister smile. If you two lose, you'll have to leave a leg behind. Go-hyung sticks out his tongue, licking his lips with excitement. I thought he was just an ordinary office worker, but he's actually a surprisingly sexy one. Go looks at him with a cold gaze. But are you okay? Both of them tore off their shirts to reveal their muscular bodies. He exclaimed with an extremely excited face because starting tomorrow he will have to sit in a wheelchair. Suddenly, he threw a knife at Go-hyung's leg. Sang-do smiled warmly, reaching out to both of them and said, "A fair bet is more fun." You grab the knife and rush forward with a triumphant smile. You will regret this. I am very skilled with a knife. Vinquang Orphanage, Batch 58, led by Go-hyung, characterized by super fast movement and knife fighting. Go-hyung swung his sword fiercely at him, but Sang-do calmly blocked the attack. During the fight, what was he secretly analyzing? Nothing special either, right? Using the same knife, but he's slower than me, so even if I don't land the final blow, the damage will accumulate, and if the fight goes on longer, I will win. Go-hyung is surprised by a horizontal cut, but what is this? At this moment, he looks at the blade and begins to wonder. It's really strange. Clearly the knives are the same, but Go-hyung wonders why. The sound of the 2 knives clashing echoes with quick and decisive strikes. After seeing you step back, the guy stops, wondering what's wrong. Is there something wrong with the student? You carefully examine the knife surface, annoyed and scolding that dirty bastard. He doesn't understand. What's going on? What's wrong, brother? Go-hyung replies, this knife has no blade. Sang-do pushed up his glasses and grinned mischievously, just as Peter and Juna ran over calling his name. Go-hyung and I are here. We will help. Raise your hand to signal them to stop. Then Go-hyung shouts loudly, don't step forward because this is our fight. You assess our strength and say if we can't do it, then you can't either. So just stand there and watch. After hearing that, they were a bit worried but still remained silent and followed. Go-hyung placed the knife on his shoulder, glancing over with a hoarse voice. Isn't that right? Go-vu stroked his chin in agreement. That's right. That's right. With both of their determined eyes hinting at something, he didn't know what our target was. The final door to completing the orphanage, the Hell Week, a victory in a place without water or food, where the only supplies were a gun and a single bullet. There it was, filled with thousands of beasts, and we had to survive. The bullet was used in every way, hunting, betraying friends, or ending our own lives. We started to become competitive, believing that surviving at all costs was the only way. We saved the last bullet, sensing that someday it would be needed. This bullet will decide our fate. After the hellish week, we learned that out of 181 orphans, only the 2 of us from the 58th class survived. And I heard something shocking about Peter. As a teenager like us, he set a unique record, being the only one in 58 years not to use a single bullet. Under the shining light in the darkness, Go-hyung has been calm for 10 years. He proudly talks about the time he spent trying to become like Peter. Right now, Peter is just silently watching. Go-hyung and Go, full of energy, rushed quickly in front of the guy. You're just a staircase for us to step over. He rushed to hold Sang-do's lower body tightly. Then, Go quickly shouted, Brother, use his back as a cushion to launch yourself into the air. I told you so. Go-hyung shouted fiercely with a cold expression. You will regret giving this to me. He looked up with contempt and said, This isn't real flesh. Sang-do quickly grabs your wrist, probably intending to break it. Earlier, Go-hyung had already thought of a way, dropping the knife without a blade. So if it can't cut, then just gouge. Go quickly grabbed the knife ready to stab the man. As the knife was raised, Sang-do's face, cold and fearless, said, Do you want to become like Peter? Under his astonished gaze, shards of the broken knife flew before his eyes. The fragments slowly fell down, mocking the man. Go is amazed as he destroys the deadly Kukri Jiao sword in Nepal. Juna, worried, tries to run out to help, but is stopped by him. Sang-do proudly boasts, Its mass and weight are 3 times that of a normal weapon. I've trained with this my whole life. He smiles smugly, faster than a blade and heavier than an axe. Sang-do assumed a professional stance with the knife and said, This kid is a deadly weapon. Former assassin Glory Parang specializes in close combat, estimated to be at a high level. Both of them, upon hearing this, shouted angrily, Stop messing around. As he rushed forward, Go-hyung wondered, Can he freely control that heavy knife? Seeing how confident he was and his current speed, Sang-do had already struck all the joints in both their arms and legs in an instant, making Go-hyung secretly admit that this guy is not an ordinary office worker, he's completely a monster. With their last bit of consciousness, both of them warned Lai Juna and Kim Sinu to get away quickly. Seeing both of them defeated and lying on the ground, she shouted, Director? Go-hyung felt annoyed, thinking she's such a loud girl. They haven't even started yet. Don't make a fuss. How can I fight the kids? Sang-do smiled in triumphant victory. Still, if you bet, you have to pay up. He raised his sword with satisfaction, chopping off each leg one by one. That's right. In a different scene, Kanju was speeding his bike with a desperate scream. No, don't touch the kids in Sang-do. Please, I'll give you my other leg. Juna shouted in panic. Wait. She worried that if things continue like this, he will cut off their legs. At this moment, Peter asked if they wanted to fish. Sang-do glanced over with a cold look, then stepped forward with an enticing offer. Double if you want, both hands and feet included. He asked, "What's that?" Sang-do immediately changed to a friendly attitude and replied, "You're quite the interesting kid. Indeed, Glory." "Fine." He repeated his old trick and threw the knife toward Peter. Sang-do reached out with a smile and said, "Fair play makes the bet more fun. Do you need a weapon?" Juna immediately warned, "If there's no deal," he raised his hand to stop and softly replied, "No." Peter takes out a tray with colorful floral patterns and confidently says, "This is all I need." Sang-do wondered, "Is that the tray?" The guy tried to hold back his laughter, but in the end, Sang-do couldn't help but burst out laughing. "It's very interesting, very interesting. It's been a while since I last cried. But little boy..." Then he quickly regained his cold expression, clenched his knife, and charged straight ahead with a threatening tone. "I won't go easy on kids." Sang-do's quick sword swing leaves a streak of light, but Peter is no pushover. He swiftly dodges the attack. When he saw that I always use the tray to block the attack, he suddenly realized, "Oh, so it was using a shield? That's a good idea." Sang-do swung his knife and laughed sarcastically. "How many times do you think you can block my knife with that tray? 10 times? No. Can I survive just once?" Meanwhile, Kanju's terrified eyes flash as he drives the car in a state of extreme anxiety. What exactly is going on? It can't be like that day again. Kanju remembered the terrifying face of the guy muttering like that day when everything was lost to Parang's hands. Diller, standing in front of him, was sweating with fear but remained calm and reassuring. "There's no need to be so tense. Diller, this kind of thing always happens. Or, do you want to make a bet right now?" The man holding the roasted chicken leg with a cunning smile calmly says, "I will survive and get out of here or I will die trying." Since she's clever, she can see which way to go, right? But if it were me, I'd go in. Behind Sang-do, 5 saw-wielding assassins are ready to eliminate him. Kanju declares Park Sang's death sentence. "Because of all the accidents you've caused recently, the company is in trouble and has to sacrifice you to quell the outside anger. You're fired from today." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 assassins rushed quickly towards Sang-do with chainsaws. At our level, they are a team of veteran B-level assassins or higher. No matter how strong Park Sang-do is, facing 5 B-class assassins is beyond his limits. But at that moment, the reflection of that knife in my eyes made it feel like it had gone far beyond human capability. "And that day, I, as an assassin, also died." He recalled his words. Whether the chainsaw was stronger or the knife was stronger didn't matter. What mattered was how you wielded it. Kanji angrily cursed. That damn dangerous bastard cut the tray in half, then turned back to watch the fight, as Sang-do swung his knife to split Peter's tray apart, stopping and sneering. "You're lucky, but what about this?" Sang-do mocked him after seeing his weapon cut in half. The only shield has already split in 2. Seeing the situation worsen, Juna pulls out the knife from behind her back and mutters, "I can't let this happen. I have to help." Peter curiously calls it cook. He examines the cut on the tray in his hand, astonished by the damage caused by the knife. "Actually, cookery isn't a weapon designed for sharpness, so I was quite surprised. It's sharper than I thought." Suddenly, Peter squeezed the tray with such force that it bent, and she was stunned to realize it. "What? That tray isn't for a shield, it's for a weapon." I hold the 2 pieces of the tray tightly in gratitude to him. Thanks to it, I now have a great weapon. Sang-do patted his head and smiled, saying, "Fine, fine." He doesn't seem like an ordinary student. He's hard to understand. What? Was that bastard just a coincidence? Compared to the coincidence, I clearly thought I had hit him earlier, but in that brief moment, he stepped back. While laughing, Dodo Suit wondered if he was still alive. Was his survival split in 2? Can you believe it? Is he really a student or not? The guy threw the shirt at Peter and declared, "I don't know where you learned that trick, kid, but it won't work on me." Sang-do moved even faster than the falling shirt, muttering, whether by accident or on purpose, "It's just a matter of checking." He swung the knife in a star shape just as the shirt fell and blocked his view, making him unable to dodge. Sang-do immediately laughed mockingly. Sure enough, kids are still kids, and this time he definitely cut him. Suddenly, the man's eyes became wild, and the object Sang-do initially cut turned into a cushion, while Peter quickly moved behind him, swinging half a tray at the back of his neck. The man froze in shock, muttering to himself, clearly feeling he had already succeeded. A quick flash of red across Sang-do's neck, and he swiftly dodged away. A tiny bloodstain on Sang-do's hand, he muttered. "Damn it!" He took the shot from behind in an instant and cut my throat without hesitation. If I hadn't blocked it with my hand, it would have torn my artery. The guy, feeling suspicious after that last hit, asked if you really are a student. Me. Suddenly, Sang-do realized he knew. Neither thick clothing could stop his knife, nor could he block his blade, as Peter was now rushing in like a hunting eagle. Meanwhile, Sang-do secretly realized that was why he aimed for his exposed neck. The opponent blocked the attack in shock, and with a speed he couldn't match. Sang-do kept retreating, overwhelmed by the attack, muttering, "This bastard better not be talking about students." Every strike he made, his eyes blazing red, movements as fast as lightning, made him wonder if he was even human. Juna stands aside silently observing. Kukri's strikes each caused the surrounding air to explode, and if hit, it would definitely be deadly. She noticed the speed difference between the two and muttered that the old man was even slower than Kim Sung-gu. Looking at the current situation, Juna realized the reason was probably due to the weight of the knife. If the battle continues like this, Kim Sung-gu will win. Suddenly, an invisible streak brushed past Peter's face, leaving a cut on his cheek. This made her panic. Kim Sung-gu has been attacked. Sang-do pulls out another knife from the previous one, making a joke. When herding cattle, you need a knife, but with a chute, you need a knife to catch the chute. Juna gasped in amazement. There is still another knife inside the knife. His cold eyes and calm face analyzed his moves as 3 times more intense than a normal knife. When the knife was right in front of Peter's eyes, he secretly understood why he had set aside his weight, to make speed no longer just his weapon. Sang-do's quick and powerful strikes made it seem like each time Peter blocked, he could see the explosion in the air. Juna stood frozen in shock. The man from earlier seemed like a completely different person, much faster. She found it a bit confusing, but it was strange. The umbrella was clearly a weapon for stabbing. Seeing his quick yet strange attack move, Juna wondered why he was just swinging aimlessly. Sang-do's legs pressed firmly into the ground as a stable base. Then he gathered his strength and launched a powerful strike, shouting loudly at this bastard. His face remains calm even as the knife nears his throat, and he is stunned to see his hand involuntarily release the knife. Sang-do Bang Huang stared at the falling knife, unable to believe it. Peter spoke with a hint of mockery. Why? Why does my hand have no strength left? The man muttered to himself, now I understand. Your name is Ko. Sang-do immediately remembers his previous actions and realizes he wasn't trying to hide his neck, but was aiming for his hand all along. On your arm full of cuts, I wonder what you did to my hand. Peter coldly replied, the muscles. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, he explains the extensor muscles of the vocal cords, the hip nerve, and the spinal nerve. All the muscles and nerves needed to hold a hand. Peter brought out Sang-do's colorful tray and said, I have cut everything off. Only now do I reveal my true purpose. I never intended to kill you from the start. The man trembles, muttering that he cannot understand. Sang-do horrified, he looks at the giant shadow now appearing before him. It's not a student. The man's face was terrified, his eyes filled with suspicion. In the end, Sang-do realized a tiger was hidden inside him and shouted in panic. How many people have you eaten? Peter said as he squeezed the tray into a glove, just like before. A silver tray cannot possibly win against a sharp knife. He rolled up his sleeves and with a determined look, made a declaration. Now it's over. I will show you how to break a stone with an egg. Turning back to Sang-do's past, at this moment a kid from the bullies spoke up. Hey, look at this. It's hilarious. He's drinking pee. Young Sang-do was hung upside down on a tree, his body covered in urine. They mocked and asked, do you like it? Does it taste good? Let me give you another try. It's so fun. Memories make up most of my childhood. It's the day I imagine killing that bastard every single day. But the kid waves goodbye after he's satisfied. It was fun, peace, Sang-do. See you again. I didn't have enough courage to resist, and that event completely awakened me. Meanwhile, the 2 ferocious dogs open their mouths wide to reveal their sharp teeth and rush forward wildly, as if they want to tear everything apart. The man falls down in panic, crawling backwards, shouting loudly, Stay back! He pulled the 2 dogs back, holding the chains tightly, then sneered. If you beat them, I won't bully you anymore from now on. How about that? At that moment, I'd rather die. His voice was full of provocation. Do you want to bet? That phrase made my heart pound. My loose legs carried me as I hung from the cliff, and although I didn't know why, it was clear now. Betting with my life makes me stronger. Dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, pleasure, and power come every time I take a risk. Gambling is like a drug, and I always win at those kinds of bets. I am the strongest. Returning to the present, just as Peter throws a powerful hook that completely distorts Sang-do's face. He was knocked back and muttered, I can't believe it. After punching Sang-do, the glove flew off as well. Un is startled, quickly covering his shocked face with his hand. His expression is cold, with fiery red eyes as sharp as a blade, and his right hand clenched into a fist as he charges forward with fierce determination. The man shouted in fear, Don't come any closer, you bastard. And then, trembling, he pulled out a gasoline grenade and knelt down, shouting loudly, You're lucky, you bastard. The guy points the grenade at the large suitcases behind him and warns loudly before I blow everything up. Peter's face remained calm even as Sang-do declared, Do you know what these are? They are the children you are searching for. The scene shows the child tied up and stuffed into the suitcase, and the man shouts loudly, There's also Chairman Choi Un-trang's son. Hearing this, she looks extremely panicked and exclaims, That crazy guy is stuffing people into the suitcase? No way! If it explodes, we'll all be dead. At this moment, he lowered his head silently, while Sang-do continued to threaten fiercely. Do you see the gas pipe on the ceiling? If this blows up, we'll all be dead, he shouted loudly, eyes wide with madness. If you don't want to die, kneel down quickly, damn it. In an instant, Peter saw the opening, snatched the grenade from Sang-do's hand, and shoved it straight into his mouth with a teasing tone. Do it if you can. He tightly held Sang-do's mouth, removed the grenade pin, and whispered softly, If you're going to use a grenade, you probably know, right? I already pulled the pin earlier, so if you don't want to die, hold your jaw tight. He stammered in fear. This bastard! Peter clenched his fist, mouth sealed with a pin, and said sharply, "This is how you threaten." Sang-do muttered this bastard's name, then immediately took a powerful punch to the ribs, his body arching but still holding the grenade tightly in his mouth. Another blow comes from above, striking directly at the back of the neck. Sang-do's eyes bulge, blood splatters all over his body, and he can no longer stand firm. A punch at face level hit Sang-do directly, and the final blow knocked him hard to the ground. Even battered like trash, he still clenched the grenade tightly, earning Peter's praise. "Look at that, really holding on tight." He crouched down and reattached the pin, saying, "I've rearmed it, so don't pretend anymore. Get up quickly." His handsome face now had a few bloodstains, and his eyes burned with intensity. Peter pulls the grenade out of Sang-do's mouth and grits his teeth, saying, "Still not over." The guy struggles to stand up, stammering, "I didn't mean for it to go this far." Juna muttered to herself, not wanting him to do something again. She felt something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute!" Sang-do kneels with his hands clasped, tears streaming down as he pleads, "Let's make peace." He begged and cried, saying he would pretend there was no fight with the kids and that he would let them go, so please. Hearing that, his face looked confused, while Juna was surprised. Only after everything was over did Kanju run over and shout loudly, "Hey kids, where are you? I'm here." Sang-do immediately called out, and Senior Kanji was stunned. "Park Sang-do, this one." Kanji looked at his crying, crawling form and wondered, "Is this the Park Sang-do I know?" Sang-do, with tears in his eyes, clings to his leg and begs. "Please save me," Peter Loy called the two others. Master Go-hyung and Go instinctively call Sister Sam in a confused manner. He responds to them. And so the case was closed, along with the kidnapped children. Chairman Choi Yu-trang's son also escaped safely. An employee at Glory headquarters commented upon seeing his pitiful state. "Is that really Park Sang-do?" Sang-do was put into a bag, revealing only his panicked face as he screamed, "Just forget it, please forget it." They looked down on us. I heard he ran away from the company and avoided HR surveillance for 13 years. Maybe that infamous rumor isn't such a big deal after all. And Parang was taken to the main headquarters of Glory despite his screams begging for mercy. The assassin also zipped up his bag. Kanju's feelings at this moment are hard to describe as he looks at Do being taken away, muttering, "The nightmare of ending the assassin's life is over. Today was the last, but I still can't believe it. You woke up and kept talking while putting on your scarf. I could clearly feel earlier that our coordinated attack was effective." He also eagerly put on a uniform and responded, "Did you see that too?" He looked at them suspiciously, muttering to himself, "Have those kids really taken care of him?" Kanju's eyes focused on Peter as he thought to himself, although things weren't entirely clear. He then turned to Juna softly and said, "Cover yourself properly or you'll catch a cold." The old man had to admit that it wasn't his own fault, so there was nothing more to say. Then we officially became assassins. Go-hyung looked at the badge in disbelief and asked, "Is this it?" "Really?" he shouted excitedly. "Are we at level A or not? We still caught an S-class assassin." Peter signaled Go-hyung to be quiet while she turned to scold him, too embarrassed to say anything. "You still don't believe and ask again, but we're only D rank, D rank." Watching the elevator go down, Juna keeps wondering, "But why did they call us here? Where is this going? Are we really going to do it?" When the elevator opens, Chit remains silent, while Juna opens her wide, hesitant eyes. "Do we really have to go?" All four of them were stunned to see the two Luke Dian sisters waiting at the elevator door. Go-hyung broke out in a sweat, frantically pressing the elevator button and exclaiming, "I pressed the wrong button. The door closed." Brother, he still apologized and said he'd come back later. Go kept hitting his head against the elevator door, only then noticing this scene. The two energetic sisters stepped aside when the secretary appeared and said, "Please come in. We are waiting." Both blushed, and this time his hand pressed the button repeatedly with an excited tone. "Open it and you'll find the Allied Army. We are the ones. Please follow this way." After guiding everyone upstairs, the secretary said, "Our chairman is very concerned about you because you saved Eon, the heir of DD Corporation." She then led them to the dining room. "The chairman has issued a special order to treat everyone without missing anything. Go-hyung and Go are excited about the delicious dishes and shout with enthusiasm. The stomach feels great. Everyone excitedly heads to the high-end fitting room for some delicious treats." He adjusted his tie and said, "You and the chairman get to enjoy good food and clothes, even if we don't see each other. Everything has been taken care of, right?" Standing in front of a large door, Go-hyung excitedly shouted, "Are you planning to add even more? This is so exciting." The secretary walks over and opens the door, saying, "Otherwise, everyone must be curious too." The large door opens as a signal. This is the main event of today. A blinding light emanated from inside the door, leaving them and Go stunned. As they stepped inside, they saw that the entire room was filled with level 6 pro heavy weapons. The secretary introduces that our DD Corporation is a Quan Yu company with world-leading technology, responsible for supporting the combat of various glory assassins. She sends her regards. "Congratulations on your official appointment as assassins." Seeing the weapons in the secretary's room, the chairman said to take as much as you like. "Go!" Hyung stood behind, waving his gun and gesturing. "See, Bao, we don't fight with guns, right?" He quickly agreed. "Of course, brother." In just a blink, the two of them stuffed weapons into the guests' pockets, saying this much was enough for us. She watched this scene in shock, ready to send the message to you guys. Juna turned to look at the knife cabinet inside. This is a Damascus knife made of S3OV material. Is it okay to have such expensive stuff here? She reached out and muttered, I'll take one too. Juna suddenly remembered, no, I didn't do anything that day. I don't have the right to take this. The secretary approached Peter from behind and asked, has Kim Sunu decided yet? She's curious. What will this student choose? He took a pen and turned back to reply. I only need this. The secretary was stunned and muttered, is it because he's young and not greedy for other things? Peter silently thought, since they are all weapons he has used before. She suddenly received an order through her earpiece. Yes, Chairman. Yes, I understand. The secretary will now take you to the chairman's office. He shrugged and wondered why it was such a hassle. All right, let's go. Let's go. Her small mouth says no. Looking at him, the secretary said only Kim Sunu is here. Peter was confused. Really? Go-hyung shouted when he heard that. No, wait, Chairman. We've built a bond over the past time. The elevator is showing it's going up to the 41st floor. In the elevator, she praised the fountain pen as an excellent choice. He calmly replied, otherwise, this is also the model I like to use. The secretary, curious, asked, but aren't you from an orphanage? Peter immediately interrupted with the question. Why did the chairman call me? She stammered. I don't know, just ask him directly. He coldly replied, thank you. The elevator to the PH floor announced as the door was opening. The secretary led Peter to bow and report. President, I have brought Kim Sunu here. Eun Trang told her she worked hard and to go downstairs. She obeyed. Yes. Looking at him, he said, I have wanted to meet you once. Eun Trang politely smiled and invited Peter to sit quickly and learn from student Kim Jang-yu. The chairman of the group is leaving. Choi Utrong, the world's leading Kwan Yu corporation. He leaned on the table and asked if the meal was to his liking. Yes, I ate very well. Eun Trang asked how the clothes were. Peter said the clothes fit perfectly too. As he was pouring coffee, he wondered what the chairman wanted to see me for. He laughed casually and said, I told you so. I want to meet you for no other reason, so you don't need to be so stiff. Suddenly, Eun Trang stepped closer to Peter, lowering his voice. No matter what, you have to be strict. He looked into his cold eyes, calling out student Kim Soon-gu's name, then whispered to Peter, I know who you are. Eun Trang whispers, you're Peter, right? Peter was stunned to hear that, but then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. December 24th, 1978. In Namsan, a chilling wave of deathly cold swept down as the man's body convulsed violently. His eyes rolled back, tears streaming down his cheeks. His mouth gagged, only muffled sobs heard. The thin man slammed the table and shouted, Speak quickly, you bastard! Where is Eun Trang right now? He gritted his teeth and said, Shut your mouth tight. The Soviet guy, despite all kinds of torture, kept smiling cheerfully. I told you there is only one way to save him! The Soviet man shouted loudly, Hand over the missile that South Korea developed with the U.S. to us. The man threatens that if you refuse, DDH Corporation's son will also be killed. On the other side of the glass, the staff desperately tried to reassure him. Sir, please stay calm. He suggested, you should make a request to the Americans and send the most elite forces, including Delta, to Moscow, and we will definitely find it. The man on the phone had a changing expression on his face, stammering. Manager O, standing in front of the moving train, saw a man aiming at a helicopter when suddenly a loud explosion tore through the air, causing the helicopter to explode into pieces. An announcement then declared that the entire Delta force had been wiped out, and immediately the isolation was lifted, ordering Manager O to leave. Manager O hesitated and asked, Boss, President, are you talking about that place? He replied, yes. Arriving at the Glory Cathedral, the scene shifts outside a church. Dai-ha repeatedly knocks loudly on the door, shouting, Father! Father, it's urgent! Please open the door! Choi Da-ha has arrived. The priest steps out, speaking calmly. Calm down. It's so late to come to confession now. What's going on? He anxiously shouted, My son Udon Trang has been kidnapped by the Soviet Union. Diha clenched the door latch tightly, panic on his face. Support from the Diha group that you want. I agree with everything, whether it's 10 years from now or 100 years from now. The priest places the rosary on the Bible when he hears him glance over. Among your 12 apostles, please send the best one. He calmly replied, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. What are you so surprised about? He desperately pleads with this person. My son has been kidnapped. Please, whatever it is, I will do it. The priest reassures him that he doesn't need to worry because everything will go according to God's will. He calmly says, so just pray. Daha couldn't stay calm and frantically shouted, What are we praying for in this situation anyway? The priest said the Lord's missile has already reached Moscow. The scene shifts to Peter, expressionless, gripping the handlebars tightly as he speeds away on his motorcycle. Diha still worriedly asked again, after all, is the priest okay? The 3 special forces teams that left first have already been wiped out, so even if he's an apostle, going alone might not be enough. The priest did not hesitate and replied, that person will be able to do it. Behind the train's tail, someone is knocked out. When Peter appears on the ship, his confident voice rings out. Even alone, he will handle it. My son is the strongest. The people in the carriage stand up, looking towards him. The bearded man asked, what's going on? How did you get in here? And are you alone? Peter takes a gentle breath, blending perfectly into the cold air. What is he confused about? Before they could understand what was happening, the man with the beard collapsed from a fatal shot. He moved to the side and kept firing one shot after another. In an instant, Peter moved swiftly and precisely, taking down the small-time thugs on the ship without giving them a chance to fight back. The bullet pierced through the last one's head. Now he finally explains, I was just lucky with your heads and my bullets. Unfortunately, before anyone could hear this, Peter had already taken them down. Another officer steps forward and loudly warns to put down the weapons, pointing the gun at young Untrang's head in a threatening manner. If you don't want this guy's head to have a hole, put down your gun quickly. The train running through the snowstorm inside the middle compartment, Trung Taojian assured, Yes, I've heard about it before. He recounts a rumor he heard about an Asian monster who can survive alone anywhere. But you're younger than I thought. Lieutenant Duan, you're curious, right? Apostle Peter. At this moment, he followed his command, put down his weapon, and raised both hands above his head. Peter approaches and speaks in Korean. Hey, Choi Trang. Untrang is amazed. The Korean person gave an order. I will count to 3, so when I reach 3, bow your head down. Little boy with a confused face stammers, How tall? Peter started counting in Korean. 1. He, not understanding Korean, shouted loudly, What are you saying, you dog? Speak in Russian. He folds his arms and starts counting. Lieutenant Jujin yells angrily, Stop talking nonsense and get down on your knees, you dog. Now Peter's hand appears holding a coin. He's threatening. I really killed this kid. Trang immediately bent down, seizing the moment to throw the coin forcefully, hitting Colonel Jujin in the head and making him fall backward, then coldly looking at the fallen officer. I apologize, but now I will say it again in English. Goodbye, Lieutenant Jujin Adre F. of the KGB Intelligence Agency. After escaping danger, Untrang stammered, Thank you for saving me. After completing the mission, Peter lit himself a cigarette. The kid asked, Are you also Korean? Untrang was grateful and thanked him, saying he wouldn't forget this kindness. He still calmly smokes his cigarette despite the kid shouting loudly, I will definitely repay you. Picking up the hat and placing it on Untrang, he said, This is Choi Yu-Trung. I didn't come here to save you. He turns around and walks away in a cool way, but he's actually here to save the future of the company. Got it? Then get up quickly. Peter reminds him that the way home is far away. The kid stands up and follows, muttering, That's so cool. Back in the present, Untrang says that's how I've managed to survive until now. Even after 40 years, I still can't forget the face of my benefactor. He stood in front of him and asked, Kim Sung-gu, right? Untrang deduces that Peter is that person's grandson. This statement makes Peter break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, I haven't been discovered yet. He sighed. It really looks like him, but I don't think I've ever heard that Peter has a family. He muttered to himself, It's been a long time since I felt this cold. Peter looked at the boy in front of him, the one he had saved before, and sighed. Still, that fragile kid has grown up unfairly. Untrang, curious, asked why he only chose one pen from the weapon stash and didn't pick more. He said that just accepting the gesture was enough, but he felt it wasn't enough, so he told me that no matter what happens, I couldn't let that person's grandson go like this. Peter probably saw something and looked a bit surprised. Untrang modestly said, It's just a small gift. Please accept it. As the heavy door slowly opened, he recounted a long time ago how the pinnacle of future technology from the Day Corporation inside revealed a motorcycle with Secretary Untrang introducing it, which his grandfather had saved and was a POS Vive 4 collection. Looking at each part of the motorcycle, he analyzed it with a powerful engine developed by DIH, a maximum speed of 527.21 kilometers per hour, and it was also equipped with an invisibility function that could disrupt all devices, ensuring it could perform missions freely, escape GPS, and CCTV. Juna touched the motorcycle and exclaimed, That's so cool. Peter casually replied, You really don't need to go that far. Go, Hyung felt a bit jealous but tried to stay calm. Don't make such a fuss. Go also goes along like a kid. Both of them bring the weapons they just took to her and ask, Sister, can I exchange it? The secretary shyly replied, No, and he threw the helmet at her, telling her to do something with it. Peter got on the car team and told her to hurry up and get in. Juna looked a bit confused, and he also wanted to go, but said he was waiting for us to leave. You're surprised by this, given our relationship? Your phone rings. It's Teacher Oku calling. Peter answers the phone. Teacher Kanju is sitting and preparing documents. It's me. Want to go sightseeing? The seniors of Glory probably want to see you all very much. After listening, he muttered, Is this a gathering of assassins? The old man hesitated. Well, it's been 4 years since someone was specially recruited, so everyone is quite curious. Come and show everyone the passion of youth. Go Hyung muttered, Youth. Go asked if it was okay. The scene shifts to him, and him sliding down a series of slopes, still confident that it will be really exciting. She sat in the back and called out, Kim Sung-gu pedaled on. Peter looked over and said that these friends would fall behind. Juna replied, So we should split up from them. Kanju told him on the phone that when we arrive, say that the monster rookie has come. All 4 of them are dressed in black suits standing in front of the Glory Club, Vinquang Branch Church in Kangseo. Go adjusts his hair arrogantly. Being too famous can be tiring. Go, Hyung straightened his tie and nodded. I guess everyone will be curious about us once we beat the S rank, right? He turned to ask Juna if she was ready. Peter muttered, Are they okay? Those two look very excited. He walks to the big door, pushes it open and says, Let's go in. Juna is amazed by the scene behind the door. Is this the place where the prophecy is bestowed? Inside, everyone is praying before God. The revelation. The assassins of glory will have missions matching their ranks. That is receiving the revelation. The priest speaks, the body of God. The man replied, Amen. He handed over the B-level master and sent his regards. Good luck to you. After observing, she was amazed to realize that the assassin was actually given such a mission, while Peter showed a bored expression. So this is how a low-level assassin takes on missions. He excitedly asked, Hey, what mission did you get? Are you excited in flipping the card to ask if it's about the level-up ceremony? Go, Hugh looked confused, wondering if the card he flipped over was the same. What do you mean by fighting? The priest stepped forward and asked, Is this your first time here? Uncle kindly explained, I never assign missions to newcomers. He arrogantly asked, Do you know who we are? You also go along and say that if he knew, he wouldn't say that. The priest takes out a glass of red water and holds it out to the two of them, saying, I will give you some special delicious holy blood. Godi immediately praised, This smells so good, no suspicion at all. Go Hyung burst out laughing and said, I guess this one caught our attention. Immediately after, the so-called holy blood poured down on his head, with the uncle's face full of satisfaction. How delicious is it? The priest wore a sinister smile. I've been waiting for you, D-rank trash. Go Hyung bit through the provocation card, unsure if it was tofu or soybeans. If it hurt or not, some people only learn when they get beaten. His face was full of veins and he looked up and asked, So are you the same? The people in the church started circling around them. Go activated his leg muscles in a challenge. So you fight regardless of rank. We don't spare the elderly. Go Hyung twists his body to warm up. It seems he's campaigning to reach B rank. The world outside is very cold. The scarred guy with the long scar beside his eye sneers contemptuously. Those damn fools. Wan Jang mocks. Even though I don't know what D rank means, I haven't understood it for a while now. The uncle's eyes widened when he heard you say that. Of course, he wouldn't know. Go Hyung rushes forward, confidently announcing that we were not born to be D rank. The scar-faced guy just dodged his kick. Immediately following, Go delivered a powerful punch and warned, Remember, we are the brothers of Detective J and will become S-rank envoys. Seeing the uncle dodge his attack, he gritted his teeth and said, This B-rank guy is such a nuisance. So now, we won't be joking around anymore. Hey, those guys are really good. Are they really just kids? They're not afraid of anything at all. Juna is amazed. The brothers are really skilled. They seem more confident now. Much stronger than the time we met Bei Sang-do. The scar-faced guy then retreated to the chair, looking confused. What is that? Uncle only saw Go muttering to himself. Where did the younger one go? Suddenly, two arms reached out from under the chair, grabbing the scar-faced guy's leg. Go suddenly sticks out from behind and asks, Are you looking for me? The uncle was startled and turned around in amazement, but it was so sudden. He immediately shouted, Go! Go appears like a giant, clenches his fists and leaps up, delivering a powerful strike from above, blood splattering onto Go Hyung's face in shock. The scar-faced man sneers. Is it raining like Peter? The uncle holding a bloodstained stick turned around and said with a smile, When I was your age, I was the same. Gotta teach the little ones some practical skills. Now I'm not joking anymore. Juna was startled when he heard Go's frantic scream, while Peter's face remained calm. He reached out and called loudly, Go! The uncle threw a punch so hard it distorted his face. Her face panicked as she rushed out quickly, shouting, Stop him! Juna was stopped by Wan Jang. The man, draped over both of them, smirked and asked, How about it? After seeing the truth, the assassin from Glory Jiang Quanjiang ranked 33rd in level B. Director Lai Quanjiang looked at the scar-faced man issuing orders, saying that guy would have to work his whole life to reach level B. Even normal assassins at that level are different. Glory's level D is assigned to targets who are ordinary people. There are a total of 336 level D operatives and 200 level C operatives, with level C facing targets that use violence similar to gangs, and only 100 level B operatives. Level B involves missions that can lead to conflicts between assassins. There are 36 level A assassins who handle national level assassination missions. After becoming a hitman, all he knew was to fight to the death, even to the point of vomiting blood to reach the peak of the Glory organization. He hesitated for a moment. Well, you have to abandon your life to reach level A, but from level S onwards, it's impossible to achieve no matter how hard you try. The 12 apostles at the top of the assassins, that's what an apostle is. The scar-faced guy squeezed Go Hyung's neck and sneered. Kid, I'll show you how to become an apostle, he stammered. What is that? Rebirth once more, and it's fine. Then suddenly, a blow like lightning struck Go Hyung's face, knocking him unconscious. The scar-faced man sneered. Do you guys know how arrogant you've been? What kind of messenger are you? Go suck your mother's milk instead. The people around burst out laughing mockingly. That guy, where would the kids from the glorious orphanage even find a mother? She pities him and speaks out. Do you really have to go this far? Wan Jang called out. Hey, little girl. He flicked Juna's head to remind him, I heard you're your dad's little bitch, huh? Be grateful if you're in that class. Without ability or qualification, you're just a killer. Even the passing dog has to laugh at him. Peter grabbed Jung's hand and squeezed it tightly as he kept rambling. But you know what? Even for Pa for In, it's still not enough. What is Wan Jiang muttering? He steps forward to protect Juna. Senior, don't cross the line, he wondered. What the hell is this, you bastard? As soon as Jiang curses your mother, Peter's grip tightens even more. You remain calm in the face of his challenge. Do you want to fight? The scene shifts. Dui Yuan grabs Peter by the collar and shouts in his face. No, Senior, you can't stand out. Look at that crazy killer Kim Sunu, defeating an A-level Beak Sang Do. Do you really believe it? She anxiously explained that with the Senior's strength, Glory's suspicion was only a matter of time, and any plans or schemes would become dangerous. No matter what happens to the kids, don't care. Now, I muttered, I know I have to hide myself well at level D if I want to strike from behind. Wan Jiang slapped Peter in the face and shouted, Hurry up and say it, you arrogant bastard. At this moment, she could only cover her face with her hand in fear while he spat out insults at him. Looks like those guys are just putting on a show in front of a girl. Peter calmly said, just hit him freely. Wan Jiang, hearing that, stopped and looked on curiously. What? He lowered his face and stayed silent. Then Peter softened his tone and said, Let me take him to the hospital. One person is seriously injured, the other is unconscious. It would be very dangerous not to go now. Just as Go woke up, he anxiously crawled over to Go Hyung. You said I wouldn't dare mention the envoy anymore. We will not forget what our seniors have taught us. Peter bowed coldly. Please, Senior. That bastard making someone lose all their strength. Fine, let's stop here then. Suddenly, Jiang reached out his hand to suggest replacing it. He requested and handed me a certificate of volunteer eligibility. His face showed some discomfort after hearing that request. Wan Jiang sneered, Hurry up and come back here. The four of them left the Glory Church, now looking completely different from their initial excitement, all exhausted and silent in an unusually strange way. Go Hyung is helped by Go Di as he sighs and says, What is this? I really don't know what to tell Master Kanju. Juna looked sad and sighed when she heard him say that if her certificate of eligibility was lost, she would probably lose all her hair. Gong stood in front, covering his face with his hand. Voice choked. I'm sorry, Lai Juna. Kim Gongu, will unable to protect everyone. Peter's eyes soften, even as he shouts, Can't you just reissue the certificate then? The more arrogant you are, the more dangerous it becomes. Go Hyung forced a weak smile, sounding self-reproachful. Honestly, I was planning to become the team captain and show everyone how cool I am. Go. Go, Captain, go! Peter gently covers Go Hyung's face with his helmet, tears streaming down his face. It's time to eat now, you respond with a choked voice. Yeah, the motorcycle wheel sped quickly along the road. At this moment, only he and she are on the road. Juna suddenly spoke up. Hey, Kim Gongu. Peter is curious. What is it? She asked. How can I become stronger then? He mocked. You're really asking a pointless question, Peter wondered. Why are you asking that? Juna hesitated. You just can't see anything, right? He asked her what she meant, confused. She remembered saying that we had been taken away like that. Peter replied, If the love is weak, of course you will be robbed. Peter felt annoyed and said, You really irritate me, Juna whispered. After all, she's just weak. He noticed that her hands were clenched tightly around his shirt. Peter felt really annoyed at this moment. The sound of the scar-faced man and Kananjong echoing in the church still feels so satisfying. This world is already crowded enough. Just thinking about fighting over a meal with those guys makes me want to go crazy. If they were sober, they would choose to do something else. That's right. He walks to the door and suddenly remembers. Oh, but who was that kid the uncle asked about earlier? Is she a pretty girl or the guy without eyebrows? Wan Jiang said no, not someone like that. Is it because he's still young? The man remarked, young but with a very cruel look in his eyes. Wan Jiang was surprised to see someone staying in the church tonight and exclaimed that it was not good. He burst out laughing mockingly. Is he here just to get beaten again? Maybe it's time to repent for being arrogant today. He still sits there praying without saying a word. Quang immediately asked loudly, Why aren't you answering while the elders are talking? Peter suddenly said, Do we really have to go that far? He asked somewhat confusedly, Has this guy not been beaten enough? Wan Jiang threatens, Today we will make sure you can't let him finish speaking. So I came here to show you. You have never seen and will never see an S-rank battle in your life. Peter, holding the rosary with a faint blue light shining, declares in a divine tone, the Battle of the Apostles. After hearing that declaration, both of them fell silent. The scar-faced man suddenly asked, What kind of battle between apostles is this? Uncle burst out laughing, saying, What kind of battle between apostles is that? Anything can happen in this world, huh? This guy, I've been working here for 14 years and I've never even met an apostle before. The scar-faced guy laughed until he cried. The uncle sneered, This young boy knows nothing about life. Just tease him for a while and then let him go. Wan Jiang, the scar-faced kid, called out again. Wan Jiang, the uncle glanced over and muttered, Wait, what's going on? Long scarred face called out nervously, Wan Jiang, why are you so still? Zhang's face darkened. A third-year high school student, a D-ranked assassin, not even remembering his name, with no weapons or support tools in hand, only a string of prayer beads. Clearly too many flaws. He sweat and muttered, "So how is that possible?" Wan Zhang looked into Peter's ruthless, ice-cold face and couldn't believe what he saw. How can those be the eyes of a D-rank kid? The uncle wondered in confusion. Hey, Quan Zhang, why are you just standing there? Are you afraid of that kid's name? What are you talking about? Wan Zhang holds his head, trying to calm himself down. That's right, he's just an ordinary kid with a mediocre gaze. I have overestimated him. The man holding the Bible in his hand calls out, "Hey kid, there's an unspoken rule accepted in this circle." Wan Zhang throws the book at him and says, "If a higher-ranking assassin rebels, the senior can handle them on the spot. If I throw this book, he will raise his hand to catch it." At that moment, his waist was unprotected. That's right, instinctively shielding the hit would make him bend forward, but what I was aiming for from the start wasn't his waist. He quickly moved in front of Peter, aiming his 2 fingers at Zhang's eyes. Enough! Suddenly, a look of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. He quickly used the chain from the prayer beads to attack Zhang, and all he saw was beads mixed with his blood splattering everywhere. Wan Zhang was stunned and muttered, "What is this?" It's not an ordinary string of beads. As he was stunned, Peter had already manipulated the cord to loop around Quan Zhang's neck. A terrifying silence, and then suddenly all the columns in the church are destroyed. He shivers, his pupils constrict, and with just a pull, he sends Zhang's head flying into the air. The scar-faced man gasped for breath, panic-stricken, as Zhang clutched his neck, trembling all over. The scarred man shouted loudly, "Wan Zhang, what are you just standing there for?" At this moment, he still hasn't shaken off the chilling sensation that just happened. Wan Zhang looked at him, trembling with fear, muttering, "No way." The image of myself getting defeated every time I fought Peter makes me more confident because I've experienced that feeling 1,000 times already. What I've learned from hundreds of battles over the decades is that my intuition can tell me who will win even without fighting directly. But what is this? This feeling isn't at a basic level like that. I've never imagined there could be someone this terrifying. What should I do now? If I go over there, I'll be completely screwed. With a calm yet terrifying face and cold eyes, he just stood there silently watching Zhang. Peter stepped closer, raising his hand, and before he could do anything, the guy panicked and screamed loudly. I was wrong. Wan Zhang closed his eyes tightly, his face covered in cold sweat as he shouted loudly. If you overlook what happened today, he raised his hand to his face, and so scared he went speechless said, I heard that sensing intent is a basic skill of a killer. With that in mind, the senior has truly extraordinary qualities. Wan Zhang was so frightened that he lost his footing and collapsed to the ground. Peter left with a reminder, saying, pay attention next time. When he got outside, he heard shouting from inside, and the uncle asked suspiciously, What are you doing? The guy's voice still trembling as he shouted loudly, Shut up or you'll get it. Wan drives the car in confusion. What is this person's situation? Peter was startled and looked up to be scolded by her. Are you crazy? Senior, why are you here? Dean stepped out of the car with the guide dog, scolding. Are you fighting again? If everything gets exposed, I don't know what I'll do. He casually put his hands in his pockets and said that wouldn't happen, causing her to snap in annoyance. What? What did Senior say? Peter replies, just try to think about it. In Wanjiang Church, she still couldn't stand up after experiencing that fear. Peter calmly told her that the assassin was a B-class but lost to a D-class assassin. Don't mention shame or let it spread. So that means they can't set foot in this area anymore. He sat on his motorcycle, about to leave, with a slightly sarcastic tone. If I were her, could I imagine losing to an 18-year-old kid without even throwing a punch? Hearing the motorcycle engine, Wan asked, Senior, aren't you coming with me? She pouted in frustration and muttered, I was so worried and chased after him, but he couldn't say a proper word. Pereira revs the engine and speeds off as the scene shifts to Goyoung and Go imagining Kanju erupting in fury. Hey, crazy guys, your assassin card is like your life. How could you lose it? Both trembling, they muttered, Damn it. They broke out in a cold sweat, panicking over how to escape the threat and jumped in surprise when they heard Wanjiang call. These kids, with faces like thugs, both of them panic and scream out loud. Yeah, they really are screwed. You fools get out of here and disappear from sight, Wanjiang asked calmly. What's wrong? He stammered, preparing to defend himself. Why? Why are you here again? Are you going to fight again? Anyone would be scared to see it like that. He calmly handed over 4 cards and said, I came to return this. Both of them exclaimed in shock. Is that the assassin card? Go shouted with joy. Brother, we are alive. Your big brother Wanjiang thought he was a bastard, but it turns out he's a good person. Wanjiang wasn't very interested, glanced at Peter and replied, So, that tough guy really is something else. Wanjiang then told me I should go. The two bow deeply at a 90-degree angle and shout, Goodbye, boss. He yells back, What, boss? I'm not a gangster. Looking at Juna's ID card in his hand, Peter thought he should return it to her soon, but he didn't seem nervous at all. After getting the card back, Go Hyung immediately showed it off to the girls. Hey, do you want to see this card? Like a student assassin or something. The brown-haired girl exclaimed in admiration. Are you guys really assassins now? He smirked mischievously and asked, Do I really need to ask? The scene shifts to a closed room where intense training noises echo. Juna rushes at the mannequin in front of her, each swift and precise stab with her knife hitting vital points as sweat drips down her forehead and her gaze remains unwavering. She recalls the times when she couldn't help anyone during battles, muttering to herself, "So pitiful." It was the same then. And even then, Juna forcefully stabbed the doll while shouting in helplessness, "I am so pathetic I can't do anything." If things keep going like this, Jujin's younger brother will be in danger. Peter suddenly said, "What's so pathetic about that?" She was startled and turned to look at him with tearful eyes. Peter held out the card and said, "Here, take this back." Juna turns around to pack her things, her voice soft but firm. "I don't have the right to accept this. Seeing the case with the two sisters on it, are you curious because of her?" Peter spoke in a low, provocative voice. Feeling guilty, she tried to become a killer, all for her younger brother. She angrily punched her phone and shouted, "Shut up!" Juna, furious, grabbed his collar and scolded, "What do you know to talk?" "If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense," Peter replied calmly. "You're right. I really don't know anything about you." He took her hand and softly said, "But it's not that I don't know anything. Like that child. What if he's not your real brother?" Yoon was stunned. "How do you know?" Peter asked curiously what had happened to his brother, as her eyes seemed to see memories from the past flash before her when hearing his words. In the past, Juna's younger brother ran up to her feet excitedly and called out, "I want to run away with you. Please take me with you." "Are we family?" Juna looked at the boy coldly and replied, "What family are you talking about? It's nonsense." She felt annoyed and scolded. "Go away. Lai Yujin, you're not even my younger brother anymore. Since I was born, my family has been abandoned in a storage closet on the subway. I don't have a family. I should have stayed in there. Unfortunately, I was saved and taken to an orphanage. Food and clothing are always scarce, but I don't feel uncomfortable. Family and friends are the same. I don't want to think about any of that because I don't want to be abandoned again. I think being alone like this is better. It makes me stronger. I wish I could die as soon as possible." The scene shifts to Juna lying on a stretcher with her body covered in wounds. The bald old man calls out to Lai Juna. "Stay awake, Lai Juna. You're losing too much blood, doctor." She slowly opened her eyes, and the doctor asked what was wrong. The old man explained the situation. "The girl was shot while on a mission. I can't stop the bleeding here." He asked for advice. There are no more blood bags left. "Should I send the patient to Yonkwang Hospital?" the doctor suddenly exclaimed. "What did you say?" Juna was stunned when she heard the bald old man say, "Just leave it at the junkyard." Someone's voice rang out, but Juna had been here for a long time already. He spoke coldly. "Forget it. There aren't just one or two of us here. They cut our benefits, but it turns out that's for the best." Juna lay still as her heart gradually numbed. That's right, the bald old man left earlier warning that staying here forever would be dangerous. So let's go quickly. The boy hurriedly ran after, calling out, "Let's go together, teacher. Let's just say from the beginning we are nothing to each other. I have long known the true nature of this place. This should have happened sooner. At least everything is still okay. I feel more relieved now. It's an almost perfect effect." In the dark night, the warm voice of the doctor echoes. "You're awake now?" She looked at him trembling. "Why am I still alive?" The doctor said it was a miracle, and that since the miracle happened. After waking up, Juna hurried to the playground to ask where the kids were, but Lu Jin had disappeared. "How stubborn can you be?" It seems she realized something and hurried back to the hospital. The boy muttered, "Even though the doctor tried to stop me, they couldn't do anything more." In her haste, Juna's bare feet got hurt. Juna's brother's voice is firm. "I have to save my sister no matter what." She ran wildly to find the boy, her body not yet fully recovered. "Lu Jin, where are you?" Juna's younger brother told the doctor to say to her that a miracle has happened. The pale boy lying on the bed, unconcerned about himself, asked, "My sister will get better, right? I thought I didn't have a family, but every day, in the same place, she always cares about me." Juna runs to find the boy crying out loud. "Why did you do that, Lai Jujin? I didn't even realize I had a family." The bald old man pointed and asked, "Do you know how much a pack of blood-clotting medicine costs? Buying a bottle costs up to 1.7 million dong. The old man complained, "I've been taking that red earth medicine for a few days now. Every 5 hours, it really costs money." The bald old man was rambling. Medicines weren't as expensive as they are now back in the day. Then the doctor was hit by Juna running towards him. Seeing her fall to the ground, he wondered why. Lai Juna fell to the ground, weakly begging, "Please, doctor, don't leave it." She trembled as she struggled to stand up. "I'm fully recovered now. No more pain. I can go earn money again. How much is it all free of charge? I will pay it all." With a determined look, Juna said, "No, money doesn't matter because I am the older sister of that boy. For the first time in my life, I have a reason to keep living." Back in the present, she lowered her face as tears silently rolled down her cheeks, questioning herself. Could it be that he's not my biological brother? It's a little different, so what? Juna firmly said, "I will save my brother at all costs." Peter clenched her hand and replied, "Fine, it seems. My words were useless. I will go now to finish training." I stammered, "You're the strongest person I've ever met." Juna grabbed Peter's sleeve and called out, "Hey." He was a bit surprised and turned around to see her pitiful face. Jun begged, "Please help me become stronger." Juna shyly with a red face, lowering her head and muttering to herself, what did Lai Juna just say? I'm going crazy. Then I imagine myself biting a pillow and kicking the blanket in anger. Come on, why ask for help? B, calm down. Since they've already said it, just say it seriously. I mean you! She pointed at Peter's face and shouted, Be my master! Then there was a silence, surrounded by darkness, with only a spotlight shining on Juna and Peter standing there. After a while, he also asked curiously, Do you often ask others for help like this? She still pointed at his face, stammering loudly, How serious do you want me to be? All right, I get it. So what do I get out of this? Who do you think you are? Without a master like you, I've been doing just fine on my own all this time. Anyway, I'm still considering your proposal. Suddenly, Juna spun around, pressed her face against Peter's shoulder, and excitedly said in a loud voice, I'll call you master from now on. He looked down at her and said, There's only one disciple like you. I already find it terrifying. She ignored him and shouted louder, Teacher, I know I am your disciple now, so teach me some skills quickly. He still replied coldly, I need to think about it. Her strength was weak and her physical condition and constitution were not good. She was afraid of many things, but her temper was as hot as fire. She was too unfocused, which is the worst condition for becoming an assassin. His every word felt like arrows piercing Juna, but she still refused to give in and angrily retorted, You want to fight? What do you think my personality is like? Peter coldly interrupted, But Juna, she has a very good face, quite quick and sharp, suitable for becoming an assassin. She was surprised and puzzled when she heard this. Eyes, he replied. From the moment at Ponchuan restaurant to today, Junquo responded to her at the same time, and he also understood why he had his eyes on Lai Juna. In just a moment, he remembered when Juna covered one eye but still watched the person who had fallen, or when he fought with the two guys rushing to attack him. A punch flies as two men in vests team up to attack someone, and she stands nearby watching. Just like when the Chaos and Soul was attacking him, he also noticed her eyes were focused in that direction. I heard that baseball players can hit home runs and even see the trajectory of the ball as it comes toward them. He put his hand in his pocket, tilted his head to acknowledge her, and said, I am sure your eyesight is even better than theirs. Dan Sen thought to himself. He was quite surprised that Juna noticed Park Sang-do's finger. Are you complimenting me? Peter replied coolly, I'm just telling the truth. Anyway, weapons will turn Juna's weaknesses into strengths. This is the weapon that will help Juna defeat anyone. If she knows how to use it properly, she can do everything herself without any master. Then he threw it to Juna, and she quickly caught it. Peter kept reminding her that the weapon would help her become a true assassin. Hearing this, she opened her hand to look, feeling amazed and wondering. Here, a person is holding a bill, sniffing it and exclaiming how fragrant it is. Go Hyung, wearing a red shirt holding money, sits on the sofa, happily smiling at Go in a blue shirt beside him. An assassin is officially paid 1 million world each week. He also cheerfully responds, How much would I get if I become an apostle? 10 times more? Peter walked by and thought to himself, No, for an apostle those things don't matter at all because they can enjoy anything they need with just a single word. The two guys are still excitedly showing their money and asking each other what to buy. Then suddenly they think of something and say they want an iPad Max. Peter still quietly wondered, 1 million watts for a D-class assassin. Then he asked himself, But I don't see student Juna around. Go replied, Juna is definitely working part-time. He asked again, Working part-time? He questioned further, saying, It's been a while this time, probably 2 weeks. It seems like she's been cleaning lately. Peter wondered, Cleaning up? Go, explain, it's been a while, hasn't it? That's cleaning up the traces left by the killers at the scene. I find it disgusting because there's also feces and entrails. But she's really capable of doing something terrible. Then she laughs at herself. At the same time, Juna, dressed in blue protective gear, was vigorously cleaning the spilled syrup on the shattered scene of the floor, sweat soaking her as she gently removed her mask to breathe. Meanwhile, Peter and Go are still discussing intensely. Once she becomes an official assassin, she just sits still and earns 1 million won a week. I wonder what drove her to work so hard like that. At that moment, Juna smiled as her phone screen showed a kid happily putting his arm around her neck. Go wondered if it was because of the money for food. Peter wondered, Is it about the meal money? He immediately smiled and replied, She eats a lot. Then he exclaimed, You don't know anything, do you? Eating together can save quite a bit of money. The group meal is free. At that moment, Juna stuffed her mouth with food until her cheeks were puffed out. Go Hyung smiled. No, that's not right. If you want to grow up, you have to spend money freely. Kim Soon-gu, if you want to become rich like a tycoon, remember what I told you. Then Go turn to accuse. Hey, Sun-gu is ignoring what you said. He responds, Even though he's ignoring me, he still looks really cool. Peter didn't care and thought to himself that she couldn't possibly spend that much money on herself. There must be some secret Juna is hiding. Suddenly someone shouted out and both families said together, A message from Juna. Go Hugh hesitated before continuing. But what is a scarf for spring this year? On the phone screen, Juna, nicknamed Baby, sent a message with a scarf around her neck. At the ice factory, the temperature is shown as -20°C. Go, wiping his nose, asked, Hey, why did Juna bring us, people with bodies worth their weight in gold, to this place? The two shivering in their red scarves, with runny noses still dripping, clutching each other's hands, Go bitterly shouted, Damn it! Hey, Lai Juna, do you know that our daily salary is 1 million? Hand over the money now. Juna, wearing gloves and a tight-fitting outfit, lightly wiped her chin and sneered. That's a surprise. Just a few days ago, you couldn't even earn enough for a meal? Go D, trembling with anger, shouted loudly, "Enough! Take it already! What exactly is she doing here?" She replied, "What else could I be doing? Of course, I am practicing." Surrounding her are rectangular blocks stacked on top of each other. Go Hyung asked curiously, "Oh, did you find a new part-time job?" Go still wearing his scarf, marveling. "You must be making a lot of money," Juna retorted angrily. "Hey, I'm practicing, you idiot!" "What exactly are you trying to do? What training? Breaking ice with your bare hands?" "What do you mean? Nothing with your hands? You have gloves on." "Here it is." The two of them huddled together and looked. Sunu still didn't understand and kept wondering what it was. The scene shifts to Juna receiving the weapon Peter hands her, who also explains that it's a Thung Tu. A dart attached to a coil of rope in her hand makes Juna ask again, "Dart, can it really help me become a true assassin?" Yes, the power depends on the speed, with the whip being the signature weapon of Yu. When thrown, the dart spins and has much greater destructive power than usual. He continued explaining. Another big advantage is that the enemy cannot predict when and where the dart will fly in. She asked again with suspicion, fast and strong. But Kim Sunu, instead of this, I would rather use a gun. Back in the present, the two men chuckled softly and said, "What kind of secret weapon is this?" Even if it's really powerful, breaking through that thick ice with a single strike is just a toy for Go Hyung to smash with a rope. "Why didn't you use that gun?" Go exclaimed, "Oh, Unsought Wankin is better. Guns are more powerful and easier to handle." "Unsought Wankin is just as you wanted," Juna agreed, saying you're right. Gohu asked again, recalling when Peter explained Onto Wankin to her. "He makes a gun shape with his hand, but if he wants to kill 5 people, he needs 5 bullets. But this weapon is different. If it's a normal shot, Song Juna would immediately raise her weapon." A streak of white light flashes past the astonished faces of the two guys. Juna's eyes are full of determination and focus as she forcefully thrusts forward, understanding her own weapon. As a result, a series of stone blocks shattered. Goyong and Go were stunned and dodged. She silently marvels in her mind that it would be a pity if it were on Kin. Go-hyung and Go shout together in fear, their mouths forming an O as they gasp. "Ah, destroy all the rocks in one strike." Go quickly raises his hand to hold the boy's chin in panic. How could it be? Then the two of them turn to whisper quietly. "Brother, what's its name?" "What is this, I wonder? How much does Thuong Tio cost?" "Hurry and check it out." Junna, standing far away, wrapped her scarf and reminded. "Don't be so obvious. By sunset, the evening sunlight will be almost covered by the clouds." Bin Su, ranked 113th in Category D as the Ice Factory Director, walks over with his hands in his life jacket pockets and asks Juna, "How is it? Is everything good?" She put her bag on her shoulder and cheerfully replied, "Yes, Senior, I will clean up now." He glanced at her and said, "What cleaning up?" Juna, surprised, asked again. Bin Su questioned, "Are you Lai Juna? I've seen many people come to break the ice before, locking themselves in here for days, and I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. But no, I see you are the first person to succeed. You have broken all the ice blocks here." A scene of chaos and destruction unfolds before the two of them. Juna hesitated. "I'm sorry." He stood calmly beside her and continued, "What's there to apologize for?" Then she rummaged through her bag to call Bin Su back. "That's right, Senior. Wait a moment. I almost forgot to pay you for the stone." He also raised his hand to reply, "No need, 3 hours ago. Your friend already paid. He gave me 1 million world." In the distance, Peter's figure was disappearing after handing over the money. Juna looked confused and asked again. Then he continued. He also handed her this before quickly turning to remind Juna. "Here, take this. I wonder about the small bottle of medicine on her swollen, scratched hand. This is Bin Su standing nearby, reminding her. She'll probably need it. Apply it now before it leaves a scar." Then Juna turned and walked out, tucking the medicine into her side pocket. The evening sunlight shines on the ice factory as she slowly walks away, wondering what she should say to him. Grateful, thank you. The phone screen now shows the chat window of the old man. "Miss Juna, I put your contact book in the drawer and the message you're writing. Thank you." Suddenly she had a realization and quickly deleted what she had just written. She was full of doubt, wondering what she should say to Kim Soon-gu. "Oh, I don't know." After a while, Peter picked up the phone and asked her, "Hello, is there something wrong?" Juna sat back and replied, "I'm just curious about what's on the menu today. I really admire this person." She interrupted, "Are you whining?" Peter replies, "There are both meat and strawberries you like. Is that okay? You're shy to raise your voice." "Well then, I'm hanging up now." Suddenly, Peter's voice continued to echo. "Hey, Juna, congratulations on getting your own weapon. I hope you do well with it." Juna was stunned, but he also hung up and said goodbye. See you later. He is wearing workout clothes, sitting against a pole and reading a book. In the distance, Goes is sitting next to Go Hyung, who is practicing regular shooting. "You're so annoyed. Luna did it." "So what is it really? Is it talent?" "Just go and advise him to give up. If you don't have the talent, 10 years of practice won't make a difference." Peter put the book down, turned around, and walked away. "Juna, Do you know? The power and weapons you've been searching for all this time have been in your hands for a long time. That book contains Juna's information and scenes of her performing elegant ice ballet. The scene shifts to a wall painted like the sky with white clouds. A loud scream echoes as those guys. A man in office attire covered in syrup groans on the ground. He then strips naked and raises his sword to cut off that guy's head, loudly declaring, "I am Perongdu." 4 or 5 others point their weapons at him, but he still taunts with a sneer. "Get in, all of you. Do you think you can beat me? That's going to be tough." Sang-do was a bit stunned and took a defensive stance. The other person stepping on the hand of a fainted man and continuing, "B levels are not enough, and C levels are even less of a match. If you want to beat P. Sang-do, who is at level A," he paused for a moment before speaking doubtfully, "it can only be an apostle." The person in the white coat stepped forward, and the crowd around him bowed their heads in respect. Sang-do looked stunned and emotionless, then lowered his sword next to the pair of green crops with adorable stickers. He bent down to pick up the sword and continued, "I hear you love betting, so why don't you bet with me? You're an A rank, right? Park Sang-do, the assassin, is about to become an S rank envoy." Then he places the sword into the other's hand and challenges, "Do you think you can win against a real envoy?" The man stammered, unable to speak, as the reflection in the mirror showed a lecherous smile from the other person. "Dissolve the S-rank Nathaniel." A loud, unpleasant scream echoes out. "No, no." A little girl with orange hair throws a tantrum, even waving her shoe. "I won't get the shot." Danby doesn't want the injection. Go, dressed as a patient, laughs and teases. "That girl really is the weakest. It's just a shot, so why make such a fuss?" Go Hyung, standing nearby, agrees. "At this rate, the kid will never grow up."
Then that girl was also carried away by her family. The 2 boys trembled as they looked at the nurse.
"Go Hyung, please help. Sister, can you give us some anesthesia?" Peter looked speechless while Juna sighed. "Idiots." Then the 2 of them sighed and complained, "Why do they need so much blood? Anyone seeing that would think I'm donating blood." Peter understood silently. All of them had to undergo a health check to become assassins at St. San Hospital, run by the Glory organization. "You have to go through some tests." The receptionist asks him, "What year were you born?" He hesitated and then answered, 2005. Juna stands nearby, watching. Peter thinks to himself, "But anyway, the most annoying part is drawing blood." The nurse steps out to call Kim Sungu. "Next, we will proceed with drawing blood. You also know that the reason for taking blood is very simple." When he was with Juan, he also explained that it was to tighten the collar. Biological information like NA and fingerprints won't change no matter how much you disguise yourself. Once you betray the organization and run away, it will be like a chain tightening around your neck, suffocating you to death. The nurse beside Peter gently tied his arm while he continued to ponder. And then it was only a matter of time before Peter's old NA was revealed, as the young boy who had his blood drawn today had NA identical to Peter's. "In other words, my identity will be exposed." Then he frowned slightly, switching to Dewey Wan and her dog, both suspiciously frowning while applying cucumber slices. "Hold on, Senior, say that again." "Why are you here?" Peter replied helplessly. "I told you already, they took my blood." She angrily pats his back. "You little dog," you bite into the cucumber and it flies out. "Hey, it's you. You're so stupid. If this keeps up, I won't survive. Last time I got into trouble with B-level assassins, and now what? Blood? They took your blood. Just make a billboard that says, 'I am Peter' already. Your hand is covered with a cute cartoon bandage." Raising an eyebrow in suspicion, I reply, "An advertisement sign? That's a good idea." D1 snorts and scolds. "What did you just say? Senior, do you really want to die?" "All right, I won't let them find out that easily. I'm thinking of a way to avoid being controlled by them." She asked again in that same tone, "How?" He chuckled softly and replied, "I will blow up that hospital with faith." Juan sighed irritably and patted his back. "This old man is really annoying," he softly called out to remind. "That hurts, Juan," she shouted. "Say something reasonable." She suspiciously removes the cucumber slices. "Are you really younger? How would I know?" "Why wouldn't I know? That's Glory's favorite place. Seon St. Ton General Hospital is South Korea's largest hospital operated by Glory. It looks like an ordinary place from the outside, but we know the secret hidden inside. Killers are disguised as medical accidents to eliminate wounded assassins, a place where you can easily hide bodies. A killer hospital for killers and by killers," Peter continued. "My Na is probably managed by the hospital's data center." Jan shrugged and said, "So we have no choice but to wipe out that center, right? And you, Senior, you're always like this. But do you know who is managing that hospital right now?" She put her glasses back on, frowning. "It's the messenger Nathaniel." Then he shouted loudly, "That bastard isn't human." Peter just listened in silence without replying. In the hallway, a door is slightly ajar where a doctor is intently sitting at a computer, accompanied by Juan's narration, codenamed Nathaniel. His main job was as a doctor, praised as a gift from heaven, a medical genius. A year later, he was involved in a medical accident and then disappeared. What on earth just happened? 4 years ago in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, a police officer was driving calmly when suddenly he stuck his head out of the window in shock. What is that? Who is it this time? Which crazy person dares to joke right in front of the police station? 2 rows of trees on either side are hung with different heights of shadow figures, and suddenly he screams in pain. Then the car crashes into the pole in front of the station. On that hanging wire, each suspended body has lost different parts, intertwined with the crackling of the radio as reports are sent to the commander. All the victims in this case have been identified as gangsters from Rio de Janeiro. Other gangs are suspicious of third parties causing trouble. This is the chance for them to gather their forces and rebel. Commander, please call the whole team. Switch to a scene where soldiers are gathering in front of a door to discuss. If they resist, shoot them all. Any movement and you'll get punched. This is the Graham anti-crime operation. Someone gently pushes the door open, sensing the smell of gunpowder. There was a shooting here earlier. Suddenly, he unexpectedly ordered to hold position. I wonder silently, what is this? Why is there no one here? And why are those guns bent like this? No, more accurately, is this really something humans could have done? A bloody scene with countless guns stuck on the post. A soldier turns and looks worried. I have a bad feeling about this. I will report to headquarters first. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and shouted. Sergeant Fernando next to him immediately asked, "What's wrong?" And then a hand reached out to the sergeant, causing him to scream in pain before being dragged away. Everyone then scrambled around. Damn it, an assault was underway. Something was inside requesting backup from headquarters. The voice calling out as the person was dragged away shouted, "Help me!" Then he grimaced and asked himself what the hell this was. A door opened inside, pitch black, surrounded by syrup. The commander softly called, "Chew, Sergeant Fernando." He wondered in confusion. "What's over there? Over there?" In that room, a twisted voice echoed, and then suddenly, something flashed past his eyes. To his surprise, he confirms, "All right, let's go." He was dressed in a thick uniform. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed, and he looked up in fear. A person dressed as a doctor holding a bloody head. Surrounding them are bodies with their heads stuck to the ceiling. His voice rang out, "Give me more! Give me a stronger one!" The commander shouted in fear, firing repeatedly ahead. Then, 6 gangs in Rio de Janeiro had been skirting the law for 30 years, and the world's highest-ranking military police force had been completely wiped out. In just one day, Peter sat in front of a computer screen reading information, with knocking sounds outside. So what? It was really hard to get that information. The little dog excitedly jumps on him. He crosses his arms and replies, "I am a bit curious. People can really bend a gun like that?" She frowned and smiled. "Senior, that information was even a secret of the Rio de Janeiro government, unprecedented." The two of them and the dog leave the computer room. Dai Juan continues, "That monster is at St. Ton General Hospital. It's better to find a loophole rather than attack head-on." Peter stands beside, gently stroking the puppy, and smiles softly, saying, "Thanks to you, I learned a few good things. She is very proud." "That's right. Luckily, you also found out about it." "Thanks to you, I figured out a way to sneak in." Dui Yuan tilted his head in admiration. This uncle really hasn't changed at all. She gently stroked his head and added, "Really, as soon as you walked in, Teo was right there." Peter looked at her. "No worries, I'm not at a disadvantage." "Wait, I have an idea. Let me borrow it." The girl slightly lifts her head to look up. Dui Yuan asked nervously, "What do you want to do?" He turned and replied, "It's nothing serious." "Daddy, look there." Some people on the street are surprised and asking, "Peter, what?" Peter looked up nearby, thinking to himself, "It's nothing serious." The paper he's holding mentions serving hot meals for the elderly at Club Glory, along with a sponsorship phone number. He keeps telling himself it's just a simple greeting. The screen in the square shows the St. Ton General Hospital 30th anniversary banner, with Peter visiting Dr. Nathaniel and his photo on the display. An old man questions whether it's really safe to infiltrate the Glory server as instructed, while setting up the billboard. If Glory finds out, she will be in danger. Risking your life over a prank by a 19-year-old kid is too reckless. Juan gently puts on his glasses and reassures her, "It's okay." He asks again, "Miss, why is that?" She said so, but in the past 50 years, I've never seen that reckless man fail at a carefully planned mission. In the Glory Hospital, whispers are spreading. Did you hear that? It seems that Peter is really still alive. He even hacked into the Glory headquarters electronic board and uploaded ads. So we're about to meet the real Peter? The assassin was sent to catch Peter. A D-grade assassin with low combat skills, wearing a hospital uniform and full of questions to the other two. But why did they call us? How can I possibly catch the Apostle Peter? "Hey buddy, I'm just a security guard. But those guys are the ones who will actually catch Peter. They're all famous assassins in Brazil. Just looking at them gives me chills." Those two are in hospital gowns, one black, one white. Code name. The funeral service agent from Rio de Janeiro, Nathaniel's Special Forces. The general information is mainly estimated at level A to B. The patient in the hospital gown responds, "A-level assassins are very rare, yet they choose to be on the same side as the Apostle Nathaniel." I'm truly amazed that finally I get to witness a battle between the apostles. Who do you think will win? That old man must be around 70, and I heard he's got terminal cancer. This will be an absolute victory. Suddenly a shout interrupted, "Peter will win. Go Hyung and go," said in unison. "It's us," one of us asked. "Why are you cheering for someone who's about to be caught?" Another guy sneers. "Let them be. Who would pay like that for a rookie?" Honestly, deep down I wish he wouldn't come. a look of surprise and admiration. Are you both? The other guy replied. Don't you think so? His face is very distinctive. He can't possibly survive leaving here. No. He couldn't even get in himself. Peter crossed his arms in front of his chest coldly. Codename Peter Aga Akim Sungu, with security level D336, former ambassador status. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted for everyone to gather. If anyone encounters Peter, do not attack him. Instead, pretend to obey him and use the tranquilizer gun provided earlier. He is not someone to be underestimated. So I will use a type of bullet that can sedate an elephant in just 3 seconds. Also, as soon as you meet him, find a way to press the emergency alert button to report your current location. An A-level assassin will be sent to assist you. Is everything clear now? Peter stood nearby and nodded to himself, clearly thinking to himself. He glared in self-mockery, then smirked slightly to catch Peter off guard. The commander's voice echoes about the location, and everyone responds in unison. Then, the sound of orders follows. Kim Soon-gu returned to his position and then ran off quickly because he knew he would need Peter. A red pond with bubbles rising bursts. Rumors are spreading. I heard Peter has declared war, huh? A group of men relaxing in the pool. Everyone is confused and wants to know if Glory is okay. I hear that everyone outside is doubting the leadership of the new boss, Glory. Hey, why is this person like that? A white-haired guy sitting near Raphael with a demon tattoo speaks. Ever since I heard it involved Peter, I felt uneasy. The brown-haired guy replied, I heard they still haven't found him yet. They keep talking about it. Peter has been here several times. Maybe he came and turned everything upside down. Choi Trang, you know that well, right? That Peter, how talented he really is. He stood silently beside him, not replying. The white-haired guy leaning against the wall replied with a smirk. So, I say, don't make the problem worse and just settle it now. If even an old tiger can't catch it, I advise you to give up quickly. I mean, don't let us fight. Raphael bowed his head and said, sorry for my overthinking. From now on, I will live true to my identity. That made both Untrang and the brown-haired man stunned. He continued, admitting, I treat the old men too well that I almost forget my own identity. Then he stood up, revealing all his tattoos, pressing the bald man's head into the water. If you've already reached the rank of Army Chief of Staff, you should retire with dignity. He continues to press the other's head, issuing a threat. Do I look like a fool? With this damn intuition and my arrogant thoughts, I'm really looking forward to it. Peter? He smiled softly, thinking to himself, the masterpiece I create will compete against the masterpiece crafted by my father's own hands. If they face off, who would win? At a hospital, someone's voice rings out. Wait, hold on. Then, he used force to break his neck, causing the guy to only manage a cry before collapsing to the floor. Suddenly, he jumped up happily and looked around. Oh my god, that felt so good. When did you learn this amazing technique? It's nothing special, it's just my job. By the way, do you know a doctor named Na Hyun-in working at this hospital? The other person rubbed his neck and continued. Na Hyun-in? That's the first time I've heard that name. Peter then put on his glasses and stepped into the hallway. He gently pushed up his glasses, telling himself he had to find Nathaniel. But the person named Na Hyun-in is actually non-existent. Neither the name nor the face. Could it be that the kid left everything behind to hide his identity? He placed his hand on the railing and looked down. But clearly, everyone says that Apostle Nathaniel is somewhere in this hospital. Turns out it's a race against time to see who finds the other first. Oh, with everyone coming and going so busy downstairs, someone suddenly asked what he was doing. Sunu was bandaging his leg while standing next to Go Hyung, who was bandaging his arm and sitting in a wheelchair, and he chuckled, Can't I go faster? Peter interrupted. The injured person with the leg was not in a wheelchair. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Where's Runa? Go Hyung shrugged and laughed. Well, she probably can't come here. Not high enough level. She's only rank 335, Peter reminded. I'm only at rank 336 now. Go slightly bows and explains. You're our most trusted right-hand man, so you get special treatment. He leans on the railing and continues. While you were out having fun, we searched all the hallways thoroughly. He casually put his hand in his pocket and said, Thanks for the trouble. Go Hyung advised, if you find anyone suspicious, you must call us immediately. You're inexperienced, so let us handle it. I will remember that. Suddenly, Jang covered Peter and Go with both hands and shouted in panic, Wait, I'm going crazy. I think I saw Peter. Go asked in surprise. What? Where is this man? Oh my god. Is it really true? Go Hyung now confirms that Peter has gray hair. Hey, what else does Y Trang want? A chubby man with a beer belly wearing a red striped shirt walks by. He is speechless, wondering where he really resembles. He calls the two people back. Grandpas, twin brothers, that old man isn't Peter. They shouted together. Sir, quietly whispering, you are the hero, right? He was a bit stunned and replied, Hero? That's right. Right in front of me was the hero who protected the country. Go, Hyung continued whispering and holding the old man's hand. You can't stay here. We'll take you somewhere quiet. The old man panicked and said, Let me go. These two, it's time for me to go for treatment, they said together loudly again. Let's put the treatment aside for now. Follow us, please, someone quietly asked. Do the doctors need an injection? Peter looked back at her. The nurse just asked, what do you mean by that? She gently covered her mouth and smiled, saying, so I saw you catch that old man. Did I misunderstand your intention? He realized. Then he squinted and smiled. It's okay. I already took it earlier. At the same time, I understood. The game in San Peter has already started, hasn't it? Everyone around is talking to the elderly people in front of them. Sir, I need to draw your blood. What? Suddenly bleeding? Whose blood? I will help you for free. I'm fine, really. Go and Goyoung are still holding onto the old man's arms, making him shout out in protest. It's not these two kids. I'm here to heal, so hurry up and let me out. They both make a finger-tapping gesture to signal silence. Oops, we told you to stay outside quietly. Suddenly, a girl passing by bumped into Go-hyung, making him cry out. Who was that? Are you looking down your nose at me? The other quickly replied. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was surprised to realize. Leuna, why are you here again? You can't enter here with rank 335. She was wearing office attire, looking over, confused and hesitant. I just came because my sister is also here. Go-hyung asked again, surprised. This is the first time hearing about this. Juna's family hurriedly waved and ran off. Anyway, I'll go ahead now. Go asked in surprise. What's wrong with this girl? Go-hyung replied with a smile. Anyone who knows for sure is afraid of the glory of the 333 rank. Peter fell silent. Juna, what are you doing here? Suddenly his glasses transmit the sound of a question. Are you now worried about your juniors? He mutters to himself. Duan. She's as sharp as a demon. She led the little dog and asked, have you found Nathaniel yet? I think I have. In the HR department, you didn't gather any special information, right? He replied, while I was still thinking of a way. He crossed his arms and thought, both Nathaniel and I are looking for each other. The way Nathaniel revealed himself without exposing his identity under the name Kim Sun-gu, he looked over at a bearded black man holding a baseball bat. Rodrigo comes from Rio's funeral organization, a B-level assassin with his only hobby being killing people, and he suddenly speaks up. Glory level D, you guys better do your jobs properly. Sooner or later, you'll end up under my control. Peter squinted and grinned slyly. Hello, sir. I am Kim Sun-gu, a level D of glory. I will quietly walk away. You just need to whisper softly and find out. Juan didn't hear clearly and asked again, what did you say, senior? Peter continued. Since he couldn't see the fisherman's face, the fish had no choice but to bite the hook. Jan, I think it's time to use that. She slightly pushed her lips in doubt after hearing that. You're already reminding me. I'm about to go into the room now. She smirked and replied, okay, be a bit gentle with our kids. Senior, Peter washes his hands thoroughly with soap. He stands in front of the operating room, wearing green scrubs, holding his chin and pushing the door open with his foot. Rodrigo, sitting on the bed, asks, what's going on? Who are you? Peter covered himself and replied, I am Kim Sunu, a D-level assassin assigned to perform the surgery today. Is the D-level the same glory assassin I just met earlier? Go outside and find Peter, he explained. But the person I am looking for is not him, but Apostle Nathaniel. Where is he now? What do you mean? Why does a lowlife like you ask about that person? He chuckled softly and replied, I didn't expect an answer, but there's only one reason a killer would ask about someone. He gritted his teeth and then charged forward. It's murder. He laughed and swung his staff with force just when your old man was getting bored. All right, cut to the next scene, the certain autistic scene. A man hurriedly runs over with a tablet. Professor, I have something to report. Nathaniel turned to ask what was going on, and the other immediately bowed his head, nervously holding up tablet to respond. Please take a look, Professor. Isn't this just a CCTV footage? He replied, yes, it was recorded in the orthopedic surgery ward on the 3rd floor, showing Peter talking to Rodrigo. He remained silent, then slightly smiled. He was counting the seconds in his head. 1, Rodrigo swung the bat, but Peter dodged every time. 3, Peter delivered a direct kick to his head. 5, he stepped forward and kicked the other in the groin. 7, he swung his leg to kick his back, sending Rodrigo flying away. Then, he immediately punched him in the stomach, sending Rodrigo flying out of the frame to the right. Nathaniel muttered to himself, truly just 10 seconds. The surrounding scene is in ruins, with Rodrigo slumped in a corner. Peter steps closer to the camera, wondering if he really took down a B-level assassin in just 10 seconds. Peter keeps moving forward. Nathaniel uses his hand to zoom in on the screen, gently removes his mask, and he chuckles in admiration. Finally, you've decided to reveal yourself. The camera analyzed the face and confirmed it was Peter. He asked his subordinate again after the fight. Where did he go? The guy stammered as he bowed his head. That matter is still being checked by the security department, but according to the report, except for the footage the professor just reviewed, all CCTV files in the hospital have been completely deleted. He was trembling with sweat. We have no way to stop it with technology. He shouted loudly, please, Professor, spare my life. Once and for all. He hesitated, then agreed. Seeing Kia Song's expression, he must also be very eager, right? The guy grinned smugly, smiling brightly. Nathaniel nodded in agreement. That's right. I'm just like that too. That Peter guy has now willingly offered himself up to us. I'm so happy, I feel like I could go crazy. Nathaniel stands outside, gently touching the test tube containing Sang-do's skull. He speaks. Rayon, Carter, Sawyer, and Robert too. Everyone is waiting for him with one heart. Those people inside the test tubes have vacant, hopeless eyes. Nathaniel added, I've already set up a VIP seat for you, but I don't know if you'll like it, Peter. I'm eager to get you in there quickly. Surprised, isn't it? This is quite a good catch. If I do it, it'll be a real hit, Dewey Wan continued. Driver Kim also says everything from the wrinkles, the lips, the facial features are completely identical like 2 drops of water. Peter replies, when I bite the bait and kill that kid, Nathaniel will reveal himself soon enough. I wonder if it will be a surprise. But it will probably be a surprise. Letting go like that only to face a tragic ending. Oh my god. I'm so curious about that bastard's expression. Senior, what are you planning to do next? Peter over here throws the surgical tools into the trash and replies, this time I'm the one setting the trap the hunter. It's gotta be a snare, right? Yuna, sitting far away, eating a cake and pressing her phone, sees a message from Tan Vinh Quang General Hospital and responds anxiously. Yes, that's right. Hello. Is it about the hospital fee I haven't paid for Eugene this month? With a sad face, I apologize. I will pay this week. They quickly responded back. Oh, I haven't contacted you about that. Our professor wants to meet with Jun Na. We will arrange a private car to pick you up at the school gate. I will confirm the time later. After reading, she confirms herself that only one person, called a professor by the assassins, is the Apostle Nathaniel. Why does that person want to find me? Could it be that I was noticed because of what happened that time? Remembering when Peter held up a card in front of her, Juna frowned slightly in regret, realizing she shouldn't have bumped into everyone. If things continue like this, not only men but everyone else will be in danger. Suddenly, she accidentally let out a sound, especially that name Kim Sung-gu, and a voice suddenly echoed behind her. Peter then stood behind her and asked, why shouldn't you have touched me? Oh my god, Kim Sunu, you wonder and answer her. It's me, she stammered, avoiding eye contact. Mom told me to come for dinner, so I'll go now. He pressed her shoulder and said, stop saying strange things and sit down. She looked up at him angrily. What are you doing? Oh, come on. Peter, holding the lunchbox, chuckled softly and replied. Kim Sung-gu, a D-grade assassin, went to buy rice and came here to eat. Juna added, so you can just sit here and eat alone? I'm leaving now. I can't finish it all. I accidentally ordered 2 portions. Miss Chu lips reminded her that basically a big box like that is enough for 2 servings. He sat down and replied, even so, let's spend some time together. I arrived a bit earlier than the appointment time. Juna wondered, see you? What are you saying see you for? With whom? She suddenly felt something was off and thought to herself, no, why would that matter to me? If you get caught sitting with me, then both of us could be in danger. Peter picks up a piece of fried chicken with one hand to eat, then offers it to Juna with the other. Here, take it, my hand is about to fall off. She thought to herself, I must refuse no matter what. Then, she held her plate of fried chicken and the other food and replied, I already said I wouldn't eat with you. Go somewhere else, he teased, putting the chicken box down and saying that would be more appropriate in this context. I'll only eat 1 piece. There, Peter replied while chewing, whatever you want to eat. Later he wondered, she said she was only going to take 1 bite, but there are chicken bones all over the table. Juna keeps eating and says, so just 1 more piece then. You're teasing. Her mouth is stronger than her will, huh? Then he put down his plate and asked, what are you waiting for? Peter reminded her, just admit you got hurt right away. Come on, finish your chicken. If you're annoyed, you might as well eat it all. Come on, stop beating around the bush and just say it. I know you're probably having a hard time accepting the real reason you're here at the hospital, but I have something to tell you. When we first met, I was already working for Ponchwin. You mentioned Peter when he was old, I noticed, and knew you had a connection to that old man. Although I can't help you find him, I can tell you one thing, the truth. Sorry, Kim Sung-gu, he sacrificed himself to protect me by taking a bullet instead of me. The old man named Peter probably really has passed away. Suddenly, he interrupts. I'm looking for someone, she asked in surprise. Who is that? Peter replied. I don't want to drag you, Juna, into this, but if you went to the hospital because of that, you've probably seen that person at least once before, right? He shows the phone screen displaying a picture of a bearded man and continues, you've met the Apostle Nathaniel, right? Don't tell me you don't know about this. Juna frowned slightly, and he questioned Lai Juna, who wasn't summoned, since wasn't it because she was called here privately by this person for the Peter hunt? She hesitated and refused. No way, are you crazy? He suspects. Then she clarifies this person is not Nathaniel. Nathaniel suddenly had a voice cut in. Leuna and a few others approached, with Jeff Kroc leading and continuing the conversation. I told you to go alone and not bring anyone with you. But since the man is already here, just go into the ward. June Na looked on in confusion while Peter remained silent as before. She trembled slightly and frowned, and he understood in silence that he had finally revealed himself. Nathaniel wears the same badge as in Peter's phone picture, but now his hair is curlier, his face more angular, and he coldly reminds him to sit properly. His code name is Nathaniel, Deputy Director of Tan Vinh Quang General Hospital, with unknown special abilities. He glared and demanded an answer, an apostle level. But who is this person? Juna worried as she saw him clench his fists and mutter to herself. If they meet now, they'll definitely start fighting. But Peter did something that surprised her. He stood up, shook hands, and bowed. Hello, Professor. He smiled foolishly and introduced himself. I am Kim Sungu, a D-grade assassin sent to support this operation. Peter pretended to flatter, unable to believe that this humble body had the chance to behold the visage of an apostle like you. It is truly an honor for my entire family. I just smile confidently and say, I, Kim Sunu, will definitely catch Peter and leave him to me. His gaze was cold and unwavering as he stared intently at Peter. Nathaniel turned to her and said, Juna, come to my room. Juna was startled and confused. Yes, me? He spoke in a deep voice. I will have someone come to guide you. Nathaniel and the other two left and met her again later. Apostle Nathaniel truly is not to be underestimated. Master O calls. Yes, Professor. He wondered. Mr. O reported that those kids had caught Bok Sang-do. According to a teacher at St. Ton High School, they were just lucky. And even their mentor didn't care. Nathaniel told Mr. O that I decide the file folder myself, so where is it? Dr. O, please take out the stack of documents and answer. He reached out his hand to give me the documents. He accidentally dropped the file. Teacher O was trembling with fear and stammering. I apologize, Professor. He looked at me with a cold face and a trembling voice. I slipped my hand. Nathaniel didn't care about that at all. He was just recalling his face from back then. I am Kim Song-gu, a level D assassin sent to support this operation. Nathaniel looked at his scratched and trembling hand, muttering to himself. Special class? He asked that boy what his name was. Master O, sweating profusely, replied, if it was the kid you just met Luna and Kim with. It's Kim Sunu, Nathaniel sneered. I think we should keep an eye on it. It could be a good test subject. On the chessboard, Duan's voice on the phone sounded shocked, Nathaniel's assistant. Peter sits calmly drinking water and playing chess with the kids, ignoring her screams. Now Nathaniel is wide-eyed searching for Peter. What the hell? You just received his offer to be an assistant when you should be escaping as quickly as possible. He calmly replied, what's wrong? It's fun. He knew Peter had sneaked in, but the more he looked, the more he couldn't find him. Diane, hearing this, clenched the water bottle in anger and shouted, Are you crazy, old man? There's nothing to be happy about. She shouted loudly on the phone. He knew this was bound to happen. Can't you leave a bit earlier? If you get caught, the both of us are done for. Peter hesitated for a moment. Assistant, but maybe your new idea will lead to some discovery. Peter said, I'm leaving now, and then hung up. He stood up, ruffled the girl's hair in praise, and asked, What are you doing playing such advanced chess? The little girl cheered happily. So happy. The kid next to him teases him stupidly. The doctor lets you win. In the dark basement, Teacher O handed Peter a card and told him to take it. This card allows him to enter anywhere in the hospital. He praised you, a D student, for doing this well. Usually professors don't personally appoint others as assistants. Master O reminds him, well, there's nothing much to worry about. Just remember these 3 things when you meet that person. The light casts shadows of the 2 people on the wall where the blue sky is painted. He first warned not to speak until asked. Monday, do not question what the professor is doing. In the end, Tuesday will never deny the professor's grace. When hearing the words grace, he became curious about grace. Peter looked at the sweating face and muttered, Why is this guy so scared? The teacher spoke up. Let's go. The professor doesn't like waiting. When the door to the room opened, he and I entered and said, Professor, I have brought Kim Sunu. He gritted his teeth and said, Ah, it's good to see you here. Peter smirked and muttered, This behind Nathaniel is a group of assassins waiting for him. He spoke up. Let's get to it. The Rio Janeiro Funeral Service Code under Nathaniel's command is estimated to mainly be AB level based on observations. He muttered, It's not going to be easy. After a quick scan, Peter quietly noted that these foreigners were familiar with the smell of blood. They didn't belong to Glory, nor were they loyal to Glory. Peter thinks they only follow the king and exist because of him, which means they are Nathaniel's army. He asks, How's Peter? The teacher bowed and replied, I have followed your instructions. All hospital entrances have been blocked. All patients and visitors are unable to enter the hospital upon hearing the announcement. We regret to inform you that some virus samples in the laboratory have been released. Everyone, please wait until the quarantine and disinfection are complete. He reports that we have now limited his range of action. Nathaniel asks, what about the comparison process? The blood samples are on the table. Teacher O answered that he has collected blood from everyone around Peter's age. It will take about 48 hours to analyze. Unfortunately, Peter is not actually an old man as he thinks. Master O Traknik probably hasn't left here yet. He is determined to ensure that no matter how good Peter is at disguising himself, he can't fool the Na test. He can't escape from the hospital anymore, and the little one will reveal himself too. Master O is confident that catching him is only a matter of time. He smirked and muttered to himself, so this was your plan. But Nathaniel, indeed, he is not someone to be taken lightly. The scene shifts to an IV bag being infused when the noise of a child causing trouble is heard. The kid hates it so much. He now plays the kind doctor, leaning close to the child, softly saying, If you don't listen, you won't be able to play football anymore. The boy hugs his teddy bear and asks, If I do that, can I still play football? Nathaniel chuckled and replied, Just football. You can still go to school. He approached the nurse to discuss, saying, The surgery is very complicated, so why not repair the nerve cord? If possible, I want to collaborate with Professor Yam. The nurse replied, I understand, Professor. Peter looked at his watch and muttered, he must be planning something when he made me his assistant. Why does he keep doing such trivial things? Nathaniel suddenly asked. Are you disappointed? He looked over in surprise and said, I asked you to be my assistant, but I didn't tell you what to do. That's not it. Maybe it's because I don't look like a messenger. He calmly replied, I don't think so. Nathaniel felt suspicious and said no. It's obvious just by looking at your face. Follow me. There's something I want to show you. He led Peter down many levels of the stairs to a place not marked on the hospital map. What floor is this? Where does this staircase end? It's pitch dark down there. I can't see a thing. I just kept going down and down, silently following him. What is this Nathaniel trying to show me? Nathaniel swiped his card at the door and asked, how do you feel? When the door opens, what he sees makes him furious. That bastard stands proudly among the body containers and declares, this is where I realize my ideals. Peter muttered disgustedly, what kind of twisted, brutal hobby is this Nathaniel leading me to? Nathaniel guided him to a container, looking at the naked body inside and asking, are you interested in biology? I only know the basics. It's very simple, Nathaniel quoted. Sally Wynn once said that all living creatures evolve through natural selection because the process happens randomly, with no reason to judge something as superior or inferior. He suddenly spoke hoarsely, but Wynn was mistaken. Evolution is not about selection or God, not by nature, nor by chance. Nathaniel leaned close to his ear, revealing a crazed face as he whispered, it is because of oneself. He observes life, then questions himself, discarding weakness, retaining strength, and continuing to evolve. That is better than blindly clinging to something useless and fragile. Isn't this just a real medical technique? He smiled eerily. So, you must be Kim Sungu? The reason I've taken notice of you is, suddenly the red alarm in the hall blared, interrupting Nathaniel's words. Both turn around and look behind them. His face seems all too familiar with this kind of alert. And Peter just didn't understand what was happening. The alarm sounded red code. Red alert, the test subject in the basement has escaped. Researchers often stay put and close the doors until security forces successfully subdue the target. Please note, I repeat, the naked man rushes out with needle marks on his body, shouting loudly. Clear the way. The experiment subject in the basement has escaped. Warning, warning, warning. A1 activated at level 4, unable to control the test subject. The two security guards rush over and shoot sedative darts at him, shouting, all to Area 51, do not let it reach the surface. The naked man ran up to the gun and the security guard shouted loudly, stand still, blood splattered in the air. In an instant, he took down both guards. Warning system activated, unable to control the test subject, all ground level doors are temporarily closed. Transtrung finally sees the escape door, panting he mutters, the exit is almost here, the system is counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The naked man tried to push himself forward. Hurry up, I need to run faster. Before they slam the door shut, I need to get to the surface quickly. As he nearly reached his goal, the wall beside him suddenly shattered, and the immense force turned the wall into tiny fragments. Nathaniel's arm from the other side grabbed the head of the man, with such force that he fell backward. I was a bit incredulous when I saw this, and he gritted his teeth, saying, I am talking about a serious matter. Nathaniel clenched the face of the naked man and shouted, you experiment like you shouldn't bother others. Peter only heard his agonized screams on the other side of the wall. Then there was no more sound. He turned to smile awkwardly and said, sorry, shall we get back to the main topic? Nathaniel withdrew his hand, his fingers covered in blood, and softly said, I like healthy people. Nathaniel looked at the vials filled with their passion, muscles, tendons, and even their cells. I tear them apart and peel them off with my very own hands. Recently, I have still discovered someone with exceptional physical abilities. He perceives Peter's abilities subtly. Sungu, I see the potential inside you. Nathaniel comments, this kind of power is not usually seen at your age. I want to see the fruits of my ideals through you. How strong will you become after that evolution? Isn't just imagining it already exciting enough? He reached out his blood-stained hand and said, take my grace. Nathaniel offers tempting conditions in a persuasive tone. With me, you'll be able to reach level A. No. You might even possess power comparable to an apostle. Peter walks down the hospital corridor, calling Juan. Just as expected, he's truly a cunning bastard. She was stunned. Oh my God. I never imagined he could punch through a wall like that. Thinking back, I still feel chills. He said it's no surprise that he could sense presence behind the wall. Peter told Duyuan that not only did he catch him, but he also crushed his opponent's skull at the same time. She hesitated and asked, Senior, can we just ignore him for now? He replied, no, it's not that simple. I'm also very curious about the origin of its power. Duyuan sighed helplessly, feeling exasperated. Who can stop this stubborn old man now? What should we do next? We will test the blood of the elderly patients and your uncle at the same time, she complained anxiously. Then both of us will get caught just because of that stupid blood test procedure. While JB was rambling, Peter has already come up with a plan. Is there a way? She asked curiously. What way? You look at the test results in your hand and tell me you're thinking about changing the test outcome. It's been over 48 hours, so the results must be in his room. The cross-check results from the Glory Genetics Research Institute. Diane wondered, Senior, are you planning to sneak into that bastard's room? How do you think you can do it? Peter takes out the card given by Master O and asks how. Just do it like this. She panics and screams. This old man is really crazy. What if you get caught? The senior from the consulting room confidently replied, that will never happen. Peter calmly swiped his card and told her to take her time. The current time is 2:53, and while wandering around with Nathaniel, I now know exactly how long that period is. During the 4 minutes and 30 seconds, I can exchange results there. He started opening the cabinet to prepare the porridge. Nathaniel turned back to visit the boy holding the teddy bear, then went to talk with the nurse. He waved goodbye to the nurse and then called out to Dr. O. He responded, Yes, Professor. Has the comparison results of the elderly been obtained yet? Dr. O reports. Yes, I left it in the professor's room. He said that although they checked everyone, no one had results matching Peter's. He sneered. That's interesting. Nathaniel is curious. Among all the patients of the same age at this hospital, not a single one matches Peter, huh? The teacher asked for your opinion, or is he hiding somewhere? He replied, I don't think so, Nathaniel said quietly. That's just our imagination. Maybe it's Peter we're looking for. Standing behind Peter, with a cold expression, he said, What if it's not what we think? Nathaniel narrowed his eyes and said sharply, A room without an owner, even a private room of an envoy. He wondered, so what is a D-grade assassin like you doing here? Peter's eyes were full of surprise as he muttered to himself. Over the past 2 days, Nathaniel had only been doing the same inspection rounds at the same times. Even though he still had 2 minutes and 30 seconds to finish a round, Nathaniel's eyes reddened and his voice lowered as he said, I need a reasonable explanation. He wondered why he was already back so soon. No way. Was he deliberately showing off? He claims to bestow grace upon himself, boasting about the secrets hidden beneath the ground. But it's all just a bait to make me believe he's joking. From the very first moment, he has suspected me every second. He almost lost patience, his terrifying eyes glaring at Peter as he asked, Your answer is that you hesitated because Peter immediately handed over the file, rubbed his neck, and smiled, saying, I came to give this to the professor. He wondered, This is your hurried explanation. I don't know what it is. Dr. Hong told me I had to bring this to the professor immediately. Peter quickly excused himself, saying, Then I apologize. Nathaniel doesn't let it go easily. He pats his shoulder and says, Wait a moment. He held the document tightly and asked sharply, even if he didn't know anything, it seemed like you had already heard a lot about this. So Nathaniel was wondering why you were so curious about the blood samples of elderly patients. His words made Peter freeze. Nathaniel shouted, Kim Sung-gu, explain yourself. Your eyes seem eager to devour me. What part of this document makes you so curious? Nathaniel asked sharply, Did you sneak into my room to see something? The tense atmosphere, he deduces that if you cannot respond, there is only one answer. Kim Sung-gu, Peter replies. Sir, you are not afraid at all. On the contrary, I ask, even if you change your words, your manner, your face, and your expressions, do you know what cannot be faked? It's DNA. Peter hasn't been caught yet, right? My guess means Peter isn't as old and frail as we think. I believe he probably doesn't look his age. Peter took out his phone, showed Nathaniel the picture, and said, So I went to find the person. Having recently undergone plastic surgery and comparing with this image, I don't see anyone who looks like that. My voice lowers as I think maybe I should look again. If you suspected and Peter suddenly realized, he immediately bowed his head. I apologize, Professor. I acted on my own without your permission. It seems my desire to catch Peter is too intense. I should have asked for the professor's permission first. I hope you forgive me. I will use it to turn the tables on you. He paused for a moment, then Nathaniel coldly said, raising his head. He was surprised when he was flicked on the forehead, and he softly asked, Nathaniel stepping closer to Peter, What are you doing? He advised, Working hard is good, but you also need to maintain the qualities of a glory member. Now go. Thank you, sir. I'm leaving now. Nathaniel hesitated when he touched Peter. What? That's real family? The nurse asked about you. Dr. Sun-gu, right? I heard you haven't had lunch yet, and you're young, so starving yourself isn't good. Your bones will become weak. Dr. Sun-gu, shall we go eat later? Nathaniel looked at Peter's old photo, closely examining it and confirming that it's not a mask or makeup, but a teenager's skin. Definitely not Mr. Sun-gu. He pinched the iPad with his thumb until it broke. Nathaniel smiled eerily and muttered, Peter, where are you hiding? Allowed to use weapons, permitted to kill. A modern arena fighter created outside the law and institutions, and the ruler of that place. The announcer loudly declares the champion as the executioner Carter Foreman from the Mexico arena, known for his special ability, the deadly kick. When the executioner delivers a powerful kick to the opponent's head, the announcer suddenly introduces a man with the strongest legs on earth who can knock out all fighters in the arena with a single kick. He steps onto the stage, slowly approaching and asks, Are you the one I've heard about? The executioner is confused. What is this? Is that an Asian guy who doesn't want to live anymore and crawled here? He's curious about the strongest legs on the planet. Nathaniel punches through his leg, the guillotine on the ring, clutching the lost limb and crying out in agony while he raises the just-taken leg like a victory prize. Cut to a muscular man with a giant fist. Nathaniel is curious, wielding the strongest fist in the world. When the two face off, his punch shatters the other guy's arm. Cut to a gang of heavily armed men standing in front of Nathaniel, who is curious about the strongest gang. In just a moment, Nathaniel turned an entire gang into floating balloons hanging from the ceiling. He simply grabbed the boss's head and walked away like a trophy. I have met and defeated all the strongest people on this planet, but why? The pierced guy, even as Nathaniel is tightening his grip on his neck, stammers, Asian guy, aren't you supposed to be the strongest? He was confused. What? The pierced guy was called that because of that guy. When Nathaniel heard that name again, he became furious. The guys I've killed now include you too. Every time you open your mouth, it's Peter this and Peter that. I'm sick of it. He wondered which dog Peter was and how to meet him. Nathaniel shouted loudly, answer me quickly. The guy lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, blood and saliva dripping from his mouth. He felt annoyed and cursed. How the hell do I meet that damn Peter? Why? Why can't I find him? Nathaniel longs to meet him so I can clear my name and become the strongest person in the world. Peter, he muttered. Where is he? The last person to see him might know. Nathaniel calls out, Dr. O! Dr. O answers, yes, Professor. He ordered to call that girl. Goyoung and Go are both in the hospital, curious. Luna, I ask again, why did you come here? Why would a level D assassin, ranked 335, take part in such an important mission? Showing levels D334 and D33. Juna stammered, I have my reasons, and if you want to pretend to be patient, then do it well. Oh my god, he asked. I saw you go into Nathaniel's room. Are you really just here on a simple assignment? She muttered irritably, these fools don't know anything. Then a big guy called out, Lee Juna, he says to meet the professor immediately. The two of them just pretended not to know anything, standing aside and blowing air. Juna wondered why the big guy said not to ask questions. Both of them were amazed. This guy is an A-level assassin from the funeral service. Damn it, what is the real reason here? She mutters with a bit of worry. Nathaniel held up the photo of an older Peter and asked, Peter. He sighs in his office. Juna, you're the first person to survive after encountering such a dangerous envoy. Nathaniel taps the photo with a threatening tone. At first I thought you were Peter's disciple, but along with you is Park Sang-do, an A-level assassin. You're skilled with the knife, but nothing special. Seeing Juna's innocent face, he sneers, you're just a D-level assassin, and right now you're trying to reassure yourself. It's okay, there's no concrete evidence, so I'll pretend I don't know anything and keep going. Could it be a miracle? No. Immediately after, he dismissed it himself. No, even the things I considered, I had a hypothesis. Nathaniel suspects from Batunan's hideout to Park Sang-do's secret chamber that Juna has received help from Peter and is repaying him. He questions what she has done for Peter. Nathaniel mocked at that orphanage. A poor girl with nothing valuable but her body, what could she possibly do for Peter? He brought his disgusting face close to her, angrily demanding if she had become a double agent. Juna stammered, it's not important whether you doubt me. Nathaniel confirms, I know Juna has no other choice. He looks at the photo of her and her brother on her phone and issues a warning. I don't think you can just leave your brother alone. Nathaniel then reveals, I heard Eugene has had hemophilia for a long time. He diagnosed that Juna's brother's illness will be very difficult for him in the next 3 years because he will face many complications. Too bad, he's so young. Nathaniel gently places his hand on her, beginning to coax her, but I can save him. In the research room, doctors are preparing the treatment medication. He claims that with a highly expensive serum, a single dose developed by our St. Tun General Hospital can make patients feel as if the disease has completely disappeared. At this point, someone as perceptive as Juna would know, right? Nathaniel left a final message indicating which side she should choose. Juna stammered, if I do that, he will shout. On the 24th, he said he would visit me. A silver-haired man is entering the hospital. Whatever he says to Juna, please provide me with that information. That mysterious man, but it was just an extremely simple task to lure him in. At 2 p.m. on the 24th, go to the clock tower in the hospital lobby. Changing scene, Nathaniel is still trying to persuade her. That much money she could never earn in 3 years. Juna will save her little brother and I will catch Peter, a mutually beneficial deal. He said, first, I want a place to rest in the hospital for treatment purposes. Juna wondered about the treatment, her eyes changing, the broken bone cracking. Her arm bent by Nathaniel with just 2 fingers, she fell to the ground in pain, screaming desperately. He said, in my hospital. Then, Nathaniel stepped forward and kicked the broken part again. Juna cried out in pain, and he growled that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to get into the hospital. At the same time, Nathaniel stood in front of her, threatening her. By the way, if you refuse my offer, he emphasizes Juna's wound to warn her. I will just find out who the next patient to be treated is. Nathaniel coldly leaves. See you again later then. Room 604, Patient Leuna. With her arm in a cast, as a Sigma guest from cast, she sits on the bed muttering that Kim Sunu is the one who has helped her all along. If Nathaniel finds out, both Jujin and Kim Sunu will have to die. Yoon looks at the thought-provoking picture. But if I do well, Jujin will be able to live. What should I do now? Peter walks in and calls patient 604. She turns her head and responds. Yes, Juna's eyes clearly showed her surprise. The person who arrived is none other than the one she just thought of. He smiled and said it was time for the injection. She shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing here, you crazy guy?" Peter calmly turned on the TV and said, "There's a really good show on right now." Juna wondered, "Why did you do that? What are you doing in my room?" He calmly said, "Just consider it a way to repay me for saving your life." She clutched her head in frustration. "No," Peter said, "I will also watch the wrestling match on Channel 2. Juna steps forward to take back the remote, handing it over and walking away. He asks curiously, "Why do you keep pushing me away? Is it Nathaniel?" She snapped angrily. "Do you really want to die?" "I told you not to be careless and call his name." Peter looked at Yoon's broken arm and asked worriedly, "Anyway, what is this supposed to be? I am your master." He grabs the controller and slams it onto the cast, questioning, "I don't remember ever breaking my student's arm." Peter asked with curiosity, who could have done this, showing her worried face. Juna lowered her head and whispered, "Kim Sun-gu." She is curious, "What will you do on the 24th? He looks confused. "What's the 24th for?" Juna said she had something to tell you. When Peter joked, he said, "Let's do it now, kid." She stammered, "I can't do it now." Juna instructed me to meet her in front of the clock tower at exactly 2 p.m. on the 24th. He asked, "Is that the clock tower in the hospital lobby?" She turned her face away and didn't say anything, "So you should go now." Juna muttered, "Yes, that's right. This is the only way. The best way I can think of." Peter seemed to see something she told him. "You have to get there right." "I understand. It's raining nonstop outside." Juna looks at the photo on her phone, tears falling and wetting the screen. She wondered, "Jujin, am I doing the right thing?" Juna blamed herself. "I could only do this." Happy 30th anniversary of St. Tan Seun General Hospital. Nathaniel stands high, smiling. "You have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this day." Looking at the picture hanging on the building, he muttered, "This is the day you were supposed to visit me, right? Seun General Hospital, Peter will visit Professor Nathaniel." Nathaniel smiles eerily, speaking excitedly. "I really want to see you, Peter," he asked through his earpiece. "So, Miss Juna, where is Peter?" Juna stammered, "He's coming here." At that moment, Peter arrived. "Come here quickly when the clock tower strikes 2 p.m., Peter." The scene shifts. The gentle moonlight filters through the window frame, slipping between the thin curtains fluttering in the morning breeze. Juna's younger brother's voice rang out clear and curious. "Do you have a boyfriend now?" Juna couldn't hear clearly and asked, "What friends?" "The yellow bear patterned blanket is adorable. The boy is curious. I see in your avatar picture there are 3 boyfriends." She quickly asked why. "That's her friend." Juna's younger brother was surprised. "You have friends now?" "The boy really has a good eye for people, but the guy in the middle is quite handsome." "Chi, do you like him?" Juna replied. "Oh, he's just a friend." "Even the Riverside Steam looks adorable like a bear," Juna's younger brother exclaimed in admiration. "He's really tall. I really want to play soccer with him." The scene shifts to the soccer ball on the table. The boy wishes his sibling could also go to see the World Cup with the camera. "Then we will dedicate ourselves fully to the country." She suppressed her pain and said it sounded wonderful. "Sister will buy a plane ticket for Juna's younger brother, hooray." "That's great." "It was the first time I traveled abroad." Suddenly, the boy froze and stammered. No. Lying on the hospital bed with thin body and medical tubes attached. Juna's younger brother whispers, "I don't really want to fly after all." Juna shouted on the phone, "Lujin, I told you not to say things like that." The boy said it was because the plane tickets were too expensive. She reassured him that it didn't matter at all. "Don't worry anymore. Get ready to watch the World Cup. I will find a way." Juna, lying on the ground, excitedly says, "The professor said that the recent treatment method has miraculous effects. They say just one shot can cure all kinds of diseases." Juna's younger brother exclaimed, "That's true. She really comforts me. So I shouldn't say things like that anymore." Little boy affectionately calls out. Juna is curious. "What's wrong?" Juna's little brother felt warm and full of love. "I am very happy to have you in my life," she said wistfully. "Oh, dear, it's so late now. I suddenly feel very sleepy. I'll go to sleep now." The obedient boy replied, "Yes, good night. Let's continue talking next time." Juna smiled and responded, "Yeah." She clenched her teeth, trying to hold back the pain until the boy's machine shut down. Now, the scene shifts to Juna, standing under the clock tower waiting for Peter. She lowers her face and mutters, "I can't avoid this. It's the best I can do." Nathaniel urged her to ask Juna, "Where is Peter?" Juna hesitated. "He's on his way here." He is still on his way, as promised to her, so he greets the 2 nurses passing by. Juna waits by the clock tower, muttering, "Kim Sung-gu, you have to keep your promise to me." Peter's face was tense as the clock struck 2, standing on the floor with a sinister smile, eager to see who Peter really was. But when the clock hit 2:01, the smile and excitement vanished from Nathaniel's face. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Juna, why hasn't Peter arrived yet?" She muttered to herself, "What's going on?" "Kim Sunu, you haven't forgotten your promise, right?" He looked at the clock at exactly 2 o'clock. Standing next to the outdoor clock tower, Peter muttered, You told me we would meet in front of the outdoor clock tower. He recalls the conversation from yesterday. What are you doing on the 24th? Exactly at 2 p.m. on the 24th, meet me in front of the clock tower. The clock tower in the hospital lobby, right? No, it's the clock tower outside in the yard. You have to go to the clock tower outside. If you go somewhere else, you'll definitely get caught. Okay, I understand. That's why Peter waited at the clock tower in the park, looking at his watch repeatedly as he waited. Juna noticed 3 people with black eye patches watching her and secretly thought that the one who killed In wasn't Peter, but Kim Sungu. If Nathaniel finds out, Kim Sungu might die. Juna looked over, at the reception desk, in the station or outside the lobby. There are many of Nathaniel's subordinates. No matter how powerful Kim Sungu is, it's too dangerous. She closed her eyes and prayed. Please run away, Kim Sunu. One day, you suddenly appeared, the person I constantly doubted and worried about. But it was also the first time I knew the happiness of eating with someone, the joy of sharing every moment with someone, and the anxiety of relying on someone, and someone who seriously considers what is truly good. And Sunu, you are the first, so I cannot betray you. Juna's whole body is trembling as she faces Nathaniel, whose fierce aura and darkened face make the 2 people behind sweat profusely as he grits his teeth and asks, "Why is it like this, Juna?" Actually, I haven't seen him since that day and haven't contacted him at all. My voice trembled as I said, I lied because you promised to treat my brother. I am truly sorry, Juna stammered. But, Professor, his eyes are filled with anger, almost as if he wants to swallow me whole. When Juna said that, even if he knew I was here, he still wouldn't come. She knelt down trembling. So please, I earnestly beg you to give me a task I can do. I will truly do everything. I list my strengths. I am very good at cleaning, and I am also practicing hard. I will do my best. Juna burst into tears, desperately begging. Please, sir, please don't hurt my brother. Nathaniel's voice was cold. Juna, in the end, you couldn't bring Peter here. It's a shame, but there's nothing you can do. His anger boils over as he crushes the glass with his hand, his cold eyes saying it all. You will have to die. Nathaniel's henchman began to approach her, his voice ringing out like a death sentence. Cleaning up or training? Ever since you failed to lure Peter here, you've become useless. I should have warned you about who would be next. Take her away. Suddenly, the fire alarm blares. Fire alert, fire alert. There is currently a fire in the hospital. Everyone, please pay attention. Medical staff and patients, please do not panic and evacuate quickly. We repeat, there is a fire in the hospital now. Medical staff and patients, please pay attention. Go asked anxiously, what about Kim Sungu? Go in the wheelchair, pushing with all his might and shouting. Is it really that important now? Attention, please evacuate quickly. Something made you stop and turn around. All the escape doors are closed. Both of them are stunned by this scene and exclaim, what? All of Nathaniel's subordinates gather together. He wonders what is going on. Burning? I don't smell anything burnt. Nathaniel immediately ordered to find out what was happening. The subordinates followed the command clearly. Juna muttered confusedly. An accidental fire? Peter suddenly calls her, causing her to tremble, and her eyes look in one direction in surprise. Could it be possible? He slowly steps forward. Peter stands before her like a hero appearing to save the day, and he calmly says into the radio, I am here. Juna looked up and asked, why are you here, Kim Sunu? I promised, didn't I? That's right. Peter said, we will meet in front of the clock tower. Peter stepped forward and ordered on the walkie-talkie. If there is a fire in the hospital, an ordinary person would run to a safe place. After observing everything, I analyzed, but these people are still standing there calmly. They're not real doctors or patients. Bowie looked at the armed people and directly concluded, so does that mean they are all assassins summoned here to kill me? She stammered, Kim Sung-gu, why are you here? Nathani touched his chin in confusion. What am I supposed to do? What are you talking about? Did Sung-gu come here to save her? He remembered the first time he met him. I already knew there was something wrong. But can Sung-gu handle them? Grave diggers from Rio de Janeiro. The scene shifts to a funeral city, when suddenly someone's cry for help echoes. Please save me. The Rio slums. The lifespan of children born here is only 16 years. The man with the beard holds the child tightly in his arms. Please, I will give you everything. Please spare our lives, we beg you. The two kids shouted, holding guns. Really? But getting paid to fight is even more fun. You know, the reason is that most people here die before they turn 10, because it is a place where countless corpses gather, also known as the City of Funerals. It's a place where the weak deserve to die, and if you survive, it means you are strong. Cornering, drugs, prostitution. Those grave diggers dominate all the black industries and have become the most powerful organization in Brazil. Rio de Janeiro Funeral Services transitioned to Nathaniel announcing that the 100 strongest survivors from there are all here. He sneered and said mockingly, so how do you think you can win in this 100 versus 1 fight? Nathaniel chuckled and called out, I see the potential inside you. You could say you're a little cub wolf. He made an offer, saying if you develop well under my care, you will become an unbeatable predator. He compared the beings from My Tang City to spirit dogs, but for now, you haven't been able to defeat the mature species. Nathaniel offers a proposal, saying, stop playing the friendship game. How about coming with me? I'll take good care of you. Peter only looked at him with contempt, then shrugged as if he didn't care. Nathaniel, observing that, said, I understand. This is Sun Gu's point of view. With just a glance, two men with weapons immediately charged at him. He asked, Is this what you mean? The two bloodthirsty guys exclaimed, Lucky us, estimating the B-level assassin from Rio Janeiro Funeral Services. Sao Paulo, Rio Janeiro Funeral Service, estimated B-level assassin? Sao Paulo burst into a wild, loud laugh, a D-level cub, blood splattering everywhere, only to see him holding something very small and taking down both of them. Everyone watching was stunned in disbelief. Nathaniel silently assessed his opponent's move from above, without looking, even striking precisely at his weak points. Peter handled those two guys with just a pen, coldly asking, So? He capped the pen, blood splattering, and with a sharp gaze said, Do I still look like a little tiger to you now? Nathaniel asked, Do you know how long it takes for a person to bleed out? Looking at the two defeated men on the ground, he answered himself. Cutting an artery takes 1 minute and 12 seconds. Cutting a vein takes 40 seconds, and cutting a neck vein only takes 12 seconds. Nathaniel stroked his chin and thought, So if it takes 1 minute to kill each person, then Sun Gu has to fight 100 assassins here. He chuckled amusedly. I'm very curious about you, Sun Gu. The Grim Reaper's team charged forward. Nathaniel wonders if he can survive the next 100 minutes, as Sam, leading the team, shouts loudly. This country really smells because it's so peaceful. He looked at Peter Quat's innocent and naive face and said, Violence is what makes us feel alive, understand? He grabs one of them by the arm, strikes with lightning-fast speed, blood splattering everywhere, his face contorting completely. Then later spins around and delivers a punch that sends the long-haired figure flying backward. One of them rushes forward and shouts, I will remember my brother's sacrifice forever. A little Asian kid like you can't kill us all. Everyone attack together now. Seeing the odds of 1 versus 100, Juno was very worried. If this keeps up, Sun Gu will be in danger. They are gradually pushing you into a corner. At this point, you have no way out and are trapped by them. She looked at Peter with concern, silently thinking that no matter how many comrades have the will to fight, they still keep advancing without losing momentum. The scorpion-faced guy sneered. Your choice surprises me. This Asian guy. We've been fighting alongside each other since we were born. The arrogant bastard said you probably don't know because you grew up in peace, but for us, life and willpower are just fragile things. Those two attack decisively, but their speed is still raw and inexperienced. Just a glance from you is enough to dodge their strikes. Watching how Peter dodges the attacks, Nathaniel assesses him. Sun Gu, huh?
You're good at dodging in quick too, but if it keeps up like this, you won't have the strength to fight anymore. He's curious how you'll handle it now.
When cornered with nowhere left to run, Nathaniel chuckled mockingly. There's nowhere left for you to escape now. He put on a worried face and asked, What are you going to do now? Sunu, there's no way out anymore. Nathaniel looks at the funeral procession ready to rush and tear him apart, curious, surrounded by dozens of people. What do you plan to do to handle this situation? Peter nonchalantly said, This is quite lively, isn't it? And suddenly he grinned mischievously. What do you think I'm going to do? Peter reaches out and opens the fire hose cabinet. The troublemaker, curious, asked what that was. What are you doing? Hey, wait. He gripped the hose tightly, then aimed it directly at them with a confused expression on his face. A powerful stream of water shot out from the fire hose, tearing through space and sweeping away the crowd like trash before the flood. Why the surprise? I haven't even started yet. The water kept blowing them away. Suddenly, his eyes glanced down and the hose in his hand had stopped spraying. Peter turned the hose back up in disappointment. Is the water already out so you can't play anymore? Nathaniel, watching from above, sneers. Are you trembling? You're really quick-witted, but how can a single water pipe kill someone? One of them shouted angrily, Who do you think you are, you damn dog?
He looked at the defibrillator and told the others, I'm already awake, but I haven't started yet. Peter turned on the device. He held the paddles together, creating sparks of electricity.
This is just the first strike. Immediately after, he sends an electric current into the wet floor, causing everyone to be electrocuted and thrown back, screaming in unbearable pain. After the current stops, the smell of roasted flesh rises, but it's not pleasant at all. He claps his hands, a delighted look on his face, and says, Sun Gu, you really are astonishing. How much more are you planning to surprise me? Nathaniel muttered. The reason he let me be surrounded was to lure them to the water pipe, which is combined with the handheld heart detoxifier. He chuckled happily, truly more and more captivated. Nathaniel announced, Sunu, allow me to modify the rules a bit, reduce the 100 minutes to about half. You still have about an hour left, so it will probably take nearly 2 hours for you to handle them all. Peter put down the handheld defibrillator and replied confidently, All right. He bent down to pick up a green folder and said, This should be useful. Peter starts writing something in the file, making him curious. What's that? He suddenly writes something? After finishing, he forcefully drops the document onto the ground, confusing the Mai Tang group a little. Seeing the person covered in red ink, everyone wondered what it was. Peter stepped forward to question them, but they were just wearing doctor's coats. Are they unaware of what this is? That is a severe bleeding caused by a cut artery. He pointed the bloodstained pen at them and coldly declared that it would be the cause of all your deaths. The black-haired girl nervously realizes she's made a mistake. As Peter's predatory gaze sharpens, he mutters to himself, this is not someone he can fight back against. In an instant, he delivered precise strikes, cutting each of their carotid arteries. After finishing this group, another one rushed in. Peter, like a blazing fire, burns away the swarm of moths. They are just insects. They pile on top of each other like a mountain, but with a single turn, he blows them all away. Juno was amazed. I've heard about the strongest man in the world. Cut to a scene, she now walks into a bookstore where the old man greets her. Hello? I sell all kinds of books except the ones I don't sell. A legend, the people around me talk about him all the time. But unlike the heroic stories I've heard before, that legend is just an ordinary old man, more normal than I imagined. He is resilient and persistent but doesn't accomplish much. Not at all like a hero who has defeated 1,000 enemies. In the end, I still can't believe the rumors. But what if everything the rumors say about Peter are completely true? And Juna sees Peter facing hundreds of Mai Tang alone. A chaotic scene she can't believe. Could he really be someone like that? A silence on the bloodstained floor as Nathaniel covers his face and laughs, unable to hide his amused excitement. Sunu, you're indeed the person I personally chose. You took down 100 people in just 13 minutes. I'm sorry, but this isn't over yet. Nathaniel curiously asked what he meant, then looked at him and said, because you're still alive, right? Now choose, do you want me to go up there or will you come down here? His eyes are fearless, as if craving to swallow Nathaniel whole. He jumped down, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the floor where Nathaniel landed. Looking at him with a dark gaze, his face resembling a sinister clown, he exclaimed, Sunu, do you think this answer is reasonable enough? Nathaniel, panting, stands in front of Peter. Sunu, I have a question. He felt strange. Why is it that even though you're still young, your skills have already reached the highest level? I really can't understand why you're only a D-class assassin. That's even more bizarre. Nathaniel pressed further. What exactly are you? An assassin operating abroad? No, you're still too young. Suddenly, Peter interrupted him. Professor Nathaniel, I also find this matter quite intriguing. Do you know what it is? Peter looked at Nathaniel with a cold gaze and sneered. If someone is feeling anxious, they tend to talk a lot. Nathaniel heard this and then gave a strange smile. Sunu, you need to know this. He charged at Sungu recklessly and said that bravery is different from arrogance. Peter blocks the attack with his hand. Nathaniel charges forward, but Peter quickly jumps up to dodge his punch. He looked at Nathaniel in amazement. What kind of power is this? Juno was extremely stunned to see that. Even after blocking it, Sungu was still knocked into the air. How powerful is Nate? Peter was pushed back and felt a bit cautious. Nathaniel, a murderous aura radiates from him, leaving Peter in shock. What is that power? Is it really the same person? Juna is worried. No, this is dangerous. Nathaniel keeps charging at Peter. Juna realizes the situation doesn't look good. It's clear he used all his strength in the 100-person battle earlier. Peter was pushed back despite trying to hold on, and Juna grew even more anxious. If this keeps up, Sungu will lose, she shouted in fear. Sungu is in great danger. Get out of the way. Nathaniel, with a teasing smile, throws 2 assassins at him. Are you tired now, Sungu? The real fun is just beginning. His movements were so fast that Peter couldn't react. His eyes widened in surprise. The 2 assassins were thrown at Peter by Nathaniel. Nathaniel mocked, even though it was a bit difficult. He knew there was nothing he could do. That's right. He fought happily, no matter what excuses he makes. It's useless. Peter is still overwhelmed by Nathaniel's power, who grabs him with one hand and throws him away, sending him crashing into the elevator door. I've never felt such power from a person before. What is the source of his strength? Nathaniel keeps going, kicking Peter into the elevator. Juno witnesses everything and can only scream in despair. No, Sunu, she wonders. Nathaniel is so powerful that Sunu is helpless. Juno runs toward the elevator. The elevator is going down. Where will it go? Nathaniel's hand frantically presses the elevator buttons. He said, Sunu, you were very quick before. So I thought Nathaniel would be happy. If they fought in a confined space, you wouldn't be able to escape, right? Peter didn't answer him, leaning against the elevator face to face with Nathaniel as he kept hitting him. Nathaniel, hitting him, wondered, so is Sungu just going to keep doing this? He kept attacking him nonstop, taunting, where did your earlier spirit go? I thought you Sungu was quite interesting. Nathaniel looked disappointed. It turns out they're no different from the others. The elevator was hit so many times that the metal shell was dented. The inside of the elevator is getting more and more deformed each day, and the cable is also snapped from Nathaniel's strikes. The elevator freefalls with 2 people inside, and the impact when it hits the ground is quite strong. Thick dust and smoke billow outside, and the dents are clearly visible. Juna upstairs calls anxiously, Sunu, Kim Sunu. She gradually calms herself. I have to find a way to get down there quickly. Nathaniel stepped out of the elevator and said, I have a lot of questions. Are you Sungu? Nathaniel looked back at Peter with a puzzled expression and said, I thought I would definitely meet Peter today. Why did you come? What is your relationship with Peter? But Peter didn't react at all. Nathaniel asked calmly, Sunu, what's wrong with you? Do you think Peter collapsing against the wall means he's dead? He mocks. As always, Nathaniel smugly says, that's what anyone brave enough to oppose me has to go through. I always fight seriously. He found it strange, but the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Sunu, now that Peter is awake, he smirks at Nathaniel's question. He has not a single scratch on his face, and he's interested again. Nathaniel remembered, I put all my strength into those punches just now. He threw everything he had, but Peter blocked them all with his hands. Nathaniel realized that he had dodged all of my attacks. Peter stood up, brushing off his clothes, and casually said, Sorry about that. I shouldn't have done it like that. He chuckled lightly and explained, I just needed to get some sleep. Peter's sarcastic remark left Nathaniel speechless because he's so weak. Peter casually asked, So you said you always fight seriously? I see. He stands ready to fight and taunts Nathaniel go on. I will accept it with all my heart too. He rushes forward in anger. Peter is determined. This time, he won't hold back. Two fists collide, tearing the air apart. The camera inside the operating room is also capturing the moment. Jan watches the fight on the small screen and asks the uncle next to her, Are you sure he's in the lead? Uncle replied, Yes, Kim Soon-gu is being pushed back. Aren't you worried? Worried? I once heard a very interesting story. Are you asking about that man? 55 years ago, when Peter was young, the teacher asked the class, What do you think is the source of your power? A quick-witted kid replied, reasoning. Another kid answered, The ability to utilize weapons. The children argued over their own answers, but Peter said nothing. Could it be the technique that controls everything? No, I think it should be a healthy body. The teacher stopped the argument. All right then. The teacher then gave a request that the kids all found confusing. Now break this rock apart. The teacher asked them, You've all been through hell training, so you should be able to do it, right? No, that can't be right. How can I break it? Honestly, was there ever anyone who could break this rock from the very beginning? Hey, Peter, are you listening? Peter said nothing, only quietly wrapping a strip of tape around his hand. The kids looked on with disdain. What is this? A ribbon solution? If even we can't do it, what do you think you're going to do? And the bandage is still very loose. Ignoring what others say, Peter keeps stubbornly breaking the stone. The kids don't believe it and mock him, saying it won't break even if he hits it for 100 days straight. Peter still persistently chips away at the stone day after day. Whether it's day or night, he keeps hammering. Time passed and the kids returned to their training spot, still mocking. Peter the fool hasn't trained for a month now. What is this? In the end, the kids look at the intact stone and mock it, but it can't be broken either. It's really sad. I actually liked it a bit. What a pity. But then a little girl hurriedly called her friends over. Hey, look at that. The scene before their eyes leaves them speechless. Was it like this all along? No, that's impossible. So this rock must be a new one. Looking at the pile of broken stones dumped under the cliff, the kids realize Peter was responsible for all of it. Back in the present, Peter and Nathaniel's final battle is still ongoing. Nathaniel looked at him and asked, Sungu, do you know what the maximum strength a person can generate is? He mentioned that strongman, the human believed to be the strongest, is said to be able to lift up to 524 kilograms. Nathaniel says, that kind of person is not suitable for me. But what is this? He was completely overwhelmed by Peter's power. Is he still human?
This is the power of a human who hasn't received my blessing. Yeah.
Peter asked Nathaniel, Professor, have you ever been hit by a car? He sneered and asked, Why do you suddenly ask that? Peter rushed forward and said, My punch hurts even more than that. And with that, Nathaniel was thrown away. What the hell is going on? Why am I getting punched? Peter keeps pounding him mercilessly, his hand like a blade ready to take Nathaniel's life. Uncle, standing next to Jay, checks the camera and exclaims happily, Sunu, you won! You won! Once trapped inside that big test tube, it's going to be tough to survive. Suddenly, he noticed something strange, but Di-Hwan also wondered about it. What's going on? Peter also noticed something strange. Nathaniel, what kind of creature are you? Nathaniel calmly pulls his head out of the test tube. He understood what Peter was thinking. You must be confused. So why am I still alive and smiling? Why are your hands attacking me? Peter looked at his battered hands, Nathaniel continued, and yet he's still so beaten up. He stood up and took off his outer shirt. Nathaniel repeats, Do you remember what I told you before? Human evolution is my choice. He said, This is the first time I've shown this to someone else. You're so gullible. Peter stands frozen, wondering what kind of devilry this guy has done to his own body. Why are you so surprised? This is my evolutionary legacy, Nathaniel asked with a satisfied look. Sungu, I don't know if you've heard about this before, but it's the ability to turn adversity into strength. He warned that if you can't kill me, the pain you cause will only make me stronger, Nathaniel explained. The torn muscle will be reinforced and grow during the recovery process. I developed a drug to minimize that recovery time as much as possible. The more he talked, the more shocked Peter became. The more I was attacked, the stronger my body grew. You know what that means, right? Nathaniel immediately charged forward, confidently saying, The chance of you winning. Peter worries that if he gets caught, he's done for. Nathaniel confidently claims he's not quite out of the woods yet. Peter was slammed to the ground in an instant, dust filling the laboratory. Nathaniel, with a teasing yet surprised expression, looked on. All this time, no one I've caught has survived. But what is this? Peter was lucky to escape from him. Nathaniel glanced at him and said, Well, I suppose I should at least congratulate you. He found it hard to understand. It was truly unreasonable. Nathaniel remembered how he had grabbed its neck just a moment ago. No, just 1 second, he thought to himself. Yet in that brief moment, it only took a split second for him to slip his hand in and create an opening to escape. Nathaniel was stunned by Peter's quick reflexes. After making the judgment in less than a second, it threw its head back to dodge. Is that really human reflexes? Peter, relieved but tense, reassures himself that he almost didn't escape. And even though he was caught in an instant, he recalls the sensation when Nathaniel's hand touched his, like being driven a nail straight into the back of his hand. One thing's for sure, the strength of that hand had punched through a wall to grab a test subject. The wall shattered right before Peter's eyes, and Nathaniel's hand clenched the test subject's face without mercy. Peter was worried that if those hands grabbed him, he would be doomed, but Nathaniel was even more excited than before. Come on, show me more. The strength chart of Peter shows Kim Sung-gu, level D, power, resilience, speed, intelligence, spirit, attack skills. Nathaniel has gone through it. I've read your Sunu's chart. Looking at your performance and the skills you've just shown, you must be at level A. No, you're even stronger than most A-class assassins. Still, he's arrogant, but even so, you'll never beat me because I am still evolving. Nathaniel points to the floor with a challenging look and says, now it's your turn to tremble. Get down on your knees and beg like a dog immediately. You can do it, right? He laughed maniacally. I will treat your body well. Nathaniel looked pleased. Do you understand what I mean now? The uncle in charge of the cameras is getting very impatient. It seems Sung-gu has given up. Then we will also be discovered. I have to leave Sung-gu and run right now. Nathaniel keeps rambling. From the very first time we met, I realized you are very different from others. Just forget all the trivial things and walk a new path with me. Before he could finish speaking, Peter suddenly swung his hand forward. I will fulfill all your wishes for power. Nathaniel is confused by his actions. What are you doing? Peter just asked him one question. What do you think? He gently teaches him, but for a stupid kid, Peter comes up with a way. Give him a slap and he'll understand immediately. Nathaniel becomes even more furious, saying, You really make me lose my mind. He charged forward aggressively, shouting loudly. Fine, that's exactly what needs to be done. Peter also didn't hold back and rushed forward. His every step was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. In an instant, Peter rushed forward and punched Nathaniel before he could lift his head, then followed up with a kick. Nathaniel is still unaware of the trouble coming his way and is still smiling, while Juan looks at the screen in shock. What is going on? The uncle beside him has no idea what's happening either. I'm not sure either. I only know that what you said is very true for the current situation. It doesn't look like a human battle. Nathaniel endures Peter's frantic attack. He just thinks Sung-gu is strong. Honestly, you're completely different from the guys I've had to face before. But the truth remains unchanged. Even in this moment, my body is still evolving. This is the first time I've found fighting an animal so enjoyable. Nathaniel is still happily enjoying the moment. How much stronger can I become? How much more resilient can I get? Peter kept fighting him persistently, just like when he broke the rock in the past. Nathaniel still has some unresolved doubts. So far, you've shown that you're very strong, but behind that strength chart, there's still a question. Looking at Peter Kim Sung-gu's extremely ordinary D-level strength chart, including power, endurance, speed, willpower, spirit, and attack skills, Nathaniel couldn't help but be curious, still without an answer, a mystery he hasn't yet uncovered.
He wondered to himself, what kind of crazy belief allows you to keep fighting like that? Nathaniel grew more annoyed with Peter's attitude. Why does that look in his eyes remain so unshaken?
He stared with a terrifying glare, and the only answer was one. Nathaniel blocked Peter's kick with one hand and shouted loudly. Kim Sunu, he runs over in anger. Sun-gu, I've made my decision, so whether you beg like a dog now won't make any difference. Nathaniel can no longer hold back and steps forward to push Peter away. From now on, I will destroy you. He ruthlessly uttered a single sentence after kicking Vang Peter into the wall, shattering every bone and cell. Nathaniel's entire body radiated a murderous aura. I will destroy everything. Sorry about that. But the last thing you saw was Nathaniel punching straight at Peter's face. He continued, saying it was his fist, and the man in the camera room looked panicked. Sunu was going to get screwed, Dewey-wan shouted in shock. What? No, Senior. She called Peter in fear. Senior? Suddenly, Peter's voice rang out, saying that the more he gets hit, the stronger his punches become. Ah! Peter has figured out Nathaniel's weakness. After taking a hit, his muscles swell and become stronger. And the reason he's so strong is because he accelerated his muscle recovery process by shortening the recovery time. Peter calmly looked at Nathaniel's terrified face. So I am still waiting. He is wide-eyed with fear. What? Peter continued. Now he's stronger than ever before. Nathaniel feels fear inside. No way. Could it really be? Peter updates him on the situation as his muscles swell and harden, causing his bones and nerves throughout his body to overload. And finally, he cannot move a single finger. Only then does Nathaniel realize he's unable to move. He gradually regretted not realizing in time, as his excitement made him overlook how his body was becoming increasingly stiffer. Nathaniel couldn't understand, but this guy doesn't even realize the side effects of grace on himself. His eyes turned red with anger as he realized that it only took less than 10 minutes for her to know everything. Peter addressed the messenger, Nathaniel. Peter casually smiled and softly called him, "You lost." Nathaniel felt even more resigned hearing that. He questioned himself. How long did it take to gain this power? It can't be. This shouldn't be happening. I've endured so much pain to gain this power, all for a perfect person. But now I'm about to die at the hands of such a young kid? But it seems Nathaniel still has one last weapon. I never thought I would have to use this. He bent down to take the dagger attached to his shoe. He puts the needle in his mouth and laughs savagely. This drug has a side effect of melting muscles, but it will turn me into the ultimate being. Nathaniel's muscles gradually shrank, and he proudly boasted, "Sungu deserves to witness the final stage of this evolution." Nathaniel's eyes are bloodshot, as if he's determined to drag Peter down to hell with him. In 3 minutes, I will no longer be in this world. Nathaniel's mouth spewed out Sirzao. He declared it, and so did you, Sunu. The drug's effects cause Nathaniel to writhe in agony as Peter rushes toward him with a running start, still maintaining his usual calm demeanor. And Nathaniel seemed like a madman who had lost all reason. He felt the bone-deep pain caused by the drug, his body burning, as if on fire. This is the final evolution. My current fist is the highest level I can reach. However, he could read all of my attacks. Even though I was fighting one person, he was so fast it was as if I was facing 1,000. That's right, the discomfort I felt from the very beginning. This Kim Sun-gu guy is even beyond the narrow hexagon of level D. He has something that I can't surpass even in this lifetime. The value of real combat experience. That wall. Experience. The experience of that kid Kim Sun-gu is like the person I've spent my whole life chasing. Peter's eyes seemed to ignite with a spark. Nathaniel now understood that the one who surpasses even the sky was somewhere far away, reaching the level of a saint. The person I always imagined this man to be was only Nathaniel realizing too late that it was actually Peter. In 2003, a raised hand declared, "I promise at the opening ceremony of St. Ton Medical School 2003, at the auditorium on the first floor of St. Ton Medical School." The voice from earlier echoed, "I promise to dedicate my entire life to serving humanity's volunteer activities." Everyone turned their attention to the stage to listen to the speech. As a doctor, I will always keep my conscience and integrity pure. No matter what happens, I will not use my medical knowledge to go against ethics. Everyone in the audience looked surprised. That's him. Amazing. Is this really possible? Seeing it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. The speaker all along was the child prodigy who entered the medical school at just 13 years old, also little Nathaniel. He continued speaking as the first-year student representative of St. Ton University Medical School, Nahyun-in. However, Nahyun-in has never been happy or joyful. In August 1994, Nathaniel's pediatrics department had to be hospitalized. The other children were all excited to receive gifts. Santa Claus, give me a gift, and you too. But Nathaniel isn't interested. Hyun-in also received a gift from Santa, right? Hyun-in. A picture hangs on the wall with the words, "I love all of you." Nathaniel believes he was born that way. "You are the child chosen by God," he wondered to himself. "Choosing the weak like me, huh? If I was chosen and born weak, there must be a reason." But what is that reason? The TV is showing an advertisement of a land lobster shedding its old shell and regenerating a new one. In this way, they could make their bodies bigger, stronger, and much more resilient. What about themselves? Could it be that someone has given you a mission? Perhaps that mission is to achieve what humans cannot do. Humans can become as strong as animals, right? That's good. Then I will be the one to do it. In 2012, someone was brought to the hospital in critical condition. The patient was shot, bleeding heavily. "I don't have time. Prepare for surgery quickly." The doctor whispered, "Did you hear that? I heard that guy is a real assassin." The nurse beside her wondered why someone like him was brought to their hospital. Dr. Heartless said anyone willing to treat him. "I don't understand." The nurse protests, "Why is no one here? Our hospital has someone like that. Professor Ha Hyun is here. He's an expert in this field, isn't he?" Nathaniel feels uncomfortable being noticed. Why make such a fuss? "I'm only doing this for my job. There's no need to pry into others' affairs like this. But this is the first time, and I have surgeries like this every day." But then why? Nathaniel looked at the huge body in front of him with great curiosity. Why was his heart pounding so hard? Curiosity drives Nathaniel to do something bad. I've never seen such a tough and muscular body. How can I get a physique like his? What's the difference between BT5 and him? I'm so curious. I want to cut this body open to study it. Nathaniel struggles with his thoughts. What are you thinking? You're a doctor. You can't do that. No, but Nathaniel's hand seems to be controlled by an invisible force. Because I'm a doctor, I have a duty to preserve and develop humanity. That is correct. It is for the development of humanity. But I can't do it. An inner struggle is happening in him, as the number of geniuses is gradually decreasing. It truly is a blessing for humanity when people like me dare to show who they are. No. But you shouldn't do that. No. Just imagine a scenario where everyone becomes stronger. You would be like that too, right? Stupid speeches about human rights are holding back human evolution. Yes, you are human, you must be a pioneer. Take the first steps and find solutions. I need to calm down. How long do you plan to live in this weak body? If you don't want to surrender to nature, you have to be stronger. After all, this world is divided into the strong and the weak. I wonder what it feels like to be strong. Nathaniel was panicked while performing internal organ surgery, but when his reason returned, his mind was no longer intact. He was terrified and hurriedly fled the operating room. With nothing left to lose, he escaped to a city in South America.
The reason I hide out here is probably because there are many experimental samples to study, observe, continue researching, and test my strength and growth by killing stronger opponents, overcoming my weaknesses. No need for dad's help. No borrowing mom's support.
And so I became a god. Back in the present, Nathaniel was beaten badly, but he was satisfied. At least, it should have been like that. Nathaniel was thrown far away, crashing into the test tubes he had created. The entire laboratory was shrouded in dust and smoke. Everything was blurry. The dust gradually settles, revealing Nathaniel weakly leaning against the test tube. He knows what is happening inside his body. His life has been completely destroyed. All his muscles are melting away, and he truly can't lift a finger. Peter stepped closer, but you can't move. Doing anything is useless. If you could move even a little faster, Nathaniel would struggle to tell me. He couldn't accept losing. I, Dong Da, have studied for 30 years, only thinking about how to become stronger, persevering day after day. Nathaniel is now in a pitiful state. Kim Sungu, how did you manage to become so strong? I just can't understand it. I can't accept it. Peter looked up at the ceiling and said, I don't know if you believe it or not. The reason is that he gently told me he could see that you put in a lot of effort, but I also tried very hard. Peter said that and left Nathaniel amidst the wreckage. All my 65 years of effort. Nathaniel was amazed. Even after 65 years, Peter's shadow still lingers in my mind. Nathaniel chuckled softly. I still can't understand many things even as a doctor. But somehow his lips moved, and before dying, I met him again. Nathaniel departed with his final pride. Peter. And so, the battle at St. Ton Hospital came to an end. All the Brazilian assassins and Nathaniel are dead, and all information about the glory assassins stored in the hospital has been destroyed. The only thing left is sunset falling, and everyone is taken back to the academy. Brothers, we have a question, sir. Kanju replied, What is it? Go Hyung and Go said together, We should have already reached level C by now. Kanju laughed and said, Who do you think you are to ask for level C? He asked us to take off the powder, but the two brothers refused. This is called immersing ourselves in the role. Doesn't the teacher know? Kanju also felt helpless. All right, then just stay in character until you drop. Gong excitedly recounts, but the teacher didn't see the fight we had with those Brazilian assassins. He should have witnessed that scene. Go turned around and called Juna. Say something already. These guys are amazing. They called again. Lie, Juna. But she only tiredly looked out the window and replied briefly. Go looked worried. What's wrong? Where are you looking? Go Hyung happily said, Nothing much, after all. Lei Juna finally acknowledged our brotherhood, only Peter has been paying attention to Juna's mood all this time, I wonder. I should be happy that everything ended well, so why does my heart feel so heavy? Remember what Nathaniel said, Juna? I can save your brother. He promised to cure Juna's brother with a serum worth $4.5 billion developed by St. Ton General Hospital. With just one injection, the patient will be as healthy as if the disease had completely disappeared. Peter interrupted Juna's thoughts because her younger brother, right? Juna tries to act like she's okay. What about my little brother? I'm thinking I shouldn't eat school lunch anymore. Peter isn't asking much either. It's okay, I understand. Juna is sad because all hope is gone. In the end, Nathaniel Bloodblade is gone. Everything was useless. Peter leisurely read his book and replied, Yes, that's right. You still comfort him, but I think, Juna, you can find another way. Juna remained silent, unable to say anything but thank you. Later, the car arrived at school. Go Hyung got out, pretending that the smell of home was still the best. Go scolded, I've always been in Korea until now. Did you know that? Go Hyung asked with a smile. Do you mean your brother is overacting a bit? Go immediately replied. That's way over the top, even for grandma. Kanu reminds him, All right, but don't talk nonsense and remember to be on time for school tomorrow. The twin brothers politely said, Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir. Good night, teacher. Suddenly, Peter saw something and turned back to ask Juna. Juna, you're not bringing that bag with you? Don't you know it's not mine? Did the teacher forget it? But Peter handed the bag to Juna. I wonder if Jujin liked it. Juna is surprised. What about Jujin? How do you know Jujin's name? Juna opens the bag to see what's inside. She was stunned when she saw what was inside. Tears welled up in Juna's eyes. Sunu, you. She looks at the vials inside the box with emotion. How is that possible? Peter gently explains that he left a message and then left. Nathaniel hasn't thrown it away anywhere. Juna is moved to tears. She holds the box that could save her brother's life and heads to St. Ton Hospital. The assistant reports the situation. Sir, we have transferred all the patients to other hospitals. They still don't know anything about this outside. I still can't believe this happened. The entire hospital is in ruins. The assistant couldn't believe his eyes that those traces were caused by humans. He first reported that the press had been blocked, so we can rest assured, but then he interrupted. Was it Peter who caused this? The assistant still doesn't understand what's going on. Yes. The boss asks again, Is that really Peter? The assistant replied, Yes. The boss recounts that he was clearly recorded by the hospital's security cameras, but hasn't anyone seen Peter here?
He didn't even take a single photo of him entering or leaving this hospital, the assistant said anxiously.
Yes, it's like he's a ghost, the boss asked irritably. A ghost? Suddenly, two people in black hoods appeared, frightening the assistant. No, that's not it. They ask, you just said ghost? The assistant screams in fear. I didn't mean it like that. A ghost. The assistant was so frightened he fell to the floor as sword strikes cut past him. The hooded man asked, are you a ghost? Peter, are you a ghost? Yeah, right. How dare you use the word ghost in front of me out of anger?
Then he sheathed his sword and told the boss, I forgot that out of anger I killed your subordinate. The boss replied, no way.
The black-clad man looks disappointed. Nathaniel was still a novice before the new envoy joined the training. How embarrassing. Angry, I sheath my sword. Peter, the black-hooded man has made a decision. It seems I will have to face him in a fight. Kanju is talking with his students, so listen carefully. His eyebrows are furrowed, and his gaze seems to pierce through each of the students sitting below. From now on, the students will have to do volunteer work. Go Hyung, exhausted, rests his hand on the table as he's been on missions all day. After completing the assigned task, this delicious boat is always ready for a new challenge. Go seems more composed, as if this is nothing new, and he sighs, saying he has no time to rest because he's always on missions.
You keep asking, so what is this mission? Is it to hunt dark spirit shadows or to spy?
Peter stood there bored and silent, his eyes vacant as if lost in thought. Next to him, Juna turned away, muttering to herself, when will I be able to shut this guy's mouth? Kanju continued speaking in his deep, gravelly voice, now tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Honestly, I don't know either. I don't understand why they trust us with this mission. He looked at everyone with a serious face as if about to issue a death sentence, then continued giving instructions to the students as if to absolve himself. But that's exactly why this service exists. Remember to do it well. Peter, Juna, Gong, and Go are taken to a small island in the vast ocean. As soon as they set foot down, the scent of the sea breeze mixed with the gentle sound of waves seemed soothing, but this peace was quickly shattered. They looked at each other with confusion. What is this? Go Hyung said angrily. I thought you said anyone could volunteer, Go D added. I didn't know about that either. She walks over with her things, just in time to see the three fools being swarmed by a group of kids like flies on a carcass. One jumps on Go Hyung's back. Another pulls at G's shirt. Are they deaf or what? The teacher said it was for volunteer work. That statement hit me like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. Go Hyung suddenly looked up, as if awakening from a painful dream. No, wait a minute. So it's not volunteering work, but doing volunteer work. The child asked curiously, hey sis, this guy is so weird. Juna straightforwardly admits, I know they were born with congenital illnesses. Peter, who had been silent since arriving on the island, chuckled happily at her response. Don't insult me like that. To be recognized at school, we have to participate in volunteer activities. He and I lie down in the middle of the street, bouncing up and down like children begging their mother for candy.
Go stubbornly replied, who would come to glory to do volunteer work? I don't want to. I won't give in. Gaong screams desperately. No, I don't like it. This amazing body can't rest in this crappy place. No. While I was being cute, someone came to talk to me. Jin Dongji high school teacher apologizes. Everyone came here for volunteer work, right? The boy and the man immediately fell silent when the teacher approached, glaring at them as if plotting something sneaky. Gong and Go have changed into the distinctive floral skirts of village women and cheerfully weeded at Jindongdu High School, replying, this school is full of weeds. As you can see, we've spent our whole lives doing nothing but volunteer work. Please, let us help. It turns out they were trying to gain the teacher's favor, but their help was more destructive than helpful, making her work harder to keep them in check. No, that's a flower. Meanwhile, he and she stand outside like an old couple watching the big kids play in the mud, exhausted and utterly disheartened. This illness can't be cured, right? Now Peter is no longer defending them either. Probably so. She still wondered about the volunteer trip and asked him, but I still don't understand why the teacher sent us to a place like this, especially since it's not even close to our area. Peter remained silent, lost in thought as she continued to voice her concerns. Seun is 500 kilometers away, and he recalled Kanju's warning before heading to the island. I don't know anymore. The order from above is like that, but just remember, this is only a volunteer activity. Never cause trouble or get caught. Peter turned away, leaving Juna puzzled, and headed towards the school building, leaving behind a thought. There must be a reason why I was sent here. His attitude and actions made her feel unfamiliar. Why? Why is he so calm today? After finishing their work, they sat down to chat. Go, you start first. I just want to ask one question. Gu Hyun continued and asked, are you a student here? The teacher smiled and covered her mouth. No, I am a teacher at this school. You two are complimenting me on looking very young. They suddenly spoke up, signaling to be quiet. That's enough. Then both of the actors put on masks to look mysterious. Cool it with that intense look. I'm still a student, and she's a teacher. Juna next to her here also got tired and stopped joking around. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Students are here. Welcome to J School, the teacher announced, and all three greeted in unison. Hello, sir, the security guard cheerfully joked. You know, this is the only school on this island.
Ju, even though there was nothing funny about it, made both the teacher and the guard laugh. She interrupted and said, "Please, sir, don't do that anymore." Junina continued to ask about the work needed, but she thought it was already very clean. "Is there anything else for us to do?" The cheerful security guard replied with a smile. All right. If I go to the back, is there a pigsty there? Since someone uses it, it should be called a human pen, right?" Peter from behind didn't say anything. He smiled and said, "Come with me." She frowned, feeling that something was off, a bit suspicious. Did they call us here just for this? Suddenly, a loud shout came from compartment 2. "Come out right now." So it turns out they are debt collectors. Our brothers shouted out loud, "Hey, when are you going to pay the rent? Thanks to us, you're able to live comfortably. Don't you know that?" The security guard spoke up first. "Here we are. Sorry that this school is so poor it doesn't even have a heating system." The brown-haired guy replied, "We're also poor. Without a heater, we have to cover ourselves with newspapers to sleep." The security guard stepped forward, holding a basket covered with cloth, and enthusiastically replied, "If so, I will give you this. Did you think it was some valuable item? Why do you need to prepare so much? Luckily, both of us are healthy." Their smiles froze when they realized it was a basket of potatoes. The security guard laughed and said, "We grew them ourselves." The brown-haired girl sarcastically said, "Looks fresh, huh?" Then suddenly they threw the basket of potatoes at him, causing him to fall flat on his back. Everyone was surprised and called him sir. They looked down on him and said they couldn't believe it. "I'm here to get this back." The teacher stepped forward to help him up, protesting that not many people could hit someone like that. The brown-haired man replied, "Two of you are businessmen after all. If you keep breaking the rules, it won't be fun." Juna stepped forward to block Peter, afraid he would act. "Kim Sung-gu, don't intervene." Peter replied calmly. "No, that's not true," she interrupted. "Teacher Wanu said we are not allowed to interfere." The teacher replied dissatisfied, and anyone with eyes could see that there was no money here. "We are still trying to survive on government assistance money." The brown-haired man leans down, a wicked smile on his lips as he puffs on his cigarette. "Teacher, there are other ways." The teacher looked confused. "What do you mean?" The brown-haired man held the teacher's chin, his lecherous eyes smiling as he spat out vulgar words. "There are many ways to make money. Even if you're not a teacher, you understand what I mean. I think you can make quite a bit of money." Suddenly, a hand reached out to separate the two of them. A man's hand was not made to hit women. Go looks cool in floral pants. I'm here to protect her. The brown-haired guy keeps trying to justify himself, but then gets punched straight in the face. I didn't do it. Go Hyun continues. That's why I won't forgive you. Still showing off, he got hit by the black-haired guy. I, the black-haired one, watched as Go Hyun sat on the ground. I think my hand was born to punch you. Please stop now. They're just students here doing volunteer work. He's serious again after getting punched. All right, don't worry, I'm fine. It was only a serious moment for about 3 seconds, and Go Hyun looked up with a nosebleed flowing like a waterfall. That hit was just like a mosquito bite. The teacher asked worriedly. But you're bleeding so much. Don't worry about the small details. The sun has set behind the mountains with the sound of eating. Goyoung and Go are battered and bruised, their faces swollen so badly that their parents don't recognize them lying in the school infirmary. The teacher is grabbing a first aid kit to treat Goyoung's wounds, worriedly asking Han, "Are you in pain?" You must be surprised, right? I apologize. Go still manages to speak up. The most worrying thing now is not him but the fist of that fat guy. The security guard explaining while looking in the mirror to stick a pain relief patch on his bruised back says, "Oh, poor kids. Those guys are just thugs around here. I don't understand where they suddenly appeared from and started demanding protection money and all that. Every generation has its share of guys like that." The teacher smiled after treating their wounds. "And thanks to you all, the children are very happy, and the place is also very clean. For now, rest up, and we'll talk more tomorrow." "Captain, feeling better now? Our boss has grown up now." Go Hung angrily said, "What the hell is this?" "I think back to the times I met them. At school, they were very arrogant, trying to intimidate me to show their authority. When they encounter those who hide their strength, they boast and look down on others. With other enemies, they also show their strength and rush into fights without knowing their limits. But today, I saw them differently. A true strong person can be humble when necessary." "You did very well today," Go Hyung said proudly. The woman's tears are for the man, but before you can finish speaking, Peter turns away. "Rest now." "Hey, teacher, did you call me because you need something?" Dong Thane replied, "No, not Miss Yin, it's that guy over there. Is the night sky on the island full of stars?" Juna sat alone on the swing, her face full of sadness, as if lost in thought or worried about something, her mood troubled, quietly alone without bothering anyone. Juna remembered the past when she got off the car. Someone asked, "Juna, aren't you bringing that bag with you?" She noticed the bag in the corner of the car and picked it up. "This isn't mine." When I opened it, inside was a suitcase containing 5 test tubes with red and yellow liquids. Seeing them, she burst into tears. "Sunu, why? Is that you?" Then he hugged the suitcase and leaned against the car, crying. Returning to the present, Juna still wonders how to thank him. "I want to thank him, but I can't. What should I do now?" Peter suddenly appeared, looking at the kids and reminding you of your brother, huh? She gasped in surprise when she saw Thulu appear. Peter asked, "Do you see that or what?" Juna replied, "Why are you like this all the time?" He asked further. What am I doing? She replied with the usual things you would do. Juna glanced at Peter sitting in the chain, feeling uncertain, as if this was the very moment. Should I say it or not? She hesitated to speak. So, Kim Sunu, if you hesitate, I will answer honestly. Or Juna, feeling nervous and unsure how to thank, suddenly Peter responds on her behalf, thanking him for that day, and he, surprised, exclaims, "Oh, what?" And then he looks up at the starry sky. Peter recalls the old memory when he pretended to be a doctor, and Juna had her right arm in a cast, telling him, "Please come to the clock tower." And Peter asks the hospital lobby clock tower. Juna seriously replies, "No. It's the clock tower outside the yard." And later she was seen kneeling on the hospital yard, crying bitterly. Now, he smiles and turns to Juna. "You must be very scared, but you protected me." He complimented her, surprising her with his bravery. Juna shyly replied, "There's nothing special. It's a treasure to me." And Peter, looking disillusioned, replied, "Congratulations. The scene at this moment is so beautiful that it makes people feel nostalgic. I have a question." Juna asked if they were related to Peter, or something like that. No, that's not it. So far, the light from the stars and the moon shines down on the two people sitting on the swing, talking. "I've met many assassins, but I've never met anyone as strong as you. You even beat Nathaniel. Why are you only a D-level assassin?" Peter closed his eyes, facing the moon and smiling, and replied, "I'll tell you everything soon. Just wait a little longer." Juna lowered her face, seeming sad but gathering more courage, and then she spoke to thank him. "Are you pretending not to hear? What did you just say?" She shyly replied, I'm so annoyed I can't say anything." She whispered, "Thank you." Peter kept pretending. "What?" Juna turned to face him and spoke directly. "Hey, Kim Sunu, thank you so much." Peter continued his prank. "Sorry, but I really didn't hear anything," she said helplessly. "Yeah, that's right," shouting loudly, "Thank you," startled him. Surprised when she shouted, he replied, "All right, calm down." Juna, embarrassed, runs away, turning back and pointing at Peter, shouting, "You deliberately did this, so you're just as perverted as I thought. I have to be careful now," leaving him with a speechless face. "That's why I can't thank you freely." He stood up with a look like an old father watching over his children. Both the Doc Gao brothers and Juna have grown up. Both of them left, leaving the scene as it was. Peter replied, "Things have been somewhat resolved, so we should act now, right?" Inside the school building, the glass window frame is illuminated by moonlight as he walks slowly toward the last classroom down the hall. Peter looks up at the brightly lit classroom. Inside, the security guard monitoring the school with a camera turns his chair and asks, "Can I help you?" holding a cup of hot cocoa. "Oh, young man, you're not asleep yet? Working too much will make you age faster and your bones will weaken, so you should rest properly. I wish I could also lose my belly fat." Then he would burst out laughing as if he were watching a comedy. Talking about belly fat. He stood helplessly beside him, unable to speak. Seeing that he wasn't smiling, the smile on the old man's face also froze. Seeing that, Peter turned to leave and politely said, "I'm heading out now. Take care of yourself." The bodyguard's voice made him freeze. Then he slowly stood up and said, "I have lived among the stench of blood for decades." "You think you can hide the smell of blood with fake acting?" she said, removing her bucket hat to reveal shoulder-length hair. "But you have something very special. I can smell a lot of blood." Looking at his lonely but strong silhouette, he replied, "The only way to get here unnoticed is by doing volunteer work. I came here with only one purpose," and then turned to look at the security guard with a cold gaze and said, "And it's you again." When he turned around, he saw him change into protective clothing, revealing a muscular body, while his hand was pulling out a sword from the broom he often carried. Peter continued, revealing his identity, the messenger of the buttocks. He looked at him with cold, deadly eyes. "Not in this country. I heard you're the best swordsman on the planet, the leading swordsman of glory." Then he appears as a swordsman with a fierce face, wielding a sword. He is known as Sed, the holy sword of the celestial spiral. The order was to kill anyone who drew their sword. The man lowered his blade, and the quote continued to reveal the tiny openings. And in that tiny hole, the assassin quickly takes care of it, creating an opening for the opponent to seize the chance to counterattack. And then Peter thought to himself. But Simon's face appeared, as if he could read others' minds. Peter was convinced there was no gap or weakness anywhere. The sharp blade cuts through even the strongest weapons, and not even a bullet can counter or dodge it. The barrier is sliced in half cleanly, and at this moment, Peter cannot move. Peter thought to himself that in just a brief moment, he had been cornered. He had blocked all his movements with the bamboo sticks. You acknowledge that he truly is the greatest swordsman on the planet. Peter calls out the name of the holy sword, Celestial Sphere Envoy Simon. Now, Simon Flex only has two things he cannot take in M-moves. You can be grateful for that. He swung his sword because one of them was you. Peter skillfully dodged. Sarcastic smirk. People cannot hide their habits. His eyes darkened. The way you speak and even your scent down to each person's breathing are all different. X-Mong is hard to understand. I was suspicious at first because it seemed impossible. But in the end, it still doesn't make sense. X-Mong is not satisfied, but I can be sure through this battle. He drives the green sword firmly into the ground. Peter calls messenger C-Mong. Under the witness of the sky and clouds, Simon kneels down. "Greetings, brother Peter. You took a path no one expected." "It's a pleasure to meet you, big brother." After a while of talking, X-Mong suddenly Are you getting younger? Peter replied. Well, that's how it is, X-Mon continued. But seeing that, I also feel happy. I thought the boss really took a loss, and Peter was so happy he couldn't believe it either. Simon asks if Mom hasn't come to the playground where she awakened yet. Peter looks uncomfortable. Are you mocking his painful past? Now Simon is excited again.
But meeting you again really makes me happy, big brother. Now I can freely do the things I've never done before.
Peter is confused. What do you mean by that? X-Mong explains it as if they were hair. Peter declines, saying, I just woke up and my hair looks good enough like this. Peter sighed, but still felt lucky, as they shouted, the undefeated swordsman, Saint Sword Spirit Luan? Isn't that a waste? Peter mocked. You almost killed me. Simon replied, I know he's the big brother, but how could I do that? Peter pointed out. You were pointing the sword right at his throat. X-Mong pouts and says, that's really mean of you, big brother. Peter praises. Come to think of it, after all these years, your skills are still impressive, as if you're young again. X-Mong feels shy. Having held a broom for years, I still find holding a sword a bit awkward. X-Mong recalls that it was thanks to the boss's guidance that I am where I am today. By the way, big brother, why are you here? Peter replied. So, have you ever heard of Nathaniel from St. Ton General Hospital? Simon nodded. So I heard there's been some chaos there recently. He jumped in surprise.
So you're the boss? Peter confirms.
Yeah, that's how it is. Simon was surprised.
I thought it was some crazy guy, Peter asked sharply.
The crazy one. Simong realizes he has spoken out of turn. Oh no, you're really something else, big brother Hao. At this point, Simong is curious, but why would he do that? Could it be that he revealed his suspicion of wanting to destroy Glory? Simon advises, no matter how strong you are, boss, it's very dangerous. Don't you know what Glory is like now? So please, Simong suddenly became agitated. Please let me go with the boss, so I can deal with those bastards. Peter is indifferent, just go to school as usual. Simong, are you stubborn and not listening to the boss? I really have to go, Peter interrupted. Simong, are you planning to turn these long months of hiding into nothing? Simon explains. Even now, the dream still appears every night from that day. He recalls that if you hadn't stopped me, I probably wouldn't be alive now. Simon is furious. It's all because of that little brat. Even if I had my head blown off, I would still gladly kill that bastard. Isn't that right, big brother? These words evoke Peter's memories. It is said that 60 years ago, the Glory Orphanage was established by Father Gabriel. He said that among the children who grew up there, 12 of us, including myself, were chosen. Peter suddenly remembered that one day it turned into a survival battle. There I was treated like a lowly servant, forced to endure brutal training and made to commit slaughter. 12 survivors raised as secret agents of the country. 12 apostles. Peter grew up like a puppet before he could realize that Glory had taken the 2 apostles to fight all over the place. Then one day, an orphaned child suddenly gained a new member. For some reason, the father adopted the child. As time went on, the child began to crave the crown, and eventually he placed the crown on his own head. He betrayed his faith, and seeing this scene is what made Simon so agitated. I will kill you. At that moment, Peter stopped him, calming Simon. Simon shouted, Big brother, let me go. Peter soothes him, saying, because of you and all of us, now is not the time. Glory has been taken over by that man's filthy hand. It quickly declined and became a corrupt and dirty assassin organization tainted by greed. Returning to reality, Peter admits that at that moment he was a bit weak. Now you have the strongest weapon, which is youth. Peter stood up and said, you just need to watch me. I will be the one. Destroy a stronghold, Peter walks slowly. The next day at school, Go Hyung threatens. Anyone who Go responds to when giving something, they all will receive something in return. Clearly, they handle everything, so why do they only cling to Kim soon? The teacher smiled and said I was worried today would be full of chaos. Luckily, those thugs didn't show up. Go Hyung and Go speak up. Yeah, they'll never come back again, right, teacher? A man clapped his hands and asked, do you have to do this? The 2 thugs covered their mouths and tried to speak. We won't do it again. Please forgive us this once. Go Hyung and Gon warned them they will never meet the neighbors again. Yin once again. The 2 thugs insisted. Yes, of course. From now on, we'll live like ghosts. Goyong and Goes even took them to the boat to threaten them. If they return, they will have to pay a very high price because their opponent at that time was a future S-rank assassin. Whether or not that will happen is still unknown. The 2 thugs obediently replied, yes, we understand. Go Hyung puffed her nose and said, it's nothing special, but I feel embarrassed. We just gave them a few souvenirs. The teacher became even more confused after hearing the explanation. They quickly arrived at the dock and thanked everyone. Simon nodded and said, thank you for creating so many beautiful memories for the children. Peter was polite, but shouldn't we be the ones thanking you 2 instead? X. Mongku's mind is clouded. The only thing worth mentioning is that thanks to these one-of-a-kind young men visiting the only school on Do Island. One of a kind. Go Hyung and Go called the teacher. They are happy, and from now on, I will come back every year to see her. The teacher's response is perfect then. Go Hyung is excited. Does Miss like us to come back and see her? The teacher confirms. Of course. Now Shimong Goy. Boss, you shake hands with me. Feel free to contact me anytime. Messenger Saimong is always ready to support you. If anything happens, I will fly to the boss immediately. Peter replied, "Thank you, Uncle. Stay healthy. We are starting to move out." At this moment, a fierce storm is approaching. Today's weather is really bad. Thunder and lightning cover the school, but Simong is still doing her usual security work. Strange, huh? He's been getting a lot of visitors lately. Simong has realized it, but it seems like an uninvited guest has arrived. Simong holds her opponent's hand, and from her look, it doesn't seem like she's searching for something or someone in this remote place. The mysterious woman replied that he was hiding out in this place. She drew her sword, one of the 12 disciples of Father Gabriel, Apostle Simon. He is also known as the Saint Swordmaster of the Holy Sword Spirit, the best swordsman in Korea. Simong quickly guessed that the woman wielding the sword and the tall man accompanying her were the disgraceful men from New Glory. "I heard you are the best swordsman in Japan." At the same time, the woman drew the demon sword. The woman sneers, "You know me. That's so touching." Simong, unmasked, directly questions her identity. "What is the reason? You came here to steal my title." The woman dismissively replied, "I am not interested. She is sharp. I have to ask them for more payment." Mockingly, he said, "So what if it's this far away? It's probably not worth much." He hesitated, feeling that something was not quite right. As Shimong spoke, he drew his sword and said, "Who dares call me the best swordsman in Korea?" X-Mong draws the divine sword Tin Luan. The woman smirks, "It's quite worth it to go this far." "Don't worry, I'll greet our guests warmly too." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in to enjoy it. The woman also glided over the water like a wave, until one of them had to retreat. Outside, a fierce rain was pouring down, when suddenly a blinding light shone from inside a classroom. It turned out to be sparks created by the intense clash of two swords. Those sword strikes erupted fiercely. A second later, both of them retreated, maintaining distance, and the demon sword softly said, "I had high hopes for the famous name of the Spirit Wheel Sword. Has the old man become too weak?" "You're not as skilled as I thought." Zim gently curves his lips into a smile and responds calmly, "I know, as you said, my swordsmanship has declined, but if it were before, you would have been dead long ago." The demon sword sneered, "Hey there." Then she charged forward quickly, shouting loudly, "Don't talk nonsense." X-Mong frowned, secretly calculating. Although her technique was a bit unusual, he was more worried about that big guy. To handle both of them, he needed a wider space. After thinking, he also rushed to Makim's side. The two swords clashed once again. "Why are you worried?" "Anyway, no one will know." In an instant, she swung her sword quickly at him because her uncle would also disappear soon. The window of the room was shattered immediately after. The demon sword cursed angrily. "Damn it, that old fox got away." The big guy from behind approached and asked, "It's pouring outside, do you think we can make it?" She smiles confidently and responds casually. The scene shifts outside the forest, with her swiftly running along the road. As he ran away, he swung his sword to cut down the bamboo blocking the way, forging the steel of tomorrow. That is the true nature of a sword. But that weapon wasn't a sword. It was a saw that could cut through flesh and bone. Even though she didn't move much, the saw could easily carve deep into the bones and flesh. And above all, these guys look very suspicious because they're clearly hiding something. The rain is still pouring like water, and Shimong has finally been pushed to the brink. He stands silently in the pouring rain as the demon sword raises its hand to his face with a sinister smile. "What's wrong? You look so messy but more romantic than I thought. Such a beautiful scenery, huh? If you're going to get married, you should choose a nice place to do it." Dimong turned to look at them and asked, "Do you know why they call me the Sword Spirit Celestial Wheel?" "Oh, I don't quite understand." "Huh? Is that really so important now?" This uncle is really stubborn. "I need to finish this quickly. I'm very busy." "Wait a moment. He is very dangerous." Simong curled his lips into a smile and said, "Yes, I prefer real action over useless preaching." His tone was sharp, the Holy Sword Spirit realm still bowing its head in the rain with no sign of movement. The atmosphere, the seawater, even the falling rain, all made me suffocate except for that. A second later, Shimong rushed quickly to their location, surrounded by swirling waters like a raging tornado. At this moment, both of them were startled and panic-stricken. Damn it! He was so fast, that Shimong kept rushing to attack her nonstop, and I couldn't react immediately. The assault never paused even for a moment. The big guy standing beside him watched and silently commented that it was a skill honed through millions of repetitions over many decades. With this skill, he has made every swordsman in the world tremble. Finally, he delivered the finishing blow. The heavenly demon sword of the Empire kneels down in pain after taking that hit, then turns to the big guy and says, "The best swordsman in Japan. It's funny, I haven't fought like this in a long time. Now, it's your turn." He pointed his sword directly at him and said, "Big guy, it's your turn now." The big guy still spoke calmly. The old envoy Shimong was a great swordsman. If he hadn't laid down his sword for so long, he would have been a formidable opponent, but it's too late now. His words made Simong furrow his brow in confusion. What did you say?" "You're the one who lost." In the next second, Shimong looked down at his stomach and saw a large horizontal cut, blood pouring out. "What is this?" "Since when?" "Impossible, this can't be happening." The big guy continued speaking. "What's going on? Does the uncle think he has won?" At this moment, a familiar voice rings out.
That's so funny. Look at his expression. What's wrong, Uncle?
X-Mong stared in surprise, clearly believing she had already cut her down, as if possessed by a demon. Could she be the embodiment of evil? At that moment, X-Mong's mind became frantic. No, it's just an illusion. What the hell? Since when? Only now does he realize that the ghostly sword image that appeared in his mind when he sprayed the perfume is actually it. That perfume is a hallucinogen. Mong looks up at the sky and mumbles. Quite a trick. An illusion, huh? Fine, it's just a small pebble on a vast road. You think I didn't foresee this situation? Then he closes his eyes and frowns. I have been beheaded hundreds of thousands of times. If I see the demon in you, closing my eyes will make everything okay. Once again, he stands motionless in the rain. I have used this method millions of times because for me, sight is nothing. In an instant, he was face to face with the burly man who had just used the technique. And seeing this, the burly man couldn't help but marvel. Looking again, it remains a terrifying skill. The holy sword of pure spirit renowned across the world, the Apostle Mong. It turns out that all along he has been lost in a real illusion. The Mong of reality, like a clown swinging his sword wildly everywhere, still managed to do this. You still haven't realized it and are talking crazily. Now, you evil demon, do you know who I am? The demon sword couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old man is drunk. No way he can hear anything anyway. I will also teach you a lesson and show you why they call me the demon sword. Her eyes full of killing intent, she said literally, then swung her sword and charged forward. The demon sword, I am a demon who knows how to wield a sword. The scene shifts to the next morning at a school, and a voice echoes. Hey, listen, I wanted to ask you two this question. Juna quietly asked while carrying a box. How do I do it? I go feeling hopeless. Is love supposed to hurt this much? Miss Yin hasn't replied to my messages. Tears in his eyes, he held out his phone showing the chat with Yin and looked ahead. Seeing that, an adult shouted, who could handle this mess? Go Hyung denies it. No. At first, Yin was still replying. He shows another conversation for everyone to see. Read this. A friend spoke up. Is this real? Teacher Yin really is an angel, even replying to these guys' messages. Then Go Hyung showed a piece of paper with a woman and a sword, a tall man like a bear. But yesterday, Ms. Yin sent me this photo, and then I haven't heard anything from her since. Go teased her. So what should I do with this fragile heart of hers? Go Hyung went along, apologizing. I forgot she's still just a kid. Seeing the teasing from the two, Juna rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight if they wanted. But Peter stayed silent. Then he left to make a phone call to someone, even as the three of them were about to fight. Hey, Kim Sung-gu, where are you going? Stop standing there. Come help them. Sit down, have some tea and a piece of cake, and calm down, okay? All right, don't worry. I'll calm down after you guys finish fighting. The voice on the other end replied, Senior, what's going on? Peter asks, are you free? The scene shifts to a cliff by the sea, where he gently places a photo on a cardboard box. Seeing that, Juan wondered, Senior, hey, Ma King, why are you reacting like that? She kept pressing, Senior, what's going on? Just answer me. But at this moment, Peter's face darkened. He frowned, wondering why Peter remembered that night's conversation with Simon. Please, kindly let me come with the boss so I can handle those bastards. Peter blamed himself, wishing he had let the kid come along back then. Next, there's an image of Mong saying goodbye to you before leaving. Feel free to contact me anytime. Boss, Mong's messenger is always ready to support you. If anything happens, I will fly to your side immediately. I wish you had stayed by Uncle's side back then. If so, inside the cardboard box would be Mong's arm with a message sent to me. The incident never happened. Peter was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead and his whole body trembled. From afar, someone watching them with a familiar voice calls out, How is it going? Yes, sir. The target has confirmed the gift. The other end asked for confirmation. Are you sure it's Peter? He confidently replied, Yes, I am sure. He's an old man, but he's not alone. The other end asks, You say he's not alone? That man then turned the binoculars towards Juan and Ma Kin. He was with a woman, a dog, and a kid. Then suddenly realizing something was wrong, he let out a surprised sound. Hearing that, the other end asked, What's going on? The man continued, Where is that kid going? But before he could finish, Peter suddenly snatched the phone from behind. Give me the phone. The man looked astonished. What? You got here so quickly from so far away? But how does it know I'm here? Damn it. All right then. Peter picks up the phone and asks, You are the latest model of Glory's butt sim. Turns out the person on the other end has been the demon sword all along. Are you talking to Peter? That's so touching. Peter straightforwardly asked, Are you a demon? Hey, demon, I don't know how confident you are to act so arrogantly. You just warned her and broke that man's finger. But I hope you're prepared because if Peter uses more force, that man will scream in pain. You. Peter's eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth. You will taste the greatest pain at the hands of someone truly different. The scene shifts to a luxury yacht speeding across the sea, with sounds coming from Peter's phone. Is everything okay? You know where she is, right? Of course. Isn't that her house? Where are the chickens that still like to take risks? I've searched all 5 oceans and 6 continents, including ID numbers and personal data of the crew members. There is only one ship whose detailed data has not been disclosed. She softly added, the ghost ship. where the kidnapper Simong is on board. The person on the other end added, how could she be the ship's owner? Who is she? Everything is hidden behind the curtain. However, Juan hadn't finished speaking before Peter interrupted him. The only thing I knew for sure was the origin. If Korea has glory, then Japan has them. From the Kamakura shogunate era to the present, they have been a group of assassins defending Japan for thousands of years. The style of the demon sword and the famous legend about it are connected to the greatest Yakuza in the Kanto region, the mass disappearances of the Yamatogumi gang. The incident happened during the 60th birthday celebration of the leader, where 2,000 people gathered, and they were all slaughtered by those two. Everyone knows about this case, Uncle, but why do you call it a disappearance? It's more accurate to call it a massacre or genocide, I tell you. BTET responds across the line. That's right. The two of them faced off against 2,000 people in a place where such a major battle took place, yet not a single person could be found. The Japanese police immediately issued a warrant to catch them, but true to their name, they disappeared like ghosts. After a few years, they suddenly reappear in Korea, becoming the new Simong of Glory, Juan added. So, if that's the case, someone as knowledgeable about them as you would go alone to attack that place? Not bad at all. He managed to cut off a whole arm of the senior Simong, and it was at sea. If he goes alone and encounters trouble, no one will be able to save him. You really don't need my help, do you? Peter said in a deep voice. I don't care how dangerous it is. No matter how many enemies I have to fight, or how many times I have to go to war, I will catch each one and make them pay for every drop of my brother's blood. And I also have a disciple. Jun was surprised and exclaimed at his words. What? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what did you just say? Why do you look so cool? Why the hell are Go and Go Hyung complaining? Do we really have to dress like this every time? I want to be a bodyguard too. Peter calmly replied, everything is the same no matter what you do. That's why I told you not to come. Both of them kept shouting loudly. Again, you always go solo, he said honestly. This is not a joke. Peter warned you really might get hurt. The two of them, on the other hand, didn't care at all. I don't care. Go Young chews on a candy in his mouth. For a true hero, even this is just the final medal. Suddenly from behind, another voice called out, Kim Sung-gu, do you like this yacht? Peter immediately greeted him. Hello, sir. This elegant and sophisticated man is John Untrong, the chairman of DDHA Corporation, the world's largest military conglomerate. Peter expressed concern. Chairman, it's cold outside. Why don't you go inside and rest? Go and Go Hyung stand behind, demanding. Chairman, we also want to become bodyguards. You think we work as assassins at Glory to clean up? Seeing Untrong wipe the sweat from his face, they quietly asked, why do you seem so tense? He replied that it was unavoidable. The ship sold everything I could imagine and desire, including drugs, weapons, and precious artworks that have vanished from this world, even the living. No matter how wealthy or powerful you are, you can't enter without that person's permission. Peter bowed his head and said, I owe you, Chairman, this time. Untrong turned to look at the sea and said, no debts, right? It's over there, the ghost ship of the Apostle Simong. Peter's eyes turned cold as ice, thinking to himself, what kind of person am I to be haunted by a demon sword? I am very eager to meet such a ruthless person. To truly assess you, the unofficial base of the Glory Society, the sacred ghost ship. A shrill shouting voice rang out. Hurry up and call your boss here. A fat, arrogant man is shouting at a female employee. Stop fooling around and call your boss. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Just then, a woman's figure approached. Sir, are you here? Aren't you tired of calling Nam Hwai? That woman is the demon sword, and the one following him is the big guy with a mask. He's not the boss, he's the ship owner. So this is the true form of the two butt-snatching kidnappers. She approached and sat next to that chubby uncle, suggesting, let's go to my room and have a heart-to-heart. He replied firmly, no, have you forgotten who I am? I could crush you with just one sentence. I am the CEO of Do Song Group. Ma Sor-jin moved closer to him, even crossing his legs in a suggestive manner. If you don't like my room, should we do it right here? The chubby uncle still looked angry and shouted, what are you planning to do? You think a man is that simple? She continued to caress him. Do you like this? Then the demon sword squeezed his face with both hands. Since you are already drunk, I will make you even more intoxicated. Suddenly, the next second, he froze, his trembling hands causing him to panic. What the hell is going on here? The demon sword smirked as he watched the chubby uncle fall to the ground. Her voice was full of sarcasm. Look at you. I didn't mean anything. So you, the director, like that kind of thing? Fine then. She watched him writhing on the ground in pain, amused. Everyone has their own taste. Well, look at those two. Then the demon sword straightforwardly ordered, throw him into the sea. The guard immediately received the order. Understood. The demon sword turned and asked, what do you think about Peter? I replied, I think he will come. This is the first auction since that call. Yeah, I said with a smile after receiving such an awesome gift. He's definitely coming. The guard asked suspiciously, if Peter really shows up here, what will you do? A second later, she grinned eerily and crazily said, then I have to meet him and kill that old man to get the reward. Hurry up and come see me. B cut to Go and Go Young. Both of them froze and broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of girl is this? In front of them is a scene full of sparkling lights and loud music, with a pool right there. This is clearly a super luxurious hotel. The world's elite gather here. Are these people just using money to wipe their asses? The two of them exchange secretive glances. Go. Are you ready? Of course, sir. The two young men eagerly clean up, unable to let a speck of dust block the VIP guest's way. The Western guests seem pleased by that. Okti, little boy. The two are still cleaning enthusiastically when suddenly the foreign guest calls. HCOM Haya. Hearing that, both of them replied in unison, yes, ma VIP. He has a cheerful face, one hand pressing the like button, the other holding a stack of dollar bills. Take my money. Gong picks up the stack of money in his hand and begins to count. Wow, how much is this amount here? $100 is 100,000 GN. A second later, both of them stared in shock and shouted loudly, 1 million already. They were deluding themselves into thinking they were happy lying on a pile of money and partying. Washing the floor once earned us $1 million. I could do this for a lifetime. Are the two of us about to get rich?
They were so excited they collapsed on the floor, already rich enough not to need to fight anymore. Just then, a loud sound rang out.
Everyone, welcome aboard the ghost ship. We send our warmest greetings to all. The demon sword holding a glass of wine in hand is about to begin. Before we start the auction, I'd like to introduce today's item. The impression Simon left on the paper. A woman with a sword and a tall man like a bear. Peter's face was as cold as ice, clearly a fake. The host quickly removed the red scarf. The main item in today's auction is Bodarok. For you, what do you think is the worst weapon in the world? Cannons, tanks, fighter jets, or nuclear missiles? The demon sword definitely does not. This tiny thing can kill hundreds of thousands of people in just 2 minutes. This is the biological weapon, Bodarok. Peter frowned, thinking to himself, so I defeated X-Mong with this? It doesn't seem like it. So how then? The guests below start to whisper. What? Is that really Bodarok? Bodarok was developed by the Soviet Union but was discarded because it was too dangerous. How did she get her hands on it? Mahkim continues, smoother than a bullet and more painful than nuclear energy. An old man with a cane speaks up, cursing. Damn it, I've always wondered who stole it. He shouted, how dare you steal my Bodarok? This old man is Victor Igroa Viv5IP, Russia's main weapons distributor. Igroa angrily points and orders the bastard to be brought here immediately. The large henchman quickly received the order. Iroa's two subordinates are immediately stopped by security and cannot go any further. The guests downstairs start to get restless. What's going on? Those two henchmen push the guards aside aggressively. If you don't want trouble, move somewhere else and play. Hey, boat owner, those two are heading towards the demon sword to threaten us. If you don't want to regret it, stay quiet and follow us. But she suddenly burst into song, her hair fragrant and silky. Hearing that, one of them responded with a confused, huh? Did the demon sword glance over and not feel anything because it was too smooth? The other guy asked back, confused. What? In an instant, those two huge subordinates suddenly fell to the ground, clutching their faces and screaming, looking very pained. What's going on? What's wrong with them? The customers downstairs also noticed and started to get excited. What's going on? Nothing's happening for no reason all of a sudden. He stared in shock. Those people are melting away. Peter remembered that the guard who touched their faces earlier was the one with the sword, which still spoke due to a minor glitch that caused the program to pause. Sorry, I would like to continue. The Bodarok auction will start tomorrow evening. The starting bid is 200 million items. I won't reveal everything now, but I will share a special secret with you all here. Actually, there is one more item in this special auction that is so incredible no one can imagine it. The guests downstairs started whispering again. Is it a weapon? Maybe it's a rare sacred relic. So intriguing. Show it to us. What do you have to show us all? Suddenly, the demon sword gently raised its hand to signal silence. I will announce the special item tomorrow. Out of curiosity, everyone continued to discuss. What could it be? Could it be even better than Bodarok? I'm already feeling excited. Meanwhile, Long Peter is burning with heat. Where is Simon? The Guardian and the Demon Sword stand above, observing everyone. He speaks up. Peter is over there, the Demon Sword replies. I don't know, but we'll find out tomorrow. Because if he doesn't, he won't be able to see his beloved junior again. Untrung and Peter walk down the corridor, Svetdorsno talking. Sunu, things are tense, so I'm feeling hungry. Let's go to the banquet room and have a drink with Nam Ni. Understood, Chairman. Untrang turned to remind him. Oh, and you've seen her too. I have to be very careful with that woman. Politicians, businessmen, and all the influential figures in the world follow that woman's words. I am the most patient person I have ever met. He continued speaking along with the man beside him. Just then, a voice rang out. The chairman nods. The demon sword happily steps forward. Oh dear, it's so hard just to see your face. Last time I invited you, you didn't come. Maybe you prefer Bodarok? The demon sword approaches Untrong and grabs his tie. It's been a long time since we met, so let's have dinner together. I have everything ready. Untrang awkwardly declines. I'm sorry, but I was planning to skip dinner tonight because the champagne is too strong. Suddenly, she called in a deep voice. The chairman's face turned pale. Be careful with what he says. Seeing her like that, he was worried and anxious. She is too dangerous. Suddenly, a hand pushed away the demon sword. The one who pushed him away was none other than Peter, he said coldly. He will eat later. The chairman is not feeling well today. Peter leaned closer to the cursed sword and whispered, "If you need someone, I can help you." The atmosphere between them suddenly grew tense. Then Peter helped Untrung leave the place. "Chairman, over here." Leave the demon sword behind with a terrifying expression. "That kid is quite adorable too." Then I have to show my strength so it knows. Think and do. Wait a moment. The demon sword walks over while spraying perfume. Exactly. "I need a companion for tonight's dinner. Go on a date with me. And when you arrive, it's best to loosen your belt first." Peter grabs hold of your coat and pulls it down. "My dinner is a bit long, isn't it? Look, even you can't resist it." The cursed sword moved closer, grabbing his tie and licking his lips skillfully, still thinking it was very tasty. Does Peter look at me with disdain? He silently assesses this scent. He doesn't know what this feeling is like. Seeing his dilated pupils, she made a comment herself. All men are the same. Ma's sword caressed his hand over Peter's chest. Strangely enough, whenever they meet my gaze, they seem to lose their reason and can't turn away. "Avulot moi rồi của anh, nhưng muốn nuốt chửng Peter ngay tại dậy. Mà kiếm hỏi anh với giọng nói quyến rũ những dãy dễ dọa." Isn't that right? Ma Kim remains very confident. Suddenly a voice interrupts her next move. "Master, are you here?" The two floor cleaning staff with brooms ran out in front of Ma Kim, looking very excited and happy, blocking the way. Peter was still suspicious. No one asked, but these two ministers still acted normal, introducing themselves as if no one paid attention to us. The new cleaning staff arrived, Dog On and Doggo D. "We will eliminate them all." "Oh, sorry. We'll clean all the stains. Just call us. You two keep fighting over the task, so I can do it easily." The owner prefers it this way because while they were busy fighting over each task, they didn't realize how shocked Peter was behind the scenes. He finally snapped out of it after standing there for a long time. Seeing someone disturb him, Ma Kim sighed and gave up. She looked at him, her voice no longer as seductive as before, but still carrying a hint of it. "You're very lucky. You know that?" Ma's sword gently brushed his face with a light touch, like a dragonfly skimming water, and then walked away in regret. She ordered her guard. "Let's go." Watching her leave, Peter was once again lost in a whirl of chaotic thoughts. What just happened earlier felt like I lost my consciousness. How could she do that in such a short amount of time when the Doc Gao brothers are still busy cleaning every corner of this ship? One of them called out, "Master, Master, I will not let a single speck of dust hinder your path." The two of them stand there, assured. Ma Kim has long since left, but Peter still stands there watching without leaving. He quietly comments. As expected, the Dog Gao brothers are still diligently cleaning, with the older Dog Gao and Dog Gao D working hard while chatting. "Did you hear that? The master just gave us $1,000. We will take care of you meticulously down to every hair in your armpits." "Cleaning your nails? I wonder about that," and enthusiastically answer myself. "If you wish, we will serve you immediately. I will gently clean your noble feet." Clean it thoroughly. Clean it thoroughly. Peter just stood there watching them like they were fools. Surely he can't understand what about this cleaning job could be so fascinating to them both. The scene shifts to a luxurious bathroom, with the demon sword leisurely lying in the tub and the guard completely undressed, standing watch behind the pillar. The demon sword in the warm water suddenly asked, "Do you not wonder? He must be very passionate." "What are you talking about?" Boyan didn't understand but still stood firm without turning around. She told him to try thinking about it. Fighting against 100 Brazilian assassins and then making that apostle Nathaniel disappear. That's right. Only someone obsessed with power could do that. An almost 70-year-old man about to go under and he can still pull this off? The opponent is an apostle with full 100% power, after all. Is that really Peter? Protecting, sharing his thoughts after hearing those details. "What do you mean?" she asked, and he immediately added more. This time, it's different from St. Ton Hospital, even when tracking the external POTA system of the ship and the possibility of defeating the fake palace. Ma Kim speaks confidently, but that old man is not on this ship. The guard mentions a different case. Or is someone impersonating Peter Ma Kim? And after hearing that, he just laughs. So we have to go against him. Who is he? And why does he, under the guise of Lost Peter, do so many things for this organization? "How can we know?" your bodyguard replied. "The demon sword is just playing with water." "Oh, are you reminding him that you forgot?" "We have that thing." You stay silent, lost in thought for a moment, then ask the demon sword again. "Are you annoyed or just confused?" He immediately added that man as well. The demon sword stroked his wet hair and cheek, half smiling. "You're joking around. How do you know if it's a girl or a boy?" "I just wanted to see your face. So how about you tell me? Why are you suddenly so serious?" But then you start to suspect that I might be looking for someone else. He remained silent, letting her interpret his reaction based on her emotions. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly spoke out of nowhere. "It's nothing. A luxurious cruise ship on the sea at sunset." Peter, pretending to be a waiter pushing a cart down the hallway, looks straight ahead but is actually reminiscing about the day he won with ex-Mong. That day he was excited, but I was very happy. Peter confusedly asked again, "What do you mean by that?" He seems a bit emotional. "So you think I have another family? Even if we are not related by blood, Big Brother is my only family. Even if I have to go into the coffin, I will be the one to go first. Even if I have to take a photo, I will always be the one to go first. Maybe Simong truly values Peter. Values you so much that she's willing to sacrifice herself to be a stepping stone for you to move forward. Willing to use herself to protect Peter. That day, the two of them were sitting together on a rock in the forest. Peter commented, "Uncle, you dare to do anything." Simong truly went along with it, so I have no regrets anymore. Only then did he realize this person's true feelings and reassure him that he wouldn't cry. I haven't fulfilled my promise to you yet, so I can't say I won't do it. So you also need to cut back on drinking and take care of your health. Can Mong really believe these words? Now let's see how he pretends to be surprised and looks at his brother. Are you saying that promise? Sal, do you still remember it? Peter answers immediately. My memory is pretty sharp. 23 years ago, you would have quit smoking, but now I still see and smell the smoke. You really can't beat me. Simon Mong, my brother, my family is also yours, so I am willing to kill hundreds or thousands of people to bring you back. Remembering Simon's bright smile that day, Peter is truly determined to achieve his goal. Now, he is listening to the play unfolding before him. The demon sword acts as the host, very professional, and in Peter's mind, a plan begins to form. Right now, the first auction game is in full swing in the banquet hall as all eyes on this ship are focused on it. Somehow, I will find out about the butt. Peter kept thinking as he pushed the cart to the corner, where two black men were talking outside the door. Seeing him pass by, they asked, "What's going on?" Peter cheerfully replied, "I am a room service attendant. The guys over there are fine too." "All right, I see." Peter continued pushing the cart forward. "But it seems like you don't know yet. There are no Asian male servers on this ship." The two African men approached Peter and even checked the stuff in that full cart, even though it was empty. "Are you too nosy? Is this guy connected to the one the captain is looking for?" "Maybe not, just take him away." Peter, blocked, was angry and said something truly shocking. The two Africans didn't understand what he was saying and just asked questions, only to see him ask back as if he were a pirate. Then he calmly pushed the service cart forward after squeezing in another man. "They are more prepared than I thought. I've searched the entire ship for the boiler room but still couldn't find any trace of Shimong. So there's only one place left. Wherever he goes, he wipes out all the black people while he himself remains very clean." Peter straightened his tie, turned around, and deduced, "It must be there." Now let's begin. A pure white frame with a single black dot in the center is placed on the stage. Ma Kimkat Jungkwa Micro, the 1780 painting. This is a masterpiece by the famous painter Monet MTH. Princess Ja's wedding gift. Everyone in the world knows it has been missing since the fire at the royal palace. Everyone in the room was amazed as she spoke. "Oh my god, it truly is a treasure of mankind." "The starting bid is $1 million, the demon sword said firmly. Immediately, a Western lady made a bid. The black man also bids. The demon sword asked again, "Is there anyone else?" Thanks to Lord Pasari for raising it to 135. "If no one else bids higher, I will stop here." Long live Italy Monet MTH, the masterpiece worth $135 million in the Pasari family's hands. Now is the best item of the day, the final auction item of today. "We are here. We have done our best to bring Little Kwong to you." The two men open a red cloth covering a huge safe.
The participants are very curious. Isn't the main event of this auction with such security the Marilyn Monroe jewelry collection? I heard the ship owner owns it.
Even Podorok and Monet Moth have to admit defeat, and the demon sword on stage looks mysterious. Is it Podorok or a gemstone? This cannot be compared to such ordinary items. It is more valuable than gemstones, more expensive than Podorok, and loved by the Lord more than anything on this planet. Hey, is there really something like this in the world? Everyone was incredulous and started to buzz. As the demon sword smiled, "Well, you'll find out soon enough." The one everyone recognizes, she turns the steering wheel attached to that huge cabinet-like box. A gift for a single person as the box gradually opens. And also the highlight of today, everyone was shocked when they saw what was inside, unique and unmatched. The final sword of the Glory Guild, the former apostle. The box opens completely to reveal Shi Meng. Shi Meng is shirtless, kneeling inside the box. One hand cut off, but both hands still chained to the top of the box. The demon sword still happily introduces himself. During his peak, he was considered the best swordsman in the world, and his alias was what? Again? Saint Sword Xing Luan. Are people really talking again? Is Saint Sword Tin Luan the person we know? But isn't that just a corpse? Under the long hair covering her face, Simong is still wide awake, with a pair of vacant eyes. The demon sword is triumphant in his mind. "How does it look, Peter? Are you watching or not? Are you feeling fired up?" Her face can't hide her desire to burst into laughter in the audience. "I'm also burning with rage and about to go crazy. Just show me already." She's so excited she has to hold her head. So cunning. "Fine. Even if you refuse to show your face, I can still find you easily." There are only two types of expressions among those witnessing this scene. The audience is still in chaos. So what the hell is the head of the guild doing bringing a corpse to the auction? Is he really the messenger of chaos?
The ghost sword doesn't care about these people, only thinking about Peter's reaction when he sees this. Surprised, eyes wide searching, furious, while the guards remain calm and search as well, looking down at the crowded audience below. She sneers, her face splitting into a wicked grin.
He's furious, with only an abyss-like angry face in the crowd. Found him yet. The stage where the demon sword stands is very high, and the audience below is too crowded. The guard leaned down and asked, "Have you found him yet?" The demon sword replied, "But I can't see him." The guard really doesn't understand what she's saying. He must be over there. I'm sure her eyes must be wide open. Right in the middle of the hall, I can feel the murderous aura coming from the gaze somewhere. Am I mistaken? No, it can't be. Then what is it? Who the hell cares who it is? It doesn't matter. A sighs, then confidently smiles again to see if he can hold back. The demon sword shouted again. The butt auction will now begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid is $10 million. If you don't bid now, the Holy Sword Star Wheel will be destroyed right here. But you can still stand there calmly and watch me. Hurry up and bid before he dies. Come on, everyone. Peter, you're going to die. She speaks to many people, but her mind is only on Peter. The trap is a bait she prepared just for him. Peter bitterly thought to himself that he didn't even have $10 million to bid. But if he bid here, it would be like kowtowing to him right in this place. However, he couldn't use force here. There are too many eyes watching. Peter had to keep his fist clenched tightly behind his back. He clenched his jaw and looked up at the way he's about to be squeezed and used as someone else's commodity. How the hell can I get him out of here? Peter is truly overwhelmed. How humiliating. The malevolent sword presses his head down as Simong kneels. A glory envoy once valued more than 1,000 nuclear weapons. Now no one cares anymore. For him, being abandoned by that person must be 100 million times more painful, right? She grabs his hair and pulls it up, then turns to the audience to see if anyone wants to bid. Are you all so picky because this is a defective, amputated product? The more Peter's fists land, the harder it is to hold on. Ma Keem's hand still grips his hair and buttocks, trying to explain that since it's a living creature, it can easily spoil if kept at room temperature. If no one makes an offer, it will be discarded. Then I will go to 5 and kill this item. 4 viewers are all terrified. 3 of them lean in close to the buttocks as if they want to bite him right here to lure the old Peter. Peter's veins and neck muscles are bulging, and the Dark Sword's hands are pulling the hair and buttocks back even harder. Peter is about to step out now. 20 million. A voice suddenly echoes right after her word one drops. The demon sword eagerly looking down at Peter, who is also surprised and turns to find the source of the voice. $20 million. The guest bids, raising his arm high for the Dawn Corporation. He was standing right next to Peter the whole time, all in cash, Untrong said directly. The demon sword never expected Choi Untrong to be such a bastard. Why? Because he hates me. He's the closest partner to the boss. I don't know what else to say, she smiled softly. We have 20 million. Is there anyone else? If not, we will end the auction here. I don't understand why Untrang's hand is trembling so much. Peter noticed this. Choi Untrang, Ma Keem continues speaking. Congratulations on winning this auction, Mr. Chairman. Everyone clapped for him, but on the outside, Untrang was smiling, while inside he was sweating bullets. What is he hiding? It seems that the demon sword has also noticed something suspicious. Ex-Mong was treated after being bought and is now lying in bed. Is that the person Sungu is looking for? Untrang asked Peter. He follows the chairman out the door and replies, yes, but I worry that this could put the chairman in danger. Untrang Chi said, don't be too hard on yourself. My family has been working with Glory for generations, so it's okay for me to do this. Even if we try other methods, we can't escape the trap. Peter also knows we're in a tough spot. If you don't pay the price, he might just get screwed. He looked back at the buttocks on the bed once, but since he was the chairman who had bought her, he couldn't avoid suspicion. That's what she wanted. The two of them left the room. Untrang sat down and wiped the sweat off her face with a handkerchief. Even being on the train now is dangerous. Well, I know that already, but there's no way to get out of here anymore. Yes, he is. Peter said that from beside him. You tremble, meaning he turns to look at you with a puzzled expression. Peter continues. I've prepared for situations like this. We have Joker. Peter stands alone outside the guard room for Simon. Then he sees a familiar face approaching. Oh, you're here? Are those DG brothers dressed super stylish and trying to look fancy? You dare call me by that commoner's name. Peter felt helpless. What's been going on with you two lately? The two of you keep putting your arms around Peter's shoulders. Hey, civilian, how long do you plan to keep doing these kinds of jobs? You need to learn how to make money like me. Is being a hitman enough to support you? Trust me on this. I believe I can help you change your fate. Peter ignores the two of them. Haven't you guys tried this hard to become a skilled assassin like Peter? Say one word to help these two old men wake up to reality. Why did we end up like this? Both of us are shocked to see the hair on our bodies. Surely we've gone crazy since earning 15 million in 3 days and then going mad. You can become rich through cleaning work. Huang cannot become a top assassin. So what can we do for you then? Peter asked seriously. There is something very dangerous on this ship, and the only ones who can solve the problem are you guys, the ones who just cleaned every inch of this vessel. So far, how much have you two cleaned? Dake proudly responds. They've cleaned all the VIP guests' shoes already. Peter considers that enough. It's time for your efforts to bear fruit. From now on, you will be assigned a mission equivalent to an A-level assassin. In the evening, the corridor outside is dark, but Peter is still pushing hard inside Room X. Seeing him struggle and dazed, Peter was truly worried. Then he remembered the past. Boss, have you ever thought about that? Peter is still wearing his uniform. X-Mong sits happily holding a wooden sword, hoping that this uniform is truly a cheerleading outfit, like the one she wears when eating her mom's home-cooked meals and carrying her school bag, instead of guns, knives, or sweaty sports uniforms like the others. The two of them looked down at the carefree crowd below, each group of boys with their own story. Has Father Bangun already won? The Yo girls said they would come to the bakery, and X-Mong is very hopeful. If I could go to school like the others, that would be wonderful. What do you think? Peter dismisses that idea of his nonsense. Why bother going to school? X-Mong laughs out loud. I only said that. How can I dare to hold a pen with these blood-stained hands? It seems autumn makes me hesitant, and you don't hear me at all. Big Brother then gave Peter a different answer. Do you prefer it this way? X-Mong was so surprised that he looked up. You and he will together welcome the poor children with no parents, no homes, nothing but their thin, weak bodies. And we will build the only school in the world where you can happily go to school. Then I will give you all the books you want. Do you like it? Peter smiled in the sun like a promise. Big Brother, Simon never saw it coming. Huh, what do you like? Even Peter didn't expect Simon to refuse so straightforwardly. Is that school already and you're still not satisfied? Then you said you would buy your own books and supplies. Then he smiled proudly. Peter remembered that moment and wanted to reach out and touch the arm that no longer held the wooden sword of Simon. Wake up, we still have to go to school. You promised him already. Simon leaned down and whispered to him, wake up now. Untrang outside has heard everything. Damn it, this is a curse, I want to die. She walks barefoot at the front, with the guards always close behind. Wherever she goes, the servants bow respectfully. I keep cursing Choi Un-trong, that damn old man. I never liked him from the start. Old relics or precious statues just get smashed and broken. The demon sword keeps shouting, how dare he? What does he have to do with the holy sword spirit wheel that he dares to ruin my plan? You're injured. Put on your shoes first. The guard cares too much about her, holding her foot and kneeling down to put it on, afraid she might cut herself on the broken glass he spilled. I will kill him. The demon sword is still immersed in this thought. Huh? The guard can't even put the shoes on her. I'll cut the bastard's throat and hang him where everyone on this ship can see. The guard stands up to remind you. That's the chairman of Dahan Group. It can't be done without his permission. He's one of the key links in the empire that Glory is trying to build. The demon sword slapped the servant beside him and said, hey, he's the dual leader of this ship. That boss. Don't get it wrong. On this ship, I am the queen and the law. It's a request to the gangsters to release the children and send them to Choi Un-trong, telling them to kill Choi Un-trong and the holy sword Tin Luan so that Peter will have to come out. The door was knocked loudly. Un-trong sat reading, puzzled. Who is that? I don't have any guess. Peter stands guard and says, oh, it's probably room service. I ordered dinner. Mr. Chairman, please wait a moment. Outside the room is pitch dark. Un-trong puts down the book and says to Peter Sunu, thank you very much. I don't know what you ordered, but let's eat together. Then he will be disappointed again. Just tea only? Peter carried the tray of tea in. I have to send it back. The steak was truly a disaster. Un-trong has no choice but to give up. I understand now. It seems I've made that woman angry. I can't believe she would play tricks with the food. Missing a meal or two is okay, but we have patience here. And you also need to eat to stay healthy, Peter replied as he poured the tea. I'm fine. I don't really feel like eating right now. First, please enjoy some tea and wait for a moment. Peter bows. Chamomile tea is very good for both your body and mind. I will be back before the tea cools down. Un-trong said it's fine. I will wait for you. You went outside, closed the door, then opened the door to the room opposite. It seems like the hygiene here isn't very good, huh? He looked at the black men all unconscious with cloths stuffed in their mouths, lying scattered around the room, still talking to themselves even though no one was awake. Do you know what this is? Peter takes out 2 bottles. 60 degrees is the perfect temperature for enjoying tea, but here the tea easily exceeds 75 degrees. This place has officially been removed from the list of luxury yachts. Outside the room, however, many black men with guns have surrounded Peter. What are you saying, you toothless guy with the gun? I think you still don't understand your situation. The 10 people right in front of you are all armed. So, are you planning to fight with that bottle of pepper? Is that even normal? We handed over the VIP client before you guys even understood what was going on. Don't let him finish speaking. He raised the 2 bottles and said, charge in. I will personally show you how terrifying a bottle of pepper can be. The black man sneered in response. Man sneered in. Are you planning to risk your life fighting 10 gunmen just to do your duty as a bodyguard? Do you really think you're that confident? That Asian guy still thinks he's surrounded by 10 gunmen. In this situation, he has nowhere safe to hide and no armed allies.
So what are you planning to do with that salt shaker, Dan? Of course, you won't be able to pull off anything.
Overpowering the opponent with momentum is a basic combat technique. But what's going on here? What's wrong with this kid? I just saw the fear in his expression and asked, you're this close and still not daring to shoot? I sneer. He really saw through all of us. The black guy also figured it out himself. What the hell is this guy doing? I only see Peter holding a salt shaker in each hand, jumping from side to side so they can't aim properly. He also said that if you only know how to use hot weapons, one day you'll all run out of breath. You guys better remember this. Sometimes a bottle cap is even harder than a bullet. Peter rushes forward like a warrior. Ridiculous? Does he really not fear getting shot? Even when suddenly attacked, does the toothless black guy really dare not shoot and just think nonsense? He still charged into the enemy circle, executing perfect attacks without a wasted move, punching the temple and killing his opponent instantly. Is this guy human? The reason you can't pull the trigger is really simple. The enemy is in the center, guns pointed in both directions, front and back. Just keep shooting, you guys. But just keep shooting. And what if the enemy keeps moving constantly? If you keep like this, you'll never be able to pull the trigger because as soon as you fire, your bullets will hit your allies in front of you. Now I will show you. Seeing both sides shooting at each other, only then will I make my move. The pepper spray canisters are so deadly that both of them are fired at the same time. It exploded with a bang up high, dust and pepper spray everywhere. They clutched their eyes in pain. I can't see anything. Stop shooting. I need to see it first. Taking the opportunity, Peter rushes to grab each of their heads. It's that bastard. Peter keeps hitting this guy with the pepper spray, one after another, in just a moment. It's a pity that instead of using the hot weapons, if you were capable of using melee weapons as well, you could have lived a few more seconds. Unfortunately for you, I ran away, leaving the poor pirate corpses behind. A frightened employee reports to the Demon Sword that we're in big trouble, Captain. Just now, all the guys sent to Choi Un-Trang are dead, and the Demon Sword is still sitting comfortably on the sofa smoking. After hearing that, I couldn't stay calm anymore. The few men I sent to Choi Un-Trang were all handpicked from Somalia, and now they're all dead. The other side only has one person. That guy keeps talking. Ma Kim flicked the cigarette into the ashtray, while another guy knelt down, raising his hands to serve him. Ma Kim made a judgment. The old man is hiding like a mouse, cooking behind Choi Un-Trang. Captain, right now the person in the restaurant is stammering, "Tell us quickly if there's an issue. I can't wait any longer." Peter is already here. Isn't the restaurant in Choi Un-Trang's room? At the moment, that's indeed the case. An identical message was immediately received via the captain's radio. Can you hear me? Peter has appeared near the pool. Can you hear me? Peter has appeared in the control room. A few more people are shouting. The ship owner, Peter, is at the casino. He's in the engine room. Peter has appeared in the East Building lobby reporting to the ship owner. There's a flood of information coming in all at once. Just smoking to think. Peter appears in the control room, casino, and swimming pool at the same time. What? What's going on? What the hell is he trying to do, Peter? Now you give the order. Go find out what he's thinking. Hurry up. Fights are breaking out everywhere on the cruise ship, by the pool, at the food stalls, in the lounge. Knives, guns, and blood are everywhere. The tourists are being beaten for no reason. Hurry and find him. The Demon Sword shouted, "Those crazy guys are bothering me. Go find them right now." Of course, everyone had to obey. Understood. From above, 2 people are observing and commenting. Good, very well. Everyone ran very well. They won't be able to find out, right? That this earthquake is actually our grand plan. Doc is too confident about this game. Remembering that moment Peter was just teaching. I asked you, what does VIP mean to you? How could those 2 old men answer so arrogantly? I am handsome like me, and I want privacy like Leto. Peter immediately knew they would react like that and calmly shifted the conversation to the main issue. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers, Doc Gao, were panicking as the distinguished guests faced a crisis. What? Why do they still need to make money? Peter is only now clarifying. Do you remember? Yesterday, that woman's henchman killed 2 of a VIP's bodyguards. The VIP was taken away, and his whereabouts are still unknown. That woman is planning to slaughter all the VIP guests on this ship. What? Do the 2 of you wish you were deaf? Killing all my precious VIP guests. How can she do that, Peter? Seriously? That's why I need you. It's time for your efforts to bear fruit. So I put my arm around both of you to give you some motivation. From now on, you will be assigned a mission equivalent to an A-class assassin. Of course, the 2 brothers eagerly agreed immediately. What do we have to do? Peter explains carefully, so listen closely. Since you are responsible for cleaning the rooms, you are free to move around the ship. Just keep cleaning as before, and from now on, spread a rumor on this ship. What rumor? Are they hearing things wrong? But Peter didn't let them think too much and spoke directly and clearly. The 2 of them start their plan and go back to work as cleaning staff. Doc Gao Dewey leans in and whispers to the other person. Hey, Doc G, did you hear that? Oh, the ship owner said they will kill all the VIP guests. This one is deliberately spoken loudly. The passing tourists hear it and pay attention. They pretend to scan lazily, just talking as if they have to tell the guests right now. Hey, forget it. If we get caught, we're in trouble. The guests hear this and get scared, so they give the order. Hamiya has brought all of the bodyguards here. The 2 old men are only now questioning each other. But why do we only need to spread rumors? You're so stupid. Kim Soon-gu said we had to wait, but Peter checks his watch. Your gun is also cocked. Until I give the signal, you raise your gun and fire into the ceiling. The passengers hearing this start to panic. What's that? Hey, is that gunfire? It's a gun. The rumors are true. They run in all directions, and we're all doomed. Here's the signal. Doc, go. Remember that Peter said at that time. Do you understand? As soon as they heard the gunfire, Your most important task, those who received my signal, was to let everyone know that Peter had arrived to save them. The two of them immediately shouted loudly. An Asian old man is fighting with the crew members. After causing the gunfire, Peter is unsure what to do next. The servant reported again that the situation outside was not very good. Some said Peter had appeared, and someone else predicted that the captain was planning to kill the VIP guest. I tried to control the situation, but the VIP guest doesn't trust us. We need to do something before things get worse. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the ashtray and smashed it into his face. Peter, she went berserk, pinned him to the floor, and beat him to a pulp. With each punch he shouted, "Peter, Peter, Peter, he's just a lifeless corpse. That damn rat, blood from that guy keeps spraying everywhere. How dare he? On my ship, how dare he? A is about to crush his head. I will kill you." The heavy porcelain chicken, shattered and covered in blood, rolled up to the guard's feet. I will kill. The demon sword is still holding half of the ashtray, preparing to strike the final blow. Let me handle it. Did you come up behind him? I will catch him. Please entrust that task to me. I will definitely bring him in front of you. The blood-stained Ma Kiem smirked. Really? The demon sword stood up and brushed the blood off itself. Even though I know it won't come out, sweetheart, you don't need to go out there. If you're a mouse, you should stay in the sewer, right? If you reach down to find it, you won't be able to do anything. It will just move to another drain to hide. I was just about to say I was protecting him, but the sword spirit clung to his body. I know a way. I can do better than that. You know what I can do. All you have to do is trust me and follow my lead, okay? I promise you that we will finish this case. I will do my best. Now I just need this. Smash the glass cage. I told you the mouse lives in the sewer, right? So what would you do in this situation? Then I have to disinfect it. The demon sword pulls out a suspicious gas canister. Just one of these bottles is enough to send 200,000 people to hell. She picks up the bottle and licks it. The toxic smoke is spilling out of the vents from all compartments, filling every room with poison. Peter widened his eyes, drawing his demon sword, unable to believe that she would resort to using the Potterrock. All passengers who inhaled this gas had to clutch their throats, blood streaming from their noses and mouths all over their bodies. He ran to the areas where the toxic gas hadn't reached yet. No, if you don't know and breathe in that smoke, you'll be dead in just a few minutes or have time to reach the control room. Everyone on this ship from the bottom to the top will be gone. I don't have time. If it spreads like that, it will reach the civilians. This lady is planning to kill all the VIP guests here. Even those who trusted her and boarded this ship, everyone will die. But Peter is too obsessed with this. The demon sword, maybe you don't know, but I've been through this situation countless times. At the same time, at the auction, just a few drops of Bodorok can send hundreds of thousands of people to their eternal rest. The worst invention of the old Soviet regime, a terrifying weapon of such power, has been used on this ship. Bear observes the signs, his black hair gradually turning gray, his eyes reddening. And dying from blood vomiting is just a symptom of Bodorok poisoning. But to him, that's not the real reason why Bodorok became an auction item today, he thought to himself. But the reason Bodorok is so terrifying isn't because of its destructive power. The events that followed were the real horror as the passengers on the ship panicked. Run, poison gas is coming. Thousands of passengers are running in a frantic scramble. Meanwhile, Peter sits in a corner observing everything. He silently thought that the chaotic crowd, the hallways, the casino, the lobby, the swimming pool, the gates of hell had been opened everywhere on this ship. The people pushed into a corner had completely lost their minds. Peter thought to himself that to save these panicked people, he needed to find a way to get them onto the boat now, the fastest and safest option available. A bell or emergency announcement sounded, and then he realized something, but while searching this ship, he came to understand one thing. On this ghost ship, there are no alarms or communication devices at all, but I can't just shout and call out to each person individually. Furthermore, there is someone in a coma who has no idea what is happening. Peter remembers Simon, who is lying unconscious in bed. He realizes the situation is critical. He is currently in danger. Simong of his is also on this ship. Peter pushed against the crowd, his mind a jumble of chaotic thoughts about Sim. It's over. This isn't good. DNG only has one room left. I can't get through this crowd. What should I do now? Wait, don't push me. Amidst the chaotic sounds, Peter heard a voice that suddenly froze him, causing him to stop running. I shouted, "President Untreng has already carried him out on his back." Hearing my voice, the president responded reassuringly. "Kim Sunu, I see you're happy too." Peter reached out to help Simon. "Let me carry him for you. President, please evacuate to a safe place." Chairman didn't hand the person over to you, nor did he rush to a safe place. Untreng only asked you, "Do you know how my corporation managed to become the #1 in the world? Whether it's technology or personnel, once you have it, you must never let go of it. That is our business principle. The chairman has shared the company's business principles with you, but the tea is still not cold yet, so let me handle him. Kim Sunu, just do your job." Even though his body was covered in sweat, he still smiled reassuringly at Peter. "Mr. Chairman," he fell into silence. Sometimes life is truly astonishing. Years have passed, but seeing the child from back then now grown up in the blink of an eye, Peter recalls how he used to pat Untreng's head, and now that child can protect him instead. "So I kindly ask for your help. I will be back soon." Peter trusts Untrang and will remember this kindness. Kim Sung-gu, wait, over there, over there. Untrang didn't expect that place to be emitting toxic fumes. Turn back. Why do you keep trying to run back? What the hell is he trying to do? Untrang follows Peter without understanding why he uses a handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth. He immediately jumps down the stairs without hesitation, watching this person, not wasting a second, especially since a young man could be doing something alone there. I knew I had to stop him, but even without knowing his plan, I hoped he could do the impossible, that he would achieve his goal, just like he did back then. As a child, Untrang kept following Peter. Peter, I feel like I'm leaning on him. The music is still playing, but those guys in the bar are about to breathe their last. Now that it's over, let's celebrate. Someone is still very relaxed, pouring wine into a glass because we've won. The guard replied quietly, yes. Everyone already knows who it is. Peter, our beloved VIP guest, and the Holy Celestial Sword. He's probably running around everywhere, right? They might have already marked the bones ages ago. The demon sword arrogantly shakes its bottle. Our boss doesn't know if he can still recognize that old man's corpse. The hanging lamp quietly swayed on the ceiling, suddenly knocked over, causing both the demon sword and the guards to stumble, with some objects starting to fall and break. Why is the ship suddenly tilting like that? Lakeem doesn't understand. Ah, he shouts loudly. What's happening on my ship? Outside, the waves crash against the ship, causing it to shake. 5 minutes ago, a quick hand typed on the keyboard. The computer system keeps alerting and activating the administrator rights to disable autopilot, approaching the area of a ballast tank. The captain has truly been knocked out cold. Do you want to open the ballast tank? Large ships have something called ballast tanks. The ballast tanks on the ship are used to adjust the load and stability by changing the water volume in the tanks. Water is pumped in or out to alter the ship's weight and draft during operation. The reason the ship can stay afloat so stably is because of the huge water tanks that keep the boat balanced and always filled. Therefore, if you drain water from one side of the tank, the ship will suddenly become unbalanced and will have to tilt to one side. Peter is the one behind this. He calculated that the ghost ship had no alarm bells or communication devices at all. When the crowd is fleeing in fear, even with alarms, announcements, or screams, they can't hear clearly. The warning they will definitely hear is to run upstairs or you'll die, confirming that manual commands to open the water tank in Zone 1 have been issued. From then on, the ship tilted and shook violently. They immediately revealed their survival instincts. The passenger screams as the ship tilts and rises quickly. They try to run, and the chaos of falling and breaking objects continues without stopping. What? The guards just spotted a strange object trying to crash into the window. What the hell is that? Stop them! They just reached out to hold the door, but it was smashed open and the two black guys were thrown back. A foot quietly stepped inside. Even though you have been crushed by my fist while everyone runs above, that terrifying poison will spill down because it's heavier than air. Hold on there and buy us some time until the ship regains its balance. Then I will defeat the demon sword. Peter opened the door to somewhere, then turned back to the top of the ship where Untrang was carrying someone on her back and someone was guiding them. Everyone gather here. The Western man stands in front of the door and shouts, if we go through this door, we will reach Bung Tao. Over here, everyone. We can go together now. He turns and runs away, but immediately a round object pierces through the door, stabbing into his underarm. The door opens to reveal two black men with guns. The Western man collapses after being shot right in front of everyone. The crew member has already killed him. But at this moment, no one's life is more important than my own. They trampled over his body and kept pounding on the door. Damn it, they've locked the door. Is there no other way out? Idiot, if there was, I would have escaped first. The poison gas has blocked the other exits. It's spreading here now. I will give everything I have to you four. Please open the door quickly. Please open the door quickly. No matter how much the passengers scream, the two sailors behind the door keep laughing. I've never liked the rich from the start. Now they know, in the face of death, everyone is equal. But you're a tough opponent, the door. Glory Doc G Assassin with rank D, level 334, and super strength special ability has arrived to save us, smashing the door with a single punch. Even the witnessing tourists were left open-mouthed in amazement. They cheered happily, and the two Doc G brothers basked in their pride. I'm alive. The two cleaning brothers saved us. You guys are impressive. The demon sword, standing on the highest floor, has seen everything. A harsh glare. Another sailor burst in to report. Mistress, I think you should go to the auction room right now. It seems like Peters is there. The demon sword paused for a moment before asking him, is that old man in the auction room? If I want to get involved that much, I have to go see him. I'll go there and kill him with my own hands, she said as she walked, still needing to take off her clothes. The demon sword had changed into a more comfortable outfit. She walks over to the display of many different perfumes, wondering which scent would suit this atmosphere. I want a scent that instantly captivates me when I breathe it in. This one won't do. This one is too sweet. Maybe this holy sword spirit's breath will make me faint. As soon as you breathe it in, you'll see the worst nightmare of your life. No, this should work, right? It keeps hesitating, and the guard beside him is a bit concerned. The two of them step over the bodies of the sailors searching for Peter. I'm waiting for you to come. I wonder what that old man will dream of with this. It doesn't really matter who it is. He won't be able to escape this. one hand holding a katana, the other grabbing a whole bottle of perfume because she couldn't decide. Peter is standing on the auction floor, already waiting. The demon sword and the guard walk together smoothly. She already starts laughing. I knew it. Peter has a connection with Choi Yun-trong, but then he frowns. Why are you here instead of Peter? Seeing Sun-gu standing alone with the microphone, I was extremely disappointed. Just stand there and look down. The ghost sword is impatient. Hey, aren't you going to answer? Where is Peter? You bastard with a thick face. When adults ask, you should answer, but you're just provoking me. I'll say it into the mic. Hello? I would like to start the final auction of the ghost ship now. Today's item is a new head of a messenger personally selected by the new owner of the Glory Guild. No, it's those who dare to be surprised and call themselves apostles. One of the 11 fake demon sword sects. Damn it, come down here right now. She gets teased and cursed but has to smile. Peter keeps talking, calling her the best swordswoman in Japan, a female swordsman with a demon sword style. And she will soon become the sword of the Glory Guild. The starting bid will be 100W. That bastard the demon sword has drawn its blade, and the guard immediately grabbed her to hold her back. 100 watts. Does anyone want to make an offer? Peter keeps rambling on. The bodyguard kept glaring at him in frustration. So 50G and 30W, it can't be cheaper than that. No one is bidding 2010. Is that really so sad? But don't be too upset, little brother. How much is your life worth? I will answer on your behalf. Don't be angry. No-Go has a dog blood in him and immediately goes crazy. That stupid defeated bastard. But hearing his tone become less teasing, she stops. First, I want to ask you a question. That night, the day Si-Mong was stabbed deep in the stomach with a sword. Petro doesn't give up on riddles. Do you really think someone has defeated the Saint Sword of the Spirit Wheel? You still have a long way to go before you can do that. Today, I will show you. The demon sword and guardian looked at his movements in amazement. So this is what the ultimate divine rotation that changed the world looks like? He sneered mockingly, as if, who are you to deceive anyone? He widened his eyes and thought. That's right. No matter how you look at it, this guy is just a teenager about to turn 18. Of course, someone like him could never imitate the spirit rotation technique. However, the guard was panic-stricken as if he had just seen his reflection in a mirror. Why did he see that whirlpool? He frowned slightly, his expression changing noticeably. It's him again. This guy. A sense of unease spread through the guard's body like a cold current running through his spine. Truly very dangerous. I will go up first. You've worked hard all these days. Rest for a bit. The demon sword coldly replied no. The guard was stunned and momentarily confused. Yes, she spoke in a low voice. At that moment, the murderous aura from the demon sword erupted fiercely. The murderer, those eyes, he was stunned, with a shocked look. Should I stop her? I can't do it because of that look. Her eyes darkened coldly as she clenched the sword in her hand. I will show you what it looks like when your head is severed from your body, just like her gaze when she annihilated those 2,000 people. The terrifying memory of that night remains hidden from everyone. The price of the Demon Sword Assassin Guild, the strongest, has existed for thousands of years. It was betrayed by a Musa. I never thought it would completely disappear that night. The demon sword grits its teeth, eyes full of hatred. The young lady vows to take revenge. Since that day, she gritted her teeth and threw herself into training. Then, one day, he calmly poured wine into a crystal glass, his sinister gaze sweeping over everyone in the room, filled with deadly aura. The old men keep saying you'll die unconscious before realizing your neck has been cut, as if struck by a ghost, so they call you the demon sword, right? But then he tilted his head, narrowing his eyes, and surveyed the demon sword crowd. How long do you plan to keep using that outdated sword? Given the current society, shouldn't you consider changing it? The hand holding the whistle clenched, and with a mocking smile, I said, I don't know how fast that sword is, but his eyes are crazed as he pulls out a gun. Does it shoot faster than this bullet? I recognized you immediately because you and your mother look exactly the same, so come here and sit down. Let's see if you look just like that girl over there. He spoke in a low, contemptuous tone, narrowing his eyes. So just one slash has already branded you as the demon sword? The demon sword replied calmly. Who said it was just a simple slash? His teeth are grinding. What does that mean? Who does he think he's impressing? If you really want to go that far, he said through clenched teeth, raising his gun and aiming straight at the girl known as the demon sword, I will send you to heaven with your mother. The gunshot tore through the air loudly, but she had already disappeared. He was confused. It's gone. He staggered back, his face pale, stammering. No, that's not important. How the hell is this happening? Covered in blood, and yet I'm looking at myself like this. As he was still confused, a cold voice rang out. I told you so. The demon sword suddenly appeared behind him, the blade slicing past his neck. You will bleed unconsciously without realizing your neck has been cut. Her eyes carried a look of deep resentment and fury. That day, with those eyes, 2,000 Yamatagumi Yakuza and 2,000 corpses were annihilated by that outdated sword. Back in reality, the demon sword casually lowers its blade and takes off its shoe. Should I cut your head off or peel it off? What way do you want to be cut? Just say it. I'll consider it. He pondered, what is she taking her shoes off for? Is she trying to lighten her load? Peter frowned. The power of the demon blade lies in its speed. Did she really get the position of envoy just with speed? She smiled arrogantly, her eyes cold, saying, "You don't need to overthink it, you'll just be sacrificed anyway." The Demon Sword, a title only the most outstanding can earn to lead the next generation of the clan. The Demon Sword licks its lips, its gaze like a beast ready to pounce on its prey. "You should start to fear, for I will now demonstrate the true power of the Demon Sword, which I couldn't do before." The entire body of hers begins to be covered in a thick layer of black aura, revealing the sacred sword Tin Luan. At that very moment, the Demon Sword disappeared, and by the time you saw it, it was already too late. It vanished right before your eyes. I felt a bit confused. Barefoot walking causes friction, so it's very easy to slip. But is this really possible? The speed is so incredible that it can't be tracked with the naked eye. Her body seems to disintegrate into elongated, blurred streaks. Circling the battlefield forced Peter to kneel and brace himself against the sword, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, and he pondered how strong the Demon Sword was, thinking that men often overestimate their speed while the girl disappeared completely, which was true. Don't think like that, little girl. Images of the Demon Sword surrounding Peter like a tide, attacking from all sides with sharp blades slicing through the air like wind blades, and suddenly he realized, he understood now, swinging his sword to cut through space, but the proud girl said, "I wasn't there, I wasn't." She took off her shoes not to reduce her weight. The Demon Sword rushes toward him like a blood-soaked whirlwind, with sharp metal shards gleaming on her bare toes. She is using the steps of the demon god. Bo was still trying to withstand the relentless attacks. Thanks to that, the speed can skyrocket due to the force multiplying dozens of times the body's weight. Two powerful spiritual energies are clashing against each other. Protecting himself, he stood aside and watched, lost in deep thought and worry. This guy doesn't react immediately. The Demon Sword in front moves swiftly and attacks relentlessly. The young lady moves swiftly and disappears right after attacking, making it hard to find the right moment to counterattack. His face is grim, but what's going on here? Seeing him retreat in front of her power, even though he was clearly on the defensive, why was that person like that? Peter's face showed calmness, his sharp eyes, yet he didn't seem to be losing. The Demon Sword angrily lunged forward. "So you said you would show me the ultimate celestial wheel, right?"
When the hell will you finally reveal your hand? I wonder. He stood silently calculating, moving so fast that only a blurred shadow could be seen.
Peter clenched his sword and watched the dozens of clones fighting against dozens of enemies. He was stunned, realizing this guy clearly couldn't even hold his own. But why hasn't the battle ended yet? The guard, confused, watched himself see the attack from the lady boss, and the fight kept repeating itself. He hesitated. Wait, could he see it? The guard narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. He saw her attack. He stood beside the stunned woman, his mind in chaos. If that guy could see through it but couldn't counterattack, then something must be wrong here. At that moment, the guard quickly reached out to block. "Please stop. There must be something strange going on." "From now on, let me handle it," Ma Sword frowned. "Hey!" She kicked hard, making him step back. The Demon Sword's gaze was furious. "I told you not to touch me. You think it's hard to breathe? Are you sure you can beat me alone?" "Now is the time to seek help, just now," Bo said mockingly. "I done? What you just said is hard to believe. The Demon Sword is indeed fast, but it cannot compare to the holy sword Tin Luan that I have seen." "You shut your mouth. Have you ever heard this? Your sword, no, the Demon Sword, compared to the sacred sword of the divine wheel?" The voice echoed, making her pale. Shock is just imitation. The Demon Sword roared in anger. "You rush at terrifying speed, I will tear your mouth apart first." The Demon Sword roared, "All right, then try to dodge this move for me." The guard immediately charged forward. "Wait a moment." Peter's eyes were cold. "After all, your little bug can't touch me. There are really strong people out there."
"What do you mean by that?"
He smiled. "You know, once outside, you'll realize you're just a frog at the bottom of a well or something similar," Peter said in a deep voice. "One day you will also become as strong as me and become the strongest swordsman in the world." He laughed heartily. "You can do it, right?" That sunset was truly beautiful that day. "X-Mong, now you're strong enough because you have something no one else does." Peter's eyes changed. "You're definitely done for." He frowns, and his face changes expression as he rushes forward at an incredible speed. Peter is determined. The Demon Sword glares in shock. The two of you turn around, and I speak softly. "Aren't you curious how I was able to block all your attacks?" I say quietly. "You soared from the ground into the air, allowing you to reach me with extraordinary speed and strength." She is standing with her back turned. "You are very strong."
"You always have to start at some point. When you step forward, you reveal your attack direction. So I just need to block with my sword in that direction."
In stunned silence, the Demon Sword lost an arm and collapsed helplessly, embodying the style of the Holy Sword of Divine Rotation. A scream of agony tore through the space, carrying hatred and despair. "No, no, no." He hurriedly ran over and embraced the fallen Demon Sword. "Young lady, are you okay?" Tears streaming down her face, she clutches her collar tightly, trembling all over as if feverish, shouting passionately, urging it to explode quickly. Your screams echo and your perfume lingers. Peter coldly says, "You are faster and stronger than I thought. It seems that's why you're so confident." "The Holy Sword Spirit at Wheel is not like that," he said coldly. "In other words, he's not someone you can look down on." The demon sword roars in anger. I will definitely kill you. She looks at Peter with hatred. I will kill you. The strange aura makes him cover his mouth, and the seductive demon sword approaches. Just like before. Her voice echoing that leaves Peter stunned. Hey, don't try to act tough because no matter what, she sneers, you'll be doomed. He frowns. Peter, tell him to come quickly. I can't wait any longer. He stands tall, and even Peter wouldn't be able to stop this. She sneers. You're so funny. Are you trembling now? He swung his sword wildly, but no matter how cool he tried to look, it was all useless. In the end, neither you nor the holy sword of the celestial wheel could do anything against this perfume. Bo is still trembling. The proud demon sword speaks. What are you planning to do? Break through the wall and jump straight into the sea, right? You can't do anything, sweetheart. My eyes darken, even with Peter here and standing right in front of me. The ghostly sword's eyes licked its lips, still intoxicated by this intoxicating scent. Suddenly, her eyes widened. What the hell? Peter hides within the thick purple scent. He clenched his sword tightly. Inside the fog, Peter slowly untied his tie and wrapped it around the sword's hilt. He stands there in shock and confusion. Wasn't he just trembling because of the scent of perfume? So what kind of trick are you planning with that sword? The demon sword grits its teeth and says, You're holding your breath, aren't you? Fine, let's see how long you can hold your breath before that crazy sword rushes at you. He pours the bottle of wine onto the sword. The hallucination-inducing perfume has enveloped the entire hideout. In other words, there is no escape at all. The demon's sword roared. You know it well. Peter? Toe calmly threw the bottle away. I am still waiting until you use this perfume. He was confused. Wait, no flaming sword, so you rely on the weapon you're proud of. Try that hallucination-causing chemical. His eyes are sharp. Peter raises his blazing sword to show you just how powerless you are. The demon's sword stood still in shock as the guard was stunned. The illusion-causing perfume is a flammable compound. In other words, a voice of panic echoes, it is fiercely hot. He frowns, but he has already seen the characteristic of this perfume since when? The protector remembered the moment she approached. That was when he first recognized the lady boss's perfume. The demon sword gritted his teeth. Damn it! She rolled her eyes and laughed maniacally. Anyway, my perfume has already surrounded this place, so go ahead and burn everything with that tiny flame. The demon sword's eyes widened in shock, and finally I realized very clearly, how is that possible? Peter's face grew cold, so he swung his sword to spread the flames. I will burn this entire place down. Panicking, what the hell is this? Why did he do that? The guard stands there stunned. What the hell are you doing? I just realized this guy was misleading from the start. Memories flood back. Peter smashing glass bottles. He threw the glass not to stop the young lady. The bottles of alcohol spilled everywhere. His real intention was to pour the liquor onto the floor. The demon sword roared, its face contorting. This bastard's mother lunged forward with terrifying speed. He fought back fiercely, using both arms to keep his balance. Peter watches quietly, realizing she's not fully ready to fight with just one hand as she wildly swings her sword and her body gradually loses balance. He fights back fiercely, his speed and strength both significantly weakened. Watching her frantic face, Peter realizes he's reached his limit. The furious crack in the demon sword's eyes suddenly silenced with a roar, and he raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise, but the guard behind him struck a palm that made her freeze. That was indeed a clever move. Peter saw his eyes darken, and if his blood pressure kept rising, the demon sword would fall to the ground, blood pouring out endlessly, and her life would be in danger. He stood tall. So you are my next opponent. The guard gritted his teeth. You, when you bend down to pick her up, have already made a big mistake. Balve quickly runs away. Petros stands still as the flames spread. He lifts the demon sword and rushes forward. His gaze is dark. Are you planning to return that thing? A fleeting memory, he cloaked himself in a black robe and spoke softly. Yes. Why is that? The guard closes his eyes. When this is over, the young lady and I will go home. Are you really going back? He propped his knee up and stood up. How ridiculous. He spoke in a deep voice. So, what will you do once you return? Do you want to revive the Demon Sword sect? Or maybe create a new sect? He stood still with a cold expression. It seems you don't even bother to open your mouth. Actually, the Demon Sword sect has many mysteries. It's very, very interesting. Peter stepped onto the stairs. Everyone followed the plan, but there are still a few unresolved issues. I'm tired of the Demon Sword sect. I never thought this mess would drag on so long. Juan calmly presses the computer, genuinely surprised. Despite being so young, she has already become a demon sword and has killed hundreds or even thousands of lives on her own. However, as she looks at the screen, she raises an eyebrow and says, "Why did she become a cripple?" Peter was confused. What do you mean? Yuan propped his chin. You should know better than anyone. A group of mysterious people appeared. Apostles are those chosen by the Glory Association at the Glory Orphanage and then become indispensable core agents. In fact, many countries even regard them more highly than nuclear weapons. Then isn't it very strange? Of course, she's a very talented swordsman. She looked at the ghost sword image on the screen. But with that power, is she really an apostle? Yuan said quietly, even after reviewing the related stats. The ghost sword's ability is much weaker than senior Simong's. She raised an eyebrow, clearly thinking that bastard just wanted to recruit new apostles. but these ones are all weaker than the former apostles, which is pointless. I don't believe it. Dai Yuan frowned. There must be something else he's hiding. But what could it be? Why would he recruit that woman as an apostle just to use her for sex? Aunt, I think it was right when he opened the door. She quickly frantically pressed the keys. Juan then exclaimed excitedly, I found it! This is the most likely reason why the demon sword became a fool. She was panicked, but wait, maybe not. Did Dai Yuan look at the background? What did the demon sword sect do? He stands tall amidst the sea of fire. Peter mutters, I keep wondering why you live as an insignificant shadow beside the demon sword. He spoke in a low voice. I don't know your situation. You don't have to do this. Peter said, Isn't that right? The voice echoes, causing the protector's face to turn cold. The true envoy, the blue ghostly shadow, a former member of Japan's largest assassin guild. The demon sword sect, a subordinate of the demon sword, possesses a special level of ability. He frowns. The envoy, the protector, speaks in a deep voice. There is a saying that has been deeply ingrained in my subconscious since I was born. He speaks in a low voice. In this line of work, curiosity can be harmful. Peter smirked at those words. He ponders silently. Anyway, besides the fact that this guy is truly an apostle, I can't learn anything more about him. There is too little information revealed about him living like a ghost, and he secretly feels panicked inside. If he had as much information as Apostle Nathaniel, that would be better. I don't know how to fight him in this situation anymore. Peter faces the guard, but one thing is certain. This guy has just finished his ghostly act and is now returning to be a true killer. A loud explosion echoed as the flames spread, so he watched the guard approaching, feeling the immense pressure he was under now. The guard frowns. You're not Choi Un-Trang's bodyguard, are you? What is your true identity? How are you connected to Peter? Peter sighs. Let's leave it for now. His eyes are sharp, clearly a curious person, so his protective gaze must also be determined. Just stay calm and charge forward. He smirked and said, But you know, right? Peter rushed forward. In this line of work, being nosy and meddlesome only harms yourself. The two of them fought fiercely, neither willing to back down. Peter was pushed back, his face grim as he thought, what is going on? This guy is completely a mystery to me. Peter secretly worries as he looks at the guard. He practices karate. Someone who doesn't practice karate wouldn't have such a stance. I've never seen that move before. He raises his hand to defend, pondering in his mind whether he's trying to hide his trump card or if the demon sword sect still holds a secret I don't know about. No, I don't think so. Peter stared in silent joy, noticing so many gaps and exposing his weaknesses as if he were unguarded and defenseless. Peter's sharp eyes, with plenty of openings and a clumsy stance, looked meaningless. The two of them charged at each other again. Peter figures that this way of moving seems to be instinctive, not something he was trained for, but deeply ingrained in his blood. Peter suspects it's almost an animal's instinct. He fought the guard while silently marveling. He effortlessly dodged the attack in an illogical way. Peter glanced with his distinctive red eyes, thinking he didn't need to look to read his mind or make a decision. This guy looked at the guard and silently considered the possibility of being a natural genius. He reached into his pocket with a doubtful look, but still had some suspicions. A genius like this has no special skills at all. He spat out a lot of contempt, thinking there's nothing special about it and it's called an apostle? He looked ahead with suspicion in his mind. Could it be that thing? He looked at the guard in front of him, amazed by his incredible agility, then charged forward, thinking about more unpredictable and agile moves. He fought the guard while marveling at his unusually unrefined fighting style. The two clashed fiercely, and Peter secretly judged that they probably had to retreat and keep their distance. Peter locked eyes with him, contemplating internally. This man is strong, but that's all. No need to use that now. Then he spoke calmly. No, not exactly. You asked the guard, you can't learn how to fight, right? The guard looked surprised and asked, how so? Peter said, that's quite confusing. Even though your skills are so good, I asked the guard. But you've always hidden behind the shadow of the demon sword, haven't you? Bo felt confused. What exactly are you trying to suppress? The guard didn't answer. He recalled the past. Team 1, is it finished yet? A response echoed from the deserted road. Yes, sir, it's all done. 17th generation head of the demon sword. Sec UK Heidke stands with his arms crossed, glaring ahead as a guard steps forward to report. As expected, I am very reassured because this is a group mission to eliminate the powerful Sekino beast. So if you want to deceive me, you'd better do it properly. Hade asked. The principle of the demon sword sect is that the art of emptiness leaves no trace. Look at this battlefield. This is not the style of the demon sword sect, but rather that of wild beasts, as if a furious monster is tearing apart everything in its way. The guard bowed and replied, I apologize, my lord. Actually, he asked grimly, Gao? Our people didn't do this. Hade angrily exclaimed, What? Are you saying this is the work of another gang? The bodyguard stammered in response. It seems so. In the convenience store, a hand dropped some coins, and the person choosing leaves behind a careful message. The shopkeeper replied nervously, Thank you, sir, and the guard bowed to report that even the first team finds this mission too difficult for them. Kagelo handled it himself. Heiderke sat leisurely cleaning his sword and spoke slowly. His talent was boundless, but also very concerning. He carefully muttered while polishing his sword, "I hope Kegel inherits the bloodline of the demon sword sect among the children I've met before." Seeing his figure, I can't help but marvel. He is truly a natural-born assassin genius. The bodyguard asked Heiderke, "Sir, should we just ignore it? Should we decisively eliminate him before it's too late?" "Have you ever heard of a chigger? Are you talking about a chigger?" He explained that these beetles can jump over a meter high, 200 times their body length, but if you trap them in a jar for 3 days and then open it, his voice still echoes. From that moment on, the beetles could no longer jump higher than the jar, because they had forgotten their true limits. His face tightening, he continued, "Kegel has been inside that jar for a very long time." Hade's voice continues to echo, but no matter how high it jumps, it has reached its limit. The guard outside covers the girl's ears to block her from Heideke's voice coming from inside, so she cannot jump over her own master. At the end of the memory, the guard and Peter still sat there staring at each other. Peter spoke first. "You have endured oppression your whole life. You can't do anything for your mistress, right?" Peter replied, "You should have absolutely obeyed your mistress." The guard hesitated. He raised his head and continued, "You're too noisy." The guard quickly rushed over. "Are you just fighting with your head and your mouth without getting tired?" Peter kept countering while thinking, "This guy is not ordinary. The more I look, the more astonishing it becomes." He secretly admired how every move was reckless, yet also very creative. Peter silently guessed that, perhaps until now, he had no need to learn. Peter concentrates, feeling that no matter who his opponent is, he never perceives his life as threatened, not just an animal. He looks at the person in front of him, instinctively grabbing the opponent's neck and biting, his face emotionless, more like a true beast. But even that isn't enough to explain everything. The two of them separated. The guard kept staring ahead, lost in thought. He's still hiding something. I keep worrying, because he's pretty strong, but in the end, he'll have to reveal his tricks. His attack style is dull. He carefully observes Peter's fighting style, secretly guessing that he keeps aiming at one spot, and he deduces that Peter is trying to attack his legs. While focusing on dodging Peter's strikes, he also contemplates, tirelessly searching for a trap. If I can avoid all his schemes, my movements might be more complicated than he expects. The fight with the young lady is the same. The protector sharpens his gaze ahead, continuing to analyze, this time planning to play tricks on his own legs. "You think I would fall for such an obvious trap? Seeing Peter rush at me, I will use it to counterattack." He secretly decided, "When you target my leg again, I will pretend to fall into the trap." A chain shoots out from behind Peter. Protective kneeled to hit Peter's eye, thinking to himself, "And when you let your guard down, I will attack head-on." Looking at the empty space in front of him, what is Protecting surprised to think? The chain wrapped around his body, forming a large knot around his neck that made him cry out in pain. Clutching his neck in agony, he thought he had vanished. Guardian's eyes widened in surprise. What is this seeing Peter appear with the chain in front of him? He secretly admires. Moreover, when did he prepare this? Peter said, "You really have an impressive sensory system, still fighting on instinct until now. So maybe you haven't faced a worthy opponent yet, but you've seen my fight with the demon sword, and you can't ignore my strength. That's why I made you more cautious and forced you to think, because you've never had to use your brain in a fight before." Peter tightened the chain and said, "You're thinking without realizing I'm leading you into a trap, and now you're caught." He pulled the chain, lifting the guard into the air, his voice echoing, "Don't try too hard. Even a saw has a hard time cutting through." The guard struggled to speak each word, still not finished, as sharp claws appeared on his hand, and Peter froze in shock. Peter tightens the chain further, crushing the guard's hope. "You're clearly hiding your claws, but give up. This chain isn't that easy to break." Suddenly, Peter widened his eyes, thinking, "No way. It has to be it." Watching the guard's skillful movements, he secretly guessed that this was the thing the guy had been hiding all along. Seeing the broken chain, I am sure that's how he got the Bodarok. I think it's the same thing I saw at the auction. This guy has used Bodarok on the heads of those people. He quietly calculated and understood everything. If he coats the blade with that, it will dissolve everything it touches. I can't get close to him anymore. Peter feels a complex sense of excitement and anxiety coming on. The guard suddenly speaks up. "It's already too late now that I've used this." The guard stared straight ahead. He rushed forward shouting, "Do you will completely vanish into the void." The guard grabbed Peter's face with his hand. Vigilant's eyes sharpened as he thought, if anyone even slightly touched this hand, they'd be doomed instantly. But what's going on? He was stunned as Peter blocked his punch, stopping his hand just inches from his face. This kid should have been able to dodge already, so why did he dare to be so reckless? It seems he wants me to attack head-on so he can see what's in my palm. The protector pulls it back his hand, thinking it's useless, and prepares to punch with a smug look, believing he's got it all figured out. Even if you see it, nothing will change. Peter quickly dodged the attack. Peter just jumped back, realizing that this guy was attacking with a set of claws that even cut into his own palm. Peter focused his thoughts, but the core issue was that right-hand claw. It wasn't exactly a new or impressive weapon. Hey, what is that blood? It can melt flesh instantly, so how can a human have that kind of blood? The guard, attacking, replied, "If you're so curious, you have to beat me first." But he quickly jumped in and said, "You'll never find out." The two of them clashed again, claws almost scratching Peter's face. He quickly dodged, feeling a bit worried inside. He's much faster and stronger than before. As expected, his special ability is an attack with complex claws. Peter pondered. Because of this guy's blood, he still couldn't get close to him. The two of them clash again, and Peter tightly grips the guard's wrist as he asks, "As far as I know, there is only one bloodline like this in the world." Peter controlled the guard and continued, "I thought it had been lost for a long time. But aren't you surprised?" "So it is, right?" Peter's next words leave the guard stunned. "The Assassin's Guild is extinct." The guard is surprised. "How the hell is that possible?" Peter asked. "I know this sect has already gone extinct. You are the only survivor being questioned, right?" Someone spoke up. "Sir, all targets have been eliminated. The deadly shadow cats have been completely wiped out from this world." The man stared ahead and then said, "Let's go back." The other person hesitated but then nodded. The masked man asked, "What should I do with it?" Someone responded, "What do you mean by that thing?" The masked man asked further, "Should we kill the remaining infant of those leopards now?" The man looked at the baby mockingly, thinking that the only survivor of the tragedy was quite interesting. He said, "Leaving only one heir isn't such a bad thing." And that was the beginning of the heavy karmic relationship between the Demon Sword sect and me. Inside a large house, loud shouts echoed. Everyone stood up to continue fighting, and there were complaints about how they couldn't take it anymore. Inside the room, a young man stands focused while everyone around him lies on the ground, complaining that Gaudio was too strong. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The children rushed over, calling for the master and senior brother. The boy sitting on the ground in pain clutching his leg. "It's burning hot." And the children exclaimed that his leg was completely necrotized. "Hurry and call Dr. Cagle, who is training." "What do you think you're doing?" The boy stammered to explain. "I don't know." The man who witnessed everything believes that the Poison Shadow Leopard sect has existed for a very long time. That family adopts children with poison resistance and creates a bloodline by immersing them in highly toxic substances. Seeing the frightened boy, he thought that way the Poison Shadow sect would be passed down to future generations. The boy stammered and apologized. "Senior brother, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened anymore. I think they will evolve until they transform into real tigers." He crossed his arm and smirked maliciously with a combat sense that was breakthrough, resonating with his blood full of toxins. If left alone, it would develop even further and jump very high. He calculated in his mind, taking it slow, "I need to prepare a cover to restrain it and prevent it from developing as I want." The rain poured down heavily. Inside the house, a strict teacher was teaching his students. "If you can't kill your opponent with a single strike, you will die. Just a single slash to kill without them knowing." Bao Wei thinks big, realizing that his blood is different from others, even stronger. "I happened to discover this because of my anemia. No one wanted to come near me." The boy was treated badly, scolded. "Kago, what are you looking at?" "You looking? Go clean the floor. Hurry up." The boy just endures. "Sorry about that. Late at night in the protective forest, I angrily lash out at the tree." He just punched the tree, wondering what he had done wrong and why he was so different. "Why do people hate me? I didn't want to be born like this." He shouted and punched hard, then stopped to catch his breath. The tree fell, and he looked back, surprised to see a small bird. Bao Wei looked at it softly and said, "You are also lonely like me." He climbed up the tree and added, "Wait a moment. I will take you back to your family. I hope at least May will get a warm hug when she returns." Holding the little bird in his hand, Bao Wei was surprised and spoke. "Wait, look at your hand. The little bird below is just a mass of blood and flesh. My body trembles with each wave. Everything my hands touch will simply disappear completely. I will never be able to." He stammered out a few words. "I'm sorry. You're hugging someone, right?" He recalls the past, overwhelmed by negative thoughts. "I will be hated and rejected. If all of you will hate and avoid me, I will let you taste extreme terror." Peter's voice interrupted his train of thought. "After the Poison Shadow sect trampled your family like that, what on earth did you do? Do you want to rebuild the Poison Shadow sect?" Protectively, he shouted in anger, then grabbed him by the collar and demanded an answer. "Who do you think you are to talk about me?" He continued. "What are you?" "Everyone involved with Apostle Peter comes from the Glory Guild. If you are a swordsman who defeated the Lady Boss's sword, I would definitely know about you." Peter replied, "Do you really want to know?" And then threw a powerful punch. "If you want an answer, you have to beat me first." Protecting himself, Bao Wei stepped back and then charged forward quickly. Peter was calculating in his mind that the previous attack was aimed directly at his head, but since he didn't put much strength into it, the damage was almost negligible. Just as I thought, those attacks are ineffective. I fight back while pondering, but even if I land a powerful blow that wounds him, this guy will use his blood as a weapon. What a cruel twist of fate. While dodging attacks and racking my brain, unless this poison is neutralized, I won't have any way to win. I keep dodging and fighting back in my mind. How? He wondered how he could possibly defeat this guy. Peter was knocked back, but he steadied himself and seriously thought, what on earth should I do? Now, Peter is paying attention to the pile of stuff in the corner of the room. The guard says, "Give up! Step out! You have nowhere left to run!" He steps forward confidently and says in a firm voice, "If you surrender peacefully, you will die without pain." "Where is Beto?" Peter turned his shoulder and said, "You're also worth considering. Judging by how you fight, I'm pretty sure you already possess incredible strength." The guard was stunned when Peter continued, Go on. The guard couldn't believe it, stammering, "Are you joking? Your life is in danger."
You think this is a joke?
Not at all. I will honestly fight too, he thinks to himself, with a mop. Protection asked, "So you've given up?" Peter replied smugly. "You're mistaken. From now on, I will also create my own weapons." The guard looked at Peter and sneered, "You really are brainless, or just refuse to understand. All attacks, whether melee or ranged, are useless against me. You have no way to beat me."
That's right. But you can't imagine this mop either. I'm ready with it, and it might be the most terrifying weapon for you.
The guard facing him asked skeptically, "Do you really think a long-handled mop can beat my short claws?" Peter firmly held the mop and replied, "Charge and you'll see." Hearing that, the guard's contempt grew even more. "I'm surprised I told you. You won't accomplish anything with that stick." His words didn't make Peter hesitate. In fact, they made him more interested. "You talk so much. Are you afraid?" Seeing that he remained so confident, the guard couldn't help but feel suspicious inside. What now? What the hell does he want to do with that mop? But one thing's for sure, this guy. He started to recall how Peter fought, from the broken bottle at the hospital to the moment he caused the explosion, calculating every move during the fight. The bodyguard started to get lost in thought, so there must be something behind that ordinary stick. Seeing him just standing there without attacking, Peter spoke up. "Come on." Your voice successfully pulls the guard out of his thoughts. In less than a second, Peter begins launching a flurry of attacks with the mop. I'm tired of waiting, but he keeps dodging everything. At this point, the guard no longer underestimates Peter and is seriously assessing the situation, unable to get close. As expected, he wanted to exploit the difference in reach, and I didn't even have time for a quick counterattack. Lost in thought, he fell for Peter's strike. At the same time, the bodyguard also came up with a plan. If that's the case, I have to give up my defensive ability and close the gap. I'm not afraid of getting hit. As he thought, he clenched his fist and swung at Peter, but just one touch would definitely hurt him. Seeing how easily he dodged, the bodyguard was truly shocked. "What's going on?" Peter smiles with satisfaction, finally catching the bodyguard off guard. Again, Peter continued speaking in the shock of the bodyguard. "Got you now!" Along with the mop's precise placement on his hand, Peter suddenly twisted his wrist, leaving the guard confused about what was happening. What the hell is he doing? It was only then that he realized what Peter was doing, wrapping the mop head around his claws. Ignore the stunned look on the guard's face, Peter calmly says. "You're now in my hands. Resisting is useless." The fish has already been caught on the line. He was completely enraged and gritted his teeth, saying, "This kind of thing." The bodyguard angrily added, "I just need to cut it off and it's over." So he used his sharp weapon to cut the mop into small pieces, delivering a powerful kick with a disappointed tone. "A fishing hook? So you're just playing around." He quickly assessed Peter as he stepped back. "I've overestimated you. It turns out you're just good at fooling around." Peter refused to be beaten and replied, "Sorry, I've always underestimated myself." The bodyguard, unable to believe his ears, asked again, "What?" Then he looked at Peter with a sneering gaze, as if you're about to go down. The guard charged at full speed with that rude mouth of his, still somehow immortal. Suddenly something shocked him to the core, and he immediately collapsed to the floor, asking what was going on with suspicion. Peter replied with a cold face, slipping on his feet. "Huh, buddy?" The bodyguard demanded angrily, You did something." He screams in pain. "Why?" "Why my hand?" Peter replied indifferently. "Your skills are so strong that I can't get close to you. That blood has a weakness that traps people." Then he calmly explains to the bodyguard, "What would happen if I mixed a strong alkaline cleaner with the blood of a member of the Poison Arrow faction?" Peter's calm voice causes a chemical reaction that destroys the acid's original properties. In other words, your most powerful weapon becomes cold and useless. The final move was completely nullified. The bitter bodyguard, frustrated, couldn't accept it and kept thinking about Peter's recent moves. With a mop handle punch, he wants to get me covered in cleaning solution. His hand forms a fist, and even if my blood is no longer useful, he kicks hard backward and says it's nothing difficult. Then suddenly, a voice was raised, drawing the attention of both of them. The weak voice sounded again. "It is the demon sword." She painfully dragged her battered body, trying to say each word. "I will kill you." The bodyguard saw the owner and immediately called out. The young lady couldn't meet her gaze. Peter responds coldly, "If you want to live, retreat immediately." The cursed sword now only has one arm left and it's boasting loudly. "Shut up. I'm the one who will kill you. Watch this. I will cut off your head." As soon as she finished speaking, I couldn't hold on and collapsed. The sword also fell to the ground. The guard shouted in panic, "Miss!" He gently caught the cursed sword in his worried arms and said, "I told you to wait on the ship." The woman coldly ordered, "Shut up." But the guard kept going. "Why did you come here?" "Your condition will worsen," the demon sword replied with difficulty. "I have to kill him. I have to kill him. We promised each other that when it's over, we will leave here together." Young guard will look at her fragile figure in his arms, stammering, "Miss, I can do it. I can do it. I can still catch Peter. The demon sword must give its all. If I'm your subordinate, I have to trust my master." After hearing me, she also fainted, causing the guard to shout in fear, "Wake up, miss. Please wake up." Seeing she didn't wake up, he became even more panicked and kept calling out, "Wake up quickly, miss. Miss." He begins to recall his past. Looking back, I always longed to see the world outside. Just stepping through the gate would lift the heavy burden from my shoulders. The scenes of being trampled and bullied also appeared, no longer the senior brothers who tormented me every day, but the only reason I can't step out of that gate. A childish voice rings out. Hey, brother, the small flowers are in front of my eyes. Look, this flower is so beautiful. The little girl happily runs over to him, and it smells really good too. Duka, it's me, the innocent girl said to him. Duke also wants to grow up to smell like this, the bodyguard replied softly. You're okay, miss, the little girl's voice echoes again. What did you say? You wanted to say something but then stopped. It's just nothing. Beautiful memories always keep flooding back. The scent of that flower is very warm. Suddenly, he remembers the flower from when his lady was still a child. The scent of that flower makes him forget all resentment, sadness, and even loneliness. In that memory, there is the girl he wants to protect, as well as a noble young lady or someone of humble status. All the gentle bodyguards spoke up, but miss, I think you shouldn't call me brother. The small voice rang out. I don't like it. Since you're older than me, you should be my big brother. He gently refused. No, I really can't. The innocent voice of the girl immediately replied, I don't like it. On Chan Kegel on Han. His thoughts dissolved into nothingness just before he could realize it. He was stunned and spoke up. Miss, wait a moment. The terrifying voice echoes, Miss, didn't I say that going there without permission is very dangerous? The large figure and cold voice appeared. Miss Duika, we should head back now. Doiki immediately refused. No, I want to keep playing with Kegelko. That man smiled kindly, but his face was strangely terrifying. Where Duika couldn't see, Kegel was being brutally punished. Brother, how dare you? Are you crazy? Why does the lady of the house call you brother? And how dare you touch the young lady with those dirty hands? He was beaten and pushed away. Get out, you monster. From that moment on, Kegel realized the distance between them. We cannot find or touch each other like others. It's probably because of this pure blood of yours. Or maybe because of my own noble blood. The voice kept echoing, but what was clear was that I would never be able to cross the boundary set by our bloodlines. On a pouring rainy day, the relentless urging grew louder and faster. The master praised, truly talented by nature. If it continues like this, it will be enough. You have met the requirements to inherit the next generation of the Demon Sword sect. Kegel finally understands where his place is. All I need is to become the shadow of the master. That's enough. The scene shifts to Duika's birthday as the servant circles around congratulating her. Happy birthday, young lady Duika. You received so many expensive gifts, we'll never get to see an outfit like this. I'm so jealous. Duika looked happily at the expensive gift in her hand. The smell was overwhelming. The servant nearby immediately added, as expected, it's indeed a luxury item. Miss, Duika asked innocently, is this really expensive? She immediately received an answer. Let's see, since this is the host's gift from Fujiwara House. Isn't that right, kids? Kegel held the gift tightly, as if it were stabbing his heart with every cut. He recalls it with sadness. Duka, every time your birthday comes around, I try to make this feeling disappear. And that gift from that year was also thrown away by him. Inside, Dua's voice still kept echoing. So beautiful. Kegel looked at her happily, feeling very self-conscious. Because this cheap 800 yen perfume doesn't suit you. What changed Dua, a bright and radiant girl, was that incident back then. Give the order to kill them all one by one. The Yamato Yakuza gang, closely allied with the Demon Sword faction, has attacked us. They stormed in firing continuously. No one must be allowed to survive. Wipe them all out. Luckily, I managed to save her just in time. No, miss, if you go out now, you'll also be in danger. They don't want to spare anyone. Kill them all. Duka was carried away by Keijio crying out loud. Mother, let me go. Kegel, let me out. Since that day, the lady has become a completely different person. Duka becomes frantic and rushes into training. Kegel hurriedly tries to stop her. Mistress, if you keep training like that, you'll exhaust yourself. But Duta keeps struggling to escape. Let me go. Leave me alone. I will kill all the evil ones. In her feverish obsession, she still did not forget her purpose. I must take revenge. I will kill. Kill them all. Kegel understands everything she does. Her master had dedicated everything to revenge, tormenting herself daily, and he had no choice but to watch her. He has always been by her side in her revenge journey, living in a cave for many years, completely isolated from the outside world. The lady boss dedicated her entire life. Every moment paid a price to hone her skills. Then that day came, after many years, when she finally achieved her revenge. A bloody reign of slaughter with her sword and her own blood. 2,000 Yakuza members have vanished without a trace, and the price was that both of them became wanted criminals. With their mission complete, their future remains uncertain. After the successful revenge, I lost my way back home. Duka asked Tutui with a worried look. Kegel, where do we go now? He responds with unwavering loyalty. Where is the lady going? I'll follow. But maybe to her it was just a joke, too humorous. Then suddenly Duika spoke up. Go ahead, Kalo, he calmly replied. I'm not going. Immediately, a reply came. You idiot. Duika spoke again. So what if that's the case? She gazed into the empty space, slowly making an assumption that one day we would go to a place with nothing there. She looked at the poster of her uncle and continued. A couple that no one knows about us. We will pick fruit and enjoy the sunshine together. Then she denies it again. No, if that were the case, she would feel hot all the time. Kegel suddenly spoke up to cut her off. You won't feel hot at all, Duika asked with curiosity. What did you say? Kegel then spoke again. Under the dazzling city lights at night, Kegel's figure stands out clearly in the cold darkness. He looks at Duika with determination and says, I am her shadow. Hearing that, she didn't know what else to say. Returning to reality, Kegel kept holding Du and kept calling, Miss, please wake up. Weakly calling out to Kegel without hesitation, he responded immediately. Yes, I am here. Suddenly, Du took out the perfume from that year. Kegel held it in his hand, lost in thought. This is the scene when it reappears in his mind again. He stammered, asking, Why do you have this? Duika forced a smile and replied, You think I don't know? I've carried it with me for 10 years and you didn't even notice. Her voice grew weaker. It's a pity I never used it. Kegel held her in his arms and replied, I can't let you use that cheap perfume. Then he used that very bottle of perfume to spray on himself. Duika smelled it and praised, It smells so good. Duike forced himself to continue. Do you know, Kegel, all this time memories of when she was little have come back. When you became the shadow protecting me, I liked it very much. Let's leave this place. Forget our promise. Be careful. Duika smiled, tears almost spilling over as she called him Kagalo. Hearing her speak his name in English once more, Kegel stared in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his own hands. Duika reached out and pulled his face down to kiss Kegel on the lips as a thank you for the past 10 years. He also kissed her back, and the two of them shed tears of happiness. At this moment, they are no longer bound by the chains of status, but suddenly, Kegel senses that something is wrong. He panicked when he realized she had bitten his lip open. Wait, miss, your blood is not mine. Quickly spit it out. Du's eyes gradually closed again. I have done many bad things. I want you to use your last strength to deny him so he can go on living. So go. After finishing, Du's eyes also closed tightly. This time forever. Kegel couldn't accept the truth and cried out loud, No, wait. Duika, no, you can't do this. Please wait. But all he got in response was a terrifying silence. Kegel cried out in pain. The raging fire outside mercilessly consumes everything in its path. Kegel remains inside, holding her in his arms, whispering to the one who can no longer breathe. Duiki, if that is your wish, I am willing to follow it with all my heart. The crying and whining are over. Kegel turned to Peter and repeated what he had promised. I promised Dua I would keep my word. Only then will the young lady be proud of me. He set Du's body aside, stood up, carved a long line into his own flesh, and declared, I will kill you and Peter too. In combat mode, Kegel lunged at Peter. The two crashed straight into the wall, collapsing the door. Shards of glass fly everywhere as Kajio rushes forward, aiming to crush Peter's face and make him fall backward. Peter falls with a crash and immediately jumps to the side to dodge the attack. Peter covers his face with his hand to avoid injury from the shards. He looks ahead and silently thinks, this guy doesn't want to fight at all. Kegel jumps down right after Peter's fall. Seeing his current state, Peter immediately understands that once he enters that condition, he will be in danger. In other words, his face clearly shows a despair for life in front of him. Peter concluded in his mind that he doesn't even want to live right now. He stepped back to defend himself, internally assessing the situation, making things even more complicated. He recalls a man touching the faces of two others, then remembers that if he contacts that blood, he will be doomed. What should I do now? How can I approach him? How can I neutralize that disgusting blood? I am confused, recalling the scene where that man was crying out in pain. Kegel didn't give PT time to think, charging forward with hatred in his eyes. Suddenly, something appeared in his line of sight, making Kegel wonder. What is that? 3 objects are rushing toward him. Kegel recognizes the fire extinguisher. After throwing the extinguishers back to him, Peter immediately launches the cards at high speed to release the gas inside. Being physically impacted, the fire extinguisher shattered, releasing white gas into the air. Kegel finally understood his intention. What does it use the fire extinguisher for? Surely not as a weapon. Is it trying to narrow its vision? Gakfong thought about narrowing his vision. Kegel looked at the body stuck inside the fire extinguisher. Did he finally realize what it was? Its purpose is for Kegel to conclude and temporarily leave the intense fight to return to his memories. Kegel has long assumed that the fate of everyone he has met is the same. His eyes gradually lost their will to fight. That was inevitable. The skills I have handed over for so long, even the most secret martial techniques or the most meticulous plans, are all useless against me now. Kegel appears with the image of having defeated every opponent he faced. Once so confident in his abilities, he now has to accept a harsh truth. Perhaps as he sees Peter rushing toward him with a punch, he involuntarily glimpses his own past self reflected in his opponent. In his eyes, his own reflection looked just the same. His limbs were broken by Peter, and this time he had to admit defeat to someone else. The flames still flickered around, creating an uncomfortable sound. After being defeated, Kegel couldn't move, and could only lie on the ground, crying out, cluck, cluck, cluck. He weakly looked up at Peter and said, If you're involved with Peter and a member of the Glory Guild, then you must be at level A. No, you must be an envoy. He stood above, looking at Kegel coldly. He desperately wanted to know the identity of the one who defeated him, but he absolutely couldn't believe that he didn't know someone as talented as you. Who exactly are you? And now that it's time to end this life, Kegel suddenly realizes that his question is also meaningless. Now that no longer matters. He begs his enemy to end his life, which is gradually fading away in pain.
If I keep living, this life will have no meaning anymore.
Just end me quickly. Peter approached where he was lying, stopped, and spoke. Have you never thought about it? He asked as he crouched down. Why did the Yakuza Yamato attack the Demon Sword faction? Hearing about the Yakuza attacking the Demon Sword faction, Kegel was surprised and asked, What do you mean? Peter replied, You haven't considered that what he's been implying all along is the plan of the Glory Society. So what does that mean? Glory Peter gets straight to the point. New wine, new skin. Old skins are often torn and no longer able to hold new wine. Similarly, old things need to be discarded to make room for the new. In his mind, he pictured Raphael turning his back to reveal a large tattoo on his back. 10 years ago, the current owner of Glory was recruiting a new disciple. Thinking of this, Peter couldn't forget a certain hideout of the Demon Sword faction among the candidates. It was the Demon Sword of Japan that accidentally caught his eye. The title of the strongest assassin clan in Japan sounds very appealing to him. The two men in the house face each other in silence, and surely he desires that title more than anyone else. However, the proud Demon Sword sect was not defeated by that sweet temptation. Despite being repeatedly rejected by the master, he still made a prophecy. The man in the vest smiled cunningly, turning his back and speaking in a superior tone. It's no matter. Someday before you realize it, you will also have to surrender. After some time, he returned as he had promised. He began executing a plan. If we attack their limbs, the weakness of the Demon Sword sect will be forced to reveal itself. And the first to step out that day was an ally of the Demon Sword sect. One night, at the residence of the Demon Sword clan, he used the Yamato Yakuza ice to annihilate the clan. In the end, the Demon Sword clan disappeared in a single night, with gunfire echoing non-stop, taking the lives of many. The destruction of the Demon Sword faction became shocking news. It was a tragic story. In that brutal battle, fortunately, a man managed to grab a child from the house and escape. To another place where two strangers in cloaks glance upward. What have you done since that night? Peter recounts all the words he spoke. The current owner of Glory delivers a prophecy to the master of the Demon Sword sect. One day, before you realize it, you will have to surrender too. It has become reality. A cross wrapped by a snake with its venomous fangs slightly swaying. After the revenge, those who had lost their purpose in life were appointed as ambassadors of Glory. Now, as a devoted sheep to the guild, everything is finally set in place. Kegel gazes at the people before him with a puzzled look, as someone's words still echo in his mind. Got you now! That statement ends with Kegel's voice, the shadow of the Demon Sword sect. Peter concluded everything with a cold, ruthless tone, but that was the truth. Kegel clenched his teeth, refusing to accept it, claiming it was all lies. How could he be deceived by that serpent's tongue? He resisted with questions. Why should I trust you? Peter quickly thought and replied, If you don't believe, just ask your boss directly. No! He looked Kegel straight in the eyes, suggesting a different approach. What if we ask Raphael? Kegel wondered in surprise. How does it know the boss's code name? Going back to the past, he left that cross on the table and refused. I can't accept this. Kegel turned away and walked off, explaining. A mountain cannot have two boxes, and I only have one true master. The man sitting in the chair immediately spoke up. So what if that's the case? He cunningly proposed something Kegel was sure he couldn't refuse. I will give the title of your boss's ass to both you and her. He crossed his legs and puffed on his cigarette as he expressed his intention to support her. Kegel lowered his face close to the ground, questioning himself. Had he already calculated that? I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. But if he's right, in the end, Kegel also realizes what have I been living for all this time. Both Dewey and I have been used. KG grits his teeth and says, I don't ask for much. I just want Dewey to be happy while I stand by her side, shielding her like a shadow. That's enough. Cage forced himself to stand up. I wish I didn't have Glory. I wish I had refused the position of envoy. I wish I didn't crave being by your side. No, I wish you hadn't been there from the beginning. He softly calls, Dewey-ka, maybe now you've ruined a person's life. Dewey-ka appears bright and lively in his eyes. Kegel now screams out in furious anger. How the hell is it possible for someone to be so despicable? What the hell? Bo still remains indifferent, offering a piece of advice. Don't push too hard or you'll only tire yourself out faster. Then, after those words, the atmosphere falls into silence, giving Kegel space to think, and he struggles to remind himself. Right now your friend is in danger. Peter feels a bit surprised. He asked again, What did you say? Kegel revealed what he could already know. I have sent the pirates after them. This ship will be the end of us soon. Using your last bit of life, Kago advises, if you want to save them, you'd better go now. On the other side, where everyone is panicking because of the fire, someone shouts, The fire is about to reach here. Let's go quickly. Where are you sneaking off to without asking us first? A black gang leader shouted orders. Everyone, come out now. Whoever's sitting on my lifeboat, I'll shoot them all. The threatened people were so scared they ran away, shouting as they fled, "Go on, don't push. If you want to fall, fall alone." The unarmed employee stays put, raising his hands in surrender. Someone asks, "What should we do now?" The other person replied calmly, "Just a moment." The genius strategist calculates carefully and then turns to assess the enemy. There are too many of them. He thought to himself, this is a big problem, and he tried to analyze the situation. My role is only for the two of you who can fight, so don't be afraid, comrade. The other one with mischievous eyes is just teasing. You dare to say that? Even after encouraging, he still keeps calculating. Each of us has to deal with about 100 enemies, and they are armed. You try to find a way to handle this. What should I do? If I move even a little, the VIP will be doomed. The black guy with the gun points it at the worker, and he warns his team. Be careful, they're not just ordinary workers. If they move even an inch, they'll make a hole. The manager finally spoke up, suggesting a trade to settle things peacefully. Wait a moment, let's negotiate instead. The black guy didn't listen. Shut up, don't make me go crazy. The manager is trying to negotiate to reduce casualties. If you shoot me, you'll regret it. I can give you something you'll never have in your entire life. The black guy still stubbornly refused. It's a waste of time, Asian bastard. I won't be fooled twice. The manager shouted his name, still trying to de-escalate. I'm Choi Un-Trang from the corporation, all right. I will give you anything you want. He's begging, so please negotiate. He saw himself in a higher position and agreed. All right, Mr. Choi, I just want this one thing. Then he turned hostile, threatening his life. The two employees couldn't hold back any longer and finally rushed forward. That's really a humorous joke. Will the other one meet you again in heaven? Why haven't you left yet? If you don't go now, your people will all be doomed. It's okay, even without me, there's still a glory assassin there. Kegel still couldn't believe it. Even if he was a glory assassin, he couldn't do anything against such overwhelming firepower and had to accept his fate. Peter calmly replied, of course, but only if he is an ordinary assassin. Kegel's eyes widened in surprise, as if he could read Kegel's thoughts, and Peter chuckled as he recounted. That's right, on this ship you clearly spoke every word. There is an abnormal assassin. Returning to those guys, the gang quickly had their weapons damaged by someone passing by. Peter's words echoed. A message was delivered. The two employees looked in shock at the scene, and the manager there was also surprised. The three of them quickly thought to break the guns in an instant. X-Mong, after unleashing his ultimate move, stands still listening to the black-skinned man shout, "What? That guy still hasn't surrendered. Hurry up and bring all the weapons out here. No one is allowed to get close to him." The black guy quickly panicked, but he's just a swordsman of the other side. As long as we don't get too close, we will definitely win. Suddenly, Simon's mind flashes back to that moment when Peter asked him, "Siam-Mong, when do you think a swordsman's moment of life and death is?" Simon sat under the tree and replied, "Why should I worry about something that will never happen? Big Brother is really good at making things up." "So when is it then?" Peter asked, sitting beside him, puzzled. "You just said it wouldn't happen." He explains, "Just in case." Peter scoffs, "Yet you dare to say I made it up." Suddenly, he gently signaled with his hand a sharp object breaking Simon's hand and asked, one of them being when he lost his arm and could no longer hold a sword. Peter leaned in closer and continued, "If that happens, what would you do?" Simon answered without hesitation and committed suicide. Peter suddenly shouted, "You fool!" Simon cheerfully explained, opening his hand in his heart. "I mean, Big Brother, if I lost my arm, I would open a restaurant, become the boss, and then eat as much as I want." Peter sighed and complained, "It's really hard to have a serious talk with you." X-Mong teases, "So what?" "I'm done talking, boss." The scene shifts to another day. The sun is setting behind the mountain, and a voice is heard there. That guy, the ones outside discussing. Truly crazy. Who would do something so crazy? The other wondered. What the hell is he doing? Peter suddenly noticed the conversation nearby. The other person continued. "No, that guy, I didn't mean it like that. But is there any crazy guy inside the warehouse diligently training with one intact hand while the other is broken?" The other person outside admired and said he broke his own arm to train. And Peter, acting strangely, ran inside and asked, "What are you doing?" "What, you're back already? You're so carefree, it's scary. Did you really break your own arm?" "Why?" Zim looked down at his broken arm. He explained, "I've been thinking about it for a while, and this is still easier than making noodles." Peter shouted, "Is this a joke?" Zim cheerfully replied, "I am the most serious person in the world right now." He assured him that one day you will see, when you are no longer the holy sword of the celestial realm, a fire of confidence appears in his eyes. That day, you will create a different celestial realm sword. Returning to reality, the manager looked at him in surprise after witnessing his skill, knowing that it was just normal. His bandaged hand held the sword tightly as he fought forward. Seem thought to himself, when I want to cut something, I must hold the sword with both hands. When I need to use a gun, I have to place my finger on the trigger. X-Mong confidently rushes to the group of black-skinned enemies to defeat them. Now wounded on one arm, he can only fight with one hand. Your manager's eyes are still full of surprise. X-Mong thought to himself, and he will cut through that common sense with this sword. He charged like lightning to take down everyone, while thinking of the 4 words Ta Tram Tin Luan. X-Mong, with the gaze of a killer, said to Peter in the air, "I told you, Big Brother, I can do it." All the passengers, including us, have been successfully rescued. So this is the second base of the Glory Society. The scene on the sea shows the ghost ship sinking to the deep ocean floor. A small boat speeds across the water, with sailors kneeling aboard. Senior Apostle Sai Mong. Both sailors look genuinely admiring and excited. God Heng meets you. One day, the two of us will become apostles. I never thought I would meet the senior apostle in real life. Mong watched the scene unfold. Waving his hand, he said, "Sorry about that. What are you guys up to? Hurry up and get up." Peter, standing next to him, whispered, "It's always like this, always causing a scene." The burly sailor shouted, "The senior's swordsmanship was so cool that the other person joined in dancing. Is this the first time I've seen someone better at swordsmanship than me, senior?" Zim turned to Peter and asked, "Did you dance with a sword like that?" "I already said they're just good at playing tricks." Both of them leaned in close, excitedly asking, "Senior, have you ever met the legendary envoy Peter in the stories? I heard he destroyed a whole country. Is that true?" "Is that true?" The voice of Shimong rang out. "Destroying a country?" He frowns. "You're underestimating Apostle Peter too much." The two sailors said in unison, "We didn't mean that." X kept going. "If it's Peter," then the two sailors spoke up. So the senior said, "Can he do even more?" He replied, "Yes, that is a country worth having." After finishing, he laughed while holding his stomach. Both sailors also burst into uncontrollable laughter. Peter watched from the side. They weren't this happy before. Long stood between the two sailors, his hands resting on the shoulders of the two young men. "Oh, right. I mentioned you guys in front of Peter before." After hearing that, both of them were so excited and happy. "Does Lord Peter know about us? What did he say?" Peter raised an eyebrow and pouted when he heard Simon's boastful words. "Did he say something?" "They said that you have grown up and will accomplish great things in the future. You could become an apostle someday." After finishing his sentence, he turned back and gave me a wink. I was helpless. "Is it true that the sky welcomes the warm sunlight and the boat is still lively? Me, a messenger?" "We love you, Lord Peter." Suddenly, Sungu's voice told him to go rest. Peter was startled and placed his hand on his chest. "My boss is a bodyguard, so I can't rest. The boss should be resting." Untrang next to me glanced at him. "I also know how to protect myself." "Don't you know how many life and death situations I've gone through in this profession?" X Mong is standing between the two of them. The wind blows X Mong's long hair flying, and he says seriously, "Thank you, Chairman, for your trust, but this will make Glory look there." Untrang turned and replied lightly, "Don't worry about that. Glory only knows that I am on a business trip abroad." He stands on the boat welcoming the sunrise and the winds. Peter's gaze is calm. The image shows a map of 3,348 islands. Those are the islands in Korea. Someone was tortured and tied up, but they still found Shimong's hiding spot on that remote, deserted island. Peter stood among the crowd, pondering how they could be so confident to attack with such information. Could it be that they really knew that he and that guy had been there? A face filled with hatred appears. Maybe Raphael is now grinding his teeth in anger because of the insult and what he received from me. But returning to reality, he calmly looked ahead and thought to himself, "Better not grind your teeth too hard." The boat is still heading toward the sun because the real battle is just beginning. Suddenly a scream rings out. Who is this? This girl hasn't changed at all, still wrinkled and as ugly as before. Peter, Simon, and Juan are together. He is sitting quietly playing with the dog while Juan is turning Simong's face around. Simong looked down on us with disdain. "Dan, who once refused to help us, has he really changed? How can people change so easily?" "Yes," the voice continues to echo. "Even at 20 years old, your granddaughter's bright voice remains," while Simong rests his chin, adopting a pitiful look. "You said that this ex-Mong is more handsome than famous people, and that every day you chase after him asking to get married, isn't that right? So now you're criticizing me for being fake and ugly, huh?" Dewey Yuan shouted. "When did I say that? You tell me how." She immediately fought back, giving affectionate slaps to his back and buttocks. "He is in pain. Why are you hitting an innocent person?" "Your hand is hurting," Yuan shouted when she heard that. "You hit my back, not my hand, so why does it hurt? Even the dog next to me can't bear to watch." Zim Mong, holding his back and leaning forward, looks up at Dan. What exactly is Raphael trying to do here? From Vinquang Hospital to the Ghost Cruise ship is not just one or two places. Hearing this, both Juan and Peter remained silent in response. Zim Mong sat down and scratched his head in confusion. Why is no one saying anything? Are two people and a dog trying to ignore me? Suddenly, a name called out. "Raphael, he's trying to erase it." Jan lowers his head in contemplation. The existence of Peter. In 2013, the ancestors of the Glory Society were a sacred site, a cathedral of great glory. After the church bell rings, the priest stands confidently before everyone. Lord, he stands at the center. The terrible, chaotic, and haunting era after liberation has passed. The Korean peninsula is once again experiencing peace. We are God's children, carrying out his command with all our strength. No one knows that those children are beneath the monument of peace. The wrinkled hand reaches out to the rosary as the Father's voice continues. Lord, I believe you already know. My daughters and sons, I will keep silent. From now on, I order the 12 apostles to disband. Before everyone, I declare, wipe away the blood, sweat, and tears you have shed during this time. It is time for you to step out into the world. But the only one who objects to Father Gabriel's words is Raphael. He was standing behind the door. He is Father Gabriel's adopted son, the current leader of the Glory Society. Raphael shouted angrily at his back. "You can't do this, you wouldn't understand." He places his hand on his chest and keeps shouting, trying to eliminate them. What will happen to the 12 apostles of the Glory Society now? The company is just starting to grow. The Japanese father responds to them. Under the moonlight, his back looks truly lonely. Father advises, "Raphael, your brothers and sisters are not tools. You have given up your life to save dozens. Hundreds of millions of people are God's children, and this world no longer needs us. This is my decision, and that of the apostles." His hand clenched tightly. "Raphael, if there's nothing left to do, then you should leave now." Hearing this, the statue of Jesus trembled with each of Raphael's words. "It can't be like this. The man beneath the statue keeps landing powerful strikes, all the while rambling nonstop. I can't accept this. Is it now that we finally get to enjoy the fruits of our labor, and you give up everything? What about me? What should I do?" The more fiercely I fight, the more Raphael screams. "You are my father. Unlike them, you won't do this. It's clear you've been deceived by Satan, and now you're no longer my father." The statue of God finally fell before Raphael's fury. Perhaps having vented his anger, he simply watched and spoke to reclaim his glory. That is the path that benefits the people of this country. That is the will of God. And finally, the image of Raphael sitting on a blood-stained throne, with the fallen priest in his heart. Raphael simply said, "It is also my will, never passed down by anyone. He created his own glory." Raphael began to act crazily while sitting on the throne. He built the Glory Orphanage Camp into what it is today, and founded the largest assassin organization in Asia called the Glory Society. He searches the entire world to find the perfect new apostle to replace the old one who betrayed them. Raphael wants to expand his business worldwide. To do that, he must eliminate the old apostles first, especially one of the most powerful apostles of the Glory Society in the past. The symbol of all the apostles, Peter returns to the present with a voice that rises. Raphael, just thinking of that name, makes me shiver. Juan hugged herself, trembling. Even the dog beside her was the same. She moved closer to Peter, grabbing his shirt collar. "That's right, that new apostle of the Glory Society. Why is he in my house, senior?" After that, the two of them and the dog turned to look at the sleeping young man, Kegel, the messenger of the divine. Both Simon and Peter agreed to carry her away. She covered her mouth but still threatened. "Are you guys still alert? I will tear him apart." "Peter, take it easy. Be quiet for a moment. He needs to rest." She struggled so much that her slippers flew off. "Is this a hotel?" Someone spoke up. "Whenever he wakes up, he does those stupid things again." The three of them walked down the corridor with the dog, and Peter speaks up. "Don't worry, he won't be able to touch our toes." "So what if he touches our nails then?" Daiwan, leaning on her cane, asked, "Let me kill him." Suddenly, a noise sounded, causing both her and Peter to turn their heads in surprise. "You're already awake? With that much blood loss, it's hard to wake up." Duiquan's face flashes with anger, his words laced with deadly intent. "No, senior, don't say anything. Let me kill him." She actually hid behind Peter. He asked, "What are you doing?" She ordered, "Hurry up and go, senior. Kill him. You can't handle that guy if you can't see the way." All three of them turned back to that room.
Why didn't you hide behind me? You made me sad.
"You are also a very powerful messenger." Dwayup stood straight. "The senior only has one arm and can only respond, 'You made him sad.'" With a hiss, Peter opened the door and looked inside, surprised and wide-eyed. All three entered the empty room and she asked, "Where did he go?" "I clearly injected him with a lot of sedatives to stop the bleeding. Now his body definitely can't move anymore." "Baron, where else could he go?" "Long is certain that he is definitely there." Suddenly, someone said, "I never expected the ghost ship to sink like that." On a stage illuminated only by moonlight, someone asked again, "Did you see Peter cause that?" Raphael was there and spoke up. "Something about this makes me wonder. It's true, both Vin Quang Hospital and the ghost cruise were caused by him, but his face was never seen. How is that possible?" "My apostles," a group of young men in white robes settled on the steps, their voices rising in chaos. "The demon sword of the Demon Blade sect. Kago has been defeated. Is that Peter guy really that strong? Sounds interesting. If an old man about to die can do those things, he's not ordinary." Suddenly, someone asked, "Are you scared?" "Don't just rely on your looks and protein. Improve your combat skills first. Those who get mocked usually fight back. Your mouth has been pretty loud lately." "That guy also won't give up, so don't just talk and do something." A young man holding a gun couldn't hold back and also jumped in. "What are you guys doing? If you have any sense, shut your mouths or I'll carve a hole in your body right now." The person in the hat stays silent. Raphael breaks in to cut through the tense atmosphere. "That's enough of a greeting. Now that we're gathered, let's have a little chat." The guy sitting in the middle, acting like a boss, keeps rambling. "Our apostles are the strongest in the world, yet no one could catch a nearly dead old man. Yeah." Among those in white cloaks, one suddenly spoke up. "Of course, that's because I wasn't involved." Another person spoke up. "Because I didn't show myself. Otherwise, the old man's life would be over." The two kept exchanging words. "Hey, masked uncle, someone like you only needs my 2 fingers. Wasn't it you who got shot twice in the stomach last time? If you're smart, you should have finished your words before the door was shattered open." The gunman sighed, saying the door was too noisy. Damn it, as soon as I hear that name, I see Kegel standing there playing with a scar on his body. Even he has to ask, are you still alive? That's really lucky. Simon Raphael sat there calmly. I heard the news from Duika, and I truly regret it. But this seemed Mong and the people in white cloaks didn't turn their heads to look at Kegel. That Peter guy, as soon as Kegel hears that name, he stiffens. Seeing this, he quickly urges, tell me quickly, have you met Peter? Kegel gritted his teeth and asked, is that true? Raphael wondered. What do you mean? He asked. He also leaned back, resting his chin on his hand. I don't understand what you're talking about. You need to explain it clearly for me to understand. Kago frowned. Demon Blade Sect. Did you order the destruction of the Demon Blade Sect? Dui Ka was grateful to you. She thought she had a place to stay and rely on. But it turns out it was all just a lie. But that person said this. The reason that drove Yamatakumi to destroy the Demon Blade Sect is because he took away her peaceful life, trampled on it, and all of this was caused by him. Every word he uttered left Raphael speechless. The image of a radiant young person in the sunlight, still holding and offering flowers, appeared before him. I ask again, your plan is to destroy the Demon Blade Sect, right? Hearing this, Raphael just scratched his head and said, I already told you. What are you implying? He replied calmly, the Demon Sword and the Demon Blade Sect were destroyed because of you. You are the one responsible. Why are you blaming me for that? Raphael's smile grew more terrifying as he said, do you want to set a trap for me over this? But Kegel, although it's regrettable to do this, think about it. Your wandering personality makes you a perfect fit to be an apostle, so everything will always be in order. And from the very beginning, if you had agreed to become an apostle, this wouldn't have happened, right? As I say this, memories of the time I outright refused and walked away come flooding back. Raphael muttered, I hope this wouldn't happen. He responded, it's not because of him, but looking at all those people, he called out, all apostles listen carefully. From now on, everyone leave here one by one. With that, a fist and sharp claws rush forward. He takes a fighting stance, and after 10 seconds, anyone who doesn't leave, a bloodied face dripping with tears of rage. Raphael sat below, growling, I will kill that person. Kegel, do you know what the current situation is? Just look. A whole group of people remain still after Kegel's threat. He confidently says, I don't think anyone here wants to leave. The biggest guy spoke up. Kegel, what are you doing here? Is it just because someone was just defeated? Even the guy with the gun is teasing. What do you mean you're so angry for no reason? You're not sexy at all. The guy with the sunglasses waves his hand. Why are you so annoyed? Did you have a hard time fighting? The whole family should come and have a cup of tea and chat. The young man wearing the hat finally spoke up, making some noise with his pipe. I won't drink tea with someone like you. Kegel still has that fierce look. So no one wants to go, huh? Fine, all of you are going to get it. As he finished speaking, Kegel charged forward like an arrow, but in an instant someone stepped in to block him. It's that guy with the hat. He kicked straight at his face, but luckily he dodged. I told you it's noisy enough already. The guy mocks, you're angry so your mouth is just flapping, trying to fight with words? Kageo frowns. Keep smiling while you still can. Johan, no matter what, just one drop of my blood and you will be dead instantly. As soon as I finished saying this, he struck him. You were going to give him a jab to the chin, but he dodged it. I know your blood is dangerous. No way I'm letting it touch me. Are you a painter or something that you're good at drawing stories? At the speed of light, Kay suddenly moved behind him. Just keep watching and you'll see. The two of them are playing cat and mouse. He plans his move while he's focused on his own blood, trying to find a blind spot to attack. First, I need to take him down. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he struck, but he still managed to dodge. Kegel was surprised, he dodged. That corner definitely wasn't in his line of sight. How the hell did this bastard do it? Suddenly, a shield rushed toward him. Kageo grabbed it, feeling a bit confused. A punch made the big guy rush forward with deadly intent, his fist flying. Only the victors are honored. Accept the challenge. At that moment, both the shield and the armor flew far away. I'm slammed against the wall, flipping over amidst the rubble, silently cursing myself. What the hell is this power? That punch is coming again, and that line, it's easier than ever now. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out. Why is everyone so aggressive? Stop fighting already. Are you making Oppa so angry that he has to resort to punching? The guy with glasses blocks both of their attacks. The big guy immediately asked, what are you doing? Toddy, get that disgusting foot off my hand now. The glasses-wearing guy sneered. Don't you all realize yet? Just look and you'll see. This girl Uyu is tired, so please, I beg you. Watch the bundle being carried in. Don't you see that she's exhausted, but still dragged herself here to avenge her lover? Kegel, battered and exhausted, still burning with anger, knows he can no longer continue fighting. I've lost quite a bit of blood, but one thing's for sure. After I recover, I will return for my revenge. Outside that tower, Kegel breaks the window and rushes back into the wilderness like a beast returning to its den. The bespectacled teasing guy said, Philip, it's because of you causing trouble. The big guy immediately said, shut up, you can't just let the traitors go. We have to chase them to the end and kill them. Raphael sat there relaxed and said, it's okay, let it go. I understand. That's just the rebellious age. He then placed his hand on his face and said, we will meet again soon anyway. Suddenly, someone spoke up. I still don't quite understand this matter. Clearly, Kegel met Peter, so why is there still no information? From Nathaniel to the ghost ship and the history of the demon sword sect, Peter knows everything, right? Each gust of wind brought a new voice. It seems that what I suspected is true. Peter's assistant must be a major figure. Someone immediately asked, "Who is that?" Raphael replied, "Well, we will find out." There's no name on the passenger list, but the rumors say otherwise. On the ghost ship, they saw the owner of the DD Corporation. The image of Untrong waving appears in my mind. He wondered, why is that? Why did Sao Choi Untrong show up on the ship when he doesn't seem to care? He once refused to meet me because he was busy with business. Raphael's smile gradually became more and more sinister. Just as he finished speaking, Peter's figure appeared beside Untrong, presumably to help him quell that excitement. He said, "All right, I guess, since I need a weapons warehouse anyway. Take a look at the corporation." Raphael turned back and asked, "Do you think you can do it?" Apostle Johann, the hat-wearing guy, still sat there when his name was called. The hat-wearing guy slowly responded, "What do you mean?" He immediately continued, "You mean for someone who has already killed an apostle of Father Gabriel, dressing up isn't a big deal, right?" As he says this, the scene of him in a tight suit with a corpse at his feet appears. Raphael reminds him, "But if you need anything, just let me know." The Dai University Group owns a renowned security system even among other large corporations, so I can respond to exactly 372 people. He grinned and said, "The Special Forces Unit, Spain's top security team, Escudo, plans to join this battle. Do you think they can stop me?" Look, it seems intimidating, but you've already prepared for this, haven't you? All right, let's go now. Let's go to the corporation. Sending Choi Untrong to hell, a decisive death sentence is declared. In the next news, passers-by are stunned to see the red letters on the building, and this morning a mysterious symbol was left on the wall at the headquarters of the corporation, with no one knowing who did it, when, or why, causing public concern. The three of them, Saim, Juan, and Peter, are watching the news. Simong speaks up. "It's terrifying. Isn't that building super tall? How could he draw all the way up there?" Jan rests his chin, still active after the senior's retirement, and S-rank assassin of the Glory Guild, Apostle Johann Simon, is amazed. "So, is it his name?" Peter replied indifferently. "Yes, many years ago, the one who assassinated former Apostle Johann, also known as Alep." "What should we do?" The conversation becomes chaotic. What should we do? "I just received a warning about Alep. I'll be dead soon." The three uniformed men are surrounding a child, reassuring him and asking the prince not to worry, as another glory envoy will also arrive to help. Suddenly, someone spoke. A messenger of glory. A man stepped forward, "Prince, so you can return safely." "Agent Johann, 59 years old, level 9 envoy, specializes in assassination, file 359, mission, 100% success rate. He told me he would give his all." The dagger in his hand gleamed as he stepped beside the child. "This might end sooner than you think." The trembling prince asks, "What did you say?" Johann replied, "Why do you ask?" "The evil Alapet has chosen you as the target and is right here." As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly froze. "Your attack was blocked." The other guy wondered, "Why do you know I am in disguise?" Johann replied, "It's simple. You two face each other, and you remain calm. Your uniform emits your unique scent." The scream of panic, "He's running away, catch him." He jumped away and just ran off, wondering why I had to run away. Then he pulled out a grenade, which exploded with a loud bang, plunging the room into darkness. Everyone started to panic. "What's going on?" "The light suddenly came on at the headquarters. Did you hear me?" "Activate emergency power system." "Damn it, the flashlight isn't working." "Everyone stay calm and use your bodies to shield the prince. Do not approach the prince's calm." In the darkness, screams of terror were accompanied by the smell of blood. Gunshots rang out, and a flash of light appeared from one of the shots. Looking at the warehouse filled with corpses, the other man said, "Finding my position with the fire from the gun? Only those with high skills can do that." "How is the Glory Envoy different?" Johann in the shadows quickly responded, "I don't know what you're talking about. I have completed this kind of mission 100 times before." He put on a binocular with 4 lenses. "I'm still too young to hear your worries," that guy said again. "Are you taking off your shoes?" In the dark, I see Johann running while taking off his shoes. "It's not because of you, so wipe away your tears." His heart wavers as he glances through the binoculars. Johann looks bewildered. Strange, except for a strange tingling sensation. The warehouse is completely dark. Johann thinks there are no signs, sounds, or even smells. Before he disappeared, there was definitely nothing here. Looking elsewhere, he wondered why he felt nothing at all. Suddenly, Johann widened his eyes at the glowing knife in his gaze and looked bewildered. "What is that?" "No way. In that darkness, yet there's a knife floating in midair." Johann was stunned as the flying knife sank into a stream of thoughts. If that was a human or a living creature with blood flowing through its veins, this camera should have been able to detect its temperature. But this thing, lost in admiration for him, was struck. He started shooting. Long is panicking. "This time I can't sense him. Where is he? He's shooting wildly but can't see anyone. Damn it, I can't see anything. He must be here, but I feel nothing." Johann looked around, unsure where to go. Where could he be hiding? An eerily silent atmosphere, but it was interrupted by that guy. Tavan has always been curious. Johann was startled, drew his gun, and said, "Where is it?" "Forget what that guy said. The blood of the Apostle Glory." He turned away, thinking to himself, what kind of person is over there? Before he finished speaking, he had already leapt down and returned to Peter. "Isn't that pretty unreasonable? You say you didn't detect him." The two of them started arguing, and he waved his amputated arm. "If it gets exposed, the camera will definitely record it, right? Johann, your noble brother, being killed like a fool." She was just pointing and gesturing beside her. "That's right. That's why it's so mysterious and hard to understand." He hesitated and said, Don't find out about this." Mong pointed his gun at Peter and said, "Big brother, you should speak up too. Is Johann really the kind of person who gives up easily?" He closed his computer and replied, "Alip, the reason he left such a terrifying mistake is because all the missions were planned in advance by him." Looking at the building covered with those words, Peter said that if that symbol truly belongs to Alipet, then this time he has also chosen his target. After hearing this, Simon quickly grabbed John's hand. "How can such a shameless bastard still exist? I'll volunteer to settle the score with him." She wondered, "Where are you planning to go?" "Do you know where he is or not, and you're asking?" He replied, "How do you expect me to find him?" Peter said, "Sim, you don't need to do that." With a serious expression, he spoke in a firm voice, though he didn't know when. Alip always left a warning directly. "It is always present. As I speak, the scene changes. A wall appears with Alip's name written in red." That assassin stood staring intently at the unconscious girl who was unaware of anything. Peter spoke beside his target. The demon holding a staff in his arm sighs and says, "I don't have much time left, so I want to ask you one last question. Little brother Juan," he waved his hand back and forth in front of Juan, "you really can't see anything? If you can't see the screen, why are you still typing away at the computer?" Peter sat outside helplessly watching him. The old man may have lost his hand, but he still keeps talking. Juan frowns in frustration. This is really annoying. She tucks her hair behind her ear to reveal a support device. It's a screen reader. "It gives me all the information I need." The demon, hearing that, excitedly raised a friendly finger to taunt Juan. "So why does me have to look at the screen then?" She's annoyed sitting and typing on the computer. Even though visually impaired people can't see, their other senses are more developed than others. He excitedly teased Dewey Wan. "That's awesome. So this is how me is helping us," Dewey Wan warned. "Wait until I finish my work and I'll cut off your finger," the bastard replied mockingly. "One day you will also need Juan's help to complete your mission." Juan, annoyed, clenched his fists and slammed them hard into the demon's back. "This guy is quick just like that," he shouted loudly. "My hand hurts from hitting, but you dare to say your hand hurts when I hit your back?" Peter sat outside coldly and spoke. "The two of you have something to discuss." He crossed his arms and looked at the demon. At this point, it's possible that Raphael will intentionally escalate this matter. That's why he's worried not only about us, but also about the lives of the former apostles. The image of someone lying in the rain flashes through his mind. They will find them somehow and eliminate them. The image of the chained demon with his face down appears. "Forget about that. I want you to find them before they do." A figure appears lying on the ground with a pool of bright red blood in front of him before our brothers suffer more damage. The demon looked at Peter with a determined expression. "Actually, I'm not worried because they've been able to live well on their own all this time. But fine, big brother, leave it to me." A pink car speeding down the road. Getting out of the car, the demon looked surprised and asked, "Are you sure you don't need me here yet?" Peter smiled at him and said, "The interface you have is too easy to track here. As I mentioned, please help me find our comrades." The two of them shook hands, and the ghost also said, "Call me anytime you need. The envoy boss is always ready to support you." The demon carrying the luggage behind walks away, but also waves goodbye to Peter. "I will definitely bring our brothers back safely. Let's go." Peter hurriedly ran into the tea house and asked Hot Hai, "Are you okay?" Chairman Unchan sits in the chair, sighing. "Sunu, thank you for coming. This is the friend I mentioned before. Juan is also currently helping out, to be precise. Yes, I am Anwan, a genius hacker, master, and guardian of this kid. But sir, I have a question. Why did you summon Sungu, a member of Glory given your position as chairman of DDHA Corporation? You already have enough talented personnel." "I was convinced after the ghost ship incident." Unan recalls meeting Peter politely with a young lady. Although Sungu is part of Glory, he is completely opposite to it. He also recounted the moment he hurriedly ran away, and above all. Back in the present, Unsha looks at Peter's face. "I knew this day would come eventually." He bowed his head as the warm cloth was pressed against it. "Raphael, I mean the current chairman of the Glory Society. He doesn't like people with close ties to Father Gabriel. As he recalls the terrifying image of Raphael, he becomes instantly afraid. So he wanted to eliminate me and take over the entire Didiha Corporation, a conclusion that was entirely predictable." Unchan hesitated, but Secretary Alip stood behind him, caring attentively. "Don't push yourself too hard." Chairman Peter and Juan bowed together in greeting. "Please, rest assured, we will leave right away." Walking through the quiet corridor, whispers echoed around. Chairman Sungu is a talented individual who once handled Park Sang-do, but still, you should be careful. Alipet walks down the display corridor with guns, and the secretary walking beside him cautiously reminds him, I heard he's the most skilled assassin on the planet, never failing a mission and known for his ruthless efficiency in eliminating targets. Lan La recounts the rumor that even Father Gabriel's envoy, Johann, fell before him. This time, Peter turns to the secretary with a determined look. The company's situation cannot be exposed to the whole world. I can't let Glory handle it. The secretary pointed down the dark corridor, so we invited those who would carry out this mission with you, Sunu. A group of fierce-looking people arrived as she described. Escudo, Europe's strongest security team. Europe's top security team. Escudo, the shield nickname of Europe. The secretary led him to a burly man and introduced him, saying, "You can trust and cooperate with them because they are the strongest team fighting against Glory." The man stepped forward, and Peter disdainfully asked, "Is this kid a Glory assassin? Could he be the lover of the master?" The man with the code name Costa Escudo, the leader of the special security team. "Fine, no matter what, fate has brought us onto this path." Costa throws his weapon towards Peter. "I guess I should give you a little gift too." Peter blocks Costa's weapon, then grabs a pen and clenches it tightly in his hand. "Why did you do that?" "I'm just an ordinary bodyguard for the chairman." "You can talk casually if you want." Peter looked at him curiously, wondering who this guy was. Costa looked at him and said, "It seems you really care for him." Peter quickly replied, "That's not it." He turned and walked away, casually warning, "I don't know where you came from, but don't get in SQ's way." At the same time, at the security control center of Didiha Corporation, Juan and his dog were focused on the screen. Alapet could never infiltrate this building, because she saw that every building had someone whispering. With more than 100 personnel on the rooftops and watching every floor moment by moment, even Juan had to marvel that not even an ant could slip through. Every corner of the building is equipped with many cameras, over 100 TVS with no blind spots. However, Escudo, Man's strongest security team in Europe. Seeing the trembling staff in the server room, Juan wondered why they were so scared. The blonde employee, sweating profusely, explained that Alapet had destroyed both the target and everyone escorting it. The guy with the hair on his side pulled his collar and sighed, then suddenly a naive voice asked, "What's wrong?" Marco Escudo, the lecherous security team leader, asked. The passionate nickname Marco pushed the heads of the two previous staff members with his hand. The most solid shield in Europe, so why would he be trembling like that? Then approached Juan, bent down, and asked if they let the young lady observe everything. She irritably spun the pen in her hand and responded, "That's right, please stay out of the young lady's sight, don't make her laugh." This young lady also has a sharp tongue. He bowed his head and whispered into her ear, "Everything is safe now. Miss, I don't know how skilled that Alip is, but he will never be able to break through Esquido's shield." The crowd sneered at Marco and asked, "Do you want the young lady to smash that shield into your face? It would hurt a bit, right?" Juan crossed his arms, annoyed, as he listened to Mr. Ba Hoa. "Even the princess's destination is truly captivating. If possible, could I escort the young lady to an Italian restaurant later?" The nearby staff also jokingly agreed. "Captain, you don't like the food?" Mo laughed loudly. "I can do anything for the young lady." Standing in the office, Marco raised both hands and shouted, "Everyone stay alert. Who are we?" "The best security experts. Scudo, I remind you, we can do this." The guy with the ponytail whispered into Marco's ear, "You should leave immediately, Captain Marco." Hearing that, he glanced and replied softly, "Sane, it's time already? Then let's go." Mo stretches excitedly and walks away. "So now, let's go catch a leap." "Oh, right." He covered his mouth and then turned back to smile. "Miss, when you're done, let's go on a date together." Diane looked at the screen and sighed to his pet dog. He really doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut, so persistent. She pushes up her glasses and looks away shyly. The young lady here prefers other things again. Suddenly, a call makes Peter turn back and look. The young man, Costa, holding a can of water, reached out and touched the wall before asking him, "Do you know what the security guard's true nature is?" He patted Peter on the shoulder and sneered. "It's experience. Only men like me have gone through all the hardships to reach this level. My level is so high that I can't even see a kid like you in front of me." Peter looked at Costa with annoyance, and experience was right. Our entire team, including that man, paid attention to every tiny detail. He glanced around, and Peter silently observed the camera placements and guards, which made him a bit curious. Right now, we are monitoring the entire inside of the building every second. There are no signs of Alapet's interference. If he had infiltrated, he would definitely have left traces. Peter pondered, thinking if I were Alap, how would I get in here? There's no way to bypass such a tight surveillance network. He frowns, as if he has just figured something out. Of course, there's only one way he could have thought of. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes outside the building. All those security team members shouted in panic, "Gunfire!" "Captain Costa, he's on the west side of the 36th floor. Move quickly." Peter turns around to observe. Costa stands watching the clock, ignoring the crowd running chaotically. "Let's go." Before Alep can arrive, he glares fiercely. All the security team members heard the scream and immediately ran towards it. "What's going on?" "How is Alapet doing?" The golden-haired lady went to check and announced. "Someone has died," the crowd of people asks curiously. "What? Who is it?" The golden-haired man stammered. His face was icy cold. "I don't know." When everyone heard that, they shouted loudly. "What are you saying?" The yellow son-in-law hesitated. The corpse in the corner shows the head has been cut off, yet the body is just lying there. Clearly, it was shot, so why is the body beheaded? Investigating the victim's identity now, a security team member approaches and shouts loudly, causing the people behind to panic as well. Who is that? The other stammers, pointing to the badge on the victim's chest. He hesitates, but it's Marta, the team leader, who steps forward to check and then raises her hand to calm the crowd. I've not even seen a single ant enter here. How the hell did he infiltrate? Go straight to Chairman Choi immediately, the Costa team members stomp in frustration. Damn it! Peter stood aside silently, thinking to himself, no mistake. He glanced around. If I were Alapet, the only way in would be to break this strict security system. I think Alip used this method to get in here. What? Is he planning to sneak in now? Peter crossed his arms, then covered half his face as he looked at Costa. That's right, infiltrating from outside right now is completely possible. He suspiciously asked, what do you mean? It seems Costa has realized something and stammers, you can't be. He still covered his face as he expressed his suspicion, showing no signs of anyone entering or leaving in the past 2 days. So it is entirely possible. There is only one answer. Looking at the person present here, Peter declared confidently, surprising everyone. Alip is already here. Perhaps he saw inside. Therefore, he said seriously that someone here could be Alip. Suddenly, everyone's phone rang with a notification sound. What? The video shows him looking at the phone with a surprised expression. Seeing the video on the phone confused Peter. All the CCTV footage in this corridor suddenly went dark. But who is this person? He is running. The enlarged image only deepens Peter's confusion as Captain Marco suddenly grabs Marco's leg with one hand. He helplessly clings to the floor. Peter sees Marco being pulled and immediately suspects that someone has dragged him back to the dark area. That must be that guy, Alibet. A streak of blood stretches across the floor to the dark area at the back. A shadow appeared in the hallway earlier. The shadow, holding something in hand, moved toward the camera. The big guy with blue eyes looks at the electricity and hesitates, asking, what is this? The chubby guy next to him keeps tapping on his phone. No way! Peter's face also showed amazement as he watched the video. Unlike the previous apostles, he is more meticulous and confident. Alapit is hiding. Watching the shadow hold up a mysterious bag, he silently thought, but had no intention of hiding. On Mao's face, the words blood written, no one would survive to escape from here. Even under his chin, words are written. Let's see who wins. The old man shouted loudly, tell me again! Costa pushed Peter against the wall and shouted in his face. Anyone here could be Ali. He gritted his teeth and looked at Peter, saying, do you know? Peter looked at Costa with no expression, warning him. If we have to find the traitor, the first to spark that story, Costa clenched his fist around Peter's neck, with a 78% chance that it was him all along. Peter stood still, watching him tremble. He said this as if he had foreseen everything. No, as if he had been waiting for this to happen for a long time. He glared at him defiantly. Now prove it, because you're the most suspicious one. Peter looked up, thinking to himself, but look at him, I know he's not an ordinary person, like the others. He clenched his fist towards his stomach, but even in this pressured situation, was he still ready to dominate his opponent? A voice rang out, precise and clear, as a woman stepped out to separate the two, and advised, if our internal conflict happens, that is exactly what Alapet has been hoping for. The secretary placed her hand on Huang's chest and asked Peter, if there really is an infiltrator among us, a clue, we wouldn't even know how he got in here, so how can we find him? He reassured her, don't worry, everything is about to end. The secretary looked confused after hearing him, and kept asking Peter questions one after another. It's over. What do you mean? He only looked up at the answer. Suddenly, a scream echoed again. It's all over now. The guy sitting in the surveillance room is clutching his head in fear. We will definitely be screwed. There's no way to survive. The police officer anxiously looks for a way to handle it. And what about the security cameras? The busy officers are doing everything strictly but helplessly. I just analyzed footage from the past 72 hours, and there's been no one entering or leaving. Not only the 36th floor, but the entire building. The police officer turned to his partner, worried, and asked, could it be Sanche? Could that guy be the culprit? He's been close to Captain Marco Ko, almost like a confidant. Furthermore, he hasn't been with us for long, and after hearing the analysis, Sanche also began to suspect. His eyes also seem quite suspicious, and Juan sitting beside him is also pondering his actions. Alipet is really skilled at manipulating minds. He makes everyone inside doubt each other. He probably made his escape route when he was in danger. The two of them are still discussing someone else. So Paulo is also quite suspicious. He's always absent. And she continued to analyze but encountered a snag. Someone who enjoys manipulating others like this would surely leave a message somewhere around here. What is it? What does he really want to say? Just as Juan was trying to uncover what was hidden inside, suddenly a scream echoed through the room, interrupting his thoughts. She immediately turned to find out what was going on and asked, what's going on? The police officer tremblingly points at the screen to inform everyone, Alip! Alip has appeared. Receiving such an urgent signal, the police officer acted without hesitation. Command Center. Did you hear that? The target has appeared on the 14th floor of Building C in the East Wing. Send the troops there immediately. The dispatched officers continued to fire their guns nonstop into the darkness, but after just a few minutes, the remaining police heard alarming news. What? Damn it, did we mess up? The police continue to move in to control that guy. Headquarters, this is Sector C, 14th floor, East Building. The target has been subdued. They immediately report via radio to confirm again urgently. But unexpectedly, another scream suddenly echoed through the chaos, and a trembling person stammered, unable to finish their sentence. Girl, before I could finish talking, something happened to that person and they looked exhausted, like they were running from something. Then there was no more sound, only the rumble of something approaching. Alapet appears, warning the police to keep chasing me if they're so confident, as the police, amidst the chaos, received the message. The support team arrived, but the target had disappeared. The police officer was worried and scared, blaming everyone. I already told you. I told you we would wipe them all out. Seeing everyone arguing and trying to stop them, is this really the time for such meaningless words? Juan sat in a corner, deep in thought, realizing everything and hesitating, as I suspected for a long time. Usually the surveillance cameras turn off the audio. She also thought of the cameras and acted immediately, eventually uncovering the truth. But after I arrived, I turned on the audio recording function for the surveillance camera. Only then could I hear and understand the actions of that guy. After JW watched the camera, he discovered something mysterious and confusing. But the footage of Marco being attacked clearly has no sound recorded. At this moment, I suddenly realized the mystery behind that camera footage. That means this video was not recorded today. Jan, realizing this, also stood up angrily and went to look for something. Is Alapet joking with us? Peter on the other side received her signal. What's going on? Juan was walking quickly and talking hurriedly. Senior, did you hear what I said? Seeing her so hurried, I became a bit suspicious and asked if there was something going on. She then straightforwardly explained her recent deductions and how she decoded the problem for me. Of course it's an important matter. This Alapet guy is very cunning. This little brat keeps sending signals to me for some reason, but it seems like he's not. You need to meet the senior in person to discuss this. As Juan was walking, a shadow quickly passed by, looking very mysterious. He just brushed past her and stopped her hurried steps. Seeing him pass by JW, her expression changed and she gritted her teeth. Huh, look at that. Does he dare to look down on Juan? Peter also sensed something was about to happen and hurriedly asked about her. Duayu, what's going on? Where are you? But Dui Juan remained surprisingly calm, gave him the address and instructions. The West Building, basement B1 pressing area, saying, Senior, you can come at your own pace because he is still under my control. Vo, upon hearing this, immediately called her back in a panic. John, Deanne, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. As soon as I hang up, I get up without hesitation, ready to find her and help immediately. Costa also came out to block Peter's way, preventing him. Where do you think you're going? Is there some fun thing you want to do? Haven't you done anything? Don't you realize that your reckless actions right now will only make others more suspicious? Peter is being held tightly, but is still trying to find a way. With the surveillance camera turning on and off in sound, it's hard for anyone to believe, even with an explanation. But if he doesn't get there quickly, Juan will be in danger. In the end, he still chose to go rescue Dui Yuan, but was blocked and showed his frustration. Please move aside. I'm in a hurry now and will explain later. Costa, seeing his frustration and urgency, said, Fine. I thought he agreed, but unexpectedly he called more people to stop you. So I definitely won't let you go. Stop being reckless and go back to your seat. Another person sternly warned Peter, do not move a step from here until all doubts are completely cleared. Peter immediately frowned, angry but not backing down. If you keep blocking my way, I have no choice but to break your leg. Don't stand there challenging me. Let's see if you're confident enough. Over there, JW has already followed that Alip guy to the warehouse. She walked while hitting the wardrobe beside her with a stick and pretended to speak loudly. Alapet. Alapet is truly extraordinary. Everyone knows that, but no one can find out. She also recounts the mistakes she made in her past reasoning, but luckily you chose the wrong opponent. The first thing I did after arriving here. It's about turning on the recording function for all surveillance cameras and him deliberately revealing the assassination footage recorded earlier, then planning to approach me for some purpose. What is it? Why me? There are countless people here that he wants to catch. At this point, she finally understands what it all means. The reason he deliberately revealed a flaw and lured her here. Before Juan could finish speaking, he stepped out of the shadows and revealed it. As expected, your sharp senses as a blind person allowed you to detect this, and your reasoning is almost correct. Juan, hearing this person speak so condescendingly, faced him without a hint of fear. It seems like you're trying to provoke me again, huh? All right, our fateful encounter has happened, so tell me the reason you're here. But now she has come up to expose Alip's true face. Alapet, or should I say Captain Marco? He's standing up there teasing. She said those two. Jan spoke up, revealing all the evidence, finally accusing and silencing him. From the very first meeting, something felt off. I've smelled this guy's scent somewhere before. Now I remember. The unpleasant scent coming from him is not perfume or a living body odor, but the smell of special makeup. He stood there smugly, pleased with June's sharp deductions. She also straightforwardly asked him, Don't you find it suffocating? Take it off. After all, I can't see anything, or are you not confident in your true appearance? Alipet smiled, then reflected a bit on the matter. She felt she was the one being looked at, but saw no reason to mock. Oh, what an honor. I get to see Alipet's true face. Luckily, I didn't have to see the assassins, who are usually very ugly. He tore off his mask to reveal himself as Johan, a high-ranking S-ranked envoy. After removing it, he also wanted to ask if she knew why he was wearing the skin of someone he had already killed to appear before her. Juan hesitated and looked confused. So you intended to flirt with me right from the first meeting? He immediately stepped forward and teased her. There's only one reason. I really want to see you again. Dean still hates these empty words despite hearing them. Oh my, can you stop talking nonsense? Just so you know, I really don't like that face of yours at all. Johan finally asked directly. You think it's okay to meet me alone here? Juan still stood firm when faced with this question. That's one thing, but he's still mocking and looking down on me. A blind person like you will find it very hard to deal with me. After speaking, Duan still felt a bit scared, but her eyes were cold and sharp. However, she had felt uneasy ever since she stepped in. The atmosphere feels a bit strange. What did that guy do here? It doesn't matter anyway. I have that thing too. Darkness is my forte. As soon as she finished her thoughts, she turned and shattered the electricity, just as Johan had suspected. Turning off the lights, as expected, Juan is now blended into the darkness, with only the mysterious water in front of him. Clever move. You cut the power to put me on equal footing with you? Do you want to fight on equal terms? At this moment, she also appears to explain to him. Is that fair? Humans have the ability to adapt to any environmental and physical condition. When one sense is lost, the others are heightened. Jan appears like a storm, continuing to speak about his past. After losing my strength, I trained and gained a new sense that ordinary people can't have. Now she no longer hides herself but appears, hitting the ground with her staff and introducing it as sound-based positioning. She also explained that her technique involves detecting objects through sound waves. So how can you say we are on equal footing? This is nonsense. He stands on the other side, completely shocked. What? Diane immediately charged forward like the wind, aiming to attack him. In this darkness, you are just my prey. Johan didn't realize Juan was attacking from behind and only managed to step back to block, but he was no match for the surprise attack and was thrown far away. Truly a veteran assassin. As expected from special training, everything was very skillful. She was praised and became even more excited as she swung the stick to attack again. Ooh! After being praised, I really didn't know what to do, but it's too late. Whether a saint or a demon without light, we're no different from ordinary people. As I spoke, Jay poured all his strength into Johan's spot, causing a massive explosion there, and immediately that area was engulfed in flames. As for Dewey Kwan, he is analyzing that something is a bit off. That's right, human vision accounts for over 80% of sensory reactions, so he couldn't block or dodge this attack. But what shocked and confused her the most when seeing this situation was how he could do such a thing. How could he have done that, grabbing the stick as if he could see everything in this darkness? What's going on? This made her rush forward, eyes wide open, stunned that he could do such a thing. Johan is now revealing a shocking truth to Juan. Did you know? Humans have the ability to adapt to any environmental and physical condition, and he repeated the same words she just said, directly challenging her. When one sense is lost, the others are heightened, so from the start you couldn't beat me. At this moment, he also revealed something Juan could not have foreseen, that I am congenitally blind. After revealing the truth, Juan broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he reasoned. I've realized it now, the unease I've felt from the beginning. The reason this space is so eerily cold is all because of that thing. She looked at Johan and understood why she couldn't use her power, sensing his sharpness that even her ultrasound waves couldn't detect. Johan coldly analyzed her entire actions with chills down his spine, locating her using echoing sound waves. You call it that? That's amazing. I understand that as her trump card. Seeing Juan's accurate perception, he also has a few words of advice. But I believe there are things no matter how hard you try, you can't surpass because his power radiating out is much stronger, and he is overconfident. People call that despair. After everything, Dewey Juan finally understands his actions over the past time. Now I understand why you kept sending me signals. The reason is that I am also blind like you. Johan, after Dewey Juan's reasoning, also coldly gave her an answer. That's right. He has been holding back all this time. Finally, he rushed forward, preparing a decisive strike with his hand while uttering a contemptuous remark. Blind people are really troublesome. Costa was surprised. Are you trying to break my leg? Go ahead, he challenges, if you dare. Costa's face was filled with murderous intent. I will slit your throat before that happens. Peter frowns and says, I warned you. Costa freezes in place. Too fast, he was about to punch me. It was a hook punch. Peter charged forward with a lightning fast punch. Costa felt guilty. No. Peter quickly jumps over Costa. Costa snaps back to awareness. That wasn't an attack. Costa realized when he had already run over there. He wondered what kind of person this kid was. The bodyguard, agitated, said, just chase after him, but Costa stopped him, saying it's okay, I'll let him go. Costa ponders, it's no coincidence that the brat just showed me he's perceptive enough to realize that if he presses a vital pressure point on my next carotid artery, he could really kill me if he wanted. Costa touches his neck and says, I'm getting worried again. Let's head back. The bodyguard replied clearly. The scene shifts to Johan speaking. My first target when I arrived here was Anwan, a blind woman. Dan replied teasingly, now that we're in the same situation, we should help each other, right? Don't talk like that. Just chat for a bit. Johan didn't say much and immediately launched an attack. She was thrown back 8,000 meters. Duiyuan cursed inwardly. Damn it, why didn't I realize? I sensed it the moment I stepped in. And the true nature of this unease is that the frequencies are above 20,000 hertz. We are locating each other using sound waves. She sensed it early on. Juan collapses from within, but an ordinary person definitely cannot hear this sound. And of course, even someone as experienced as me would find it difficult to sense it. She suspects this ability is only found in animals like birds. How could this bastard possibly surpass human limits? Juan was wide-eyed in disbelief. At that moment, Kiss praised him, saying it was perfect. Unbelievable. Miss Duiyuan, you're almost the best I've ever met. Now you can perceive space just by sound, which is truly remarkable. Juan is disappointed. These things are really boring. From tomorrow on, start practicing close combat. But Teacher Kiss, this thing of yours is quite annoying to me. What are you asking about? Juan replied, I know I'm the best. But what do you mean almost, Teacher Kiss? Kiss expressed that I didn't mean it that way. Juan is the most talented person I have ever met. Juan quickly guessed. Did the teacher just flash the middle finger? I know everything. Kiss quickly denies it, not the thumb. Kiss explains that of course Juan is an exception, but there's something else that can surpass all efforts. Juan is curious. Isn't he not human? Kiss stammers, no, it's not like that, just a creature. A baby was born. Kiss exclaimed, born blind. Kiss explains that I witnessed, thanks to the sharpness of my brain, all senses except sight surpass human limits. Now with other senses like hearing, smell, and touch to see returning to reality, Johan rushes forward. Duiyuan cried out in pain, desperate. Damn it, isn't this cheating? This is the true ability of a congenitally blind person, using echolocation to sense the terrain. Duiyuan then recalls that this skill is the result of over 25 years of practice, but for this guy, she thinks it must have taken at least 100 years. No, this is a level that even 1,000 years of practice cannot reach. First of all, Jan deduces that it's not just about being able to see, but as if looking into space in 360 degrees. At this moment, Jan has already collapsed, still holding on to hope, but that doesn't mean there's no way to win. His senses are far more developed than mine. So, in other words, suddenly Johan called Dan, clearly acknowledging that she is different from the blind men I've met before. But the difference between her and me is undeniable because she cannot see like I do. Suddenly, Johan covered his ears and shouted, and Duiyuan reflected. That's right, I already knew how exceptional you are, but in other words, you have to be tens of times more sensitive, not just hundreds. She used her strengths to find her opponent's weakness because your hearing is so sharp. The noise is driving Johan crazy. What is she doing? Juan is pleased. In the end, your weakness is completely exposed. Johan screams in pain. My ears hurt so much, but life isn't like a dream. Johan asked with a sinister smile. Do you want that to happen? Johan's two sights of death strike forward. John realizes Johan is not blind. He's just accidentally blind. Damn it. He has been playing with me from the very beginning. I was wrong. This guy isn't strong because he's blind from birth. Johan was still attacking aggressively. Duiyuan shouted in fear. He's just a strong guy. This knee strike deserves recognition. Johan remained calm. Even though she was Gabriel's assassin, unless she was an envoy, this was an obvious end. Too bad, but it doesn't matter. He's about to finish her off, and she's not bad at all. Duiyuan trembled and replied, Shut up. What do those chickens know? No, what do you know? Go away quickly. That remark made Johan bitter, and in the end, her mouth just couldn't keep itself shut. Still, she's a perfect bait, needing to be provoked this much. He was about to make a final move to force Peter to show up when, just as Kowtow was mentioned, Peter appeared to support her. Juan is surprised. Could it really be someone? Peter interrupted. Is everything okay? Senior Juan. Juan suddenly remembered. That's right, I'm your senior. By the way, Juan advises you to be careful. That guy is Alapet, a damn blind bastard. Peter is curious. Blind. Is that guy bullying my senior? Peter wondered what kind of blindness this was. Even he was surprised. He just blocked a sudden attack. Johan wondered if that was really Peter. This guy is still too young. And at that moment, the rescue team arrived. Where is he? Here? Let's go. Hurry up and catch him. Johan replied, Surely he's finished. You will fall into my hands. The blade was quickly caught by Peter. Peter remembers Alapet, who saved the market outside, asked, How is Alapet? Peter replied, He's gone. They're in a hurry. Commander, Alip got away. Find another route. I'll follow this one. They hurriedly searched but couldn't find Johan. I think he ran in that direction, so I asked Team B to support us in the basement. We will definitely catch Alapet. Johan pondered. No matter how much he thought, it was indeed very unusual. He was not willing to accept it. Obviously, he had stopped him, but I couldn't completely block him. Johan ruffled his hair in frustration. He mocked me. How dare he? Then in the hospital room, Duiyuan was suppressing his anger as that girl cursed at that bastard. How many times did he stab himself? God, it hurts so much I want to die. Peter, don't worry, everything's fine. If you can shout so loudly, you won't die, Dewey Wan angrily says. Senior, is that really your true self? A sick person lying here about to die, yet you didn't even bother to offer a word of comfort. So what does that mean? Senior, I'm in so much pain, it hurts so much. Hold on, you're about to have an inner monologue. Oh, that's the right pose. I'm already exhausted from being sick. Stop monologuing inside your head. Peter is truly lost in his own thoughts, but let's set aside his exceptional fighting skills for now. How can a blind man be so perfectly disguised as Mao? If he's blind, there's only one answer.
At this point, Peter reports, "Security team captain, we searched for him, but he disappeared without a trace."
Costa asks, where could that guy have gone? From now on, continue with the tea break when Diane suddenly said, so you just realize now that you can't kill him. If security is tightened and his true face is revealed, she is sure that bastard will accelerate the process of assassinating Chairman Choi Un-trong. However, in such a secure environment, how could he have killed Choi Un-trong while Costa urged everyone to move quickly, waiting for Alpha to reach the rooftop area A and Bravo to reach the rooftop area B? He was anxious. Once Alpha appeared, he would directly target Chairman Choi, so everyone raised their guard and tightened security around Chairman Choi.
Dewey seems worried, Costa Hall orders. Be careful. Don't let a single ant get in. Everyone must be prepared for any possible situation. Peter thinks, yes, if he wants to carry out an assassination in such a secure place, there's only one way.
He looks serious. That's the side where everything is chaos. If anyone suspicious appears, report immediately. I will go meet Chairman Choi. The bodyguard responds clearly. Peter suspects he will do it again. Costa enters. At the same time, Peter says, disguise again, and Johann has already disguised himself as Costa. John stood up and shouted, Senior, now's not the time to waste. We need to get to Chairman Choi immediately. Peter nodded calmly, and she yelled, if you know, get ready quickly. While Juan hurriedly prepared, Peter calmly said, the situation is still under control. After finishing, he reported, I have temporarily secured the chairman's office with a countermeasure drug. She was panicked. What drug is that? Peter hinted that he couldn't say, while elsewhere Johann, pretending to be Costa, snapped in annoyance. What? The guard blocking the front of the chairman's office said no one was allowed in.
This is going to be difficult, isn't it? I, Costa, captain of Team A at SKO, am currently in an emergency situation.
I need to see the chairman, brown-haired man still firmly responds despite hearing that. Still, you're not allowed to come in here. The bodyguard, seeing Johann furious, muttered to himself, I was assigned to be vigilant against everyone, no matter who they are, so first I have to block anyone from entering the chairman's office. He frowns and says firmly, the situation is very urgent, so step back and let me do my job quickly. The brown-haired man maintains his attitude and responds, yes, because the situation is very urgent. Please turn around and go straight to your room and stay there. Johann almost lost his patience, his fist clenched tightly. Suddenly, he heard the secretary call out, Captain Costa, step out and ask what's going on. Tell me, and I will pass the message to the chairman. At this moment, Johann quietly smirked, then handed the briefcase to the secretary, saying it contained important documents that needed to be sent to the chairman. She took it and replied, yes, I understand, I will pass it on for you. Johann leaned in close to the secretary and whispered, absolutely, do not open it. The bodyguard behind asked if they should deal with him. She looked at him walking away, stammering, no, it's okay, forget it. D1 called and told Senior, I repeat, there's definitely someone helping him. He can't possibly bring in disguises from outside. There must be hidden devices inside. Peter, passing by Costa's soldiers, responded that they haven't found any other bodies yet. So it's unclear who Alep disguised himself as. Just like she said, there's also someone aiding him. The blonde guy's cold, guarded look as he approached the elevator, Peter nervously reminded him to be careful anyway. Senior, be careful with your words. That guy is like a demon. He can hear everything. The elevator stops at the 58th floor and opens the door. Then he steps into the elevator. He encounters Costa disguised as Johann. Peter reassures Juan, don't worry, everything will be fine. She confidently said, of course I trust you, Senior. His cold face looked at him as Dwayne's worried voice echoed in his ear. But that bastard Alep is a monster in the shadows. Remember, if the Senior encounters him, don't fight. Run to the light immediately. Got it? Peter replied cautiously. Got it. I'll contact you later. Looking at Costa's face and his body odor, he remembered the smell from his earlier fight with Johann. Peter notices Costa's hand touching the embossed letters on the water bottle. After entering the elevator, they stand side by side, and his eyes seem to catch something. He muttered seriously. He doesn't know anything about his true identity. Now it's Choi Yu-Trang's turn. Luckily, I will deal with it later. Peter suddenly asked, you came down from the chairman's office. Do you have something to discuss with him? Johann cautiously replied, I have important documents to deliver to the chairman. Why are you curious? He muttered, I heard he's a D-class assassin from Glory. His strength is another matter. But what worries me more is the feeling that he makes me uneasy. He silently analyzes based on his scent and movements, clearly a young man but giving off an impression as if he's not. Why is that, I wonder? What could be the reason? Johann's gaze seemed to scan Peter as he deduced that he was about 1.85 meters tall,
weighed 84 kilograms, had a muscular build, and even his breathing was perfectly controlled. With that speed and agility, he couldn't just be a D-class assassin. He must be at least B or A class, or higher.
He silently guessed. Or maybe Johann suddenly called Peter. Hearing his name startled him, but actually he just wanted to ask, "Do you know him?" "I heard he's a legendary assassin of glory. Everyone wants to catch Peter." Johann wondered if he was here right now. "I also want to meet him once." Peter looked down and replied, "I hear he's a figure that an average assassin like me wouldn't have a chance to meet. And by the way, I'm also curious about something." He called out Alip's name, and hearing his own name made him flinch slightly. Vader was curious, hearing that he mainly operated in Europe and was a sworn enemy of him. So why did he come to Korea? I remember wondering after the last battle why he only fought in the dark. If he's so strong, why doesn't he fight in a well-lit place? Peter speculates. Or maybe he didn't see anything? Johann was caught off guard, his face full of surprise. He taunted that no matter how strong Alip is, he can't defeat Peter, right? Hearing himself belittled, he clenched his jaw in anger, veins bulging on his head, fists tightly clenched in restraint. Suddenly Peter turned and said, almost forgetting, "Here, take this pen and give it back to me. You once said this was your favorite pen. I feel bad about keeping it." Last time Costa threw the pen at Peter. He took it and put it in his pocket, asking, "Are you giving me this again?" He said it's a treasured item, so take good care of it. He held the pen in his hand and half-heartedly replied, "This is a very rare type of pen. Even in Europe, it's hard to find." "That's right." Suddenly Johann overheard Peter say, "Sorry about that." He quickly reached for another pen and exclaimed, "I think I gave you the wrong one." "This is a huge mistake. The pen you gave me is this one." Peter pretended to be confused, but clearly this is his favorite pen. "Why didn't you recognize it? That's really strange," he muttered in realization. "Is this bastard testing me?" He pointed the pen at his eye, then turned to look at Costa in front of him, speaking sharply. "Or is your eyesight getting worse? Do you understand what I'm saying? Everyone has their own hard-to-break habits. For example, prison guards can't overlook any unsealed items, and firefighters always overreact to small alarm bells." Peter remembered touching the Braille letters earlier and asked, "So what about blind people? I heard they have a habit of using their fingertips to check the Braille like you just did." He recalls Costa's confident look because the C from yesterday never touched the raised BR on the sign. Realizing he's been exposed and his face darkens as he knows he can't hide it anymore, exclaiming to turn off the lights, plunging everything into darkness. Peter is stunned and mutters, "How is it possible to turn off the lights?" In the darkness, Johann pulls out a knife and quickly lunges to attack. He is repeatedly cut by the knife. Peter barely managed to dodge the deadly strikes and gritted his teeth, muttering, "It's pitch black, I can't see anything." Johann kept charging forward, stabbing relentlessly. The more you struggle, the more pain you feel. Peter was amazed by his speed and marveled, he's too fast. Impossible to predict his attacks from the start. His eyes flash in this darkness as he observes and realizes that every attack is lethal, enough to finish off an opponent with a single blow. Outside the elevator, when it stops at the 20th floor, the doors open and Johann Fong rushes out like a gust of wind. Bloodstained on the floor, Juan's call rings on the phone. "Senior, answer me." Peter leaned against the elevator, silent and covered in numerous wounds. She frantically asked, "What is going on?" "What's going on that you're calling so loudly? Could it be that it's over?" "If you're gone, speak up. Why are you talking so coldly, little girl?" Jan shouted, "Damn it, I was so startled. I thought the senior was really gone." Peter calmly dusted himself off and said, "I just had a private meeting with Alipet." She was confused. "What do you mean? Are you saying you agree exactly with what she said?" "I have met him." Peter stepped out of the elevator and ordered the staff to go find Costa first and to identify the person who helped Alipet. Jay is a bit surprised. "This time, is it Costa in disguise?" "Got it. I'll get ready right away." He looked at his wounded arm and muttered, "Wow, that's really something." He fights in the dark as if he can see everything. Alipet is truly a dangerous opponent.
Above the pipe, Johann removes his disguise, thinking it's impossible no matter how many times he rewinds the previous situation, and his body is sweating after the fight with Peter.
Johann sat pondering. A total of 52 stabs, all targeting weaknesses. No matter how quick a human reacts, they cannot stop my attack in the darkness. He was amazed by his intelligence, but he created a flash of light through friction at that moment. He saw by generating a small light by scratching inside the elevator. Even when the dagger was pointed at his eye, he showed no fear, causing Johann to feel a sense of dread as he muttered to himself, "For the first time, I feel this kind of fear. Beyond the mission, I really want to defeat that guy." Sitting inside the pipe, he made a decision. "All right, change of plans, use it now. I'm really looking forward to what happens next. The game truly begins here." Peter hurriedly runs to the chairman and gives instructions. Duan listens carefully. He was running and explaining at the same time. Alipet created a bone membrane to distract us, to make us think that the one approaching Chairman Choi wasn't him. Jay sat up in bed and shouted, "Did you find the accomplice?" Peter replied, "Yes." She hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" "Senior, you know who that person is, right?" Peter asked, "There have been quite a few dangerous situations so far, right?"
He provides analysis and always has someone who doesn't fit those situations. the person who is always by his side during critical moments and can control everything in this building, as well as freely enter and exit the chairman's room.
At this moment, Untrong is sitting anxiously at the chairman's desk when a figure appears behind her, and Juan seems to have guessed and exclaims, "Could it be that Peter's only possible ally is Choi Untrong, while he still doesn't realize the traitor is behind him?" Untrang sat there anxiously, clutching her hat tightly, while both he and she realized that the secretary was the mole. Peter hurriedly ran over and exclaimed, "We need to hurry." The secretary called and reported, "Sir, Johan has a big problem." Johan is curious. "I wonder what's going on." "She reports that I am on my way to see you. Everything is quite troublesome." The blonde-haired man and his team rush in aggressively shouting, discovering Alep in the E-Floor C area. "I will avenge Captain Marco Alepet." The secretary anxiously said, "You should leave there quickly before being discovered," then calmly asked, "Who is Sanche?" "You mean his subordinates? Even if they come, it will be useless." She, confused by his meaning, sat on the sink looking at the cold bodies in the blood pool and said, "He is dead." Johan asked, "How are things over there?" The secretary holding a suitcase stands in front of the door and says, "I have taken care of it. Everything is under control here." He prays, "Yeah, good." Then that young man. Suddenly Johan heard something ask, "What's going on?" She stammered. "No, that's the secretary's confusion. Why are the bodyguards blocking in front of her?" with a stern voice. "What's in the bag?" Thane Tut confessed, sweating as she muttered Ariana and Granner. The secretary tried to stay calm, claiming there was important documents to send to the chairman, which everyone saw earlier. So why suddenly? Brown-haired one said, "Sorry, the current situation is quite sensitive, so we need to check everything." She cautiously asked, "Do you suspect someone like me, the secretary?" The blonde spoke up, saying, "I told you! The situation is a bit different now, so we need to be careful, but you can let it go." "Tucky, order her to step aside." The bodyguard responds, secretly pleased. "How foolish." The brown-haired person snatched the suitcase from her and said, "We still need to check the bag." The secretary exclaimed, "Wait, what is everyone doing?" "What is this?" "Tell me. I understand the heart-shaped key, but what is that round hole next to it? If you don't tell me what this is, you'll regret it. If you don't want your back broken, speak now." She drew out her knife, ready to fight, and challenged them. "Go ahead and try." The secretary broke out in a cold sweat, muttering anxiously, "How can I possibly defeat these two?" I silently observed their terrifying appearances. If you consider them assassins of glory, they must be at least a B rank or higher. Magrander Ariana, a bodyguard under Choi Uncha, a former Israeli mercenary. After 13 years of military service and completing 271 special missions, the secretary's eyes are filled with determination as she steels her resolve. But now that it has come to this, there's nothing left to lose. She roared, fiercely charging forward, shit in her hand, only to be blocked by the blonde, who quickly countered with a lightning-fast punch. In a flash, the knife in her hand shattered into pieces. The shards flying before her eyes made her panic-stricken to the extreme. The blonde-haired man clenched the secretary's hand in a threat. Whether she stayed to fight or ran away, her fate would only be one. Chi. She sat helpless on the ground and asked, "What do you plan to do?" The secretary, pale and frightened, muttered, "Fighting is hopeless. Fleeing is hopeless." "If that's the case, then this is the only way," she sobbed uncontrollably, clasping her hands together and pleading desperately. "I was just following Glory's orders. I'm just an ordinary person with no power at all." The bodyguard asked, "When did you start becoming a spy?" She immediately replied, "From the very beginning, please spare my life." The blonde hair woman made a condition. "All right, if you answer my question, I will give you a chance to survive." The brown-haired one asked, "Where is Johan?" as a hand swiftly moved past her neck. While the secretary stammered, it was actually Johan who, in an instant, cut her carotid artery without her even noticing. He pressed his face close, gripping the wound on her neck with his hand, whispering. Actually, what Johan said, she doesn't need to repeat it. The secretary coughed up blood and gasped before passing away. The blonde asked, "So you are Johan?" The brown-haired man asked curiously, "Can you let us see your face?" Johan calmly replied, "It's fine. After seeing my face, you'll all end up in a grave anyway." "You're pretty confident, huh? I heard you're blind. Is that okay?" The bodyguard asked curiously, fighting in such a bright place and facing the assassin directly. "Do you think you can beat us?" The moonlight illuminated his pale face as he replied, "You're mistaken." Johan rushed forward and exclaimed, "The issue isn't whether it's bright or not." Peter ran over and called out, "Are you here, Yuan? Are you following us? Senior, are you here? Where is Alepet? Why aren't you saying anything? I'm so worried." She covers her nose with her hand and shouts, "What the hell?" he muttered, looking at the scene before him. "Alep, do you really have to do this?" Peter orders. "Dewey, check on the chairman." "Yes." She hurried into the room to check, while he approached the blonde, nervously asking, "Ariana, are you okay?" The bodyguard handed Peter the trembling phone, saying, "He's looking for you." "Do you regret the conversation and the confrontation with me in the elevator earlier?" he asked sharply. He calmly replied, "It was just a conversation. It's not over yet." Johan recalls Peter's taunt and decides to declare war. "Young man, then end this. Go to the B1 basement armory yourself." He threatened over the phone that if you don't, you'll never be able to protect Choi Eun-trong. He frowned in annoyance, meaning the chairman was being threatened. So what does he really want? Johan hinted. Just go there and everything will become clear. Juan is shouting in Untrang's room. Senior, come quickly. Peter hurriedly ran in and asked what's going on. She exclaimed in panic. Did he drug her and plant a timed bomb on her? With an angry look, he muttered Alapet. Peter looked at the bomb on his neck and was sure the trigger key was with him. Now we need to get to the place he promised. You said this bomb is quite troublesome. Juan helps him into the elevator, stammering. Senior, isn't she panicking and asking where she's going? Where is the senior planning to go? Peter quickly turned and left. He told Juan to call the medical team and the bomb disposal squad immediately. She shouted loudly, I didn't mean to say that the senior was planning to go somewhere, right? Where to? I have someone inviting me to a party. Of course I'll go. Dean nervously said, Don't go. That's not an invitation. It's a trap. She immediately spoke up to stop him. He wants to lure him into the darkness. He's seen how he fights in the shadows, so even if he's an elder, he responds calmly. So what if I am? Who do you think I am? Du stammered. It's Peter. Then is it settled? Then she headed towards the meeting place with Johan, feeling a bit doubtful and murmuring to herself. But still, they couldn't escape the trap he had set. Outside the city, in a dark room, the guard beside him asked, Chairman, is this really okay? Maybe Peter is with Choi Un-trong, and this place only has Johan. Or maybe they sent another envoy there, Raphael said sarcastically. Another apostle? If you don't know, just stand there and listen. So wouldn't Johan just kill that apostle too? Is he hard to understand? What do you mean? The guy replied, I still don't understand what kind of person Johan is. If you don't face him directly, you'll never understand what kind of person Johan is. In 2017, in some village in M, Johan opened the door and entered the rabbit cage. He tilted his head at the white rabbit in confusion. Strange, I only raise rabbits. Johan wondered, why is there an octopus here? Stepping out from the shadows, Raphael sighed. Surprising, even though hiding aura is our assassin's specialty, he's unexpectedly quick to notice. Yet you still managed to recognize it. Is that true? Johan closed his eyes and said, Your question is wrong. If you didn't recognize that basic fact, you wouldn't have come to me in the first place. Raphael raised his hand to his chin and muttered, Your annoying personality is still the same as ever. He threatened for 10 seconds. What is your purpose in coming here to find me, or else you'll die? The punk got annoyed, pulled out his gun, and shouted, Can I give him 3 shots to the face first, boss? Johan contemptuously says that even though your gun is fully equipped, since you only brought 1 magazine here, you've already lost. You octopus, you've underestimated me. Understand? He stood still, not understanding what Johan was bragging about, and he issued a threat. Of course, underestimating someone like that will come with a price. His head snapped in anger, gun pointed at him as he shouted, What? 1 magazine is more than enough for you, Johan replied confidently. That's wrong. It's not enough. He moved so quickly that the punk had to shout out, Where is he? In an instant, he endured a series of punches from Johan. Even his gun was shattered by the impact. He whispered, You should have just squeezed the trigger the moment you said that. Johan, with cold, sharp eyes, said in a harsh voice, If you had a knife, you would have died 13 times. The punk spat back angrily. Damn it! Raphael ran over, clapping and praising. Alip, you're really talented. Controlling an incomplete person so easily, he said with a smile. Besides having some special traits, he's nothing to fear. Johan wondered. And this expensive suit, the old prayer beads, the distinctive scent of an Asian, specifically a Korean. What is the reason the Glory Society came to me? He laughed loudly and said, I really can't help but admire you. Raphael takes something out of his shirt pocket, but you misunderstood something. He is confused. What he said now is no longer the Glory Society, but Glory. Raphael shot a thumbtack onto the map where Johan stood and ordered him to take it. He said they would meet again in Korea, where there is someone with power you can't even imagine. He asked in a hoarse voice, You mean South Korea is Peter? He turned his back and headed for the door, taunting him. Even though he's old now, he's probably still a better assassin than you. If you're curious about him, get in touch again. Raphael's final remark made Johan's face change, trying to figure out if Alip is better than Peter. Peter is now standing in the elevator heading to the meeting place, his calm gaze as the elevator stops at the 10th floor. Peter steps out of the elevator, looking around and saying, This is a bit too much for an interrogation room. You're wondering, so what is the reason you want to meet me? He spoke up. First, I want to confirm one thing. Peter confusedly confirms as Johan rambles on from above. Since the first time I met you, I've always felt something very strange, and I've been pondering about it. You looked up and scolded, What are you talking about? He is curious. Clearly, he is a young man, but his aura suggests otherwise. Peter snapped and shouted, Just get to the point. Johan was confused. He is in a realm quite advanced that young people never reach. I find it strange. This is the first time I feel this way about someone. He lost patience and said sharply, So what do you want to say? Just say it. Then I'll be direct. I don't hold any prejudice against anyone. Johan's guess makes me think he might actually be Peter. Look at that. Everything here is so interesting, isn't it? He takes out the control button, half smirking in a teasing way. What do you think of the setup here? You've probably checked out the situation with the chairman already. Just a small press of the button can wipe out everything within a 20-meter radius without a trace. Peter asked quietly, Do you want to kill everyone? He looked at Johann with a cold, stern gaze and said, "If you press that button, you, me, and the chairman will all disappear without a trace. Understand?" Meanwhile, Peter secretly guessed that he would never press that button, but he smirked and pressed it. "That's impressive. You think I wouldn't dare press it?" His face suddenly darkens as the scene shifts. Everyone was panicked as they saw the bomb on Untrang's neck emitting something, exclaiming, "What is happening? What is happening?" It seems Dewey has realized something, his eyes full of excitement. Johann exclaimed, "Let's begin now." The building instantly exploded. He laughed joyfully and shouted, "Our party!" It turns out I was mistaken. You're not Peter. If it were him, in this situation the doctor would still stay calm. Johann's voice still echoed above Peter's head. It really is impossible to predict everything normally. While he couldn't control his body, he kneeled on one leg and his body trembled slightly. Peter lowered his head in regret. I knew he was a cold-blooded person, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. He spoke heavily. "Do you realize what you've just done?" "Of course I know." The scene inside the bombed building is chaotic, with everyone rushing to rescue. 2 guards are carrying the injured outside, while the other 2 continue searching through the wreckage. All around there is blazing red fire, a pair of glasses shattered on the floor. But Johann's tone seems unfazed. Choi probably already lost her head from the explosion. As for the girl named Juan, no one knows if she can still recognize anyone. Just thinking about it is painful. Johann still holds the detonator in his hand, a pale smile on his lips as he looks at the man collapsed on the floor. For someone as arrogant as him, there's one thing I really want to show you. A series of sounds echo as the ceiling lights shatter all at once, and the fragments flying around Peter and Johann suddenly turn dark, leaving only Johann's voice echoing. That is true despair. He narrows his eyes like a venomous snake, a sharp crescent-shaped blade appearing in his hand with a cold glint, his tone incredibly mocking, leaving you never able to recover. From now on, you will have to endure a pain far worse than before. Peter furrowed his brows tightly, his cold eyes piercing through the darkness. Recalling Johann's case earlier, Peter carefully remembered meeting a man in a suit with close-cropped hair who used a special binocular to monitor in the dark. Recalling Johann's case earlier, a lip used a special device that couldn't be detected by heat. In the darkness, a shadowy figure holds a device ready to explode. Peter's gaze grew colder and colder, his mind racing constantly. Then I must use a different method. With his thorough preparation, he must have a way to counter the light. His lips pressed tightly in tension. This is troublesome. Johann suddenly spoke up and charged at Peter. "What are you doing? Are you falling asleep?" He launched a series of sharp darts, each slicing through the air along with Johann's voice. The game hasn't even started yet. Peter has already prepared himself, facing the incoming darts. He couldn't avoid the sharp weapons, desperately shielding himself with his hands as the cold blade sliced through his flesh. Wherever Chung moved, he couldn't tell where the attack was coming from, and from the very beginning, he never knew where he was. Peter's pupils constricted, his brows never relaxing, as he heard Johann's voice echoing in the darkness. He's just a weak human after all. Peter hurriedly sensed something in the darkness. Johann, with his sharp blade, had appeared behind him from nowhere. Moving with lightning speed, he couldn't turn around in time and was powerless in the shadows. Johann's relentless attacks forced Peter to keep retreating, his hands now covered in more wounds, and he still hasn't found a way to escape the life-threatening situation. It's really troublesome, especially with such rapid assaults. Bojnatvat tries to look ahead, assessing that it's even more dangerous and precise. If I want to catch him, I have to break my strongest weapon, the echo-based locating ability. The blades keep spinning swiftly in the darkness along with the swirling thoughts in Peter's mind. At this point, not to mention capturing him, even touching him is impossible. Johann's attacks keep coming non-stop, and it's impossible to even see him, let alone hit him. Peter begins to hallucinate, as countless hands from nowhere grip him tightly, and he can't escape. He can't stop thinking, feeling like a shadowy figure is swallowing me, dragging me down into the abyss. A sudden whooshing sound catches Peter's attention. He quickly turned his face toward the sound and began to think. If so, there was only one way to defeat the invisible enemy. He seized the opportunity and attacked the swift shadow like the wind, waiting for the right moment to catch him when he got close. Johann coldly glanced through what Peter was doing, his voice still icy in the darkness. It was all in vain. Unfortunately, I can see everything, including where you are and what you're doing. He suddenly launches a powerful attack at Peter, finishing with a remark and preparing to do something. Peter was hit and was thrown back quite a distance. He clenched his teeth as Johann stood in front of him, with a mocking tone, a ruthless gaze, and more silence than when they were in the elevator. Or just good at talking. Peter exhaled slowly and replied in a calm voice, "It's finally here." Finally, Johann shows a hint of doubt and asks again. Peter finally stands up, puts his hand in his pocket, and remarks with a couple of words praising Johann, "I have to admit, you're really dangerous. Fighting in the dark like this is something I've never seen before." Suddenly, a loud screech echoed, accompanied by a blazing red light shooting sparks that lit up the entire area around Peter. Sang appeared in his hand along with Peter's calm voice. "But your deadly weapon ends here," Johann silently shouted amid the fireworks. Peter calmly returned to his usual composed demeanor and said, "Let's begin." Johann couldn't quite believe what had just happened. This guy suddenly A flying blade suddenly cut across the flare in Peter's hand, and Johann smugly watched the unexpected object fall to the ground. He smirked mockingly, still with a ruthless look in his eyes. I thought you would be a bit different, but I didn't expect you to use a flare to deal with me. Do you think that thing can do anything to me? Hey, buddy, haven't you seen the coffin being lowered yet? Johann subtly frowns. What? I never said I would use light to deal with you. What the hell is that? Peter's goal has never been the light. He has long aimed at the fire sprinkler on the ceiling. He calmly reveals Johann's trick, echolocation ability. Although it is an incredible ability that allows the user to perceive the environment through sound waves, even in darkness, its weakness is when the water valve suddenly sprays water. The dark space is covered by a curtain of water like rain, with Johann soaked and stunned by the sudden turn of events while Peter stands to the side. Oh, he asked again, so what would happen then? The fire valve is still spraying water non-stop. Johann grits his teeth at how things are changing. No, this can't be happening. The surrounding sound waves become chaotic with all kinds of frequencies, like a net covering him, and my echo-based positioning ability is completely disabled. He recalled Peter's initial appearance and the location of the fire hose valve. It dawned on him that his constant glances around the entrance were to identify the fire alarm devices. Johann clenched his teeth in anger. Everything he did was to deceive me. His wet hair hung down, obscuring half his face, revealing only a sly smile. You seem to understand very well about the echolocation ability. I acknowledge that, but he raised a slight eyebrow. So what can you do to me? Johann calmly stands in the water, patiently responding to Peter. Close quarters flare attack, all fake just to distract for this moment, but what about the water jets? Do you think it can keep working forever? What you're doing is just a cheap mind game. Peter slightly furrowed his brow, truly a cold-blooded person, showing no sign of flinching in the face of adversity. Peter stepped back, dodging Johann's storming attack, while not forgetting to respond to him. Is this mind game supposed to be fun? The sound cuts through, leaving only the echo of their voices as they face off. Then you've already lost. What is this again? I knew it a long time ago. Johann suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he couldn't help but ask back, what do you know? Peter frowned and replied that my teammates are all still alive. Peter began to recall what happened in the past. The unconscious man sitting in the chair, with a metal collar restraining his neck, is being rescued, which only confirms Peter's suspicions. An obsessed assassin who plans the perfect murder so much that he sends a warning to the victim, yet ends up blowing up the target. That never happens. Johann was stunned by what Peter recounted, his mind in shock. How did he know? Isn't it more important to ask why? Johann recalled Peter's struggling appearance earlier, and his thoughts became increasingly confused. Has he been pretending all along? Why? Why do it? Peter calmly held the crescent-shaped knife in his hand and asked what he hadn't understood all along. You definitely set off a bomb somewhere else. Why are you lying like that? You felt uncomfortable because you couldn't kill me back then, didn't you? Johann's hand clenched tighter and tighter. After hearing Peter's last words, he started to tremble. Isn't that right? Because you're full of arrogance. Johann stood silently under the pouring rain, his head bowed, refusing to answer. Peter raised an eyebrow, persistently provoking the arrogant person from before. Where did your confidence go just now? Smile. That sad face doesn't suit your beautiful face. Johann's pupils constricted, his face contorted with extreme anger. He shouted, What do you know about this? Johann couldn't forget the days gone by. He remembered those days. Maybe ordinary people wouldn't understand the words that I find hardest to understand. A pure white rabbit with ruby-like eyes standing out on its adorable face, surrounded by chatter saying, Oh wow, it's so pure white and beautiful. This rabbit looks just like you, doesn't it? Johann keeps recalling those words. What does it mean that it is white and looks like it? The young boy Johann, with gray hair and red eyes, holding the white-furred, red-eyed rabbit, is next to a pretty blonde girl and another blonde foreign boy leaning on the rabbit cage, reaching out to Johann. He asks, Can I borrow it for a bit? No, it's mine. Han, it's not easy to break either, so why be so stingy? The bad memories gradually surfaced before his eyes. Johann realized that it was probably from that moment that the foreign kid started mocking him as he was angry about the tray of food being turned into a pile of trash. The blonde kid even held a fishbone to tease him. Is it good? I'm eating this. Do you want to try? Johann sighed. Their bullying was about to begin. Johann, a teenage boy with a face full of scars, bruises, and bandages, silently lowered his head, ignoring the kids throwing a paper knife at him and sneering. Are you okay with this? It's okay. He can't see anyway. Johann, with his wounds, bowed his head silently, his lips pressed together in anger. My helplessness gradually turned into shame, but I couldn't resist because I was a weak, blind person. And then it happened. One stormy night, thunder and lightning filled the sky as Johann frantically searched the rabbit hutch. Is it gone? What's wrong? Where is mine? Inside the gym room, 4 boys are bullying Johann, surrounding the poor white rabbit that no longer struggles, its red eyes wide open and lifeless. They grab its ears and pinch its nose, pulling on the poor little rabbit's limbs that can't fight back, their tone playful and teasing towards the tiny creature. Hey, why does this rabbit also have red eyes? Maybe it's blind like you. Is it over? Why are you so weak? Young Johann rushes into the tool room from the rain, shouting in panic. Those bastards dare to take my rabbit. Johann charged at the heartless crowd, risking everything to bite one of their legs. They risk everything to fight back as they take turns punching and kicking Johann's frail body, cursing him non-stop. It's biting. Step on it. Step on it. How dare you, you damn brats. Johann weakly hugs the lifeless white rabbit, as if embracing his own battered body, while around him the hateful boys mock and laugh. Just buy another one if you want. Your blind father better not talk back. No matter how hard you try, you'll always be inferior to us. Johann could only cry out helplessly, and looking back, my sadness at that moment wasn't because my beloved rabbit had died, but because my last dignity had been trampled on. The annoying kids gossiping, time to go to sleep. Suddenly, all the lights in the tool room went out. Why am I so hot like this? Turn off the power? I can't see anything. Where's the phone? Take it out and light it up. Where's the emergency exit? The kids are panicking and searching in the dark, not noticing Johann frantically lost in his thoughts. What's going on? Why are those guys panicking like that? Why are you all shouting so frantic? Oh, they can't see anything right now. Johann is lying on the ground, his eyes wide and red. I can see everything. He struggled to his feet, looking at the kids frantically trying to escape, wondering where they were, what they were doing, and what expressions they had. All of that Tao immediately recognized. He attacked the blonde boy, punching him hard in the face without mercy. Johann, like a shadow, stands behind the blonde boy, darkness enveloping and shielding him, driving him into madness as he watches the boy crawl pitifully on the floor, begging nonstop. Sorry, I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore. Forgive me. What is Johann secretly thinking? Have I been bullied by these guys all along? The man runs desperately through the rain, flashlight aimed at the dark tool room, shouting loudly as he quickly opens the door. The door swings open, revealing a horrifying scene inside, with 3 or 4 kids sprawled on the floor. They are almost all unconscious, blood splattered everywhere. Johann stands amidst the chaos, bowing his head calmly, without any sign of fear. He was excited, thinking that since that day he realized he could become superior. Johann's teenage face was covered in blood, his eyes burning red under the flashlight, a satisfied smile spreading across his lips as he greeted the man who just arrived. Sir, I am better than you now. The past is over. Johann went crazy, raising his hand to attack Peter, shouting loudly, Beautiful Mac, do you really think you're better than me with that cheap water spray? Johann frantically swung his knife at Peter, who dodged the attack while exposing Johann's arrogant mask, like a beetle protecting its fragile body with a tough shell. Arrogant people are often very afraid of being broken. Peter's words only drove Johann into a frenzy, the shining star constantly aiming at Peter's life. He shouted, How dare you! Peter quickly sensed something was wrong behind him and silently warned himself. There was a loud noise right behind us, and immediately Peter restrained Johann. I have wanted to catch you for a long time, but if I let the people here escape, there would be no chance left. So I thought I had to capture you here at all costs. What the hell is going on? He looked at his stunned hands in handcuffs, with Peter in front of him triumphantly explaining, I've been waiting for you to be provoked by my challenge. If it were you normally, I wouldn't have been able to catch you so easily. Peter looked straight at Johann. He chuckled softly and said, Now that I've touched you, caught you, and can see you, how many of your weaknesses have you finally realized? Peter forcefully pushes Johann against the wall and softly says, 34 is the number of weak points on the human body. Johann's red pupils contract to the limit as he sees Peter coldly, with a ruthless gaze, raising his hand to strike. He growled, Get ready. I want to see how long you can endure. One hand holding Johann's 2 arms, the other aiming straight at his stomach, striking quickly and forcefully. Peter looked at the person who just took his hit, frowning unconsciously as he thought, This weakness is in the liver, a fatal spot that would cause such pain. It's hard to breathe. After all. Johann bit his lower lip tightly, not a single whimper escaping, which surprised Peter a little. Can he still endure? He raised his hand again, preparing for the next attack, his wet hair hanging down, covering half of his ruthless face. Next is the sound phase. A barrage of strikes like a storm hits various parts of Johann's body, including the Adam's apple, the hungs, the huan, the yinjiang. Peter had no intention of backing down and kept unleashing his moves. I have to admit, I admire Johann's attitude. His spirit is truly strong. But no matter how strong the spirit, Johann clenched his teeth and endured another barrage of punches to his stomach, hearing Peter's voice like a final judgment saying that eventually he would also fall. Peter looked at Johann in surprise, hearing a hint of mockery in his voice as he replied, My brother falls, but it's not me who falls. It's you. Johann furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes bloodshot and his tone still mocking as before. How stupid. You've already lost your grip. Suddenly, Johann lifted one leg and with lightning speed drove his knee into Peter's stomach, letting out a roar. Why not just blind my legs too? Sir stared in shock at what had just happened, his mind starting to race. No way. This guy is much stronger than before. Johann furrows his brow even deeper, his eyes bloodshot and feral, and he speaks, What now? Are you starting to regret yet? Don't be surprised, the game has only just begun. Peter frowns, reassessing in his mind. I was wrong, he's not enduring with his spirit. Johann kicked his knee straight into Peter's stomach, catching him off guard. He He tensed his body, trying to reorganize his thoughts, but it was his pride. His pride is controlling all his senses. It's as if Peter sees a Johann starting to grind his teeth furiously, with bloodshot eyes and furrowed brows, making him think that he is willing to sacrifice thousands of times just to kill his opponent. Peter grabs the chain of the handcuff, then reluctantly accepts his fate. With unstoppable force, Peter throws Johann far away, causing him to crash directly into the emergency exit on the opposite wall. He frowned, thinking to himself, what a troublesome guy. He looked at Johann standing up in the distance, his mind beginning to shift with new thoughts. You should have fainted just now, so how come you're standing up like nothing happened? Johann, ignoring the water and soaking himself, whether it's water or sweat streaming down Dien Tri's face, coldly looks at Peter, controlling the disadvantage in the darkness with handcuffs. Not a bad idea. But if you intended to blind me, you should have tied my hands together with yours. Johann went berserk, suddenly tearing apart the shackles that restrained his wrists, so that I can never escape from you again. Peter, on the opposite side, casually brushes off his shirt, his tone indifferent. Too bad, but what should we do now? The water spray is still working, and you can't see anything either, right? Johann glanced at the emergency exit panel, calculating silently, sure that the water wouldn't stop flowing overnight. Because of the different sound waves, I can't use echolocation. So he quickly entered a series of numbers on the panel above the door and decided to change location. The door swung open, and Johann immediately jumped back. He mentally deduced they had reached a place where the water pipe couldn't reach. He looked ahead in shock, hearing Peter's voice chasing after him. Are you okay? I've been following him closely for a long time and almost immediately attacked with both hands and feet, still reminding him that it's very bright here and it's over. Johann almost used all his strength to quickly dodge Peter's attacks, leaning back as his foot blocked Peter's strike. What's so surprising about that? You seem to be mistaken. He kicks Peter's knee with his toes. If you don't have light, you'll weaken, but whether I have light or not. Johann from above kicks towards Peter in front of him, confidently claiming, I am still the same. Peter looks on in amazement at what is happening. He leapt backward, caught off guard by Johann's reckless attack, momentarily speechless with surprise. Johann looked at the person in front of him, began to provoke him. Was it silence? Or had your plan failed and you started to lose hope? There's no need to be so discouraged. Now it's my stage. Johann narrows his eyes dangerously and raises the familiar object in his hand, a detonator. He smugly concluded his words and started again from here. The long row of ceiling lights shattered once more under Johann's touch, catching Peter off guard. Johann's triumphant tone lingers in the air. This stage has no water fountain and no way to produce light. He pulled the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile, yet he still generously offered Peter a bit of praise. But after praising him, the image of the man he had faced before suddenly appeared in Peter's mind. He praised him highly. You are the one who excites me the most after Johann, the Apostle Gabriel. Peter kept his face down, his wet hair covering half of his expressionless face, only his steady voice echoing. He is already old and retired, so his name shouldn't be spoken of disrespectfully like that. Johann stands in the darkness, surrounded by a sound field that encloses him and the man in front of him. That's right. Johann, Gabriel's disciple, didn't lose because of old age, but because he relied on his sight. You are the same. He smirked with confidence. You can't see me! It means Johann frowns, gathers his strength to attack, and finishes his sentence. You can't block or dodge my attack. He was now able to use his advantage in the darkness. Every sound wave around him was clear. Even the pitch-black Peter in front was visible. My mind races with thoughts of victory. There won't be any luck like before, and no way to create light anymore. He sees Peter struggling in the darkness, impossible to grasp, now completely lost and directionless. The distance between Johann and Peter is getting closer, and he's still fumbling around, looking around. That's only natural. Now that the weapons are gone, there is only one emotion left that you can feel. Bear is completely lost in the darkness. In Johann's eyes, he only sees despair and endless confusion. A panic trapped in absolute darkness, and he's surely terrified. Johann, with a cruel smile, charges forward, his eyes shining with victory, as his heart cheers for the end. But in the end, that was just Johann's perception, because just when he thought he had achieved the final victory, suddenly his face was hit with a powerful, divine-like direct attack completely beyond his expectations. Bo still stands firm like a stone pillar in the dark shadows, yet he can strike precisely at Johann. He couldn't believe it and collapsed to the ground, his thoughts still racing. Girl, what is that? How can he fight us? Could it be that my senses haven't fully recovered yet? Johann bit his lower lip, denying his previous thought. No, my senses have fully recovered now. He continues to observe in the darkness, sensing the soundscape, telling himself, this time I will move faster and more secretly. He once again charged forward wildly. An ordinary person could never detect my movements. In his eyes, the shadowy Peter still stood there like prey for the hunter. This time, everything will definitely end. He aimed straight at Peter's back. Johann still believed in his abilities and charged forward, thinking everything would end here. Suddenly, before he could realize what was happening, he was attacked, blood spurting from his mouth, and he was thrown far away. The load-bearing wall cracks with an unbelievable sound from Johann. No way! Johann ignored the blood on his mouth and tried to stand up, still unable to understand what was happening. Clearly, he couldn't see me. So, how did he know about my attack? He followed the sound and heard Peter reply, "You're right." He simply responded to his question calmly. "I shouldn't have been able to see you. If we kept fighting like this, I would have definitely lost." "So how then?" "I already handcuffed you, remember?"
What are you talking about?
"The handcuffs have been broken by me a long time ago." Peter continued his explanation. "No, I put on a pair of handcuffs that can never be opened for you." Johann doubted, his mind screaming, "What is he talking about?" He lowered his head and looked back, replaying in his mind what Peter just revealed to him. "I could never open it. The cuffs will wait." A strange yellow-green light illuminated Johann's cold face, and suddenly he realized something was different. I didn't notice this scent because I was too focused on the battle. He stared in amazement at his two glowing wrists, or rather at the strange yellow-green light emanating from the two remaining pieces of handcuffs on his wrists. "Da Kwang, from the beginning you put a glow-in-the-dark coated cuff on me." He remembered the moment he decided to open the emergency door when I was thrown to the place with the exit. Then he remembered how he quickly jumped out of the chaos of sound waves without noticing that behind the door was a place with light. Your trick of luring me into the lit corridor was all part of the strategy to absorb the light from the fluorescent glow. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous red glow in his gaze, as Johann's thoughts overshadowed Peter, who remained calm as if he hadn't just struggled to dodge his attack earlier. "How many steps ahead did you plan?" Half of Johann's face still reflects the glow from the luminous cuffs. He asked Peter, "When did you prepare for this?" Peter stood in the darkness, his strong body showing no signs of being attacked or disoriented, still confidently raising his hand to recount his premeditated plan. In front of me, Johann still shining with two pieces of glow-in-the-dark handcuffs. I think ordinary light wouldn't affect him. The ability to locate by sound is an incredibly powerful weapon. A few days ago, Peter made an unexpected request that even Juan was stunned by. "Juan, put that on the elevator. The greenish-yellow light in your hand is really blinding." It becomes even harder to see as Peter's voice continues to echo through the pitch-black darkness. I also have to prepare a matching weapon. Johann lowered his eyes, one hand spreading out in front to display the glow from his bioluminescence, the other slipping into his pocket, regaining his calm composure. "Yes, I was wrong from the start. I shouldn't have fought you this way." Peter narrowed his eyes as he watched Johann's actions, his guard up and weapon at the ready. Bera praised him, saying he's truly a formidable opponent. A flash of red fire. The familiar red flare reappears, illuminating the entire corridor. Peter silently assesses, lighting the flare himself. "So what? Now that he's holding a flare in one hand and a sickle in the other, can you see more clearly?" Peter asks a question, himself dispelling the darkness. He attaches the flare to the wall, and now the light has completely replaced the darkness, as two sharp crescent blades swing toward him. He stood firm, looking at the scene before him, and asked, "So now you plan to use both hands to wield the sword?" But contrary to Peter's guess, Johann threw a sword in front of him. He stood immersed in the light, asking him to take it and fight fair. Peter glanced at the crescent-shaped sword at his feet. He picked up the sharp object and heard Johann explain why he wanted to duel. This way, no matter who loses, there's nothing to justify. Johann held his stance, his cold eyes fixed on Peter, raising his blade and shouting, "Peter from his youth, you're just a bit amusing." Peter immediately launched his attack, gripping the crescent blade tightly, eyes blazing with fire. Johann also charged towards Johann with his sword, but suddenly, as he approached his opponent, the eyes that could see even in the dark revealed a look of confusion. This guy, as he rushes forward like a missile, Peter's form suddenly distorts and warps within the sound waves as if he's disappearing. Johann quickly assessed in his mind that he was standing right in front of me, but his speed was so fast I couldn't see clearly. A black shadow appeared just a few centimeters from his eye, and while he was still in shock, he couldn't see anything at all. Peter swings his sword fiercely at Johann, who quickly raises his hand to block. Peter then spins the blade in his hand to slash at Johann's arm, while his other hand punches Han in the side. While Johann was holding the knife behind Peter, his hands were covered in scratches and blood was splattering everywhere, facing Johann, who was still attacking wildly. Peter lowered his face, his brows furrowed deeply, and a scratch had appeared on his cheek for some time. Johann slightly frowns, noticing that Peter's knife has changed direction, and begins to suspect that his grip has shifted to a claw-like hold. Is he planning to attack from above? In that case, Johann immediately grabs Peter's wrist, while his other hand swings the dagger in his hand toward him. I will catch and finish him off before he can bring his dagger down. But under Peter's sharper gaze than his blade, all of Johann's actions were blocked, and he still had enough ability to launch another attack. Too fast! I couldn't react in time. The sword with a hawk-shaped blade hanging on Peter's finger. Johann crossed his arms in front to block Peter's continuous attacks. I have to admit it, he grits his teeth, blood splattering everywhere. Throughout this fight, I refused to accept what Raphael said. Johann was once very confident of winning, but Raphael only laughed mockingly and rebutted his idea. Even Peter couldn't defeat me when I was holding a knife. What? Unless Peter has a terminal illness, maybe, but he doesn't usually fight with weapons, does he? Johann stood arrogantly to one side with his hands in his pockets while Raphael shrugged and talked about Peter. It's really laughable. Is that so? Oh, I think someone once said that. What did you say? What Raphael warned Johann about seems to have become a vivid image right before his eyes. Peter coldly eyes his opponent, a shining sword in his hand and a blood-stained arm raised high, as if using a weapon would make defeating him too easy. Johann roared, swinging his sword to attack Peter as he raised his blade, clashing directly with Peter's sword and sparks flying. Peter gently touches the ground, while Johann keeps bleeding profusely. He glances back at the sound waves, marking Peter rushing toward him. No way. This is the first time I've encountered someone like this. He swung his knife behind him, but there was only empty space, as if his target didn't even appear, and his mind was already wavering, like hidden waves. Even Alep cannot catch him. No, don't even say catch. The blurry image of Peter reappeared in Johann's eyes, and he couldn't even touch or see him. What's going on? Peter is getting closer to Johann. Why can't I see him? Why is that impossible? Could it be because he's holding a knife that I can't see him? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before Johann, and his face showed a hint of surprise. Ah, I see now. Wait a moment. What's going on? Now, in Johann's eyes, Peter is no longer a shadow with sound waves, but truly a figure shining with light, rushing at him with a sword. I can see it now. Peter swings the sword in his hand downwards, Johann's eyes full of shock and surprise. Is that man? He used the sword in his hand to block Peter's strike, but his sword was broken. This is really unreasonable. He was pushed back and knelt down on the ground. Is this kid again a wall I can't break through? He frowned, closed his eyes tightly, let out a soft sigh, and then heard Peter say that the more he moved, the more it would hurt. He stands bravely in the light, sword covered in blood, coldly suggesting, "Your small chest must be torn, so it's best to surrender." Johann struggles to get up, covered in wounds and bleeding, his left arm limp at his side, but he stubbornly refuses to admit defeat. But he's right, after the brutal and fierce battle with Peter just now, Johann was injured too badly and his strength was running out. After that attack, my left arm had no more strength at all, but what I couldn't understand was that he was looking at the remaining part of the broken sword in my hand. That was his style of attack with the blade. Even an expert like me took years to master this kind of knife. So how is this possible? Johann's memories of the confrontation earlier came flooding back. Peter didn't hold back when attacking him with the sword. Johann's growing suspicion deepened. How could a young boy master the Karambit so well? The red glow from the firecracker continued to light up the corridor, casting shadows as Peter slowly approached the struggling Johann on the other side. He calmly said, "If you want, I can turn off the lights again and my next attack will be real. You can't block all my attacks with just one hand." Peter attacks again, this time targeting Johann's head as both of my hands are free. I'm surprised. I open my eyes wide and hear Johann say, "Do you think I can only use one hand? Well then, how about this then?" Johann's carefree, teasing demeanor is gone. His eyes wide open, blood covering his face, teeth clenched into Peter's hand. "You can only use one hand too." He frantically swings the rest of the sword at Peter, still not letting go of his hand. "There's no wall I can't break through. I will never let go until I kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful punch from Peter struck his right cheek, forcing him to release the bloodied hand he had been biting. He himself was also left with a swollen side of his face from the brutal strike. Peter simply asked casually, "You never let go, do you?" Johann Bang Huang cupped his chin with his hand, his mouth seemingly unable to close, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. Facing him, Peter calmly continued speaking. "There is a muscle called the masseter in the human jaw that only requires a strong enough force to activate." Peter lowered his eyes and looked at Johann. "Then even an ape would have to open its mouth. So what? Do you understand now?" Johann kneels on the ground, his right hand still covering his bleeding mouth, bowing his head to listen to Peter. "I guess there are some things that your pride and weapons can't change the outcome." "Is that Kim Sang-woo?" "I will remember this name for the rest of my life." Peter suddenly became serious. "Girl, what's going on? What's happening?" Johann sharply breaks the flare on the wall, making Peter uneasy. Could it be that darkness is enveloping Peter? He quickly looked around in a panic. He cut the distant fire alarm wire, then everything went dark and he couldn't see anything. A loud shout makes Johann freeze in place. Suddenly, a light appears at the end of the corridor. A group of armed personnel in protective gear appeared, shouting loudly upon discovering the suspected terrorist. Controlling the silver-haired man, Peter was also surprised by their sudden appearance. Did his special forces team hear their voices earlier? The three team members pointed their guns at Peter, forcing him to raise both hands. The others chased after Johann, and Peter marveled that the more he learned, the more formidable he found him. The special forces' voices echoing down the hallway as they pursue. The terrorist runs in that direction. Sergeant Kim is on the left, Sergeant Choi is on the right. Peter is still standing with his hand raised, watching the special forces team chase after Johann. "I can't let innocent people be harmed, but if this keeps up, I will let Johann escape." Peter coldly looked at the muffled voices of the special forces team. "Where is he? I can't see him anywhere. He's disappeared." The entire hall is surrounded by the special forces team and all exits are blocked. "He probably hasn't gotten out yet." A girl suddenly rushed in and shouted, "Wait! What happened? Did you catch a leap? And what about Kim Sang-yu? How is he doing?" The special forces soldier asked back, making Di-hwan almost lose his temper. "Kim Sang-yu, who is that?" This place is dangerous. Stay back a little. What? What? No one pays attention to another soldier rushing away, with silver hair visible at the back of her neck. Suddenly, Duo stops, turns around, and looks suspiciously. Wait a minute. This scent can only be from a few Special Forces soldiers hurriedly on a mission from afar. JW's eyes suddenly look down. What's that? When did a strange piece of paper suddenly appear in her coat pocket? Who's hiding something in their pocket? She picks up the strange paper to examine the letter in Braille for the echolocalization practice later. The content of the paper makes JW frown. What is this Alapet planning? The hospital is filled with patients lying on beds everywhere. There is also President Choi's secretary, whose one hand is chained to the hospital bed, as Peter looks around and asks Juan, who is standing with his arms crossed and staring intently at the secretary. How is everyone doing? As you can see, luckily there are still survivors. The bomb on Chairman Choi's neck didn't go off either, luckily. The doctor with glasses reports the situation to Peter. It seems he didn't have time to hit the weak spot. Not enough time. Impossible. He lowered his eyes and looked at her secretary's hospital bed. Peter asked directly, when did you start working as an informant for Glory? From the very beginning. Actually, people like me are planted everywhere, and as soon as the boss gives the order, my entire family will be wiped out. Peter lowered his head slightly, his eyes cold. Raphael, that bastard, has his net everywhere. In the hospital corridor, Peter and JW are walking and talking. Senior, I really don't understand why you let Alapet escape. What do you mean? What are you saying? If it was Peter who acted, how could he escape? Peter glanced mysteriously and replied to JW while she looked at him with suspicion. Relax, sooner or later Alapet will become a useful pawn for us. What are you talking about? Peter didn't explain much, just smirked confidently. Just wait and see. The spilled liquor is flowing water on the floor as a tall man leans on a bottle of alcohol with one hand while doing a handstand. Hey, Johan, you've probably taken care of Choi Yoon-jan, right? Thinking about how the press will be all over the story tomorrow makes me really excited. Johan's response made the tall man with the bottle stop drinking. I still haven't killed Choi Eun-trang. What? Are you also being played by Peter? That old man Peter. Johan coldly cut off the tall man's words. Peter is not there. Another cry drew Johan's attention. Hey, someone else is coming over. See, I told you so. The newcomer joining the conversation with a mocking tone makes Johan even more annoyed. I can clearly see the loser who was just beaten by Peter trying to pretend nothing happened. You better watch your mouth or I'll give you a real slap. The newcomer with fiery red hair, wearing gold earrings, not very old but with a sharp and annoying tongue. Why are you so serious? You're not having any fun at all. Just kidding, just joking. He has the code name, thus who is responsible for the overall task. The rest of the information is still unclear. Suddenly, Thus was attacked unexpectedly. Johan sitting far away with his hand still raised, not yet lowered, indicating the recent attack. Threaten me again and I'll carve 72 holes in your face. Thus sneered, pinching a knife between his fingers. The envoy with 72 holes. I only have 7 on my face. The other person who hasn't spoken until now is enjoying thinking this is interesting. The world's top assassin, Alip, then turned to look at the young man dressed in Chinese-style clothing, and a man believed to have reached the ultimate realm of martial arts, said to possess divine skills. Thus, still keeps up his teasing tone. Fine, I won't say anything more, but at this rate, the 100% success rate of the assassination is gone. As soon as the words finished, Johan snapped and lunged at Thus, who calmly threw away his spear. Thus crossed his arms and skillfully used his foot to block Johan's attack, while chatting and watching more and more like a miracle. Does our little friend really see nothing? I feel sorry for your innate talent, my friend. If you could see, you would have fought better. Johan ruthlessly thrust his spear towards Thus, who was calmly standing in front of him. Are you really going to stand in front of me and fight with your arms crossed like that? No way, kid. You suddenly kick Johan. If I let go, our little buddy will be finished. Johan's knife attacks keep coming at that Diaz, who continues to provoke him. No way. Oh my god, I'm the one who should be dead. Johan's face turned cold. Then just go ahead and die. Finally, that Diaz lets go, sweeping a powerful kick. Johan jumps up to avoid it. Both face each other directly, each throwing a kick aimed to kill the opponent.
Thus crossed his arms and sat down in an Eastern martial arts sitting posture, while Johan used his hands to stop himself and touch the ground.
The tall man spoke. Hey, Johan, please stop playing. We need to go. The unfinished words were cut off as Johan pulled down his hood and cloak. Don't look for that kid anymore. What? Johan's face is completely in a bloodthirsty, crazed expression. Because I will definitely kill him. Johan finished his sentence and turned away. I don't care about the tall guy handing the bottle to the guard. He's still talking to me. Who are you talking about? Huh? Why did you suddenly leave in the middle of things, little guy? Johan shrugged and chuckled dismissively at the tall guy, not knowing what he was talking about anymore. Yeah, he's really an unapproachable guy. So boss, what should we do now? I'll go kidnap Choi Yuan-trang for you. The tall guy with the shaved head refused Thus's offer. No, there's a more effective way to verify this, Thus asked in surprise. The tall guy just replied while getting dressed. How so? Could it be that what I'm thinking is right? It has to be. The tall man chuckled softly and told you to prepare the car right away. He stood against the light, with demon and god tattoos covering his back, glowing under the lights. I will go meet him myself. The twin building just had a bombing and is lit up again. There is a guest. 3 Special Forces soldiers are blocking the group of tall men outside the building. So, Chairman Glory is meeting the chairman, huh? Well, then he can't get in either. The Special Forces soldier still tries to explain the situation inside to the man in the suit outside. This place is under lockdown due to terrorism. Even the president can't get in. Really? That's too bad. Wait a moment. Who are you? What's all that noise outside, Captain? Look, there they go. It seems like something outside is causing a commotion. What the hell? The tall guy, President Glory, had no trouble taking down 2 or 3 special forces outside. The captain nervously orders, "Hurry up and request backup." And hearing the tall guy's voice, even the president can't get in, right? He confidently steps inside after taking down a few special forces outside. "So I managed to get in after all, didn't I?" he said proudly, showing off his bright white teeth. "Am I even more important than the president?" He casually put his hands in his pockets and walked inside. "All right, let's see. Choi On-Trang is definitely somewhere in here, and Peter might be here too. Everyone in the hospital room earlier, including Peter JW and Chairman Choi, will be here too." Chairman Glory is excited. "Great," he smirks, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "First, go meet Choi Yu-Trang first." Chairman Choi is in his office when he receives an urgent internal call. "What's going on?" "There's a guest rushing up here right now, and I can't stop him." Who could this guest be in such a situation? Chairman Choi was completely caught off guard when he heard the guard report about Gloria's chairman, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Is Raphael really coming in person? The line on the other end of the phone seems to be in chaos. "Wait, you can't go in!" The desperate screams outside the chairman's office make Choi Yu-Trang panic. The continuous screams of agony never stopped as he stood frozen, hearing the panicked bodyguard trying to hold back the intruders. "Hey, wait, don't come any closer." Choi Yu-Trang stared in shock at the person who just spoke. "Oh!" The chairman said, "You're still alive?" Raphael strode in proudly, carrying a stunned Special Forces soldier in his arms. He exclaimed, "Thank goodness. Choi?" Trang Tense asked, "Raphael, why did he do that?" Chairman Glory responded casually, as if it was obvious. "I was just here to visit. Hey, I'm a bit upset, you know." "What's going on here?"
The guest has arrived at Chairman Choi's house, and as Raphael Buok enters the room, a team of special forces with guns pointed directly at him are ready to open fire at any moment.
He casually shrugged again, still holding the unfortunate soldier in his hand. "So, this is how you welcome guests?" Choi Yu-Trang sat on the sofa in the room, anxiously watching the tall man approaching him. The current situation is tense, so please understand. Finally, Raphael releases the soldier from his grip, casually walking over to Chairman Choi with his hands in his pockets. "I heard you were in danger, so I hurried here." Choi Yu-Trang couldn't hide the sweat on his forehead, politely replying, "Thank you, President Raphael, for your concern, but luckily, nothing happened." The bodyguard beside Choi Yu-Trang watched Raphael nervously, sweat pouring down his face. Who is this guy anyway? Just him alone managed to get past Idea Corporation's security and come here? Moreover, the situation in Choi's chairman's office is truly very strange. The soldiers silently assessed, clearly indicating that we are holding the advantage both in terms of situation and in numbers. The Special Forces soldier clenched his gun tightly, but for some reason his hands trembled, his face twisted with tension, and a flood of thoughts raced through his mind. His whole body froze, unable to pull the trigger, feeling like a single movement would cause him to collapse instantly. Raphael walked past the soldier without any expression, yet it made him gasp and tremble even more. My thoughts are in chaos. Wait a minute. Is this person not... Is he really human? Why do his eyes look like that? Raphael approached President Choi, his imposing figure standing before him, making him even more intimidating. He casually conversed with Choi as if he genuinely cared about his friend. "It seems like you've been through something terrible. Did someone help you?" Help me?" For example, Chairman Glory could step closer to Choi Yu-Trang and speak in a threatening tone like Apostle Peter. Chairman Choi was truly tense, his eyes never blinking as he looked at the person opposite him. He thought in fear, "I've met many people." Seeing Raphael's face up close, Choi Yu-Trang couldn't suppress the fear inside him. But this was the first time I saw eyes so terrifying that I couldn't look directly at them. Because there cannot be a person with such eyes in this world. Raphael's eyes are truly unlike those of a human, with vertical pupils amid red and yellow irises, cold and savage like a predator ready to attack at any moment. He muttered in a hoarse voice, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Chairman Choi forced a crooked smile, trying to pretend nothing was wrong. "Oh, who is it? Peter, what's going on?" If he had come here, we would have caught him immediately. Raphael suddenly sat down next to Choi Un-Trong, enthusiastically chatting with him. They don't look much different from two friends chatting together, right? As I thought, Chairman Choi could never be in cahoots with Peter. Is that right? Hey, Chairman Choi? He suddenly changed the subject, grabbing President Choi's loose tie, making him freeze completely. Only his eyes moved down to look at his hands, but Raphael acted as if he knew nothing. "What's wrong with your tie? Why is it tied in such a strange knot?" Raphael ignored Choi Wong-Trang, who was trembling all over and sweating profusely as he tightened his grip on his tie.
If he kept acting so nervously, even as chairman of DIHA, he would find it hard to keep his life.
Choi Yu-Trang is truly in a dangerous situation so bizarre that his face actually stiffened with fear. I've never met Peter before, but in front of this man, I dare not lie. Because if I lied, Choi Yu-Trang's thoughts would be truly overwhelmed by Raphael's terrifying, beast-like face. He would kill me immediately. Without hesitation, he gently opened his mouth and said, "I understand." Choi Yu-Trang unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to Raphael continue. It seems Chairman Choi is not lying. So, do you have any other interesting stories you'd like to tell me? Choi Yu-Trang hesitated. Bet it's not Peter. Raphael's eyes bored deeply into the person opposite him. It's not Peter, Choi Yu-Trang continued, but a hitman from Glory. The memories of when he met Peter in the form of a tall, slender figure standing with the demon sword, or when they sat together drinking tea, or when he checked in the hotel room. And even when something happens, Peter is the one running in the opposite direction from everyone else. The young, handsome man with a calm smile on his face flashes through Chairman Choi's mind. Raphael seemed distrustful as he questioned the Glory assassin in return. Chairman Choi trembled. Glory! He broke out in a cold sweat and forced a fake smile. There are many talented assassins, and surely they will capture Peter. Raphael's animalistic eyes stare intently at the person opposite. Chairman Choi can only try to pretend he's telling the truth. He finally stood up, waved his hand, saying, "Nothing interesting about the transfer, so I'm leaving. I only came here myself because I was worried about you and wanted to check the situation. Let's go out to eat sometime when you're free." He turned and walked away. The black bean paste noodles you had for dinner last night didn't seem very good. That seemingly casual comment made Chairman Choi tense up. "How do you know about that?" He casually replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just care a lot about Chairman Choi." He paused, put his hands in his pockets, and finally, if he had anything to say, he should say it directly. Raphael looked a bit grim. "If you dare to secretly collude with Peter, and let me find out, all of you will be torn apart." "Doctor, is anyone there?" Hurry up, it's an emergency." Peter and JW immediately run after. "What's going on? We should go after them too." A desperate scream echoes from the chairman's room. I am certain now. Peter looked serious as he gazed inside. Chairman Choi was almost broken down, one hand holding his head, the other clenched on the table, trembling uncontrollably and shouting nonstop, ignoring the doctors, trying to calm him down. "Raphael will kill me, Chairman. Stay calm. Nothing will happen. Quickly bring the sedative here." "You're lying. Even you are an agent planted by Raphael, right?" "No, that's not true." Chairman Choi Yu-Trang kept clutching her head and screaming, "Everyone stay back. I don't trust anyone." Peter and JW approached him again, and she couldn't understand what was happening. Raphael had just been here, and though she didn't know what had transpired, it seemed the chairman was in shock. "I heard Raphael has been putting pressure on him for a long time." Peter temporarily stays silent, just frowning as he observes the situation. Chairman Choi still can't regain his composure despite the doctor's efforts to advise him, and JW can only seek opinions. So what should be done to calm him down? Even the most famous psychologists or sedatives have no effect. Peter suddenly saw something. JW, what is that?" Jay picks up the object. The chairman insists on holding on to it. It looks like an old, worn-out hat. Peter fell silent and made his request in front of the astonished doctor, nurse, and her assistant. "Go outside now. The entire medical team, too." The others were stunned. "What?" Suddenly, only JW accepted this request. Yes, I understand." The doctor pushed out by JW still didn't understand. "Hey, what is he doing?" "We are doctors," JW replied calmly. "Just let him go out. He's a better doctor." The chairman's office door closes. Peter stands in front of the chairman's desk, calmly talking to Choi. Yu-Trang has lost her temper. "Chairman, this is Kim Sang-yu. Please calm down and talk to me." Peter's eyes showed compassion. There are no more spies planted by Raphael. So rest assured. "Choi?" Trang shouts, interrupting Peter, and clutches his head even tighter, trembling more intensely. "No, don't lie to me. It's too late now. DIHA is already in Glory's hands. From the beginning, Raphael has been targeting DIHA. I'm sure of it. Raphael will personally kill me. He can kill me at any moment. It's meaningless. All of it is meaningless." Anyway, I shouted loudly to cut off Chairman Choi's unsteady words. "Hey, Choi Yu-Trang," he shouted. "Why did you let me down like this?" Peter's next words leave Choi Yu-Trang stunned. Has he forgotten the promise from long ago? What are you thinking about, Choi Yu-Trang? The promise from years ago. A snowy night in 1978 in Moscow. A train runs through the night under a blanket of snow with a figure initially walking calmly through a bloodstained carriage. "Take it easy. The road to Korea is still a long way off." The kid immediately ran after the tall man toward the light of the train car. "Wait for me." Suddenly, Peter's eyes flash with suspicion. He stops the boy. The warehouse has shown gratitude to him. Peter pushed the boy to sit down on a bench. The kid didn't have time to react and quickly grabbed the Russian-style warm hat on his head. "Huh? Sit here and cover your ears while counting loudly from 1 to 10. Why are you confused?" Peter simply replied briefly. "Follow his instructions." Choi Yu-Trang obediently follows, covering his ears, closing his eyes, and starting to count. 1, 2. Peter looked at Choi Yu-Trang sitting calmly on one side and spoke up. I'm coming. Or maybe you should head to the next carriage. The two of you go there. There are two strangers hiding on either side of the corridor, guns in their hands. How is that possible? How does he know? Shut up and stay silent. The guy on the left is analyzing. Anyway, he's already put down his gun, so we have the advantage. The other guy also agrees. So when should I give the signal? When Choi Yu-Trang's countdown reaches 5, that guy will shout. It's at this moment that both of them simultaneously point their guns at the compartment where Peter and the kid were just now, but inside all they see is a glimpse of the kid's Russian-style hat. What? Is there no one? While they were still confused, they heard Peter's voice echoing. If you guys are smart, the two gunmen still posing dangerously at the mag compartment door. I don't know when Peter had been leaning against the wall, but he casually spoke up and had already jumped off the ship long ago. At this moment, Choi Yu-Trang has counted to 6B. At an unbelievable speed, Peter quickly takes down the two guys one after the other, with the sound of the boys counting echoing in the background. By 8 o'clock, Peter nonchalantly stands and lights a cigarette in the corridor between the two compartments. Two guns lie scattered at the door along with the two guys from earlier who are now unconscious at his feet. Peter calls Choi Yu-Trang. He glanced at the boy clutching the edge of the seat, giving him a look. I told you to count. Choi Yu-Trang stammered and replied, I'm sorry I am. Peter also didn't argue for long, just told him to get ready now. The kid looked confused. Yes. Peter confidently rides the large motorcycle through the snowy road, with Choi Yu-Trang screaming in terror behind. You didn't tell me it would be like this. You just called out a single word, Choi Yu-Trang. Peter patiently explains to the boy sitting behind that there will be many challenges ahead, and that dangerous situations like today may happen again. The boy replied quietly, I'm too scared I want to stay with you forever. Peter simply answered coldly, we will never see each other again. Choi Yu-Trang was disappointed and silent, tears welling up in her eyes as she thought to herself, I really can't get close to anyone. The little boy, still sad, suddenly heard Peter continue. Take this hat, consider it as me, and promise me one thing. Peter seems to be placing high hopes on Choi Yu-Trang. His gaze was resolute beyond words. If we meet again in the future, don't become someone who disappoints me. At this moment, Choi Yu-Trang was able to smile happily and quickly replied, I promise that if I can meet you again, I will live well and be strong. All right, I promise. Don't let me down in the future. Current Peter takes the old Russian-style hat and presses it onto Chairman Choi's head. Little Choi Yu-Trang, where's the promise you made to me? Peter stands in the light, his smile steady. Come on, there are many people waiting for you. Chairman Choi trembled with emotion, saying it could never happen. But I always hoped that it was him from the very first time we met. The image of Kim Jang-yu standing proudly in front of Chairman Choi. Or, the way you checked the room, I always felt your presence in it. From that day on, Chairman Choi looked up, his eyes overflowing with countless emotions. I have never forgotten you. I truly, truly want to see you again. Bear, really? Trang smiled with tears of happiness she couldn't put into words. He looked up at the young man standing confidently before him. Too much time has passed. Peter is truly happy, a smile full of joy in his eyes. Thank you for growing up. Choi Onjong, the chairman's office door opens. The people outside looked on in shock as they heard his voice say, Sorry, everyone. It seems I've caused everyone to worry. Everyone shouted in unison, Are you okay? Chairman JW asked Choi softly. What did you do, senior? He replied casually, Nothing much. The chairman is a strong person after all. The flashy pink van sped down the road inside. JW kept questioning nonstop. But after all these things, is it just asking for her help? Peter suddenly replied, What else? Or do you want something from me? Joe replied weakly. Who? Who would bother begging for anything? Jae-Wo slammed her hand on the table, shouting nonstop, while her beloved dog looked at her worriedly. What kind of person do you think I am? Do I look like someone who loves money? Peter pretended to understand. Although I am not the one speaking, he gave a secretary to JW. He handed me this. Wow, what is this? I don't need any thank you letter. She opened it and happily exclaimed, Wait, this is a black card. Peter is holding a book. I don't need it. Keep it and use it. JW happily holds up the black card. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. The dog next to him also happily sticks out its tongue. Peter is really hard to understand. What's so great about a black card? JW exclaimed. Of course it's good. With this, there are many things you can do. The pink car drives away again. JW asks. So, where do you plan to go now? Peter replied. It's been a while. I want to stop by the house for a bit. JW, what do you mean by home? Peter's company headquarters heard someone calling him. Hey, Kim Sang-yu, he responded briefly. What's going on? The Dako brothers are standing opposite Peter. Where have you been these days? You've disappeared completely. Probably went to meet some VIP and got a black card, Peter thought to himself. If you are just a little more observant, you wouldn't be afraid of starving. Outside, Yuna hurriedly runs in. Hey, we're in big trouble. You two are just fooling around. It's only been a few days since we last met, but it feels like it's been ages. Come on, just tell me what's going on, Yuna exclaimed. We're about to face danger and get kicked out. Dokebi with a scruffy appearance. Hey Luna, since you're ranked 335, You're definitely getting kicked out. Hang in there, you'll be back with us soon. Yuna stomps in frustration. Oh my god, these fools are not like that. She clenched her fists and shouted in the face of the clueless guys in front of her. We're all about to get fired, the ignorant girl exclaimed loudly.
What? No way.
Yuna continued to report what she knew. Although I wasn't entirely sure, this was an announcement from the company. Only low-ranked assassins are required to take this test, and among the 336 knight-ranked assassins, if they don't make it into the top 100, they will all be fired. Peter ponders silently. What must come will come. The low-ranked assassin begins to panic. No, how can we possibly make it into the top 300 when we haven't even reached it, let alone get into the top 100? Dugugao points at Peter again. Hey, Kim saying you. He asked how he could stay so calm while being in the lowest position like that. Peter crossed his arms and calmly replied, I knew this in advance, so I found a way for us to survive this ordeal. A nervous person asked, what way? The door was pulled open and voices could be heard outside. Look, they're here. Duguchao's face paled as he looked at the newcomer. Are you okay? Why is he here? Yuna didn't understand anything. Who was that? Why be so afraid? Even the lone assassin is scared. Liuna! Don't look into his eyes. A large hand grasped the doorframe. Are you guys the ones? D-grade punks. Peter wondered what would happen to us next. Duguchao broke out in a sweat. Oh no, he's the bear we met on the cruise. Duko added. Why is he here? Yuna turned to look at the two of them. Hey, do you guys know him? Of course, he's a very strong person. One night before, Keigo sat in a room with a cold, bloodstained face while JW kept shouting loudly beside him. What are you doing here? Another piece of trash coming here to defile this place. Oh my god, how can there be such strange people? You suddenly leave and then come back. Looks like this place is your home now, huh?
Peter intervened.
Sorry, but could you give me some space? JW shouted non-stop, even though he was hiding behind Peter. You should be grateful to me. You're lucky I helped you out. Thanks to me distracting him, you're still alive. JW kept trying to curse more before Peter pushed him out. I left because I'm kind, not because I'm afraid. If I could see it, I would have. Peter closed the door to block JW's curses behind it. All right, now it's just the two of us. Peter looked at the bloodied man sitting still all this time. Why did you come back here? This is the first time I've met someone as strong as you. Who exactly are you? Peter replied, If I tell you, will you believe me? Keigo looked at Peter with a serious expression. At this point, I believe everything. If you say you're Peter, I believe it. Peter casually replied with his hands in his pockets. That's right, I am Peter. Keigo strokes his chin. Yeah, it's indeed like that. What? No way. Peter is an old man. Peter waved his hand and said, Wasn't it you just saying you would believe me? Keigo was completely surprised that his random guess turned out to be right. That's different, Peter asked back. How is it different? He suddenly paused. Oh wait, on second thought, Keigo recalls the time she clashed with Peter.
The abilities he shows are all things I've never seen before. So those extraordinary powers are all from Kei in silence.
Wait a moment. Whether he's Peter or not doesn't matter. Peter interrupted Keigo's thoughts. If there's nothing else, Keigo immediately spoke up. I'm leaving now. I just met with Raphael. But the distance from Keigo to Raphael is really a long way. And I have to pass through many formidable characters. With my current strength, I can't defeat him. You're right, I never learned martial arts from anyone. Keigo's past was marked by being driven out by his family. He continued to express that there are many unbelievable things now, but one thing is certain. Keigo looks down at the floor, knowing he is stronger than me, so please help me become stronger. Peter coldly refuses. No. Suddenly, Keigo drops to his knees. He lowered his voice and said, Help me. He remembered the beautiful girl in a green kimono, holding a bunch of blooming chamomile flowers, her lips smiling like the sun, as beautiful as a princess. I want to avenge Duike, so he furrowed his brows and knelt seriously before Peter. Please turn me into a strong person, I beg you. Master! Peter looked straight into his eyes, hands casually in his pockets, standing and watching Cal. Don't call me master, stop saying such foolish things. Get up, he is determined. I won't stand up until you accept me as your disciple. Peter remained silent. He replied quietly, I will not force my disciple to kneel. That statement shocked Keigo. Peter continued, I have an important task I want to assign to you. Keigo stood up suddenly and shouted fiercely, I will do my best no matter what. So that important mission is to train these D-rank people. He strokes his chin. Top 100 in D-rank. Yuna asks with her arms crossed. What's wrong? Keigo replied bluntly, as if we're going to be eliminated right from the start. Yuna suddenly felt a surge of determination and rushed toward Keigo. Hey, uncle, do you know who I am? What kind of uncle are you? Come on, tell me. Hey, you two, say something too. Please be quiet. Lie, Yuna, we're doomed. Peter stood with his arms crossed at the back, watching them make noise. Yuna's mouth kept whispering non-stop. Hey, you look scarier than me, so why are you scared? Come on, tell us your rank. Peter whispered to the two of them, I can't train these kids, so please help them survive. Keigo solemnly declares, I will do my best even if it costs my life. The three in front of him immediately become excited. Yuna immediately asked, So what kind of training do we have to do? I wonder what kind of training it is. It's really something to look forward to. After all, we've already gone through a hellish week of training. Keigo responds casually, the training I went through was nothing special. The three of them shouted loudly through the mountain forest. Help me! They have to carry heavy stones and climb steep mountains without safety ropes. Everyone is screaming. This isn't training. If you fall, you're dead. Keigo stands atop the mountain shouting down below, never showing mercy, only climbing up or falling down. People can only become stronger when facing death. Maybe so, the three who received the training are screaming desperately. This isn't facing it, it's truly facing death. I'd rather go through a week of hellish training than this. At Glory's headquarters, on the rooftop, Raphael leaned against the wall, talking casually. There is a common point between Nathaniel's hospital and this Johan case. The person next to him only saw 2 legs pressed against the wall and asked what it was. Any place where a Glory assassin appears leaves traces of Peter. He thought back to the wreckage after the battle, sharing his thoughts. The movements of the Glory assassin are top secret information. Only insiders or aides would know. And even Peter couldn't possibly have access to this information. Then why didn't you consider this possibility? Peter has infiltrated Glory and is operating among the assassins. The other person retorted, no way, Peter is always at the top. I can't believe it. I didn't recognize him. Raphael suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, why didn't I think of that? He looked down at the city and continued to voice his thoughts. There's no way Peter can operate openly. The person hanging there asks, what do you mean? Raphael responded, if Peter isn't at the top right now, what if he twists his hand to express his thoughts, like blending in among the most notorious assassins? The other person spoke again, but as the boss said, there's no way we wouldn't recognize an apostle like Peter. Raphael liked to rest his chin on his hand. Peter is someone who always does extraordinary things. We must suspect everyone, and Johan is very skilled at disguises. Raphael asked, but how can he recognize him? The one hanging there shouted loudly. Okay, Tias is hanging on the top floor of the building with his hair flipped back to fully reveal his sharp eyes. I just thought of a very interesting idea. Peter sat on the chair, arms crossed, while Keigo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, listening to JW explode. Senior, this is a trap. Only 100 top-tier assassins are kept, the rest have been upgraded. Glory has never done this before, so they must have already sensed your presence. She sat down next to him and kept talking. I don't know what they're plotting. Don't go. Unless I tell you to. Otherwise, forget it. I'll let you go. DUO glanced at Peter and kept talking. But no matter what I say, you'll go anyway, right? Peter crossed his arms and answered calmly. That's right. If I don't go, they'll suspect even more. So I have to go. Keigo bowed his head and offered, I'll go with you. Peter lowered his eyes and pointed out the flaw. How can you go when your face has already been exposed? Keigo suggested that wearing a hood should be fine. Peter replied immediately, You're an envoy of Glory. JW rubbing his temples in frustration. One stubborn, the other foolish. This is really troublesome. Keigo frowns. My master is such a fool. June was so bored he didn't want to talk anymore. Just forget it. Joe squinted at the two of them. Senior, we have no information about that place at all. We don't know what trap Raphael set there, Peter interjected. There is a way. JW immediately asked what it was. Peter cheerfully replied, You just have to go there to find out. JW sighed. Oh my god. The location is the new base of Glory Club, the sacred land of Dead Iceland. Peter focused on observing the surroundings, surprised to find that the gathering point was a deserted island like this. And the people gathered here, Yuna whispered in awe. It's amazing. All the D-rank assassins are here. It's strange to see so many assassins together. Due to the nature of our work, we don't often get the chance to meet all at once. Why gather so many assassins together? Could it be for a group training session? Those low-level assassins are lying on the ground, crying out, We just finished a hellish week of training, and now we have to go through another one? I won't do it. No, I can't. Yuna nervously asked. Peter keeps glancing over and over. Look, can I fit in with these people? The loudspeaker's voice echoes from the big screen. A man with curly brown hair is holding a microphone and speaking loudly. Hello, D-rank assassins. I am Khan, the manager and operator. Welcome to Dead Iceland to enhance the company's image. Glory has organized a surprise event. Potential D-rank assassins of Glory survive on this island and continue to bring glory to Glory. What should we do with these noisy people below? Should you teach us something first before telling us to bring glory? Calm down and speak into the microphone. Why are you in such a hurry? That's why you're still a D-rank. No, the test is very simple. Survive on this island for 48 hours. That's all there is to it. Are these so-called tests for the D-grade evaluation this time? They're way too easy. We came here to relax. Khan picks up the microphone again. If you think that, you're mistaken. From now on, you will fight each other like true assassins. The winner will receive the assassin certificate of the loser. After the test ends, the 100 people with the most assassin coins will pass. You are free to fight, hide, or steal. The way to obtain someone else's assassin certificate is completely free. See you in 48 hours. Who will be the last survivor? Please hand over all your personal belongings. The test will start in 30 minutes.
Yuna cheerfully exclaimed after changing into her uniform. So cool, it even has the number order, just like playing a game. Yeah, we look like real assassins. Someone else spoke up. We're actually real assassins. Peter, wearing his uniform, sighed.
Glory prepared very carefully, and that caused a very serious problem. He glanced at the numbers on his chest and everyone else's, thinking that those numbers printed on the shirts are actually our limits. Their openly revealing our limits will definitely cause trouble. Inside, the gathering room is extremely noisy. Look at the others. That little guy with the mask and the clown are there. Their unique style stands out. The masked orange uncle and the green-haired clown stand side by side, observing their surroundings. Someone excitedly shouted out when a beautiful woman with stunning curves appeared. That girl looks so pretty, she doesn't seem like a killer at all. Hey, why are you guys staring at her like that? Girl, what? They are looking at Kif. Hey, old man, are you still in Class D? Peter at that age was already an apostle. I need to quickly escape from D rank. He glanced around, and from a quick look, this island has many surveillance cameras. It means they are watching us very closely. If you act carelessly, you'll get into big trouble. Peter stands among the crowd, watching carefully with great vigilance. They are still not sure that I am mixed in with the D class, so they are testing to see if I am here or not. I squint and assess, which means I have to hide my strength and continue pretending to be just an ordinary guy. It doesn't seem easy. Hopefully there won't be any more surprises. Suddenly, a few voices shouted, "Hey, what do you want?" This crazy bastard, a guy raising both arms. Come on, everyone. Please allow me to check a little. What? What is this guy planning to do? We can easily beat him, right? Peter thought as he saw the rank displayed on his chest. Oh, it's nothing. He's grinning widely with a fierce expression on his face. As you can see, I am Butterfly, rank 330. I have an urgent matter to verify. First, the others are suspicious. What? Being ranked 330 is something to be proud of? People like him are usually the first to be eliminated. But what does he want to verify? So Butterfly shouted. He's old now. He rushes to the old man earlier, pinching his cheek and pulling it. Peter, say it quickly, he shouted loudly. You bratty kid, take your hands off now, he replied. Oh no, that's not it. I heard Peter is here, so I came. The crowd grew more suspicious. What's wrong with this guy? Looking for Peter here? Why would he be looking for Peter in this place? You don't know who Peter is, do you? Thus exclaimed excitedly, I can't possibly check every one of the 335 people. What should I do now? I have an idea. Peter narrowed his eyes in the crowd, watching Thus's antics. If he suggested it, then let's do it quickly and decisively. Peter frowns and thinks to himself, it must be that guy. Let's see what he's carrying with him, based on this test variable.
So he raised his hand, Kai adjusted his glasses, and excitedly shouted, Come on, everyone focus. Who's Peter?
He raises his hand. The crowd doesn't understand anything. Mocking, is this bastard crazy? Should we eliminate him now? Calm down. If we keep searching for Peter like this, when will we ever find him? Suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked in one direction and exclaimed, Oh! A hand was raised. Peter nonchalantly put one hand in his pocket, the other being the hand he just raised a moment ago, with an expression of utter boredom. Then he exclaimed, Peter! He tilted his chin and said, starting to get interested? Butterfly, who also joined in playfully, but with a mocking tone. Our little friend is Peter, right? Go Hyung, standing below, didn't understand what you said and just guessed. So what does that mean? If we're brothers, why do we keep speaking English? Juna, standing right next to him, couldn't hold back and shouted, Brothers is just Chinese, you idiot. He is standing there trying to think of a way to stop this. I don't know what his goal is right now, but he has to be silenced. Because after thinking, Peter didn't hesitate and immediately called that Diaz. Butterfly looked around. You don't understand anything but still follow his instructions and look around to see what's going on. Looking around, everyone seems surprised and starts whispering to each other. As far as I know, Peter is an old man. That guy can't possibly be Peter. Could Peter really be here? Apostle Peter, where is he? Peter knows that now explaining his identity won't convince anyone, so he has to try a different approach. Yes, suppose Peter is here, but if you make such a noisy search, would Peter be willing to show himself? He will definitely hide even more carefully next time. If you think that method works, just keep going. After hearing that, he chuckled a little and responded, Well, our little friend. Before he could finish speaking, he turned around without anyone knowing what he was about to do and kicked straight out with one leg at Peter. Seeing that he didn't react at all, that Diaz couldn't help but praise him a little. Oh, look at that. It's really interesting. You're quite the strange one. Go Hyung stood beside him, confused and unable to believe what was happening. What the hell is that guy doing? Can you really think you're cool just because you kicked someone? Anyone can do it. I was caught off guard by this surprise kick, but didn't hesitate for a moment to think. No, not everyone can do this kick. To those around, it's just an ordinary kick. He recalls each move and analyzes them, but knowing the Brazilian kick setup, he realizes it was the wrong move. Peter watches each detail and knows it's unusual. In that brief moment, he changed the trajectory of his kick 3 times, which also made him secretly understand everything. This kid may be hiding his strength, but he's definitely a master. After executing his kick, Thus also successfully gauged the situation and smiled innocently. All right, we need to make our little friend happier first. Once that's done, Go-hyung stepped forward to ask thus about what just happened. Hey, what are you doing? He's ranked 336. You're making Kim Jang-yu cry. How terrifying. Do you dare to bully the weak? You're really a coward. Another teammate also confirms with Go-hyung. Hey, Butterfly, stop that. Fight a real man like me. After hearing everything, that Dia scoffed and stepped away from the two to explain. Why are you so serious?
Smile now, smile. I was just joking earlier.
Then he went over and touched Peter's face to tease him. He's really young. His skin is so smooth and firm. See you later, little buddy, ranked 336.
Go-hyung also added a comment from behind. Hey, Kim Sang-yu, don't be afraid. Relax. Are you so scared you froze from that kick?
The two of them also came over to put their arms around Peter and comfort him after the kick. Don't worry, this big brother will protect you for life. People who often talk like that mixed with English usually fight very badly, you know? Dongori, be happy. Okay, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Tadius walks ahead, listening to what the two guys are saying, unable to believe the scene with Peter and contemplating. Why are you stiffening up? What are these two kids talking about? He remembers Peter's eyes from earlier when he performed the kick and subtly understands that even though he changed the trajectory of the kick 3 times, his eyes still followed every move. He saw all of my attacks. Because you understand how he's different from ordinary people, you could recognize that look. He wasn't afraid at all, but confidently dodged everything. Is that what you call a top-tier assassin? Thinking about this, thus became even more curious and wanted to learn more. It's suspicious, but interesting. Right now, over there, the two of them are excited for the upcoming match. This is too good to be true. If Butterfly is ranked 330, then we should be able to easily make it into the top 200 too, right? The other friend happily added after hearing that, we just have to beat them all and steal the certificate. Juna, the calmest of them all, just reminded those two not to get robbed, and after remaining silent all this time, Peter finally spoke up with his own thoughts. This is not the time to celebrate. Don't you realize how dangerous the situation really is? Peter directly looked at them and explained that if they were among the top ranks, they would target the weakest first. Seeing this scene, he remained expressionless and simply gave the correct answer. Then Peter calmly looked at his number on the vest and explained, our low rank means we are the target of the remaining 332 people. The two of them, who were confident and triumphant earlier, immediately trembled in fear after hearing his explanation. What should we do now? Juna looked at the trembling pair and confidently said the way to solve this. The only way for us to survive here is to cooperate with each other.
Now, on the day of the battle, the host announces on the big screen to the contestants, all right, the game begins. From now on, do your best to survive.
Peter just coldly contemplates the actions of the contestants around him. Surely all the killers here share the same thoughts. They will disperse, find a safe hiding spot, and make a plan. Suddenly, Peter realizes something and ponders. But the problem is, with so many surveillance cameras like this, I can't use my powers freely. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around after finding a way. So I have to blend in with them and figure out how to do that. Looking at my teammates, Peter realized the best way to communicate was to say, follow me. I know how we can survive here. After a while of arriving, the two of them looked at the scene before them and sighed to Peter. I had high hopes for you when you said you knew how to survive. But what the hell is this? Why did you lead us to this desolate place? Can you two just be quiet and follow me? The two of them angrily point at the map of the island. Surprisingly, there's plenty of food and resting spots in the east, and even a supermarket in the south. Then, why did you go? Go. Hyung walked forward and pointed at that abandoned factory with many questions. Choosing this trash heap, shouldn't you pick a better place? Peter calmly responded to this question. The answer is simple. Places with food are definitely crowded with people fighting over it. If we go there, who will be the first target? In the end, they finally understood and praised him. Of course, it's us. Well done, Kim Sang-yu. After feeling reassured, the two of them start chatting with each other. I already knew that. You knew too. I was just asking to check. And right now, what I am worried about is something else that Peter is pondering. The thing that worries him the most is that Thus is following him, and he can't understand why that guy is doing it. Peter knows that his following is not just a simple matter and has some suspicions about his actions. The appearance of someone like him among the D-rank players must be related to Raphael. Seeing him sneer, something about him makes him more and more suspicious, and he reminds himself to be careful. Be careful with this butterfly guy. Suddenly, those two asked him a question. Hey, Zangu, who are these people? Right now, the D-rank lowest players are standing there, a bit wary of them. Peter, of course, has his own plan and straightforwardly replied, I called them. Then he turned to explain to everyone that the top-ranked would definitely attack those at the bottom first. So the people at the back, Peter standing in front of many with the demeanor of a leader, expressed their desire to form an alliance. The two of them still didn't quite understand after hearing this. A coalition? What is a coalition? Juna angrily turned to explain to the two and everyone else. Can you be quiet? That is a temporary act of cooperation. After explaining, of course, she also had some doubts in her heart's heart. Even though he's an enemy, if it's beneficial, we should do it first. Sure enough, Sang Yu is very wise. If we were there alone, we would have been in big trouble. But if we want to survive, we have to steal other certificates. Thinking of this, Juna looked over at Peter standing confidently in front and wondered, what do you plan to do next? He pulls out some kind of card and then decisively guides everyone. Alright, next is how to break into the top 100. Before coming here, Peter researched the battles outside very thoroughly. While we are hiding here, other assassins are fighting fiercely out there. No matter how strong the top-ranked ones are, what if our 10 of us attack someone who is exhausted? Juna, after hearing this, also started to get an idea about that challenge. Oh, so we don't need to collect the certificates ourselves, just pick them up. Peter also supports you and guides everyone on what to do next. Exactly, Juna. We will attack together and steal the certificate, then share it equally. In other words, the 10 of us will become one. Someone else also understood silently and stood up, agreeing to split up. Great. Let's work together and divide the tasks. As soon as I hear this, I immediately assign the responsibilities. First, you two go on patrol with me in the forest. The others stay here to guard. So there. Listening to the discussion from earlier, I found it increasingly interesting and smiled. Quick and sharp judgment skills. And you also have leadership qualities. The more I look, the more interesting it gets. But how will you handle what's coming next? Sang Yu. When dividing into teams to carry out missions, teammate number 331 revealed the truth alongside Peter. Actually, I was once the promising boxer who won medals at the National Sports Festival, but due to difficult circumstances, I became a hitman. Everything seemed happy for Peter's teammate number 331, but only after joining did he realize the truth. I thought everything would be better if I became a killer for glory, but once I joined, I realized this place is full of monsters.
With this situation, not to mention moving up to rank C, even staying in rank D is difficult. Peter saw that and turned to cheer on his teammate.
I've been like you before. Keep going, buddy. Effort will never betray us. The man number 331 was comforted and moved. Thank you. Hearing words of encouragement from a rank 336, it's truly heartwarming. After offering comfort, he also turned to carefully observe his surroundings and investigate. The area seems quiet for now, but I hope the guards are on duty. Someone outside the base is crying out in pain for help. Help me, please. Open the door for me. Someone inside heard the noise and looked out to check. Who's there? The injured person urgently calls for help. Open the door. I'm rank 317. After they opened it, they also asked about the condition of the other teammate. What? What happened? He was badly injured, trembling as he recounted what happened. There's a B-class assassin outside. Hoo-hoo! Everyone was a bit confused and curious when they heard this. Class B? Why is there suddenly a B-class assassin here? This is a D-class assassin's territory. Upon hearing this, everyone here was shocked and asked the injured person, so you fought with a B rank? Why? Why do we have to fight a B-class assassin in a D-class test? Suddenly, he remembered an important matter and reminded everyone, now more than ever, we must work together quickly to block the entrance. Suddenly, at this moment, a mysterious figure appears behind a B-class assassin and threatens him. It's already too late. He comes to understand everyone's plans here and provokes them. So we're temporarily cooperating in the alliance, right? But do you know what the most interesting thing about the alliance is? Seeing him appear with a murderous intent and challenge, you never know when you'll be betrayed. I am the best. Down also followed that guy to appear and get ready for a fight for fun. The kids must always be cautious of outsiders. Did you know? Diaz is sleeping there, and suddenly he overheard the conversation and got up to eavesdrop. What the hell is this? This is more interesting than I thought. Juna couldn't believe it and felt worried and scared. If there are even 2 of them in Class B, she fears and trembles thinking about the scene she once witnessed at the church. If that's the case, we can't win. Someone with the number 331 hurriedly informed Peter that there was an intruder at the factory. Another person, number 321, heard the news and ran away in fear. Screw it, forget it, everyone fend for themselves. Number 331 was so surprised at how cowardly that guy was that he angrily cursed. Hey, you coward, why did you run away alone? And Peter, after hearing the news, remained surprisingly calm. Number 331, at this point, didn't know what to do and asked him anxiously. It's dangerous, we have to run too, right? He calmly considers the plan, secretly thinking it's time. The arrogant ME car responded to everyone in D rank, but what if someone gets killed during the test? Didn't everyone hear just now? When everyone heard this, suddenly they understood something and stammered in question. What? He didn't beat around the bush and directly move forward to press him for an answer. There's no law against killing on this island. Doyun also flaunted the certificate he just stole and threatened. You guys better hand over your certificates and disappear. Diaz has no intention of helping and just sits in the corner, smirking satisfied. This is interesting. Should I step in? Oh well, that ruins the fun. Watching these kids fight could actually be entertaining. Juna is standing in a corner, trying to think of a way to save the situation with a wish. If only Zhang Yu were here, everything would be resolved. No, Zhang Yu can't use her own, so the situation will get even worse. The 2 brothers, seeing the danger ahead, also decide to protect everyone and warn each other. Get ready. We have to risk our lives to protect everyone. It's very dangerous. Little brother, see you again in heaven, brother. After some thought, Juna finally decided to fight them. That's right, I've trained a lot. Now it's time to risk everything. To win or lose everything. The Cloud car is excitedly rushing forward, provoking and eager to fight quickly and win immediately. There are currently 5 certificates here, so why not rush in? If you do, you'll jump on him immediately, trying to take him down quickly and quietly without anyone noticing, determined to succeed. I'll come to get it. Seeing this scene, everyone was panic-stricken, thinking, wait a minute, too fast, no way, I can't react in time. But at that moment, a punch from an unknown person swept past his face, defeating him. After that powerful punch from the mysterious individual, he was thrown hundreds of meters away and couldn't get up. Everyone was surprised and started to discuss what was happening. What is this? Another strong B-class fighter, huh? No, why are B-class fighters attacking each other? Juna also thought about the person in her mind. Only Zangu could rush in here. I have to stop him. He can't get in here and fight. She also rushed out and shouted loudly at the mysterious person. Don't come in. She suddenly froze for a moment when she saw that person, thinking,
Huh? What's going on?
A person wearing an orange hat like a pumpkin walks in confidently, making Juna shocked and think, what the heck? She immediately had confusing thoughts about that person. How could Uncle number 331 possibly resist Class B? It turns out that under that hat is Peter, and I seriously think about it. With such strict surveillance, my actions will be limited. So earlier, I made a deal with number 331. The only way I can act without drawing attention is by borrowing this man's identity. So I gathered the D class and went into the forest where there were no cameras. And at this point, some people also started to question Peter. So where is Kim Sang-woo? Why didn't he come back with the uncle? Peter, in disguise, coldly replied, he left earlier, and someone else wondered with some suspicion. Hey, I think something's different. He seems taller than before. Another person also confirmed this unusual detail. Indeed, Uncle Pumpkin is taller than before. He also didn't try to run away and simply responded to the question, yes, I am at the age of growth. The other two didn't know anything and still admired.
Wow, so cool. Teach me how to do that.
Juna pouted, thinking they didn't recognize her. Are you guys really that blind that you can't recognize him? Really, this is so funny. Who are you? Peter fearlessly confronted him directly,
revealing his true identity he had been hiding. I am Pumpkin Kai, D-rank assassin, ranked 331, and you are B-rank.
You're only ranked 331 and you still dare to challenge me? I also stand fearless and get into position to tell him. Don't underestimate rank. 331, I am Pumpkin Kai, a former national boxing champion. Do you know what the current situation is? Do you know who you're fighting against? Peter raised an eyebrow slightly, a condescending smile on his lips. Of course I know I'm a D-rank, 331st, and you're a B-rank assassin pretending to be D, right? That comment made JHAN burst out laughing, as if he just heard the funniest story in the world. He shook his head with a mocking look, as if you still don't understand what's really going on. That's why you're still only at rank D, he said this while turning his knife. Alright then, let me explain it to you simply. The initial teasing has turned serious as we talk about the opponent's resolve. It means you're about to die at my hands, Peter said confidently as he took a defensive stance. Don't underestimate Class 331. I, Beacon Knight, used to be the national sports champion boxer. The fight between the two of them was so intense that everyone around was buzzing with chatter, wondering if it was going to be okay. Even if he is the national sports championship boxing champion, how can he fight against Class B? Someone stop him quickly. That's Bumpkin talking. Thaddeus is watching the fight. This is really unbelievable. Just now it was 336, and now it's Pumpkin K rank 331. This is not the skill level of a D-rank assassin or a national sports champion boxer. With nothing special in their background, they can land a fatal blow, and even a B-rank attacker, just by surprise attack, makes PNG feel more and more excited. So what if you fight head-on? You secretly feel pleased. Everyone is still talking behind their backs. But was Pumpkin really that strong when he first faced him? I never thought he was that strong. Someone else chimes in. That's right, it's like they've become a different person. Peter looked at the person watching the match and thought to himself, there are too many people watching. In this situation, there's only one way. Jae-hyun smirked mockingly. Becoming the national sports champion in boxing, how could that be possible? So I will give you a taste of 1,000 boxing styles you love. Then without hesitation, I rush forward and throw my fists at you, shouting. I see Juna standing there smiling to herself, thinking that because she's wearing a mask, she can hide her identity, and if she's Zhang Yu, she would definitely easily defeat the B-class fighters. Joy quickly turned to shock as everyone began to realize something was wrong. But the problem was that Class D was fighting Class B. Thinking of this, her expression suddenly changed. Before she could even understand what had happened, he had taken a punch that distorted his face. Just as she was still confused, Peter had already taken a devastating blow on the ring. A loud bang echoed across the floor, dust billowing everywhere, as he was thrown dozens of meters away. Ji-hyun rushed over from the other side, his eyes cold as steel. He sneered, walking and speaking loudly. Really disappointing. The national sports boxing champion is nothing special, huh? Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, he kept punching Peter left and right, leaving him unable to defend himself. Go, and his teammates stood silently in front of what was happening in the match, not knowing what their teammates were up to, telling them not to do anything reckless. Juna stands silently among the crowd that is gradually falling silent, her eyes fixed firmly on the ring. There's no way she could be like that. Those two B-ranked guys are stronger than we thought. Even thus thought he had misjudged. This was beyond my expectations. I was mistaken about him. This little pumpkin guy is in trouble. Ji-hyun's punches strike like thunder, pounding through his body with each blow. What happened in the fight made him rethink everything. Standing firm despite being hit like that isn't the skill level of a D rank. He shook his head and smirked slightly. It's not because of laughter, but because he sensed something waiting to emerge that is a class or even higher. Ji-hyun kept punching again and again. But the more I strike, the stranger I feel. Clearly I hit him, but it feels like I didn't. The more he fought, the more confused he felt, unsure of what was really happening, but still trying to throw punches at Peter. Go-hyun was a bit puzzled. What had they done? Go sweat and didn't know how to respond, worried that Juno was still standing despite being beaten like that. He continued because he was blocking so well. Little Pumpkin Juna asked in surprise, "What does it mean to block so well?" He slightly smirked, not in a rush to answer, and looked at Peter saying, "Watch carefully, he's just pretending to block well." As his punches came toward him, extending the timing until the last moment and moving into the attack at the moment of impact, he almost wouldn't take any damage. You have concluded that the boxing technique involves dodging by pretending to be hit, also known as head zone. The match on the ring continues, but now the spectators are starting to notice something different. What is this? That's strange. That's right, it's really strange. Is Pumpkin Knight the one getting beaten? Why does that B-grade assassin look so exhausted? He's gradually running out of energy. He's starting to tire, sweat pouring down his face, breathing rapid. That guy was just lucky. This time I'll finish you off. The collision caused a fierce reaction from the surrounding spectators. Everyone started discussing excitedly. Peter was still sitting on the ground pretending to be innocent, as if he had won unexpectedly, while he lay sprawled on the ground with blood on his face. What just happened? My foot slipped, but luckily I won. Juna nearby saw the impressive scene and thought to herself, what is going on? It seems like he only lightly hit him. At the same time, Go and Go-young both gasped and shouted, "That guy's really lucky. Could it be that he won the National Sports Festival just like that?" Tadius has become interested in Peter. Interesting, even if he's pretending to be clumsy. Seeing Kana narrowly dodge his attack, he wondered if he had evaded all strikes using head zone, and reflected on the recent battle. Even the world champion couldn't do that. Maybe no one noticed, but Little Pumpkin hit his temple, and that strike carried incredible power, precision, and force. Tadius smirked with amusement. I can't take this anymore. Dia struggled to stand up. Damn it, I have to retreat after losing to a low-ranked opponent. Then he ran away as fast as he could because someone was waiting for him. Someone shouted, "The second-ranked guy is running away." That guy replied, "Forget him, we can't beat him anyway. I didn't expect Uncle Pumpkin to defeat a B-rank assassin. Amazing. Let's grab the certificates quickly." As for Peter, he sat pondering in front of his former opponent's corpse. The problem isn't that, it's just that they've only just started. So then Luke from the backpack Ji-hyun left behind managed to steal so many certificates? How did he do it? Then they must be hiding something, so I look in the direction Ji ran and think. Go pretends to be sad and walks over to talk to him. Uncle Pumpkin is done now. I'm so jealous. Go-hyung added, "We only have one certificate so far. Maybe we should get ready to go home now." Go looks shy. That's right. What can we do now? Hearing them say that, he had no choice but to share the certificates with his teammates. We'll split them evenly. Anyway, we're a team after all. The two young men in the team are crying tears of joy. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Sir, no. Pumpkin brother. Peter also approaches and hands the certificate to that Dias. You want to share too? But what Thus wants most right now is a fight with you. I don't need this, I want something else. Peter asked curiously, what do you mean? Thus waved his hand and smiled, saying it's nothing, then smiled again in a dangerous way. I want to fight you. Juna urgently intervenes. Hey, it's over now. We should work together instead of fighting. Run away. Pumpkin's still here and Go-young is enjoying it. We're not planning to kill each other, so what's there to be afraid of? The fight between Pumpkin and Butterfly is really exciting. Seeing Peter hesitate, he raised an eyebrow and half smiled as if about to unleash his final move. So what? Let's bet our certificates on this match. Sounds exciting, right? And by the way, my certificate is very easy to get. He furrowed his brow, clearly puzzled. Before he could speak, that Dias quickly added more. Just you, little Pamkin, with a mischievous sparkle in your eyes as you extend your hand, inviting me. Or, rather, it's a challenge. If you can touch even a strand of my hair, I'll give it to you. So go ahead and do it. Peter suddenly interjected, his tone calm as if nothing was worth discussing, causing Shit Dias to pause slightly with confidence as the winner. And he continued, anyway, UCC can't touch me. Amidst the tense atmosphere, our audience begins to get noisy. Go speaks up. Hey, what's with this atmosphere? Do you really want to fight? Go-hyung replied, this is exciting, and Juna just stands by. Pumpkin, don't fight. Peter was silent for a long time, his eyes burning with passion, and he began to reconsider all his assumptions. Even so, since they first met, he had never used his hands. Remembering that he always crossed his arms in front of his chest, could he be hiding something on his hand? That made him consider. Seeing that he didn't answer, the kid provoked him, saying, "Just use what little Pumpkin is most confident in, whether it's boxing or any other weapon," then stood up, ready for the fight. Suddenly, the loud warning siren blared, shattering the tense atmosphere like a knife, and the factory area was sealed off within 5 minutes. Anyone still talking inside the factory area will be eliminated, so leave immediately. Tadius looks quite disappointed. "Get up, who would go and sabotage our deal like this?" Go Hyung complained angrily. "What is that? The blockade is approaching the closest point." Go Hyung sighs regretfully. What a pity. At that moment, thus his phone rang in his pocket. He took it out, looked at the screen, and answered. "Boss, what's the matter?" "All right, I'm coming right now." After answering the phone, thus simply smiled and quietly stepped outside. The three of them started making noise. "Brother Butterfly, where are you going?" you reply. "See you later, guys. Outside is a ruined, abandoned warehouse." They wondered where Peter had gone. "Hey, Pumpkins, where did you disappear to?" "Damn it, we still have to go now. But Sang-Yu has to come with us too." At that moment, the gate outside suddenly swung open, and Peter, also known as Sang-Yu, returned wearing a backpack filled with items. He stepped into the group. "Kim Sang-Yu, where have you been?" Go Hyung, looking angry, recounted the story passionately. "Are you hiding again? Do you know who we just fought? We just fought 2 B-rank guys." Jun Na helplessly sighed in frustration at his exaggerated story. "Let's go quickly." Jun Na silently despised them, thinking they're just bystanders. Sang-Yu raised his hand to stop them, saying, "Wait, stop, we shouldn't go together." They helplessly responded, "Again? In this urgent situation, you're still messing around?" "Hey, what's this? It's an extra item." "Looking at the flashlight, I understand, but why is there also this bouncing ball?" I wonder and ask. He calmly replied that it seemed the organizers had hidden these extra items on the island. Go Hyung Chen said confidently, "If we go together, it will be hard to find the extra items, so let's split into 2 groups." Actually, I was about to suggest that plan too. "Oh, you too? I thought of this plan an hour ago." In the end, Go Hyung and Go joined the same team, while he and Juna formed another. As they wandered through the forest, Juna asked, "Do the extra items vary depending on who finds them?" "So everyone will fight over the additional items, right?" he replied calmly. "That's possible, but the bigger issue is that your half-hearted words make Juna more curious." He was scouting around while deep in thought, realizing that the organizers would continue to expand the restricted area, meaning they would narrow the active space and force the participants to fight each other. His gaze grew more serious, as if he was preparing for a new battle. "If so, I will have to fight sooner or later." While lost in thought, Juna suddenly shouted alert. "Kim Sang-Yu, stop." "What is this? No way." "Sang-Yu, can't you feel it?" Peter asks. "What are you talking about?" Jun-Na continued. "Do you not smell this strong odor?" Juna exclaimed happily, and then pulled out the pile of food from behind the rock. "There is a lot of food behind this rock. Quickly take it and share with the team," he said helplessly and confused. How can she smell the sealed food? She must be really desperate. I wonder if he and Juna know what the other team has found and how their team is doing. They probably found something delicious too. What the hell is this? Them wearing princess dresses they picked up? Additional supplies. It seems Peter and Juna trusted their teammates too much. As they were searching for items, gunfire rang out. Juna exclaimed in shock, "Is this gunfire?" "There's no way there are guns here," Sang-Yu said. "Looks like the others have also found the supplies." "Juna, you run away. I'll be back after a while." After speaking, he sprinted toward the sound of gunfire, thinking, when we arrived on the island, we had to surrender all dangerous weapons. If those B-class guys have guns, I don't know what could happen. I run like the wind. I think I know this isn't just a simple test, but I have to stop everything before it's too late. I don't know what Rafato, that guy, will do now. When he arrived at the sound of gunfire, he was taken aback to see someone lying sprawled on the ground in a pool of their own blood. To ensure this person was still alive, he reached out to check for a pulse on their neck. Once I was sure she was alive, it seemed this night's test would no longer go as I expected, he said with a dangerous look. Then I saw a shadow suddenly glide past the tallest tree on the island, so I sat there watching the situation and reported to the boss. "Yes, boss, no old man like Peter at all. I think, even though there are two interesting people, recalling my encounter with you and him when you were Pamkin, I should probably go back." Boss asked, "Do you regret it?" "Regret?" He laughed as if he had just heard a funny joke. The boss continued, "From now on, things will get even more interesting." "What do you mean?" The boss continued speaking, then just kept going. And I knew right away with a mysterious and evil smile. Over here, Juna is hiding under a tree, waiting for Zhang-Yu when she encounters the test supervisor. Who could it be? She was stunned to realize he was the examiner. He is the one overseeing the test. "Why are you here?" The supervisor, looking injured and struggling, said, "This is not a test to avoid being promoted." Juna wondered what he was suddenly talking about. The administrator continued, "Everyone here will disappear." Juna froze in front of what the administrator said. "What are you talking about? Are they all going to die?" Thus also knows about this. Everyone is shocked. "Boss, make it simple." Boss continues, "Just as I said, I will send the D class to the underworld."
And if anyone survives, it will be Peter and his wicked, ugly face as he finally finds the real Peter. The exam supervisor shouted, "We will eliminate them all." He, covered in sweat, hurriedly said, "Run away from here. This is not a test to avoid being promoted." Juno was stunned and asked, "What?" He collapsed to the ground, looking exhausted. Although I don't know what Glory is planning, it seems that some of the bastards they sent are killing D-rank assassins, blood flowing from his mouth. Be careful, there are not just 1 or 2 B-rank enemies. Even if all the D-rank ones team up, they can't defeat them. He coughs. "We can't do this." Juno tries to focus. "Are there many B-rank enemies? Where are they?" The proctor kept saying, "They were just stabbed in the neck with a throwing knife, causing Runa to scream." A voice rang out. "I didn't even want to come here yesterday, but now I think I made the right decision." A gray-haired guy appeared and said he didn't expect to see such a beautiful girl here. "Are you the one who killed everyone? This is a D-rank test going on here. What are you doing here?" The guy interrupted her. "That thing." The guy raised his thin hand to his chin, pretending to think. "Not my business. Collecting certificates doesn't matter to me. I will kill all the D-ranks. No, I've changed my mind." Hey Sin licks his lips with an unfriendly expression. "I won't kill you. I'll just take you in." The more Jun-Na looked, the more she frowned, thinking this disgusting pervert didn't seem to be anything special at first glance, but he's a B-rank. She remained cautious, wondering if she could defeat him alone when he approached. "Hey," Sin smirked teasingly and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me like that? Do you like it?" "Coincidentally, so do I." He suddenly lunged at Juna and shouted, "I am thinking of you too." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What a coincidence." "Coincidentally, we've been thinking about him too," Juna exclaimed upon seeing the two of them. The Doc Gal brothers continued speaking as they grabbed at H. Sin's hand, saying that the envoy, Badro, always appears at crucial moments. Go also appeared in a cute dress carrying a stuffed animal and said, "Sorry, but our opponent is us. Be careful with that guy. He's a B-class bastard who kills people, that pervert." The Doc Gal brothers said, "Wait, why are you saying that?" "So this B-class guy is just a small, weak little monkey." Gong also mimicked the action with the cute dress, and the stuffed animal added, "I've had enough experience with the old men at the church." Remembering the scene at the church, both of them said, "I would never be careless like that again." "That's right, this time is different." Juna ponders, "We have to do it ourselves." "No, Uksang." She turned to Doc Gu and shouted, "Let's fight together, Doc Gu." The three of us worked together, but were interrupted by him. "Luna, save your strength for later." Go also said, "I know that too." "Luna," he said, stepping forward and turning his shoulder to warm up. "If you want to become a Badro, rank B is just a small step we need to overcome. Are you ready?" Go Hyung smiled softly and replied, "Of course, little brother." Seeing the DC Gao brothers jump away, H ponders with a scratch of his chin, what are these lower-ranked guys planning to do? Are they planning to run? But the figure of Go Hyung rushing forward appeared, making him change his mind. No, they are attacking. Go Hyung's attack missed the target, making you wonder what this guy is. "Did you think I had already landed on the ground when you looked over from above? How did I get there so quickly?" Go Hyung said without hesitation. "Is the strength of this cute guy his speed? But do you know that both figures kept rushing into each other again and again?" "Go," Hyung said loudly. "This guy is also very fast, isn't he?" But when you realize something doesn't add up, you immediately widen your eyes and look. What is it? Wait a minute, something's not right. Go Hugh thought this guy's speed wasn't normal. He looked more relaxed and even teasing. "Why are you surprised?" "Because I am a difficult man to read, right?" But Go's voice rang out, full of surprise, as he appeared behind the guy and restrained him with both hands. "When I catch you, you won't be able to do anything either." Hai Sin just glares and thinks, how is this kid so strong? He then said to him, "Uncle, if I catch you, you're done for. No one can escape this fate." Meanwhile, Go Hyung shouted in panic, "No, brother, let go of my hand." But Go didn't understand the situation, suddenly out of nowhere. "Hi or Hai Sin." Hai's lips curled up as he spoke and smiled. "Just now, it's always Badro. Badro, no matter how much you change your head, you'll never become Badro," because he suddenly shouted and grabbed the neck of the DC Gao brothers when escaping G's grip. Badro has become a legend at your age. He mustered all his strength and slammed both of them to the ground, shouting in mockery. The D-grade kids. Go clenched his teeth, thinking as he tried to resist his opponent's power. What kind of strength is this? Go Hyun keeps coughing continuously. Their throats are blocked, unable to speak. Ha-sin seems to hear both of their thoughts and excitedly opens his mouth to laugh loudly. "That's right, you really can't speak now." A normal adult man's grip strength is 45 kilograms, but a chimpanzee's grip strength is 130 kilograms. The guy frowns, opens his mouth wide, looking just like a monkey with a body weight of 130 kilograms. A new window system appears with updated information. 2 life forms disguised as D rank, but actually B rank, with notable features and a grip strength of 130 kilograms. The more I see, the crazier I get, saying if you can't even escape my hands, how can you become a Badro? Have you ever met an apostle? But suddenly he widened his eyes and thought, what is this? The 2 Gao brothers on either side grabbed his arms and growled.
This is the result of the training I learned from the apostle. Hay clenched his jaw tightly, watching their movements, and at the same time, Flying Amba and the others didn't even speak to each other. But how is that possible? The DCG brothers continue to say, no matter how strong you are, don't look down on other people's dreams. Go clenched his jaw and grabbed his opponent's hand because no matter what anyone says, we will definitely become Badro. Looking back at the past, Kegel once wondered why do you all want to become Badro so badly? Both brothers from DC Go answered that question together because it was our destiny. Back then, 11 years ago, a voice echoed from inside an abandoned shop. Do you know? The murmurs from the children, even orphans have their ranks. What? I heard they were abandoned right after birth, even without any money. Oh, and there were even a few mocking laughs. Then what should we call them? And so we were called that. There's a voice echoing in the library. It's true, isn't it? Go, looking miserable, leaned against the bookshelf and asked why we were locked up when they were fighting too. Clearly, they were the ones who started it first. Go Hyung, not much better, said while stuffing a tissue into his nose. I heard that back in the day when Father Gabriel was alive, everyone was very happy. Go turned to look at him, curious, and asked, but maybe one day our mother will come looking for us. Go? Hyung simply replied in a dismissive, indifferent tone. Stupid. That will never happen. Hearing Go Hyung say that, he screamed as if his wound had been touched. Why do you know? Go Hyung even didn't bother to look at Go and said, Mom didn't even bother to name us before abandoning us, which means she never intended to find us again. He calmly lay on the ground, as if no one would ever search for us, the nameless children. That was the moment when even the faintest glimmers of hope disappeared. A book suddenly fell and hit Go Hyung on the head, making him cry out in pain. Go, Hyung muttered, turning to look at the bookshelf. Damn it, even this old notebook is hitting me. But Go D then crouched down to look at the notebook. Hey, wait a minute. What is this? He pointed to the notebook and said, This notebook has no name. I heard that everyone who remembers my name has died in the war. People call me Dogga, even if it's a mocking nickname. All right, I will show them. No matter how much this name is meant to mock, this Doggao will become a great person. I have a name now. I know it's silly, but whenever I'm alone, I still want to call it by that name. Maybe I will never be called by this name outside, but I still tell myself this before going to sleep. Go Hyung tries to open his swollen eyes to see if that's really the case. Could it be that Go is also trying to speak with a swollen mouth? You must not become someone who disappoints the North City. You glance at Goze and ask, Badro, is this the diary of the envoy Badro? Goze also looked at him and said, I guess Badro was also lonely when he was young. He pointed to the notebook and shared his thoughts. Hey, maybe we should give ourselves names. Badro's nickname Dog Go sounds cool. Go Hyung then comments, Oh, this is the first time you've said something sensible. He got excited when he heard you say that. Really? That's awesome. Goong points his thumb at himself and grabs Go's shoulder with his other hand. Because we're brothers, I'll be the dog. So you are dog. After telling the story, both of them shouted loudly at Kegel. That's why we want to become someone like Badro. And you, he said quietly. Yeah, I understand your touching story, Kegel added his comment. But you two will never become Badro. Both of them looked downcast after hearing that. Don't do that, Kajio continued, causing both of them to stop and feel sad. But who knows? Kajio glanced at both of them, and if you become one, maybe it's possible. Hearing him say that, both Go and Go Hyung looked confused. Huh? What do you mean? This time, the transition space has both of them tied together, and they keep protesting. Hey, tying up our hands and feet has nothing to do with becoming one and then torturing us again. All this time, it's just been useless training. Kegel, standing behind them with a murderous aura, told them to just give up already. As if fighting for their lives, both of them quickly changed their attitude and broke into bright smiles. Okay, actually, I've wanted to do this for a long time. A loud scream echoed out as Dogoi shouted, while Go Hyung struggled in midair, panicking and begging him not to let go because he was about to fall. Go also tries to cling to the cliff with one hand. Don't move. And KGEL, who was watching nearby, said, You two are not two separate people. Merge both your bodies and minds. The next challenge quickly began. Go Hyung keeps shouting, I should go to the right? Go also shouted while shielding himself. No, move to the left. Kegel keeps throwing punches at both of them. Are you planning to dodge like soldiers? If you don't dodge in the same direction, you'll get hit. By tonight, the two of you will be locked in the same bathroom and keep complaining. We have to go to the bathroom together too. There's only one toilet. As for Kegel, he nonchalantly leaned against the wall and said, Let's synchronize your bathroom breaks too, so you become one. Returning to the present, he coughed heavily and threw both of them away. How dare you be rude to me? The man thought back on the situation earlier and sweat profusely. Damn it, did I just see things? Did I really see something from those two kids? A figure filled with murderous intent appears in his mind, a terrifying aura he has never felt before. He trembles as he scratches his arms until they turn red. But so what? They're just D-rank kids after all. They definitely aren't my opponents. Juna hid nearby, observing the situation with a series of thoughts running through her mind. That pervert was locked up, but still able to throw those guys around like tossing a ball. What should I do now? I have nothing left.
Suddenly, he turns his head to look at her, sticking out his long tongue to lick his lips shamelessly. So now it's just the two of us?
Give up, beautiful girl. Before I could finish speaking, he was slapped across the face. Someone as weak as you. That made him panic and think, what? Why was there an attack from the right? Wait, no. Hae-sin hugged her right cheek in panic, thinking how could she attack me from afar like that when there are no weapons here? Suddenly noticing something, he let out a breath and said mockingly, well done on improvising quickly. I see you know how to make your own weapons in such a short time. But you, pretty girl, what are you so confident about? Do you think you can beat me with this ball? Ha grinned mischievously and laughed out loud. So I heard that guy was trained by the apostle. What about you? Were you trained by Badro? Juna calmly replied, no, I have never been trained by Badro. Hae-sin laughed even louder after hearing Juna's words. I was just joking. Why are you answering so seriously? How could I possibly meet Badro? Who is Badro that I would know him? What is that? No way. How could this girl possibly? In his eyes, Juna now resembled Peter, exuding a more formidable aura than the two kids earlier. Juna now raised her leg to the rope wrapped around her wrist and left ankle, seriously saying, I will show you what I have learned. The villain's sneering laughter. All right. He put on a creepy face and looked at the beautiful girl. You have to admit that you're not naturally beautiful, but no matter how skilled you are at improvising or creating powerful weapons, the guy mocked while pointing at her, you still rank D, 335th place. You can't beat me. Haven't you heard that experience is gold? He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, that's right. I must have misjudged earlier. You've served 17 years in prison. There's no way I could have been mistaken. Wait a minute. That's not right. It's because I served 17 years in prison. That thing is real. Juna appears with a fierce presence and shouts, hey, you pervert. Why haven't you come in yet? He pinched his own cheeks with both hands, trying to regain his composure. He said that when he returned, he had to go to the hospital immediately. He continued, I thought a fragile girl like you would fight like that, but it turns out you use long-range attacks. One hand of the guy holds his face. If he loses in strength, he must use long-range tactics. That is the basic rule of martial arts. You're a clever girl, but what should I do now? The guy has turned into a beast, eyes wide and a strange smile on his face, but unfortunately that weapon won't work here. Because he jumped up and spread his arms to attack Juna, but she quickly dodged in the dense forest. He's a bit surprised. Oh, you managed to dodge? Juna thought that perverted bastard was right. The dense forest means if I throw wrong, the wire will get caught on a tree. Sacrificing her speed to spin around her, she knew she would be counterattacked. I can't attack like this. That bastard is provoking me. Why throw it? Are you afraid of getting caught in the trees and counterattacked? Come with me, my love. His aura is right behind Juna. She quickly spins around, thinking to herself, this perverted guy is just joking. I have to take him down when he's off guard. The copper ball's all aimed at the cute one, and he burst out laughing. Missed, huh? What's going on? Your throwing skills are so bad I thought you were impressive, but it turns out I was mistaken. Please, this time you have to hit it. Hae-sin sneers mockingly. My dear, throw it accurately. Ha ha, here we go again. He placed his hand on his chin, looking at her with a contemptuous gaze. If you keep going like that, you'll never hit, even if you throw 100 times. Just as he finished, something suddenly flew straight at him, making him stumble. Ha ha, so pretty and stunned, she looks back. What? Someone? He saw a gap in front of him, no one there. What was that just now? Hae-sin, feeling uneasy and sweating, suddenly lunged forward with her weapon, thinking just a little more. A voice rang out, and she held her weapon in her hand, asking what he thought. If I had this in my shabby room, with Juna leaning on the pizza table, could I survive there? Peter, holding a stick, aimed at the ball. No, she replied. You should at least pretend to think before answering. He casually replied, I'm just answering your question. Juna, who was already looking up attentively, listened as Peter spoke in a cold tone. Sing Hot is a very good weapon, capable of causing great damage from a distance with little force. But their sage can become a weakness. She asked about the weakness. He continued, You might not be able to use Sling Hot there. Juna replied, Where would that be? Peter calmly said, Then Juna, try to hit this target. He pointed the long stick in his hand forward. From here, a bottle is placed on a box away from the table. Then it moves toward the target, and she gasps in shock. Huh? How could you possibly hit it? Peter casually puts away the stick, but there's more than one way, so don't worry too much. June, standing behind, asked what he meant. He replied, It means the path is created by us. Peter turned his back and walked to the door. I guess I'm leaving then. Wait, Peter. Create a path. What do you mean? You have to explain it to me. From the small house, the sound of sighs echoes. Oh my God, I'm screwed. Is there anyone else in this world like us? Someone else replied, Of course not. Peter walks in and observes the two men lying on the bed, handcuffed together. What are you two doing? The man in the blue shirt spoke. You can't imagine it. We are practicing. The two of them jump up crying and screaming. Have you ever tried sleeping at the same time? If you don't sleep together, you'll be woken up. Even if we are siblings, we can't go to the bathroom at the same time. Peter said indifferently. All right, back off a little. That's enough. The dazed man in the blue shirt asked, Where's Lai Juna? We only get to sleep 3 hours a day. Sitting nearby, she also spoke up. Where did she go again to indulge in false hopes? The man in white lies down. Forget it. We'll fall asleep soon, too. Sleeping is the best solution. 1, 2, 3, sleep. Hey, man, aren't we supposed to sleep when we reach 4? Peter chuckled softly. She's probably just dreaming. Yuna, she must be passionate about training and dreaming of becoming stronger. The obstacle in front of her has been damaged by her. June, with a determined look, gracefully throws her weapon. She kneels down, her hands trembling from the injury. No, there are too many obstacles. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach my goal. Sweat pours down my face like a shower, but my determination and inner resolve remain. It's not about trying again. Still having the strength to speak means you haven't tried hard enough. Juna keeps practicing. So close. Come on. She still refuses to give up trying to shoot the weapon at the right target. Try again, this time for sure. Juna, exhausted and gasping for breath, wondered how many times she had thrown but still got blocked, unable to hit the target. What exactly should she do to succeed? Wait a moment. Her eyes sparkled as if she had just thought of something. Blocked again? Juna turned to look. There are only 3 balls and a cue on the table. Peter has always been guiding me. He is guiding me so I can recognize it myself. She stands there watching, Hey Sin Sin, with her hands behind her head, injured and shouting. Damn it, you bastard. I don't know what happened, but I've changed my mind. The guy gritted his teeth in anger, his face turning into a demon. I won't play with you anymore. I'll kill you. Run. Not clenched her fists in fear. Peter's voice echoes like a maze. At first you'll get lost, and when the location changes, a new maze will appear. But don't be discouraged. It's an important process to hit the target. Because of the complex obstacles, you won't hit the mark at first. But trust your own eyes. Keep listening carefully. Keep eliminating the wrong answers, and eventually you'll see the right path. Juna, with her willpower and strength, throws the rope toward the guy, and then she uses all her strength to pull the rope toward him, turning the battlefield into her stage. The ball weaves through the trees at high speed toward H Scene. He is hit by the attack and falls to the ground. Hey Sin Sin's face was distorted with blood flowing out, secretly thinking she was mistaken. She wasn't missing her shot earlier. She was adjusting the trajectory to hit us. The two of them open their eyes in shock, and the man praises her. Luna is truly amazing. The one standing beside her must be just lucky, but still impressive. Hey! Sin Sin, unyielding, roared as she crawled on the ground. You guys are just a bunch of scum. If I want to, I can tear you apart. He suddenly froze, and the 2 men behind grabbed Hey Sin Sin's arms. He struggled and resisted. Do you think you can keep me blinded forever? If I get free, I will tear you apart. The man caught Hai Sin's punch and pondered. He's too strong. I can't endure this anymore. When will it all end? Just then, Luna charged forward fiercely, her weapon thrown aside as she was sent flying, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, see? That was just your luck earlier. He Sin looked up and said, I will tear these 2 apart and take that beautiful girl. A voice responded, Do you really think so? He froze. What? Her legs leapt off the ground. Hai Sin was stunned, thinking no way, that attack. Around Juna, a powerful aura radiated, her face cold and stern. Have you ever heard of an attack accelerated from above? She swooped down from above and kicked him with the force of a car crash. An explosion happened in an instant. The debris is flying everywhere. It's over. He is unconscious from the sacrifice. Oh, did he just faint? The man is excited. Hey, did we just defeat a B rank? The other person shouted. So, doesn't that mean we'll be promoted to Class B? She spoke up. Do they acknowledge our victory? June-na casually held her chin and said, And there's no reason for them to promote us because of this. First, let's find Peter. The voice rang out. No need to look for it. She paused and looked over. Doe sat under a tree with a serious expression and declared, Because you guys will die here. Seaway, originally from Black Snake Sect, disguising as a D rank, second B rank, 27 notable features with shooting skills. Is the B rank guy from the factory earlier? The other one looks covered in sweat. I didn't even sense his killing intent. I think to myself, damn it, he's even stronger than that gorilla. The slightly thin man said, No, it's okay. We just defeated that gorilla. Jun-na added, If we work together, we can beat him. Doe chuckled sinisterly and said, I don't intend to fight you guys. The 2 men relaxed. Oh, great! This uncle wants peace. Suddenly, her weapon breaks, and he raises his gun to shoot at them. I will shoot you all. I can hit anywhere I want. All right, next is your heads. The man quickly responded, Hey, using a gun is cheating. The other person panicked. Yes, what should we do now? Juna nervously ponders. Could the gunshot earlier have been from him? We can't beat him. What should we do? The skinny man shouted as if someone was coming. Juna turned happily to look. Peter, you suddenly froze, huh? A guy whoosh with a cheerful smile waves and approaches. Welcome, my brother. Doe asked, Who are you? The guy replied. Who am I? What am I? As you can see, I am a D-rank butterfly. I crossed my arms and came to check after hearing gunshots. Where's Little Pumpkin? Why are only you guys here? Doe chuckled. Wonderful. I just happened to come here by chance. He pointed the gun at the butterfly's head. Oh, are you shooting? Sounds interesting. Let's see who shoots faster. Let's see if I'm faster with the gun or faster than you. G sneered, almost there and still messing around. Uncle Butterfly is clever. What are you talking about? The situation is very dangerous. When facing an enemy with a gun at close range, you can either grab the gun and take control or find an opportunity to spin and dodge the bullets. He calmly grabbed the gun's barrel. Yes, then I can gain the upper hand.
Butterfly said calmly, so how can we make things more interesting then?
All right, so how about this? More interesting, right? Jay thought in amazement, this crazy guy is interesting. Is this what you call interesting? He moved the gun to his mouth without any fear. Come on, shoot. If you do this, I can't dodge, right? The scene freezes as everyone here stands still, spraying superglue and frozen in shock at the crazy guy's words. Go Hyung, after a few seconds of being stunned, finally realized, wait, he's putting the gun in his mouth so there's no way to dodge. Then Uncle Butterfly stepped in and gave up completely. Yuna stammered nervously. They're right, there's no way to dodge the bullets. What is he thinking? Do wondered silently. If I pull the trigger, this guy will definitely die. But the reason I can't shoot is because I saw it in that brief moment. Amidst the chaos, Shitatsu urged him to shoot again, insisting that if he pulled the trigger, he would die. You smugly sneer. Hey, what's with you, scarred buddy? Why are you retreating? Are you afraid to shoot? But you have to decide quickly now, he said firmly while kicking his leg. If you don't shoot, your scarred friend will be dead. Do panicked, reminding himself. No, calm down. I am the one in control here. If you shoot, he will die. Not me. I just got a bit overwhelmed by his aura. Stop pretending. How can you stop a gun? He kicked his elbow, causing it to deform. How could this be? Do shouted in pain. Oh, my arm? He trembles violently along with his broken arm. No way. What did you do? The Doc Gao brothers' faces turned pale and they sweat in horror. Yuna's eyes looked like she saw a ghost as she stammered, What's going on? Just now, Tedious, with his arrogant tone, said it's nothing serious, just a broken arm. Why are you making such a fuss? His face grew more terrifying as he said, Your left hand is still intact. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his head and hit a tree. Shouting wildly, he fired towards him. I used to be a top sniper of the Black Sect. Yuna looked upset and said, That's too close, and besides, that guy is very skilled with a gun. But she was surprised shortly after. Huh? Even though many bullets were aimed at him, he stood firm like a three-legged stool with no bullets hitting him, and he said with regret, Too bad, scarred friend. All 26 bullets missed this time, and Do was truly terrified of this monster. Who are you really? How can you be a D rank? Then he slowly replied, The answer was very simple. Little buddy, if you shoot with one hand, your accuracy drops below 50%. The more you boast and act arrogant, and if your opponent is me, your accuracy will be 0. After you finished speaking, Lien rushed at him and swept past like the wind. Do hadn't even had time to wonder what was going on. Go Hyung was stunned. What just happened to that guy?
Go also wondered why he only gave a light kick.
But then all three of us thought no. Even though I couldn't keep up, he must have thrown dozens of kicks. You stood on one leg looking really cool. And on the ground, the guy is crawling along, looking foolish and provoking. Oh my god, buddy with the scar, how did you fall so easily? You must need to drink more milk. Go Hyung was stunned as Yuna recited, This person looks like Sunu. He's probably not a D rank. Who exactly is that guy? T.S. just turned his back on Do when he immediately confessed. Now I remember, he whispered, Your aura has changed a lot, but I can never forget you. I struggle to ask, why are you here? The man who once terrified the entire continent. In the 9 lands of the Divine Dragon, in front of the Black Snake Sect group stands an ancient, massive door, said to be deadly for anyone who enters and never returns. Even a king of a country is no exception, a completely autonomous and lawless place. A voice with a teasing tone, looking quite tempting. He is Long Fei Lin, the 3rd-generation leader of this Black Snake Sect. Siwei, if we can take this place, we can dominate the world. The shouted commands of the leader and all the soldiers echoed. Now, charge in! Kill them all! Suddenly an old man asked, Do we really want to rush into 9 Dragon Siwei's deputy, directly under the 3rd-generation leader? Asked with a frown. What? The old man laughed maniacally. Everyone is the same. As long as I take this place, all obstacles will disappear, and that is paradise. But I can see clearly that fireflies rush headfirst into the fire even though they know they'll die. He angrily grabs the guy by the collar. Hey, crazy old man, want to die first? Do you know who we are? This is the Black Sorcerer, the Two Moon Sect. His mouth suddenly froze, and Ro was overwhelmed. What is this guy? The crazy man with a devilish look laughs. That's right, Black Snake. Pray that you will be lucky enough to be chosen and survive like me. Do was terrified. Why do you look so miserable? Lucky to be chosen? Is this old man the last survivor? At that moment, I should have run away, Phelan said dismissively. What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? Inside there are only members of the Black Snake Sect, not a single soul. Is this the den of the demons? I heard it's really fierce. Why is it so deserted? The henchmen also followed suit. They probably heard that the Black Snake Sect was coming and ran away. The boss is up there. He still has that attitude and says, A guest comes to the house but crawls out like a worm? A guy from above warns you clearly. I never warn twice. He loves to threaten. If you dare to move even a speck of dust here, You're all dead for sure. Do immediately tensed up and said, that guy is the divine dragon of the earth. Why is he standing there fighting against Thantin Baknyat when there are many armed guards around? And that drugged spirit doesn't know the limits of heaven and earth. What a coincidence. Actually, I never warned twice with my gun. He ordered Seaway to shout the command to fire. Immediately, all firepower was directed at Thus, who was now the divine dragon of the 9 realms. The area where you are standing is covered in smoke from gunfire. Seeing enough, Philin signals to stop, and when the smoke clears, a large hole is visible in the wall behind. Seeing that, he smugly said, save some bullets, you fools. This is the place we will use them. How can we do that if we blow everything to bits? Do questioned suspiciously. Not yet? Why ask such a stupid question? The 9 Heavens divine dragon suddenly collapses. Go check it out. A figure suddenly appears behind the still-formed smoke, with continuous sounds of fighting, bodies being torn apart, and a terrified scream. What is this? The henchmen of Black Snake Sect were gradually defeated, their screams echoing loudly. What the hell is going on? Get out of the smoke quickly. But maybe it's already too late. The crazy Philin started firing wildly. You bastard, where did you hide? Come out and I'll blow your head off. But suddenly a punch from somewhere shattered the gun. He was stunned, his mouth dry and trembling. The Black Snake Sect members tremble in fear at the murderous aura. A divine dragon saving the land. Impossible. How could the elite Black Snake Sect, fully armed, be defeated by a hand-to-hand fighter? No, he's not unarmed. A punch from that Dia shattered him to pieces. Do is terrified, because he is all weapon. After taking down the boss, now it's Joe's turn to taste the threat. He kneels before that Dios like an ancestor and pleads, please forgive me, we were wrong. We will do anything you want. You speak up, saying, you go outside and tell everyone that no matter who they are, their words are just threats. And if they dare step into 9 Dragons' hell, they'll be torn apart. After the fight, Jay retreats towards Philin. Boss, wake up, hurry, run now. But he was terrified. What the hell is this? Clearly, that guy didn't use any weapons and only fought hand-to-hand. But our leader seemed like he had no bones at all. Back to the exam, Jay was once again terrified by that Dias. Hey, is this guy dead? Hearing that, he mustered all his strength and whispered, you can only pray that you will be chosen. Although I don't know the reason. Once that man arrived here and mentioned that Dias, this place would inevitably become a mess. Cutting to the VIP lounge at Vin Quang, where Raphael is relaxing. The female staff member poured a cooling liquid onto his back and said, Boss, the signals from the dispatch level B agents are being cut off. Good, Raphael said with satisfaction. Just as you expected, you have eliminated the B levels, so it's definitely not that Dias. Only one person remains, Apostle Peter.
Raphael ordered to bring him, and the staff member, wide-eyed, responded with a surprised sound.
That look in his eyes brightened as he spoke. The surveillance camera spun around. I want to see for myself. Returning to the forest, I hear someone shout, who the hell is that guy? The other person quickly asked, just a little and run away. The one earlier wondered why we did this to us. It turns out it's the clown in Song Du running away. Keep running. Oh my god, we're almost there. He shouldn't be here, right? Suddenly, a fist appeared out of nowhere blocking Song Do's path. Could that be the man? Are you talking to me? The clown said. Why are you chopping the tree, General? Song Do was trembling all over with fear again. He was behind me before I realized. Tell me, did you come here? The clown asked curiously, who told you to do this? His voice still trembling, he replied. In a prison for violent offenders in South America, there was a riot among the inmates and many guards were killed. Immediately after, the special forces arrived. They said all the riotous prisoners had been subdued. With just one guard, codenamed Mikai, Vin Quang B top 14 former specialized guards became a guard solely because of one reason, to kill people legally. What was that guy's name after hearing Song Do's words just now? So that makes him a murderer, not a killer. Truly different from the glory of Father Gabriel before. The clown frowns and continues. Anyway, if you don't run, he'll immediately draw those small throwing knives. Hi, Jekker will show you the romance of the former glory. Codename Jer, Vin Quang, level D, P321. The assassin trait of the former glory and the killer of new glory. Seeing this, Mikai exclaimed in shock, Gao, why do you have weapons? It's clear that weapons are not allowed here. The very next second, he threw sharp throwing knives forward and shouted, I've used knives my whole life. Fijao Mikai grimaced and tilted away from the weapons. Even a B rank can't do much against long-range attacks, right? Dodge those two? The sharp-eyed gaze asked. But can you keep dodging forever? Suddenly he sensed something and exclaimed in shock. What is this? Help the flag look down at the stomach being pierced by something and bleeding profusely. I already threw the knife. Why? Help Co turned to Mikai and asked, You weren't there? How is that possible? The old man smiled and waved his weapon, saying, Do you wonder? Mikai continued, You have it too, with a face drained of color from fear. What's going on? The old man immediately responded with even more words. Bone, huh? The flag just cracked. I took it from a guy I already killed, you crazy. At that moment, Mikai struck him, making him gasp in surprise. Too strong, too scary. This is a level I can't reach. The old man, like a hunting beast, spoke in a cute attempt, but he's still just a loser. So now, shall we make another weapon? Just then, a noise suddenly came from behind, and Mikai's cheerful face immediately turned around. Oh! Are there still people hiding? The materials are coming to me on their own. The old man looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Today is truly my lucky day. Come here. That little brat is here to entertain me. Peter calmly appeared and spoke. The kid? The clear blue sky and warm golden sun shine down on the trees in the forest as the person with hands in pockets walks ahead of the three of them. What's going on with the twins? You look so down despite everything being so nice. You smile cheerfully and stretch. Are you seeing ghosts? Meeting the twins alone. The two brothers immediately jerked back in surprise and said no. Suddenly, Shit Diaz appeared from behind them, slinging an arm around their shoulders and asking, Why do you look so down? Are you uncomfortable with me? Your actions made the two of them break out in a sweat. Go, Hyung tremblingly replied, Are you joking or feeling down? Class D. Go raised his voice. The twin brothers Ga. If you give the order, we will go immediately. Juna frowned, thinking to herself that the DC Go siblings got what they deserved because we really did meet them. A rookie with a strange gun could be taken down with one kick. I couldn't even keep up. The strongest people I have ever met are Nathaniel and Sungu. This man must be as strong as they are. Thaddeus gently raised his hand to his chin and spoke. Anyway, I still can't see him. Where's our bumpkin? Suddenly, the two brothers saw something that made their eyes widen in surprise. Go, Hyung pointed ahead and shouted, What is that? Pardius, looking excited, stepped forward. Well, why do you all look so surprised? Juna shouted. Someone fell down. At this moment, Go suddenly realized something and let out a sound. Huh? That's the top one. How is the top one here? Juna's eyes widened in thought, meaning this person is also like that. Almost all the top players are in rank B, so that person must also be a B-class assassin. And if you can take down someone like that, it can only be Sunu. If that tailbird finds out Sungyu was the one who did it, I'm not sure what will happen. Juna glances at Thus behind her. That's why I can't let Sungyu go this way. I have to stop that from happening. Suddenly, Gojay shouted, Kim Sunu. Hearing that, she nervously waved her hands in denial. What? No, that's not Kim Sungu. This definitely wasn't Kim Sunu. Juna clenched her fists and shouted, Sungu, run away, you shouldn't stay here. As soon as she finished speaking, she was also surprised by what she had just said. Why did I say that? What's going on? The Go brothers hurried over to help Peter and bring him back to his senses. Hey buddy, Kim Sungu, are you okay? Juna was in disbelief. Sunu got beaten up. Oh my god, you shouted loudly. Sunu. Seeing Peter's bloodied face, Juna was still in shock. What happened? Did Sunu face such a strong opponent that she ended up like this? Peter was trembling all over and said that someone had beaten him and then left. Go turned to speak, saying, I can't believe it. Was it Pumpkin? Go Hyung then replied, So you finally thought of it too? I've been thinking about it for a long time, and you thought of it even earlier than I did. Anyway, based on my guess, that's probably Pumpkin's skill. He knocked out the top assassin with a punch. Why are so many people so eager to hide their true strength? Juna, stop worrying. Just stop. Foolish girl, just take him away now. Go Hyung, say more. All right, I will leave this filthy island. On this side, Thaddeus is still lost in doubt. Could this be what Pumpkin did? The Pumpkin I know is an amateur boxer, and he's not strong enough to crush his opponent's skull. You guys, my dear friends, could you please stop for a moment? The Go brothers both raised their hands in obedience. Yes, we will stop. Thaddeus crossed his arms and asked, Do you see these traces? They asked back, What traces? He suggests that you pay close attention and observe carefully, pointing out the many stone marks, footprints around, broken ankles, footprints on trees, or the shattered skull of the other person. The two Gao brothers shouted in unison, We don't know what you're talking about! The boy sighed and gave up. So aren't you just a bunch of fools with no understanding? They were startled and replied, We're sorry, we will be more careful. Then I smile and lift my hand to adjust my glasses. I will explain to you. Now look, this first attacker rushed in to kill someone, but judging by his movements, he probably underestimated his opponent. And when the someone waited for number one to get closer, and the moment number one approached, the someone kicked him in the leg. The tilted leaf mark is partly due to that, and that kick was very powerful. Maybe someone's kick hit the ankles. And once the ankle was broken, movement became slower. Someone jumped onto the tree trunk, kicked it, and attacked from above. After building up some momentum, he was hit with a very powerful punch. This isn't boxing technique, but a deadly skill that even uses the opponent's strength to break ankles and crush skulls. Could it be that the Pumpkin we know did this? Of course not. It was someone else who killed the number one, not Pumpkin. Thaddeus looked back and continued speaking. Is that right? Number 336. Is there something you want to say? I've been thinking about it. Number 336? You're still questioning. Do you think you can stay hidden behind position 336 forever? So what? Before I could finish my sentence, suddenly a piercing scream rang out. Help me! Quickly! Run away! The two brothers, Gao and Juna, turned back toward the chaotic sound. What's going on? What's with that scream? Honestly, it's not just one person making that noise. There's a boat at sea. We need to row over there quickly. They rushed like the wind past us. Wait! No, what is this? What the hell is going on? A man wearing a purple knit hat spoke. Oh, I'm glad you guys are okay. Why? The scene behind that guy is of assassins lying on the ground, covered in blood. You also plan to escape from this island, don't you? Raphael's operative code name. Estimated rank B, disguised as D. Juna observes from afar. I've never seen that person before. They radiate a considerable aura of power. Maybe they are all just bluffing. From what I see, there are about 20 people, so I turn around and say, I can't leave this island. Sunu, you go ahead. Seeing that D is standing behind her all along made her exclaim, huh? Juna looked around, wondering. Sunu, where is he? After a while, the two Doc Gao brothers were surrounded by them. Wait a moment, guys, don't do that. Let's have a little chat. Food and girls, we're just here to check things out, the purple hat said in a stern voice. Yeah, we didn't do anything either. The troublemaker behind us pretends to be innocent and gestures with his hand. We're only here following orders from our boss. Suddenly, the purple hat holding a knife to the neck calmly gave an order. Kill all the lower-ranked ones here. Juna, you're blocked by those two thugs standing right in front of you. Do they really think about killing us here? What should I do now? Where did Kim Sung-gu go? At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. I told you so. Peter, wearing the pumpkin mask, steps out. You guys have no emotions at all. Seeing him, Juna happily calls Kim son. Oh no, Mr. Pumpkin. He adjusted his mask and thought to himself, so Raphael doesn't suspect even with 20 B-rank opponents. The only way is Pumpkin. But even if I win with Pumpkin, in the end, there's no way out but to fall into Raphael's sight. What should we do? The purple hat said suspiciously. Is he the one lucky enough to beat one of the B levels? The arrogant guy standing with his arms crossed replied, That's right. The purple hat scoffs. You, the masked one. I don't know why you're so confident, but if two B-class fighters join the fight, even Class A won't be able to win. Maybe that's true. I need to do something without becoming Pumpkin here. Is it possible to win without them suspecting? What should I do now? What should I do? I don't know when that D has turned his back on me. So what if we do this? We'll take down those guys together and look at each other in surprise. Why? What? What is he thinking? Tedious raises two fingers, sticking out his tongue playfully. It's Monday again and I'll sing the pumpkin song. Are you curious? If a D-ranked person and 20 B-ranked people fight, who would win? Peter and thus stand proudly in the middle of the encirclement without showing any fear on their faces. He tilted his head to look at you, constantly questioning in his mind. What is he plotting? Obviously he's with Raphael, so why does he want to help me? Reading Peter's thoughts, Tedious smiled mysteriously and said, Just ask directly if you're confused. It's simple. The reason I help the little guy. You smile and stretch, saying it's very simple because that's what makes it interesting. Go Hyung, sweating, asked, What the hell is going on? We're almost there. Go standing nearby is just as tense. He grimaced and said, How can we possibly defeat two B-rank opponents? Juna looks worried. Doc G is right. There are up to 20 B-class enemies. Even though Mr. Butterfly is not an ordinary person, this is a matter of life and death. Because of the surveillance cameras, Sang Yu can't use all his strength. Then it's almost impossible for Uncle Butterfly to face two B-class enemies alone. This is truly unreasonable. The purple hat sneered as he lit a cigarette. Hey, stay calm. I don't know what you two are so confident about, but do you even know where you are? Look at the ground. This is a sandbank. The Doc Gao brothers look angry and annoyed. We also have eyes. We know what a beach is. Juna frowns and reminds him to be quiet. Peter surveys the scene. They say, Yes, the bigger issue is not the number of enemies, but that movement on the sand is only half as effective as on normal ground. Because stepping hard on the soft sand absorbs the force, and with the B-rank enemies having guns, the situation is quite unfavorable for me. But the disadvantage makes it more interesting. Interesting. Is this guy crazy? Smiling in a situation like this. All right, the fun ends here anyway. I'm also curious.
You run to my place faster.
I wish this bullet was faster. Juna watches intently without blinking, focusing her analysis. Unlike fighting in the forest, there's nowhere to hide here, and the distance is too great. Humans can't outrun a bullet.
Peter and thus assume their positions, and he softly says, The fish will limit its movement. Then I guess we're stuck.
Suddenly, Thus's eyes turned as cold as a blade. Sorry. Then Thus bent his leg and leapt up, his voice deep and commanding. Little Pimpin! The purple hat saw that and burst into laughter. What is that guy doing? Over here, Juna finally betrays in panic. No, why is that guy attacking Zhang Yu? What is he thinking? Then he rushed down, shouting loudly, Idiot! At this moment, Peter's legs sink into the sand, realizing that Diaz's plan, he quickly cooperates. Immediately, he rushed forward at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, one of the enemies had his neck tilted to the side. The other guy was struck right in the throat, spitting out fresh blood. Another was hit from behind, forcing him forward, and yet another was struck directly in the neck from the front. Thus, like a bird spreading its wings in the sky, they took down the enemies one by one, their movements limited by the sand. With a cheerful smile, he added, All you have to do is avoid stepping on the sand. Seconds later, each of them was defeated. The two brothers from Doc Gao's family stood aside watching and couldn't help but be surprised. What just happened? Too fast. Peter agrees as well. Not only was he fast, but in that brief moment he broke the arms of all the B-class gunmen. Suddenly, a guy nearby managed to get up, holding a knife and aiming at him. Damn it! First I need to deal with the weakest looking one. Without hesitation, he lunged forward with his knife toward Peter. He was worried and calculating, sure that Raphael was watching somewhere, and he couldn't reveal his identity. What should I do? How do I do it? Suddenly, he thought of something and whispered to himself with a glance. There they are, the Doc Gao brothers startle. Wait a moment. Why are you looking at us? You're good at fighting, pumpkin. No, don't come any closer. Please don't. Then he suddenly leapt like a flash past the Doc Gao brothers. They shouted loudly, "Oh my god, damn it, he's coming here! Pumpkin owes us." The two of them raised their fists and get into a fighting stance. Go Hyung said something. He's very happy. Younger brother, Go responds again. See you again in heaven. Juna's brother said these two are talking nonsense too much. He arrogantly looked down on them, running away and hiding behind the scum. That's right, killing all three of them at once would be the way to go. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise. What? Seeing Peter right behind them, he finally realized they weren't running away. One of his feet steps on his, and Peter throws a quick punch at the masked man. Immediately, he is hit with a flurry of blows until his body is deformed. His pupils were bloodshot, blood constantly gushing from his nose and mouth. What is this? This masked man. Seeing him defeated and lying helpless on the sand, the DC Gao brothers exclaimed in surprise. What? Rank B has been defeated. How can a high rank be so weak? No, Mr. Pumpkin, are you okay? Luckily, we are here. Diaz immediately understood Peter's intention with his recent action. He found a hidden corner out of the camera's view and pretended to slip, allowing the others to take credit for the victory. This little guy Pampini really is just as I expected. Juna quickly approaches the bag, holding a gun in his hand. This is not the time to stand here. If we stay like this, we'll all be dead. We need to gather the others and escape. I will set off the signal flare. The very next second, the signal flare was shot into the sky. The scene shifts to Raphael's room, where a staff member hurriedly opens the door to report. Boss, I don't understand why thus defeated all the B-class guys we sent. Should I inform the other apostles? Raphael calmly asked if there was no one else there besides that Diaz. That B-class guy was defeated by another. It seems he slipped on the loose sand and lost. And they fired the signal flare. It seems they are gathering the surviving D-class and planning to escape. Could it be that the traitors have betrayed us? He said in a low voice, if it were someone else I wouldn't be sure, but Raphael, with a terrifying look on his face, holding the knife stuck in the meat, said each word firmly, but thus could never do that. Thus, the divine dragon of the 9 realms, who once ruled the entire continent, a memory from the past suddenly flashes through his mind. Raphael insists he will never betray me. Absolutely. He slightly curled his lips and ordered, so just keep watching. The scene shifts to Peter's location. Everyone outside is gathering and talking excitedly. What the hell is going on? Is everyone okay? I almost got killed. There are strange people on the island. Juna shouts loudly to announce that the test is over and we must leave this island immediately. Peter still wears the pumpkin mask, agreeing. She's right. We should leave here as soon as possible before something worse happens. Juna raised her hand to her mouth and shouted, Everyone get back to the ship earlier. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Wait, sorry. Seeing the 7 gods, she surprisingly called Uncle Butterfly. I have to find Peter before I leave here. Someone speaks up. What's wrong with that guy? Still looking for Peter. Is there still a show going on in this situation? Thaddeus smiled and walked away, thinking to himself, where could Peter be? Since I stepped in here, I haven't found any old man who looks like Peter at all. Of course, Peter would have to hide his identity, so you can't recognize him by appearance. So who could hide their identity but still conceal their true strength? Luckily, I've identified a few candidates. Small allies with overwhelming power, definitely not D rank. Why would such experts blend into D rank? Could it be related to Peter? Tedious pretended to look around in all directions. And the most interesting thing is that I didn't pay much attention to Little Pumpkin, so I didn't quite understand. Where did he go? Everyone around, hearing what he said, was confused and didn't understand. What is he talking about? Suddenly, Thus's eyes turned sinister, and the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Right? Pumpkin and the little B-grade friend have never appeared together before. He walks over, puts his arm around Peter, and continues. So you're Little Pumpkin, no, I mean little B-grade friend, right? It's very likely that you're Peter or connected to Peter. He whispered softly. But before he could finish, you interrupted. Really? Thus whispered close into his ear. It's easy, take off the mask. Peter pushed Thus's hand off his shoulder. What if I don't do anything? He crossed his arms over his chest, tilted his head with a smile, and said, well, I guess I have no choice. A second later, his expression changed, and his cold, knife-like eyes reached out forward. I will do it myself. Seeing that he had already started to act, he quickly thought of strategies to escape. Although I say that, the current situation is really difficult to resolve. Just now, I attracted all the surviving assassins. In other words, I am surrounded by everyone. Everyone is staring at me, and then Peter looks up at the nearby tree where a camera appears, along with Raphael's surveillance camera. Everything is against me now. What should I do? Tedious smirked. Little Buddy Pumpkin, if you keep overthinking in front of me and rush forward like a speeding bullet, throwing a horizontal kick at Peter's head, I'm sure he'll calmly tilt his head back to dodge the kick. Thus's kick was powerful and precise, like it was mounted on a missile, but Peter was no pushover and successfully dodged it. He smirked with amusement, convinced he had hit his mark. So how did he manage to evade at the last second? Your excitement rises like a primal instinct. As expected, Bamkin, you never disappoint me. Thus leapt into the air, his body curling like a sharp blade descending to strike. Peter quickly stepped back, having just dodged the first kick, and before he could regain his stance, he had to brace for the next attack. Everyone watching the fight is also stunned. What is that? Is there someone adding gunfire sounds? He knows he's at a disadvantage and is thinking about his next moves. With just one attack, he changed the entire atmosphere around him. If the fight drags on, it will be disadvantageous for me and my identity as Pumpkin. So I couldn't fight with all my might. Then suddenly Peter rushed towards me while I was still calmly analyzing his attack. Hey, little guy. That attack was too obvious. Peter's kick aimed straight at the spot where that deist just stood. A dry explosion echoed, the ground shattered, dust filled the air, and rocks were swept away. Seeing that the previous attack didn't harm him, what did you think? That's interesting. The attack just now didn't target me? In a moment of silence, Peter vanished like an illusion. Standing in the dust, his eyes wide as he scans all around, he is using sand to obscure his view. What's going on? Where will the attack come from? From the left or right? Suddenly he charged out from the thick smoke and attacked you. Every punch causes the ground to shake and dust and debris fill the air. Their battle has alarmed everyone around. Someone spoke up. Are those two really rank D? Someone added. That's right, that level must be Class A, isn't it? A person said in horror. I have seen it before. She shivered slightly as old memories suddenly flooded back like a cold wind passing down her spine. The assassination of Sang-do at the casino, a battle between top assassins. She was so scared that her shirt was soaked with sweat, her heart pounding as if it was about to burst. Just being in the same space as them made me feel suffocated. That battle made the air around us feel heavy. Sang-do alone defeated those 5 assassins and thought she would never reach that level. Turning back to the fight between Peter and Thus, the brunette next to her asked, Are they really that strong? She stammered in response. No, not exactly. It feels like an unreal dream. The battle is still intense, and it seems like you're in the lead, while Peter is launching relentless, powerful attacks that shake the ground and kick up dust. From the spectator's side, Juna's eyes are fixed on the fight between Peter and Thus, but every now and then, her gaze flicks toward a nearby branch. Where there are cameras watching, there are too many people observing, including surveillance cameras. Sang-yu cannot use her powers. The dust hasn't settled yet. 2 figures are rushing toward each other at lightning speed. What is he thinking? Then, like a flash of light in her mind, she continued to think. But luckily, recalling the terrifying image of him made me shiver. When I saw Uncle Butterfly in the forest earlier, I felt very scared and threatened. But meanwhile, the battle between him and you is very intense, with continuous punches and kicks being exchanged. Right now, Peter is delivering a horizontal kick to that Deese's face as revenge for his previous strike. She still thinks Sang-yu is stronger. That kick. Although it forced you to dodge quickly, you still smiled with delight. Pumpkin Buddy is amazing. Are you copying my move? But was surprised to find out it wasn't imitation. No, it wasn't imitation. He modified his move, which made Thus unable to anticipate and caused him to be thrown back dozens of meters by spinning around at that moment. That variation surprised everyone. What the hell is this? Someone suddenly asked, Bumpkin Kai has defeated Butterfly. I don't even know what I just witnessed anymore, someone else added. I was also truly surprised. Then, the person who was thrown to the ground and created a sudden hole agreed with everyone. I agree, Little Pumpkin is really strong. It seemed like Shit Dias had been defeated, but unexpectedly, you still sit calmly on that rock in the hole and casually ask, have we met somewhere before? It's quite fitting that in this situation, you still haven't revealed your true nature. You stand above and look down at him. What is he hiding? If this keeps up, he's going to lose to me. So stop being so arrogant. Where is your true strength? And looking at your ranking as if implying something, Peter adds another line to reveal that true nature. After so long without speaking, Tedious smiles as if he's about to reveal his hand to point on him. That's right, making a master like you exhaust your strength is truly impolite. So then, throw away the glasses you've been wearing all this time. And thus his next action surprised Peter. What? Those movements are the hands you've kept hidden all this time, moving gracefully and flexibly with strange gestures even I don't understand. Something I've never seen before. The hands are moving so fluidly as if preparing for the rise of your power. A person who always wears a smile on their face has now become serious. From now on, no matter how much you beg for mercy, Tedious will fight with his hands, and a wave of power surrounds you, something he has been longing for. The camera is still recording slowly, capturing every attack and intense move from the recent fight. See that? Behind the small screen of the surveillance device, a mysterious man named Raphael with a cold gaze and a calculating smile. I told you he was here. A person claiming to be D rank, but not actually D rank. He looks at Peter's determined face. I will uncover his mask and reveal the truth to everyone no matter what. The assistant stands behind, worried. But boss, if he is Peter, then that Deus will be in danger, right? The assistant continued speaking, quickly sending more reinforcements, but was interrupted by Raphael placing a hand on his shoulder. Luke Tuong, do you like track and field? he asked, and he stammered in surprise. Yes, you mean running, right? He continued. Suppose there's a sprinter. Raphael gives the example of someone preparing for a 100-meter race, hearing the starting gun and sprinting out of the starting line within 0.1 seconds. So what? The assistant nervously replied, That's amazing. The reaction time is only 0.1 seconds. He straightforwardly replied, No. He smiled and said, That person will be eliminated. The assistant broke into a sweat. Yes, he continued, because that person didn't start after hearing the gunshot but predicted it in advance. The runner used as an example receives a red card because, in theory, the fastest human reaction time does not exceed 0.1 seconds. He replied. The assistant seemed to have found the answer. You mean Raphael confirmed that Thus's power is not human, as he is emanating a force about to explode? Back to the scene of the fight, Peter is on high alert until he learns the secret about his arm. Then he must be careful. Before he even finished thinking, he had already started attacking him. Like lightning, Diaz grabbed Peter by the back of the head with one hand and prepared to punch him in the face with the other. Sorry, little pumpkin, you have to fall here. At this moment, I thought so quickly, unlike before. But I can counter with a retaliatory move. As if I could read Peter's thoughts, I immediately responded with a fighting strategy to save him the trouble of trying. The number of people capable of matching Tedious' reaction speed is very few. Before he even finished speaking, he charged in, unleashing a series of lightning-fast strikes, each punch and kick raining down on Peter like a storm, leaving no opening for a counterattack. Tedious is adding new knowledge for Peter, meaning visual information that doesn't require time to transfer from the brain to the muscles, while he was being beaten so badly he couldn't react. What was that just now? As soon as I realized his attack, another strike came at me. Ever since he took off his glasses, Thus seemed liberated, fighting more wildly than ever. Your friend Pumpkin has regained his composure. The real game is just beginning. Peter's attacks were easily countered by that Diaz, who claimed to have superior physical strength and was fighting back. Raphael continued, That is the 9-Dragon Divine technique. Thus is extremely excited. Hey, Pumpkin, get ready! It would take more than 365 days a year to experience all 88 of my techniques. The 9 Dragons technique cannot be defended against or avoided. Then a series of strikes are unleashed, all targeting Peter, starting with a barrage of attacks. He can only endure but not fight back. Every strike you land hits its target. It hit Peter's weak spot. The move Thus is using is called 100 Strike of Sudden Death. After enduring so much, he is now severely battered and unable to stand. The battle is almost over. Juna outside trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by worry and fear, while Sangyu and the two teammates show no obvious signs of it. Go-young Bamkin, go! Are you giving up? Or are you just standing there with your arms crossed, watching him, smiling like a winner? Look, his body is still intact, so how can he be defeated? As expected, this little guy is still hiding something. Peter is now exhausted, trembling all over, unable to move freely anymore. He's stronger than I thought. I can't continue fighting as Pumpkin. There are too many disadvantages. Even though my body is exhausted and my life may be at risk, I still have to weigh the pros and cons right now. But I can't let Raphael find out my true identity in this situation. What should I do? You stand in front of Peter, a delighted and expectant look on your face. Now, take off the mask. He's getting more and more worried. This is bad. What should I do to stop this from happening? In a moment of crisis, someone spoke up, saying, Don't be Juna. She's standing in front of Peter, negotiating with Thus. Speak properly. Surely Pumpkin has his reasons. Masam, he whispered softly. Juna, she clenched her teeth, her eyes full of determination. I have to protect him. If I don't stop it, Sang Yu's true identity will be exposed. He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Sorry, but if you don't step back, I'll have to act. He approached Juna and warned, Or maybe more, I could kill you. She drew her weapon and calmly replied, It's okay. If you don't stop and are already in a combat-ready state with your weapon, with one end of a rope tied to a sharp stone, I will have to act. The battle ended before it even began. As soon as she finished speaking, Thus swiftly pierced through her like the wind. You're a brave girl. See you later. A gentle touch from him was enough to make Juna collapse. She lay motionless on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. What? My body can't move. Tedious once again stands before Peter, now smiling with delight as if he had been waiting for this moment forever. No one can stop us anymore. Right? Behind the screen, Raphael is ecstatic, rushing forward to hug the screen, finally catching Peter. Take off the mask immediately. The man looked at Peter with contempt. In this situation, whether it's the 9 apostles or anyone else, no one can help him. No matter how talented Peter is, he is alone. Then he frantically screams at the screen. Even though Peter is in a weakened state, his eyes are full of determination and fearlessness. And 2 slaps with delight as if about to reveal the truth, forcefully tearing off his orange hat. At the moment the truth is revealed, Tedious yanks off the hat, exposing Peter's face. Come out! Apostle Peter. Juna remains motionless on the ground, shouting in despair. No. When they saw the face behind the cloth clearly, everyone was surprised. Only Raphael reacted the fastest. What is this? Why are you surprised? Behind that mask is not Peter, but Kagalo. You suddenly step back. Isn't that you, Anban? Why are you here? Raphael also froze for 3 seconds. What? Why Kegel? What is going on? It should have been Peter. So why was it? As he was drowning in 1,000 questions, a subordinate hurried in to report. It's a big deal now, boss. What's going on? The subordinate stammered in response. Yes, the henchman gritted his teeth and said quickly, Peter. Hearing that name, Raphael seemed ready to destroy everything. At this moment, Simon, disguised as Peter, is attacking Bang Glory alone. The subordinate continues to say that Peter is attacking Glory. Returning to the days before going to the island, Kaggle, who was very worried that Peter's identity might be exposed as he wanted to go to the island. What if the Master's identity as Peter gets exposed? Think carefully about it, Master. Going to that island is no different from searching for a way down to Nine Springs, Master. While Kegel is anxious, Peter remains completely calm. Kegel approached him sincerely and said, What if there really is an apostle on that island? Surely the identity of the person will be revealed soon, so let the disciple follow them there. Please, Master. Seeing Kegel's sincerity, Peter decided. If you said so, he said confidently. Kegel, you become me. Kegel suddenly stammered in response. Master, what does that mean? While still unable to believe what Peter just asked for, he calmly closed his eyes to rest. What I mean is exactly that. Now we know why after the match. Behind the orange mask was Kegel, he continues. You should disguise yourself as a D-level assassin. When the time is right, I will give you this signal. And now we also know that the Black Shadow appearing at 51 seconds is Kegel before he changed places with Peter. At that point, you just need to act as a D-class assassin for me, while I will use another method to distract Raphael. However, when it comes to Kegel potentially having to fight, he is much more serious. If he can avoid direct contact with other apostles during combat, Kegel becomes much more confident and has already drawn his weapon. A set of claws made of metal, extremely sharp as if ready to fight at any moment. Master, I am Kegel, and no matter who that person is, I am confident I can win as long as I am stained with this cursed blood. Peter interrupted, saying no. Kegel was very surprised and asked loudly, What do you mean by that, Master? He replied, If you do that during a fight, it's just like confessing yourself. Hey, I am the Apostle Kegel of Glory. Isn't that right? Kegel seemed enlightened. The disciple's thinking was shallow. So even from behind, the Master could see the confidence radiating from Peter. Kegel quietly asked, Will you stay on the island even if the disciple changes places so those people always have to worry and doubt Peter's presence? He confidently said, No, I already said that earlier. Otherwise, Kegel hesitated and asked, Could it be that Peter turned around, his sharp eyes cutting through the sea breeze? This time, their suspicion of Sunu level D completely disappeared. Returning to the match, Tadius was surprised to find that behind the mask was not Peter, but Kegel. How could this happen? He stammered, asking Kegel, who was sitting on the ground exhausted. Where's Peter? Damn it, brother, why are you here? Kegel smirked. Surprised yet? Peter, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who are you in such a hurry to find? His appearance surprised you. Brother 336 then looked away from Peter and turned to look at Kegel. I wonder, wait a minute. This is getting confusing. Aren't Brother Pumpkin and Brother 336 the same person? Then he froze for a long time before suddenly forcing a laugh, crouching down beside Kegel, patting his shoulder and apologizing, while scratching his head as if nothing had happened after hurting him badly. I must have mistaken the person. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Brother Simon, are you planning to start over from the bottom? And yet you didn't tell me earlier, and you even took the chance to ask for more information. Meanwhile, he stood from afar, glaring with deadly intent at him. Someone trying to salvage the situation. Don't do that. Just apologize to DG and then come back. I will talk to Philip for you. Then he turned around and chuckled softly, feeling that the situation was very strange and bizarre. You cover your mouth and laugh playfully, your eyes bright like a primate's. So who exactly is Brother 336? He had blood on his face earlier. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. How exactly did he do that? Looking at Peter smirking challengingly, I thought trying to figure this out was so exhausting, especially since he's covered in blood and trembling as if seriously injured. Kegel silently explained in his mind that unfortunately he didn't have the mind-reading technique. The blood on the master was just to deceive you all. Along with that, the person who achieved their goal smiled, then Kegel took off his tattered shirt to reveal his muscular upper body before walking away. Thus also runs after the poor guy. The dog's paws are flattering, and the brothers are eagerly waiting for me. Are you mad at me because I was too rough with you? Where are you going? Come with us. What did we just witness? Go Hyung replied. Do Master Bear and the Butterfly Lord Uncle know each other? Go added. Is this really not a joke? Is everyone okay? Juna asked hesitantly. Sungu, yeah, we're all fine. Go Hyung shouted, Kim Sunu, you blind fool. You should stick close to us. Go, Jay quickly added, lifting his leg. Leaving this dull island behind, their attitude also made Juna annoyed, thinking that someday Sungu would give them a good scolding. They leave the island together at a beautiful sunset. Finally, the test on Chi Island is over. Officially, this D-level test ends due to an external attack. The survivors will be considered for passing.
The remaining D-class assassins might be able to escape the island safely, but the real Cam Hat's team was knocked out by Peter, who borrowed his identity to act.
What's going on? When did I fall asleep? To thank Head Cam for lending me his identity, he left behind a stack of certification cards. But Dao Cam doesn't realize he should think he got lucky. Is this pile of papers the certification card? Did I actually pass the exam? I have repaid my benefactor. You helped them clear my name, so for now, no one will doubt me anymore. Peter, on the boat at sea, Goyoung and Goze are still bragging about their false achievements. Kim Sungu, it's a pity you weren't here to see. We defeated a B level, and I mean a real B level. Juna beside them looked at them with a helpless gaze. Sunu, just ignore them, but don't eliminate them. Okay. He looks towards the island, his eyes full of challenge for the leader of the Glory Gang, Raphael. He's secretly infiltrating Glory as a D-rank assassin. So, Raphael, are you happy now, kid? Now it's my turn, right? Things aren't as peaceful on Raphael's side as they are with Peter. A subordinate rushes over to report that boss, Peter, is attacking our Glory. Raphael clutches the screen tightly, his cold, murderous gaze like he wants to destroy everything. What? Peter is attacking. Am I seeing things, or is he being manipulated? Let's find out again. Peter couldn't have come here. Unless he's crazy, the subordinate confirmed it's true. Simon is attacking the Nine Dragons Hell alone. The subordinate continues. Peter is at the Nine Dragons Hell, our international branch. He turned back, glancing with a squinty look and shouting, then rushed toward his subordinate, grabbing his shoulder and shouting as if he couldn't believe this was real. You said Nine Dragons Hell. Did you just say that out loud? Is it really Nine Dragons Hell? The subordinate stammered in response, yes, sir. Just look at the screen next to him. When Raphael looked back at the screen, screams of agony echoed from it. His eyes widened with fear, and he trembled as terror overtook him. At the Nine Dragons Hell, Simong was being chased by Raphael's subordinates, led by Peter. That alley is a dead end. Everyone is focused this way. Prisoner, let's see how much further you can run before there's no way out. What will he do now that he's cornered and a fool is pointing a weapon at him with contempt? So what if he's Peter? He's just an old sickly man now surrendering and stepping forward. We will take care of him. Have you ever wondered why he stands against the light, making his expression hard to see, but his words reveal deep calmness? This is Simong's confidence in this moment. I rush headlong into the old alley again. A fool yells at me to stop whining. He realized he was caught in a trap and sensed something was wrong. Another henchman called out to stop him. Does he think that he deliberately entered this dead-end alley? The man slowly turns around and responds. It has to be like this, suddenly jumping into the air to gather you all together. Meanwhile, the henchmen below are still confused, so he jumps up. From the shadows, a figure was knocked back in an instant. Wait, this is it. Suddenly, he lunged from below, wielding a stolen sword, fighting wildly and leaving no one alive. His speed so fast that even they were stunned. Not from above. He kept swinging wildly, each strike like a declaration of war, blood splattering against the rocks, the clash of metal ringing loudly with pressure. His strikes seemed to have a mind of their own, fierce and cold, making Raphael's soldiers tremble before his terrifying power. Shimong's eyes are filled with murderous intent as he charges forward with icy determination. Every action is projected onto the big screen. The continuous beeping of the reports echoes, marking Raphael's defeat. Hona's pursuit team has been wiped out. The assassination team led by Jae Dewey Kwan has also been destroyed. Peter is destroying the Nine Dragons Hell. The continuous reports of failure make him tremble with rage, grinding his teeth as he speaks. Kulong Dianguk absolutely cannot be lost, Raphael shouted, staring directly at him through the screen, as if yelling in Shimong's face. No way. In the darkness of night, he leisurely steps onto the railing on the upper floor. Shimong's hand, holding a sword, with a deathly serious expression, looks boldly down at the world. He lowers his hand to his chin and removes the mask he's wearing. The mask is removed to reveal long hair and a daring face. He sneers, Peter, just as you said, this place smells disgusting. Ha, that's so funny. While I had to wear a fake hand to disguise myself as you and storm Nine Dragons Hell, they betrayed us? Otherwise, Simon spoke with contempt. He stood facing Kegel, his face serious as he questioned him. Why is this guy still here? Seeing this guy Dan's face, I feel a throbbing pain in my right arm. Juan exclaimed in shock, Wait a moment, Simong. Then she hurriedly ran up to stop her. Please listen to what I have to say. I also hate this guy a lot, but you interrupted. But what? Simon decisively drew his sword in front of Juan. I don't care about his reasons. She called him back Sim, and her angered shout reflected his swordsmanship aura and demeanor. I can't accept him as a teammate. Simon has already taken a fighting stance. Speak up and challenge me. Come on. The ghost of Widow. I'll slit your throat before your blood hits the ground. Kegel had been standing still all this time, but suddenly he charged forward towards Simon. His cold, serious gaze was unwavering as he also stepped forward to attack. Mong opened his eyes in shock. Kegel suddenly stopped and stood in front of Zong, bowing sincerely to apologize, leaving him unsure how to react. I truly apologize. Although this cannot be forgiven, it has left you stunned. I will still bow seriously and extend my arm forward, but I will prove my loyalty through my actions. Simong still responded angrily to Kegel. Being from the Yakuza, she's used to bargaining, right? You think Peter, the leader of this group, can stay calm as if he foresaw this and knew the outcome? Then he yells and slashes hard at Kegel's arm. I didn't dare do anything, so Jay stood beside me, raising his hand to stop him. If it wasn't Simong, she thought that guy really intended to do it. Kegel still stood silently with her eyes closed, waiting for his attack. She widened her eyes and remained motionless. The sword was swung against the blade, and he stopped right at the spot. Simong was also surprised to see him standing there to be cut. He thought this guy had no intention of dodging. Looking at Kegel, Simon stood there watching him for a long time before finally speaking and lowering his hand. Kegel hurriedly replied, "No, I really am." His words were cut off before he could finish. "Remember this until the day you die. That arm is no longer yours." This surprised Meng Tu Sai as he drew his sword back into its sheath, with one hand missing that belonged to Peter. Kegel was deeply moved and humbly replied, "I will be loyal to you for life." His proud father retorted, "Loyal to what?" As for Juan, the onlookers were full of disappointment, sighing and almost bleeding out. If his blood had stained my expensive furniture, before he finished speaking, he was cut off by him, saying, "Accept me as your disciple." This situation left her speechless again. Kegel is seeking someone to learn from. I will consider him my senior brother. Meanwhile, Simong sniffed arrogantly. What kind of senior brother is that? Given our skill gap, I should be calling you my martial uncle. Is she secretly thinking these names are from a wuxia novel? The little dog, happily wagging its tail, watches the two of them clown around, while X-Mong speaks softly. "Oh, but my master doesn't have hands, so he can't be scratched." Kago boldly volunteers to scratch his back. Master, does it feel comfortable?" he replied. "Oh, it really is Peter's hand. The scratching is real." Dui Yuan stood there feeling disappointed. These two guys are really ridiculous. "Is that really true?" As he asked and pointed to illustrate, "Is that cunning envoy truly the messenger?" He nodded confidently. "Well, stand there," Jan shouted at Peter. "Why aren't you surprised?" He flicked his lighter and lit a cigarette. Of course I had already guessed it. Raphael definitely planted at least one apostle in glory. And with that power, it would be strange if he wasn't an apostle. Jan sat down cross-legged and asked, "So why did you send Shi Mong to the Nine Dragons' Hell?" After the trip, Simon added that he discovered El Che hiding something, which was the Nine Dragons' Hell. Peter calmly continued analyzing, and as Simon said, Raphael hiding something in the Nine Dragons' Hell, an anarchic zone, means he is concealing a secret that cannot be revealed. Juan pats the dog on the head, wondering, like Raphael's weakness. Peter replies, "Probably." She continued speaking, "But if that's the case, this is a full-scale battle, and even Peter would find it difficult to win. Glory now is far different from Father Gabriel's time. They will tighten the encirclement around you." Dui Yuan is worried. I know Peter is still smoking his cigarette. That's why I smile confidently and say I never intended to fight alone from the start. What do you mean by that? Jan, as you said, Glory currently has many experts, even those with power. Actually, I can't win alone. Then Peter slammed the bottle onto the table, and with a confident smile, "I will gather my team." Juan answered reluctantly, "We don't have any teammates now. The 9 messengers are lost, and we don't know if they're alive or dead." He stood up and reminded us, "Aren't our brothers here?" Then he gestured towards everyone. Mong humorously said, "Even if I don't have a hand, you'll still accept me, right?" Kegel quickly spoke up, "I will be loyal to you for life, master. What else do you want me to say? So what if it is? What difference does it make?" Peter uncorked the bottle and poured for everyone. Dai Yuan sneered contemptuously, implying he would gather more of Peter's apostles. "How could this old man be so cunning?" I replied, "Thank you for the compliment," and she continued, "But then why did you kill Nathaniel? He was a very useful person." Peter smirked. "Well, he turned his back, and more importantly, after this, Raphael will be even more cautious." Over at the Glory Gang, Raphael was furious, pounding his fist on the table. The table shattered into pieces as he angrily ordered, "Balthat Diaz must return immediately. Peter is at Nine Dragons' Hell." He clenched his teeth, his eyes full of determination. Behind the screen is an image of Simon. "This time I will kill him." Over here, Dwan is still wondering, "You know very well, how can we win when they have hundreds or even thousands of people?" The glass of wine in Peter's hand glimmers with a golden shine. He smirked, revealing his white teeth. "Thousands of people. It's a simple calculation. You're just curious and asking. What are you calculating? What are you talking about?" "This crazy guy!" You're interrupting. "Isn't it very simple? We only need to deal with 1,000 people each. Then everyone has a drink and walks forward confidently. Meanwhile, over with Raphael, get ready. Diamond Brothers are coming soon." "Boss, do you mean the Diamond Brotherhood of the Nine Dragons' Hell?" "But why would they?" Raphael just smirked and replied, "Because it's before the envoy, of course." The subordinate was confused, while he, with a mischievous attitude, I have a feeling they will burst in through the door." Inside the dark room, they seemed to be negotiating, with 2 large figures standing far away right there before the apostle, just after he entered, already eager. Sitting relaxed in the chair, hand lightly on his chin as if pondering, while the subordinate beside him has drawn his gun and is ready to break Bedreau's neck first. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden green shadow flashed by, catching Raphael off guard. Ignoring the trembling fear of his subordinate, the two burly men leapt onto the table with deadly intent.
This time you better keep your word, boss. That position was always ours.
The subordinate, who was about to shoot earlier, immediately pointed his gun and shouted, "Do you know where this place is?" Get away from the boss quickly. He's not only unafraid but also completely at ease. I don't understand why you need to use a gun. The subordinate becomes even more confused upon hearing this. What are you saying? Don't talk so much. The big guy quickly grabs the barrel of the gun, surprising the subordinate. The fact that you carry this weapon shows that you are very weak. Immediately after, he crushed the gun in his hand, shocking his subordinate. What? Bending a gun with your bare hands? No way. Even Nathaniel couldn't do it. Both of them turned and left, leaving a message for their boss. "I'll be back soon, boss." Of course, with Peter's head. Hearing that, Raphael became intrigued and smiled. "Come back here, Peter. You can't imagine what will happen when you step into the Nine Dragons Hell." Kegel and JW are on the phone talking to Peter. What is he hiding in the Nine Dragons Hell that requires such strict secrecy? It's a story that only Raphael tells to his apostles. Juan sat beside her, curious. To satisfy her curiosity, he recounted that the most important plan to conquer the world was hidden within the Nine Dragons Hell. If that important plan is destroyed, it will surely deal a heavy blow to Raphael. Hearing this, Juan became a bit cautious. "Is the plan going well? Sion Bai must be doing a good job, right?" Dui Yuan's voice on the phone responds, "All right, I'll go meet him." She continued speaking, "And Senior, you know well that anything can happen there." Jan warned Peter, "You must not reveal that you are an outsider. We need to blend in naturally." On the other end, he replied to her, "I do that all day. No need to remind me." But it seems like that person doesn't know. Dui Yuan asked back, "What's the next thing now?" Peter had just responded when he looked to the other side and saw X-Mong appear right in front of him with an excited expression, greeting him with a terrifying motherly look. Sitting at the table, watching the person happily sit down in front of him, he wondered if they were going to declare him an outsider here. Hearing that, X-Mong looked excited. "What did you say? Boss, do I look like a foreigner?" He refused to answer the previous question. "All right, stay away from me from now on."
But boss, the situation has gotten a bit worse.
"Are you saying it's the Nine Dragons Hell's protective barrier?" Suddenly, he darkened his face. "Yes, after I left, the security patrols were greatly increased."
And that day, as I was searching for news of my brothers, I sensed something. People there were very wary of outsiders, and at that moment, I had a gut feeling that this was the place.
Then, the image of Peter in old age appears once again, and just as my older brother warned, when I announced Peter's appearance, everything became chaotic. There's definitely something here. Returning to Simon's serious face, and the most important thing is Hona. Peter with a doubtful look. "The envoy of the continent, Hon Sao?" He immediately replied, "Yes, it's Hon Sao that the boss knows." A group of tall, muscular men with shaved heads and glowing red eyes that make everyone feel intimidated. Incomparable to Nathaniel's army or Somali pirates. Currently, they are the organization managing Nine Dragons Hell, the top assassins on the continent hired by Glory, and also include Divine Guardian statues, Secret Diamonds, and Nala Dien Diamonds, all of whom have been nominated for the position of Apostle and are very difficult to deal with. Peter looks contemplative and serious. Different and hard to deal with? After a moment of contemplation, he said, "It's okay, so let's set out." Despite Sim Mong's confusion, "Are you listening to me? Big brother, we can't get into the Nine Dragons Hell." He can't hide his confusion. Hansa and I are very familiar, so we can't disguise ourselves. "Who said we have to disguise ourselves?" Peter smiles confidently.
We will walk in proudly and openly through the main gate.
He can't look more clueless. "Huh? What are you talking about?" So this is the full-scale battle that the boss was talking about. At the same time, in front of the Nine Dragons Hell Gate, several men are standing around right below where he is watching as Peter walks in boldly. One of them recognizes him. I think someone is coming." Seeing that, X-Mong immediately drew his sword. "If that is your wish, I, Simong the Apostle, will dedicate this entire left arm to help you. When Simong is ready, get ready to cry." The spiral of death was suddenly interrupted by shouts from below, where all the people were bowing 90 degrees in deep respect to Peter. Brother Disciple bows to the Grand Master. Simong is so startled and overwhelmed by this scene that he drops his sword. What on earth is going on? The fact that I got in here easily is thanks to this. Right in front, Diaz is waving happily, welcoming Peter. "You must be Zangu? Thanks for coming." "Yes, I'm here." You casually put your arm around him, looking very natural and delighted. "Just say you've arrived when you get here. No need to be so formal." Very good, my dear Zangu. You're amazing." Peter also happily replied, "I understand." They walk past the crowd bowing and greeting, also curious enough to look up. "Feel free to relax. It's very lively here. Where do you want to go first? This place is very lively. I will show you around." Some guys outside are starting to look a bit dissatisfied. "Who is that guy? Why is the headmaster so loved, and why do we have to call him senior brother? Is that the D rank from Glory? He looks like a gigolo." He just said that with a jealous look, while glancing at Peter and that Diaz. Look at his face. He's probably never been in a battle. He's definitely a D rank. Sooner or later, he will be dealt with by the boss's diamond. The more that guy looks at Peter, the more puzzled he becomes. How did that guy get in here? In recent years, the head of the sect hasn't taken any new direct disciples. Peter with a proud and confident look. Everyone must be very curious about how I was able to get in so easily. Thinking back, everyone was gathered by the sea. Well, my friend, I wish everyone a long life. Butterfly politely takes her leave. Someone asks, why are you leaving so early? Let's go together. You wave happily to everyone with a cheerful expression. Although I still have many questions, unfortunately, I have urgent matters to attend to. See you later. After saying that, he turned his face. Ha, Peter is in the Nine Dragons' hell? His previously cheerful expression quickly changed to a frown, eyes wide with anger, teeth clenched tightly as someone behind him watched him. He seems very concerned about Peter showing up in Nine Dragons' hell. That kid hurriedly left, frowning in thought. I can't let him go, I have to catch him. But how? I call out. Butterfly, and he immediately turns back. Huh? Toos looked at Peter and asked blankly. Friend 336, I greatly admire your martial arts, Butterfly, and I also realize many of my own shortcomings. I, Kim Sang-woo, wish to learn from you. He looked extremely surprised, eyes wide open. Huh, learn what? I didn't expect Peter to kneel down just to ask for your acceptance. Please accept me as your disciple. The two others nearby witnessed the conversation. What? Kim Sang-woo, I didn't expect you to be such an opportunist. Even if I have to crawl, I will only follow the Bearmaster. I enjoy pondering this thought. A disciple? I don't take disciples, but that sounds interesting. All right then, if you're not willing to do it, I'll find someone else. Let's do it this way. Your face suddenly turned more terrifying. If you can touch a single strand of my hair, I will take you as my disciple. How will you face each other? Do you dare to try? Peter hears that. If you said so, those two are still watching from a corner. Kim Sang-yu, what are you planning to do? You might get hurt. Peter stood up and directly grabbed some of Thus's hair. Both of them looked incredibly cute and relaxed, completely different from what you'd expect. I touched it. The two guys immediately got shocked. You idiot! Do you think that's all it takes for him to accept you as a disciple? You fool! So he smiled brightly with his eyes squinting and a big grin on his face. All right then. You're accepting me as your disciple? Friend 336, see you later. Returning to reality, Peter stared in amazement. This is the Nine Dragons' hell. Then he smiled and looked at him. You, my friend? Is this your first time here? I've only heard about it. You're thoughtful, but it's really surprising. What's so surprising? Compared to the Nine Dragons' hell, this place is more magnificent than I imagined. In front of me is that dark street with dazzling lights and a lively atmosphere. Yes, it used to be just as its name suggests, but things have improved a lot since then. Is there a reason why this place has changed so quickly? It's all thanks to your friend Raphael. They walked and talked. He has brought new life to this place. I am very grateful, Peter replied. But something feels a bit strange. Nothing strange. You stop. Then why are there only guards here and no residents of Nine Dragons' hell? And with that, both that dais also stop. That's not the end. He turned back to smile mischievously, secretly putting his arm around you. More important than your friend, Zhang Yu. Do you know anything about Peter? Unlike the expression of Peter the Prophet of Glory, I know. You heard what he said about me. Peter is an extraordinary person. Just by his existence, he has caused Glory to tremble. But just so you know, I don't hold any ill feelings towards Peter, but I must meet him. Immediately afterward, his face darkened with deadly intent to deal with him. Hearing those words, Peter couldn't help but ponder. Then Diaz continued talking. So, my friend, be careful, especially in Nine Dragons' hell. Peter has already infiltrated. So he smiled broadly, knowing that if you are by my side, everything will be fine. Two of Glory's subordinates are watching them, but you shouldn't underestimate the hierarchy system. Sooner or later, he'll be dealt with by the Diamond Clan own leader. Hey, if the Diamond leader fights the Apostle, who do you think would win? I heard that among Glory's apostles, one is the strongest. They kept discussing it. If the rumors are true, then that person might be even stronger than the Diamond Clan leader. Hey, shut up or else something suddenly crashes and shatters everything while you're talking. Those two guys were surprised to see two big men appear. Key Diamond Lord. The man with the long beard is the Diamond Nala Dien Lord of Hansa, and he looks incredibly terrifying. You are shorter with a beard and younger than the secret Diamond Lord of Hansa, and he is just as terrifying. The two of them beg, Kim K, Diamond Lord, we are not. Before he could finish speaking, the man with the long beard grabbed him, slammed his head to the ground, and squeezed tightly. The terrified look in his eyes showed no hiding his fear. If you're curious, just ask directly. He quickly defeated them with just a strong squeeze of his hand. It's that simple. If you're suspicious, just try it yourself and you'll see. Under the hand soaked in fresh blood, I have wanted to show you this for a long time. The aura of death emanating from both of them is so powerful and terrifying that anyone who looks at them cannot help but feel intimidated. We will prove that with Peter Raphael's head. The scene shifts with the sound fading out. Hey, things are not looking good right now. The dark spirit messengers outside Nine Dragons are hunting down Pedro. Seem asked if you were okay. The other person immediately replied, Who do you think I am? He continued, If it's a trap, then it's not me. How are you, Sim? He replied, of course I know. They continued, you are always the most perfect beggar. He complained, why does praise feel so uncomfortable? Mong lowered her head and hugged the tray of food, but upon reflection, she felt truly sad. Isn't that right? That one replied, what is not true? He frowned sadly. I came here not to travel but to suffer like this, while you just sit comfortably. It's so unfair. In the room, Peter spoke up. What are you saying? I'm also in a very difficult situation. Stop complaining. It's difficult. I hear the sound and feel it clearly. Peter leans back and looks outside while he continues. He is sitting on the windowsill under the moonlight, calmly smoking. I saw it clearly. Hearing that, he asked, are you spying on me? X mutters in frustration. Some people become senior brothers as soon as they arrive, while others are just fighting over crumbs with mice. That's not the easiest way to start. He keeps going. In fact, to find Raphael's weakness, you need to become the senior disciple so you can operate without worrying like I do. But at least, as soon as you arrived, you already had dozens of subordinates from the Black Soul Envoy. It's fine, smoking a cigarette leisurely. You don't know yet, becoming the senior apprentice also brings many problems. Simong asked, what kind of problems? He asked back, if you were a new employee just joining the company and you were their superior, how would that feel? Simong shouted excitedly, that's truly a rude brat. I'd cut off the arm of someone like that. So you're saying I've become the target of dozens of Dark Spirit envoys under my command. And then Peter made a remark that made the Dark Spirit envoys hiding behind the wall freeze in place. Am I right, senior brothers? They were confused. How does he know? I had completely concealed my aura. He sneered. Nothing surprising about that. The moment he entered this house, it was already too clean. Looking at the tidy room prepared to welcome guests, with no dishes left behind, as if weapons had been cleaned without a trace, the two troublemakers from earlier are no longer hiding. Look at that. Even the fallen guy quickly understands. Unfortunately, we can't hold a welcome party for the senior brother yet. Bo still maintains his composure. And I also regret not being able to introduce myself directly to the senior brothers. One of the teasing guys spoke up. Huh, you think clinging to the sect leader's rope makes you something special? Peter replied, the sect leader of the Black Soul Envoy is thus, right? Why not like that? The two bullies are overconfident. Soon, you will find out. The rope you're clinging to is a rotten one. Both of the arrogant fools charged at Peter together. The one shouted loudly, all weapons have been taken away, so just obediently be a target. Suddenly, he was confused and couldn't understand what was happening. Why was he floating in the air like this? The idiot got tangled up by Peter's iron wires around his neck and was lifted into the air. You guys need to learn from the beginning. After saying that, he pushed him forcefully into a corner and grabbed the tablecloth to throw at the idiot. How terrifying is a tablecloth? He shouted loudly. What? Petro wrapped him up with a cloth, but it was already too late. Done with this, he laid both of them down on the bed and tied them up tightly to keep them in place. Wait, you can stay sleeping on this bed. So, X-Mong, do you still crave the position of senior brother? Watching everything through the phone line, I hope you can pretend to be remorseful and cough. I will continue to live a carefree life as a beggar. Getting hit so hard I'm dizzy. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. And Peter was lost in thought, but no matter what, Hak Hon-Su and the Diamond Lords, I am the one who came here because I knew the head of the sect. Looking at the pile of weapons, are you really planning to kill me so openly? Your expression is thoughtful. What exactly are they plotting? Is everyone like that? The subordinate ran in and said, Lord, there's a big problem. The two gang leaders carving wood looked up and asked what was going on to cause such panic. The subordinate bowed and replied, yes, the assassins we sent out were defeated, but they weren't killed. And hearing that, he couldn't stay calm and broke his nose in frustration. The long-haired man frowned and asked sharply, what? The subordinate, trembling with fear, bowed his head and begged, please, Lord, give us another chance. What is he afraid of? Why is the assassin angry if he wants the survivor to live? What's going to happen? Am I going to be executed? What should we do now? The subordinate trembles, teeth clenched as the two gang leaders laugh loudly. No, that's as far as I go. Ha ha ha, just as I expected. The short-bearded man sneers. The sect leader never shows affection for anyone but himself. So why would someone like him bring you here and make you the senior brother? The long-bearded man continues with a cunning look, clearly having some ulterior motive. We will take advantage of this. It's perfect. Thus shouts. Great, really great. He happily hands the candy skewer to Peter. It's delicious, Sunu Songji. Do you want to try some? Peter declines. I don't really like sweets that much. You keep going. This is a lollipop. He doesn't care. Anything is fine. Tedious asked while eating, how's your place? Are you okay? Pretty much. Peter suddenly realized that this explained everything. He observed the boy who was completely unaware that I had been attacked. Did you kill the headmaster's guest without his orders? That means there's another force behind this. The henchman bowed to seal him again, thus happily asked, what about the Dark Soul Envoy? Do they treat you well? Peter looked thoughtful, unsure of what to say after being so warmly welcomed. Tedious was very happy to hear that. Haha, I feel proud too. Sunu, you can stay for a long time if you want, Peter asked curiously. Master, I have a question. Just say whatever's on your mind. What is your question? Peter continued. Why do you only call me Song-di? And why doesn't the Hak Honsu call me anything? So, suddenly stunned, stood still for a moment, then laughed out loud and replied, Haha, indeed. It's Sungu Song-di, very perceptive, just like the old man. You expressed your thoughts, and except for you, everyone here is an outsider. Am I right? Just now, with a look of amusement, Oh Sungu Song-di, your reputation is well deserved. How far have you guessed? After saying that, you turn back. That's right, you're correct. Among everyone here, I'm the only one who has lived here from the beginning. The Black Soul Envoy is an assassin organization in this country. Basically a group of mercenaries hired to capture Pedro. Toddy happily recounted, but they don't like me. If the leader of the Black Spirit is one of the Diamond Pathmasters who captured Pedro, they would take my place first and deal with me. Peter wondered, how can you say that and still keep smiling? So I smiled and said, because it's interesting. I don't mind if they decide to deal with me. But Sunu Songji, what do you think? Do I really have the willpower? He calmly asked again, so you also want to catch Pedro to avoid losing? He tilted his head in denial. No, that's not it. He continued to ask, so why do you want to catch Pedro? Then that Dia stopped his action, looked up, and said, this is exactly why. Then Peter looked up as well. That is a 3-story house. What is this place? Is this why you want to capture Pedro? Thus smiled brightly, eyes fixed on the house. Yes, this is my mother's home. You confided in me, and this is why I fight. I see the passion in your eyes. I have to kill Pedro to protect my mother. Peter remained silent, watching thus after his confession. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Oh my God, what is that? Making both of them turn around. Everyone rushes over to see, and he runs over with a serious expression to observe. Hurry up, what is going on here? Someone is hanged. The crowd rushes toward the loud scream and looks up to see 2 bodies hanging in midair. One of the crowd shouted, that's the Black Soul Envoy's person. Peter frowned. Who are those people? I suddenly remembered they were the assassins who came to my room, but this can't be happening. I'm sure I knocked them out. Peter thought carefully. Could he be punished for failing the assassination? Publicly displaying the bodies like this means accepting defeat. That can't be true. Then why? Thaddeus from behind asks Sungu Songji. What's wrong? Did you meet them? What happened to you and those people? He guessed. Could it be that a loud voice was heard somewhere? Everyone, stop! He has arrived. All the subordinates bow their heads and clasp their hands in front of the 2 figures. Clan leader Kim Kwong. The tall man spoke. I heard there was an unfortunate incident last night. The 2 disciples of the Black Soul Envoy have come to greet the new senior brother, right? Both of the large-headed sect leaders are now standing right beside Peter. Am I right? He replied confidently. That's right. The big, bearded man continued to question. Those 2 met the senior brother and were later found dead. Is that correct? Peter seriously admits, for now that's true. The truth is that after they met me, they were found dead, but their fate has nothing to do with me. Tess was surprised to hear this. The short-sleeved guy lifts his phone. So all I need to do is prove there's a connection. He then thought, what proof could there be? Saying that, he showed Peter the phone screen. Let him see for himself. The scene on the phone shows the 2 men who ambushed him. The hallway camera footage shows 2 disciples entering the senior brother's room, but there's no footage of them leaving. The short-haired guy asked sharply, do you have anything else to say? Senior brother Kim's son is hunched over. He is lost in thought, thinking that the person who came here is someone who knows the head of the sect. Is your plan to deal with me openly like this, and this problem won't end here? Those 2 big guys will keep going. And the sect master also understands our rules. In our rules within rules, no matter the reason, if disciples handle each other, what will happen? The head of the sect understands, right? Thus said without hesitation. He will be executed immediately. The atmosphere is so tense that it's almost suffocating. Peter remained silent. Our rules are very clear. And moreover, this will be carried out in front of everyone, and the situation cannot be reversed. One of the 2 large men spoke as 4 of his subordinates surrounded him and thrust their spears at him. From now on, Grandmaster Kim Sungu will be executed immediately. Suddenly, Trakthus spoke up. Wait a moment. Thus cheerfully grabbed his shoulder. Brother Sungu, what are you saying? You're not like that, and there's no need to do such a thing, right? He remained silent. That DD thought Lord Kim Kwang's attitude towards them. Brother Sungu is not the target. So there is only one purpose left. The bearded man spoke again. Oh my God. I almost forgot the important thing. He looked serious and reminded himself, wasn't the head of the sect the one who brought this criminal here? So you must know better than anyone else, right? No matter what those 2 are rambling about, when trouble arises, even if that person is the sect leader, there is only one way to handle it. Thus thought correctly that their goal was now to reveal their terrifying faces and pay the price accordingly, and the head of the 7 stars immediately realized it was his own head. Meanwhile, 3 of his subordinates were nearby. Ha ha ha, you're going to cry, the scar-faced man said. So the Diamond Clan leader will become the sect master? The 2 Diamond Gang leaders chuckled smugly, revealing their cunning and self-satisfied expressions. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. It was thus. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. Say it louder. A diamond boss. Isn't the head on his neck just for show? Short-faced daughter-in-law warns with deadly intent. What kind of scene is this? The head of the sect should watch his tongue. as his fist is close to your face, not knowing when it might be cut off. Thus burst into tears of laughter.
Ha ha ha, sorry, I just think that way.
This tough road boss quickly sneered and looked at him provocatively. His efforts are quite amusing. Keep pushing forward any time now. The two burly gang leaders overpower. Thus, so isn't the sect master no longer attached to this life. Anyway, that short-tempered guy laughed maniacally, but he has no family to worry about. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in, and Toos kicked the big guy with his foot. Everyone around was surprised, and Peter watched intently. The henchmen nearby were all caught off guard. What is this? Is this really a human's kick? One of the pale-faced guys. What is that? I can't believe it. Even more surprising, the short-haired guy blocked Tadio's kick. He managed to block the kick? Peter pondered, the diamond leader. Even without using his full strength, he managed to block Tadio's kick with his palm. Truly, his way of stopping your attack is impressive.
The rumors that he's a candidate of the Dark Path are not exaggerated, right? He said, thunder roaring in the sky, rain soaking the ground.
He grimaced, and compared to his sharp mouth, his kicking skills seemed modest. Suddenly, he was caught off guard. That Dias grabbed his hand, the dog barked loudly, and the dog would run away. His terrifying expression as he looked at the guy about to do something but then feeling sleepy. Is this a fight between the sect leader and the other branch masters? If we act now, we'll all be dead. There's no choice but to watch this battle unfold. There is only one thing certain. One of those two will definitely die. Thus and the gang leader charge at each other. Stop right there. Peter steps in between, preventing both of them from continuing their actions. Seeing this, the short-haired man ignored it and charged forward. Who dares to challenge me? Peter calmly said, Don't worry too much. The head of the senior brother will come to you on its own. Wait a moment, he continued. Bosses don't rush like that. Hearing this, he froze in place. What is this? Peter takes out his phone. So, at this point, surely the misunderstanding about me has been cleared up? The big guy was confused. How could this happen? He said it's not difficult at all. Remember that Fong was tidied up to welcome guests. I was excited about preparing a great party there. But oh my god, there wasn't a single kitchen utensil. He keeps going. I feel sorry because even though I really want to cook, those items could also be used as weapons if necessary. This is a dangerous world that requires caution. The phone had been secretly recording earlier. I placed a small insurance, and just then, a drunkard stumbled into the room, but he was so drunk he couldn't understand my words. So I just helped him fall into a deep sleep peacefully. Peter recounts that it didn't stop there and looks at the screen, but the real trouble begins now. After I put the drunkards to sleep and left the room, not long after, the video continued to show two other men carrying the intruders away. Someone has taken care of these guys thoroughly. I think they are really considerate. Peter grimaced. How could he not want to see it through? The short-haired guy grits his teeth. Where did you find out everything from? Surprisingly, the two gang leaders reluctantly resumed a peaceful attitude. Oh, if there was any misunderstanding, it's truly unfortunate, almost causing unnecessary division. Luckily, it was just a matter of the wrong order. Peter reached out his hand toward the 7 Ds. Please apologize to our master. The short-haired man's inner anger is truly intense. This guy Kim Sunu, the unweaned brat, dares to play this game with me. Koff, the long-bearded one, mediates. It seems there has been a misunderstanding on our side. We sincerely apologize for this. The Grandmaster Toos burst into loud laughter. He laughed so hard that I was about to go crazy. It's okay. It's okay. You wave your hand dismissively. Even diamond-level sect leaders can make mistakes. Oh my, I almost took out the sect leaders. Let's walk away happily with our arms around each other, while the two gang leaders seethe with envy. Come on, senior brother Sungu. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it. The gang leader secretly thought, these kids, just wait and see as the evening wind blows gently, thus is sitting and looking at the picture on the rooftop wall. Why is he staring so intently? You immediately turn around in surprise. Oh, senior brother Sungu responds to Peter. Oh, it's nothing important. The picture shows a small family looking very happy. This is my family photo. I only have this one. What do you think, brother? He gazed at the photo intently, smiling as he commented. It looks like a happy family. Everyone seems very joyful. Yeah, but Pedia started to tell me that my father passed away not long after I was born, and now I can't even remember my mother clearly. I remember that day it rained all day. When the rain stops, my mother will come back. My mother promised me that. The image of my small self sitting under an umbrella in the rain comes back, but that was the last time I saw her. Since then, suddenly, you burst out laughing. Why am I telling my senior brother all these things? Waving his hand, he said, Ha! That's so embarrassing. Pretend you didn't hear anything. Peter interjected. I'm really jealous. He looks at him with a blank expression. Huh? You're the one who spoke first.
At least the head of the sect has a family to remember. In this moment, everything feels truly peaceful.
So that's why you're curious. Do you not have any family photos? Peter nonchalantly. A family photo? Thinking back to the old days. Are you still continuing your family? Don't even mention family. I've never even taken a photo before. So you're teasing me playfully. Oh, which era does senior brother belong to? I heard that in ancient times of glory, taking photos wasn't even allowed. Do high-level organizations still operate like that? Peter smiled and said, yes, after everything is over, I want to take a photo with my brothers. He was cheerful and happy. All right, since we're both lonely, why not do this? Let's talk. So they put their arms around each other, becoming true sworn brothers, took a photo together, and I promised to feed you sugar tongue hulu for life. This feeling, you said I never said I like Tang Hua Lu. You're teasing me. Senior brother Sungu, why are you so stiff? The two of them continue to share their thoughts. Just live comfortably. Going with the flow isn't that better? So she innocently asked, does loving Tang Hulu resemble going with the flow? Peter replied, yeah, not exactly, but just think about Duong Tang Holo. Is that true? Wow, this is amazing. On the other hand, all you can hear in the room is the sound of the wood-carving knife of the gang leader. He recalls what happened with that Diaz and Peter, unable to contain his anger. He hates them and vows to kill them all. Those damn dogs are just riding on our coattails, the subordinate shouted. Leader, that guy rushed in and 3 Betro have appeared. What? Clan leader, what's going on? Speak quickly. A trembling subordinate cannot keep calm. He shouted, hurry up! When suddenly a voice came from the speaker.
Hey, members of the Soul Shadow sect, can everyone hear me? This is a broadcast from Badro.
I, Badro, will hold a party at 9 Dragons Hell tomorrow. Anyone who wants to meet me must definitely attend. The items needed for the party are simple. For Thus and Peter, they just need adult diapers, high intelligence, and weapons to take their own heads. And most importantly, the location of the party is the same as the one announced on the secret, mischievous loudspeaker. The bearded man is furious. Once the old man is found, let him search all he wants. The broadcast continued despite not being finished, and now it was the final invitation to end the transmission. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded as someone broke through the wall. Cho Kwang was terrified. Absolutely not allowed. His junior brother suddenly stammered, what's going on? We need to urgently report to the Diamond Sect leaders. He hurriedly broke out in a sweat. No, don't go in now. The junior brother replied with wide eyes and a stunned face. I understand. I get it. That's what he said, but he still wondered why his senior brother was so tense. When he tried to explain, he realized that the killing intent of the sect leaders was exactly the same as back then. You don't know anything, do you? I'm talking about the time, decades ago, when the continent was flooded with assassination sects, he patiently continued. Not only Naba's demonic wind, but also other famous sects like the Tai Han sect, the fucking Gu sect, and the Keelan sect. For decades, the power struggle among the sects turned the world into a nightmare. Then an event occurred to unify all the sects across the continent. The atmosphere was silent, everyone focused on the troublemaker, which was the appearance of the king of the continent. With the Diamond Brothers' arrival, all sects with thousands of members had been taken over. And what surprised me even more was that Hans's sect leader finished his training. Well, that's enough for today. He signaled to his long-bearded companion. Let's finish this. The weights dropped with a deafening crash, followed by others chained to the ground and clashing as the Diamond Brothers stopped their escape. Let's go down. They have united all those sects with just 2 people. Your Hans's Pathmaster has declared that the final moment to achieve everything has arrived, Longbeard said seriously. The position of Apostle of Glory, which I will temporarily relinquish to that bloodline. Then the short beard slowly said, it's time to take it back. Moreover, the 2 brothers are determined. Bede's neck is right in front of us, and we will definitely break it, X-Mong said in a dimly lit room with flickering lights. Hey, brother, are we meeting secretly here? Is Uncle's place of the Dark Soul Soldiers okay? Hey, isn't this like Bede is telling me to stay here? Simon calmly advises, don't worry about that. But Simon is still very anxious, probably hiding a camera or something similar here. He sits calmly on the bed, watching Simon. There's a famous saying that under the light is the darkest place. Actually, when you're too close, people often don't notice. Think about it. In the flashback, Peter was standing next to Hans's gang leader, and he saw that the Diamond gang leaders, after being hurt and losing face from the previous incident, wouldn't use the same method to track us, right? Back in the present, he continued. That's true, but this feeling is really strange. What is this strange feeling? Maybe you won't understand this feeling at all. Peter and Simon sat facing each other, and he said it felt like sitting opposite himself. Simon replied, oh. Then he wondered, why do you look at me with such fear? There must be that saying, right? Meeting someone who looks exactly like you, one of you must be the real one. This is a term used to describe a person or object that is identical to someone else. Peter sighed helplessly and stood up. If you're going to talk nonsense like that, just go home. X-Mong asked, so you just laughed earlier, right? You finally admit that my joke was right. You said nonsense, but I agree. After 50 years, I finally acknowledge it. X hopes to look towards you. After all, this is something brothers have always wondered about. As Peter pondered, he asked why you told him to declare war on the Black Soul Master, and a person who looked very much like Simon appeared on the paper stuck on the wall. Is it strange that Peter, someone with a big bounty on his head, appears and declares war on his own? Simon suddenly realized, could that be what you are thinking? I believe you're right, X-Mong said, then leaned on the table slowly, revealing the plan for a strategic distraction. He then outlined a strategy to divert the enemy's vigilance, using a fake attack to attract attention and lure them elsewhere. Peter continues, that means Simon will disguise himself as me when I am old, then gather all the dark spirits in one place. I imagine the scene of the city at night, while I, as the senior master, will find Raphael's weakness inside the empty 9 Dragons Hell. X-Mong truly agrees. He knelt on one knee beside him and nodded. You always have a plan. Petro crossed his arms and turned away. Please don't act like that in that form. Not long after, Simon told him, so now I'm leaving. Be careful, Simon. The Diamond Gang leaders don't seem to be ordinary people. If I make a mistake and fall into their trap, see Manga's confident. Do you think I can be defeated by them? Don't worry. I won't let myself lose again. The city is completely quiet. Peter walks between the houses, lost in thought. So far, the plan has gone smoothly, but there is still one unresolved issue. He wonders where Raphael's weakness lies, as there are guards posted at every entrance in the Nine Dragons prison. He knows that usually, a weakness will easily attract attention. Important items are usually protected very carefully. But in this Nine Dragons hell, Peter is still reasoning. There is no place like that. So where is it finally? Brother Dom Shu, if I were Raphael, where would I hide my weakness? A place too far or invisible? Or recalling what he once said in a room with a butt like the saying under the light is the darkest place. Usually when too close people don't realize it, Peter suddenly realized that's right and started running in the opposite direction because he thought the safest place didn't need strict protection from the beginning. Peter's conclusion was that the safest place in Nine Dragons Hell, as expected, was a spot in the darkness where the strongest would react quickly and protect. It's the place where that person would defend with their life. He looked up at the weak point. It's right here. In front of Peter are tall buildings. He is sure it is at the tidiest family estate. Then he continues walking. It seems this place has no security system or intrusion prevention. Peter puts on black gloves and wonders if that thing is really hidden here. If it is, then how is it concealed? Suddenly, someone's voice echoes. What are you doing? Sunu rushes forward. That Dia appears behind. Peter crossed his arms and questioned, what are you planning to do at my mother's house? You lean in close to him and continue. Why can't you say anything? Peter was panic-stricken, wide-eyed, thinking to himself that he had indeed reacted quickly. Everyone saw that situation as suspicious. What should I do now? He calmly came up with an excuse. The last time I was here, I noticed the stone floor in front of the door was cracked. When I was young, my house was like this too, so I usually pay attention when I see things like this. Peter said as he placed the stones, if his mother returns later and her foot gets caught in this crack, it would be very dangerous. Hearing that Dia was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, he bid farewell to the boy. Then I will go ahead. If there's a chance, I will come back. You coldly call out Sungu's name and rush forward, while thus politely puts his arm around him. Have you arrived? Why not try visiting my mother's house? Peter gently declines. It's not really necessary, but you still insist on persuading me. If you go without entering, my mother will be sad. There's no other choice, so I guess I have to agree. Fine then. Following behind, he silently rejoiced. Luckily, everything seemed to go more smoothly than he had expected. As he pushed the door open, he was surprised to see you crossing your arms and smiling. Welcome to our mother's house. Sunu, go ahead. Peter approached a table in the house and said in surprise, this is an abandoned house that's too clean and tidy to be called deserted. Right here is Raphael's weakness, so he turns away hesitantly. Do you know, Senior? This is the first time. Seeing you say that, he was surprised. First time what? You've been slow all along. Then you smile and turn to look at me, saying only Sungu can come to my mother's house. Peter is surprised. Then he thinks the Nine Dragon God seems to be too pure. Seeing something, he asked, but what is this? Standing next to the decorated wardrobe, Peter expressed his curiosity. A mother-of-pearl inlaid wooden wardrobe. Isn't this the kind of wardrobe I usually see in my hometown? So, he explains, this is a gift my father gave my mother, and she has kept it all her life. He places his hand on the cabinet, his voice tinged with regret but unable to fully express it. Peter doesn't understand why he can't. He hesitates. In fact, that Dias's fingers touching the patterns on the cabinet answered his question. Now I no longer remember the warmth or my mother's voice. The only trace she left behind is her lingering scent in this house. He bowed his head and clasped both hands, overwhelmed with emotion. Whenever I remember my mother, I go to this wardrobe, and even her lingering scent will disappear. Peter feels guilty. Sorry, you're surprised. Why are you apologizing? You are straightforward. I have suspected you without reason. So confused. What are you suspicious about? What are you talking about? There are loud noises suddenly coming from outside. Baduro has appeared. Go look outside and tell Baduro. Finally, he has revealed himself. When Peter was about to rush outside, that Dias grabbed his shirt to hold him back. Hero, hurry up, we have to catch him. You stopped him. No, I place my hand on my chest and say determinedly, I will go with you. But I am still stopped by that Dias. Absolutely not. Sunu, go ahead. Baduro is an extremely dangerous person, so I point at him and order Sungu to go. You stay here and I will handle the capture. In the deserted street, someone's voice echoed. The calm and strategic plan was just walking and chatting. Now all that's left is to use the water-fetching bear, right? That water-fetching bear really is a big joke. Thinking back, he was holding a stick and walking confidently. Was I expecting too much? This soul-eating spirit is nothing special. Making a fuss, but still silent, and our gang's figure is nowhere to be seen. He is angry. It's true that all the rumors are rubbish. A pile of wood splinters falls on his butt. A loud explosion echoes again, and the short-bearded and long-bearded men appear fiercely. It really seems like luck is on our side. I didn't expect to find it so easily. Then, he suddenly looked toward the source of the sound. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a figure made him hesitate. But the Shortbeard said to the Longbeard, "After all, even if it's bad, it's still a mackerel, not a common fish." The Legend of Glory isn't just talk. It can block a surprise attack without being noticed. Mong sat up, and amidst the wreckage, he immediately heard a sound that was swiftly stopped. Truly formidable. His cold eyes looked towards the young Hansa and saw the two men still whispering softly. "Brother, it seems we need to be more cautious." These guys, Mong holding a staff with fierce energy. The two elders are still standing in the corner observing, seeming to be no ordinary opponents. Suddenly he sighed. "Oh, my old back in this area, no one cares about respecting the elderly. If the gang attacks the old man like this, then there's no other choice." From now on, he sneered and threatened, "You will be taught a lesson by this old man." Shortbeard reassures him, "Don't worry too much. We will slowly devour you alive." Mong rushes forward shouting, "Apostle Baduro!" Peter looks out from the house in disgust. "What exactly are you doing over there?" Shortbeard and Longbeard stand in front of the fallen wall, with blinding light shining down on them. Both exclaim, "At last, we meet." "The glorious Saint Peter!" The short-bearded woman smirks in challenge, only now realizing that Peter is so skilled with a sword.
But what does that matter? Mong struggles to stand up with a grimacing face.
The tiger's fangs have been broken. He begins to think of a strategy in his mind. Now, instead of defeating them, finding Raphael's weakness is the top priority, pretending to be Peter to buy more time. But before I could act, Shortbeard threw a punch at Mong's face, leaving him stunned. Can I buy more time? Thanks to his quick reflexes, he dodged to the side, causing him to punch the wall and create a loud cracking sound. He marveled at the incredible strength, even greater than the rumor suggested. Just one hit is enough to end your life. These people are the masters of diamond, the ones who unified the entire continent. After punching the wall, the leader turned to look at the buttocks and exclaimed, "It's incredible that at that age he can move like that, but a tiger without teeth." Saying that, he charged back toward the buttocks, shouting loudly, "No different from a cat that has caught a mouse." He was startled and panicked, repeatedly dodging his attacks, and even the short beard was amazed. "What?" He touched his cheek and saw a red bloodstain, muttering, "Could I have been cut? How is that possible? The sword must have broken, so what exactly is going on?" The sect leader quickly calmed himself down. This was not the time to be careless. Then he jumped forward threateningly. His remaining teeth would also be pulled out. Zeem sneered in contempt. "The fangs are really ridiculous." Then he suddenly realizes something. "Wait a minute. Could that be?" Zeem sneered contemptuously. After saying that, he charged forward to attack the long beard. After defeating that guy, he finally answered the gang leader. Without teeth, he moved slowly. Could it be that biting with his gums isn't possible? That surprised him, not with a sword but with a blade. Did he attack with a sword? Rao Dai hurried over to stand beside Rao Ngan. "You're slinging your stick over your shoulder and questioning me. Where's that imposing aura from earlier? Are you scared now? Well, this old man will be disappointed." The little diamond kids with short beards bow their heads. "We must admit that we underestimated you." Even with broken teeth, the Longbeard also admits that the tiger is still a tiger. Shortbeard raises his hand to his forehead. If you acknowledge, returning it would be the proper courtesy. Rao Dai also thinks of this as a thank you. With the leader's fighting stance, we will show you our full strength. At this moment, Mong suddenly said, "Wait a minute, the Diamond Brothers attacking together?" He assessed the situation, even faster than before. "If I get hit by that attack, I'll grimace like a broken sword and my body will shatter into pieces." With that, he dodged those powerful strikes again. Of course, even though the two of them attacked simultaneously, Mong was still dodging very well. He kept thinking, if I hit him, Mong would realize something. I've already read their moves, now there's only one thing left. He's thinking about absorbing all my attacks. He launched a series of rapid strikes against the long beard and the short beard, stabbing straight at them without hesitation. But Mong was confused. But what is going on? Why did I attack so accurately? Yet despite that, the two of them charged forward along with his thoughts, showing no concern for the wounds. No, on the contrary, after blocking the next attacks, Mong realized they were even stronger than before. The wounds from the sword strikes aren't deep enough. They've realized there's nothing to worry about. Shortbeard confidently launches the next attack. "That's right, even if you cut me 100 or 1,000 times, once I catch you, your bones will be shattered." Hearing that, he continued his moves confidently. Truly a mad dog, but just being crazy won't be enough to catch me. The sect leader grins provocatively. "So what? It seems like this will catch you." Mong was surprised to see something. "What is this? What kind of shadow is this?" He grabs the chain weight and charges forward. He mutters angrily, "Damn it!" Before he could recover, he threw the dumbbell at him. Then the short-bearded man confidently caught it, saying no matter how skilled you are, you can't kill us with just a sword bag. This time, Mong fell to the shattered table behind him, trembling. Actually, there is a reason why they attacked like crazy. He held his hand and calculated, "They made me focus on one spot and seize the opportunity when I was off guard to land a fatal blow. Mong, that Peter has come here for the end." Longbeard and Shortbeard stand before him to teach him a lesson. If you keep living in hiding like a rat, you might have enjoyed a peaceful remaining life, but you just can't shake your old habits and come out again to seek trouble early. Shortbeard smirks teasingly. "But anyway, thank you, Peter." We will never forget your contribution that made us saints. Suddenly, a loud fart sounded, and you should be the one thanking me, which made Shortbeard a bit startled. What is this? He said, Oh, our sweet masters are truly full of compassion. With that toothless poor tiger, he held the knife with such a sharp gaze that they even fitted it with a false tooth. The two men sneered and said, What do you mean? That tiny knife can do nothing. It's just like a sword sheath. Simon stands up calmly and says, So what if I have a real sword this time? You two will be truly surprised. Hold on. Shimong sighs. The air, objects, and even the breath. From the rooftop, dust and smoke rose into the air, and everything fell silent except for a strange vortex appearing here. This whirlpool. When the wood pieces fall on people, the long beard and short beard realize it. Damn it, we were too naive. This man has been like this from the beginning. His butt is still causing the wood fragments to fly forward. The two men realized too late that they weren't aiming at our necks. The incident made him angry. Damn heaven. The loud noises kept ringing out. Damn it, Peter! Is your brother still doing well? He quickly dismissed the thought, having already attracted attention and bought some time, and said, But if I keep showing myself for too long, I worry they will realize I'm not the real Peter. X is highly alert around. But setting that aside, these guys' assessments are really not to be underestimated. Longbeard and Shortbeard are hunting for him. Peter Thias appears mockingly, wondering if this is the Grandmaster. The Longbeard responds, The reputation of that old man is just a thing of the past now. We've turned him into a zombie. He definitely can't go far. The boy stroked his chin and thought to himself, It's too late now. He asked back, So the fish has already been caught? Do you want to get involved a little? Short-bearded man confidently said, Clean your mouth. You won't get a share. Long-bearded man realized something and asked, but strangely, what was that expression? Seeing the boy lower his head, he wondered if he still felt wronged. Thus smiled brightly and pointed to the sky. Oh heavens, I arrived a little late, didn't get involved, so don't worry, the whole city has already fallen into darkness. Standing among the wreckage, he crossed his arms and observed that the building had collapsed simply, leaving few clues for deduction. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. St. Peter thus offered a reason. He is a master enough to make us tremble. With this level, maybe this is really Peter. Realizing something, the boy widened his eyes. Wait a moment. Remembering the images of the long and short beards, Tadius found a clue, the wounds suffered by the Diamond Brothers. These wounds weren't caused by a sword. Thinking that, he wondered if it was something else instead of a sword. Another line of thought emerged. For a master like him to only leave these superficial wounds, could it mean the intention was not to kill? Tadius holds the staff in his hand, confused. Why? What is his intention? Peter, who are you really? What is your purpose for coming to this Nine Dragons hell? The boy, holding a staff, faces outward at Thus's house. Peter still stood by the wardrobe and whispered, Thus is the strongest person in this Nine Dragons hell. Everyone like Thus must do their best to protect. He realizes that this house and what's inside it are likely connected. He reaches out to the locker's lock, continuing to think that Raphael's weakness must be inside this house. Peter remembered what that deist once said. When that deist stood by the wardrobe, he told that every time he remembered his mother, he would open this wardrobe, and even the lingering scent would disappear. Then, he hesitated, thinking that Raphael's weakness might be inside this cabinet, but it could also be nothing. Peter, despite being tired, knew the cabinet door was unlocked, but they couldn't open it based on guesswork alone. The sound of the phone interrupts his thoughts as he answers a call from Simon. Peter, why are you so late? Simon, thank you. Thanks to you, the investigation went more smoothly. Did you find anything? He inquired about your situation and then showed him the way forward. Let's talk about that later. Have you left the scene safely? The path I showed you before is now very dangerous. Take the back way. On the familiar road, Thus walks home. He stroked his chin while walking, pondering. Think it over again. Why do you think Peter acted so conspicuously as if he wanted to get caught? If he wanted something, he could have done it secretly. Continuing that endless line of reasoning, does that mean there must be some reason behind such actions? Tadius puts himself in Peter's shoes and thinks what he would do if he were Peter. Imagining Simong holding a stick, he reasons that if he had already arranged for someone to act on his behalf, then he would go find what he wants. His eyes widened as if he realized something. So, when all the situations are combined, I can only suspect that Tadius was following Peter. He turned around and said, We're here? Enjoy your chat. You've been waiting long, right? But who were you just talking to? Peter just pointed at his phone and said, It's just an old acquaintance I haven't spoken to in a long time. Then he smiled and said, That's fine. Go ahead and chat. That's right. His eyes lit up as he made a suggestion. If he's your friend, then he's also my friend. Of course. Tadius reached out to grab his phone. The boy stepped forward and suggested, So let me say hello to that friend of yours. Are you okay? That caught him off guard. Then let me introduce myself directly. Tadius made a call and said nothing. Stay quiet. The person on the phone also doesn't understand and asks why you're suddenly so silent. Tadius looks at Peter with curiosity. What's going on with Sunu, brother? While you were stunned, you told me, Are you upset because I took your phone? Or is there another reason? The sound from the phone played. Why are you so silent? You didn't answer the phone and are questioning Peter Hungnim Sungu, brother. Are you really connected to Peter as I suspected? Seeing you lower your head, thus Duke Da said something. Hung Nim. At this moment, the person on the other end of the phone also spoke up. No, he doesn't need to say anything more. I have been waiting for your appearance. The person standing in front of me here? Tedious was a bit surprised, eyes wide open, and it will be difficult to escape. Hung Nim, not wanting to keep you waiting, the phone rings. What about the package? If you want to buy the package, be clear about whether you will buy it or not. Only then will you be surprised. What? The package? What does he mean? Buy what? I still don't understand those things. Peter slowly looked at you and said quickly, did you buy those tiles? You want to replace the broken one, right? Then he pointed to the tiles and said, I kept thinking about the damaged floor at the entrance. He also didn't forget to ask about his friend. So you caught Peter, right? Diaz, after understanding everything, feels regretful.
No, unfortunately, I didn't catch him. That can happen. I heard he's a very strong person.
Peter pointed at you and said, let's go. You exclaimed in surprise, huh? He explained, isn't it true that we need to prepare? The boy awkwardly replied, yes. Following behind, Peter scratched his head in confusion. Hacker sat in a dimly lit room, a lavish meal before him, but he seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Did the Diamond Leaders lose Peter right before their eyes? Are they having trouble capturing that old man who looks like a zombie? As he poured the wine into the glass, he muttered to himself. The person whose life was nearing its end was still very resilient. Peter Hacker angrily placed his hand on the hourglass and wondered, do you really want to hold my weakness like that? But then he sneered cunningly, I can't let everything go according to an old man's wishes. I will call the demon again. The clash between his wineglass and the hourglass inside, which is a mouse, caused a loud noise, and there is not much time left for the 9 dragons of hell. The night sky is sparkling with stars as Tedious sits on the rooftop surrounded by a mess of belongings. In the silence, Tedious hears a call for him, Eudes. Peter approaches and asks, are you okay? You turned to look at him and said, you're here. Wait a minute, what's that? Then suddenly, you nervously touched his hand. Did you get hurt when I took your phone? Peter asked softly. It's nothing serious. Hearing that, you felt guilty. No, I'm sorry. Sunu, my disciple, Peter reassured him, and tell me about a good clinic nearby. If anything happens or I get injured, I will go there then. So I quickly sketch a map on the paper and don't forget to remind. Wait, there's only one clinic nearby. Go there before it's too late. The deeper the wound, the more time matters. He put the paper into his pocket and politely said, thank you, by the way. I wonder if you were really that angry. Peter calmly explained, and I was curious to know how angry you really were. How did you suddenly find out? Thus. Then Peter took a step forward, nonchalant. How could I not know? You stood in front of a tall stone pillar and looked at it for a long time. Thus his voice echoed. The evidence that I'm angry and spreading my frustration everywhere makes me start to suspect that he's also the same kind of person as you. Tedious scratches his head and laughs awkwardly. I was surprised. Actually, I've been searching for the Diamond Leaders. This time, Peter was stunned. Diamond Leader, what did you hear? Recall it now. You recount the failed scene with a fierce expression, asking again, is there no more time now? The 2 Diamond brothers sit on a rock, looking at you with confusion. What should we do? It seems the boss didn't tell the sect leader about this. The leader of the path grins. That means the 9 dragons' hell is about to be destroyed. Tedious was stunned, unable to believe it. He should have stopped the government. The boy continued, saying the government was so determined to destroy this place that even Glory would find it hard to stop them. He believes that if you want to prevent the destruction, Lord Raphael needs a worthy compensation. Toddy folded his arms, bowed his head, and pondered as the Vice Master advised. You haven't caught Peter yet, have you? But don't worry. After you catch Peter, we'll take care of the 9 dragons. Seeing his sinister smile, he wondered, so what if the sect master runs away from the demon? Returning to the present, thus continued to reveal the shadow of the Diamond Leaders who had obstructed my dealings with Raphael. That's strange, isn't it? The Diamond Leaders wouldn't. Peter whispers, I can't understand you. If it's because of your mother's trace, shouldn't you find another way? So slowly, it's because of that bastard. He wondered, who is that? Hearing that, you raised your hand to explain, the so-called 9 dragons demon, the leaders are not the issue. I have to protect that place from him. Someone who can come back at any moment. And I will too. If you're not comfortable, there's no need to tell me. I just hope that Sunu and the others can hear everything about me. At this moment, Thus's emotions are extremely angry. You turned my house into a flatland, the person I wanted to kill the most decades ago. The dark-colored buildings are built close together. 9 Dragons has never been affected by government control. A desolate area with the bustling market scene, crowded stalls, and the lively joy of people. Here, refugees without shelter gather naturally, and we live in harmony together. Tedious remembers when he was little, and his mother bought him candy to eat. His mother watched him enjoy it. LaBelle, is it that good? You puffed up and answered. That's right, my mother and I used to be very happy. The friendly shopkeeper asked LaBelle, do you like the candy skewers at my shop? That Dai happily replied. Yes, it's very delicious, he sighed. Looking at the people here, everyone always smiles. I think we could live like this forever. Suddenly, you opened your eyes wide, recalling that day when you stood in front of the house holding candy. watching everyone drying their blankets, followed by the image of the ruined house with shattered windows and bloodstained walls. Everything was within your sight. Your mother used to walk in the rain with an umbrella. The farewell with my mother was without any reason. She left. So Chio sat down in the middle of the street in the rain. He said, I waited for a long time, but my mother still didn't come back, and I could endure those times. You think because there are uncles and aunts in the village who always take care of me, the bun seller treats you kindly. So let's leave this behind. Today, I will give you a special bun. You're so eager to carry the dough pot politely, there's no need for that. Keep telling your story. From then on, trouble started to appear. The owner of the bun shop.
The bakery owner carrying the steaming basket looked outside in surprise. That's right.
Where did he come from? A customer with a large shadow standing at the door makes everyone curious. This is the first time I see him. The man couldn't help but speak out. You don't sell buns to newcomers, do you? The owner hurriedly replied, No, that's not it. I hear Tedious remembers the man who suddenly appeared in Q Long. We call him that guy. The demon grins and says, The buns here are very good. That is the demon from outside. He burst into the shop, cutting off the owner's arm with a bloodstained knife, then raised it to press the other person down into the boiling pot, as urgent voices echoed through the room. Help me. Tedious was terrified as a child when he saw that scene. I will never be able to forget him. The image of this place has become a hell etched deeply into my eyes. The figure of that demon is truly terrifying, the demon declared. Now Jiulong belongs to me. He slowly remembered that I was still okay at that time because all the adults in the village had gathered to fight against the demon. Everyone in the village rushed to chase the demon, shouting, Get out of our village, let's work together.
Go away, demon. The nightmare flashed through that deus's mind, but it became a poison that painted the scene in a way I couldn't believe even after seeing it with my own eyes.
Seeing them fight, I admired and felt both fear and respect for their skills. The tragedy didn't end there. I was terrified when I saw their arms cut off and scattered on the ground. He did something crazy. He made everyone disabled, though tremblingly grabbed his collar. I will die if this continues. If I want to turn the situation around here, I have to be stronger than him. The boy held the family photo of 3 people, determined. Because of my mother, you will come back someday. If that can happen, I will do whatever it takes. Tedious stood in the middle of the room filled with bookshelves, thinking to himself, There's no way that demon who looks like a corpse could suddenly become so powerful. There must be a secret somewhere. After a moment, he realized, yes, it's the book. The demon, holding the book close to his chest, walks away confidently. Everyone wonders about the mysterious book he always carries. So I rummaged through the cabinets, searching and muttering, there must be a secret inside. Where could it be? If you have that skill! Oh! The demon suddenly appears behind you, crossing his arms and shouting, What are you doing? What are you looking for in my library? Are you trying to learn my secret martial arts book? So I confidently pounded my chest and said yes. I also want to become a strong person like you. If I want to protect this place, this is the only way I will become stronger by secretly learning his techniques. He pointed to himself and looked at the demon, saying, Take me as your disciple. My father was also considered strong, so I wonder if you would accept me. Father, the demon casually dismisses that you don't have a father. I was stunned. How could this be? He laughed and asked, How so? Starting to train, the demon swung his leg up, making your slipper fall off. How could someone like you even think about learning my skills? You still remain very determined. Just try to learn it. Give it a shot. Then the demon looks at you honestly and says, You useless kid, a thief from the start. You'll never succeed in your life because you lack talent. He turned away and said, Go if you want, but if you come back, I will really kill you. Leaving the defeated one vomiting blood, trembling on the floor. I hold the book and tell myself, Mom, I will prove it to you. After secretly reading the martial arts book of that demon, I didn't waste a second and persistently practiced those techniques. I don't care if my blood runs dry or my bones shatter. Thus train day and night with incredible intensity. You unleash a series of rapid attacks that create loud noises, hoping it will make me stronger. After successful training and enduring hardships, Thus believes I have finally found the right moment to take revenge on the demon who turned 9 dragons into hell. A sense of regret appeared as he recounted, but when I returned after a few years, Tedious pushed open the door, letting the evening light in, revealing only a few books, and he had vanished, leaving only a piece of paper behind. The boy knelt trembling, clutching the note, reading it, and I couldn't contain the emotion stirred by those words. The content written on the paper is an order to destroy 9 dragons. Why? Seeing everyone being chained and taken away one after another, you couldn't understand what they were trying to achieve with that. The authorities had never touched this area before. Do they enjoy turning this desolate land into ruins? I realize now that was the reason he came here and turned this place into hell. Everyone was captured and the ground was covered in red blood. He concluded that he wanted to sell the 9 dragons hell to the government. I realized that after the fierce battles. Not only that, but you also shed tears while wearing the mask. I remember that moment when I felt everything was over and there was no need to fight anymore, so I collapsed and felt defeated. I lost everything, so I had no reason to live anymore. But then, a glimmer of hope came to me. The question echoes in the darkness. Do you want to take back the 9 dragons hell? The man in the blue vest solemnly said, I will give it back to you. I have connections with your government. If we can talk nicely, it's not hard to get back Q Long. Titius was suspended in doubt as he heard that. How can I believe that? The man advised you, and trust only grows stronger when you're desperate. I can see that. The two of them lean their heads close together. The man whispers, your intense trust naturally comes with conditions. The man calmly discusses with Thus, I have a big plan. Your task is simple. Just lend me your power. Hearing that, Thus thought to himself, the position of envoy has never interested me. If I want, I can achieve it 100, even 1,000 times over. My strength. His eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. If I can reclaim my house, I will use it as I see fit. Back in the present, Peter and Thus are still sitting on the rooftop, looking in different directions. Peter turns to ask a series of rapid questions.
Now everything makes sense. The reason why you don't have time and why you have to catch Peter.
Titius gently smiled, placing his hand on Peter's shoulder and giving a firm pat. Then he confidently declared, I know where Peter will appear. Now this will truly come to an end. The city under the night sky with tall buildings echoes with calls. Mong. Peter leans against the wall listening to the phone. Inside the phone, Mong is overjoyed. That performance of yours just now was amazing, right? My intuition tells me that being so strong makes my tongue react automatically. How does that feel? That's enough praise already. I'm embarrassed. He cares and asks if you're feeling any better. The girl in the cloak searches along the wall for a way out with one hand, holding her injured waist with the other. Aside from the broken ribs, she's unharmed. Seeing that, he said, I've already found the location of the doctor here. Mong hurriedly refused. Oh my god, it's just a broken rib or two. Do you really have to see a doctor? Back in the day, we just needed to realign the ribs, and it was fine. He is patient. These days are no longer like before. Peter is determined to make sure he gets proper treatment. Anyway, I've sent the address now, so go see the doctor to treat your wounds and stay somewhere safe for now. Mong nodded and said, I understand. I will contact you once I arrive. He tried to move through the darkness with his wound, and after a while, he saw two ancient trees and wondered, what is this? Mong looked up and muttered, the address is definitely this place. I must have arrived at the right spot, right? What kind of renowned doctor could he really be? He stood in front of a locked door with trees and signs before him. That made him wonder, could he really open a hospital in a place like this? Suddenly the door opened and Mong was startled by the noise. What is this? Stepping inside, he was met with a chaotic scene of beds, tables, and chairs all in disarray, making him exclaim, is this a clinic? He looked around and then called Peter. Hey, I'm here, but is this place actually operational? Peter listened as he said there was nothing. It looked just like a clinic meant only for her. He was also a bit surprised, as if he realized something, and he shouted, jumping out of there immediately. Hurry up, he is panicking. What are you saying? Since you're already here, at least let me check a little first. Someone saw X's butt and finally met him. A shadow sat leisurely on the window, watching Mong bend down and move. So he calmly asked, are you Peter? Seeing that, Mong replied, oh my god, I don't know who's a fan of mine standing here waiting for me like this. He stood up, turned toward Zhang's door, gesturing with both hands. If someone is waiting for me here, I'd be pretty happy. Peter is still urgently urging Simon to leave this place. Simon leaves immediately. He chuckled and replied, sorry, but I'm the only one allowed to fight here. Peter desperately tried to stop him. Mong, stop fighting and get out of there now. See you later. Then he turned to talk with Thuck. But I'm really curious. How did our guy know I would come here? He turned his face to the side and gently said it was not difficult at all, recalling when he was sitting at home with Diamond Brother Peter. I think he was injured in the battle with the Kim Kang brothers, so he probably can't move normally anymore. You deduce that he will go to the clinic to recover his body, and Mr. Zeem laughs heartily. Do you understand my meaning this well? I'm truly touched, but this old man's body is really inconvenient. What should we do now? Then Tu still refused to look directly at him and continued speaking. Anything is fine, but I'll say this first. I don't hold any ill will towards you. I jump down from the window and continue, but everyone has a thread of fate already set for them. That's true. Tedious prepares to strike, warning him. If you think that way, you'll feel more at ease. Our minds are truly in harmony. Mong firmly held the knife, thinking I had the same idea. He also assumed a ready stance. Then just one battle, so neither side has regrets. As Thadi begins his attack, he opens his eyes wide in surprise. The successive moves created a fierce battle. Mong was sweating and worried. Damn it, I didn't see anything at all. Although I heard about the new apostles, he was much faster than I expected. He definitely saw my attack. You calmly land after each strike and keep marveling. So at that moment, he not only dodged, but also aimed precisely at my tendons. Really? You feel a bit worried. If the blade had been just 2 centimeters longer, my leg tendon would have been cut. So he continued his line of reasoning. This wasn't about thinking ahead and then acting, but about the body reacting automatically. In the end, he couldn't help but admire him. Truly a seasoned master. This is Peter. This opponent really is a quite challenging adversary. Truly worthy of the assassin title. I confidently advise you. Hey, young friend, this old man will give you a serious piece of advice. Rushing like that won't win over the girls. He says that, but what just happened made him think. Even though he says that, the longer this battle goes on, the more disadvantageous it is for him. In that case, in this situation, my only remaining move is this. Mong lowers his head and says, "Sorry, but this old man doesn't have much time left. Let's end it with one move." You're saying one move with a badly injured body. What do you plan to do? More powerful attacks are coming. The battle was evenly matched, and you exclaimed in surprise. As you responded to Simon's move, you analyzed those skills. Just when I thought I had dodged the attack, a new strike came again. Is this really an attack from someone who is injured? It really is hard to believe. X-Mong squints and whispers to himself that he had already guessed it wouldn't end with just one move. He also recalled the battle and began to reason. Because the difference in skill levels between the two was just a little, if the blade had been 2 centimeters longer earlier, it could have hit him. X-Mong looked at you, trying to reassure himself. But now he thought it was all pointless. Because this guy has already realized that by observing the attacks, he can dodge them all. X-Mong unleashes a special move and you quickly dodge it. Tedious observes and assesses it was truly a close call. Luckily, what you're holding isn't too long. He calmly replied, "So you might as well say your entire lifetime of luck has been used up today." After finishing, Mong squinted and assessed that despite his confident words, the gap in strength was widening. He looked at that dais in front of him with suspicion, wondering how to deal with that guy when he hadn't taken any damage at all. Sweat dripped down his face. He trembled. This might be the last chance, so he had to seize it. Mong suddenly moved, and after a lightning-fast attack, thus nodded in admiration, saying, "That was truly impressive." You analyzed the situation earlier, feeling like your internal organs were being pierced every time you moved, yet you still endured and fought. You dodged the provocations, but his attacks did no damage to me at all. The old man wondered, is there still something holding him back? What is restraining his power? Mong Lao Nu flew over laughing and said, "This guy is at it again. Complimenting the enemy is only for after you win. That's true respect for your opponent." The two continue their battle, and he keeps talking. "Hey, young man, do you know what the advantage of a dagger is?" As Mong rushes forward, you have to retreat further back. He believes that while the longsword can only strike once, the dagger is faster, transforming so quickly that the spot he just stood on is now only a swirl mark. Tedious was momentarily surprised, thinking he could cut down his opponent dozens of times, but then he disappeared. You watch as a series of beams of light shoot up one after another and focus on one spot. Tedious stared in amazement. Right from the start, this was it. The attacks weren't weakening, but deliberately holding back. Mong appeared immediately after and continued the attack. Only then did he realize he was led into a hidden corner by a small strike to set up for attacks he couldn't dodge. A huge explosion erupted in the sky. Mong was determined to finally reach him. "It's over now." Tedious clenched the dagger so tightly that his hand was bleeding as he gritted his teeth. The attack was faster than lightning. Simon was suddenly surprised by what he saw. "What?" You immediately questioned what you saw. "With this level of skill, you think no one can avoid it, right? This can't happen." He looked at you briefly worried. After dozens and hundreds of strikes that failed to hit him, they were all blocked? And he's still so smug with that indifferent expression? He then smirked and glanced to the side, quickly devising a plan when he sensed Mong was about to act. "This attack of his aimed at the ribs, I have to block it." You used a move that made Mong lean back in shock. After finishing this move, you land safely, while he soars into the air and falls back down. Mong sits on the ground and listens to your confession. "That's impressive. Even in that dangerous moment, you managed to protect the wounded area. Peter really is Peter." Then suddenly, opening his eyes wide, he told him, "This place must have some kind of dragon energy or something that makes so many terrifying people appear. I'm truly impressed. Who would have thought that a severely injured old man could withstand my attacks? To this extent, I have made a mistake against a veteran warrior like you. I have acted disrespectfully. Now I will send you off with the utmost respect." Suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered in Thus's eyes. All attacks were aimed at the sitting buttocks on the ground. He sneered contemptuously, "This is so ridiculous." As he clenched his teeth, I declared, "But I am glad I replaced you when facing such a powerful enemy." "Peter?" Simon started fighting again, making you shout. "Stop it, Peter. I was surprised to see you appear." "Huh? Why are you here?" Sunu Peter stands next to Sim and explains I will clarify everything. "The reason I came here and thus wondered why." "Sang you? What are you talking about?" Turning your back and understanding things like that is truly wonderful. Tyus recalls every moment spent beside him. In this Nine Dragons hell, where everyone wants to chase me away, for the first time I felt like I truly had a brother. Suddenly he stopped, pondering. "But do you know?" Sang Tedious recalled meeting Peter holding a stone, saying he was worried about the old stone step at my mother's house. "It's not that I don't want to fix that step, but I can't because it's impossible to repair." Because Tedious will express his feelings. "There's no place in this area to repair that stone floor." You heard that and questioned, "Since when?" "You're starting to suspect me. Do you remember the battle between Kim Kang and Peter?" Tedious recounts what he found at the Diamond Brothers' place. That day, Peter used some kind of weapon to slash at Kim Kang Brothers' wound. At that time, he only used his left hand. Of course, I also considered the possibility that Peter was left-handed, but it wasn't. Building on that emotion, he explained that it is a style of swordsmanship that completely does not use the right arm, the closest person to Peter, the one Du mentioned, who only has one arm. Maybe with such exceptional swordsmanship, he is indeed the envoy Mong. Seeing Mong with an angry expression, he offered his opinion. And finally, I need a definite confirmation. You turn your back and walk away, but still communicate with Peter. Safety rules are not based on superficial suspicions alone, but are necessary. He also turned away, lowered his head, and listened to what you said. Convincing evidence that Tedious continues to analyze that Peter's injury was caused at this clinic. You remember drawing the map for him before, but you're sure there's a clinic here, Tedious confirmed seriously. And only Suno and I know the truth. You still stand there explaining yourself. There have been many moments when I could have doubted you, Sungo. However, what I haven't said until now is Suno. Earlier, Diaz turned to look at him with trust and said, I hope you are not my enemy. He then looked at Peter and continued, because I had hoped. I also wanted to confirm whether you are on Peter's side. What was your purpose in approaching me? Peter sent you to approach me, didn't he? He said slowly. Everything is so long. This surprised that Diaz and he exclaimed, What do you mean? Peter looked at you calmly. It was just a misunderstanding on your part. He said there's no way I would ever stand on Peter's side, so I was extremely confused. What did you say? Peter said seriously. Because I am Peter. Tedious was utterly surprised. Sunu, brother, you said you are Peter. Then you wonder, even though you know why I'm looking for Peter, how can you still say that? And what do you mean by that? From the beginning, Tedious thought Peter was an old man, and he lost patience, saying he didn't want to hear a long explanation. In the end, the Peter you're looking for is me. You confidently adjust your glasses and ask, So what if you insist like that? I see, I continue. All right, then it seems I don't need to hear anything more. Whether Sungu is Peter or the tiger raised by Peter, I will definitely make you fall under my hand. In that situation, Peter thought I had simulated many times in his mind how I could counter Judas's attack, and I had found the answer. The lightning-fast attacks caught him off guard, leaving no time to react. Peter blocked those moves while quietly assessing. This speed is completely different from anyone I've faced before. But suddenly, he was caught off guard, not understanding what this attack was. Simong, are you okay? What just happened? He struggled to reply. Duion, I couldn't see clearly after that attack. I have to help the boss immediately. He made a call from a corner to someone to report. Right now, Thus and the boss have started fighting. Simong narrows his eyes in suspicion. Can this be considered a fight? It's just an increasingly intense battle with continuous crashing sounds. But he believes that a one-sided anger usually determines who has the upper hand in a fight. Peter and Thus face each other closely. It is during that intense battle that Simon's voice of power is heard. But if that power, and they keep blocking each other's moves, he is still focused on observing, unable to land a single hit on his opponent. Then what? In the fight, Peter assessed that he could easily block this attack, and he was pushed back to the ground. When he calms down, he realizes he can't afford to be careless, as he leaves no openings to attack. Therefore, he must first create distance and then counterattack. Tedious continues to strike at him. A loud clash echoes as Peter gets hit. In a corner, Shimong was also tense and informed someone on the phone about the unbelievable speed. Even the difference in strength was nothing. So, I could feel that from your recent attack, but is such a reflex really human? Suddenly, a loud scream echoes. But the boss in the thick smoke suddenly closed one eye, wondering what had just happened. The boss has taken many hits like that, but how? Peter calmly caught your punch. This made Seong exclaim, still looking fine. Then he firmly said to Thus, What's going on? Are you looking down on me? Both of you, together, mock me with disdain. Your attack lacking any real resolve. Given that you told him not to attack to kill, but only to disable, I was wondering what you were thinking. Thus, you gently said that, anyway, I couldn't understand. His face was a mix of disappointment and surprise. I had never thought Peter would plant spies, but then he seemed about to cry softly. Sunu is different. Tedious shows his true feelings. The Sungu brothers I know are the only ones in Nine Dragons, my friends, true brothers. Hearing that, Peter lowered his head in thought. The two of them end their battle, and he says, it turns out you truly can't see people clearly. Peter confesses that when he asked to become your disciple, when he came here and clung to you, and when he entered your respectable mother's house, he gently dismisses all of that and then delivers a deadly line, just part of his plan to find Raphael's weakness. Tuz lowered his head in disappointment and replied, So it was all just part of the plan to get close to me? Then I have one last question, Sunu. But you still look at him with intense hope. Is there even a second when you are with me that you are truly sincere? Peter turned away slowly and asked quietly, Do we have any special moments? This surprises you greatly. Then the two of them start fighting again. A loud scream echoes. No, Senior. Ex-Mong sat on one side confused, wondering why he was deliberately provoking him with such words. Are you crazy? The intense fight makes him worried about his brother. If this keeps up, he might die. Simong is still on the phone, and he thinks, wait a minute, does the big brother want to see that? What do you mean? Senior, Peter realized during the fight that it was a completely different kind of attack from before. Now, he truly intends to kill me. each attack as sharp as a blade. It's really too difficult. Diaz keeps kicking him. He has understood that his stamina exceeds human limits. It's clear he was aiming for my leg, but when I realized, Peter widened his eyes as he saw his foot close to my face and he shifted his target to my head. In this battle, I suddenly thought about the thousands and tens of thousands of fights I've been through and the hundreds of thousands of opponents I've faced. But surprisingly, Peter felt completely unprepared for this. The attack was too fierce and he knew there was no other way. Seeing him push open a door and prepare to leave, Shimong shouted loudly, "No, big brother, that's just a dot and end. You need to run to a wider place." He tried his best, big brother. The two of them entered a dark room, thus stepped forward and said, "Kim Sung-gu, no Peter, it's fine. I understand you have your own reasons, but you also know, right? Remember the family photo you cherish, showing that I also have things worth protecting." So then he firmly declared, "Let's settle everything now. You can't beat me." Peter also shared his thoughts. "Your physical strength is incredible. With reflexes like that, you've gone beyond human limits." But he smiled slyly and said, "Do you know that you also have a fatal weakness?" So he was confused. A fatal weakness. You just point to the head dismissively. "You think those 3 useless words will beat me? Forget about it. They don't affect me at all." Peter slowly. "Does it matter or not?" He pressed the switch to the on position and said, "You have to try to see for yourself." A blinding light appeared behind Peter. This light makes you cover your eyes and shout, "What the hell is that?" It's too bright. Peter confidently declares that no matter how good your reflexes are, they can't be faster than the light. Once that incredible sight is lost, in an instant, as you cover your eyes and he starts to attack, all your abilities become useless and his powerful strikes leave that Diaz unable to react. Simon doesn't forget to report the situation to the person on the phone. Big brother Juan Peter used the surgical light in the dark operating room as the sound from the phone rings out. That's right. When a person suddenly encounters a strong light in a dark environment, the retina gets stimulated. Juan explains that the surgical light emits light from multiple directions and is so powerful that it creates no shadows. If you have to fight in that backlit condition, his incredible reflexes won't help. Come on, Peter. In about 10 seconds, your eyes will go blind, and that's more than enough time for me to take you down. They moan and Levin sit watching the match, cheering loudly. Truly, it's the senior Peter. "Hurry up and kill him," he calmly said. "You can't do that." She's furious and shouting loudly. "Hey, if you're not going to cheer, just stay silent." "Why are you wiping out the senior like that?" Levin explained. "I didn't think the master would lose either, but he believes the problem lies with that Diaz guy." At this point, she started to panic. What's he doing? Could he be blind like Alip too? Levin stroked his chin and reasoned. No, but... Thus, I am sure that the battle between the two will still be very fierce. Simon suddenly confidently said, "This is good. If it keeps like this, Big Brother will win soon." Immediately after, he frowned in worry. Wait, something's not right. He started analyzing that this guy was temporarily blinded, but Simong observed and was surprised that he still managed to block all the attacks. Levin added, he must have reacted and created an opening before the lights came on. Peter was complaining, "This guy is really annoying. How could he possibly do that?" Tooze caught his fist firmly. "I told you so. I confidently said nothing can affect me." At this moment, Peter also realized that before the light turned on, he had used one eye to reflect. After noticing that the surgical light would be turned on, he closed one eye to protect it. You closed your eyes and declared 10 seconds are up, then opened them and said, "Now it's my turn." So, listen carefully. I'll show you what happens starting now in the next 10 seconds. The two fight swiftly, Peter pushed back and struggling to land. Distant lights flicker on. He is stunned, unable to believe, and wonders how a person could sense and block a flash of light, even though humans can't be faster than light. Could it be this? I hesitated and gently pushed the light switch. So I lean on my hip and raise an eyebrow. My right eye still stings and feels numb. Just a little more and I'll be done for. But even if you hide the light switch behind your back, I can still tell. Peter chuckled awkwardly. He continued speaking, noticing the tiny movements of the arm muscles, the twitching of the deltoid, and the slight tension of the abductor pollicis longus. I saw all of it. Peter pondered. Then, before the surgical light flickered on, he saw the muscle movements when pressing the switch, immediately squinted his left eye to protect it from the light, and lightly smiled, saying, "Thus, you're really a monster too." He then reset his hand, questioning, 10 seconds? Looking back, 10 seconds would be very boring for me. Suddenly, you rush at Peter with blazing eyes, catching him off guard just as he wonders when. He tries to block the attack, but is still hit by Thus's relentless barrage of punches. Peter frowns, analyzing. Damage is building up. If this continues, he won't last long. He needs to make him use that thing. Then he was thrown far away and landed, dropping a clothesline. Truly troublesome. What should I do now? How can I stop his reflex and confirm that thing?
No matter what, I have to make him reveal himself. So I crossed my arms and calmly responded nearby.
You say you're Peter? So stop with that silly wordplay and tell me where Peter really is. The two of you are barely visible among the drying legs. He replied, "If I say anything now, you won't believe me. If you really want to know the truth, the blanket covering half of his face reveals a teasing smile. So take this seriously and fight me." Titus suddenly replied, I'm not in the mood to joke around. Suddenly, some unclear objects whizzed toward us. When flying close to your face, I was surprised to see the clothespin. You frown and crush it as you ask, is this called an attack? Then you look over at Peter and realize and wonder, they're gone. Among the closely packed drying racks, you continue, looks like this will be our last game of hide and seek, huh? If you catch me, that will be your victory. Of course, if you can catch me. Tedious lets go of the clips, crushing the broken pieces with a satisfying crunch. I told you, I'm not in the mood to play around. Peter from afar responds. His reflexes are incredible. He doesn't miss even the tiniest movements. And he immediately reacted, then rushed behind that dais to gather strength and punch, but he still easily blocked the follow-up. So you came up with something then? A clothespin? I told you, I see through all your attacks, Peter asked with a slight smile. And what about this move? The guard was stunned and exclaimed, What? Then wonder for yourself. What is this? Damn darkness. Is this what he's aiming for? The clothespin was just a trick from the start, to hide the act of pulling the blanket away. Then countless blankets flew down from above his head. Peter explained through the gap. The only way is to make sure your nerves can't react. By completely blocking the view, the blanket covers thus his head. Peter punches straight forward, tearing a piece of the blanket and causing him to stumble. Suddenly, he furrows his brow, realizing and muttering to himself with irony, I guess I was right after all. Yet even at this moment, he still managed to withstand the attack, thus remained standing firm, hands ready in defense. X-Mong stands on the distant balcony, bewildered and wondering if he can still block that attack even though his view is completely blocked. Boss, what are you really thinking? On the other side, the blankets fall away, revealing a gap between the two of them. Peter quietly reminds him, Hey buddy, why keep wasting your energy like this? I was hoping for an apostle from you, but I'm really disappointed. Stop joking, now bring out the real thing. Tedious still calmly replied, I want to know why you're doing this to me. Fine, I don't want to hear it anymore either. Let's end it here, I will be serious. Kim Jang-yu, remember this well because right now this will be the last image you see before you die. His eyes blazing, his face tense with veins bulging, Mong secretly worried that if the big brother is in this state and takes that hit, he definitely won't be able to endure it and must stop him. So, with one hand above and one hand below, he gently lifts a leg, releasing streams of blue energy. He realizes it is a technique of the 9 dragons that cannot be defended or avoided. You spin your hand skillfully, stomping the ground to send rocks flying, unleashing a barrage of 100 strikes. That move launches countless attacks toward Peter. Exmo was terrified and shouting loudly with one eye injured, while Peter's voice from the other end of the line asked in concern, Senior, Simon, what exactly happened? He shouted loudly regardless. If hit by that move, dust and debris would fly everywhere, revealing the silhouette of that Didius through the torn blanket. He stammered in surprise and exclaimed, I can't let this attack hit. Big Brother Da suddenly lost Didius in panic, unable to believe what was happening. No way, no way. Did he really block the 100 strikes assault? Peter kneels on one knee in a perfect stance, his serious eyes fixed straight ahead. You clench your hand in self-comfort. It's not just luck. There must be some mistake on my part. Then he finally spoke. But does that mean anything? Are you planning to stand there and take the hit forever? So I wonder if I still haven't completely gotten rid of all the unnecessary thoughts. And then I declare, I really don't know how long you can endure this. I will end it with this. Because no one has ever survived. When hit by this move, you gather your strength to release streams of red energy surrounding your body. X-Mong looks at the scene below anxiously and exclaims, This isn't good. We can get past that move, but if things continue like this, the boss will be in danger. The person on the other end of the phone quickly reminds, What? Could it be, Senior? Quickly pull him out and run away. He replied, But there's something I've been suspicious about all along. Could it be that Big Brother is doing this because of that? The other side of this phone asks again, What are you talking about, Senior? Tedious responds, Let me ask one last time. Kim Sungu, if this keeps up, you will really fall under my hand if you beg me now just a little. Please beg. Suddenly he grimaced, his eyes blazing red as he shouted loudly, Please beg. Peter asks again, Spare my life? He frowned and sneered before continuing. Shit, Dias, is this all you want to do to catch Peter? He clenched his teeth and replied, All right, let's see if you can withstand this move and survive. Sometimes, human fingertips are sharper than 100 swords. Even the tiniest gap becomes useless against these fingertips, which strike without force, with the tips of his fingers pressed together and rushing forward. The sharpest needles in the world pierce through everything, deeply and mercilessly embedding throughout the opponent's body. And suddenly, thus his eyes fill with panic. In that moment of surprise, Peter rushed forward and punched him directly in the stomach, his mind filled with questions like, What is going on? No way, my attack isn't working? This is a perfectly precise technique with no deviation at all. How is he doing this? Peter frowned and quietly reminded him, Don't be too surprised because everything has only just begun. He suddenly wraps his arm around Thus's shoulder, his left eye blazing red. He frowned in disbelief, wondering how Peter's relentless attack suddenly struck his stomach directly, knocking Thus back into the wall. He coughs in pain, blood everywhere, clutching his stomach and asking again, No, that can't be possible. Just now you couldn't react to my attack, but now you've not only overcome the unarmed spear thrust, but also countered me. What method did you use? It is impossible for humans to completely defend against the unguarded attack, Peter admits. That's right, no one can block your attack. The reaction speed is almost non-existent, making it impossible for ordinary people to respond, and even I can't defend completely. So he looked up at him, puzzled. How could you then? Peter replied. The only way to counter an almost impossible attack is to become the negative instead of the positive, meaning you have to predict the opponent's move to counterattack. So he laughed helplessly, unwilling to accept it. You can predict my attack? That's impossible. Suddenly you shout out loud. This technique can't be predicted or stopped. Peter continued. That's right. If this were the first time I faced your technique, I would have fallen already, but this technique is no longer unfamiliar to me. Tadius was also stunned to hear this. He still explains, and I need to see it clearly to tell you this truth, because the techniques you just used are the same ones my brother once used. What are you talking about? This is the technique of the Nine-Dragon Demon. Yes, the Nine-Dragon Demon destroyed your homeland and tormented you to the very end. The Nine-Dragon Demon. Thus in his prime still had a somber expression with blood at the corner of his mouth. To Thus's surprise, he explained that he was also his father. Every word struck Thus like a dagger stabbing straight into the young man's mind. He almost froze in that moment. He didn't realize he was trembling, his voice nearly breaking apart. Ridiculous. Facing Peter's calm yet pitying gaze, Thus lost his composure, his voice rising in anger. Don't talk nonsense. The demon who destroyed everything in my life is my father. You want me to believe that? The bloodstain on Peter's lips suddenly looked painfully bright. He continued, of course it's hard to believe. As a bundle of crumpled papers was neatly placed into 3 or 4 bags and dropped onto the ground in front of TDUS. You stare blankly at the object that just appeared, a bit surprised, then you pick up the stack of papers, both confused and curious as you examine them, voice tinged with doubt. Is this a letter? Peter calmly said, read it, this is the truth. His next words nearly shattered that Deus's last psychological barrier against the one he had hated for so long, the Nine-Dragon Demon. Many years ago on a winter day, thick snow covered the small yard in front of the shop. It was late at night, and only a faint light from an old small desk lamp remained inside. A red-haired man sitting quietly in the corner of the cramped shop, writing a letter to my brother. Peter, how have you been lately? It's been a long time, hasn't it? Since the last time I wrote to you, each gentle line has appeared beneath the small pen. Next to the letter is a few packages of cold white cigarettes. White, people say no news is good news, and it seems that saying is quite true. The man's face is clearly visible, his hollow eyes devoid of life, with dark circles almost reaching his gaunt cheeks. His pale and frail face seemed so weak that just a lingering cough could defeat him. It was the demon himself. The scattered medicine bags on the table confirmed the words in his letter. I am sick now. They say I might not survive. The lonely appearance of that demon under the flickering desk lamp makes him look even more lonely and haggard. I used to boast that I would live a long life. Now I realize that life is impermanent. The man's lips purse and droop, his eyes showing a hint of regret. Someone like me leaving wouldn't be something to regret, because no one would remember me anyway. But if I had one last wish before I die, my hollow eyes would show a hint of regret as if making a small plea to any deity who could hear me. I want to see once more the people I love more than my life. The bookstore is also going through snowy winter days. The old Peter quietly reads his friend's letter. You take the pen and start writing a reply. I understand how you feel right now, but you also know that if you do that, your wife and child will be in danger. Next to Peter's desk, a teapot is boiling with steam rising warmly. Stop overthinking and focus on your health, living each day as it comes. After a heavy snowstorm, the sun finally shone on the demon's shop. The dim light was enough to warm his hardened heart a little. Buddy, I can't believe it. The demon kept writing to his friend, as if something had him more agitated. A letter. She received a letter. His face was drained of life, but carried all sorts of worries. But I worry too much. Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't heard anything at all. There's no response from her, and this uneasy feeling persists. Peter's mood seems to be worsening. He quietly responds to the letter. I know what you're thinking, but if there's no point in stopping it, I might as well say this. Hide yourself carefully. An old neighborhood nestled behind a cluster of trees. The truth before my eyes was so horrifying that my accountant's fingers trembled uncontrollably. I ran there filled with anxiety, but it seemed my bad premonition was never wrong. He silently watched the tragic scene in the old dilapidated house, unable to believe what he saw, his once red hair turning suddenly and sorrowfully white. He couldn't speak, wishing it wasn't true, but the remaining traces were hers. He kneels down trembling, clutching the tattered shirt in utter horror. I wish I had come a little earlier. I wish I had known everything a little earlier. The image of the slender woman with tears streaming down her face appears in Illusion's mind. He was completely broken, clutching the bloodstained shirt and the bright red hairpin of his most beloved wife, crying out in despair as tears of regret, helplessness, and anger streamed down his aged face. At that moment, the demon could only blame himself. If I had arrived in time, she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. His tears dried up as the rugged man sank to the floor, clutching his beloved wife's enchanted garment. My thoughts gradually cleared, and my mind suddenly awakened. I don't know how much time I have left. His eyes gradually turned cold, showing a cruelty to the extreme, but I had found what I absolutely had to do. Outside the steamed bun shop, someone was loudly calling the bun shop owner. The owner looked up in confusion, hesitating before asking, "Is there something wrong?" "Why are you here? I've never seen you before." The man who just arrived stood against the light, tall and imposing, and asked in a deep voice,
"If you've never seen it, do you think I won't sell baozi?" Facing the strange customer, the shopkeepers hesitated before replying, "No, that's not the case."
The demon, with a terrifying wrinkled face, bloodshot red eyes, and a grotesquely wide grin, grits his teeth and says, "I hear the buns here are very good, right?" A wave of bloody wind and rain rises, using human flesh as filling for the buns and selling opium-laced candied haws. The cold gleam of the razor-sharp knife flashes under the chilling light, slicing through the air as screams echo everywhere. The person outside has lost an arm, blood splattering on the glass. The innkeeper was slammed face down on the table by the demon, eyes bulging with rage, thrashing desperately but unable to break free from the grip of the arm clutching his face. The cold cleaver is raised, clearly intending to take his worthless life. The demon has lost all reason, consumed by rage, and it was those very people who caused his wife's ruin. The innocent wife uncovered this filthy truth and was unjustly accused. How could he forgive it all? He was completely enraged. His eyes only saw the culprit who harmed his beloved woman, his hand gripping the knife tightly with bulging veins, the blade gleaming coldly and bloodstained. The desperate bao shop owner screams in his madness, suddenly seeing a filthy red-haired kid standing nearby, horrified by the scene before him. He shouts loudly, "Worthless!" The demon paused, his eyebrows furrowing deeply as if he couldn't believe what he heard. The bakery owner had just called someone, and the demon suddenly turned his head, shock still lingering in his eyes, his mind almost screaming. "What? Who cares?" The small boy, wearing an oversized shirt that weighs more than 100 caddies, with unmistakable red hair, stares at the demon with eyes so frightened he can't move. While the demon is completely disoriented, thinking to himself that he once dreamed of reuniting with his son, and now this scene unfolds. God is truly merciless. He pursed his lips and clenched his teeth in determination. But in this way, if they discover that Lel is my son, the boy will be in even greater danger. I let the image of the little boy keep appearing in the demon's mind, and he thought about it for a long time. Yes, this way is better. I've decided to clear out this disgusting black hole as soon as possible. The old, dark, and gloomy house feels like a den for ruthless, bloodthirsty demons. The dull gray cloths fluttering in the wind like cold morning flags. The demon gazed at the thugs who looked like horse-headed devils, shouting to attack, his heart igniting with a murderous fire. The enemies turned the innocent little Lobeo into an addict, making a living by selling organs. One by one, no one escaped the cold blade of the demon, as if the scythe of death was about to strike them down. Because the boy was frightened and hiding far away, I had to free Lobeo from them as soon as possible. A beautiful fantasy of a peaceful life filled with sunshine and cheerful neighbors working together seems to be the sweetest dream for the boy, who is still young and growing. I don't want Lobeo to suffer the same hardships as I did. If a beautiful flower withers quickly, I will let the boy live quietly like a weed that lasts longer. He wished to do something, but reality was more brutal than ever. What happened was the extreme fear of the demon's son, and he also felt a rising anxiety. But if I am no longer here, how will the boy survive? At the very least, he must learn to protect himself. Right? I have no other choice. Another series of days begins. The tightly packed bookshelves are where the demon took Lobel away. He has to worry and take care of the boy, besides finding a way for the fragile and weak Lobeo to survive without me. As the Dan month arrived, the once frail boy seemed to have grown a little taller, yet still had a thin body inside a loose t-shirt, with his distinctive red hair, rummaging through the books on the shelf when suddenly the terrifying demon with a sinister face stared at him from behind and spoke in a deep voice. "Hey kid, what are you looking for in my study? My martial arts secret manual? Do you want to learn martial arts? Yes, I also want to have powerful martial arts like you."
The boy, with a hint of tension, expressed his thoughts openly as if his desire was burning like fierce flames. "Please take me as your disciple."
"Since your father is also a strong person, I want to become strong like him." The demon just sneered and mocked the boy. The naive kid. The demon scoffs in response to Lobello. "You don't have a father, Lobello." Replied to the demon's unfriendly remark. "How would I know?" The demon silently decided this was the only way for the boy to survive without me. He casually said, "How would I know?" Suddenly, the demon threw a surprise kick at Lobeo. The boy had no idea this would happen. For the demon, there is only one path, to become stronger. He crossed his arms and casually delivered a barrage of kicks straight at the boy. "And then you casually mock me. Do you think someone like you can learn my martial arts? Fine, try to learn then, show me what you can do." His eyes are as red as a demon's, with a contemptuous sneer on his lips. "That worthless bastard only knows how to steal. Someone like you will never succeed in a lifetime because you have no talent at all." He turned away, leaving the beaten and trembling boy with swollen cheeks, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. Trying to stand up, the demon didn't even bother to turn his head and just threw out a sentence, "Get out! If you come back, I will kill you." Words spoken against his heart made him choke up as if just a little more time would make him burst into uncontrollable tears. I want to hold the boy's hand and embrace him, but I know that's just my selfishness. Therefore, L hobbled to his feet, clutching a scroll of paper in his hand as he left the room. Everything was caught in the corner of the demon's eye. I hope that he will stay away from me even just one step. Since that day, LaBelle has been relentlessly studying martial arts, training, doing everything to become stronger, just as he said. The demon kneels, not missing a single change in the boy, watching him grow stronger each day. He hides behind the shadowy trees, suppressing a cough that feels like it could take half his life. I can't help but think about this boy. Despite his wounds and sweat pouring down like rain, the boy keeps trying, shining under the moonlight, making the demon feel proud and sigh. From birth, he has been a flower, a very radiant flower. But life is unpredictable. The waves never stop as long as the wind blows. But that peace doesn't last long. When the Nine Dragons' hell was destroyed, there was nothing left to worry about. A group of soldiers armed with weapons and ammunition surrounded the old residential area. The government has issued another demolition order for the area. Sweeps are taking place, with people lying, scattered among the debris, showing signs of large-scale raids. The soldiers' shouts and reports are everywhere. This is serious, Thuong Hai. We can't go any deeper. On the other end of the radio, a voice asked back, why? The frightened soldier replied, because the fierce demon appeared, and the aura of death around him made the reporter panic and shout loudly. There is a demon right there. The demon grits its teeth, eyes wide with ferocity as a warning. Get out of here, or next time you step into my territory, I'll rip your guts out. The panicked soldiers hurriedly turned around. Run fast! The demon standing in the middle of the battlefield suddenly coughs, fresh blood spilling onto the ground. He knelt down, eyes wide with fear, blood still pouring from his mouth onto the cold, icy ground. After years of resistance, I now think I only have a few short days left, so I must try to organize everything I can. The room with a dim yellow-green light makes the space feel uncomfortable and strangely suffocating. The three soldiers push the treaty towards the demon. This is the Nine Dragons demon. Sign this to seal the pact. He stood firmly on the other side of the table, voice stern. This is the final warning. Still with that old face, deep sunken eyes, but the commanding presence makes others fear. Each word threatening. From now on, never come near the Nine Dragons' hell again. Then I will no longer threaten your lives to get what I want. The soldiers exchanged glances as if secretly communicating something, looking very sneaky. The demon also silently stamped his mark on that treaty. It seemed he sensed there was another scheme behind their faces, and his narrowed eyes looked anything but friendly. Suddenly he cast a bright glance elsewhere, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Another tall figure suddenly appeared at the door, almost blocking the entire entrance. You are the Nine Dragon demon, aren't you? In an instant, the two soldiers turned and fled, leaving only the solemn demon standing and the tall figure entering this room. The demon calmly said, as if recounting a story, well, aren't you quite boastful? It seems you are the one called the Battlefield Demon, the strange being known as the Battlefield Demon, holding up two fingers in front of a dark face hidden behind a thick cloak. A chilling mechanical voice echoes, target confirmed, now eliminate the target. The demon still looks fearless. I suspected, but I didn't expect you to resort to such cowardly tactics. Fine, let me show you what I can do. A ripple of energy surrounds him, clearly eager to fight you to the death against that strange opponent. Amidst the swirling energy, fresh blood suddenly burst from his mouth. The demon seemed unconcerned about spitting blood, his fiery eyes fixed directly on his enemy. His hand begins to channel energy into a ready stance, and he seems to be enveloped in a blazing red fire. His friend gritted his teeth as if he had already prepared an excuse for himself. If you meet that boy later, tell him these words. The demon no longer thought about that anymore, loudly attacking the giant figure. Do not be disturbed by the swaying winds. They attacked, and he also took a hit, a really strong blow. Don't be hurt by the approaching bees. His eyes started bleeding, and he couldn't open one, but that didn't make him retreat. He still gritted his teeth and charged forward. I will use all my strength to become the fertile ground for you so that you can flourish. In that moment, all that remained in the demon's mind was the image of his beloved son, shining under the moonlight, standing on him and rising up as a bright flower. In his final attack, the demon almost used his entire life force to strike, his face twisted in extreme terror, yet tears flowed down his gaunt cheeks. Dad loves you, my son. Time seems to go back to his most beautiful days, when lush green canopies were bathed in sunlight. A small house hidden behind the forest but still bathed in sunlight, with the lively voice of a passionate young man with red hair echoing. He is a demon in his 20s with bright eyes, a handsome face, rushing into the small house. Guys, I have a son now. I am a father. Inside the house, Peter is focused on the chessboard while Johann sits across from him grinning widely. The young ex-Hmong happily jumps up and cheers along with the demon. You're amazing, Simon. Now you're an uncle. Our nephew. Our little nephew. Peter sat with his chin resting on his hand, deep in thought, his eyes joyful but tinged with worry. Ex-Hmong happily kept talking, rushing over to show Peter instead of the demon. Big brother Peter, we have a grandson now. Shouldn't we celebrate? If it's your nephew, when he grows up, I will train him well. Big brother Johann, don't poison my nephew. I won't allow it. Outside the house, Donald survived the house. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on the grass. The demon sat on a stone. He didn't turn to look at Peter smoking nearby, or rather, he didn't dare to look. He subtly glanced at the man beside him. Don't scold me, I know what you're thinking. Peter glanced at the red-haired man beside him. Does anyone know about this? You probably know best. We were never meant to have a family. The demon leaned back slightly, replying to his friend. I know, but that's also why you understand that if I have to give up everything just to hold on to one thing, that thing is. The demon's voice was soft, as if holding all the tenderness of his life, his family. Peter couldn't help but frown at his teammate, took another drag of his cigarette, but he knew he would never see his family again. You know too, if your family's identity gets exposed, your wife and child will be in danger. The demon replied, I know that very well indeed. Lately, that's all I've been thinking about. His hands clenched tightly together, with veins bulging on his tough hands.
Not tomorrow, but if I had to go today, I just want to leave a picture with my wife and son. Peter lowered his eyes, unsure of what to do.
We didn't even let our teammate finish speaking before the demon interrupted. He waved his hand dismissively. I know we're not allowed to take pictures. Peter stood up, wanting to light another cigarette as a reminder. You will never be allowed to take pictures with your wife and children. The demon smoothly replied, I already know. You keep saying it. This time, Peter interrupted his teammate, but then he turned his back and left a remark that left the devil stunned. As the apostle. Thus, it's a different story. A Chinese street bathed in sunlight. A beautiful girl with long hair held back by a red hair clip is holding a tiny red-haired baby, smiling brightly as she looks at the man beside her. I'm sorry, Anlus Lucian. This is the only way I can do it. You understand all of my actions.
Her face radiant in the sunlight, her eyes filled with happiness and hope for the future because I love you.
The photographer raises his camera, kneels down, and points the lens at the family of three, constantly gesturing to get the best shot. Come on, why are you so stiff? Is this your first time taking a photo? Come on, get a little closer together. The lens zooms in, blurring then sharpening, revealing the mischievous look of the little boy who can never have a complete family or leave a mark on this world. Yet the man's large hand held the boy gently as the photographer's voice rang out. Okay, let's take the shot. A happy family photo of three people full of love. In this way, I still want to leave something behind. Maybe this is the first and last time we can prove that we once existed. Diaz bowed his head, trembling all over. Now Peter seems completely unmoved, standing calmly as he watches thus immersed in a whirlwind of chaotic emotions. He holds his father's letters in his hands, hoping I can believe all of this. Thus his face couldn't hide his shock as his hands clenched tightly around the fragile papers. The demon 9 dragons, his terrible father. He stared intently at the photo of the three of them, marked by the passage of time, with veins bulging on his hands. So, that means the demon didn't want to sell 9 dragons, but to protect it? Who does he want to keep this place safe from? From the very beginning, who was it? Peter calmly replied to that Dios with a sad look in his eyes. You really can't feel anything from him, can you? All the events that happened in 9 dragons flashed through that Dios's mind. The images of innocent people, including women, the elderly, and children, being chained and led away one after another, as if under siege, with iron nets, electric guns, batons, blows, and desperate struggles of the oppressed, unfolding according to someone's orchestrated plan. Thus also once was chained with iron cuffs and leather straps, a dark moment in his memory. He still cannot accept the truth he just learned. I try to lift my gaze to the silent, pursed-lipped young man watching me. No, this can't be happening. Then suddenly, thus embraced his wound, trying to lean forward to defend himself. He said he would return the 9 dragons held to me. He said he has a way. He said it was the government of this country. Then suddenly it seemed that thus realized something was wrong and his eyes showed an uncontainable shock. Me. When you were still under control, your body was tied up in 3 or 4 pieces and hung by iron chains, with no part of you left intact. A well-dressed man came to see you. I will send hell back to you for good this time. This is related to the government out there. So I suddenly remembered what happened before, and it seems I have an answer to my big question. Wait a minute, I mean, all of this was part of Raphael's plan. No way! No, Raphael can't be capable of that. Earlier, it seemed like I was on the brink of collapse, my face tense as if just one more shocking piece of news would make me break down. I shouted, he can't do this! Why? What's the reason? Why does it have to be like this? Peter places his hand on Thus's shoulder. How so? He crouched down in front of Thus and made a proposal. Do you want to verify them yourself with me? Raphael's true face. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing Peter to look over in surprise. Both Peter and Thus turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. No, it turns out we don't need to investigate ourselves anymore. His voice echoes through the dark street. Peter drapes his arm around Shimong to support him as C. Diaz runs quickly through the alleyway, narrowing his eyes to listen for the direction of the sound. The closer we get to the source of the sound, the more certain it is that he's heading this way. Suddenly, Thus stopped abruptly. He stared in shock at the scene before him. Wait, no, don't go there. Thus's screams pierced through the pitch-black night. In front of him was a small apartment building. A mumble stop. No, don't touch my mother's house. Peter also didn't expect that sound to lead here. He was stunned stiff. He ran into the house, where thick black smoke was dramatically billowing out from the black wardrobe inside. Thaddeus couldn't believe his eyes, his desperate eyes watching the scene before him. Why from my mother's wardrobe? It can't be, right? Peter stood silently behind you, watching Thus's trembling shoulders in silence. Please don't let it happen. You can't control your trembling hands as you try to unlock the cabinet door that keeps emitting black smoke. No, it can't be, but it seems like you've realized something. This cabinet can't be opened. Toos had locked it before. I'm afraid that every time I remember my mother and open this wardrobe, the scent left inside will disappear. He knelt down. This time, Toos was truly desperate, sniffling and crying, trembling as he raised his hands in front of him, only able to make meaningless shouts because all the mementos inside his mother's cabinet had been destroyed. And behind the cabinet wall was a passage leading to a fiery basement. Thaddeus almost went crazy and shouted, "Mother! Mother, how is this possible?" Even Love surprised Peter. There's a tunnel behind the wardrobe. How could this be when he knew how much Thaddeus cherished this wardrobe? Thaddeus lifts his head with a silent, tear-streaked face, searching for answers from Peter. The reason Raphael came to me. Peter looked directly at Thus. He must have been searching for something. You will protect something with all your life. Peter clenched his fists and looked down at Thus, who was kneeling on the ground, and it seemed that this place was the most perfect, at least for him. He's gone crazy, you shout with an angry face. I cover my face as tears keep falling. Raphael, turn around. All right, I have to see for myself. Dias widened his eyes full of hatred and led the way into the wardrobe. What is inside here? What is Raphael hiding? Unexpectedly, inside the wardrobe was a vast underground tunnel. Thus, he led the way with a flashlight in hand, while Peter followed behind, supporting Shimong as they continued forward. The scene before us is truly astonishing. Shimong also exclaims, "This is an enormous basement, but it has been engulfed and burned by fire. How could he do this?" Peter looked around silently assessing, then suddenly noticed something fallen on the ground. Why has everything been destroyed? If you can't protect it, destroy it. Let everything vanish without a trace. What is this? It's a piece of paper that hasn't been fully burned. This is clearly the logo. Peter turns on the speakerphone on his phone and answers the incoming call. The person on the other end was so urgent that Simon couldn't help but tremble. Senior, something's wrong. It seems Raphael has hired mercenaries to capture the senior. First, run away and protect yourself. Our boat will arrive at the port soon. Mong clutching his wound on one side of his stomach, squinting from the pain but still stubborn. Big brother, don't do this. Let's eliminate them right now. I cannot forgive those who did this. I will fight to the end and eliminate them all. Peter looked at his condition and assessed it quite honestly. Now, even though X-Mong tried not to show it, his wounds were numerous and very painful. If this continues, everything will become even more difficult. He glanced to the side, silently calculating, aware of a bigger problem. Thus, get up, I understand how you feel right now. Peter calmly looked at the desperate young man sitting on the ground. But Raphael is doing everything to catch us. If this continues, you and the Nine Hells Dragon will be in danger. Thus his back was filled with silence and pain, so if you want to get revenge properly, Peter reached out to the Seven Dews to continue his proposal.
What we need to do now is assess the situation and plan our next move. A long silence followed, with Thus remaining silent, then quickly his sinewy hand reached out and grasped Peter's.
He gently looked at him as if he had made up his mind. Okay, let's go. The three of them immediately ran out of the tunnel, but you can do the unforgivable thing.
Their hurried steps through the night still managed to analyze the unfolding situation. The ones in the Nine Dragons capable of doing this are the diamond level leaders.
Peter helped Simong to run as fast as possible, then looked up and spoke. From the beginning, they didn't like that Didius, so it's no surprise that Raphael manipulated them to do this. Simon also replied, those Diamond Pathmasters are not ordinary people. A Diamond Pathmaster with a broken blade but capable of destroying an entire boulder. Or a big fat guy wielding a giant hammer and a fierce face, with a brutal personality and extraordinary strength. Be very careful if you encounter them. Simon nervously replied yes, but if that mountain must be climbed, it's better we do it soon. Suddenly, Thus shouted in panic, what's going on? Simon and Peter seemed only slightly surprised. Just as you thought, right, big brother? No mistake about it. In front of the three, the dark shadows lay motionless with fresh blood flowing. The Diamond Gang leaders had been sealed. D-Mong involuntarily whispered a question in his mind. The Diamond Clan leaders have been sealed. The tragic scene before us is extremely bizarre. The lifeless bodies lie scattered on the ground, limbs twisted painfully by a powerful force. Blood splattered around, drained as if they had been wrung out like clothes, and Peter couldn't understand how someone so formidable could end up like this. Who could have caused the Diamond Lords to become like this? Suddenly, the atmosphere behind Toos grew silent. Did you notice something? Suddenly, a loudspeaker announced from above. The three of them looked up in shock at the sound, coming from an old speaker on the wall. I have ordered all the armies to catch Peter, who has been fleeing all day. Mong suspiciously asks, who is it? This voice shouldn't be able to command the Hansa children anymore. Peter frowned at the speaker, silently contemplating because Nathaniel no longer exists. You can kill Diamond Gang leaders like this. There is only one person in this world. Tedious hurriedly turned back, urging the two behind him. We must get to the port immediately. The port was quiet, with only a few boats rocking gently. One boat was already docked. The boat driver waved to Peter's group as they ran over. Here it is. Hurry up, we have to leave now. Peter jumps off the boat first, then helps Sim struggle to follow. Sim, be careful. Thus, you too. He suddenly grimaced in pain. Simon hurriedly looked at his arm. Big brother, the wound from the fight earlier is fine. Thus, hurry onto the boat.
Gus had gone halfway down when he suddenly stopped. Wait, I forgot my mother's belongings.
What do you mean?
Now, your life is the top priority. The Glory Group will definitely arrive immediately. If you die, your mother's belongings will mean nothing anymore. Hurry to the boat. Tedious silently looked at everyone, his eyes filled with anguish as tears welled up. Peter sternly ordered, All right, go back quickly. Feeling like I was granted a pardon, I happily turned around with a look of great joy, despite the old man steering the boat shouting nonstop to stop me. These guys are getting too close. If we stay like this, we'll all be dead. 10 minutes. I can't wait any longer. Don't worry, I have another boat somewhere else. I can use that one and follow right after. Everyone, go ahead. Saying that, he turned and ran back to his original spot. Peter watched Thadi Dios, silently listening as Gongjia shouted from the boat. Simon and Sungu had already boarded. All right, leader, we will depart immediately. The shadow of Tedious grows farther, and the entrance is guarded by two fierce masked gods with red faces, their greenish-yellow light like the underworld of hell. The shadow of a huge, bizarre figure inside a house pushes the door open. He stands against the light, wearing a hood that covers his head, and in a deep, gloomy voice, he says, You're late, that Didius. He stood firm in front of the two statues, his massive body almost blocking the faint light behind him. I just received new orders from the leader. The face seems unreadable, only a deep, hoarse voice says, Peter we are looking for has escaped by boat. The chase begins. Follow me. All right, then he suddenly stopped. CDDU sneered at him provocatively. I can't say it out loud, but I have something personal to deal with. Brother, you lift one leg and aim straight at the big guy's face. You can't do this. Stay inside the house. The big guy still hides behind his cloak. You have 3 seconds. Lower your foot. He started counting down, but thought he still looked at him with an indifferent expression. His 2 feet are still aimed directly at the face beneath the hood. 1. As the countdown finished, he immediately grabbed Tedious' leg and twisted it with an incredible amount of force using his large hand. Tedious spun around and 3 far away, then flew in the opposite direction. Tadi landed steadily, and the large man quickly regained his footing. He spoke, I have just received a new mission. This is a demon from the battlefield returning from hell, with the nickname commanding a one-man special forces team at the Archangel level. The large figure revealed his face from beneath his hood and cloak, wearing a terrifying demon mask made of black bronze, with sharp blood-red fangs, a mouth wide enough to reach his ears, and 2 dark, featureless eyes. From now on, he is codenamed Philip Glory, commander of LR known as the War Demon, leading a one-man special forces team, an extremely ruthless apostle-level assassin tasked with eliminating traitors. The subordinate respectfully reports, Sir, Simon and Sungu have all boarded the ship. Juan smiled contentedly. Very well, it's time to set off. I don't know who is giving the orders to the entire army, but from now on, capture Pedro who is fleeing to the port. Once spotted, restrain him immediately and contact us right away. I will go personally. Kajio muttered. Who does this mercenary think he is to give orders? The voice repeats once more, giving orders to the entire army. Suddenly, Kegel speaks up, startling Juan. Master, we must depart immediately. Juan was startled by his voice. Did I really scare you that much? She asked with a very confused voice, What is going on? Why are you so panicked? Kegel has already made a judgment about the recent events. I know who killed this Diamond Street boss with that strange power. Besides Nathani, there is only one person capable. Juan stammered in confusion, asking who is it. He slowly expressed his thoughts. He was a soldier once called the Battlefield Demon in the past. She heard it all in a daze, repeating the word soldier. He replied, yes, just as it literally means. That person was erased. All personal information and records were completely deleted. He paused for a moment and then continued. But, for some reason, he came back to life. Cage recounts the achievements of that mysterious individual, who was once a talented soldier in a secret special forces unit, listing notable missions such as mountain combat, mountain operations, sea infiltration, maritime infusion operations, close combat, and cloud quarters battle. He was praised as the first person to master all military tactics worldwide. But one day, during a mission, he was caught in an unexplained explosion and was confirmed dead. Kajio added that it would be more accurate to say he was officially declared dead, as everyone gradually forgot the scene being transported to the battlefield. A soldier pauses for a moment and reports that an unidentified target is heading south. Another responds, if it's not an ally, take it down. The soldier received the order clearly, but not long after, he hesitated because something seemed strange. It's a bit strange. The commander asked back, what's strange? The soldier explained, no, I mean, if it's an ally, that's fine, but entering enemy territory isn't too careless? But when he looked through the scope of his gun, he suddenly froze in shock because of that person. He shouted in shock and fear. Huh? That person is Koggle, who has returned to the battlefield. Back to the story, the soldier is still in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and asked again, "Isn't that the battlefield demon?" "I heard he's dead already." The commander orders, "Hurry up and request backup. Don't be afraid, even if he's a real demon. Right now, he has no weapons at all." As soon as the commander confirmed that the battlefield demon had no weapons, he immediately ordered the soldier to shoot. What kind of place is this that dares to come unarmed? No weapons. Immediately, the soldier fired, aiming at the demon and shooting. The soldier, firing with joy, shouted, "There's no point running. Whether you're a demon or not, I'll kill you one more time." The battlefield was in ruins, smoke and dust everywhere. As soon as the dust settled, the soldier couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted, "Girl, what?" No way. When did he tear open the car door to block all the bullets? The tank has gained a new function that even it didn't expect. After that attack, the tank door was riddled with holes, but the soldier still couldn't help but marvel in amazement. How could that door possibly stop all the bullets? The demon lord now slowly concluded that there is a 4% chance that your bullets can penetrate this door. 7.62mm bullets are effective against unarmored targets, but with this light armor, their effect is limited. Additionally, if the shot angle is less than 45 degrees, the chance of this bullet hitting increases, and now that I haven't been shot, your survival probability is 0%. Kegel continued. From then on, rumors began to spread that he was the one who made a pact with the devil and was reborn. After a barrage of gunfire, the demon was unharmed. This time, the soldier suddenly panicked and shouted loudly as he stepped back, and perhaps that was the last time the soldier saw the sun. According to Kegel's account, when he reappeared, no one thought he still had the form of a human. Then he left his unit and formed a special forces group called Leviathan Javan, abbreviated as LR. The demon's mask fell to the ground. It was a hideous demon face with long, sharp red fangs that gave the impression its owner was also incredibly fierce. And indeed, everyone feels terrified whenever they hear his name. He commands this force, participating in conflicts between nations as a mercenary. Wherever he goes, the enemy forces are completely annihilated, and the Low Squad quickly becomes a notorious name. But amid that dark reputation, there is a strange rumor. Returning to that room, Kegel tells a mysterious story that no one has ever actually seen the Low Special Forces on the battlefield. Daiwan was surprised. Never before. He replied, "Yes, that's obvious, because this unit has only one member." Daiwan couldn't believe what she was hearing. Did she really have to ask again? How could that be? He replied, "Yes, that is how legends are made." The battlefield demon, the survivor returning from hell. Known as the Lone Special Forces Commander, the secret envoy codenamed Philip, Glory, leader of LR, the battlefield demon, the Lone Special Forces Commander, the battlefield demon's name spoke to you in a steady voice, but with a heavy oppressive feeling, a sensation that was not cold, but trembling. Thus, you are suspected of having met Peter, so I will eliminate you and then go after Peter. Thaddeus was not very surprised, and even lazily responded, "Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to kill someone too." He shouted and then grabbed Raffaello, and then Thaddeus' pupils widened as if he saw something unbelievable. He wondered what this sound was. Could it really be coming from a human body? Your foot trembles as you step on the ground, and even you can't understand why. Philip then steps forward and asks you why. Why suddenly have you become so weak? And even if that's not the case, don't you realize it? He spoke each word softly, but it almost froze that Dias in place like a two-masted ship caught in ice. Your attack is completely meaningless. Philip kindly asked about that Dias' feelings. How long do you think you can keep fighting like this? As he spoke, he swung his fist toward you. If he looks gigantic and huge, you appear smaller and much more agile. This disparity makes it feel like the battle is unfair and almost certain to have a clear winner. Tadias swiftly dodged his punch and asked, "How long?" Tadias successfully dodged his attack. Philip threw a move into the air, and you answered his question. "Until you die," Tus continued. "You're the useless one. Philip, you can't beat me. You won't even be able to touch me anymore. You don't know one thing. For a soldier, there is no such thing as impossible." He attacked Tus once again, punching hard into the ground. Tadias jumped up, dodging his attack. "Sorry, but I can see everything. What cannot be, simply cannot be." Inside, you secretly wonder where that confidence is coming from, since now Philip can't even get close to you. Philip simply coldly added, "If you can't, then make it possible," and threw a few stun grenades. When he saw it, he told himself that the flash grenade was meant to paralyze his reflexes, blocking his sight, but for me, even that move was within my line of sight. Several flashbangs went off at once, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured that Dios' vision. He used both hands like armor to shield himself from the incoming barrage. When the smoke was saturated with air and visibility was restored, Philip asked, "That Dios, is that correct? All your attacks are meaningless. I see everything and dodge easily. Let me remind you, it's only now that he has revealed why you couldn't attack him. So are you surprised?" Right after that moment, he was punched in the right ribs by Philip, sending him flying into the air before falling back down due to gravity. Philip then calmly and confidently said, "Nothing is absolute." Tadius is lying on the ground, trembling all over, secretly wondering what's going on. Why is that? I saw everything and reacted, but why couldn't I dodge this move? As expected, Philip said as if it were obvious. Of course, you couldn't dodge it because it's something you can't see. You exclaimed in surprise, what the hell?
Philip explains that when the flashbang explodes, the sound reaches an average level of 170 decibels.
This intensity will destroy human hearing cells, leading to temporary or permanent deafness. In other words, a stun grenade not only blinds but also deafens, making it a true military weapon. Only now do I realize how formidable Philip really is. He's Raphael's right-hand man, right? We definitely can't let him get to where they are. You remember that Peter and Simon are hiding somewhere. Tedious staggers to his feet. Thanks, Philip. Today I've learned something to be grateful for, and I will use all my strength to kill you. Just now I was writhing in this slow-burning pain. Damn it. In the recent battle with Kim Shang-gu, I sustained a serious injury to my ribs. If I don't finish him in one strike, I will die. Philip could see through your injury. He's as certain as a nailed-down post. As expected, you're hiding your wound. I don't know how long you'll be able to hide and endure, but with your current condition, your survival chance is 11%. You pretend to be surprised ostentatiously. 11%? And then you ask him, what about this one? Your chance of survival after this blow, I used all my strength to deliver a life or death punch. This punch will lead to only two outcomes, either finishing him off or destroying yourself. Diaz told himself, I must end it here. Philip stands still and deduces that the technique is non-violent philosophy. You seem to be stared straight into Medusa's eyes and silenced, unable to believe he could guess so easily. Philip's voice remained unchanged, each word making Tu-Sung freeze. I already won once, so how could I not win twice? Telescope widened, thus questioned him as if questioning himself. What? What are you talking about? Philip responded with an action, delivering a precise punch to the center of Thus's face. You were knocked back 800,000 meters by his attack, covered in blood, with blood streaming from your ears. Thus can hardly believe what just happened. Philip tells him that the blow to the ear caused loss of balance and severe weakening due to the injury. He concludes that from now on, your chances of survival are slim. So Philip delivers another punch that leaves you completely unable to sit up. And the second scenario you predicted happened when you saw him lying flat on the ground. Philip sighed softly. That's it. The mission is complete. You lying there counting the minutes, you probably left safely by now. A voice from outside the door makes Philip pause briefly. Stop. A broad-shouldered, long-legged man in silhouette steps inside from the doorway. Philip looked up in confusion. Who are you? The man asked. Aren't you looking for me? My pleasure. I am the one you have been searching for. Seeing Peter, thus stammered and asked, Why are you here? Remind him to leave. This is my business. Peter silently assessed him. Thaddeus, his condition earlier was already pretty bad. Looking at him now, his ribs are definitely broken. If a rib punctures the lung, complications like pneumothorax could happen immediately. Then, if that's the case, he only has about an hour left to live. I set my own goal. In this limited time, I have to get him onto the rescue ship immediately. Then he realized there were two difficult problems. But outside, there were mercenaries standing in front of him, and the worst part was that they definitely weren't ordinary people. Peter looked at Philip for a long time and then drew his own conclusion. So it was Philip who spoke first. Is the reason why Glory is so reluctant to cooperate in Kowloon because of Peter Thaddeus, whispers underground. That was Philip cutting you off. Don't say anything more.
So he reminds you that you must live to return to Korea. Only then will you face the death penalty according to military law.
Philip looks at his watch and tells Peter if he's busy, he can go ahead. Peter, I will start counting now. He is setting a limit for himself to see how long it takes me to send you off. Contrary to Philip's challenging tone, Peter simply calmly reminded him that there's no need to worry, because you will never find out. They looked at each other, the room filled with the strong smell of gunpowder, even though neither of them had any weapons on them. They stood there staring at each other. This was a real battlefield, and then both of them struck at the same time. Philip, a tall man, punches Peter in the face and then jumps up to kick him with his leg. After the attack, both of them are pushed back several steps by the force of each other's strikes. Peter quickly realized that he wasn't going to let himself escape easily. He saw this, and with that punch, he understood one thing clearly. If he hadn't dodged in time, his bones would have shattered like glass. He recalls the previous scene of destruction, where the Diamond Gang lay scattered on the ground, all muscular but motionless, with some parts of their bodies deformed. Peter concludes that their strength was truly insane. So it turns out this guy is the reason why the Diamond Gang leader and his men ended up like that. Seeing Peter stand still without any intention to attack further, Philip swung his hand and asked, What's going on? Are you giving up already? Peter remained silent, but inside he was secretly calculating, with nothing left to hide. The only thing I can do now is a speed game to find the fatal weakness. After making the decision, Peter rushes forward to block Philip's attack to the back of the neck. Taking advantage of Philip's momentary daze, he continued to strike all over his body. After Peter's blows, Philip finally realized that Peter's attacks were not easy to block, especially the ones from the sides and below, that came in unpredictable ways. He finally realized that this is the Peter everyone has been talking about, the one who knows how to play and is aware of all his weaknesses, and he blames the mask for hiding his true face. With this mask, it's hard for me to see the attacks from the sides and below, so he fully exploited this limited vision to strike. Once again, using the cover of darkness, Peter strikes Philip in the chin. This time he saw it coming, but he seems a bit rushed. As Peter was about to strike his chin again, he grabbed his hand and slammed him into the wooden window frame, shattering it, and Peter was thrown outside. He kneels, supporting himself with his hands on the ground to gain leverage. Looking down from above with a mocking expression, could it be because of Mr. Peter's wounds? He probably really admires him. I'm truly impressed by moves like these. From someone seriously injured, even old men about to fall into the hole would find it difficult. After a quick calculation, Philip confidently estimates that after 5 minutes and 23 seconds of fighting, in his wounded state, his chance of survival is only 18%. Although 18% is a relatively low number, Peter doesn't seem to care at all. He still maintains his composure and even shows gratitude. Thank you for the detailed analysis. Then from now on, I will raise that number. As soon as he finishes speaking, he immediately hid into the dark night among the dense wooded terrain. Philip couldn't determine his exact location, but he still believed it wouldn't be beneficial for Peter. It's no use. You won't be able to beat me if you keep playing hide and seek like this, Philip emphasized. And the longer the game goes on, the more his chances of survival diminish. You're too confident, old soldier. Don't you get tired of living like that? As he spoke, he was searching for Peter in an endless space, and then Philip spotted him from that direction. Immediately, he threw a dagger into the tree trunk where he believed Peter was hiding. But from another angle, Peter finally spoke up. Sorry, but you're still in the 18% if you keep going like this. Philip replied confidently, 100% sure that there's no way. That percentage is plummeting rapidly. Peter asked back, what makes you say that? He replied without unnecessary words, because I have found your hiding spot. Peter reassures himself that this is the end. Philip walks to a tree and looks down. Sure enough, that place wasn't Peter's hiding spot. As he was confused, Peter's voice suddenly rang out from behind. I really don't know what secrets your body holds, but can your head and neck be that stiff? From behind, Peter grabbed a piece of wood, took a running start, and jumped to strike Philip's neck. But that couldn't happen because Philip quickly turned around and strangled him. Only then did Peter realize belatedly that he threw that knife just to do this. Now he finally studies the knife Philip just threw. A standard military knife, usually not reflective to keep secrets, but this one shined like a mirror to reveal his position. One hand squeezing Peter's neck and lifting him into the air, Philip now reveals all his skills. I have trained in every combat technique this world has, so I can anticipate any attack you plan to launch next. After that moment, he slammed him down onto the ground. Now he was truly certain, and with that, the chance of his survival was now 0%. A powerful punch strikes down on Peter's chest, causing not only him, but also deforming the ground around them. Then Philip reflected, realizing that the recent attack almost put him in danger. If he hadn't been injured, he would be the one paying the price. So he grabs a dagger in one hand and Peter's ankle with the other. Looking down from above, I have to eliminate all variables. Peter knew he had to pull his leg free, but his body was exhausted. Then a third voice appeared. Another variable, perhaps? Then, Jerem's hidden technique was to send hundreds of knives attacking Philip. He didn't bother to turn around, but expressed his regret with that third voice. No one else but thus. Unfortunately, that was probably your last move. But it's no use. You are completely exhausted and kneel on the ground, blood pouring from your body and soaking the ground below. Looking down from above, he asks you, do you think that with so much blood lost, this counterattack will look beautiful? Philip kindly reminds you that your body is already shattered and those kinds of attacks won't do anything to me. You're wrong. All my attacks are on target. Not catching Thus's brainwave, Philip asked back, what do you mean? None of your attacks cause any damage. You repeat yourself. I already said it. It's a variable. Thus extended his hand, revealing all the safety pins on the grenades attached to his body.
Realizing he had fallen for the trap, he had already removed all the safety pins to trigger the explosion.
Usually people would choose to take off their vest, but the time from pulling the pin to the explosion is only about 1.5 seconds, just enough. To kill Peter, he used all his strength to run toward him, aiming to take him along. Thus shouted, wait. Immediately, he used all his remaining strength to run over, grabbing Philip around the waist to push him away from Peter. Peter shouted in despair, no, and whatever happens, will happen. Along with all the bullets on him, an explosion occurred and probably both Philip and Thus wouldn't make it out alive. Escaping the mountain forest, Peter was running through the streets carrying Thus. He encourages you to keep going. Just a little more, and we'll get on the train and be safe. Thus, weakly says what he's thinking. Still, I have thought about it endlessly, but I still can't understand. Until this very moment, whenever things started to go wrong, I had no idea. Among all, especially Kim Sung-gu and me, is the so-called brotherhood truly real? You are reminiscing about the days Thang roamed everywhere with him. The happy and sad moments, the sunsets, the dark nights. All the times the two of you were together are being recalled by you. And then, back to the present, a voice full of regret and disappointment, even though I never realized it. I thought I had understood that we had stopped talking long ago. Peter remained completely silent, glancing at him with a gaze full of emotions that even he himself seemed unsure of what feelings he was trying to convey. Then he bitterly smiled as he looked into Sungu's eyes, which could not lie. Maybe it's not the right time to talk about such things in this situation. Peter avoided. All right, let's treat the wound first and then we'll talk. I confirmed it firmly earlier. My ears do hurt, but I will still listen to everything. But then, silence. Peter's panic as they fall silent strangely. Then the hands clenched tightly around Peter's neck loosened and fell. Peter's eyes became frantic, hiding fear and a hint of worry. He lifts you up and then runs really fast, still calling your name. Wake up, let's go eat some lollipops you keep asking for. And even he is now recalling the moment they officially became brothers. It was an evening sunset. The two of them are sitting together on the rooftop of a building, still full of positive energy, with bright smiles on their faces. Hey brother, hear people call us brothers. We're both lonely. So why not become brothers? What do you think? From now on, we will be brothers. That afternoon was probably a moment Peter would never forget. You're wrong. I mean, we can't become brothers from now on or in the future because we've been brothers for a long time already. Maybe since that day, that sunset afternoon from the moment Ty Diaz suggested this, we truly became brothers, each other's closest confidants. Peter told himself to hurry up. On the way to take Thus for treatment, he couldn't help but consider that his stun grenade and smoke were non-lethal types. Although the blast isn't powerful, if the explosions go off simultaneously when they're close together, the resonance of the shockwaves can cause serious damage. Pausing for a moment, Peter suddenly remembered that if it were him, clearly if it were Apostle Philip, Peter would have had the chance to kill him. But he chose to walk away. From the moment he appeared, his target was not himself. Even in the recent battle, all his senses were focused on that. All attention is focused on Deuce's chamber. He is completely unconcerned with the fight. He wondered how he could fight like that. But at the sight of the recent battle, Philip sat on the ground quietly assessing that Peter truly is a legend. Philip orders his subordinates to inform all Glory members that Plan B is now in effect. Peter communicates via radio with JW, informing him that he is currently heading to a different port. Please go there, Kegel asked. Boss, are you still safe? Peter replied, luckily. But the Glory soldiers have already killed the remaining spirits and taken over 9 dragons. Kegel warns that if Lin the mercenary thinks he's an enemy, they will kill him immediately. Peter confidently assured him that it would be fine and that he could handle it. Kegel didn't think that way. No, if it were just him, I wouldn't have to worry. Think realistically. Are you planning to jump right into the mess yourself? Peter looked at Thus lying unconscious on his shoulder, and seeing his pale lips and fingertips, it was clear that the pneumothorax had become serious. If we don't act quickly, lives will be at risk. However, as Juan said, the surveillance network is too dense, and if I were alone, it wouldn't be a problem. Carrying the failure, it's impossible to pass through this surveillance network. He hesitated, unsure of what to do. What should I do? And then, in desperation, he came up with an idea. Even if it was risky, this was the only way left. The soldier in the group of the organization heard a strange noise and asked suspiciously, "Who is that?" Peter appears and says something to the soldier. A moment later, one of the group shouts that Peter is fleeing with a wounded person. If any suspicious targets are spotted, report immediately. If you don't comply with the suppression order, you may be shot down. One of the soldiers wondered, but isn't Peter just an old man nearing death? Do we really have to go this far? Another guy is also joining in. This is the first time I've seen the captain so anxious, there must be a reason. He looked straight ahead and suddenly was surprised. Huh? What the hell is that? A shadow slowly approaches this place from the hazy bones of the night. The soldier immediately raises his gun, ready to fire at any movement from the opponent. He questions, raises his hand. Is that Peter? His teammate blocks him. Huh? Wait a minute, isn't that one of our guys? Peter is now disguised as one of their teammates. I don't know where he got it from, but right now he's wearing their uniform and casually walking with a file in hand. Kegel praised without holding back. Boss, pretending to be a mercenary is a smart move. And then Kegel warned Peter. But you know, that's not enough. Those mercenaries. Before he could finish, a mercenary spoke up, stopping and raising his hand. That movement means shooting. You ask Juan. That's right, Juan. If I want to get to the port, I have to go through that checkpoint. The Glory mercenaries guarding that checkpoint are probably going to ask me. They will ask soon. It's him. The soldier earlier, who was curious about Peter, drew his gun and asked, and Peter responded with his blade without hesitation. The password on the other end, Juan and Kegel both exclaim in surprise. Oh my god, big brother, what are you planning to do? It's dangerous. Jan anxiously reminds him to run quickly and hide right now. The password is how the army identifies whether you or the mercenaries are the ones using these meaningless words. Here are examples of the nonsense words this mercenary gang has come up with. Octopus bullets, watermelon, and the password must match perfectly to be recognized as our side. Kegel pointed out the key issue. Even if you steal a uniform to disguise yourself, if the master mentioned that password, it means you don't know the answer. That guy once again confirmed, asking again. His blade threatened. Can't answer? Report immediately. If you don't respond within 3 seconds, we'll shoot you in the head. And then he changed the mission to the countdown on the watch. Ah, Juan, anxious. Damn it. It's really dangerous now. Kegel was just as panicked. Big Brother could never know the password of those mercenaries. If this continues, the countdown in the car will reach 0 for Monday, then Tuesday, and finally the last second. Another mercenary urges to shoot. Damn it. At this moment, Peter quietly muttered 2 words. Trapped. At that moment, the 2 mercenaries, one of whom even didn't hesitate to praise, said, "Well done." The other one asked for identification according to protocol, specifying his unit and mission. Peter replied, "I am a logistics officer for this campaign." "That is a crane," Kegel wondered. Could it be that this is Juan? More surprised? How did he figure out the answer? The password is something that anyone not on our side could never know. Peter then responded to both of them. The password, the knife, and the uniform. I have only one way to find out. Back then, 30 minutes ago, a mercenary on guard suddenly heard a strange noise. What's going on? Someone? Peter in a bloodstained blue shirt. I stepped forward to explain that I was carrying out an urgent order from Captain Philip. The mercenary asked, "Captain, what is this emergency outfit for?" Sensing suspicion, he immediately fell to the ground and asked for the secret password of the organization. Peter recounted with the 2 of them. First, as the one who surrenders, I will obtain our password and then proceed with the next action I plan. In an instant, Peter took down the mercenary to get his outfit. Once dressed in their uniform, Peter begins decoding the password. When he encounters a random soldier, he immediately raises his gun and asks, just like the previous mercenary, "Stop, Blade." Although he didn't understand anything, the soldier being questioned still raised his hand and gave the code. Code, while Peter explained to the 2 of them. By impersonating the glory mercenary and responding with the code, I obtained the password answer, exploiting its inherent weakness of being fixed. Another mercenary respectfully received the order. "Yes, Captain, nothing unusual. Someone has left the checkpoint. Also, no suspicious individuals have been detected at the checkpoint. The ghostly members are killed instantly upon sight." The mercenary, puzzled, asked Philip, "But why are you bringing so much supplies?" "The heavy cart is incredibly burdensome." Hearing that, Philip immediately gave the order. "You shoot him immediately," the mercenary asked, confused. "Huh? What is the captain saying?" Philip repeated once more, with a confident tone and a hint of urgency, giving the order to fire immediately. The mercenary couldn't understand Philip's meaning, so he asked again, "Captain, explain quickly so he understands. Supplies go inside, they should be packed full and heavy. No one goes out pulling such a heavy cart." Immediately, the mercenaries took aim and prepared to fire. Philip also did not stay still. He spoke into the radio to issue commands and relay orders to all the mercenaries. Everyone moved to the port and block all areas where the ship could enter. Once again, everyone moved to the port immediately. Hiding in a corner, Peter quietly judged that Philip was truly an outstanding strategist. He recalled that moment when the mercenary was giving a seemingly simple clue that almost no one paid attention to. But why are there so many supplies? The cart is incredibly heavy. In his mind, with just a small clue, he knew support forces would arrive at any moment, so he had to move even faster. Peter pushed the cart with thus running swiftly inside to the harbor. When he arrived, Peter realized the danger. The mercenaries had already been stationed here, and now this was the only place to board the ship. In the end, there was no other choice, and as Peter looked at the cargo, a plan began to form in his mind. It's quite risky, so I had already warned myself beforehand. Sorry, thus. He then pushed the cart toward the group of mercenaries standing guard. Hearing the noise, the mercenaries started to shout. "What's going on, Peter?" Another one notices. "Huh? Wait a minute, what is that? Isn't it a person?" The other soldier's earlier report said Peter was pushing a cart. Another guy immediately focused on the main point. "So what about Peter?" A voice rang out from behind. Here it is. None other than Peter. And just as they were confused about where the voice was coming from, Peter had already started to act. He steps forward and kicks away the closest enemy. Seeing him start to act, a soldier reassures his teammate. "Calm down, don't panic. Everyone stay back and shoot from a distance." As soon as he reminded his teammates, he was hit by a bullet from Peter right in the middle of the mall without time to react. One gun, one man. Peter fighting alone against the mercenaries, holding a gun, eyes fixed on his target, using his legs to eliminate enemies nearby trying to attack him. He used that method alone to take down all the mercenaries present, and in a moment, no mercenary could stop Peter from leaving that place. "What's going on?" "Boss, what's going on? Are you dead?" "If you're dead, just say so," Peter replied coldly. "You seem eager for me to die, huh?" Kegel interrupted, looking closely. "Of course I was joking. Why so serious?" When both Peter and Thus are safe on the boat, it starts to speed up rapidly. Kegel asks Peter, "Are you okay, big brother?" But Peter's concern wasn't for himself. He urged to focus on Thus, to get him medical help quickly to save his life. With this appearance, I can confidently say he has quite a lot of experience. But when he saw that Diaz, he also exclaimed, "No, what is going on?" And then he immediately accepted the task, saying, "I will provide first aid right away." But the pneumothorax had caused severe lung damage. The old man looked at Thus and concluded that this person wouldn't live much longer, but there is still a way. The old man proposed a single possible chance to save the boy. Unless the world's best surgeon performs the operation. Please forget about that. It's not important. We have to leave right now. We must run at full speed to the hospital. The old man denies it. No. Even when they reached the hospital, Glory acted first. There's no way they can save him now. Is there any doctor in the world willing to face Glory? At this moment, Peter finally speaks up. No, there is only one. Both the old man and Simong felt confused by his words, but fearing no one would believe him, he repeated them to confirm that this was the only person who could be saved and cured. Simong hesitated and asked Peter, "Do you really want to find that person?" "Yes, let's go meet him." "It's me. Let's meet up." This is a request from him."
Cut off the traitor's head immediately, the cold voice rang out, and the fat man behind the bearded man swiftly swung his machete down with determination. "I just want to personally dismantle this disgusting country." In a different space, in a spacious but dimly lit room, a man with a statuesque physique relaxes on a sofa, enjoying a bottle of expensive wine.
A cold voice rang out from him. "Philip, have you cleared the Nine Dragons area yet?" "Yes, boss." Then the sound continues steadily, reporting the mission status, target area, and confirming that all of Nine Dragons has been under control as planned. During the mission, a confrontation occurred with the traitorous Seven Dias and Peter. The man on the other side stood at the port, his eyes reflecting the vast, dark sea. The man calmly put his hands in his pockets, gazing into the distance, reporting in a composed tone. The person on this side smirked smugly. He raised his voice, and the response from the other side echoed steadily. The result of the fight: Toddy suffered serious fractures, and Peter carried him to escape across the sea route. Currently, Peter is the main target of the pursuit, and the mission is underway. As for Thus, it's unclear if he's alive, but if he survives, his injuries are very serious. Peter can find a hospital to treat his injuries, but no hospital in the country will accept them. The only destination Peter can choose is just one place. "I will go with Matthew to carry out the pursuit mission." The man immediately interrupted upon hearing that. "No, Philip, if it's that place." He hesitated, his words filled with treacherous cunning. "I have chosen the most suitable person to go with Matthew." "Really?" Philip asked again when a thunderous sound echoed, and the man calmly looked at the bloody scene, with the head severed from the body and blood splattering everywhere. "Trust in them." During the day, on the vast ocean, a powerful ship speeds over the waves on the deck. One man is standing and the other sitting as they talk, while a young man lies on a blanket on the floor, seemingly asleep. Those two men are Simon and the ship's captain, and the boy lying there is thus the one who is talking to the captain. But what if? If it's Nathaniel, then he's not the monster I know, right? Simon looked passionate and said, "A monster indeed. You can even save those who are already dead." The other person was very surprised and asked, "What do you mean by that?" He is a general practitioner skilled in all fields from internal medicine, surgery, to psychiatry. And moreover, for ordinary people, each specialty takes 3 to 5 years to master. But he had completed them all by the age of 20. That person couldn't help but be amazed. Truly extraordinary. Simon continued the story, but what turned him into a legend was another event. The train driver curious. What happened? Simon recounted a story from decades ago, when a massive explosion occurred in the combat zone. Dozens of seriously injured people with only seconds to treat them, and even the medical team caught in the explosion, leaving no doctors available. Worse, each person was wounded in different areas, from internal to external injuries, making rescue impossible. But then, the genius doctor Nathaniel appeared alone, and from that moment on, all the dying patients there survived. The train driver, hearing about the legendary doctor for the first time, couldn't help but admire him in awe. Truly extraordinary, saving dozens of people at once alone. But isn't it because he's a doctor that he could do that? As if recalling something, Song-suk suddenly remembered. "Oh, I forgot to tell you an important story." The train conductor asked curiously, "What is it?" X-Mon continued. "Yes, he performed the surgery because he was a doctor, but the important thing is that there were no surgical tools at all." They chat for a while before the train arrives. Peter carries that Dios, and Simon waves goodbye to the friendly conductor. All three of them stepped ashore, entered a mountain, climbed to the top to reach a temple. Simon supported that Dias's back and asked Peter, "Do you think everything will be okay?" Peter pressed him. "What do you mean?" Simon clarified. "I already know. Nathaniel has disappeared without a trace after retiring." Simon's eyes are clouded with confusion. "Even if we come this far, will he agree to see us?" Peter's face is cold and emotionless. "In fact, if we want to save Thus, there's no one else but him." Both of them stopped in front of a temple, each stunned by its majestic appearance. Simon hesitated. "But honestly, this is really strange, isn't it?" Simon sighs. "Is he really here? It's too shady. This scene looks just like a religious gathering with many followers." Whether you believe it or not, Peter glanced at the person on the back, just to see Nathaniel ahead. Both of them moved inside as the sound of leaves rustling filled the air. A monk saw them and asked, "What brings you here today?" His hands were clasped together, and his face appeared friendly and gentle. Peter's face is emotionless, eyes wide with surprise. He steps forward to speak with the monk. "I know this question sounds strange, but is there anyone here named Nathaniel?" The monk hesitated and asked again, "Nathaniel what? Have you made a mistake somewhere?" Dai monk forced a smile and said, "I understand your reaction, but we are in a hurry and I am sure he is here." That monk also smiled politely. "Oh dear, this is quite awkward. I understand your difficult situation, but there is no one like that here." They immediately turn and left upon hearing this. Seam scratches his head awkwardly. Peter ponders. It seems this isn't the place we're looking for. See, I told you so. There's no way he's in a place like this. Peter quietly observes around him with no signs of disguise or any protection for strangers. It truly is a peaceful temple. Without a doubt, there are 3 monks here, one holding a white dog, while a black dog is pulling at his leg. The other person saw that and smiled kindly. Today, Boy B was scared of you again. The monk holding the dog also happily replied. When he heard about dung, he was startled then laughed all day. That scene caught Peter's eye. He quietly wondered if Nathaniel was really here. Suddenly, a piercing scream drew everyone's attention, including Peter, who sat down on the stairs with the group. She clutches her arm and screams, looking very pained. It seems my bone is dislocated. What should I do now? It hurts so much. The monk sweeping nearby immediately became frantic. Oh my God. There's no ambulance that can reach here. We can only carry her down the mountain. But what should we do? She screamed at the top of her lungs. Just call a helicopter, please. I'm about to die. Suddenly, she fell silent and stopped shouting. She stood up abruptly. What's going on? Suddenly, I don't feel any pain at all. The monk nearby saw this and approached. Are you okay? Ah, the woman happily claps her hands. Yes, I am fine. The monk clasped his hands together. He appears sincere. Oh my. Luckily, it seems her arm is no longer dislocated. It really was thanks to Guanyin Bodhisattva. The woman then smiled happily, thinking my arm was broken, which made me so scared I almost died. The people around also felt really curious. Strange, just now my hand was clearly swinging abnormally. The woman smiled smugly, all thanks to the protection of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Bo remained expressionless. All right, let's go down the mountain. Ex-Mong quickly obeyed. Yes, big brother, a voice called from behind. Oh, here comes a monk, but he looks very strange with his face covered. The person being carried looks very tired. It's almost evening, so maybe we should stay here for the night and continue tomorrow morning. The invitation surprised Simong, while Peter kept a neutral expression. That evening, the sound of gongs and chanting echoed inside the temple. The Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, when practicing deep Prajnaparamita, perceives that the 5 skandhas are all empty. Simong and Peter sit next to the cushion where thus is lying, their eager eyes watching the boy, who has passed the danger stage, but if things continue like this, he won't be able to recover. Will my nephew be okay? Peter couldn't say for sure. He paused for a moment, a look of confusion in his eyes. Peter reassures, it will be fine. We can handle this. At that moment, the door swings open. The monk stepped in with a gentle smile, wondering if the accommodation would suit everyone. For us, the land of the temple has always been a place for cultivation. At that moment, Peter leaned against the door and expressed his gratitude, truly unsure how to thank the venerable master. Master, the monk chanting with the bell, suddenly paused for a moment, all thanks to the boundless virtue of Buddha. Then he turned around and suddenly one of the 2 bowls erupted with smoke. Then the monk turned back with a friendly smile, wondering if there was anything missing from the meal. Peter stepped closer to the monk, casually put his hands in his pockets and replied politely, There's no such thing. Everyone is just still tired, so they haven't felt like eating yet. Also, Peter hesitated, still needing to keep an eye on a friend who needed watching. I'm worried that eating too much will make me sleepy, so I'll save some food. The abbot immediately agreed after hearing that. That's true. It's a bit strange that you haven't finished eating or rested by now. The monk's voice suddenly changed. As soon as he finished speaking, the monk struck the wooden gong in his hand loudly. Peter remained unfazed by the sudden action, his cold, dark red eyes scanning the surroundings. But indeed, no one here seems surprised. The 2 monks stand up, one drawing a long sword, the other pulling out a jian. Both weapons look thin but deadly. Peter calmly says, I'm old, so I'm not easily surprised. One of the 2 asked, How do you know about us? Peter replied coldly, It's not hard at all. As you fold your hands in prayer, I see the scars that time cannot hide, while another monk points a sharp blade at Peter. A young kid like you dares to treat adults like this, Peter said sharply. I ask again, Can I meet Nathaniel? He repeats Nathaniel with the code, Hagen. Seumpio's special skill has been activated. As the sound faded, 2 people rushed toward Peter from opposite sides. Codenamed Damwon. His special ability is still unknown. Hun rushed towards Peter while thinking. Although they are unarmed and injured, it's clear that the real threat here is him. So Hun's sword quickly wraps tightly around Peter's body, and he must deal with him immediately. Hun gritted his teeth and said, If you're going to kill or not, decide later. But if you're in this line of work, shooting up now only causes more trouble. Swing your sword quickly and decisively. Let's end this here. For a moment, the suddenness of what happened left Hun and Damwon wide-eyed in shock. The ropes wrapped around Peter's body had been broken into pieces and fell to the ground, and in his hand was Damwon's long sword. Dam was stunned. How could this be? It must have been tightly bound, yet I didn't even have time to see it. Peter, however, didn't care about Damwon's expressive face and glanced outside. So what? Do you guys outside want to try more? Hun stared at Peter and asked, Who are you exactly? Peter turned around and said, If you knew who I was, would you introduce Nathan to us? Hi, Un replied. Of course, but on the condition that you are still alive then. The man stood up, dropped Trong Tien to the ground, raised both hands to prepare for an attack, and launched it simultaneously. As Amthan finished, the person outside rushed in to form a surrounding formation around Peter. Peter remained unfazed, his face showing complete calm as he watched the scene before him. A calm voice sounds, "Stop it now! How can you act so chaotic in front of Buddha?" Step back, a masked figure with the commanding presence of a leader enters quietly. "We apologize for the disturbance. Recent unsettling events may have made the monks more sensitive." When the sun rises, Peter will interrupt and say that until now he still pretends not to know. He raises his voice to question the person in front of him, who appears confused. "What are you talking about?" Peter interrupted. "This time you won't fool me either." His calm voice exposes the person in front of him. Just now that believer's joints were completely out of place, but no one noticed. Even he himself didn't realize that he had adjusted his joints without anyone detecting it. How many monks in this world can do that? Moreover, even as time passes, long-standing habits are not easy to change. Wearing gloves before treatment to maintain hygiene is indeed the appearance of a doctor. Is that correct? Then Quang Nathana Eel's envoy. At the same time, you in front of Peter also pull off the mask covering your face. Over here, Philip hesitates. The one he mentioned is to eliminate both Nathaniel and Peter. "Did you call that person here?" The man on the other end confidently confirms. Of course, think about it. Isn't it really dramatic? A perfect character for this mission. Along with the demon bullet sniper, Mateo, the best marksman on Earth, is called a rare genius worth 150 million. In a way, another Peter. So, how long are you going to ignore this? The Apostle of Glory. Peter slowly turns his face back. "Nathaniel." A voice interrupts Peter's conversation. "Stop. You know Nathaniel is still so young. Could he also be from Glory? Are the young people in Glory no longer learning to greet their seniors these days? Hun is no less and warns you to go back. You can't even lay a finger on Nathaniel." Peter asked again, but there was no intention to inquire about that, only a strong sense of oppression. "Touch a finger?" Nathaniel was startled, as he had covered his face completely like at the beginning. He then walked past Damwon and Hun and slowly said, "We can't even look at each other normally, let alone let others recognize us." Dam doesn't understand Nathaniel's intention, huh? "What do you mean?" Nathaniel said casually. The 12 apostles once led Glory, with the one in the highest position then raising her head to look at the tall young man before her. Peter looked around, whispers spreading. Could it be that person? Then suddenly, those standing near Peter knelt down. The others gradually followed. The sound of bones cracking and hitting the floor echoed rapidly. All the disciples of Bi Huyen Am bowed respectfully to Apostle Peter. Everyone bowed down close to the ground. Dong Than shouted loudly. After a while, Nathaniel approached the room where Thus was lying to check on her. Simon exclaimed, "Oh my God, that beautiful sister from the past." Simon hadn't finished speaking before Nathaniel dismissed him with a sneer, still as beautiful as ever. "Is she beautiful? How can she compare to someone who has regained her youth? Honestly, I can never get used to looking at her." Nathaniel looks towards Peter. Seems hips draw Nathaniel's attention. "That sudden disappearance of yours really worries me. Do you know that? But seeing that you're still doing well, I feel a bit more at ease. Now that I think about it, I really don't understand why you disappeared all those years ago." Simon's question startled Nathaniel. Although she didn't show obvious signs of confusion, their sharp eyes revealed it. Nathaniel remained silent without replying and turned around to continue what he was doing. "Last time you only sent someone, now you're bringing them yourself. I don't know what's going on, but from now on, if you bring anyone from Glory, I won't help anymore." Peter understood that Nathaniel was talking to him and immediately responded, "Got it." "Hey," Nathaniel hesitated. "What kind of body does this person actually have?" Simon looked confused and asked, "What did you just say?" "This battered body is still alive. It's truly astonishing." When the blanket was removed, Tai Dios' body was fully revealed, covered in large patches of bruises. The tendons and tubes running along the body should have been dead for at least a month. No, even 100 times wouldn't be surprising. Nathana suddenly spoke up. Peter broke out in a sweat. "Tell the truth." Nathana raised her head and looked directly into Peter's eyes. "Who is this person?" Peter pondered, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Peter hesitated before answering. He really was unexpected. Simon stood up suddenly, laughing happily. "Oh my, our beautiful sister has always been so sharp. This is Thur's son." Without waiting for Peter to reveal his identity, Simon was quick and even inherited the name Thus. Peter couldn't catch Simon. He hurriedly turned to explain. "Wait, listen to me first." Nathaniel didn't bother to listen to Peter. She suddenly stood up, decisively turned around, and walked away. Simon doesn't understand what's happening. He wonders why everyone suddenly went silent. Should I keep treating him? "Hey, sis," Sim calls after her. "You said my nephew isn't okay." "It's my nephew." "Grandson." He responded to the call with a cold back. Nathana looks indifferent. "Oh, is he the son of the 7 deadly sins? In that case, I really can't heal you, can I?" Then the door slammed shut, and Peter's face became full of despair. He quickly got up and chased after him. "Hey, big brother, where are you going again?" Simon calls out and follows. He turns left, then looks to the right. Simon can't imagine what the current situation is like. What on earth is going on here? What exactly did she go through? Outside, where the Buddha statue is erected in the yard, Nathaniel is kneeling and praying. Peter quietly followed, kneeling down to pray as well. Nathaniel, without looking, knew who had just arrived. Am I praying in the wrong place? Peter immediately responded without hesitation. Isn't she the same? Nathaniel replied, but still clasped his hands together in prayer. I have been a Buddhist for a long time. The cool night scene, the wind rustling the leaves. Ex-monk speaks up to break the silence. Could it be that she can't leave this person alone because of that matter?
Then don't worry, it's not about that. Before Peter could finish speaking, Nathana cut him off.
She stood up and said, I gave up the scalpel a long time ago. And more importantly, Nathaniel looking at his own hands means my qualification as a doctor has completely collapsed. That's all. There's no hidden meaning. Peter slowly stood up, but doesn't her words and actions seem too contradictory? He stepped behind Nathaniel, his tall figure completely overwhelming. Nathaniel looked confused. What do you mean? Peter explained, his voice even as he laid out his reasoning.
Just now, she quickly identified the problem and immediately checked Thus's pulse to assess his condition. If it were her, she would have already prepared a special medicine that would be useful for Thus.
No matter what, your version still longs to save others as a doctor, right? Ah, Peter hesitated. That matter about Hannah. He silently thought there was no other choice. Doing so was the only way for everyone to survive.
Peter reassures her, it's not your fault at all. It was just an accident.
Nathana turns around. Even if I save thousands of people, if just one has to die because of me, I don't deserve to be a doctor. Nathana immediately left, a deafening sound behind him. She opened her eyes in shock. Peter was kneeling on the ground, reaching out to grab Nathaniel's sleeve. She stammered in shock. What are you doing? Please! Peter bowed his head, his hair falling to hide his handsome face. Nathaniel, please save him. Nathaniel pursed his lips and looked away. After a moment of silence, he decisively pulled his hand back. She walked away coldly without hesitation, Peter's outstretched arm still hanging in the air. Inside, X screams loudly. Wake up! Thukjat spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, convulsing all over. Oh my god, what should we do now? Grandson, you have to wake up. Simon panic-stricken, his hands trembling as he hesitates, while Peter returns at the same time. Simon looked anxiously towards the door. Big brother, it's dangerous. The situation is critical. We must get him out immediately. Let me carry him. Big brother, hold on. Unlike Simon's frantic appearance, Peter looks at everything in front of him with an expressionless face. Simon becomes even more frantic. No, big brother, she's critically ill. Where are you going now? Boss, enough. A shout rang out, cutting through the noisy air. Nathaniel has returned. She quickly moved to Thus's side. Pneumothorax. I performed first aid, but the lung injury hasn't fully sealed, and the ongoing air leakage is causing increasing pressure on the lungs and heart. Internal lung bleeding is also very serious. With this condition, we cannot hold on much longer. Simong was stunned. Huh? So what should we do now? Nathana's eyes are filled with determination. I will perform open chest surgery. Simong is confused. Open chest surgery. The detailed images of the body's anatomy flash vividly in Nathaniel's mind. Clearly, she knew what she had to do. I will perform an open chest surgery, remove the damaged tissue, then use sutures or clamps to stop the pneumothorax and bleeding. Simong let out a relieved breath. There's a way, luckily. But before he could rejoice, Nathaniel spoke, saying that if it failed, he would be done for. Outside, Seam and Peter are both waiting. Simon is restless, his heart burning like fire. Are you sure this is okay? Big brother. Peter hunched over on the old wooden bench outside. I have to believe it. Who else could be trusted besides Nathaniel? Daimong ponders, feeling strange. Hopefully, nothing will happen. Peter remains silent, his eyes hazy with anticipation and worry. Outside the temple, the doors are closed, the night is pitch dark, and a silent, cold atmosphere envelops the area. The monk, picking up the alms bowl in the yard, steps forward, drawing his attention, and looks up to see two strangers. The monk, noticing this, politely asks, What brings you here? It's a male and female pair, the woman replied. I need to see someone above. Can you make it happen right now, brother? Despite hearing their rude words, the monk still smiled kindly and apologized for the rudeness. But the people above were not fond of Tranku's blood scent. He clasped his hands together, his face losing its smile, his eyes turning cold, and with a rustling sound, 4 more people appeared around the man and woman. They are holding axes, swords, and sickles. The silent man doesn't speak, and the woman sighs, Oh no, is it going to be troublesome again? The monk silently assessed the 2 people in front of him. They seemed dangerous despite not carrying obvious weapons, so he couldn't afford to let his guard down before they drew their weapons. As soon as he thought it, he acted, throwing a long cord with dart tips tied at both ends, leaving no time for them to think. For a moment, a deafening explosion rang out, blood splattering everywhere. His stomach was pierced with a deep hole, and his body hadn't reacted yet because everything happened too quickly. What? What do you mean? Gunfire? I was just standing still a moment ago. No, it's even more than that. There was only 1 gunshot, and everyone around was hit and fell to the ground. The monk trembles in pain. What on earth is happening? What the hell is going on? She asked, What else? It's the level of a demon bullet sniper. She raised 2 fingers to form a gun, with a tattoo of a pistol on her hand, looking proud. You guys got shot, code name belonging to Glory, sniper skills unclear. The nickname is the Deadly Shooter, still unknown. Let's go. Rank unknown, code name unknown, special skill unknown, genius nickname shared by 150 million people. The man's voice rises, deep and hoarse, echoing from hell. Now it's time to take it down Peter. Oh, I almost forgot to ask something. Dorth turns away. I heard you're a different version of Peter. What does that mean? The man repeated that word, a different version of Peter. He warned her once only, if she calls me Peter again, she's dead. Dorth shows no sign of fear. You already pulled out your gun, but your brother's chest will be pierced first. The man remained calm, whether with his hands empty, a knife, or even a gun. It was all the same. He leaned in close to Dorth, whispering, Matthew, whatever you want to use, I'll play along and see how you handle it. At the same time, the sound from the earpiece came through. Matt, backup support is on its way. Dorothy spun around, hands raised to her shoulders, shrugging, walking casually. Just as expected, someone always tries to ruin the moment. She turned her face away, ready to continue the fight afterward. The man's older brother slowly said to me that fame and reputation are nothing. My only goal is for that guy to threaten to kill Peter. On Simon and Peter's side, Simon is demonstrating his swordsmanship for Damwon to enjoy. He was sword dancing while explaining, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Damgo kept praising and admiring. Wow, I never expected to witness such swordsmanship. It feels like a dream. Simong is so proud. I've heard that many times, Peter. Hai-un approaches from afar, drawing Peter's attention with a call. Hello, Un? He respectfully bows. We sincerely apologize for what just happened. We didn't realize. My apologies. Let Hu finish. Peter raised his hand to stop her. It's okay. Back then, even apostles rarely met each other face to face. It's no wonder you didn't recognize me. But I must say that your strength is not to be underestimated, even though this is not the glorious era of the past. According to the current glory system, you at least reach the level of the surface, or even higher. Bowing humbly. You flatter me too much, Peter. Peter doesn't stop at just praising. You go on, but with this strength, why did you choose to leave the mortal world and live like this? That's because Hai-un slowly straightened up, showing a relaxed and satisfied expression. All the monks here are those who have lived a second life. Peter is curious. A second life. Hun calmly recounts everything that happened over 10 years ago, when we were on a mission and were ambushed by the enemy. The whole group was lucky to escape and hide in a small mountain hut. Is this the end? In the freezing winter, the whole group fled and sat inside a small wooden house covered in snow, all trembling. Someone says, I don't want to die? Is there any chance that support will arrive? No, this place is 2,000 meters above sea level. All communication has been cut off. Rescue and planes cannot reach us in this dire situation. Everyone can't help but think of bleak possibilities. The harsh climate of the snowy mountains is even more terrifying than the enemy. Our strength and spirit are at rock bottom, and we are all in despair. And just then, in the silence of the snowstorm that sent chills down their spines, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly. The group trembled and hid, startled by the noise. Everyone was terrified by the strange sound. One person spoke up, That's the enemy, and another calmly interrupted. They have found our location. Everyone draws their pistols ready in a defensive stance. All right, it seems this is the end. Everyone see you in the next life. The door swings open, and everyone appears to be in disbelief. The visitor is a woman, and the entire group gasps in surprise. One person asks, Why are you here? Nathaniel calmly said, Let's go. I want to come. From that moment on, I swore to be loyal to this person for life. Because of Nathaniel, who climbed the 2,000-meter-high snowy mountain, Nathaniel grinned, putting on his medical gloves, ready to execute a pre-planned strategy. Are you ready? Let's begin. His entire body has been completely frozen. Nathaniel doesn't care about his condition. He didn't rest. He only focused on healing us. But that fleeting hope was quickly replaced by despair. After healing the entire group, Nathaniel smiled. All right, everyone stay calm. Someone interrupts Nathaniel. We still don't have a chance. This is a place where even helicopters can't reach. He bows his head in despair, with no supplies left and no way to keep warm. We will all freeze to death here, another person shouted in protest. Why? Why did you risk your life to come to this death zone? Nathaniel could have survived. Nathaniel calmly said, If this is the underworld, then it's not so bad. Nathaniel's confusing words leave everyone puzzled. Huh? I told you, Nathaniel doesn't look back. Where I will be buried has already been decided. An emotional person, tears welling up. But Nathaniel remains steady. Nothing has changed. Is this where I will find peace? It is where I stay beside you all. Nathaniel turns back and offers a warm smile that gives them strength and vitality. Hyun ended the flashback and gave us a new life. Because of him, I have no regrets about this life. Peter also smiled when he heard that. Nathaniel really is the kind of person who can do that. Take good care of Nathaniel. Leave it to me. Hyun confidently affirmed. The chime spread throughout the space. Peter couldn't help but feel curious. Hyun noticed the question and quickly explained. This wind chime is a local specialty. A gift that the wind brings us. Truly wonderful. Peter smiled softly. Un puts his hand in front of his chest. Please wait a moment. I will bring you a cup of hot tea. Peter, how do you respond? Thank you, Hun. Outside, the sound of footsteps hitting the ground echoes steadily. Yes, we have arrived at the gate. A large group of people in suits with angry faces and a threatening aura are entering Trong. After capturing Peter, I will report.
So this temple really exists. The voice drew the attention of the leader.
A bell is rung to signal the arrival of distinguished guests. In front of the group, two monks clasp their hands together. One appears polite and asks, "In this quiet midnight, where are you rushing off to?" This is a place of mountain tranquility, where all the monks are resting. Damn! W next to him also smiled and told the guests to leave, saying, "Why don't you go back and try another time?" The leader looked furious. "It can't be, I heard Peter is here." Hi-Un repeats that name. Peter the monk has never heard that name before. Could you be mistaken about the location? As the sound ended, the man threw a sharp dagger towards Hun. He quickly tilted his head to dodge. "Stop pretending. King Hun warns you." Code name Park Kang-hun is level B. The other members of the group also drew their weapons simultaneously, their eyes filled with deadly intent. Codename IU Yang level B. Codename Park Nam Kyung level C+. Codename Spin level B. Codename Hun Nam. B. No more time. Hurry up. Hun loudly ordered the group to kill, and as soon as he finished, they all leapt forward. But it seems you have misunderstood a bit. Hyun and Dam also drew their weapons. We have all participated in the official ordination ceremony. Hi-Un jumps high, the long rope in his hand swiftly shoots out in all directions, gently touching the foreheads of the crowd below. "We are monks, not imposters as you think." One of them, seemingly caught off guard, stammered, "What the hell is that? Lately the juniors have been greeting the seniors like that." That remark hit me right in the deepest part of my pride. He was startled. Am also not to be underestimated. He swiftly glided across the ground, dismissing all attacks. The crowd stared in shock, bewildered, and amazed, wondering how these monks could be so skilled in fighting. That's easy to explain. Hyun was ready to defend with a long string tied with darts in his hand, even if all of you combined are still no match for us. Codename Hun, a Glory-era assassin and Nathaniel's closest bodyguard. Special skill, Celestial Moon over the sky. Dam Gui raises his slender, long sword, adopting a stance with a look of contempt. Is the current level of the Glory system this terrible? It can't compare to our era. Kuo Nam Damwon, a stealth assassin from the Glory era and Nathaniel's closest bodyguard, with the special skill of the terrifying Heaven's End technique. Who are those people? They are not in the intelligence reports. Yoon is confused, sweat pouring down his forehead. What should I do now? Just run away? A sound from behind suddenly echoes, "Move aside." Yoon turns around, looking astonished. What about the Glory era? The tall man steps forward from behind. Dam stared intently. "Oh, you're the leader, right?" Hun warns that it's not too late. Tell your team to retreat now. At the same time, they secretly observe the mysterious man in front of them, but see nothing special. No killing intent, no weapons in hand. Could that guy really be their leader? What are they truly hiding? Anyway, we have to be careful. Although they didn't speak, they understood each other's intentions through eye contact. Amitaba, Avalokiteshvara, swift kill. Hai throws a dart at him. The man simply tilts his head, showing no concern at all. Hai dodged in surprise, but the real attack was coming from this side. A dart from behind rushes toward him at incredible speed. Hai frowns tightly. No way. The entire rock was shattered, yet he could still easily seize Hai-un's weapon. Hyun, panic-stricken, wondered if a lifetime of practicing Thang Fio was not enough, and he could be so easily defeated. Master Damgo sensed the overwhelming dominance. Let's attack together. Victory Flight and the Divine Sword. Both of us strike simultaneously. A powerful explosion erupts. Clouds of dust fill the air, and for a moment, both of their bodies feel something strange. However, their limbs are too slow to react. No way. How is this possible? Hyun is tightly bound by his own sword, and Damgon has been struck by the sword and fallen to the ground. While the man remained unharmed, Damgon thought for a moment as he hit the ground, "We absolutely cannot face this enemy." "Who is he?" Kang Hun quickly crouched down, bowing his head before the man. "Sorry, we can't help any further. Please forgive us." "Sir Judas!" That name caught Hun's attention. He was stunned. "Judas? Is this person Judas? Are you Judas Iscariot? A genius among 50 million people and considered to be the closest to Peter in level." Judas shows no emotion. It's over. Judas Iscariot's code name and rank. Apostle Glory. Special skills still unknown. The genius among 50 million people. The traitor of mercy. He coldly said, "I have spent my whole life defeating Peter Thuong-tu." Judas muttered, "It's really an old weapon you only see in classic movies." "That's right, it has to be used like this." Hai Unan was amazed to see Judas easily control his familiar weapon. Ha-Tu is a rare weapon. Very few people can master it. Even I took 15 years to fully control it. So this is his first time using it, yet he's more skilled than I am? Judas immediately threw one end of the dart forward with terrifying force, sending it flying at an almost impossible speed. There was no way to react in time, and Hai Hyun just stared with wide eyes as the dart drew closer without being able to do anything. This time, it was really over. The dart was only about 2 centimeters from Hai Un's eyes. A rustling sound. Hai Un is still alive. A rough, calloused hand catches the dart. "Judas, are you really that interested in this?" A so-called apostle acting so cruelly towards children is not acceptable. Simon quickly stopped the dart and coldly questioned Judas. Hai Un is stunned. Simon, why are you here? Judas smirked, still as relaxed as ever, didn't he? He put one hand in his pocket and the other up to comb his hair, a crooked smile on his lips. It's been a while since I saw you, Simon. Where's Brother Peter? Why are you the only one here? Simon glared at Judas with no intention of appearing welcoming or friendly. If you're planning to confess something, forget it. Peter, he's not meeting anyone from Glory. Judas also stops pretending to smile. Why does it have to be so stiff and clear-cut? Whether it's Glory or Vin Quang, they're both on the same boat. Simon quietly plans to buy more time, at least until that Diaz finishes the treatment. And most importantly, if he sees the current state of Big Brother Peter, Sim Mong, Senior Judas, interrupts Simon's train of thought. It's been a while since we last met, but you look so much weaker. Judas tilts his chin. He's probably talking about X Mong's partially cut arm. C Mong quickly retorted, if you're going to say that, go get me a healing potion first. And what about you? Betray these guys to join that side. Does it look sweet? Judas sneers with a lecherous smile. Betrayal? Finding a better home is just human nature. Sai Mong snaps angrily. Then you were wrong from the start, because you are meant to be human. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward Jadis. Jadis was also not to be outdone, so he swung his fist in a hurried punch just like old times, even unable to use his right arm. Simon blocks Jadis' attack, which he probably didn't expect. As he deflects it, Jadis then drives his forehead into Sai Mong's forehead. He sneered contemptuously, trying to fight in close combat with a push of his elbow, so full of confidence. Sim Mong grits his teeth. Luckily, he's still as uncomfortable as before. They both let go and jump back. So what if there was an extra arm? With a curved butt and a smirk. But what if I don't have it? No matter what, the two of them charged at each other without saying a word. For you, this is already enough. You two keep attacking and defending each other, jumping from one place to another. Judas sneered, truly ridiculous. Where are the legendary sword saints of old? Now only a pathetic old man remains. Hun and Damgo watch the battle carefully. Sim is also not to be underestimated. He responds immediately with a contemptuous tone, I feel really bad hearing you pity me. Hun and Dam open their eyes wide in amazement, even unable to breathe. So this is how apostles fight? Even Lord X Mong doesn't even have a sword and still dominates completely. Could it be that Lord X Mong will be easy? Hyun hesitated, as if he had realized something, but something didn't feel quite right. Dambo also realized that. You saw it too? That Judas guy all this time. Simon gritted his teeth in his mind. Judas, this bastard is just toying with me. Every tactic I use, he copies perfectly. Even my breathing changes to his. X Mong was thrown far away by Judas. He quickly hit the ground and returned to a ready stance, silently calculating a way to escape. What should I do? I can't win with my current body. I need to find a way. Lord Simon calls out, and Dam Go throws him a sword. This one. Got it, she smirked and chuckled to herself. Oh, this. Now it feels like I've found my own shirt again. The clumsy appearance becomes more confident and steady, right? Judas was not going to back down either. He also drew his weapon. With two swords in each hand, he finally faced what truly belonged to the Sword Saint. Unfortunately, he was missing an arm, but Simon was already in a ready stance, his face serious. That move will probably regret it. Judas also sensed the overwhelming pressure, and the atmosphere completely changed. This is Sim Mong rushing towards Judas at incredible speed, swinging his long sword in beautiful slashing arcs, cutting through everything on both sides. Judas shows a look of confusion. Truly a complete difference, impossible to dodge. But suddenly, Sai Mong's sharp sword stopped, trembling in midair. X Mong gritted his teeth in fury. This beastly thing is worse than an animal. Judas smirked smugly. Sai Mong Senior Brother hasn't seen you for a while. Not only your body, but your willpower has also weakened quite a bit. Judas quickly grabbed Dam's head and pulled it close, successfully stopping Simon. That was your last chance to kill me. Simon widened his eyes. Judas, this coward, clearly did it on purpose. Intentionally. Judas tosses Dam Gon aside, feeling quite regretful, right? X Mong's face shows concern. Be concise. Judas bites his lower lip, his face full of filth. Watch this. Judas draws two short swords, executing a full cut. Shi Mong is stunned, his eyebrows tightly knit together. What are you talking about? No way! The full slash. Judas attacks Shi Mong with precise and powerful slashes. Dam Ji was thrown to the side and couldn't help but be drawn in. He uses the full slay technique, the one I've trained for decades to master, but I still can't control it. It's just showmanship. It's not just show-off. Simon dodged the move while secretly assessing. He truly mastered the entire technique, so how could there be someone like this? Sung's long sword blocks Judas's short sword, and they grip each other's weapons tightly. Judas glances around. He's probably ready now, isn't he? He folded his arms across his chest and suddenly stopped the fight. Judas turned around and waved. Too bad, but see you next time. I have some business to take care of. Simon shouted, Judas, where are you going? Come out here and fight me. Judas didn't even turn back. The people talking to him aren't that bad either. Simon shouted in despair. Judas, you can't chase after him because your men are still there surrounding Simon. On Peter's side, he pushes the door open. Can I come in? What's the situation? The surgery is going well. How's the condition? Even while busy with surgery, Nathaniel still can't resist making a snide remark.
Today is strange. Cold-blooded Peter is worried about just 2 sentences. The critical condition has passed. Nathaniel frowned in boredom, and just by looking at him, you could tell how exhausting the surgery had been. Luckily, his strong body allowed him to endure it. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. How is it outside? It sounds pretty chaotic. Peter looks outside. Zong is handling things, so there probably won't be any problems. He silently thought, luckily the buttock subadult's still doing well, just hoping everything ends without any mishaps. Nathana is exhausted and covered in sweat. Just a little more. Almost there. The helper carrying the basin of water stands up. Lord Nathaniel, let me go get more water. Peter stares fixedly outside the door, his eyes wide open, and Peter only manages to turn back and shout, then crouch down. The bullet sped quickly through the person who had just stood up, embedding into the wall behind them, causing Nathana to panic. What is that? What's going on? Peter presses himself against the wall, quietly watching outside with suspicion. Who is he sniping at? Where and how? Peter looked at the hole in the door and guessed that to shoot here, you must be from a higher position. It can only be the top of that mountain. No way. That place is at least 4 kilometers away. At that distance, a person would be no bigger than a speck of dust. But the unbelievable part is how he managed to precisely identify the person's position in this enclosed room and hit him. That's when Peter's gaze fell on the burning candle, and he understood how they managed it. He used the candle's shadow to pinpoint the location, but even then, how could he guess correctly based solely on that? At this distance, it takes about 10 seconds for the bullet to reach. So, to make an accurate guess, Peter swiftly ducked to dodge the next shot, first blocking his line of sight. The candle has gone out. Nathana shouted, "Senior brother, if the lights go out, the surgery can't be completed!" Peter remained silent, observing through the round hole in the door. Nathaniel suddenly remembered there was a cave below where a safe operation could be carried out. Peter lifts his phone to check, but leaving here would be like sacrificing himself. With that level of firepower, failure is not in his vocabulary. The phone is connected, and they quickly answer. "Senior, Peter is urgently giving orders and needs support immediately." Nathaniel lowered himself slightly and looked at Peter with confusion. "What are you talking about? What are you planning to do?" Peter continued to communicate. "I need someone to help. There's a sniper on the mountain peak facing us, aiming at us." The other side quickly understood Peter's intention. The mountain peak. Got it. Nathaniel is stopping him, but he is hiding deep in the pitch-black forest, impossible to find anywhere. X-Mong looks up even better. The forest is completely dark, an ideal place for one person. On this side, the person who just received the call quickly took action. Johann from Glory. Nathaniel looked at Peter with confusion. Then, how do both sides in the same faction deal with each other? Do they want to use the tactic of fighting poison with poison? Peter calmly said, "If you can't see clearly, will you just cut your own leg?" He turns to smile at Nathaniel with a knowing look that doesn't get to the point, leaving Nathaniel confused. What does it mean? A few days ago, when the group was still on the boat, the other end of the line said, "Senior, everything will be fine." Peter sat on the boat's deck, listening to the call, knowing that Raphael understood we couldn't go to the hospital, so he would also guess that we sought out Nathaniel. And he will know that I am with Sim in the 7 days as well. This time, he won't just send an envoy somewhere. Moreover, we are not in a favorable position to fight right now. We need someone's help. Over there, the young blonde man quickly grabbed the microphone and enthusiastically said, "Master, I will go." I couldn't stop this kid in time, but Peter also disagreed and immediately refused. "No, you should protect yourself just in case. The Glory surveillance network is expanding rapidly and could be dangerous." Duan then wondered, so who does the senior plan to ask for help? The friend who listens to her more than I do. Da Yuan also became curious when he heard that. "You're listening to me. It can't be that my cute little pet is the one standing next to me, right?" Then she suddenly realized the person Peter was referring to and turned to look at the nearby spot. "Senior, could that corner be a messy but tidy table with a piece of paper on the surface covered with dots and dashes as a faded code?" Juan immediately understood the problem. "Ah, it's Aliphet. I get it. He will help us. I will assign the best assassin in Europe a mission." Johann asked curiously, "Who is that?" The other side replied, "An envoy of Glory Feta." Johann coldly asked back, "Why should I do that?" The other side also doesn't know about this. I also find this strange. Anyway, to get to the point, they told me that the target the envoy of Glory is aiming for is Kim Sun-Gilu. Johann immediately refused firmly. "I told you, I won't help you. I must be the one to kill Kim Sun-Gu. You're very skilled." Dorothy chuckled to herself as she looked through the binoculars, saying, "My sister Nun really has a talented assistant. She was able to determine her position based on the length of the candle shadow, which is truly impressive. Quick judgment and keen observation. It seems I've also encountered a tough opponent here. Still, the quick adjustment is complete. Density at plus 11.6, left adjustment at 3.4 millimeters. This time, I definitely won't let the prey slip away." Does Raphael not hear it? A sudden sound echoes from behind Dorothy. "How?" Dorothy was surprised and quickly raised her head away from the gun. "My position has been exposed. As soon as I saw the approaching person, Dorothy started a conversation. Johann, how did you find me?"
Johan coldly replies, I followed the sound of gunfire. Dorth looks concerned. What's wrong? You look so gloomy, not sexy at all. Are you here to help me? But you've got the wrong address. To find the target, you need to go over the mountain on the other side of the flag. Good luck. Dorothy turns around and continues aiming. Watch out in the dark night so you don't drop your shoes. She wondered silently, but what is he doing here? This makes no sense given the target on the other side. Hey, where did that young guy near the candle go? Thanks to Johan, I missed the target. Johan turns around, takes out his phone, and makes a call. The other end quickly answers. Johan, long time no see. Johan speaks calmly. Raphael is me. I called because I felt it was necessary to inform you of this. They seem surprised. Johan is calling us? How touching, Johan replied in a cold voice. Get ready for your death notice, Johan said sharply, drawing out a small, sharp sickle. Hugh's eyes will close. The room on Peter and Nathaniel's side has been lit with candles again. Nathaniel nervously asked Peter, Wait a moment, if we light the candles now, won't that be dangerous? Peter responded with silence. We can go now. He looked outside through the hole in the door and said, Our allies have arrived. Seeing this, Nathaniel couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, Brother Peter, even in such a situation, can still display such cleverness. He realized that the enemy would not target the dummy we set up. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps outside emerged. Peter assumed a vigilant stance. Brother, it seems the guest arrived sooner than expected. Peter frowns coldly. Stay calm. After a while, Nathaniel carried the person on his back, both of them cloaked in their robes. She quickly ran away from there. What should I do to get there quickly before they arrive? It's been a long time since we last met. Someone is standing behind Nathaniel. She startles and breaks out in a cold sweat. Judas appears calm and composed. I missed you very much. Big sister. Nathaniel turns his head back. Judas, we thought we would never meet again, but this fate is truly too cruel. Judas curves his lips into a smile. Fate, I never thought there was such a connection between us. It's sad to hear you think that way. Nathaniel retorted that we are not the kind of people who can share memories with each other. Judas replied, Anyway, I didn't come here for that. Where is Brother Peter? Nathaniel looked into Judas's eyes, appearing confused. Brother Peter? I have never met him. Judas interrupted. You already know everything. Nathaniel continued to explain. I have been here quite a while. You see, I have cut off all contact with the world and have no relations with anyone anymore. Judas put his hands in his pockets, seeming to agree that your sister wasn't lying. I understand. Then Judas draws his sword. In this way, Peter will have to step in. With that, Judas rushed forward to attack Nathaniel. With a swift sound, a steady hand held Judas's hand firmly. Peter. Judas glances at the person who just appeared. It's not him. Is this one a subordinate of Nathana? He's definitely not an ordinary guy. But I don't recognize who he is. Is there someone like this in glory? Seeing that, Judas lowered his gaze contemptuously and looked at the person behind him. Are you still bringing along these abandoned friends? Who are you? If you've met the senior, you should greet him. Let me see what you look like. The man in front of him frowns. Judas, unlike previous enemies, this one knows what I looked like in my youth, so I have to hide my face at all costs. The man turns away and signals to Nathaniel. Nathaniel, please go ahead. Nathaniel quickly complies. All right. Judas looked at the hand holding his. Let go of my hand now. Of course I won't do that. Nathaniel ignored their quarrel, quickly turned around, and continued in the same direction as before. I'm leaving now. One of us has to die for this to end. Understand? I clearly warned not to touch that mountain range. That kid! Johan calmly holds his scythe. Ready. Johan Aliphet, the Apostle of Darkness and Master of Oscaritas, the warm-blooded Lord of Laysan. Dorth responds very provocatively. I know now, Johan. Did you already fight Peter? Why did you come back without Peter's head? Did it hurt your pride? Dorutha bites her lip, her eyes in tone teasing. He's not charming at all right now. She sat up, and a pistol appeared in her hand from somewhere. Codename Matthew, envoy rank, sharpshooter of Maton the Frus, master of Furium weapons. Johan denies ever fighting Peter, but Dorth still laughs and teases him, saying, Really, sweetheart? Don't feel ashamed of those things. Whether you succeed or fail, it's just a mission. Of course I've never failed. Johan remained unfazed by her teasing attitude. He sternly warns you don't need to know. This is the last warning. Leave here now. Dorothy ignored him and continued teasing Johan. Maybe I hit a nerve of yours. Dorothy stuck out her tongue and reached up to pull at her eye bags to tease Johan. As soon as he finished speaking, Johan quickly moved forward and delivered a powerful strike to Dorothy. She quickly realized but couldn't dodge in time. They attack, and Dorothy suddenly falls backward. She raises her gun and points it around the space. Unlike her teasing attitude now, a bit of worry rose in Dorothy's heart. Damn it, the forest is too dark to see anything, but that brother can see me clearly. The cold, metallic voice echoes. Even if you are called the top sniper of the assassin organization, here you are just a fool with a gun. Hearing that, Dorothy reacted. She looked around to locate Johan. Come on, just joking a little. Make it more fun. I know what your sensory ability is. Even without looking, you can still scan and recognize objects as if you're seeing them, right? Then what if I do this? Saying that, Dorothy quickly ran away, moving deeper into her hiding spot under the tree trunk. Johan lost sight and couldn't see anything. Did she realize her sensory weakness so quickly? From a distance, the waves don't reflect clearly back to me. Hiding behind the tall tree trunk, Dorothy crouched low and kept looking back. I ran far away so he can't see me clearly. If neither side can see each other, it's considered a balanced fight. Suddenly, Johan's voice became closer than ever. Do you think I can't see if you keep hiding? Johan appeared from somewhere and charged at Dorothy, who probably didn't expect to be found so quickly. How does he know I'm here? Dorothy was confused, but she still showed no sign of disturbance on her face. No way, is he really blind for real? People who rely on sight often do so unconsciously. Johan is close to Dorothy again. He raises his knee. Dorothy raises her hand to block. She is pushed back with great force, pushing her to her limit. Thuatang rushes forward. Johan swings his scythe high and charges at Dorothy to finish her off, so she cannot defeat me. Bang! A hole appeared on Johan's sleeve. Dorothy staggered. That was close. Johan opened his eyes in surprise. How could she have hit? Could it be that thing? Through the night scope, Dorothy holds a pistol in one hand and the scope in the other, a smug smile curling on her lips. Johan ponders, wondering why she moved toward the cliff. Turns out she was using the scope attached to her sniper rifle. Sorry, but you're going to start having a few bullet wounds on your body. Then she fired a series of shots at Johan with overlapping and intricate trajectories. Johan skillfully dodged, but was still shaken by them. Johan felt uneasy and quickly escaped, hiding behind a large tree and watching from behind. Even knowing that, her shooting skills are truly impressive, especially at night, hitting accurately, despite facing someone like me. Dorothy grinned and said, Watch out, Johan. If you reveal yourself now, you're dead meat. She calmly steps into the forest. If you surrender, kneel down and beg for mercy. I will end this with just 2 shots. Think carefully, Johan said, without showing any sign of weakness. Matt, I'll say it again. Someone who relies on sight like you will never beat me. Doro quickly looked around to find where Darut's voice came from, but if he's chit, his pride probably would still be struggling, right? Showing your face, huh? Looks like your ability to understand is a bit lacking. The rustling sound, Johan puts on the strange outfit. Now, no matter what he says, she won't understand. But don't worry, I'll show you just how useless a night vision scope can be. You'll find out soon enough. Just a heads up. This is a drone. It has a heat sensor so it can see everything. What if you kneel down and beg now? Maybe I will forgive you. Johan also didn't back down. So you probably can't find me then? What are you talking about? I saw everything. Even though he pretended to be indifferent on the outside, Dorothy knew full well that Johan was right. He knew and was just teasing her on purpose. The blind spot of night vision goggles, no matter how advanced they are, still leaves areas completely unseen, which is unavoidable. But Dorothy fires, and the bullet pierces through the branches into the dark night. I saw it all. Johan groaned in pain. How do you know my position? Dorothy said smugly. Are you curious? Want to know how I found out? This time I really understand how warm you truly are. Look at this. There's even blood spilled again, like a mark for me to see. What should we do now, brother? Her tone is drawn out, and her mischievous giggle echoes eerily. Since they've been exposed, I have to finish them off. With that, Dorothy raised her gun and pulled the trigger. She looked through the scope, noticing the blood-stained fingerprints on the tree trunks, clearly indicating blood here. Suddenly, Dorothy realized something. Could this be? I told you so. Suddenly, Johan's voice became very close. He swiftly approached Dorothy and struck with a deadly move. The goal is to finish the opponent with a single strike. You can't defeat me. Now, Dorothy realizes that the blood on the tree is a trap. By the time she figures it out, it's too late, and she can only swiftly turn away to dodge Johan's deadly strike. Dorothy quickly stepped back, immediately responding with a decisive shot aimed at the standing figure. Johan glanced briefly, silently assessing Dorothy. She immediately spun around to avoid a fatal wound, truly quick-witted. What is that, huh? That doesn't make any sense. No matter how many times I look, I can't see anything. You're not some kind of ghost that can disappear, are you? Dorohai looked around and didn't notice Johan's presence. Then she realized, oh, I see now. That outfit, it's an infrared thermal camouflage. Johan, caught by Dorohai, says nothing, and with his night vision goggles on, he coldly states, thermal sensors and even radar can't detect this suit. That means even if she comes back to life, the voice suddenly coming from behind echoes, I still can't be caught. Johan moved instantly, and Dorothy couldn't defend herself due to the surprise. Blood splattered across her clothes and body as she stopped joking, her face turning serious. I'm bored. Come out quickly. I know that if I only get one leg caught, Johan will attack successfully and take the upper hand, so struggling is useless. Even her breathing could be heard clearly. Johan was right in front of Dorothy, and she could even see him deliver the final blow. Matthew, an unexpected event for Johan, unfolded, and he stared in shock with wide eyes. Dorothy jumped up, wrapping her arms around Johan's head, her legs clinging to his large body. Johan clenched his teeth, growling. What the hell is going on? Johan threw Dorothy aside. She was flung a long distance, hitting her back against the tree. She dares to play tricks. Johan looked down from above with contempt. What is he planning to do? If you can't do it anymore, just give up. Dorothy trembled, trying to move her aching body. It hurt so much. Johan looked on indifferently. How did you end up becoming the envoy? It's no longer important to say now, but I will tell you one last thing. You are the second disciple I have killed. As soon as he finished speaking, Johann immediately attacked Doro, but this time it didn't go as planned. A bullet pierced through Johann's shirt, slipped out, and blood splattered everywhere. Johann was clearly caught off guard. He stared in shock at the hole in his sleeve. No way. How could I have been seen while wearing this outfit? She shot precisely when she couldn't see me. Could I have been careless? I forgot. Johann looked at Dorothy, who was smug because she had just succeeded in making Johann lose blood. What kind of person is Hill? In 2008, America, on the rooftop of a building, two snipers, one with binoculars observing, the other holding the trigger ready to act and report the combat zone. The target is currently holding multiple hostages, but the problem is he kills one hostage every 10 minutes, so we can't get close. The radio crackled. The negotiator team needed more time. Eliminate the target immediately. The sniper hesitated, sweat beading on his forehead from the tension. That's impossible. The other side asked why he was reporting the current target. He anticipated the sniper attack and used the hostage as a shield. If anything goes wrong, all the hostages will be in danger. The walkie-talkie crackled with a voice. So what about Dorothy? The man replied. What is she thinking? I don't know either. She only caused trouble. The person on the other end of the radio quickly interrupted. You're a mercenary from abroad, so you don't know what kind of person Dorothy is. The sniper was stunned. Glancing to the side, the woman who had just been lying peacefully there had already left. Strange, he was just here a moment ago, and now he's gone. The man with the binoculars kept watching, as if he saw something. Huh? It's a second lieutenant. Please look towards the front of the building. The man with the gun can't help but look on with curiosity. What is this? What the hell is this? He widened his eyes in shock as the radio crackled with shouting commands. That's Dorothy. What is she doing there? What is she thinking? Bring her here immediately. Over there, Dorothy is wearing a bathrobe, slippers on her feet, and walking inside. Then suddenly, the person on the other side calmed down. Wait a moment. The man with the gun looked confused. Huh? If the person on the other side trusts her, Dorothy must have had a reason. What is she thinking with that suspicious sound constantly playing? Dorothy walks in, picks up the vase on the table, and pours the water over her head, drenching her hair and body as if she just took a shower. The room where the terrorists are knocking loudly and urgently at the door. One of them orders, hurry up and go check what's going on. That guy quickly got into a ready stance. Yes. He looked out through the peephole at Dorothy outside, arms crossed, shouting nonstop. I'm the girl downstairs. Why is it so noisy? It's too noisy. I can't take a bath. Inside, someone seems interested. Is that a girl's voice? The guy near the door smirked with a perverted expression. It seems the girl downstairs has really gone crazy. But she's also pretty. Huh? Beautiful? What are you doing? Hurry up and open this door. I haven't hugged a girl in 2 days. The door suddenly swings open. Two guys blocking it, one holding a gun and smiling. Go ahead, beautiful girl. Are you okay? There are too many brothers here. Dorothy didn't care. She rolled her eyes and looked around the room. 4 years of bad guys, 4 hostages. Okay, not as many as I thought. The guy nearby snorted and mocked the woman in front of him. Your sister seems very confident, huh? She's strong. Everyone inside the room was stunned. What the hell? Dorothy yanks off her cloak. Everyone is stunned by her bold move. What are you doing, you crazy? Damn it. For a moment, hot blood splattered into the air, splattering across the walls and floor, as a hostage clutched their head. He's still in shock. No way. These terrorists are so many, yet he took them all out with just one shot. Everyone was given a bullet hole in the head by Dorothy. After taking them down, she quickly made gun sounds with 2 fingers and a mouth. The 2 people on the other side of the building kept whispering in disbelief that Dorothy had managed to eliminate all the enemies just wearing a bathrobe, and it only took a second after he entered. The person on the earpiece calmly replied, Probably so. The gunman looked puzzled. Huh? The target lock-on shifts to Dorothy. She pinched 2 fingers to her temple, then flicked them away, pouted and winked. Do you think I did okay? Praise came through the earpiece. As expected, she's unpredictable. Dorothy, if the sharpshooter takes action, the chance of failure is 0. Wait a minute. Did you just say the Demon Bullet Sniper? I didn't realize that person was the Demon Bullet Sniper, the legendary sharpshooter who set an unprecedented record in Special Forces history. Now, looking at the blood on her hand, Yoha thought I didn't pay attention to her actions earlier. She used an unexpected method. It turns out she smeared her own blood on him. Her blood still carried warmth, allowing her to see herself through the night vision goggles, truly a surprising and wondrous trick. Dorothy stands tall, smirking confidently. What now? It seems you're in trouble again. And right now, wearing that outfit, you don't look much different from being in a cage. I've gotten used to the darkness. How about you? Give up. Johann paused for a moment before reaching out to unzip. That crazy bitch, whether she sees me or not, the end result will be the same. Johann took off his shirt and tied it around his waist. A muscular body like a sculpture appears perfectly formed. Dorothy, seeing this, mocks him. Taking off clothes doesn't automatically make someone alluring. Johann didn't say much and quickly attacked Dorothy. She remained calm, smoothly lowering her body to dodge. Oh my god. Why are you like this? Not at all like you. Why are you so noisy? Dorothy's eyes stare fixedly at Johann. What? What is that? What is he trying to do? A pile of dry leaves is thrown up in front of her, and Dorth stands frozen in surprise, unable to aim and shoot. From within the leaves, a sickle rushes toward her at an incredible speed. Dorothy ducks to avoid and raises her gun into the air. Johann spoke. If I keep focusing on what I see, I've already been behind Dorth for a while and won't be able to see my true nature. Dorth immediately fell into a passive position. She didn't have time to react. It was too fast. I missed my chance to shoot. Johann's sharp blade was blocked. He was surprised. Using the gun barrel to stop the clash, Dorothy was not to be outdone either. She quickly fought back, and sure enough, strength alone couldn't beat him. So the two of them suddenly closed in on each other. Johann presses the blade against Dorothy's neck. She points the gun at his chin and gasps. Not an easy opponent, huh? If it weren't for the moonlight, I would have really lost by now, Johann replied coldly. Even with moonlight, you would still get hit in close combat. Dorothy suddenly calls out to Johann. But wait, Johann, what are we fighting over? Johann calmly replied, I told you, don't touch that young man. Dorothy looked confused. Who is that young man? I'm only responsible for blocking the opponent and causing trouble. The rest is Judas's job. Johann was also surprised to hear that. What did she say? He let go, tilted his head back, and sighed out loud. Dorothy gasped and turned to leave. So there was no need to fight in the first place? This is so boring. I'm leaving now. Johann also turns away. Dorothy suddenly called out, Hey, I can't go. Johann replied coldly, All right, what do you want now? Dorothy spreads her arms. Carry me on your back. What the hell is that? Dorothy condemns. Think it over. My shoes are all ruined because of you. Why are you walking down instead of carrying me? So you have to carry me down, right? Johann ignores her. He just kept walking. Dorothy called out to him. Hey, what are you doing? Where are you going? You have to take responsibility. Johann coldly dismisses her and walks away. Judas quietly judges that this standoff has lasted long enough. If he were Nathaniel's henchman, he wouldn't dare look at me, not even show fear. The person facing him lowered his head, glaring at Judas without flinching. Judas, it's time to end this long-standing feud, isn't it? With that in mind, the man then said, You have no right to meet Lord Peter. Leave now. Judas sneered and said, Lord Peter, do I have the right? His face then became serious. Even if I lose my life today, I will definitely kill Chit Peter and come back. Absolutely. He widened his eyes, a deep hatred flashing in them. In the past, in an old brick house, the innocent voice and pure smile of the young boy were directed at the person opposite him. Brother Foe, you are the person I respect most in this world. My dream is to become just like you. Judas the man looked at Judas and silently assessed him. I don't know when our relationship became so tangled. It's truly a pity. But it's time to end this rotten bond. Hearing that, the man clenched his jaw. This cause and effect nonsense, the two of you have let go and stopped struggling. Judas calmly says, Anyway, no matter how much you try to stop me, it's useless. The man with his face covered looks confused. What are you talking about? Judas smugly said, My people are chasing Nathaniel. There's no escape. That means everything you're doing now is just pointless. Judas laughed. That laugh truly crazy and vile. Just a meaningless chuckle. The other person then lowered their gaze and spoke in a tone that was neither friendly nor hostile. Do you really think that? Judas asked. What do you mean? Unlike the peaceful scene with Judas, Nathaniel's side is noisy with a series of chasing and shouting sounds coming from the stone statue area. A monk helping Nathaniel carry someone on his back. Brother Nathaniel, they're too fast. If this keeps up, getting caught is only a matter of time. What do I do now? The people behind seem to be more determined. They keep shouting, Hurry up, we've almost caught him. There's only one road down there. Where can you run from those fools? It's okay, it's okay. Nathaniel calmed himself and then turned to look in one direction. Just in time. It seems the monk doesn't yet know Nathaniel's true intentions. Huh? What did you say those mortals out there? Nathaniel pulls out a small piece of wood. The flames flare up brightly, and they will never find us. The group behind is determined to chase and kill him. They caught up to the place. They want to capture Nathaniel at all costs. Suddenly everything around becomes silent and deserted, as if no one has ever been here, leaving them confused and amazed. Huh? What the hell? He's gone missing. Clearly he went this way, but the team dispersed to search the forest. That old man can't be faster than us. He can't go far. The shouts, commands, and the heavy sounds pounding on the ground seem like they're about to shake the mountain apart. Back at the place where the two men are discussing their decision to fight, the masked man quietly lays out his strategy. Judas, if he wants to deal with this guy first, must be sure that the 7 days are safe. To do that, we first need to cut him off. But this dog definitely won't stay quiet, so we just have to wait for the right moment. Sir Judas. The sound transmitted through the earpiece startles Judas. They continued saying, We lost Nathaniel, sorry. Judas was furious. What? There's only one road there. Are you saying you hit an old man carrying a wounded person? I already told you. The masked man interrupted Judas. You will never find Nathaniel. As for Peter, no. Even if you manage to meet him, you'll never be able to reach his heel. So it's best to give up. It's a pity. If Peter could see this, how would he feel? Seeing your awkwardness right now, this remark cuts deep into Judas's heart. I bet he would smile brightly, right? Peter Judas said through gritted teeth. I actually thought from the start, there's something strange that resembles Peter. That's right, I suddenly became curious about your smile too. Judas drew out 2 sharp knives and assumed a ready stance. Let me take off your mask and tear that fake smile apart. After all, you're just Nathaniel's bodyguard. You think you stand a chance against me? That guy isn't to be underestimated either. He's also ready. Let me show you what a mere bodyguard looks like. He pulls out a long sword with a thin but deadly blade, capable of causing terrifying damage. Judas bites his lower lip, gritting his teeth, wielding twin swords. Judas lunged forward at an incredible speed, and the other man responded just as quickly, retreating while launching a counterattack, an all-out slash. Inside, he silently assessed Judas as if he were already familiar with him. Still, the core of the deadly slash is to keep the sword's path unbroken so the opponent can't keep up. But Judas is different. With just these 2 short swords, he has created a completely new version of the deadly slash. But no matter how much Judas perfects this technique, there is one thing he doesn't know. The man, expression unchanged, is retreating to dodge the attack while observing Judas's entire movements. There is a small gap in his swordsmanship, but enough to end him. At this very moment, as if having anticipated it for a long time, the man decisively swings his sword to strike the gap in Judas's attack. Judas probably didn't expect to be caught off guard. He widened his eyes in surprise. No way, I clearly completed it, how could he? The man seemed to read every emotion in Judas's eyes, mocking him as if he could see right through. Surprised, huh? Don't be ashamed, ignorance isn't a crime. You thought you had perfectly mimicked the full Slaughter voice, but you overlooked something very important, the symmetry of movement patterns. Hearing that, Judas was even more amazed. What? The man slowly explained that when using both hands at the same time, people tend to move symmetrically by instinct, and then both sides will look exactly the same. You're the same. And it was in that moment that I saw the tiny opening in your guard. Judas was hit. He was pushed back, clearly no ordinary opponent. Judas quickly regained his composure, but now he couldn't afford to relax anymore. There was indeed a gap, a tiny opening that an ordinary person wouldn't even notice. So the kid guard Nathaniel managed to see through it? No way. Judas snorted contemptuously. A nameless brat, don't pretend. The person opposite huffs and points to his head, still alive after all. Despite his seemingly calm exterior, he remains alert, but Judas, that guy, can't be this simple. He's definitely hiding a trump card. Suddenly, something rushed at him, interrupting his thoughts. He was caught off guard and couldn't react in time, blood splattering from his body. Judas smirked, a triumphant look in his eyes. I've always heard since I was young that the best swordsman is third, but someone who masters a new weapon is second, and the true master is someone who turns everything in the world into a weapon. Judas clenched the rope tightly, with a lantern hanging from the other end and a broken sword on the opposite side. The man facing Judas didn't realize that he had been using the broken sword and lantern to create a weapon all along, and he immediately understood. Yes, Judas had always been like this. When others learn one thing, he has learned 10, not to mention thousands of things already. The man looked at the dark identity of Judas in front of him. 1,000 questions arose in him, but in the end, why did he end up like this? The man opened his eyes, his cold gaze fixed intently. He still had time to let go. Now is the moment to let Peter rest in peace. Judas frowned. What are you talking about? Peter has never done anything to deserve your jealousy. I don't know for sure. But before the man could finish speaking, Judas, furious and red-faced, snapped, Gentlemen, huh? He shouted, What do you know? Fueled by uncontrollable rage, he clenched his weapon and charged forward. Lord Peter. An abrupt shout suddenly rang out, catching the attention of the two who were glaring at each other. On this side, Judas heard the familiar name. Peter, go this way quickly. Judas immediately turned back behind the house. The place where the sound came from, Judas's face darkened. He pointed his broken sword at the person in front of him and warned sternly, That kid, I remember his face. After this, I will come find you myself. After finishing, Judas quickly jumped onto the roof to search for the person he was after. The man stood silently, watching Judas leave. He lowers his mask. Now let's go. So this is the Peter Judas was looking for. Indeed, the distant horizon is right in front of us. Peter sighs in relief. It seems everything is fine. Peter, a monk peeks out from behind a pillar, trembling. I followed your instructions and led him away, but is it going to be okay? Peter reassures him that it will be fine for now. From the very beginning, the most important thing is that he is always Peter. As long as we can make him lose his composure, we'll have a chance to escape. Let's go quickly. Peter swiftly glides across the ground, and you also head to the designated spot to hide. Mong happily shouted, Big brother, over here. Peter quickly moved closer to Simon. Mong, we're finally safe now. Simon looked at the approaching person and recounted. To lose the glory group, everyone had to scatter separately. It was tough. But Sai scratched his head, so this must be the right place, right? The instructions are not very clear. Now, knowing where to go, Peter also looked around cautiously. Since it was his first time here, he had to accept it. But according to Nathaniel, Peter picked up a small branch, and suddenly, the other end burst into flames. I have to light all the candles. You take turns burning the big and small ones at the foot of the statue in front of us. Shimong still looks confused, scratching his head and ears. Big brother, is this some kind of action movie? Peter also showed a look of amazement, unable to believe Nathaniel had created this all along. The wall slowly moved aside, revealing a cave shining with light behind it. Peter looked at it with curiosity. A secret cave, huh? Mong decides to go in. Whatever, let's try it out. Stepping inside, the bright space leaves Peter and Simon in awe. Mong keeps marveling and admiring. Wait, what is this? No way, is there really a large open space behind the Buddha statue? Mong and Peter looked around, noticing the place was fitted with electric lights and filled with shelves of food and essentials, as if it had been built and prepared with great care and attention to detail. After walking in for a while, Simon saw Nathaniel and called out, "Sister, be good!" What's going on here? Simon is busy exploring the crates filled with food. It's hard to find enough food out there, but here, there's a whole table full of food. Can I try some? Peter said calmly. You're not rushing around like crazy. Luckily, everyone is safe. You're really talented, Ty, building such a hidden place like this. Nathaniel smiled at the compliment. I also predicted that one day Glory would come here. Mong looked at Thus sleeping soundly. Thanks to the elder brother and the master, the surgery was successful and he would wake up soon. He then happily praised Nathaniel. Big sister is still the top doctor. Peter also felt happy, rarely smiling, but there was still a big problem. Mong stopped joking and put down his sword. That Judas will surely hunt us down to the end. We can't hide in this cave forever. Peter gazed into the distance with a dreamy, contemplative look. Luckily, this place has enough supplies and a spacious resting area, so at least we have time to settle down. After a while, Simon and Peter each sat on opposite sides and had dinner. Simon chews and swallows hungrily as if starving for days. Nathaniel, seeing that, teases him. Just eat calmly, no one is better at this. Mong heard that and immediately argued back. Mo still had food in her mouth. Ty has never had her bread stolen by mice. You wouldn't understand, Nathaniel asked again. What did you say? Mong replied. Oh, it's nothing, but you kept chewing and looking around constantly. There are too many things I can't understand. Why does Judas hate Big Brother Peter so much? In my memory, Judas has always been a cheerful kid. What happened between the brothers and Judas? Without a word of response, Peter grew silent and placed the half-eaten lunchbox on the table. I'm going to rest for a bit. Seeing Peter's strange reaction, Mong looked confused. Boss, hey boss, you only just started eating and you're leaving? The mice have already taken everything. Nathaniel stopped Sim. Let it go. He probably has his reasons for acting that way. Nathaniel asked mysteriously. You know too, right? Mong looked confused. What do you mean? Nathaniel speaks softly. Peter once had a daughter. Mong looked at her with confusion. Hannah, what about her? Nathaniel reluctantly admits it. Yes, that's right, Hannah. It was Hannah. I killed that girl. Her eyes grew sad as she looked back into the past, the sound of screams echoing from the wooden house in the middle of the forest. Inside the house, under the yellow light, a man and a woman are both looking at a child. Senior brother, the man is Peter, with a tired face and beads of sweat. Is this really okay to do? The innocent face with tears in her eyes made the two of them feel incredibly guilty. Mong looked confused and asked, what do you mean? Nathanael slowly recounted, and from that moment, our karma began. In the past, at Vin Quang Orphanage, whenever an apostle position was vacant, a candidate was chosen from the trainees to fill the gap. In the sunny space, a commanding voice rose. What do you want to talk to me about, sir? Yes, Father. The priest looked at the newcomer with a gentle smile. You're here? Peter, I want to discuss something with you, so I called you here. Judas returning to the Lord is an incredibly painful loss, but we can't keep that position vacant forever. Peter understood the issue without needing to say much. Have you already got someone in your sights? There's a pretty noticeable kid. He looked down at the children, but also made us a little worried. Peter seems to have guessed Gabriel's intention correctly. You are right. I guessed correctly. Peter, he agrees with you. The kids on the training ground are working hard. After this exercise and that one, the coach keeps urging us to move faster. No more dawdling, climb quickly. If this were real combat, you guys would be done for. No way around it. The adults looked at the young teen in front of them with hatred and envy. We've been doing so well. Yet that brat ended up sitting in the seat of an apostle. A distant call rings out. Hey, Choi Jane. The young boy immediately responds obediently. Yes, Senior. The boy eagerly runs over to them and offers a clean white towel. You've been training hard. Senior, I brought the towel here. Are you stupid or what? I told you to bring a hot towel over there. You're getting worse at this kid. His eyes are bloodshot, clearly full of envy towards the boy. Our senior brothers are targeting you. Be careful. Oh no, maybe I should call him Judas now. Don't get your hopes up. He's only an apostle thanks to luck. You think you can compare yourself to Big Brother Peter? After mocking the young guy, they turned and left, but still didn't stop and kept mocking him. Imitating him a little, you'll be done soon enough. Well, that's not so bad. As soon as there's an empty seat for me to climb up and settle in, the clear morning sun shines warm rays across the space. This is not luck. I earned this position through my own strength, solely by my own power. As he was training intensely, Judas was drawn in by the sound of footsteps. Who could be here at this hour? Who is it when I see someone arriving? Judas exclaimed happily, Pedro, my brother. The boy excitedly ran over to tell Peter, Brother, I've finally been chosen as an apostle. Since the first generation of apostles, I am the youngest. Becoming someone like you, brother, has been my lifelong dream. Contrary to the naive, joyful smile of the young boy, Peter's face was cold. Dua, do you know what happened to your predecessor? Judas stammered and said, "Yes, it seems to be a sacrifice during the mission." Peter looked down from above at the person below. Judas, who was captured during a mission, was tortured for a week, had all his nails pulled out, his teeth broken, and eventually his limbs were cut off and thrown into the desert. Hearing that, Judas hesitated, implying that Peter's coldness could extinguish the boy's joy and that he too could meet the same end. He leaned in close, his voice turning cold and terrifying. "There's nothing to be excited about." Then he decisively turned and walked away. The young boy was confused, standing with his legs pressed together, bowing his body into a right angle. "I'm sorry. At the same time, I secretly blame myself for how could I talk like that to such a naive junior." The boy happily watched the small figure disappear into the distance. As expected of big brother Peter, so cool. At night, Peter stands in the training yard holding a piece of paper and assessing. He has a cigarette in his mouth but doesn't light it. Normal trainees usually choose a main weapon to train with for several years. But looking at the paper in his hand, how could a child who knows nothing have achieved this level? A pile of weapons is laid out in front of him, arranged in order. Pistols, rifles, axes, daggers, large knives, short swords, and long swords. Peter marvels at this terrifying talent, and in the evaluation sheet, everything scores the maximum. A child able to recognize their own talent so early? Could that be a double-edged sword? And it didn't take long to find the answer. In another scene, 3 men run quickly together. "Run, just get out of here and we will survive." Bang! The sound of the bullet embedding into flesh. The wounded man collapsing in pain, clutching his bloodied leg. The other 2 turned back to look at the guy teasing him, helping him up and slinging his arm around their neck. "It's okay. You only got shot in the leg. You won't die. Let me carry you." "What is that guy moaning about?" "No," he shouted. "The enemy will catch up quickly. If this keeps up, both of us are doomed. Just leave me behind." Judas watched the scene, feeling deeply confused. What would brother Peter do in this situation? Elder brother would definitely urge his teammates, "There's no more time. Hold on to me." Suddenly, Judas stabbed that person in the chest. A single strike was enough to finish him. The fool looked at Judas in confusion. "Wait, Judas-sama, what are you doing? Why? Why did you have to kill him?" Judas glanced to the side, his eyes cold. "This wound can't be left as it is, but I can't just leave it either. If the enemy catches him, he will be tortured and all our information will be exposed. Don't worry, I pierced his left ventricle. It doesn't hurt." "All right." Judas quickly turned around and kept running. "I just made a reasonable decision. The mission is complete. Let's go." The bald man frowns. "What is that? Can a person really be that cold?" He trembled, his teeth clenched tightly. If it were brother Peter, he wouldn't do that. If it were brother Peter, he would definitely find a way to save him. That man's words left Judas stunned. He said nothing and continued to run away. At the church, prayers are recited. "Our Father who art in heaven, forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Do not let us fall into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen." Gabriel gently asked, "Do my children know Dr. Lai Jin-hai?" Peter, sitting below, replied, "Yes, we have heard of him. They call him the biological weapons research genius." Gabriel agreed. "Yes, but now he has been kidnapped along with his weapons, and Rakandia has taken action." Peter asked in amazement, "Rakandia, isn't that the biggest criminal nation in Southeast Asia?" Gabriel replied, "Yes, essentially it's just a small island nation. But what makes it truly dangerous is that it's a country formed by criminals, with the entire population armed. But the bigger issue is that because the safety of the hostages is the top priority, we cannot let the army cause chaos during the infiltration. That's why this rescue mission is assigned to us. This seems like an important mission. Peter, do you think you can handle it?" "Yes, sir. I will follow the protocol." "Father, I also want to go with brother Peter." "Hey, Judas, stop pretending. Brother Peter is going into battle. What right do you have to ask to go with him?" Hearing that, Judas became even more determined to go. "This is my chance to see the difference between myself and brother Bataro." Judas's eyes are full of determination. He is determined to carry out this mission with him. Gabby remained calm and composed. He quickly agreed. "All right, Judas, consider this a good opportunity to learn." With that, Judas rejoiced. "Yes, thank you, Father, but this mission of ours is more difficult than we expected." At a resort, her mother has been discovered, and curses echo through the quiet space. "Brother Peter, there are too many of them." A group of people is ahead, firing their guns continuously forward. Judas's hiding wall is hit, and dirt and dust scatter. Judas was panicking. "We only have 10 bullets left while the enemy is many times more numerous." Previously, we received information that there was no ambush, which is completely contrary to what we know. In times like this, you have to stay calm and act. If I were elder brother Peter, there would be no other choice. Judas grabs the radio, holding his gun and clutching his head. "Senior brother, there's only one way left. Use me as bait now so you can escape." Peter calmly said, "Judas, do you know how to play Bia?" "Huh, beer?" Suddenly, what's going on? Where is that strange sound coming from? It caught the attention of the others. Someone gave an order. "What is this? Where is that sound coming from?" "Check it now!" The other person quickly obeyed the order. Then he looked up. There it was. "What is that?" "Up there, a motorcycle is floating in the air from behind. When the bullets run out, the motorcycle appears, and those on the ground are each shot in the head, creating a way to avoid running out of ammo. Peter fires with one hand, holding the gun in the other, aiming perfectly. Judas couldn't believe his eyes. Brother Peter, what on earth is going on? No matter what, that way is just too reckless. It's impossible. The scene before Judas is full of surprise. Peter jumps off the motorcycle, letting it fall freely to the ground. Judas doubts what he just saw. Did he really throw the whole motorcycle? As the vehicle hit the ground, it exploded, sending shockwaves over a wide area. Peter coldly said, "Remember to learn how to play B when you get back." The blinding explosion forced everyone to shield their eyes as Peter emerged from the thick smoke, firmly clutching his gun and squeezing the trigger. A single bullet passing through 3 people standing in a row proved to be quite effective. Judas watched the display in shock, unable to believe it. The enemies moved in a line in the blink of an eye, and he shot precisely at the soft artery without bones, so one bullet could pass through multiple enemies at once, causing chaos among them.
The frantic sounds make the atmosphere noisy. What the hell is that?
Someone stop him quickly. The sounds of screams and groans rise one after another. "Help me, he's not human." "What are you doing?" Judas. Peter places the gun on the wooden surface. "Aren't you going?" Judas, still stunned, quickly analyzed the weapons and enemy positions. Using a motorcycle to cause chaos, maximizing ammunition, and clearing out enemies, with no hesitation at all. This is Peter. Here they are. Both of them enter the building. They stand in front of a room with an old, rusty metal door. Peter looks at Judas. Dr. L. Jin Hai is inside, rushing in at the same time with powerful support. Judas fully obeys the order. Clear, and the door swings open. What the hell? Peter looked at the scene inside the room. The man was already dead. There is a hole into the wall with blood flowing down, and Peter reports the situation. Dr. Lai Jin Hai is dead. He wonders silently if it was suicide. Judas analyzes the traces. No, look at the bullet marks. The bullet was fired from a distance. Peter appears confused. It's hard to understand. They struggled to kidnap him. So why did they kill him? We could only consider one possibility from the start. What they want is not the doctor. A naive sound of a newborn baby is heard. And then, at that moment, a coincidence completely changed all our fates. Judas stared in amazement at the child. Damn, this isn't in the intelligence reports. Peter looked at it thoughtfully, constantly running complex theories through his mind. A child is the son of Dr. L. Jin Hai. Why couldn't he carry him himself? So this child was also kidnapped. But why do they have a special reason to target this particular kid? Judas calls to him. Brother Peter, let me handle this part according to the procedure. The witness cannot be left alive. Judas raises the dagger high and decisively plunges it into the child. Peter grabbed Judas's hand and said, "Wait, this child, we keep him." Judas argued with Peter. The rule is not to leave witnesses. Something doesn't add up here. Think about it. The doctor was kidnapped because of chemical weapons. So why did they bother kidnapping his child too? And more importantly, why didn't they realize it was alive right away? That means there must be a reason why this child is still alive. And remember this well, Peter is holding the baby in his arms. No one is to know about its existence no matter what happens. Judas nodded. I understand, big brother, Judas thought to himself. I didn't expect him to think so deeply. That evening, in a dimly lit room with flickering candles, Peter leaned close to the crying child and suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Could it be that the baby suddenly started crying loudly, screaming with all its might? Peter sat on the bed, his face showing clear signs of confusion and embarrassment. There. I know. Don't cry anymore. I'll pat your head and hold you close. The baby was completely silent, no longer crying. Peter secretly rejoiced that it finally stopped. It turns out these little kids stop crying as soon as you touch them. Peter looked at the child in his arms with a worrying thought. Wait a minute. There must be a reason. Why did the La Candia let these kids go? There must be an important secret behind it. Then if they find out the kid is still alive, they will definitely come back to hunt him down. We must hide this boy at all costs. But there's a problem. I have to take care of it until everything is settled. Can I do this? And wait a minute. How do kids eat and drink like that? How am I supposed to handle the hygiene situation here? All of this is completely out of control. This is really awkward. I accidentally brought it along, and now I have no idea how to handle the kids. Can anyone help me with this? Peter suddenly had an idea. Oh wait, I have an idea. In a restaurant, the dim yellow light makes everything look gloomy and bleak, adding to the sense of disappointment. The man's gloomy voice at the table breaks the silence of the space. Life isn't like a dream. Who can truly understand what's in our hearts, right? Judas beside him remained silent, still lamenting gloomily. When will I ever get to eat plain rice with braised meat every day? Living without good food is no longer living. The woman sitting opposite immediately retorted, There are so many starving children out there. Stop complaining. Whining is also kind of luxury. The boy slammed the table, expressing his discontent. Hey, sis, your talent for leaving people speechless is still top-notch like always, he said, turning to the person next to him. Hey, Judas, say something too. Judas, say? Judas lowered his hand and looked at the plate of rice in front of him. I don't think it's that bad. That guy sighed and said talking to you really is a waste of breath. Nathana, huh? A voice spoke up from behind the girl. She jumped in surprise and looked back. Senior brother, is something wrong? Peter bowed his head, his voice warm. I need to speak with you privately. Could you come into my room for a moment? Nathana looks surprised, right? She quickly responds. All right, fine. Then Nathaniel follows Peter into the room, leaving the two young men outside. The boy said playfully, Wait, hold on a second. Did I see that right? It's the first time I see Big Brother Peter take the initiative to talk to Nathaniel, right? Judas. Judas seems indifferent. I don't know. The person next to him kept nudging Judas. But wait, this sounds wrong, doesn't it? Big Brother Peter always acts like he can handle the whole world by himself. Suddenly he shouted, Peter is going to find Nathaniel in the middle of the night again. He eagerly shook hands. Could it be that the beauty of the Vin Quang orphanage, Nathaniel, finally has her own destination in life? I thought her wedding day was still a long way off. Nathaniel immediately turned around and shot him a fiery glare. He quickly corrected himself, but never mind, just joking around for fun. Nathaniel stood up, the sound of a chair being pulled in the quiet space. She warned the boy to shut his gossiping mouth. Simong, it's obviously about work. Why are you thinking dirty? Act a bit more mature. Simong sighed. You really don't know how to joke at all. Of course I know they're just like brothers. There's no such thing. Isn't that right, Judas? You say something too. Judas simply replied indifferently. I have no opinion. He sighed in disappointment. Just forget it. Nathaniel approached an old wooden house in the forest and stood silently at the door, calling out to the person inside. Nathaniel briefly thought about Simon's gossip. Why would Big Brother Peter call Nathaniel's sister in the middle of the night? Simon, what are you talking about? Don't say anything inappropriate or it'll cause misunderstandings. It really is hopeless, but why? Nathana's heart pounds wildly, her cheeks flushing. She places her hand on her chest. Why would Boss Peter be looking for me at this hour? No, get a grip. Nathana shakes her head. Nathaniel, what silly thing are you thinking about? It's just work, just work. Boss, I'm here. The girl pushed the door open. I'm busy right now, so speak quickly. Oh, Peter speaks. Nathaniel, come in. Come to my bedroom for a bit. Nathaniel was startled by the sound. Bedroom, cheeks blushing. She burst in through the door. What? What do you mean you came into the bedroom? Even if I am a modern woman, this is going too far. The scene before his eyes leaves Nathaniel stunned as Peter looks confusedly out the door. What the hell? What's so unreasonable about this? Nathaniel was stunned. Huh? What the hell is going on with this baby? I have no idea what's happening right now. She was confused outside and also confused inside her mind. This is just calm down. I am well versed in all medical knowledge. Panicking over these things would be embarrassing. First of all, Big Brother Peter definitely can't reproduce himself, so infidelity is impossible. From the very beginning, my senior and I had no relationship, so why would I have an affair or pay for love? Nathaniel was so shocked that he covered his mouth with one hand and held his chest with the other, staring straight at Peter. He was so uncomfortable under her gaze that he quickly said, just ask straight to get it over with. Nathaniel lifted the child's legs. This kid's legs are so tiny and cute. But boss, does that mean this child is the key to solving the secret of the biological weapon? Peter confirms. That's right. Nathaniel wondered why I was called here. Peter hesitated. From now on, Nathaniel, you will help me raise this child. Peter suddenly grabbed Nathaniel's hand tightly. She screamed in surprise. Are you crazy? You and I are going to raise this child? She shyly looked at the man in front of her. Well, how am I supposed to raise this kid? Peter looked serious, but Nathaniel knew that until the secret was fully revealed, no one must know about the existence of this child. Never. A deafening scream echoes through the sky. In 1985 in Lacandia, two men are struggling with a locked cabinet secured by a code. Why does this keep happening over and over? How many times has it been now? The man grabs a hand, presses his finger on the fingerprint scanner, and the sound inside indicates failure. Where exactly is the problem? The man was almost about to lose his temper. The other quickly bowed his head low. Sorry, boss. We've cut off the hands of the kids around here and brought them back. But it seems only that child's hand can unlock it. If you try to force it, all the weapons inside will explode immediately. There's no other way now, the man shouted angrily. What good is fingerprinting if we open that lock? Does everyone have a different fingerprint? Why? Why won't the door open? The person facing him is nervously worried. This is also the first time I've seen this mechanism. I heard it's a new technology developed recently. Only the child's fingerprint can unlock it. The man looked outside, then there was only one way left. We must find that child at all costs. Its fingerprint is the key to activating the weapon. That's right. Those Korean people are likely the ones who took the baby. Find them for me, no matter what it takes to catch the child. Yes, sir. In another space, the night is dark and the whispering blends with the rustling of leaves. Did you hear my instructions clearly? From now on, don't breathe heavily anymore. The whisper already knows. How many times have you reminded him? Both of them sneaking around to Peter's house. We're here. Just then, Nathaniel also arrived. Simon is pleased. See, that Diaz? I didn't say anything wrong. I was just stammering. Yeah, I see it. Simon is rambling on and on. Every night, Sister Nathaniel goes into Big Brother Peter's room like this. It's the same every night. What on earth are they doing in there? Anyway, it's quite a lot of trouble. Now I can't sleep at all. Could it be that those two go in every night? The next morning, Mong is surprised to find 3 people. You think so too, right? I'm not just imagining things, am I? Nathana is standing at the door. Big brother, I've arrived. The sound inside echoes out. Come in. Tadius saw this and nudged the person next to him. Simon cut in. Tomorrow again, huh? Tias stood up suddenly, his eyes full of determination. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. I can't take it anymore. Mong looked panicked. Are you crazy? How do you plan to rush in? Tias reassures him. It's okay, I have 88 moves up my sleeve. Both rush to the door. With a bang, it swings open. Then he charged in, his head and shirt covered in leaves, and the guy forced an awkward smile. Well, it's over. I suddenly forgot my stuff in your room. Peter is gone. I wonder where my precious talisman is. Even Mong also rushed in, looking just like that Didius, with a few drops of sweat on his face. Why would it suddenly be in the senior brother's room? Hopefully, we find it soon. The scene in front of us makes both of them stare in shock, and they both say in unison that it's a lie. Bet holds a towel around her husband. Nathana cradles the baby at her waist, one hand pouring milk for feeding. Is it already happening? Grandchild? Thus, and Simon stammered. Wait, how could she give birth so quickly? A newborn can be born after just a few days. 3 days is more than enough for the boss. Absolutely correct. Peter stood to the side, his hand on his forehead in frustration. Moreover, with the boss's jealousy combined, this child is destined to become the strongest in the world. Peter coldly refutes. Not recognized, Nathaniel hesitates and tries to stop the two from speculating. Wait a moment, big brother. Thus Simon, listen to me. Tadius ignores the excuses, lifts the child high with delight, while Simon stands beside him, giving a thumbs up. Peter, helpless, holds his head in frustration. This kid is really tough. Truly a future general. No wonder he's the son of big brother Peter and sister Nathaniel. Nathaniel shouted in frustration. Are these guys deaf? The two of them are so excited someday I will also have a child like that. Since I am a girl, I even find the idea of a one-on-one duel with you exciting. It has to be sword in its hand at the first birthday party. Finally, he concluded coldly, pulling out a gun to finish it quickly. What's going on? A cold voice sounded from behind Judas. Why wasn't I invited to this fun? He turned back and gritted his teeth. You don't need to know. Get out, Raphael. Did he call for me? Father Gabriel. Peter stands in front of the desk in Gabriel's study. He calmly replied, That's right, Peter. I called you because I have something to show you. Peter responded briefly. Just tell me, Father, Gabriel said calmly. The Lacandia gang is sweeping across Asia. I heard they cut off the hands of children in that region. Why would they commit such a brutal act? It seems they are doing this to find the key to the biological weapon developed by Dr. Lin. He pushes a letter in front of Peter and says, Help me with this. Well, Peter looked at it, a suspicion forming in his mind. Gabriel was surprised. You know, this is a safe that uses fingerprint recognition technology. Peter realized everything now. That's why they kept the child alive. Sir, I heard that everyone has a unique fingerprint. Based on that, a new security technology is being developed. Gabriel sighed. He condemns their cruelty, so that's why they commit such brutal crimes. How should this utterly inhumane behavior be dealt with? It seems only a matter of time before they acquire biological weapons. Peter confidently denies it. Gabriel wonders why. Why? Peter raised his hand. He touched his own forearm with one hand. Dad just said to cut it off, right? That means they still haven't figured out the key point. They will never open the safe because fingerprint recognition not only scans the fingerprint but must also be from the government associated with that fingerprint. Because it requires a biological signal from a living body. With previous failures, they may have now realized that all other methods are useless. Gabriel knocked on the door, so for now they will have to hold their ground. Thank God. Peter said nothing, remaining silent for a moment. Is it really okay to be at the usual place tonight? Nathaniel holds the child in his arms. If the Lacandia gang is still hunting and killing, and that Dew is sitting on the chair, why don't we inform the priest? Peter stops him. No, this will only make the priest more worried. He touches the child's hair, knowing that if the truth about this child's connection to the biological weapon is exposed, not only the priest but all of us could be in danger. So we must absolutely keep this secret. The three of us remain silent, but each secretly resolves to protect the child according to Peter's plan. He looks outside through the window, his eyes filled with complicated thoughts. Nathaniel takes the measuring stick, the proportion's perfect, and the temperature has also been adjusted precisely. Now it's safe. Bringing the bottle up, the baby obediently opens his mouth and takes it. Finally, the baby is drinking. Nathaniel cheers with joy. The baby has finally accepted the formula milk I prepared. It feels like I've been acknowledged by it. Peter poured a bucket of cold water on her. After waiting so long, it's no wonder she's hungry. Nathana pouted. You're so insensitive. Nathana softly chatted with the baby. The milk you made tastes better than the one your brother made, right? Your digestive system isn't fully developed yet, so take it easy, Peter asked while packing things. You think it really understands? Nathana elect Peter. Stop ruining my mood again. But this senior, I've wondered for a long time. What is this child's name? Since we're this close, knowing the name would be good. Peter paused for a moment before answering coldly. We don't need to know that much. Not knowing the name is better for us. It only wastes unnecessary emotions later on. Nathana. He chuckled softly and said, Why are we so different when we were born in the same year? Peter replied. Different genes, of course, mean different traits. Nathana shifted the subject. Have you ever thought about having a family or children? Peter was busy drinking tea and polishing his weapons. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Those silly things, Nathaniel interrupted. She comforts the child. Yeah, eat a lot, little one. Peter seems to be scolding.
If you ask, you have to hear the answer all the way through, Nathaniel replied.
If you already know the answer, what's the point of listening? Good girl, you're eating so well. 3 sounds came from the child's mouth. Ah, Nathaniel exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, did it just call the senior brother Dad? Peter turned to look at him, silent and saying nothing, gazing at Ngonge's carefree, smiling face, perhaps feeling something unfamiliar in his heart. He looks away, his voice even as he denies it, saying it's just the babbling of a baby, a shaky sound. The ba comes out naturally. It's not language, just an unconscious sound. Nathana gently lifts the child and stands up, confidently affirming no, it clearly called him Dad just now.
Are you sure he's a doctor?
Nathana listened and then looked at the child, whispering to him, the little kid over there just won't believe it. Say it again. The child burst into laughter, making a sound. Soon after, the only source of light in the room was a single candle burning dimly. Senior brother, I think this is how our meeting was meant to be. Nathana looked at the sleeping child. Perhaps it was also a divine arrangement. Maybe this is destiny. Peter is now ready. He looked at the shiny, cleaned gun on the table. Peter picked up the gun, reached behind, and tucked it into his waistband. We are the sword of the glorious cathedral and this nation. For people like us, family is just Peter hesitating, with a hint of regret in his voice, an illusion that can never be touched. That is the will of the divine for us. It is the predetermined fate. So Peter advised not to get too emotionally involved and then left. The entire process was done without looking back even once. As time passed, Lakandia's threat gradually faded away. I can't let the child grow up hiding here forever. I've decided to send him to a nursery. The child is sitting on the ground, crying loudly. I want to go home. This place is cold and too scary. I don't like it. Please let me go home. Nathanael stands to the side, soothing it with sweet words. This is also a good and warm house. Will I be able to visit often? The child refuses. It shakes its head and screams. I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go. Dad, please don't go. Peter fell silent after hearing that. Maybe he also couldn't bear to let it go. Peter stands in front of the little child. The child happily looks at the man who is incredibly close and familiar to him. It's very cold, isn't it? Peter said coldly. Listen carefully. This world is much colder than you think. So if you want to survive, stop whining. The child's face froze in surprise. I'm not your father. Don't call me that anymore. For the child, it was a huge shock. It didn't say a word or cry out, only remained silent and stared with wide eyes. Peter looked at him silently, his face cold and emotionless. He stood up and turned away decisively. Let's go. Nathana follows and tugs on Peter's sleeve. Senior brother, why did you speak to a child like that? Please, Peter, bow respectfully to the elder nun and ask for her help. Sister Donhua replied, Lord Peter, just leave it to me. But she glanced at the child and asked, What is that child's name? Peter silently glanced at the child. After a moment, he turned and walked away. He said, No name, just call her whatever you like. A few days later, on a cool morning with flowers blooming on the branches and sunlight shining down, the scene looked warm and peaceful. Our little Suki is so clever, a young nun playing with the baby. She praises the word called grace, which is something someone has given us, so it means help. Hannah smiled as she read aloud. Benevolence, it's so beautiful. The nun asked, Does Suki also have something of grace? Hannah pondered, and the girl remained silent. Master Peter, this way. A sound echoes, catching Hannah's attention. The familiar name is called out, and the old monk on the other side steps aside to help me, always bothering you. This isn't really something you should be doing. Peter is helping her carry and move the belongings. He politely replied, No, surely tasks like this shouldn't be reserved for just a few people. Hannah kept watching. So stepped forward. Lord Peter. Peter took off his gloves and looked at So. So, is something the matter? I hesitated. Maybe now you should give the child a name. Peter wondered. Hadn't So already given it a name? So replied that it's just a temporary name I gave. I haven't registered it with the district yet. Peter asked if there was a problem. She looked at the child and said that with that kid, Mr. Peter was no different from a father. I just thought he might care about him a little more. Hearing this, Peter immediately refused.
Sorry, but there's nothing else to discuss, right? He decisively left, and Sister Gia was stunned.
Huh? Yes, that's right. Peter put on his shoes and left. May I take my leave first? The old nun following Peter saw him off, saying, Be careful on your way and visit often, while Hannah kept staring without stopping. At the Victory Training School, Judas just left the gym, and at the same time, a guy approached, smoking a cigarette, carrying a bag and a water bottle. Judas had just finished training, drenched in sweat. You also notice its appearance. Judas thinks, Old Senior, these old memories are flooding back. You bastard, I told you to bring a hot towel. They just ignore each other and walk past. Judas remained silent, then called out, Senior, he doesn't want to talk. Just listen and take a deep breath. He stood still, threw his head back. I'm busy, so I'll keep it brief, Lord Judas. Judas slowly stepped down the stairs, nothing major, just something I've been wondering about for a long time. He tilted his head and pointed to his torn collar. My clothes have been getting torn quite often lately. The guy glared at Judas when he heard that. Why are you asking me about that? Judas chuckled and scratched his head. Oh. It's also because there's the smell of the hunted animal's blood on my clothes. When he heard that, he immediately guessed that I was the one who did it. Judas forced a smile. Well, I really don't know what to say either. This hesitation from Judas is making him lose his temper. What does it mean? Just say it. You did the right thing, right? Judas stepped forward, pressing close to the guy's face, his tone harsh and his eyes sharp and terrifying. He awkwardly forced a laugh. Honestly, Choi Jane, I really have nothing to say to you. Why are you framing me like this? What are you trying to do? Judas quickly grabbed one of his arms, pushed it behind his back, and at the same time drew the knife from his side. See, the seductive look? I told you so. It's exactly the same. Judas's face darkened as he brought the knife to his nose, smelling the blood of the hunted beast on my clothes and this disgusting blade. No wonder the senior is always there at the right place and right time. The other side, embarrassed and furious, shouted, This brat, once you become an apostle, do you think you can look down on the senior who has carried you since you were a child? You know what? Everyone behind you says you're getting more and more arrogant. You think becoming an apostle makes everyone a Peter. No matter how hard you try for 100 years, you'll never catch up to Peter's footsteps. You are only a shadow of Peter. Peter. He couldn't finish his sentence. Judas threw a cloth at his face. I brought the cloth for my senior, and then I launched a series of punches and kicks, ending with a kick to the face, sending the blood-stained cloth and the other guy flying dozens of meters away. Judas slowly approached and looked at his miserable state. He was holding the other guy's water bottle. That's wrong. That guy can only whimper in pain. My senior taught me that I shouldn't just give a towel like this. I should offer it properly. It's a hot towel. Then he poured water from the bottle onto his face, the water rushing out rapidly and the steam rising from the heat. That one is howling in pain, Judas smirked. What? The shadow of Peter? Fine. I just need to show the senior firsthand, right? You grit your teeth and say that I am even greater than Peter. Nathaniel suddenly asks, Senior, do you know what is truly evil? Peter, holding a glass of wine, turned around curiously. What is it? What's the point of questioning everything? Can't you see? I'm removing the bullet from my brother's arm, and I tell him it's because I shot it into his hand. Peter calmly replies, Isn't it true that I'm still alive and back? She worriedly reminded him, You're not under anesthesia right now. Be careful. Maybe you're too used to getting hurt like this to respond. If there's no anesthesia, then we just have to accept it. Worried, Nathaniel accidentally raised his voice, saying, The problem isn't there. I, Peter, am bandaging my own wound. Suddenly I ask, Do you know what I think every time I go through something like this? She looked confused and asked what he was talking about all of a sudden. He whispered, Hurting others is our destiny. And sooner or later, we will have to pay for it. Peter tightened the bandage firmly, his eyes unwavering, his tone resolute. But if those tiny shards of metal embedded in his hand could save someone's life, I would be willing to offer my other arm. The scene shifts outside the orphanage. Gentle sunlight filters through the cherry blossom branches, creating a peaceful scene. So's joyful voice. Oh my God. Hannah happily walks over to her holding the newspaper. The girl excitedly shows off. Look at this, Grandma. Suki, our little one, already has a dream. That's so adorable. Let's see what it is. Looking at the newspaper, she exclaimed in surprise. Wait, Suki, are you planning to build a hospital? Out of admiration for Nathaniel, the girl makes her decision. Nathaniel's sister is so cool. I also want to build a hospital like her. Wait, how much is this? With a monthly salary of $260,000 after deducting living expenses and saving diligently, she exclaimed that it would take about 4,786 years. Although she didn't understand anything, Hannah was very happy to hear that. She gently held the paper in her hand and tried to encourage her. Or should I build a hospital instead? Oh, that's right. Why don't you become a doctor like Sister Nathaniel? The girl hesitated a bit before stammering the word doctor. But after a moment of thinking, Hannah crossed over to Sister and smiled, saying, Having Sister Nathaniel is enough. The door opened and Nathaniel's voice rang out. Brother Peter, it's been a few days without a mission, so spending time like this is also enjoyable, right? The girl was startled and looked toward the door. When Hannah saw his cold face, she hurriedly ran away, leaving Sister confused by her actions. Dukai saw her reaction and didn't know what to do, so he simply turned and said, So, may we take our leave? The lady stood up shyly and said, You shouldn't do such things. Nathaniel replied kindly, No, sister, just call us any time. The lady noticed Peter was watching Hannah intently. The girl sat in a corner of the wardrobe, facing the wall, then he turned around and spoke. What are you doing, Nathaniel? Let's go, Nathaniel stammered. Ah. Yes, senior. The lady looks a bit worried as she gazes toward Hannah. Under the cherry blossom tree, Peter coldly says, I will refuse from now on. Nathaniel wondered why not sometimes come and see the children grow up too. He argued, these tasks don't lack people to do them. Let those who are better at it handle it. We'll be more efficient. Ba questioned, Come on, brother. Do you really not understand why? Peter is curious about what? Nathaniel avoids eye contact, her voice trembling slightly, just occasionally. It's fine to come see how Suki is doing, but I don't understand why I have to do that. Suddenly she asked, have you ever heard of the other impression effect? His eyes at this moment seemed to carry an emotion that words could hardly express. Nathaniel recalls the moment when Peter and Hannah first met, and she explained, when a chick hatches, the first thing it sees is considered its parents. For that child, Brother Peter is just like that. Under the warm spring sunshine, hearing those words, a difficult-to-express emotion suddenly welled up in his heart. Bo stood behind the peaceful wall, watching the girl play with her friends. We don't need to do these, just give them to sister. Suki is a spoiled kid, and there's also the cat. I hear the laughter of children and softly say, the place that can help that bird spread its wings is not here but there. Peter looks at the smile on her face, his voice tinged with a hint of regret and happiness. The children will still live well. Peter, holding his bag, turned away and walked off, his tone calm. It's just how it is. Kids forget quickly. The scene shifts to an abandoned house deep in the forest, with sounds of breaking and crashing coming from inside. Judah frantically punches the wall and shouts, I can do it too. His eyes full of murderous intent, he yells loudly, I can be like Peter, I will do it. I will do. A rare genius among 50 million people, since I was old enough to understand, I have been called that in glory. For me, in glory, the most brilliant thing in the world, whether in the past or present, is the dream I have always kept inside, to become like Brother Peter. In the end, admiring that person is only natural, but despite all the efforts and relentless training, he is still mocked by those around him. Peter, you've been looking for Peter all day. Is that kid copying your moves again? Judas is always like that, lucky to be an apostle, but thinking he's Peter. Why does it always turn out like this? Hearing too many criticisms, Judah gradually loses himself. He wondered, if it were Brother Peter, what would he do in this situation? Seeing Judah stab someone with a knife, the troublemaker was very shocked. He muttered, if it were Brother Peter, he wouldn't do this. The scar-faced man trembled, stammering, if it were Brother Peter, he would definitely save him at all costs. Tuss. Why do I sink deeper into the mud the more I struggle? The scarred-mouthed man shouted directly at your face. Do you really think that anyone can become Peter just because they want to be an apostle? No matter how many hundreds or thousands of days I try, I can never catch up to Peter's footsteps. He sneers. You're just borrowing Peter's name. What is Peter? Why does a talented person like me have to be trapped in that shadow? Why does someone as talented as me have to end up like this? Why does someone as talented as me have to end up like this? Judah clenched his bloodied fist and called out Peter with fury. Judah has completely lost his mind. He shouts out loud, who dares to defy me? Judah swung his hand and threw the table against the wall, shouting loudly, shut up now! Suddenly, someone opened the door and stepped in. You froze and called Raphael. Raphael speaks. What a pity. Judah warned menacingly, be careful with your words. Now I feel like I could kill anyone. He took out a knife and pinned it to the wall at mid-height, starting to compare. If you're at this level, Raphael takes out another knife, higher than the first one on the table, and says Peter is here. This officially drives you crazy. Dua clenched his fists and charged forward, shouting to shut him up. Who do you think you are to dare? He calmly drew the knife beneath, then drew a long line beyond the other knife and said, originally, you were supposed to be here. You froze. Judah couldn't believe he could surpass even Peter. Raphael's eyes are as cold as a venomous snake. The words coming from his mouth are like a stimulant. Judas probably doesn't know yet. My father said that your talent surpasses even Peter's. What? Father Gabriel? Raphael hinted, glory is only limited, so what do you mean by that? He stepped closer to Judah, beginning to speak with a mocking and slightly sinister tone. The world now is full of scheming, everyone just waiting to overthrow and crush others. But in my view, Peter, the symbol of glory is gradually falling. You know too, right? The things Peter does for the orphanage, but in Raphael's eyes, he thinks I've been distracted by strange things lately. He pats Judah on the shoulder and says that sooner or later something will happen. Raphael leans in close to his face and whispers that his glory will collapse. Judah wondered, so what exactly are you trying to say? He mumbles without any particular meaning, just that now is the right moment. Raphael steps out the door and loudly declares, this is the chaotic era that only needs a hero. Under the blazing red sunset, he sat on the wooden floor, leaning against the wall, battered and scarred from punches. Judah bowed his head, his whole body exuding exhaustion. He wondered, am I stronger than Peter? Judah suddenly remembered his brother's warning. This child's survival must never be revealed. Never. From then on, he realized that glory was too narrow to contain him, his sunken eyes and madness flowing through every vein. Judah muttered, I need to go somewhere bigger. An outpost beyond Partia Island. The thug points his sword at your neck and asks, who are you? Where are you from? The thug wondered, with the island's perimeter heavily guarded, how did you manage to get in here? Judah's cold eyes looked at the two guys and he said sarcastically, I wish you had asked why, instead of how. Judah calmly told the ruffian with the sword, tell the boss I come from Vin Quang. He asked, could Vin Quang be Peter's glory? Hearing the name Peter makes him lose his composure. He grits his teeth and says in a low voice, here Peter is mentioned again. Seeing his neck bleeding from the beard man's attack, Judah issues a warning. If you put that piece of iron down within 3 seconds, I won't kill you. The fool's brow furrowed, his face showing contempt, and he asked, What? Could it be that you are Peter? He sneered mockingly, taunting. Hey, could this insignificant guy really be Peter? The bearded bastard shouted. This bastard. In an instant, Judah snatched the sword from the bearded man's hand and spun around to strike. The sword in his hand flashed sharply and coldly, moving so fast that the two others couldn't react, with precise strikes hitting vital points cleanly as if calculated beforehand. The headshot was fatal, and only he was left screaming in pain. Seeing Judah walk over and stand in front of him, the ruffian cried and begged, Please wait. Save me. A predator's gaze, he sneered and demanded, Say it again. Judah pressed his hand firmly on his head, blood splattering everywhere, repeatedly slashing at the bearded man, continuously calling out Peter, 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 Peter. Blood splattered all over his face, and he was no longer moving, but Judah kept going. He shouted, Do you think you're better than Peter? After expressing regret, he stood up and wiped the blood off his face. Judah glanced over, and when he heard Dalton's voice echoing, Oh my God, I just can't believe what he's saying, and then dismisses it. He ran over, repeatedly slapping a fake hand against his face and shouting, looking as if he knew right away that he was no ordinary person. Dalton excitedly waved hello. After a year of searching for any sign of glory, he never expected that day would come when that person would step right before his eyes. What does our esteemed guest here want? Surely it's not to experience being shot, right? You smile strangely and do suggests, I came to negotiate a deal, an irresistible deal that you can't refuse. The guy bursts out laughing. If I hear something interesting, I really like it. All right, I'll give it a try. Datukin cheerfully introduces himself. I am Datukin, what is your name? Codename Datukin Maha'asa, King of Rahantia, war criminal mass murderer. Judah, the apostle of glory, replied with a bloodstained face. He's curious. Oh, Judas, what does this deal bring you? You reply, I keep it simple. Judah presses the blade to your neck, his face cold, eyes sharp, voice steady. Peter's head. Dakutan slaps his fake arm on his forehead and bursts into laughter. He asked curiously, Peter's people still resent him and said, It sounds like a tragic primetime drama. I'm moved even before it starts. So, do you have a plan to give up? He runs his tongue along his sword and makes a deal. I will give you what you want. And when Peter arrives, I will personally end everything. The guy said with delight, Peter will come? Interesting, meeting a famous character isn't so bad. Dua points at Doughton and says seriously, you are famous, but you say that because you don't really know what Peter's like. Peter has never missed a true target. He didn't really care. And replied, I don't know what kind of person Peter is. Doughton chuckled mockingly, and Peter also doesn't truly know who I am. The scene zooms out with his subordinates surrounding him everywhere. Doughton, with a confident tone, shouts loudly, I really want to see if Peter can survive here. A name was spoken out loud with a happy laugh. Suki. It turns out Hannah had come up with a name for her own gift box and happily repeated it. Sukaiso saw how happy the girl was to find her new name and asked, That's right, your name is Suki. Do you like it that much? Hearing her new name, Hannah excitedly jumped with happiness. Yes, it's a beautiful name. Thank you so. Hannah carefully and passionately pastes the new name she just received. Once finished, she happily brings it to Shoso. Sister, I finished everything and I will give it to you. Seeing how quickly she finished, she was very surprised and happily approached to see her work. Oh my God. So fast. Just when they were happily together, someone comes looking for So about something. Peter walked in, causing Hannah to startle and quickly hide the gift box she had just finished. Hello, So? Oh, Lord, is it really that quick? Just when the two of you were happily together, someone comes to find So about something. Sister stood up to greet him and also felt a bit shy. Sorry for bothering you while you're busy. Seeing that she called me urgently, I was a bit curious and asked, Do you need something from me? Sir Hannah is sitting between two people trying to find a way out to hide her gift box while she wants to ask Peter for a favor here. It's nothing, but when I looked over there, suddenly a kid I didn't see before ran out, snatched the gift box from behind the girl, and ran away. That's mine. Hannah, furious, turned back and shouted, Here, take it back. Over here. So is still shy around him. Oh no, always causing trouble like this. I really feel sorry. Peter saw that and tried to comfort her. It's okay. What should I do now? So also doesn't know where to start, just laughing it off. Oh dear, what should we do now? Hoo hoo hoo. As they were discussing, suddenly a shout outside startled them and they turned around in panic. After running out, So immediately asked a boy there what was happening. Oh my God, what's going on? The boy nervously pointed to the other side. Sister, look over there. On the other side, Hannah is continuously hitting the boy. Stop! Give him back. Even if he gets beaten to shreds, that boy still refuses to give him back and keeps crying out in pain. I don't want that. A scream suddenly rang out, telling her to stop immediately, and seeing that she still didn't listen, he stepped forward and took her hand to stop Hannah from hitting. Peter stepped forward angrily and asked the girl, What are you doing? Hannah, seeing his anger, wanted to explain Sir. The boy who was beaten struggled to come to So crying. Sue, I immediately questioned Hannah after the incident. Does this kid think I brought my friends here just for her to fight? The girl, feeling misunderstood, tried to explain everything. That boy took her treasure without asking. The real thief is the bad person. I didn't do anything wrong, but you didn't want to listen to my explanation and cut me off immediately. Your mistake was hitting your friend. When I was seriously questioning you in anger, I suddenly froze and stopped. Hannah wanted to explain herself, but he refused to listen, causing the girl to cry tears of frustration down her cheeks. Then she ran away, leaving. So, no time to react. Who called out? Hannah! And at that moment, Peter saw the gift box that she had been trying to get back for Bang. So, also saw the act of her hitting her friend and was a bit puzzled earlier. Strange. Hannah isn't usually that kind of kid. Peter, upon hearing those words, also felt as if he had just done something wrong. Now, when he returned home, he was also a bit contemplative about this matter. Peter looked at the gift box, reflecting on So's words after Hannah left. She left this box behind and then disappeared. Hopefully, Peter can personally give it to her, and perhaps this is a good opportunity for them to make peace. After thinking about what he just said, he hesitated a bit over his actions. Do I do it myself? So also recounts the moment when Hannah happily labeled the gift box, then hid it away for some reason after Peter arrived. After thinking it over, Peter took Hannah's gift box and made a decision. But as he was returning it to the girl, it suddenly slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, causing him to realize something and move forward. As he looked closer, Peter froze for a moment when he saw something, and that thing made him panic and speak out. This happened the morning after when I was on a mission and someone suddenly started following me. Peter saw that person and immediately turned to ask, Judas, why are you following me? Why followed wanting to work with him, saying it's been a while since I had something to do at the orphanage. You also seem a bit curious about what Peter is planning to do. What brings you here, senior brother? You've been coming around a lot lately, haven't you? After hearing your question, he just replied vaguely and said he had some things to take care of. After replying, he smoked a cigarette while observing the surrounding forest. Suddenly, Peter sensed that something was approaching, and just then, a car came from afar, catching him a bit off guard. That car sped past, making Y comment in admiration. Those people are so lucky to be able to ride in such a vehicle. Then the two of them continued walking when Wida also had something to ask Peter, especially about the previous mission he mentioned, and suddenly Peter felt that something was wrong and frowned. He quickly used his strength to run as fast as he could, causing Wida to panic and call out, Hey, what's wrong with you? Peter accelerated while explaining everything to him. Those sitting in such a rare luxury car in this country, he also thought of a way to get inside the car, maybe breaking the lock to get in. These strange things made Wee think more and come up with a plan for Peter. After figuring it out, he said, I'll block the back door to stop the car from escaping. After finishing, the two of them split up in opposite directions to block him, and Peter kept suspicious and didn't rest. The direction of that car only leads to the orphanage. From the beginning, no matter who it was, this place could not be found. I understand everything now and know that danger is coming because the Glory Orphanage is a hidden place, not even on the map. Finally, Peter realizes who caused this and grits his teeth in anger, La Candia. After that thought, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the forest at the orphanage. He listened, growing more and more anxious, and thought. That voice is Peter, and the more anxious he is, the faster he tries to run. He finally arrives and anxiously asks, Sister, she just had an emergency and immediately informed me. Suki has been kidnapped by strangers. Hearing this, everything seemed to collapse before his eyes, and he could tell at a glance that the people sitting in the strange car were leaving immediately. Look carefully, look closely. After searching all year, I finally found you. What? Hey boss, look at that over there. Someone is running at a crazy speed right in front of the car, making everyone wonder, who is that guy? No way. Seeing his speed keep increasing, they are all panicking and wondering, how can a person be so fast? Even on dirt roads, how could they possibly catch up to a car? Inside the car, Hannah sees Peter and happily calls out, Uncle, boss, Sat knows you'll catch up, so he sent his men to fight. They'll chase you to the end. Two of you get out and deal with him. The two henchmen immediately followed the order and responded, yes. Just as he was running close to the car, he suddenly saw something. Sure enough, right in front of him are two of the boss's henchmen. Unexpectedly, Peter took a different turn, leaving them in disbelief. So it turns out he didn't turn another way, but was hiding behind the tree, wondering. La Candia, how did you find out about this place? They still don't care and are arrogantly pointing their guns behind them. We've arrived, but they're still so curious, huh? Want me to give you one last gift? Seeing how confident they look, I introduced myself without even asking. He stepped forward without fear and directly stated his name. I am Peter. After hearing this name, he also began to think about the identity. Is Peter the Peter among the apostles? No matter who they are, the thug doesn't care and just ignores them. So what? Confessing won't do you any good anyway. Peter just ignores it and speaks frankly. On the contrary, this is my resolve against the enemy. After finishing his words, he also rushed forward like a gust of wind and made his decision. I must eliminate them at all costs. He has no idea what Peter is about to do or think. So the thug kept firing wildly into the forest without knowing which way to go. Despite firing nonstop, missing every time, he grew angry and wondered if he should have gone in this direction. The thug still laughs loudly without fear, walking around with his gun. Just keep running away like that. While scouting ahead, I couldn't help but feel a bit triumphant. The trees blocking the path kept me from shooting. But in the end, the thug decided to rush forward quickly. Climbing the mountain is no faster than us on the ground. Another guy chasing after him suggests, let's go back to the boss. But before he could finish speaking, a punch swung past him, and once they escaped this dirt path, Peter would be nowhere to be found as he jumped down to kick the disciple to the ground in pain. The other guy, seeing this, was a bit scared but still managed to draw his gun in self-defense. Damn it, but before he could do anything, you used a shot that made his gun drop from his hand instantly. The guy just beaten looked at his body for a moment in confusion. No way! In that instant, he had aimed precisely at his index finger and Achilles tendon. He trembled as he realized everything. He had done it on purpose and looked at the man behind him approaching in fear. To disable us, after all, that guy also knows who Peter is and understands implicitly. Is this Peter? At this moment, he speaks again to tell them what he wants. The one who answers first will live. The guy trembles as if he understands something but still wants to ask again. Not wanting to explain further, he immediately shot a bullet into their leg, causing them to scream in pain. After firing, he moved forward to continue interrogating the two and set his conditions. From now on, whoever answers first will live. Where are you planning to take the kid? That guy is sweating bullets and only knows how to say he wants to talk, but really doesn't know. Only Boss Sat Tit knows the destination. But at this moment, a voice from the radio interrupts and draws attention away. Is that guy dead yet? Answer, have you taken care of him? He quickly turned back and answered, Big Brother Sat. Peter glanced at the radio and knew who it was just by thinking. Just a moment. The thug tremblingly takes the radio and reports back to the boss. He went straight for him. Before he could continue speaking, I stepped forward and snatched the radio to confront him directly. There's still time now. Let the kid go, and I'll trade him for your 2 men. But the boss doesn't care about his brothers at all. So you're Peter? Between those 2 guys and this kid, who do you think is more important to us? He also challenged without any fear. Peter, you'll never catch me. You don't even know where we're going. I didn't expect that just talking through the radio would reveal where they're headed. Quick, the number of vehicles is around 3 or 4. Keep your eyes closed and sense more details about them. So they've already left the dirt road. After that, the road will split into a branch toward the port and another into the city center. Where are they? Which way are they heading? It suddenly occurred to him that at the orphanage, Mo Quiso had taught Hannah to read. This is called Eunoia. Grace. Hannah is also quite a smart child and quickly learned to read as well. Grace. Immediately, Peter radioed Hannah over there. So kid, you've learned Korean characters, right? He came up with a plan to ask the girl over there to help him by trying to read any Korean character she sees in front of her. Hannah is smart and immediately understood. Shouting into the walkie-talkie, Moi, they don't know what this girl is planning to do. So she yelled loudly,
What is this, kid? Shut up right now.
What are the 2 of them talking about? Hearing the location inside, I thought of the exact place. If it's Mahori, then is that the port? The other side of Dam is still provoking, but chasing after it would be useless anyway. Uncle, please help me. After finding the exact location, Peter quickly set off, not forgetting to comfort the girl. Stay calm, I will be there soon. But Hannah cried out loudly into the radio, I'm sorry, sir. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth and knew he had to find her no matter what. At this moment, his memories also go back to the night before when the gift box dropped a letter. It turned out that the letter was carefully written by the girl to send to Peter about her wishes. Hey uncle, do you know? When I grow up, I will earn a lot of money. Because of Mogumi, my dream is to build a hospital. The girl is also happy about her wonderful dream. They say it takes 7.6 billion to build a hospital. So Bao says 7.6 billion is a huge amount of money. Hannah doesn't give up and keeps trying happily. But if you study hard, you can do it. So I just study on weekends. The girl also has a wish for him in the future. Uncle, I have something to ask of you. Please don't get hurt anymore. You're always getting hurt. Nathaniel's sister said that as long as you go to a big hospital, you won't be in pain anymore. But you said you wouldn't go, so I will study hard and build a hospital quickly. So until then, please don't get hurt anymore. Han also excitedly recounted what he had learned. Oh, and also, So taught me that this is to be given to the most important person. When she was teaching a boy, she also felt sad and asked, but we don't have anyone to give this to. So comforted the boy, but deep down she probably had someone she wanted to give it to, right? Our little one worked so hard. You did a great job. There's someone you definitely want to give this to, right? Han, hearing So's words, poured all his heart into the gift box he was revealing. I may be just an uncle to you, but today I truly want to give this to you. Today is Parents' Day. Returning to the present, he frowned and angrily said into the walkie-talkie, "How many people do you La Candia have?" "What do you mean? Why do you care about that?" Peter continued angrily, unable to hold back any longer, and sent his message to them. "Go on. Tell your boss that the day I set foot there, La Candia will be wiped out." Sit on the other end of the line frowned and asked, "What? Destroy it, La Candia?" Hissingly, he called out clearly, "Peter, is that the reputation you've built? Just stepping into La Candia will tell you everything. You will realize how trivial that glory truly is." He sneers and says, "Fine, join us if you can find us. I'd be happy to host you properly," he adds. But if you can find us first, give it a try. Peter clenched his fists and frowned, saying, You're right, these guys, the kidnappers of the kid, definitely didn't come to Lacandia. They know I've been there before and have probably hidden somewhere else. If that's the case, he sneered inwardly, I must first find out where they ran to. At the Pitia colony on Lacandia Island, a soldier checking the coordinates looked carefully at the person standing with arms crossed and asked, but Chuck lied, wouldn't it be very dangerous if Peter went there? That Trackley guy, hearing that, laughed out loud in amusement and replied, Do you think he can get in here? Do you even know where this is? He couldn't even set foot on this island from the start. He smiled brightly and continued, Everywhere on the island is covered with radar blocking all external intruders. You don't know, but this new radar can even see through the color of the driver's underwear. Suddenly, a strange dot appeared on the radar. Lai noticed and frowned, asking what it was. The soldier quickly searched and replied, There's a plane approaching the island. He turned to Chuck Lay and said, See, we've been spotted. Charlie sneered loudly. Hey, Peter, want to see what color your underwear is, you bastard? He turned to give instructions to his soldier, preparing to attack. That guy nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. Useless. Trackley looked back in confusion and said, What? The man said, slowly approaching Trackley, calmly stating, Everything you do now is meaningless. Trackley now saw who was coming and frowned, calling out Judas. Judas continued, Do you think these ordinary radars can stop Peter? Are you kidding me? These advanced radars can even see through Peter's underwear. The soldier suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Huh, boss? Look at this quickly. What happened? What the heck? Could it be that, as Judas said, we really didn't catch him? Seeing that the red dot from earlier was gone, Chai laughed loudly and said, He's run away. He's run. Judas quickly drew his sword behind him and turned around smoothly, saying, What are you doing? Hurry up and get ready to welcome the guest. Charlie, confused, asked, What do you mean? The plane has already flown away. Judas sneered and said, While you idiots stand here, Peter has already arrived. Peter, using the device attached to his body, quickly flew toward the island where they were standing without hesitation. In South Korea. A few hours earlier, Peter, holding a communication device, hurriedly asked, What's the situation? Have you finished the investigation? On the other end, a young man spoke, saying, Those foreigners seem to have left towards the East Sea. According to Mr. Peter's request, after surveying the islands, there are a total of 38 islands, but one of them is special because it emits abnormal electromagnetic waves. He continued, If the direction is towards the East Sea, then it definitely isn't Lacandia. Among the islands near the East Sea, we need to find a place less affected by the mainland, a spot capable of hiding thousands of people or more, and only that island emits the enormous electromagnetic waves. Uncle Tia Peter has now landed on the island, removed his flying suit, and changed into a tight-fitting outfit for easier mission execution. Thoughtful, I've landed safely on the coast. Now I need to find a spot with a perfect view of all enemy movements. In the private room, Dakitan crossed his arms and looked at Judas, asking, Hey Judas, what makes you say Peter has gone to the island? Even Shackley confirmed that the plane has already turned away, so you're overestimating him. Judas seemed not to hear his words and focused on thinking. If it were him, where would Peter attack from? From the beginning, Judas suddenly found the answer to his question and hurriedly ordered the soldiers to say, Radio, contact immediately and send troops to the location I specify. A nearby patrol soldier immediately speaks into the radio, saying, Looking for Peter? No signs here. No one has even approached me from the start. See, I told you he couldn't get in. Keep searching. The soldier quickly responded, and Peter pressed the gun to his neck, smiling and saying, Well done. The soldier was a bit panicked and quickly begged for mercy, saying he would do as told. Peter said nothing, quietly looking ahead, with 3 diverging paths. Following this kind of luck really was a bit exhausting. He looked at the soldier and smiled, saying, Then go. The soldier was released and hurriedly ran away, turning back to laugh loudly and tell Peter, Foolish idiot, it's over, Peter. I'll deal with your kid first. Peter immediately shot him in the back after he ran into an alley ahead, then smiled and said, Thanks for showing me the way to your headquarters. Peter quickly followed that path up to the top of the mountain ahead. Brother, you've worked hard. Are there many people over there? Tell me clearly so I can help. Peter frowned and whispered, It's also crowded. He observes everyone carrying guns below and cautiously reports that the number of people can be set aside for now. What's important is that they are well equipped, especially since they are concentrated at the entrance, making it impossible to sneak into the building. Nathaniel asks, So what do you plan to do? If there's no way, wait for backup first, Peter quickly interrupted. No, if it's about the method, I have an idea, Nathaniel said, a bit surprised and curious. A way? Wait a minute, senior brother. Could it be that in the private room, Hannah has been brought directly in front of Da Kutan? Dalton watched the girl happily cheer. Wow, it's finally here. The little one doesn't understand. Hurry up and translate. He bent down, laughed loudly, and asked her, You're the daughter of Dr. Lai Jinhai, right? Been searching for so long? I finally found you. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. I met you when you were this small. It's been a while, so we should shake hands. Want to shake hands? Then he extended his hand in front of Hannah, but the girl couldn't help feeling scared and stammered, I don't want to shake hands, I won't talk anymore. Han pushed Dakutan's hand away and accidentally slapped him in the face. Dalton was a bit startled, holding his cheek and gritting his teeth, saying, "This kid!" Han cried loudly, sobbing, "He will come to find me!" Dalton sneered at that. "Uncle, Peter, what happens when he comes?" He shouted loudly, raising his hand to kill the girl, his face contorted with rage, and yelled, "Stop!" as someone suddenly brandished a sword in front of him. Hannah recognizes him and happily exclaims, "Uncle Judas!" Judas gives Dakutan a cold look and in a low voice says, "Dare to touch the girl? I told you, you must absolutely not kill this child." He leaned in close to Dalton and whispered, "This child is our insurance." At the foot of the mountain, Charlie and the captains instruct the soldiers, shouting, "The Lacandia forces number 3,356, all fully armed and gathered at the manor." Charlie says, "If we block the entrance like this, Peter will try to go around the side or from behind." Before they could finish speaking, a loud voice interrupted. Peter had appeared. "What? Is that really true?" He looked ahead, and indeed there was a figure slowly approaching. He shouted loudly. He dared to walk straight through the main gate. The captain from earlier hurriedly grabbed his gun and shouted, "Fire! Fire!" Trackleye quickly raised his hand to stop him and said urgently, "Wait a moment, he's not even armed. What does he really want to do?" The other guy couldn't hold it anymore and hurriedly replied, "Boss, just let them shoot." Peter walks over, raises his hands in surrender, and the soldiers quickly point their guns at him, loudly saying, "Peter, surrender?" Peter remains calm and low, saying, "You haven't opened that safe yet, have you? It would take over 100 days to open it using the kidnapper's hand." "I know how to open it. Let's negotiate." The team leader immediately reacted and shouted at him, "Shut up. What are you trying to do? Do you think we would fall for that trap?" Lai probably signaled from beside and said, "Wait, don't shoot. Bring him here. He might try something. So keep your distance and keep your guns aimed while escorting him." That guy immediately obeyed. Peter kept his stance, approached steadily, and said as he walked, "The weaponized chemical storage is a system that can't be opened without the physical key, and that key is with me." Peter sternly said, "Give the child back to me and I will open the safe." Chai crossed his arms and replied, "That way no one will suffer any loss." "So where's the key?" "The key." "No, stop, don't play tricks. We will search the place. Dakutan and Judas have arrived." Dakutan frowned and said, "Something feels off. Everything is going too smoothly." Judas beside him frowned, thinking, was Peter really caught so easily? Peter ignored the two of them and continued, "The key is in the right pocket, the one sticking out." Dakutan tilted his head, thinking to himself, better not play any tricks. If he's lying, just kill him, and if he's telling the truth, take the key and it's over. The team leader quickly searched Peter's right pocket, found the key, and exclaimed, "Boss, there's really a key?" Chai immediately ordered him, "Bring it here." The team leader quickly ran over to Trackleye and ordered him to do everything, making Judas sweat nervously as he thought to himself that Peter would never come willingly on his own. What is his real plan? Hold on, approaching on his own. Judas hurriedly shouted, "What do you mean stop?" "Hurry up and stop." Charlie took the key, frowning as he responded, "What? Is it really a key?" Charlie glanced to the side and asked curiously, "What is this thing next to me? It looks like a pin." Peter in front smiled and replied, "It's the key that allows us to get inside the smoke grenade." After Peter said that, white smoke billowed everywhere. Only then did he realize it and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn it, we've fallen into their trap." Peter rushed to Trackleye and grabbed his face with his bare hands. The surrounding soldiers panic and run wildly, shouting, "I can't see anything, there's no time, stick together!" as Peter forcefully throws Trackleye away, then uses the opportunity to push down the people behind him before going on to knock each one out. Blood and chaos everywhere. Damn it, even a man can't stop him. He hurriedly stood up, shouting loudly to gather everyone at the entrance, but was pierced through the encirclement by a guy. Ugh, fools. Judas stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and replied casually, "I'm not stupid." DeConnington looked confused and asked, "What?" Judas continued, "Get ready to go because the one you will face is Peter." Judas asked, "Dayton, how many armed troops does Lacandia have?" 356 people. Judas said seriously, "Go quickly and deliver the message that the one you are about to face is Peter." In the private room, Dutton was desperately pulling Hannah away. The girl frantically clung to her feet, crying out in fear, "Let go, I don't want to go." Uncle Judas? Dakuta lifted the girl up. Hannah screamed in fear, "I don't want to." Let her go. Let her go." After saying that, the girl kicked him in the leg. Dakutan couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You little brat want to die, right?" After speaking, he mercilessly threw the girl toward the corner of the wall. Hannah, exhausted, closed her eyes as tears streamed down her face. Dakutan stepped forward, lifting the girl up, and anxiously exclaimed, "It's not going to work." He hurriedly ordered, "Open the safe," and left the island immediately. "Prepare the safe immediately. Has Zed arrived yet?" The servant named Zit stepped forward, and Game bowed and said, "Big brother called me." Dakutan raised an eyebrow and said, "Got it, Peter has already arrived here." Zit nodded and replied, "Yes, I am also ready." Dakutan turned away and said, "It's not that I don't trust you, but he's too dangerous. Bring as many people as possible." "How many do you need?" Zit drew his sword, his cold eyes replying, "2 are enough. Call me when you're ready to clean up." On the other side, Charlie quickly ran away and hid in a secret spot. Peter found his hiding place. He slowly breaks the door and enters. Walking into the hall, he sneers and closing his eyes says, "It's too late now. Once you've put your finger on the trigger, you have to act." Charlie, holding a gun with his finger on the trigger just as Peter said, is terrified and secretly wondering how he knew. Peter didn't give him time to hesitate and said, "1 second was enough to cut off your life." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a dagger at the spot where the guy was standing, the blade flying toward his forehead. Then there was a loud clash of blades, and Peter's dagger flew back in the opposite direction. A voice suddenly sounded. "Just 1 second?"
That's enough. He turned to Shy, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Go."
Lai quickly bowed and responded, "Big brother has forgiven me. Now I will run far away." Now only Peter and Sit remain here. He slowly walks toward Peter and says, "I am Sit."
"Peter, I have wanted to meet you once, and finally my wish is fulfilled."
Peter replied cautiously with a frown. "There are too many who want to see me." He thought to himself, this voice. He remembered that when he was communicating via radio, this voice was that man's, the one who said he was actually Peter. Yes, he is the one. I remember Gabriel told me before that in this mission at Lacandia, I should be careful of the one called Sit. Peter frowned and asked again, "So you mean Sit?" Gabriel looked surprised and asked back, "Do you know him?" Peter honestly replied, "I have heard that name before. Since birth, the environment I've grown up in, and the experiences I've gone through, he is someone who resembles me in many ways." Gabriel nodded and continued, "If you encounter him, it's best to avoid fighting if possible." Back in the present, Shars drew his weapon with a very sharp blade. He looked at Peter and said in a firm voice, "I have respect for you, so I will fight with all my strength." Peter quickly defended himself, observing Sit and thinking to himself that his weapon was per rod, and he would likely attack mainly at mid-range, so he needed to create distance first to observe. Before he could think further, Sit's blade was already close to his nose, hitting exactly on target. Peter was stunned and thought, "What? Is it really that long?" It can't be that long. Peter quickly dodged Sit's blade, stepping back, thinking that his weapon must be too short compared to it. Sit saw that Peter had revealed a weakness and approached, looking at Peter coldly and saying, "Peter, you are not used to your weapon?" After saying that, he swung his hand toward where Peter was standing, now at a distance, but his dagger could still reach Peter with deadly strikes. Peter struggled to dodge, confused and thinking how could this be possible? The distance clearly shouldn't have reached, yet he was hit. Sit's blade had pierced his shoulder. Peter frowned, observing to find the answer. Why? How? Suddenly, his eyes flicked over Sit's blade, and he frowned, thinking to himself that it was that very thing. The burr rod he was holding was extending, not only beyond its original length, but also adding the length of his arm, making its reach longer than a sword and much lighter than a spear, offering more opportunities to strike. Peter hesitated, silently evaluating, as the perfect weapon paused its attack and slowly moved toward him, calling that weapon Web Ung, a traditional short dagger from Java known for its wide and short blade, making it unsuitable for offensive use. Sit immediately swung his sword at Peter, launching a fierce series of attacks one after another. He gritted his teeth and said, "I was born in Lacandia, risking my life in countless battles to make a name for myself. And to me, a person is the most perfect metal." Byrne quickly dodged the slash, jumped onto the pole, and used the momentum to leap onto the beam. Sit frowned, thinking to himself, "I understand now, just as I predicted, he reacts poorly to ranged attacks, both reflexively and in experience. There are no gaps, but he is completely unaccustomed to webs." Sit sheaths his dagger and attacks Peter again. He solemnly declares, "I have overestimated you. This attack will end you, Peter." As she got closer to Peter and saw he made no move to dodge, he was a bit surprised and thought to himself, "What? Has he given up?"
The wide and short Ung sword is its characteristic, making it perfect for concentrating force and suppressing opponents.
He secretly thought that he pressed the Ung web down on the hilt to block my strength, and that the short rotation radius gave him more chances to attack. As Sit finished thinking, Peter had already counterattacked him multiple times in quick succession. Sai was caught off guard and a bit panicked, thinking to himself, "This is impossible. This isn't the skill level of someone using a weapon for the first time. No one here has used Ung web as a weapon from the start." At the moment Sit was careless, Peter launched a deadly attack with his weapon. He collapsed immediately, his legs buckling as he no longer had the strength to fight back. Sit muttered to himself, "Did he deliberately lure me into an attack? I didn't notice how many steps he had planned ahead." Peter sheaths his weapon and approaches Sit, who has collapsed onto the blood-stained floor. He softly says, "I am honored to fight against you." Peter held the knife close to Sit's shoulder and said seriously, "This is the last respect I give you." Sit, seemingly unfazed, glanced at Peter and replied expressionlessly, "In a moment, over 1,000 soldiers will arrive here. You have no place to hide now. You'll have to face 1,000 soldiers alone. If you want to live, run now." Peter found it a bit amusing, raised an eyebrow, and said, "I think you're misunderstanding something. Why do you think I came alone?" Sit was stunned, eyes wide open, and asked, "What did you say?" At this moment, outside the island, many soldiers sent to capture Peter were gathering to search for him. Suddenly, a house appeared right in front of him. Someone shouted, Peter is inside that house. Catch him quickly. Don't let him escape. As they ran, a shadow suddenly appeared blocking the road, and the leader shouted loudly. The man quickly adjusted his gloves and said with a smile, "There are more of you than I expected. If you rush in together, those people won't hear a thing." And the leader ordered, "Kill Peter." After saying that, everyone rushed to kill him, while he casually pursued and fought to the end, still smiling and speaking until the very last. The man, Tadio, glanced sideways with a low voice calling out, "La Satba Kich." After finishing his words, he charged in, killing each one without missing any. Inside the city, through the radio, the soldiers received the alert from outside, requesting support from the east.
Tadio from Vin Quang has also arrived. The commander was stunned and asked back in confusion.
"What, Tadio? Damn it, isn't that Peter coming alone?" The radio crackled again, confirming that Peter has appeared to the west. The three soldiers quickly drew their guns and chased after the figure that just passed by. The lead man shouted sharply, "You have no way out now, this is a dead end." "Wait a minute, Peter. Is he holding a longsword?" Peter is wielding a longsword. A long-haired man is standing there, waiting for them. He sneered and said, "Well, I might look a bit better in appearance, but anyway, I also feel pleased to be mistaken for Brother Peter." Black, leading the way, suddenly sensed something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Wait, listen, that long-haired guy with the sword." One impatient person on the side stepped forward with a gun and stubbornly responded, "Whatever, I don't care, no matter how skilled you are with a sword. Do you really think you can beat a gun?" The long-haired man said coldly, eyes wide with disbelief. "I've cut down on guns, but I've never tried bullets. If you're curious, go ahead and try. I'll send you off a little way." The bullet was fired quickly, flying at a remarkable speed toward the man's position, yet he remained steady and unshaken. He gently swung his sword to block the bullet's path. The bullet precisely lodged into his blade. He used force to split the bullet in two and threw the two halves back along their original trajectory. He smiled and exclaimed, "New skill unlocked." The new gunman, stunned, said, "No way!" He sheathes his sword, raises an eyebrow, and declares, "I am Sai Mong La, the Sword Saint, envoy of glory." Simong adopts a stance, using lightness skill to approach the group and says, "This will be the last sound you hear." At this moment in his private room, Dakutan gently lifts the girl into his arms, panting and unable to sit down. He takes her hand and places it on the fingerprint scanner in front of him, smiling softly and whispering, "All these years of hardship were for this moment." The system then confirmed the fingerprint scan was complete. Confirming the fingerprint scan was complete, Dakutan happily and forcefully let go of the girl and shouted, "It's over. The world is mine now." "What the hell is Peter? I am the king now." Suddenly, the system beeps with a fingerprint size error. Dakutan is startled and confused, quietly asking, "Why is there an error? What is this fingerprint size error? Open it quickly." "What the hell is that?" He turned in surprise to look at the child lying exhausted on the floor, frowning and thinking, will the fingerprint develop as the child grows? He seemed very angry, stood up, drew his gun, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn it, I've suffered for this all year. That damn scientist Lai Jin Hai." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot straight at the system machine in front of him, causing it to explode and revealing the tangled machinery inside. Dakutan cheered happily and approached the machine, smirking and saying, "Should have been like this from the start." Thinking about the suffering he's endured all this time, he suddenly hears a gurgling sound from the system. Dakutan stares in confusion and exclaims, "What the hell is this?" The system continues to beep. 3029 Dakutan stepped back, frowning and shouting, "Someone come here and help me fix this. What's wrong with this damn thing?" Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind him. "Did you call me?" Dalton hurriedly turned his head and ordered, "You, come here and fix it now." When he saw who was coming, Dakutan was stunned, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Damn it, Peter!" Dakutan quickly pulls out his gun and points it at Peter. "Stay back, don't you see the hostages nearby? You're dead meat." The system continued counting down, 27, 26, 25. Dalton couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I told you not to come here! Die!" He immediately opened fire after saying that. Peter quickly dodged the flying bullets. Dalton kept shooting, laughing loudly, and said, "I told you to die." As the system sounded the 23rd alert, Peter moved closer and kicked the gun out of his hand. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! I told you Rakandia will be destroyed." The machine continued to beep loudly. 21 Dalton felt the pain from his legs surge up, shouting loudly, "What the hell is wrong with my legs?" The system counts down 1817. Peter stands up, his eyes fixed on the glowing machine. He thought to himself, "It's too late, it's about to explode." The machine kept counting down, the timer echoing loudly. Peter turned to Hannah lying unconscious and walked over to her. Seeing that, Dakutan let out a groan and begged, "Please wait, save me. I'll do whatever you want. Any amount of money is fine, just spare my life." He continued to shout loudly. After all, she's not your daughter anyway. So it's settled then. Negotiate, negotiate. Peter picked up the girl, turned to Kutan, looked at him, and smirked, saying, "People like you always say the same thing. Go ahead and use your favorite biological weapons." "I told you to leave quickly," leaving Kutan's scream echoing behind. "Wait, if you want, I will be your dog." The machine trembles violently, continuously counting down. 5'4" Kutan grits his teeth, hugging his legs, frowning as he growls. Damn it, it's just the final countdown again. 3, 2, 1. After that, the machine suddenly stopped, silent and still. Da Kutan was overjoyed and exclaimed, "What, is it broken because it's too old?" "Oh Lord, I thank you," he sneered with a wicked smile. "Peter, you bastard, once you're out, you're dead with me." As soon as he finished speaking, that machine exploded instantly, followed by his desperate cries for help. "Save me, Peter." Outside, Peter is dragging Hannah to escape. Peter gently looked down at the girl in his arms and nodded. Hannah was crying and asking, "Peter, why did you come here?" "Are we going home now?" Peter replied, "We will go home, but first we need to clean up what's in front of us." Those people heard the scream and hurried over, blocking the way to stop Peter from leaving. Hannah saw more soldiers arriving, pulled into Peter's arms, and whispered, "I'm scared." Peter tightened his arms around her, glanced at the girl, then turned to the gun in his hand. Peter reassured her softly, saying, "Kid, close your eyes and cover your ears. It will shake a little from now on." Hannah obeyed and quickly covered her ears. Peter then ran toward the swarm of flies, kicking and punching to fight them off. They hadn't even had a chance to use their knives or touch Peter before being sprayed with blood. As Peter stood firm on the floor, a female voice called out, "Peter Sr." Peter saw the person approaching, lowered Hannah, and nodded. "I'm back." The girl quickly ran over to the girl, spread her arms, and asked with a smile, "Han, are you okay?" Hannah quickly ran to her sister, shouting happily, "Nathaniel." Nathaniel hurriedly hugged the girl and looked up at Peter to report the situation. "Outside, Brother Thus and Simon are fighting. We need to join the battle. Something's happened. Datu Kan has activated the chemical weapons." Nathaniel was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Peter continued, "If this goes on, the toxic gas will spread all over the island. All the innocent people here could die." Nathaniel asked him sadly, "What should we do now?" Peter frowned and replied that they had to shut down the device producing the poison gas. Hannah disagreed upon hearing this. The girl quickly shook her head at Peter. Nathaniel also strongly opposed. She said, "That's too dangerous. What if you lose your life?" Hannah hurriedly ran to hug Peter's legs, tears in her eyes, and asked tearfully, "Will you be chit?" "You can't go. I beg you. I don't want to leave you." Peter silently looked at the girl as if he had something to think about. "Brother, we need to find a way. If we can evacuate all the villagers from the island, what do you think?" Hannah was crying loudly now, clutching Peter's uniform and sobbing. "Please don't go. If you don't go, I won't go anywhere either." Peter closed his eyes tightly, frowning as he thought of a safe solution. "All right, Senior, I will protect you at all costs." "I know what you're thinking," Hannah shouted. "No, I won't go." Hannah broke free from Nathaniel's embrace, ran to hold Peter tightly, tears in her eyes, and saying, "Dad, don't go. I'll go with you. I won't go anywhere." Peter was stunned by Hannah's words, a bit surprised that she would say that. Peter stood still, hearing Nathaniel urging him to go. "Senior brother, go now. Don't worry about Hannah." Hannah sobbed and said to Peter, "Don't go. Dad, don't go." The machinery inside was getting louder and louder. If we don't act quickly, everyone might die. Nathaniel saw that something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Prayer! Senior brother! Senior brother!" As the sound of machinery shattering and trying to activate grew louder, Hannah looked up at him and said, "I was wrong. I won't call you father anymore, so please don't go." "Uncle, I was wrong. I won't call you father anymore." Peter at this moment struggled to say 2 words. Father? He remembered the past, when he first met the little girl, and he had said this to her. "The world is colder than you think. If you want to survive, stop acting spoiled. I am not your father, so from now on, never call me that." After finishing his words, he turned and walked away, leaving the girl staring at him intently. He remembered when she was a little older, when she was with So, and every time he visited, she would avoid him, but still said this to him. "Uncle, I have a favor to ask. Please don't get hurt. You're always getting hurt." The girl handed him the paper flowers she folded herself, along with a handwritten letter, and softly said, "So said this is for someone important. Uncle, I learned Korean because I want to write a letter to you.
Even though you are still my uncle to me, today I really want to give you this because today is Father's Day.
She shouted, "Senior, wake up. What's wrong with you?" and looked at Peter saying, "If we stay here, everything will be over." "Hannah, I will protect you at all costs, so please go quickly." She took Hannah's hand, pursed her lips, and whispered, "There's no other way. Hurry up." Nathaniel sincerely told Peter that only by doing this could he and his daughter survive. Hannah struggled in Nathaniel's arms, calling out twice, "Dad!" Hannah broke free from Nathaniel, ran to Peter, sat down heavily, tears and snot streaming down her face, and said, "Don't go, Uncle." Peter closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past when they parted during the snowy night, and he truly felt a bit reluctant to say goodbye to her.
He let out a sigh, knelt down, and looked at the girl, saying, "Kid, go ahead and wait for me. I'll be right there." He took her hands briefly, then let go, without hesitation stepping into the place where the machines were beeping loudly.
Hannah cried out in tears behind him, clinging to Nathaniel's embrace. She must be very scared that something bad might happen to him. Peter quickly moved inside, carefully thinking to himself, "I don't have time. The gas detector isn't decreasing. If this keeps up, everything will be lost." Peter quickly moved toward the machine, covering his face with a cloth that only left his eyes exposed to prevent chemicals from getting in, and as he was trying to lock it up, Someone ran in. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Peter, senior brother, I've come. Sorry for being late." He approached Peter, raising his knife, coldly looking at Peter, and said, "Senior brother, I will help you." The machine quickly shut down the chemical release. Peter looked at the newcomer and asked, "Why did you do that?" The man didn't seem to understand and asked Peter again. "What are you talking about?" Peter continued, "The ones who kidnapped the child in that dark-tinted car are really lucky. I don't know how such a small vegetable could fit into that car." He sighed and said seriously, "I knew there were many people on that vehicle." "Judas, what is the reason?" Peter asked. "Why did you corner the girl?" "In this matter, brother Peter, you are always blocking my way." After saying that, he pushed the door open, entered, and approached Peter. "Are you blocking the door? That's the whole reason you cornered the girl." Judas put his hands in his pockets, frowning as he replied, "I initially just wanted to be like my brother, but becoming like him has somehow become a heavy chain." Judas recalls when he was young, they pointed at him, talked behind his back, comparing him to Peter, saying that guy just copies his techniques. Peter was always like that, yet they kept gossiping about him, just because he was lucky enough to become an apostle. Does he think he's Peter now? "When I thought I would become like you, they compared me to my senior and belittled me. They even spat bitter words at Judas. If you were brother Peter, you would surely try to save me. They didn't hesitate to point directly at your face, criticizing you just because you became an apostle and thought everyone could be Peter. Are you trying to keep up with Peter's shadow? You're just a copy of Peter." Judas pulls out a gas mask, still speaking despite my efforts to stop him, knowing there's always a Peter blocking my way. He puts it on and stares intently at Peter as he continues. "So when will I be recognized? How can I get off this stage?" Judas sneered, answering himself, "There's only one answer. Defeat Peter and it's over." Your hand holding two knives points at Peter and declares, "Victory for Vin Kwang will be yours. Judas will take that seat." Peter pulls out his own whip and bitterly says, "I didn't understand your feelings, but I heard you clearly." Your clever reasoning. Judas assumes his stance and rushes toward Peter. They fought fiercely, exchanging blows back and forth. Judas strikes fiercely, as if he has been holding back for a long time. After a while, both of them understand and step back. Judas, panting heavily, thought to himself, "Peter, I have no other choice." Judas scratched his head and called out, "If Peter is the greatest apostle, I thought that even without breathing, you would still fight well." It turns out Peter is just a human after all. Peter glances and thinks to himself. Judas said, "If you breathe this air, you'll die immediately. If you use force, breathing will definitely become difficult. Just a small mistake and the air will come into direct contact with the old man." He recalls the fight just now with Judas, purses his lips and thinks to himself, Judas is indeed quick and precise. Judas smirked and asked, "How do you see this?" No sooner did Judas finish speaking than he appeared right behind Peter instantly. He laughed out loud, saying, "I'm very fast, right?" Peter quickly turned around to defend himself, secretly assessing Judas. "It's not that simple. Judas is much faster than I expected," Judas thought to himself. "Peter, is he mocking me?" So far, Judas has only made decisive moves towards Peter once, but Peter has managed to avoid them. Judas frowned and thought to himself, still avoiding all my attacks without moving. Judas immediately launched a series of attacks, but they were all blocked by Peter. He licks his lips and thinks, but if he gets closer, the counterattack will be very sharp. In that case, Judas jumps back to extend the distance from Peter. He quickly disappeared into thin air. Peter was a bit panicked and glanced around. Peter pursed his lips, thinking to himself, he's disappeared. What is he planning to do? The air is too thick to see through. Suddenly, his eyes noticed multiple objects being thrown at him, one after another. Peter quickly dodged. He quickly understood Judas's intention. Peter thought to himself, Judas had planned this all along, not to hurt me, but to make me move and force me to breathe. Judas reappeared beside Peter, smiling as he asked, "Senior brother, how long will that piece of cloth last?" Peter heard a sound coming from his right and quickly raised his hand to block. Judas chuckled softly and whispered, "To the right? No, it's actually to the left." Peter quickly dodged that move. He struggled to think. This was tough. He was creating a favorable position for himself. How could he deal with this guy? Judas, while attacking, taunts Peter, trying to catch his breath and worried about everything, probably feeling very confused inside. He quickly adds, "Senior brother will die for Hannah, even if he's an apostle. In the end, he's just a human. I am not swayed by personal feelings because I will become a perfect being." He finished speaking and lunged toward Peter. "Judas, you have quite an impressive talent. Among many candidates, you are definitely the best of the bunch." He continued, running 100 meters in 9 seconds, destroying obstacles with precision, passing obstacle courses with perfect scores, fluent in 5 languages, able to recall scenery after just one glance, and even his response skills in dangerous situations are all flawless. Judas recalled Gabriel's earlier words, "You really have an incredible talent. This child's talent is undeniable." Gabriel turned to look at Peter and said, "Be a once-in-a-millennium genius. Take good care of him, Peter." Peter quickly obeyed and nodded. "Yes, Father." Gabriel, now satisfied, said, "Very good." Judas couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Peter, "You and Father Gabriel both acknowledge me. In this world, I was born, but even my parents didn't recognize me." But Judas's hands holding the knife suddenly trembled violently, and he choked out, "I just wanted to be recognized in the end."
So what did I do wrong?
If it weren't for you, I would have become Peter already. He immediately rushed toward Peter as soon as he finished speaking. Peter remained in his original position and suddenly spoke, "Go ahead." Judas paused in confusion, then heard Peter continue. "I tell you to become Peter, but remember this. The desire for trivial recognition will turn you into this." Judas trembled as he listened to Peter. Peter boldly exclaimed, "The loser!" Judas immediately shouted, shoving his hand over his mouth. "It seems Peter's words earlier touched on your weakness." Judas lost control, raising his weapon towards Peter, smiling angrily and saying, "Right here, right now, let's end all grudges. I will prove that I am the best." Judas laughed loudly and said, "I have waited 15 years for this moment." Suddenly, a white cloud of smoke brushed past his face. Judas stopped in his tracks, thinking to himself, "What is this?" Peter in front of him spoke again. "As an apostle, I couldn't lead you on the right path. My responsibility is great." Judas didn't want to listen anymore and charged at Peter to kill him, shouting, "Shut up!" Peter swung his hand and punched him directly without hesitation. Judas lost his balance and stepped back, biting his lip and thinking to himself, "Damn it, I accidentally got closer again." Judas quietly judged Peter, thinking he deliberately wanted to provoke him into attacking. While Judas was pondering, Peter charged forward and repeatedly punched him in the face. You remain unshaken and speak to teach him a lesson. Losing your composure and humility is exactly why you can never be the leader. Judas was beaten badly, crashing into the wall behind him, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably, and he muttered, "The leader? No, I am a once-in-a-millennium existence." Peter stood still, raising his hand to look at Judas, raising an eyebrow and speaking. "My holding my breath means I've been waiting." Judas seemed to realize something, grinding his teeth and thinking to himself, "Damn it." On the other side, the secretary couldn't hold back and asked, "Father Gabriel, will Peter be okay? Because I heard that Lacandia is a very cruel place, I feel worried." Gabriel looked down through the window and faintly smiled as he continued, worried, "Father thinks this way." He approaches the globe and softly says, "If in a world with 5 billion people and a war breaks out where they are forced to kill each other, then only one person would survive, and that would be Peter." In that room, Judas was now sweating profusely, silently thinking that holding his breath meant waiting for the right moment to strike. That moment is now. Judas, stunned, looked at Peter, who now seemed to be regaining his strength, unmatched by anyone. Peter charged at Judas, not with a weapon, but using his hands to take him down. Judas struggles to fight back, secretly thinking he can't keep up at all. Peter keeps landing blow after blow to his face, pushing him to the brink. Judas gasped for breath, struggling to fight back, thinking to himself, "No, this can't be. I am a genius. I cannot be defeated." Judas has been completely overpowered by Peter, left only able to lie exhausted on the floor, unable to breathe. Peter stood a short distance away and said to Judas, "Judas, be reborn as a good person in a better situation next life." After saying that, Peter rushed toward Judas, aiming to stab him. Before he could strike, Peter remembered Judas's previous words. "My dream is to be just like brother Peter. I will follow in the footsteps of my senior brother. I want to accompany Peter." Peter pursed his lips, pushed the knife in his hand aside, and stabbed it straight into the wall. Peter looked Judas straight in the eyes and said seriously, "From now on, Gene, you are stripped of your apostleship and permanently expelled from glory." Peter then snatched the necklace from his neck and continued, "From now on, do not reveal yourself anywhere in this world. Live as if you are dead." After speaking, Peter turned and left the room without looking back. Judas lay sprawled on the floor, recalling Gabriel's earlier words. "Judas, always keep a humble heart. Do not be intoxicated by your own brilliance. If you do not know how high the sky is, that is the limit of human ability." The scene flashes by quickly on both sides as Peter runs at an incredible speed. He was running while thinking, "I have stopped the chemical weapons launched by Lacandia. The remaining gas will disperse into the air and dilute gradually. Now, it's best to stay as far away from the toxic fumes as possible." He contacts Nathaniel via radio. How are things on their side? A scream of desperation responded to Peter. "Help me!" In another place, there is a chaotic escape scene with loud screams. Everyone run quickly. "That cloud is killing people. Grandma, this way, it hurts so much." "Mom, come over here quickly. Are you okay?" "I'll go first. Save me." Nathaniel responded while adjusting his dress and directing the villagers to escape the danger. "Senior brother, everyone is heading toward the sea. Just 1 more kilometer and we will reach the hiding spot. Run quickly toward the coast and don't stop." Nathaniel is quietly assessing the situation. The Lacandia group is no longer in sight, and the poison gas will dissipate once it arrives. She reminds him to hurry up with the arrangements and come here. She spoke, but a loud noise suddenly interrupted her. Not only Nathaniel, but also Peter on the other end of the line was equally stunned by the sound. He shouted out loud, "Nathaniel, what is happening?" "Nathaniel, answer me." The child being carried on the other end of the line was shot in the back. The bullet was fired by someone hiding behind a large tree in the distance. On this side, Peter could only call her name in despair. "Nathaniel, Nathaniel." On the other side, she put the child down on her back and quickly tore a piece of fabric from her dress as she kept calling out, "Hannah." Nathaniel quickly bandaged the wound while constantly reassuring her. "Hannah will be fine. The volunteers from Vin Quang Orphanage are almost here too. Our strong Hannah will wait, right? Our Hannah is back and will enjoy a delicious meal with me. Think of the dish you want to eat, because it's so hot here. Maybe we can make some cool fruit tea to enjoy. The little girl struggled to open her eyes. Her grandmother muttered anxiously. You need to stop the bleeding immediately. Luckily, the wound didn't hit the heart, but the bullet went through the body. The little girl whimpered softly. Sis, I feel so hot. Nathana kept talking loudly to the girl. Hannah, don't look down. Just look into my eyes. I will go get water right now. Be strong, Hannah. Is that okay? I'll be back right away. Just wait a moment. She quickly rummages through everything around. No saline solution. At least you should dilute regular salt water. After all, where is the salt? The salt is here. As soon as she found the bag of salt, she placed a bucket of water on the table, but her anxious thoughts kept racing through her mind. Will this water be usable? What about the lime content? No, now is not the time to worry about that. You need to prepare a 0.9% saline solution at a ratio of 1/0.009. Even though I don't have a moment to rest, Nathanael tries to find time to talk with the girl. Hannah, are you okay? I'll be there soon. Just wait a little longer. Hearing no response, she was a bit stunned and called out again. Hannah! Nathanael looked at the scene before her and tremblingly called out again. Hannah. She fell silent, seeing the girl with a pale face, life slowly fading from her body. Blood had soaked the floor beneath Hannah's back earlier. She shouted, No! Open your eyes. Please, wake up Hannah, Hannah. Nathana hugs the girl's body tightly and almost screams, No, I can't stop the bleeding. She has lost too much blood. If this continues, she won't survive. She couldn't hold back her tears of regret and remorse. Hannah, I'm sorry. If I hadn't separated you from Brother Peter, this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault. She suddenly remembered. Oh, blood type. Nathana quickly laid Hannah on the floor and rushed out of the house. Zim, Simon have type O blood. Hannah, wait for me. At this moment, a wave of dizziness hit, and Nathana fell painfully. She remembered the image of Hannah being shot while lying on her back. It wasn't until this moment that she realized she had also been shot. Her blood flowed from the room all the way to where she fell. A gust of wind swept through. Peter has arrived at the spot where Nathaniel fell. Seeing her lying in a pool of blood, he shouted Nathaniel in panic. He turned her over and asked, Nathaniel, wake up, are you okay? Where is the child? The weak woman replied to him. Hannah is still in there. She lost too much blood. It's all my fault. He interrupted and reassured her. Stay calm and say nothing. Peter made up his mind. He stood up and ran into the house, but still didn't forget to give instructions. Nathaniel, don't move. Hold the wound tight. But before you can reach Hannah, a loud noise suddenly erupts. He trembles in fear, wondering if this sound could be. The blazing red flames burst forth, illuminating Nathaniel's terrified face lying on the ground. The explosion was so powerful it knocked Peter, who was about to run into the house, away. Nathaniel watched the scene in shock and silence. Peter was thrown far away by the force of the explosion. After a moment, Nathaniel regained his senses and shouted, No! Peter quickly drops to the ground and rushes into the flames. A person running from the side rushes to block him from rushing into danger, while a group quickly restrains his limbs to stop him from risking his life to save the child. Peter could only watch helplessly as the flames blazed before him. Those flames seemed to carry him back to a clear sky day when the sun shone brightly and warmly.
It was September 1990 at Vin Quang Orphanage when a young man was dozing under a large old tree. A hurried voice rang out.
He hurried over to the owner of the voice and anxiously said, Brother, it's serious. Nathaniel has disappeared. Thus sat up suddenly. What do you mean? Nathaniel isn't a kid anymore? Maybe she just went out for a bit? Seeing that Thus didn't believe him, he angrily held out the letter in his hand. This is so frustrating. She left this letter and disappeared. Thus looked at the letter in confusion. What is this? You start reading the contents of that letter, my respected senior brothers and teachers. When everyone reads these lines, I probably won't be here anymore. If I disappear without leaving a word, everyone will surely search everywhere. So I left a few words behind. It's been months since Hannah's accident, but from that day to today, I still think of Hannah. Reading this, Thus helplessly exclaimed, No, Nathaniel didn't do anything wrong. Why does she have to suffer like this? Hannah's situation was just an accident. And as time gradually covered my memories, there came a moment when I started to believe this was a tragedy beyond my control. And so I chose to run away because I was afraid that if I kept going, I would become an even worse person. I no longer have the courage to face this feeling of guilt. Moreover, I care more about Brother Peter than myself, so please pay more attention to him. So he observes and then speaks. Isn't Nathaniel misunderstanding something important? The long-haired guy spoke. Peter. He watched Peter happily helping others. Inside the house, a child is hugging his leg tightly and happily shouting, I caught you, and I think you might be doing better than she thought. A bored child sitting in the room then asks, Sister, can I go outside to play? The nun gently smiled in response and approached the boy to start a conversation. Mr. Peter must be very busy, but he's always so shy when he visits. However, lately he's been coming more often. The children really like it. The polite guest replied, I didn't do anything. Just call me whenever you need. Thus, I feel a bit of admiration. That Peter guy is really resilient. If it were me, I probably still wouldn't have recovered by now. The long-haired guy also agrees. That's right, seeing him get through everything so quickly is really impressive. Thus, repeats the story. But still, that was a bit too much, wasn't it? The child, who always saw me as his father, ended up like this. As I was leaving, I remembered seeing something in the senior brother's room earlier, and I couldn't help but be amazed. She entered the room and asked, "What is the senior brother doing? Isn't he supposed to be on his next mission?" "Yes, I need to get ready." Peter dressed neatly and said goodbye. "I'm leaving now. Nathaniel, take care and be careful not to get hurt." Nathaniel was about to leave when a notebook fell from the table. He took 3 steps closer to examine the notebook. This is Nathaniel recalling past memories. Although he knew his senior brother always kept that book close, for some reason driven by curiosity, he unconsciously opened it to look. She was a bit surprised to see what was inside, a tiny footprint printed on the white page. It reminded her of the past. Nathaniel, holding those tiny feet, exclaimed, "So adorable, your little feet are tiny and incredibly cute." She turned to call Peter. "Try looking too, it's absolutely adorable." He pretends not to care. "Nothing has changed since back then. My feet and yours were exactly the same." Nathana is at a loss for words, truly moved, yet suddenly ruining the atmosphere. Peter gently presses the tiny foot onto the paper and whispers, "Such a small foot." He quietly comments to himself, "I've never seen a foot so small. This baby is not even a year old, but already this big." I tell myself, maybe I should try recording how quickly you'll grow up. He glanced at the small child in his arms. I shouldn't have done that. It should be fine, right? He felt a bit guilty. It's just a simple record. Nathaniel was very surprised when he read his diary entries. She couldn't contain her curiosity and kept reading. Lately, everything still seemed just like before. Strangely enough, I just can't focus on my task. The words seem to reveal his inner thoughts. I keep thinking that my meeting with this child was some kind of divine plan or perhaps fate. Sometimes the image of the sleeping baby suddenly appears in my mind. Has the baby been changed yet? Is he hungry or just uncomfortable somewhere and crying? I now serve as the sword of the Glory Cathedral and a sword of this nation. That thought keeps circling in my mind all day. I shouldn't do this. For us, family is just an illusion that cannot be grasped, so the place we should look toward is not this one. Peter made a decision and walked away. Don't give your feelings to anyone. The image of the child keeps flickering before my eyes. Nathaniel continued flipping through the pages filled with his feelings. Peter had firmly told the girl, "I am not the child's father." But deep down, I also have my doubts. Is that really the best thing to do? I remember that after those harsh words, I left, but I couldn't really stop caring. I should have comforted her with gentler words. That innocence is deeply etched in his mind. The child's face watching my back then weighed heavily on his heart all night. Nathaniel was truly surprised when he read those heartfelt words of his. In a flash of memory, he saw Peter pick up the old newspaper and immediately stopped him. "Sir, Peter, that newspaper has been out of date for a long time. I have some urgent matters to attend to. May I take it with me?" The girl from back then has grown a bit now, and I can't help but think what a child could possibly know about life. Always worrying about illusions and trivial things, yet talking about money as if it were a big deal. It's funny. When she grows up, she'll probably be ashamed of herself. Still, somewhere deep inside, I suppose I am better off than a fool like me, a person who still doesn't understand the true value of money. Nathaniel is a fool. When she heard her name, she exclaimed, "What?" The journal entries keep going. I said children forget quickly, but she kept insisting otherwise. So I proved to her that the child was actually living quite well before, wasn't he? Even when she saw it with her own eyes and still didn't believe, Nathaniel really is a fool. But after learning more, I understand that children forgetting memories is normal, especially what happened before the age of 3. That child is at least 5 years old, so she shouldn't forget her life before that, right? I didn't know it wasn't my business before, so I didn't pay attention. But now I remember that girl. Nathana's eyes widened in shock. The old woman was speechless, only able to keep her mouth shut, but she couldn't hold back her words. "No way, Brother Peter." In that memory, Hannah was studying with Sister. The nun explained to the girl that this word means gratitude. It refers to the feelings or help that someone gives you. The girl smiled, and this sense of gratitude is very meaningful. Even though Peter was talking to another nun, he unconsciously paid attention to the girl. In the dimly lit room, Peter continued to pour his feelings into his diary. Although people say that everyone is born with nothing in hand, Nathaniel felt a bit stunned as he continued reading those passionate journal entries. Peter wrote, "Just like my personality was shaped by this very name, Peter. The strokes I am slowly writing now each represent a determination to shape that child into someone strong, helping him walk forward with resilience. I don't know if I deserve the love of that child, but even though I told myself not to forget him, I have blamed myself many times for what I have done." She couldn't hold back her tears and broke down crying when reading about the hopes for the child's future and Peter's as well. "If I didn't do this, I feel I would regret it for the rest of my life." In the small wooden house, the 7 Dias group shouted and rushed in. "Hey, Peter." They were a bit surprised to see the situation before their eyes. And in that diary, Peter wrote down his vow. "Just this once. If you allow it, I ask to take on this responsibility with all my seriousness and carry it for a lifetime.
But that DS group froze when they saw Peter curled up on the bed. The diary that Nathaniel read did not stop before Hannah left this world, nor did Peter's self-reflections after that unfortunate event. Because I am a cold and flawed person who doesn't know how to live to please anyone. I don't know if this heart can reach your soul. I only hope that you will feel satisfied and forgive what I am trying to atone for. Although it was too late, Peter curled up on the bed in the dark room, his whole body trembling as if crying. He remembered Hannah's face when she said, "This act of kindness is very beautiful." At that moment, he smiled kindly at the girl, but she didn't see it. He wrote kind words in his diary from the bottom of his heart, blessing her. Hannah in a romantic garden below the basement, Simong is extremely surprised. He says, "No, why didn't you tell me about something so important?" "Oh, so none of this really matters anymore. You mean all of this was caused by that damn Judas, right? I will cut his head off immediately." Nathaniel remained silent. Then suddenly the ceiling shook violently, and a voice echoed down. "Brothers and sisters, I know you're hiding somewhere around here." Judas taunts, "You think I won't be able to find you? I have my own way if you still refuse to show yourselves." Around him, the monks were tied up and kneeling in disarray. Judas threatens, "From now on, I will take one person's life every 10 minutes. The people in this temple must die before you appear." He confidently spoke into the microphone. "If you want to meet them, come to the cloud bridge behind the mountain. Only Brother Peter will be there." Nathaniel hurriedly tried to stop him. "No, that's a trap. What am I supposed to do now?" Peter frowned, then calmly spoke. "Anyway, let's end this long-standing cursed relationship." Judas communicates through the microphone to inform Peter. 1, 2, 3. "Where are the sisters and brothers?" He sneered and continued. "I know you're hiding around here. Call me stupid, but I have no choice because that's all I've learned." He glanced at the surrounding monks he had restrained and spoke with satisfaction. "Creatures in this temple die every 10 minutes. There is only one way." Judas calmly continued. "If you want to save them, go to the cloud bridge behind the mountain. Only Brother Peter can do it." On the other side, after hearing Judas say this, Nathaniel quickly stepped forward to reassure Peter. "Senior brother, you must stay calm and think carefully. He's just plotting something, and if he sees your face, it will be even more dangerous." "Nate, he already wants to find me like that, so shouldn't I go and ask him a little?" But Peter tilted his head slightly and said seriously, "If he cares so much about asking for me, he must be prepared to face the consequences." At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and Simon turned to speak to her. Nathaniel immediately understood and responded. "Simong, you think the same way, right? Go ahead. Even if I tell you not to go, you'll go anyway." Simon nodded and said, "You understand me well." Simong quickly grabbed his sword, stepped up to stand beside Peter, exhaled deeply, and said, "Senior brother, I will go rescue the hostage. Be careful. I don't know what he might do." Peter quickly threw on a coat and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Quite curious." On the other side of the pagoda, a battle was taking place, and a man with a covered hat was knocked several meters away, unable to get up. That Levin guy slowly approached, smiling strangely and saying, "I heard you were an agent back in Vin Quang, so I had some expectations." But then he drew the long sword from his hand and continued, "Actually, there's nothing special about it, right?" The man lying on the ground clenched his lips, thinking to himself, "No way, I've never lost anyone in speed," but his movements are completely invisible. Even the other person stared intently at Levin's movements, secretly worried that he was moving faster and faster. The boy gritted his teeth, urging himself on, feeling that something was wrong. "I have to stay away from everyone here." Saying that, he used all his strength to escape, leaving Levin alone in the space. Damn it, they say that just a light touch of the clothes is enough to be fate. So this must be fate then, right? Judas still doesn't realize the visitor is Peter, waves dismissively and says, "But I didn't call you here. Go back inside and bring old Peter here." The masked man quickly replied, "Unfortunately, that old man can't come anywhere." Judas asked, somewhat confused. "What?" The man lowered his mask and calmly continued, "And it's a pity the one you called is actually me." Judas was so shocked he couldn't speak for a moment, wondering in disbelief. "Peter, no way. Does Peter have children?" Judas then calmed himself, frowning in thought, not knowing what was happening, but deciding to stay calm first. He looked at Peter and asked, "Who are you? Why does that person look like they did when they were young?" Peter smiled and replied, "You probably won't believe anything I say." "Judah, we first met in Lahadia, right?" Peter repeats his innocent earlier words. "Your dream is to become like me, isn't it?" he said casually. "That kid always says that out of habit, and now he's become such an outstanding criminal." Judas was utterly stunned, his mouth curling into a smile as he said, "I can't believe it." Judas recalled why he couldn't find Peter's whereabouts and now had an answer for himself. He looked up at Peter and said, "Even though I found all of Vin Quang's people and left many traces of Peter, is this the reason I couldn't find you?" Judas slowly drew 2 knives from his sleeves and coldly continued, unable to believe that someone with a dying body could defeat the apostles. Though he didn't understand why, it didn't matter. Today, at last, he would meet his destined fate. Peter slowly stepped forward, shook his head, and replied, "Everything is fine, but maybe we should let go of this thing called fate between us." "Come here quickly," Judas shouted angrily at Peter. "Come here quickly. Peter, that gong gun has already run quite far away.
his stomach torn open and bleeding profusely. Nathaniel saw the approaching person and immediately shouted, "Tom, not Yong-gun. Why didn't he run away and instead stay here?" Nathaniel hurried out of the cave and looked at him while speaking. "Gelgun, come here quickly. Over here." Gelgun looked up and saw Nathaniel had run out of the cave and shouted loudly. Nathaniel opening the door like this is very dangerous. He used all his strength to order her to close it quickly. Nathaniel couldn't abandon his teammate, so he shouted loudly at Gigi, "Stop talking! Go in now! Hurry up!" Then a knife was stabbed directly into Gun's bleeding wound, causing him to collapse in agony. Before Nathaniel could fully recover from his shock, a voice spoke behind Gun. "Maybe because you've lived in the mountains too long, your vigilance has weakened a lot. Why didn't you think of this simple plan?" Livianu smiled proudly and said, "I deliberately let you out, you idiot." That guy leans forward arrogantly, raises an eyebrow, and greets Nathaniel. Former apostle Nathaniel finally meets her, and he's made her wait too long. Nathaniel stepped forward to support Gelgun and glanced at the people ahead before saying, "I can go with you, but please let these people survive." "Why should I take her with me, Nathaniel? After all, everyone here is going to die anyway." He hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice echoing in his ear. Glory or Vin Quang? "What? Both of you, if you attack here, you will all die." Nathaniel shouted to the two newcomers. "Hi, damn one. Get out of here. Staying here will be very dangerous." Maybe this battle isn't so bad after all, huh? Suddenly, the two you remembered Nathaniel's words earlier. "The place where I will be buried will never change." The two Yuan smiled faintly and confidently said, "We will be buried together." Nathaniel, quickly lead Gun inside. We will handle them and follow behind. As soon as Damn Gun finished speaking, his eyes met the two Yuan, and both seemed to share the same thought. Even though he said that, doing it wouldn't be easy at all. They are all very strong, especially the one in the middle. He's no ordinary opponent. Levin brandished his weapon in front of him and said with a grin, "Do you understand now? They are the seniors, so take good care of them. This is a life and death battle, so be careful." As he finished speaking, the large-bodied men behind charged forward like predators, their bodies swelling as they approached. "You have lived too long. Today will be the day you all die." Ha Yuan and Dam Quan quickly counterattacked, coordinating their forces to fight against them. Ha Yuan slightly furrowed his brow, assessing that they were indeed formidable, but he then smiled faintly, thinking to himself that with enemies like these, they could handle them. Ha Yuan drew his weapon, intending to attack from behind those guys, moving very slowly. But unfortunately, Levin saw through his plan. He sneered and said, "These fools." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and kicked two Yuan away, crashing into the nearby rock. "What?" "Two." In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside Damgo, speaking softly in a whisper. In fact, humans are very genuine. Even if they hide their facial expressions, their body language cannot be concealed. After saying that, he grabbed Damji's face with one hand and raised the other to strike him again. He continued, "So what will you do to handle this situation?" He then threw a punch that sent Damworld flying far away. Levin landed on the spot, scratched his head and sighed, saying, "No matter how hard I try, I can't keep the honor of the seniors. The glorious seniors are so boring." Two Yuan trembled and lay flat on the ground, looking up at the man. It's hard to believe. He must be too strong. This isn't human speed. Are there really so many people dressed like that in glory? Levin turned around, licked his pill, activated his power, and stared at the two Yuan on the ground with wide eyes, angrily asking, "Why are you elders so surprised?" The two Yuan were stunned, silently thinking, "We have failed." Levin then seemed to be recharged with energy, growing louder like a different person, laughing loudly and saying, "The world has changed a lot, senior brothers." Then he turned to give orders to his followers. "Bring that old woman out here." The group quickly obeyed and went deeper into the cave. Following orders. Levin felt the veins and power in his body igniting together like a blazing fire. He greedily wanted to swallow more pills, truly beyond imagination. He thought to himself happily, "I am so powerful that it's unbelievable. If I keep using this, I am no different from an apostle." Seeing his subordinates still haven't come out, he grew suspicious. "Why haven't you come out yet? Do I still have to let myself go after all?" Levin hadn't even taken a step before feeling a heaviness beneath him. When he bent down, he saw two Yuan dragging themselves over and holding his legs tightly. The two Yuan struggled to speak, saying, "We won't let you go. We're not finished yet." Levin nodded, drew his sword, and replied calmly, "Yes, if that is the senior's wish, I will fulfill it." Suddenly, a scream echoed from inside the cave, drawing Levin's attention. Levin was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Then he saw his followers being beaten and thrown out of the cave. He frowned and stared at them, asking, "What's going on? How is the old man? Why are you guys?" One of them, trembling all over, still answered, "Lord Levin inside has a monster." "What kind of monster is that? What can that old man do?" The voice comes again from inside the cave. "I slept too long and now I feel numb all over. Where am I? How long have I been asleep?" Levin immediately threw his sword into the cave. Instead, the sword was blocked by someone. Levin was stunned, thinking impossible. What was thrown out faster than a bullet, something no human could stop. That guy quickly stepped out of the cave, loudly shouting innocently, Someone dropped this yawn. Levin stared in shock, surprised by the person standing in front of him, something he couldn't believe. He looked at the man smirking in front of him, confused. Clearly the one wielding the staff just yawning and standing calmly without a hint of fear. Oops! Levin looked straight into his face and finally realized that the person he was about to face was the envoy. Thus, he gently smiled and greeted his opponent. Hello there, and I'm leaving. He looked at the person standing tall before him, still unable to believe it, and thought to himself, wasn't he already dead? No. Even if he's alive, based on the information he heard, he should be in critical condition by now. Suddenly, Nathaniel ran out in panic, worried about him. Tadius, don't move. You're not fully recovered yet. Who are you? Did you heal me, right? I'm trying to remember, but I still can't recall who you are. Have we really never met before? I feel like I know you well. Nathaniel didn't care about that and was panicking, eager to pull you away immediately. That matter isn't important right now. Hurry inside. I'll handle everything here. Levin finally understood everything he had witnessed and spoke up, realizing that I was scared earlier and didn't recognize you. He mocks, thus now. So the apostle thus is ultimately just a human after all. Even though he hides his expression on his face, Tedious looks at you calmly. But with such serious wounds on his body, you can't hide the injuries, right? But at this moment, thus spoke up, leaving him unsure how to respond. Who was that brother with the swallow-shaped eyebrows? He knew you had completely lost your memory, so he subtly included a warning in his introduction. Since it was your first time meeting, you might not have recognized it, so remember it until the very end. At this moment, Levin swiftly charges forward with his sword, confidently announcing that he will succeed thus as the next apostle. But when he attacked, Tedious simply leaned back lightly to dodge the strike. Levin, seeing this, also felt a bit excited and laughed, thinking, Tedious the apostle truly surpasses human limits with his speed, but I have also gone beyond human limits by injecting that. While that Dias was not paying attention, I circled around behind him with a plan to attack. To be precise, I am a superhuman. Levin was determined, his eyes focused as he advanced and attacked faster. In just a second, the area exploded, shocking everyone and prompting them to praise Levin's actions. Lord Levin is truly amazing. Your speed is so fast that even I can't keep up. Absolutely incredible. But at this moment, Levin, with a leaf flying past without even blinking in amazement, calmly reached out and grabbed the sword with his bare hand, asking, how can it be so fast? Huh? You dare mock me? Fine. Immediately after, he went crazy and gulped down all the medicine, determined to chew it thoroughly and swallow it all. So seeing him go crazy like that, I can't help but warn him. Although I don't know what it is, it seems like my brother is using something dangerous. Even if he does that, my brother won't be able to do anything to me. He was provoked and filled with murderous intent by the taunting words. Hans's elder brother saw Levin like that and understood, so he said, Lord Levin has finally reached that realm. Another person also sensed an impending great battle, completely beyond human limits. That is something no one can oppose. Just as Levin was swaggering and challenging you, Thaddeus, I will crush you now. Then at that moment, thus used his strength to punch him repeatedly. Not stopping there, Thaddeus continued to throw more punches into Levin's body. He didn't stop there, but kept throwing powerful punches at him, culminating in a rapid series of strikes that sent Levin flying hundreds of meters away. The two just praised Levin, but now seeing these punches, they are stunned and can't believe it. Nathaniel also stands nearby, shocked by Thus's power. There's no way this could be true. It really looks just like that child. The person Nathaniel mentioned is the Thunderlight martial god, thus with no difference at all. After the fight, he was so exhausted that he told Nathaniel, the body won't listen to me. Have I been sleeping more than usual lately? Nathaniel was asked suddenly and didn't quite know how to respond. How would I know about that? Thus, still excited and wanting to keep fighting, said, oh, but brother lying, there, wait a moment, I'll come and fight again. Excuse me, miss, I'm sorry, but could I have a pair of pants? She said helplessly to that Dias. You look just like my father. Meanwhile, on the other side, Judas is determined to fight to the death with Peter. All right, Master Huyen, let's end this cursed trial today. Peter heard that and simply smiled faintly without any fear in response. I agree. Without hesitation, he walked straight toward the bridge to get closer to Judas in front of him, without thinking at all. He seemed to be contemplating something as he sneered and thought, come on, just one more step and it's over. Turns out, before the confrontation, Judas had planned to set explosive devices to trap him. Just one more step and it's over. Beneath your feet are thousands of bombs. One explosion will trigger a chain reaction and you won't be able to escape. Right now, he is feigning weakness to provoke you. Come on, Peter, avenge little Hannah. You know very well it's not, right? It died because of me. I don't know what you are planning, but I am calm enough not to be swayed by your provocation. Immediately after, he charged forward swiftly, his previously cold gaze replaced by a fierce aura as he replied, because I am too old. Judas, witnessing Peter rushing forward without a hint of fear, thought to himself, it's a pity I have no intention of fighting you. Today I just want to kill you. Come quickly. B2. But as he was crossing, the bridge exploded with loud bangs and even went beyond that, yet he remained fearless. No matter where he stepped, it would blow up and kill him. Hurry up and come here. Judas watched as Peter approached the trap and smiled more confidently, thinking, good, just one more step, and you will die. Suddenly, he shifted from excitement to shock and couldn't move. It turned out that Peter didn't approach, but directly threw a dart at him, causing him to fear and think of a spear. It turns out you recognized his trap and completely avoided it by throwing a dart to cross the bridge, causing the bomb to explode successfully without any effort. Judas stood before this explosion, bewildered. How could this be? But after the explosion, he was surprised to see the desolate scene with no one around. What is it? He has disappeared. Judas also looked at the bridge with some confusion but also a bit of understanding. This bridge must not have been repaired for a long time if it was arranged so strangely. He frantically searches around in confusion. Where is he? I can't see him. Judas still stubbornly wants to imagine where Peter is. I'm sure I can picture it. Just as he was searching, Peter was descending from the sky to check in. Perhaps you've been secretly watching. He still wants to find him but can't, so he helplessly curses. Damn it. As he finished cursing, just as he wished, he flew down and delivered a deadly punch that knocked him to the ground and caused a huge explosion. Vetter also asked him, since the bomb was already placed here. Judas is now unable to move but still arrogant. Could it be that I have become weaker? You are faster and stronger than Peter I have ever known. Peter grabs his collar and threatens him. I definitely told you not to come back. Judas was determined to defeat Peter, but before he could do anything, he was hit repeatedly by him. I can't afford to lose! After punching him, Peter threw him hundreds of meters away, determined not to let him become arrogant again, even if he is badly wounded all over. Whether Judas trembles and returns with his weapon or not is my decision. Peter, filled with murderous intent, steps forward in denial. It's not about Raphael's heart, because he understands everything behind this battle. From the very beginning, Judas must have been captivated by Raphael's tongue. Judas in 2023 in Hong Kong once lamented living in a dilapidated house full of insects. Why live so miserably in a place like this? Suddenly, Raphael appears at Judas's house, making him wonder how Raphael managed to do it. He looked around this entire place with disdain. The smell now is the warrant for Peter's arrest issued by Glory. Hearing this news, he was also a bit puzzled. Peter? Why? He continues to hint secretly. Our glory is growing, and he is an obstacle to that. Judas, after hearing this, still doesn't care and turns away. So that's it. Rappel still wants to fall into corruption. Judas also kept complaining. No matter how high the reward, it's useless without one very important thing. Hearing this, Judas still showed no reaction and looked aimlessly. Finally, he suddenly struck his chest with force, determined and fiery. I mean, this doesn't have a heart, a real hatred for Peter back then, but I immediately remembered. Seeing that, he jumped onto the bed and continued convincing Judas. If we're talking about hatred for Peter, it's definitely here. Our Judas just said that, then lifted Judas's chin and wanted him to do it. My brother has been destroyed like this because of Peter, right? As long as the one who made the person you are always compared to disappear, you will rise again to the top of the Glory organization. Rapp also makes very admirable demands. Many good things will come. As long as Peter is gone, both you and I will be happy. Now Peter directly looked Judas in the face and said, you haven't changed at all. He looked at Judas with deadly intent and reminded him that judging oneself solely through others' eyes must be the time to stop. Now Peter looked at the badly wounded Judas and told him not to shame himself any further. Judas, furious at such words, clenched his teeth and his eyes turned red with rage. He suddenly snapped out of control, standing up angrily and shouting at Peter, damn it, don't look at me as if you know everything. As he finished, Judas charged forward uncontrollably, aiming his sword at the ground for a decisive clash. A blow like that caused the ground to shake, and immediately after, the bridge exploded. Only then did Judas calm down a bit and stare intently at Peter. It turns out that just after the explosion, the two are standing in front of the Gate of Death, clinging to the wooden beam of the bridge, and unexpectedly, Peter extends his arm with an offer to him. Judas, choose now! Judas, blood streaming down his face, still clinging tightly, looked unwaveringly at Peter and asked, if I take that hand, it means I have to admit my weakness. And Peter's eyes have completely changed, becoming more sorrowful than ever. But he still has one unwavering resolve and a determined look. I won't do that. As he finished that declaration of resolve, he finally let go of the iron bar and dropped down, while Judas relived a moment from his past. Actually, I knew that if I followed the natural order, mistakes wouldn't happen. I had accumulated ambitions beyond my ability, so at some point I longed for Peter's position. But no matter how hard I try, Peter is always in a place much higher than mine. I am exhausted by the difficulties and have felt it instinctively. I was determined to bring Peter down, believing that once I was at his eye level, that position would be mine someday. But I realized too late that even if I held it, I didn't have the courage to stand in that place. I'm tired. After those thoughts and memories, Judas finally let go of himself to feel relief. Peter up there also looked down with some contemplation and offered a blessing to Judas. Rest now and find peace. After Judas fell, Peter didn't leave immediately, but sighed about something. At Glory, the assistant hurriedly ran in to report to Lord Rappel. Seeing how the assistant was so anxious, he calmly asked, what's the rush? Tell me what's going on. The anxious assistant also calmed down a bit and anxiously reported, Sorry, sir, Judas's life force has been cut off.
I see. Then he turned away, showing his disgust and not wanting to hear more. I had high hopes for the Judas Circle, but in the end, it turned out like this. The assistant looked at Rapp with concern and a hint of sympathy, saying, I heard the two of you have been through hardships together since childhood, so he must be really shocked. Suddenly, Rapel spoke again, shocking the assistant. It can't be like this. The assistant, seeing this, hurriedly became anxious and immediately started searching for the body. But unexpectedly, he stood up calmly and happily. But first, I need to eat. I'm starving. Prepare a meal for me. The assistant was a bit confused upon hearing this order. Yes, Rappa also continued speaking. Make 2 portions. Then he immediately turned back with a murderous look, demanding the assistant and contacting Matthias right away. Peter quietly looked down, feeling a bit sad despite the useless thoughts. At that moment, he recalled the past when he was standing in front of a grave, with a shy little boy hiding behind a tree watching him, wishing he had cared a little more about that child. That scene continues to evoke memories. Peter looks down at the boy from years ago, now uncertain of what the future holds. The man beneath him, Judas, has been defeated, and Peter continues to watch below. Indeed, Judas ended his own suffering in a painful way, but it was also his own choice. Then, he also left, now thinking that it was all in vain. At the temple, the monks were cleaning up. Thanks to Simong's efforts, the captured monks had been rescued safely. Hey, you guys, if you survived, you should rest now. Doing all these things, does it bring any merit? The monk clasped his hands in gratitude and said, everything is thanks to the virtue of Buddha. Isn't it because of my efforts? I'm the one risking my life and suffering. The abbot could only force a reluctant smile. Oh my, the Buddha above is watching, so why do you sacrifice so nobly? I'm going back to Luonyat Island now. Seeing him complain, the monk helplessly reminds everyone it's all thanks to Simong's virtue. But he pouts. It's too late now. He still refuses to stop. If I had known, I would have let you go. The monk agreed. Isn't it thanks to Simong that we are still alive? He shouted, even Buddha cannot do anything about my temper. Simong cannot accumulate merit. What should I do? Could it be that I haven't trained enough? The monk asked, so why don't you join us in cultivation to reach nirvana? Simong pouted and replied, forget it, just leave me alone. Peace has returned to Bihien Pagoda. Out at sea, a luxury cruise is speeding across the waves. Suddenly, a girl's voice. Hey, it's Johan and Matthew. He's steering the boat. Marta shouts, can't you see? Let go of my hand. She sighed. You're a great driver, but hey. As he spoke, he touched his chest. The young man you mentioned last time, can I introduce him to you? Johan's entire body was wrapped up by her before he knew it. He's very charming. He sighed in frustration. Damn it, Matthew, she asked with amusement. I wonder what kind of women he likes. Johan replied, that young man belongs to me. He still kept ignoring her flirting. Oh, really? I have a good feeling about this, she asked back. You two aren't that kind of relationship, are you? He said sharply. Get down now. Damn it. The yacht glides quickly over the waves. Oh my God. Am I being too harsh on a young lady? Do you really like that young man? He loudly denied it. It's not that she enjoyed it. Hey, that seems right, but it's not true. They keep going. You really hate me, don't you? No, that's not it. Tonight at the temple, one of them said they were preparing a lavish feast. Simong is excited. Oh my, is it okay to eat like this in the temple? The monk replied, all of it is a merit of Buddha. Simong said, if the monks are punished by Buddha, I wouldn't know. Wow. In front of Law, there's a table full of delicious dishes, all of which are traditional temple foods. Nathaniel sighs and comments. X-Mong's character hasn't changed at all. It's always been like this. I told you, no complaining. X-Mong forces a smile. It's just a joke, sis. No one is helping at all, so don't eat it all. Peter turned to apologize to her. Sorry, Nathaniel. It seems this place has been discovered by Glory and she's in trouble. She said no. But anyway, Glory will find me eventually. And don't worry, there are many temples where you can hide. X-Mong laughs loudly, putting his arms around 2 monks. Today is a happy day. Don't make it too heavy. Everyone, smile now. Smile. Haha, they can only laugh awkwardly and be speechless at your over-the-top behavior. Seeing everyone's indifferent reactions, Simong justifies himself. Well, ever since I lost an arm, my sense of humor has diminished. Hearing that, Nathana quickly replied, there was never any humor to begin with. He showed a pitiful expression, eyes welling up with tears. Is there really no one on my side? Suddenly, the red-haired thus opened the door. What's that smell? It really is a lavish feast. You're joking around. Oh my, can we actually eat these dishes in the temple? You've prepared a whole bunch of meat to welcome me after hibernation? Just a quick glance and I'm curious. Is there no gratitude for Hannah here? Simong cheerfully welcomes you. That's right, that's right. You also thought of my grandson, didn't you? So I answered, of course. Uncle Simon, he asked again. Do you know why? You answer, of course I don't know, but I feel the same way as Uncle Simon. Peter interrupted. Weren't you the ones who risked your lives fighting a few days ago? Tedious wants to try something else, but Mrs. Nathana forbids it. No way. Inoch, you haven't recovered yet. You have to eat porridge to recover your strength. You're so sad, it makes me so sad too.
This is the rare meal where the whole family gathers together and eats without stuffing their mouths. I've been wondering why all this time. Looking at the monks and nuns who are as stiff as wooden blocks, even the inner monk is curious. Is that really true? Why is it like that? He asked innocently. Is there a way of practicing like a piece of wood? They said this place actually is. Looking at all 4 of them in front of me, they are all apostles. So why would that be? Just think of this as my home. They said this is actually my house. Keep eating that dish. Don't be shy. Just enjoy it. They keep going. All the food is prepared by me. You're showing off your butt and forcing people to eat like that? That's impolite. Do you want to make it clear you're not well educated? Nathana sighs in frustration. Don't you have any proper education either? He shouted. Ty? Hearing that DS laughed and said, huh? But none of us received proper education, did we? The room is filled with people talking. Nathaniel feels helpless. Now she doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He replied, great, because none of us received proper education. Today I will make lollipop candies for everyone. Peter attentively eats and drinks, saying something I don't understand at all. The moonlight shines under the dark night. At this moment, that Diaz was sitting in a corner pondering. Suddenly, Peter appeared. Where did the cheerful person who was laughing just now go? Seeing that, you call him brother? Brother Peter looked at you with a fond gaze. We both sit together. No matter how I look, I understand you're feeling shy because of your age. What do you mean? Age doesn't matter. You're still my brother. If you're gentle, then I feel at ease. So please treat me comfortably. I really hope so, Diaz sneered at him. But when you're in Kulong, I really hate it. You keep deceiving others. He responded to make him understand that he truly had no other choice. And then the boy happily put his arm around him. I understand. Now please apologize. If you want me to forgive you, buy me some lollipop candies. Pito will buy you 100 if you agree. He suddenly remembered. That's right. Why are you up here alone so late at night? Are you hesitating? Then go ahead. A lot has really happened over the past few months, hasn't it? I'm just trying to sort everything out in my mind. Earlier, Dios fell silent when I realized that the person I hated was my father. And I remembered the moments from when I was a child about my father. The times I hated him were actually when he was protecting me. Tadius confesses he either hates his father or feels guilty. I have no idea. Peter sits beside him, just listening quietly. After saying that, thus burst into laughter. Having never experienced these things before, he didn't know what to do. Then he fell silent and spoke again. He is very clumsy. You seem a bit surprised when he said that. Peter continued. That Tadio guy is basically very good at teasing others. He recalls his father's appearance so loud that after talking with him, I felt deafened. And with children like that, what would it be like? He remembers confidently. You can tell just by looking. Definitely very clumsy. Thinking back on those times, I couldn't tell if I was a father or a friend. Tadio is definitely clumsy in many ways. Tadius still listens to what I say. I don't know what happened between the two of them, but there's one thing I am sure of. Peter is sincere. He is a friend who shares my soul. Then he looked up at the sky again. Tadio's father, though very clumsy, turned to smile kindly at him, and that clumsiness was also sincerity. Thaddeus listened deeply, feeling as if a part of his soul was enlightened about his father. Then Thaddeus asked him back, how could he understand a father's feelings so well? He replied, I can't help but understand. You're hard to understand. Peter pondered thoughtfully, recalling that little girl. His eyes were full of tenderness and love, because I am also as clumsy as she is. He stood up, and you and Nathaniel should temporarily leave here to rest until the world becomes peaceful again. So profound. Thank you. Your words truly are a great comfort to me. Until then, while you were speaking, you interrupted. I will wait for that day. Titius continues again. When I meet my father, I will tell him. I finally understood. This time, you also stood up and looked at him, wondering where this martial art would ultimately be used. The sunlight shimmers on the small rippling waves. Everyone begins to say their goodbyes and prepare to board the boat again. Nathaniel is worried. What is the senior brother planning to do? That Raphael will definitely go even more crazy. Are you ready? Holding the bag of medicine in his hand, recalling that it was the drug Levin's crazy self took, no matter how tightly Peter clenched the bag, he had already decided on the path he would take. He assured me he would do well. Nathaniel reminded me and repeated it once more. This is the last time. She seems unwilling. From now on, don't bring Glory's patience anymore. Please shake your head. That's not it. Sister, why do you speak as if we will never see each other again? She winked and sneered. I just said Glory. She happily ran off without mentioning Glory. Peter watched her carefully and smiled. The boat has set sail. Leaving behind the farewell earlier, they move forward across the vast ocean. Somewhere at the bottom of the South Pacific Ocean, about 500 meters deep, the submarine is still moving steadily. Boss, there's a message from Raphael of Glory. Read it out loud, the secretary reads. No matter where you hide, I will chase after you. The tattooed boss laughs loudly. Does he even know where this is? He is confident that we have taken this submarine, and no matter how many times he comes back to life, he can't reach it. Not even Glory's old man Peter can get here. The secretary nervously continues. Do you think it suits your taste? The boss asked again. What did he say? The secretary replied. Basta was in the middle of eating his noodles when suddenly the boss raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Huh? He shouted. Boss, please read it. He asked back, what does it say? He replied, there is an additional telegram from elsewhere. The boss asked to read it aloud. As he read, he suddenly realized this was the method for making creamy pepper pasta, leaving him confused and unsure. What the hell is that? The secretary keeps reading, boiling water in the pot, adding salt, and cooking the noodles. After draining the pasta and setting it aside, add butter, olive oil, and garlic to the pan and stir well. The boss angrily shouts, what the hell is this? Are you kidding me with this madness? The secretary finishes reading. The final step is to read aloud what is written on the screen, the most important thing when making creamy pepper pasta. He is stunned by the addition of nano pepper bombs. The boss looked confused. What? He suddenly stands up and slams the table. Where is this sound coming from? He spoke. The boss now looks incredibly angry and terrifying. The sound came from his stomach. The boss was so furious his face turned red, eyes wide open, mouth agape in panic and chaos. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Blood splattered everywhere from the tattooed boss, causing everyone to panic. The subordinate was terrified. What's happening now that the boss has exploded? He immediately surfaced from the water. Meanwhile, the secretary spoke up. Wait, there's another strange telegram. His face couldn't hide his trembling fear. Remora fish belong to the carp family, a bony fish species with a diverse body length that can grow up to 130 centimeters, and the suckerfish can only dive to a maximum depth of 300 meters. Please note, what the hell is going on? Ignore those strange radio signals. Hurry up and get out of here. Suddenly, the secretary remembered that the 300 meters mentioned earlier made him realize that at some point they had already seen a remora attached. But this place is actually at a depth of 500 meters. At this moment, everywhere on the ship's surface was surrounded by those clingy fish. He read the sender's name on the screen, and the secretary couldn't help but turn pale. Matthias, and then the submarine was instantly blown up. Meanwhile, somewhere there are tanks and observation equipment. From now on, the image of the submarine exploding flashes across the screen, illuminating the room where the man stands with a wide smile, saying, I will control your lives. One man shouted loudly, it can't be like this. Autumn leaves fall with the wind, and we are so humble. The four of them were strolling and chatting when Juna spoke up, which was rare. Hearing that, the red-shirted guy shouted, and Luna remained silent. Peter from behind also said, your attendance score isn't enough. Shouldn't you fulfill your duties as a student? They both exclaimed together. At least you should say we are. They open the door and enter, all bowing respectfully. The two in green and red stand confidently at the entrance, exuding the presence of Imperial-level assassins. The students in the class looked on in confusion. The boy in black sneered. Oh, it's been a while since you guys dropped by. Busy with your low-level tasks, but still managing to come to school. You're really impressive. The girl next to you marvels at how cool you look during that sudden appearance. This mushroom-headed guy is suspicious. Something doesn't feel right, does it? The girl with the bun added, it's probably because they haven't seen each other in a long time. The students' gossip made the two boys in green and red uniforms become obedient and well-behaved. They've always acted like royalty. But the only thing that's changed in this class is just one thing, right? Suddenly, a voice echoes, and the transferred students see, thus lazily lying on top of the locker. Oh, the noble brothers have arrived? Both of them were startled. Lord Hodiep, have you been safe lately? Titus was eating candy and asking, this school in this country is really peaceful. But isn't it a bit too quiet? Peter suddenly spoke up, saying everything's because of you. And where did you get that uniform? You sit up and look around as if this place isn't your home. You're way too comfortable. The lollipop is so sweet, my tongue is numb. Do you have any water? They rush in. Tiger Ho, please, your excellency, enjoy. Peter could only be speechless. At this moment, the teacher was truly out. All right, all the volunteer team members are gathered now, right? Everyone gathered together. Yes, everyone is here, Juna sighed. Oh, it's been a long time since I last saw Teacher Wang-gu. She looked for a moment and then recognized him. Maybe it's because I haven't seen you in a long time, Juna quietly asks. Did you cut your hair? In front of me is Wang-gu with a full head of hair and a muscular body. Have the troublesome low-level group arrived yet? He asks. No one cares. The students only care about what's more important. Did he cut his hair? The students kept whispering about the teacher having a haircut, but he ignored them. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. I have something important to say. Suddenly, the teacher asked quietly, who keeps talking over me? He pointed at Shidius and shouted, hey you, get down quickly, are you new here? The students continued to talk among themselves. Wang Gu is angry now. He's not gentle with misbehaving students at all. But then he suddenly stopped. Huh, what's going on?
Have I seen that person before? Could it be?
Are you calling me, teacher? The old man thought, I happened to see the apostle doing something here at the headquarters. He broke out in a sweat, but it was just an accidental slip.
The teacher decided, all right, just ignore it then. Teacher Wang Yu spoke softly since transfer students might not know the rules.
Some students said, teacher, that's not a rule, just impolite behavior. Ignore that student, I will continue. I have an important task for you. Some student keeps rambling, break his arms and legs. The teacher ignores it. This task is very dangerous. The students listen seriously as the teacher considers the candidate. There's still some murmuring. Is it really very dangerous? Who would volunteer for such a mission? Then he eagerly raised his hand. I'll do it. Teacher, I want to go. Peter wondered if he was really disguised to attend this school. The teacher confidently ran his hand through his hair and replied, a D-rank mission, but not as simple as you think. This time the enemy is not a foe you can underestimate, but don't worry because I will be supporting you from behind. Shit, Diaz excitedly shouted alone. Let's go on the mission. Today is the best day. The biggest one chowing down on food. At last, I get to do a D-rank mission. You guys are really lucky. Every day I have to do these D-rank missions. The guy in the white shirt added. Yes, you are right. Someone spoke up. After finishing the mission, we even get to eat meat. Isn't the price quite reasonable? Somewhere, the teacher confidently replied. That's right. So they handle the bad guys calmly because the mission only took 3 minutes. The gray-haired one asked, do we need to be here? Black-haired person replied, indeed, observing and learning are very valuable. The white-shirted guy worried, you won't lose all your pay today, will you? How can I eat this? The teacher replied, I'm just taking care of you. Hearing that, he ordered an additional 10 servings of prime beef sirloin. Once again, teacher Wang-gu was helpless. Are you shy or just teasing me? Get your spirits back quickly. All right, guys, I used to make quite a bit of money back in the day, so meat money isn't an issue. Now it's your turn. You can eat comfortably too, just like you're at home. The old man was confused. This is on me. Over there, Juna is fighting with the big guy. Hey, my lonely brother, stop eating already. Why is that? You eat even more than us. Suddenly, the teacher adopts a cheerful expression and ponders, sitting and chatting happily with a calm demeanor that seems to shine. The road ahead for you may be full of thorns. I don't know how long I can protect you. As long as I am alive, recalling the times with my students, I will protect you until my strength runs out. So I confidently say, trust me. Despite everything I've said, the students happily eat up the food they've been given. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Only then did teacher Wang-gu realize it. I can't see Peter anywhere. Where did Sunu go? Does she not want to hear what I have to say? Let's end the meal. Master, I ate so well. When we go home, everyone's stomach will feel like they are pregnant. Teacher Wang-gu, I ate too much, so let me pay, he replied. Do you look down on me?
The big guy said he doesn't know any manners at all.
Thank you all for your concern. Tia said I ate very well. Thank you, teacher. Confidently, he swipes the card to pay. The teacher asks, how much was it?
The staff happily replied, 3 million.
3 million? The old man repeated in shock. 3 million? The staff replied. Look at the portion you ate. It's only 50 servings. Now even the 2 guys with gray and brown hair are surprised. What? You're lying. Those 2 were surprised that I only ate 50 portions. Is that all you guys ate? Juna heard that and sarcastically said, oh, how admirable. You worthless trash. The teacher is in utter panic. Wait a moment. How much is left this month? What is my credit card limit? Is it possible to pay 3 million at once? I can't afford to lose face in front of the students. I think this month I'll have to split the spaghetti into smaller portions. At that moment, the staff cheerfully announced, oh, but someone has already paid. The teacher was very surprised. Huh? Who dares to pay first? Immediately think, thank you very much. They wondered who had made the payment and asked if canceling the payment was allowed. The teacher shouted, no. Canceling a payment is unthinkable. Since when did that become a rule? From afar, Peter Cham watched them with the black card. Why do I feel like I'm paying but still getting scolded? Suddenly, his phone rang and he quickly checked it. Senior, June sent a message about an urgent matter. I am hacking into Glory's information. There are some interesting details. Peter wondered. Hack? Jan is heading back home talking along the way. It seems like Glory is conducting experiments on the human body. What exactly is that? I will look into it further. Peter spoke up. Juan, whatever you are, stop for now. You still insist on proving yourself. Doesn't the senior believe me? If I hack, I will take responsibility. You shout. June, it's not that you don't know. Peter frowns. What if Glory intentionally let himself get hacked? June agrees. I understand. Senior, you're really strict. I'll get back to you later. Turn off the device. Dia runs her finger along the wall to find the hidden button. There is a secret error in the basement below. She slowly walks down and opens the door. It's strange, she thought. Diane seemed to sense it. I don't remember. Today we invited guests here. The scene before her shows men in white suits with masks, now shattered and rampaging through her house. One of them speaks first. Hello, the greatest hacker born from Glory, Anjagon. Hearing that, she almost froze in surprise. The masked man continued. 45 years old, 171 centimeters tall, weighing 55 kilograms. Duin immediately thought these guys weren't ordinary people. She said, my age and weight are top secret. I don't know who you are, but you've entered the wrong place. This is the 3rd basement level. Understand? Dean calmly said this is a place where not a single ray of light can enter, meaning you. Then she pressed send to deliver the warning. They will be torn to pieces. Duan, with a terrifyingly horrified expression, jumps up and charges at the masked group. You get that past the masked group. In another place, the red-haired girl Dorth is lying down, aiming her rifle. Libo, Opa, do you hear me clearly? It seems Matthias is starting to act. The fully masked soldier in uniform is watching the binoculars and replaying her words. Lipo Opodoroth, is that how you talk to your superior? She immediately replied. What superior? What are you talking about? She keeps going. But are you okay? Is Matthias going alone? Simon has betrayed. And Tadio too. They will team up against him. It could be Johanno, the masked boss, depending on your perspective, but Matthias's combat ability might not be that high. Tadio and Simon might be able to defeat Matthias, but neither can beat him at the same time. Dorothy stands up and looks at him. Huh, what kind of wordplay is that? Matthias looks weak, but you could say he's very charming. He listened to her and put down the binoculars. Dorothy, do you really not know anything or just not care at all? She replied that if it were me, I would just say it right away. He was speechless. He explained that Matthias is a global expert in military and industrial explosive technology, and is the leader of Trinity, the organization responsible for over 90% of explosive designs. One day in Peron, I asked why you didn't listen when I spoke. That big muscular guy was intimidating the man with the hat, the bomb expert. The leader of Trinity, Matthias. That muscular guy keeps going. Honestly, I came prepared for this, but what is going on here? Your reputation is more exaggerated than I thought. So, how is it? The soldiers you always boast about. The corridor is filled with bloodied bodies scattered as if after a fierce battle. Now there are only pieces of corpses left? The two burly guys are pressing down on the man at the counter named Tenko Tak. We have 3,000 men, while you only have a few dozen, so you're all dead already. The headbutt continued. I used to respect you, but if you had obediently joined us, it wouldn't have come to this. And then he said, the punk lowered his head and sneered. From now on in this industry, you only have two choices. Under our command, he warned the man, or shut up. The troublemaker still won't stop. You'd better give up your foolish dreams. The 3,965 bombs you've planted. He reached out and released the scraps of metal removed from the disarmed bombs on the table. The man with the hat spoke again. Shares indeed, continue. I don't care about those things. Keep your shares of all kinds of explosives worldwide. The fool looked confused. What? The man replied indifferently, then took out his phone, looked up, and sneered. Is what's bothering you this, or something else? Like him starting to show himself, his face tattooed, smiling slyly with a tongue around a diamond-encrusted piece, or the rumor that Trinity is the strongest. At this moment, this burly man spoke again. Ha, you do pay attention after all. Too bad you're a bit stupid. The two big guys pointed their guns straight at his head with the mocking threats, likely still alive for a few more seconds. Even though both guns are pointed at his head, he remains unfazed. You should lower that arm. Staring at the phone screen but still talking, I say, you can't escape my explosion. Once you step into this space from now on, your fate will be in my hands. Hearing that, the man in white sneered. Oh, what are you trying to do? He continued to tease, even as he was about to be choked. What else could he say? The tattooed guy suddenly interrupted, pointing to his right hand, while the two big guys looked confused. What? In an instant, the right hand holding the gun of the white-shirted man exploded before his astonished and confused eyes. He fell to the ground in pain, shouting, My hand! Seeing that, the headbutt guy was also freaking out. This time, the face-tattooed man continued speaking. Right leg. And now, it's the turn of the guy with the tattooed face, whose right leg explodes in shock and confusion. He screams in panic, what the hell is going on? Hell? Everyone opened fire. The tattooed man remained calm and composed. Controlling the breath is a bit troublesome, so he automatically satisfies his hunting instinct. As soon as he finished speaking, both burly men exploded in a shower of gunfire at the same time. Only he remained sitting calmly, playing on his phone. As the Apostle Matthias, he controls explosions as easily as breathing. Right now, Peter is running and calling out in worry. Cagel, you look very unsteady. He suddenly asked again, what's wrong? Peter, now looking extremely anxious and worried, shouted loudly, I can't contact the support team. This is the third-floor basement, where a group of hackers are scattered throughout the room, sitting in various positions, all eyes fixed in one direction. Juan stands up, waving her hand and shouting, Do you understand what that means? There is no light here. Juan's eyes hardened with anger. She paused for a moment, pulled out a remote, and pressed it forcefully to darken the room before declaring in a deep voice, They're about to get screwed. Dui Juan raised his stick high and charged forward. The stick pierced through instinctively, but the hacker tilted his body to the side to dodge. This didn't sit well with her. Dodge it! Before Juan could react, he closed in and launched a relentless counterattack, targeting her vital points, the sound of which shook the entire room. Then Dui Juan was left trembling on the floor, her body convulsing. Her mind was still in shock, unable to clearly remember seeing them, but she had been hit. Then he paused for a moment. Could it be? Dui Juan suddenly realized that the night vision goggles revealed they had been investigating me very thoroughly from the start. They are not ordinary. After the fight, the hacker sat down and softly called out, Miss Angelon. I have reviewed all your recent movements. Avoiding Glory's gaze must not have been easy. Meeting her, I feel there's a reason for her confidence, but he started listing the hospital hacking incident at Tan Vinh Quang and even the ghost screw incident on the island. Even if she can fool Glory, I won't be fooled, the hacker warned in a low voice. Suddenly, Bakda the dog rushes out barking loudly. Juan nervously calls for Ma King. A slight smirk plays on her lips as she silently acknowledges, then she holds her beloved dog close and begins to analyze. This has never happened in the 10 years we've been together. M. King being so cautious, your real target isn't me, right? Juan confidently asserts, so from the beginning you plan to destroy my house. Sitting up straight, she mockingly asks, who are you? We should know each other's names before getting to know each other, he replied coldly. Well, it seems greeting is a bit late before becoming close. I come from Glory. Gently lifting my mask, one of them introduces himself, saying, I am Matthias. Then he calmly explained, this place is likely to become Peter's stronghold. Sorry, but I will blow it up. Miss Anwan is already 45. She's had a hard life. Hearing this, she shouted in anger, I haven't had my birthday yet. I'm only 44. At this point, Jan suddenly froze, his expression empty as he looked down and exclaimed, what? She muttered curses under her breath. Since when did he attach this curse to someone? If touched, it would cause big trouble. How can I remove this curse now? What should I do? Seeing the small flashing lights on him, Dui Yuan felt extremely uneasy. The hacker holding the detonator in his hand immediately answered that question, and her worries were pointless. It's over. As he finished speaking, he quickly pressed the detonator. A loud bang echoed, splattering syrup everywhere. But what exploded wasn't the house or her, but the hand that pressed the detonator, which was now mangled and torn apart. The hacker screams in pain. Meanwhile, John on the other side is just as stunned when suddenly a sound erupts, and he descends like a god. She shouted anxiously, Kakeo! He hurriedly ran to June's side and asked worriedly, are you okay? She didn't answer right away but quickly warned, you have to be careful of them. They are so dangerous that my sound localization ability can't even detect them anymore. As Jan finished speaking, two of them with weapons rushed at us while I was still rambling, forgetting to lock the door every time I went out, which made her shout to remind me, idiot, get out of the way! Then he froze when he saw him with each hand grabbing a guy's head and smashing the floor before turning to ask with a blank face, what did you just say? Dui-Yuan quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. You're also an apostle of glory. Long time no see, Matthias. He still sits in the opposite chair, calmly judging. The words of a traitor sound quite peaceful. Mong frowned, feeling annoyed inside. Damn it, I didn't expect to meet Matthias here. If it was him, they must have hidden the bomb somewhere no one would suspect. The bombs can be triggered at will, turning the battle entirely in their favor. Glancing at Jay beside him, Kegel felt worried, especially since each of them was a warrior with strength comparable to an A rank of glory. He spoke in a deep voice. Simong is not your real name. It's Kajio. There are hundreds of hidden bombs in this space, and they can be triggered based on where they predict Kegel will move. So you can't defeat us here, the hacker confidently declared. But you showed no fear and responded back. Yeah, your bombs are indeed threatening. But since when did this place become your territory? I know that with just one attack, this place could be blown away without a trace. So you call that a bomb? But what should I do about this? He clenched his weapon to reveal sharp iron claws, then threw something into the air and said, I have quite a few tricks up my sleeve. The things Kegel threw flew straight at them, sticking into the pile of bombs behind and triggering an explosion, while Kegel quickly embraced her, and the little dog beside him rushed out in a scream of denial of Juan's reality. After the explosion, everything in the room was shattered, but those people remained completely unharmed. The subordinate standing nearby asked, have they escaped yet, sir? The lead hacker calmly replied, no, Anwan's role is enough. I already took everything I needed before. What are you doing? And yet it still didn't go in. He mockingly teased with a smirk. Are you all pretending you can't throw? Watch this. I'll toss 100 balls into that basket over there. The students behind are shouting loudly to assert their dominance, making way. Teacher Ho Buang is about to score. From afar, a thug-like figure stormed in shouting, who is the new student? One of the kids from that group nervously shouted, Zhang Yun, why are you here? He immediately slapped the kid across the face while cursing loudly. Hey, monkey, come out and fight if you want to die. Yun tried to hold back inside. These kids can be killed with just a finger, but it's better to hold back because greater strength comes with greater responsibility, he said, standing in front of them and speaking loudly. Are you a transfer student? I am team captain Map Jang Isun. That parasite dared to steal my yin. You cluelessly hold the ball and respond. Huh? I don't understand what you're saying, he replied in a deep, commanding voice. What are you pretending to be stupid for? Did you lure Yin with those Tangulu sticks? I didn't say anything wrong. Hearing that, thus immediately spoke in a teasing tone. Is that what you call seduction? Then I guess you're right. This only makes Yoon angrier. He stepped closer and said, I won't beat around the bush. Go higher up. Butterfly Leg points at himself and asks mockingly, why? Let's fight, you happily agreed. I love to fight, so let's go. The two of them keep teasing each other, but this brother might lose his life. You should write a will, just to be safe. The rules are a one-on-one fight. Remember that. I've learned boxing just for you. Peter looked down softly and asked, so what happened to Yuan? Kegel quickly responded while sitting beside her. She wasn't seriously injured, but unfortunately, at this point, he hesitated a bit. Kegel remembered her desperate scream when she just escaped. My uncle's bunker has collapsed. How am I supposed to survive now? Seeing him standing aside, she snapped angrily, Yeah, I get it. Don't you understand the atmosphere? I just lost my home and became a refugee, and you're still standing there on the phone. Hey, I even gave you a uniform to go to school with. You can't treat me like this. Kegel quickly turned to explain. Sorry, I was on the phone with Chairman Choi Un-trong, so you also didn't let go. You and the chairman are mocking me, right? Let's go now and meet at Chairman Choi. He calmly explained to June that the D-Train group will help her find a new place to stay. Hearing that, she quickly snatched Kegel's phone, sweetening her tone. President, last night in my dream, I didn't understand why you appeared, but I immediately felt that this was destiny and that President Choi and I would build the future together. Then, he anxiously asked, who did you attack the hideout with? He honestly replied, an apostle of glory Matthias. That guy uses all kinds of different explosives. The explosives can be triggered by all kinds of strange methods, beyond anyone's imagination. Peter briefly pondered that explosives could be used to deal with many people at once. Kegio nodded in agreement. Yes, the most frustrating thing about him is that no one can predict the timing and method of attaching the explosives. If I had known that, I could have figured out a way to deal with it. The students below shouted loudly, Teacher, my shadow is blocked because the hoop is too high. Please teach me. Me? Then he sighed helplessly. I wish I were just an ordinary student coming here. It would be so much better and much more comfortable. Peter teased, about to turn 30 and still imagining himself in a school uniform. After hearing that, he also felt incredibly disappointed. But in the end, I still have to stand up and do my duty as a teacher, while he stands above. Whispering teasingly, Keigo, don't stand out too much. He replied happily, do you think I am that kind of person? Just so you know, I am also a person with social skills. After warming up, Keigo started calling out loudly. Listen carefully. While bouncing the ball, I'll explain that actually, the flea can jump higher than 1 meter, which is about 200 times its body length. If you trap a flea in a jar and open it after 3 days, from that moment on the flea will no longer be able to jump higher than the height of the glass jar. It will perceive that as its limit. Kegel moved his body to demonstrate and explained, do not just rely on your head to use your abilities. Playing basketball is the same, just relax your body. I lift the ball high and perform a dunk, saying, like this, see? The ball gently goes through the hoop, followed by a loud explosion, leaving the students in shock. Kegel stands in the middle of the court, holding a shattered basketball hoop frame, while Peter Chu sighs, whether he intends to hide it or not, he still stands below acting innocent and blaming. Why is it broken? The basketball hoop is rusty and needs to be replaced. The supervisor nervously explained, we just bought it last week. This is the official model from NBO. Peter sat above, lost in thought. Dewey Yuan's hideout had been exposed, and even though it was blown up from the inside, there might still be traces for them to follow. My traces will definitely be gone. Traces leave behind traces. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered and shouted out loud. It was Kegel's uniform. Peter quickly jumped down and ran off. At that moment, in front of the school gate, the security guard looked at the man in front of him and asked softly, why are you here? The hacker immediately replied, I asked. A deep voice sounded in the pouring rain. What are you here for? The hacker sitting on the rooftop looking down at the school quietly muttered, I've searched all over this school and still haven't found Peter. Only traces of many forces surrounding him. I don't need to go looking myself. Even if I find him, he'll just run away again. So I'll just shut the computer quietly and whisper, we only need to identify each suspect one by one and gradually take control step by step. Just then, the hacker's eyes glanced down to the crowded sports field and he smiled mischievously. A very interesting variable has caught my attention. At Teacher Kanu's house, he shakes the soju bottle in his hand and laughs happily. It's been a long time since he's felt this joyful. Today, he must drink well because today is a very special day. He happily sang along, pouring another glass and saying, oh dear, today my little one is so sweet. Our teacher Wang Gu has also been working hard for a year. Oh well, it's nothing. But thinking about having to work another year, he sighed again. Suddenly, the phone rang loudly, interrupting his joy. Teacher Kanju quickly answered the phone with a smile. Yes, I am Okanu, a teacher at this high school. The other side softly introduces their product. We are Capital, and we have a special offer for you. He sighed in gratitude, saying thank you for remembering my birthday. They also introduced themselves accordingly. Great! Since today is your birthday, we will lend you money. Master Kanju agreed willingly. I also needed money at the time. So, the more we talk, the more the other side says, oh, you are really lucky. We just have a product that suits you very well. He confidently asked if he could borrow 1.5 billion instead of 1 billion. Teacher Kanju cheerfully increased the amount, but in the end, he only received curses. Hey, crazy guy, who would lend you that much money? Are you trying to scam? Then only the loud sound of the phone being hung up remained, and he returned to the drinking table, happily pouring more wine, but his mood was somewhat more subdued than before. If he could still deceive, then that was better. This surgery can't be performed in Korea. If you want to do it, you and she have to go to the US. The estimated cost is about 1.5 billion. By now, the old man's face was filled with unspoken worries. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Teacher Kanji muttered under his breath, who is it? Who else would come at this hour? The old man propped his hands on his knees and stood up, then forced a smile and said, How did you know today is someone's birthday? I'm coming right away. Who is it? I am Okanu. Today is my birthday. The old man opened the door to introduce himself, but Teacher Kanji's eyes suddenly froze as the hacker appeared before him. Oh my, why are you here? Looks like it's not door-to-door sales after all, huh? He calls out. Okanu. The hacker softly reminds him you can loosen your hand behind your back. The hand clutching the knife behind the old man's back trembled slightly. He calmly flipped a coin in his hand and introduced himself. I came here to meet Master Okanu. I am Matthias. The hacker lifted his mask and said with Glory's tone, Can I come in for a bit? The old man awkwardly smiled, ultimately letting him inside. The boiling water on the stove is bubbling fiercely. The hacker grabs the knife he found and slams it down on the table. The hacker gently sighed as he played with the coin in his hand. Maybe he's a good teacher. I heard that you used to be a talented agent of Glory, but now seeing how well you fit in at the school is truly admirable. Teacher Kanji shook his neck, smiled, and softly sighed. Do you know why I'm losing so much hair? Kids these days only see teachers as just the neighbors, always causing trouble and never a moment of peace. Unlike the seemingly relaxed figure from behind, in front of the old man, sweat was pouring down his face as he felt uneasy inside. Apostle Matthias has come to our house. Why did he get anything from me? But upon hearing Teacher Kanju's true feelings, he made a proposal. I want to cooperate. I have concluded that Peter is currently involved with this school. If you help me find him, I believe we can live happily with the students like before. The hacker's voice lowered. But if I can't trust your cooperation, then... He shattered the picture frame glass and threatened loudly. Everyone will die. Teacher Kanju kept glancing around, trying to avoid attention. I manage this school except when I sleep, but there is nothing related to Peter. The noble apostle is probably mistaken. Please leave my house. He was so tense that he was sweating, anxious and restless. Even so, he would definitely go to the school. Everyone will die. The students are in danger, and there's only one way to stop this. I have to step in. With that in mind, Teacher Kanji pulls out the hidden knife from the handle of the umbrella. The old man turned around gently, with a serious face full of determination. After all, I have sharpened this knife for decades, and I can do it here. As I stealthily approached, the hacker noticed. Now that I have control over him, don't do anything stupid or you'll regret it. What do you mean? My mind grew more determined. I can't hesitate anymore. If it has come to this, then it's time to end it. I silently shouted as the hacker quickly charged forward, aiming to attack from behind. But just then, I heard a faint cry from him and a loud explosion from his right leg, shattering it into pieces and scattering everywhere. He was thrown back, smashing everything in his path. Teacher Kanji looked at the blinking mini-bombs on him, trembling uncontrollably. A bomb? Since when? He stepped over the wreckage, faintly threatening. My control over the students' lives depends entirely on Teacher Kanji's will. So, now do you agree to cooperate in controlling or refuse? The hacker leaned in close, his voice carrying a faint, deadly tone. The next morning, in the school hallway, the group bowed their heads in greeting. Hello, teacher. He waved kindly and replied, Hello, trainee teachers. Good morning. A loud scream echoes through the hallway. Teacher, those two kids rushed out excitedly showing off. You tell me, who has the better wig? Of course it's me. What do you mean I'm the prettier one? Master Kanji quietly watched the scene, recalling the words he spoke last night. If you want to live happily with the kids like before, you'd better follow my control. He sighed, turned away, and waved his hand to remind the two of them. Stop joking and get ready for your lesson. The two of them watched the slow footsteps, looking a bit dazed, and the puffed hair asked softly, You don't seem to be in a good mood today, teacher. The blonde hair guy looks just as confused. Did he not eat anything this morning? The puffed hair girl turns and scolds. You idiot! It's because he's constipated. The blonde can only laugh along. You really are smart. From the classroom, Juna poked her head out and yelled, Hey, crazy kids! I told you not to wear wigs, but you didn't listen. The two boys responded dejectedly. Because Mr. Kanji is a wig expert, that's why she thought he picked it for her. Hearing that, she sarcastically responded, You two will definitely go bald later and have to wear wigs. The two of them burst out laughing and teasing each other. Then no need to wash your hair, right? That's so convenient. Juna was also speechless. Wow, that's really convenient. Somewhere else on the school rooftop, voices echoing, No need to worry. We have Sungu Kegel and our outstanding 7th Deus brother here. You lie on the railing, calmly offering words of comfort. Kegel also softly reassures, That's right, we have a very great master. Even Matthias can't do anything to us. You're just bragging from behind. I'm the greatest of all. Peter looked into the distance and softly said, Don't stay here. Kegel instinctively agreed. Oh, are you surprised? Suddenly, thus sat up. Why do I also want to fight Matthias? He calmly analyzes the situation. Matthias will come here suspecting any connection to Peter. But Apostle Simon and the 7 Days Apostles, who have faced Peter before, are present at this school. Undeniable proof. From the rooftop, the three of them looked toward the school. The atmosphere strangely quiet. He sighed softly, crossing his arms in amazement, unable to believe that this place was so different from where he was born and raised. A peaceful and beautiful place like this. Is Matthias going to step in again? Peter asked softly. What kind of person is Matthias? Kegel quickly replied. Within Glory, he's known as a living, moving bomb. The scariest thing about Matthias is that as soon as he meets someone, he secretly plants a bomb without the other person knowing. Moreover, even without knowing how he did it, Matthias could make it explode at exactly the right time and place to kill his target. He fell into deep thought for a moment before softly commenting that he was definitely a pretty troublesome guy. Peter asked further, "What about the identifying features?" Kegel smiled and said that part is easy, because when he enters, there's no way not to recognize him. Peter was suspicious, wondering why he approached and whispered something into Peter's ear. After a moment, he nodded in confirmation, saying yes, but deep down he wasn't entirely sure. If it was Matthias that Kegel mentioned, there's no way to mistake him. But is he really doing things that easy to recognize? In the classroom, Teacher Kanu stood at the podium and announced, "Let's end today's lesson here. Thank you all for your efforts." Before we finish, the old man looks outside and says, "Come in." The classroom door opens and a tall figure appears right after. He approaches, stands beside the teacher, and listens as the old man introduces him, saying, "A transfer student has arrived. Say hello." The group of students murmured in confusion, wondering why so many students have been transferring recently. Juna stared in disbelief, saying, "Are they really students?" Peter frowned thoughtfully, recalling what Kegel had said, that when he entered, it would definitely be impossible not to recognize him. Just by looking, he already stands out with tattoos on his face and something very suspicious. He wears braces and the mocking face tattooed on his face, saying, "Is this the social work class? I hope everyone can help." Teacher Kanju leaves you and says, "Greet each other now." Then he turned and walked away amid the desperate cries of the students. Teacher, he's standing alone on the podium, beginning to preach. "You are the seedlings who will become assassins of glory, right? Nice to meet you, but why are you doing this?" This guy's eyes look down with contempt, just a bunch of insignificant kids. The rebellious students below stand up and say in a stern voice, "Let's have a welcoming party. You think drawing pictures all over our faces will scare us? Don't worry, I can draw much better." They shout out, "Let's get started." The social work class welcome party. They said their pieces and charged forward without hesitation, but in the end he used the small utility knife in his hand to take them all down and then stopped right in front of Peter. He stared at him intently and mockingly asked, "It's you, right?" Twirling the knife in his hand, his voice grew deeper as he emphasized two words, "Captain." Peter calmly glanced at him, secretly calculating in his mind, this person is trying to probe the relationship between the social work team and Peter, but using such an outright method? Moreover, there's something quite strange about this person. Looking at that distinctive face, recalling what Kegel had told me before, I feel a bit subdued. Suddenly a shout interrupted the silence. "Wait, when did the captain get replaced, huh? You transferring schools, you're not even from Vinquang Orphanage, right? You don't know anything about your mother and dare to act arrogant. But when we step in, we won't even let them finish speaking," the tattooed guy said in a deep voice. He read the information board about the two of them, ranked 333D for the senior brother level and 334D for the junior brother level, from Tianvin Quang Hospital to the Ghost Cruise, and even the Death Island. This made the two kids cheer loudly in triumph. "What is that? Fans should have said it earlier. I was just hesitant and hesitated for so long." "Is that so? Forget about the stuff we said about you earlier. We also don't want any trouble." The tattooed guy cuts in again. "You guys." He lightly bites his tongue, narrows his snake-like eyes, and mockingly says, "It's really lucky to still be alive now." That comment made the two brothers freeze, their fists tightening with visible veins. A second later, they charged forward with knives, shouting angrily, "You should have said that!" But before I could get close, their collars were grabbed and pulled back. Runa grabbed their collars and dragged them out the door, constantly warning, "Don't fight anymore." Dako brother turned to warn her, "Lie, Juna. If I still speak kindly, let go quickly." Doc Co brother warns this tattooed guy with braces that he will keep an eye on him. The older brother beside him loudly explains to save face, "It's almost lunchtime, so I have to go now." Amidst the noisy shouts of those two, Juna's worried eyes looked at the two still inside the classroom. Long was restless and uneasy. That transfer student gave off a chilling vibe. Absolutely do not cross him. Sunu probably thinks the same way I do. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise and suspicion. Wait a minute, are they really going to fight? Inside the room, Peter had already stood up, narrowing his eyes as he looked down at that arrogant person. He confirmed in a low voice, "That's right. He's secretly happy inside." As expected, Peter immediately changed his tone. "He is Kim Sanku, the class president of the social work class." He pretended to be naive and introduced himself, then turned to call her for support. "Juna, please take the transferred students on a school tour." That calm remark made the Dako brothers shout in surprise. "What is that?" Since when did he become the class president? Another student couldn't hide his discontent. "I'm the class president, so this is how things turned out." Peter leads the way, with the tattooed guy walking beside him, listening to his endless chatter. "You have to be very careful here. There's a scary teacher in front of the third grade office." Then Peter pretended to be calm before turning to scold the students who just passed by. "Hey, you guys can't wear your uniforms properly? Kids like you need to be taught a lesson." Then he went back to his guiding work. "This is the restroom where you wash your face and urinate. Currently, only the lonely brother and sister are inside. They are just talking nonsense. Hey, you with the braces, wait until I finish. You're definitely dead. Hey, that crazy guy has lost it all. I'm sorry. If you want to fight that guy with the braces. Sorry about that.
The next location is outside the campus. Peter pointed at the group of people gathered and said, "They are delinquent students, a bunch of sinners polluting this world."
You were shouting so loud that it made them angry and they growled. What did you just say? Who needs your introduction? The two of them moved to another place and Peter continued his work. And here, this is the school's performance stage, where plays like Molly's Tad Up are performed. It's only now that he gets annoyed and cuts in. Enough stalling, say what you want quickly. The tattooed face sneered contemptuously, and since no one else is here, right? He turned his back to him, his cold voice echoing.
I also have something to say. As a person, of course, everyone has their own habits.
He looked confused and asked again, "What are you talking about?"
The kind-hearted man explained, "Most people who wear braces for a long time never do that, which is chewing gum with their mouth closed."
You're chewing gum so well, that probably means you're not actually wearing braces. I was right? Matthias was pretending. Knowing he was caught, he took off the braces frame and muttered angrily that wearing it was such a hassle. The tattooed guy puts on his distinctive mask, still smirking arrogantly. Turns out you're somehow connected to Peter. This might end easier than I thought. For me, he suddenly froze when touching the mask, but it showed no reaction at all. This made Sam, the tattooed guy, confused and keep touching it, but still nothing. He quietly said from the other side, "It's useless." He asked back in surprise. "What?" Peter asked for clarification. "You can't contact anyone at the school stage." He charged forward at incredible speed, grabbing the tattooed guy's head and attacking relentlessly, leaving only screams behind. Who are those people? It seems like they're an idle trainee, right? No, they must be an actor, especially with that serious look. So they are talking about the work, right? That's so cool. Inside the cafe, a foot is trembling with excitement. Tis, holding a giant ice cream, looks around curiously. Why does everyone keep looking this way? Kegel sighed and explained. Because of what you ordered. You're happily eating with a spoon.
He nodded in agreement. That's convincing. Next time, invite my little brother to join us. Meanwhile, he stands beside, arms crossed, head bowed, looking uneasy.
Back then, we should have wiped out Matthias and his men, and thus, with his hand holding the spoon, was eating ice cream and sighing. This country is truly interesting. How could they make such a snack? It's just as delicious as a candied hawthorn. Kegel is still lost in his own thoughts. Matthias' subordinates are still here with the master, and they could be in danger. Are you just going to stand there and invite him? Kegel, brother, aren't you going to eat? If you don't eat, I'll finish it all myself. The more I think about it, the more I can't sit still, so I stand up and shout. I can't let this happen, I have to go now. But thus quickly stopped Kegel. You can rest assured that Matthias' men are no match for SK Brothers. My concern is that if one of his men encounters Sanku and gets defeated, Matthias will realize it only a matter of time. But with Sanku, brother, Kegel leaned in close and said the last sentence. Surely he had prepared for that too. Thus smiled approvingly and said, "You're very clever." Back on the stage, Peter defeated the scar-faced man and stole his mask and phone. He glanced at them briefly and thought to himself that Matthias used this to contact his subordinates. Matthias realizes one person is missing. It's only a matter of time. Peter glances at the scar-faced man lying on the ground, silently calculating. Then there is only one way left. He decisively put on the mask, stepped away confidently, and with determination, he would become one of them. Peter's eyes also grew more serious. First, he needed to check the mask's functionality. Returning to that coffee shop, Tooze confidently said, "I told you so." Kegel was a bit puzzled, wondering why he needed to worry about the master, but Matthias was a little different. He nods while chewing and agrees. Yeah, that's right. He rubbed his chin anxiously, feeling it was a bit too much, that his desire to control everything was beyond normal, and made me worried. Back in high school, Peter stared intently at his phone screen, frowning in deep thought. As expected, they have contacted each other through this secret messaging device. Looking at the chat on the screen, he hesitated slightly. But the problem is that as soon as I stay silent or say something wrong, they will start to suspect. So I will speak last to avoid drawing attention. I will respond like them. Now let's see how he reacts. But when we get a reply, we must greet first to be polite, which confuses Peter. What does he mean? A greeting? I won't keep you waiting long. The panic screams over the loudspeaker catch Peter's attention, followed by a robotic voice echoing. Hello to all the students of Tan Ving Quang High School. I am just an anonymous person who loves peace. From now on, if everyone obeys my control, everything will probably be fine and nothing major will happen. He announced the message amid the students' surprise. What on earth is going on here? The deep voice continued to speak clearly through the loudspeaker. I am warning you in advance in case you do not follow my instructions. He paused for a moment before issuing a warning. The price to pay will be very high. Juna, hearing this, was just as stunned. A broadcast? This voice is the one leading the rules. From now on, even the electromagnetic signals inside the school will be blocked. All exits have been sealed off. Murmurs also echo continuously in the teacher's lounge. Ha, no, this can't be happening. The phone has no signal. What should I do? It's so scary. Teacher Kanji is also here, but he is trembling and bowing his head in worry. Another teacher has arrived at the broadcast room and is pounding on the door, shouting,
What kind of bastards are you? Open the door, you son of a bitch. If I catch you, I'll break your legs.
Only the bratty kids do this kind of vandalism, but that voice is still shouting loudly. Because of a tightly controlled system, sacrificing a few individuals as examples is worthwhile. On the screens of the automated rooms, the image of the teacher banging on the door appears. His voice still rough and strained through the door, saying, Hurry up and open the door. You bastard, he's starting to warn. Teacher Go Seung-jin, the physical education teacher, ignored my orders and barged in. Hearing his name, he was startled and shouted loudly, Who is that? You really need a good beating. He angrily kicked open the door, still shouting in frustration, Come out now. But in the room, there was only one flying electronic device with a blinking red light on its head, and a mechanical voice was coming from it. I had made it clear. Everyone in the school, look carefully. If you don't follow my control, this will be the result. Through the screen, he is still angrily rushing to check around. Where is it? Who's the bastard that did this damn thing? Come out right now. Unaware of the danger right in front of him, only the group of students watching the screen noticed the first letter emitted through the broadcasting device while he remained stunned. What? The device being controlled just flew straight into that teacher's head and exploded immediately, along with the terrified screams of the students around. Sir, is it true? Oh my God. Peter rushes to the scene of the explosion at top speed, where several teachers are guiding students to leave in panic. Kids, don't gather here anymore. Everyone head back to your classrooms. While some students scream in fear, calling out for their children and mothers, he keeps moving his eyes and neck constantly searching for a target in the crowd, feeling just as anxious. Where is Matthias hiding after all? How could he stay hidden and cause all this? Maybe that guy has been infiltrating this school for a long time and probably doesn't look like anyone remembers. So where could he be now? This only makes Peter more annoyed. At this moment, the voice on the loudspeaker suddenly rings out. Good. Sensing and avoiding danger is a human instinct. But unfortunately, I will be faster than your instincts. The statement causes everyone to stop in their tracks. Then came the scream of helplessness. Call the police quickly. You didn't call 119 first. Is he really doomed? It's not important right now. Is something wrong and you can't get in touch? Me too. I also can't call. I have to run outside right now. The door here is locked. Is there anyone to save me or help? Amid the chaos, a figure remains calm, playfully licking his pierced tongue around his braces with an excited expression. That is the person using explosives, a nuclear bomb of the highest level. He coldly declares, I will take control of this school. A voice echoed, Isn't your wife's illness supposed to require lifelong treatment? Matthias said softly, while applying lipstick and chatting. I know that amount exceeds what I can afford on my teacher's salary. So you put the lipstick down next to the basin and cover all the medical expenses, then smile mysteriously and toss a coin. Glory will support you, and if from now on you listen to me, you will be safe. Mr. Wang-gu sat trembling in a corner, then suddenly stood up and walked straight toward Matthias. You didn't show any fear and even asked with a challenging attitude. What do you think of this proposal? Wang-gu hesitated then and knelt down on the ground to make his request. If I follow your advice, please ensure there are no casualties in the school. Matthias coldly replied, Wang-gu, you don't need to feel so guilty, he said while tapping on the birthday-marked calendar for the 11th. Anyway, there's no one here to wish you a happy birthday, right? So just let go of this school and only think about your wife. Wang-gu, trembling and sweating, looks extremely terrified as he listens. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man suddenly explodes. The students around shouted loudly, Teacher, oh my God! The school TV then displayed images of people lying in pools of blood and announced, To everyone inside the school, this is the consequence of ignoring my warning. From now on, anyone trying to escape or contact the outside will pay with their life. All the students hearing this warning rushed to the main door of the school, pounding and shouting in despair. The main door is locked. Break it down. What should we do? The phone has no signal anymore. Are you crazy? What if he kills someone? Maybe the back door is still unlocked. Hurry and run out through there. Some people are still alert and squeezing in. Hey, don't go. What if something really happens? But it seems no one cares at all. They are all in a state of panic. Oh my God, even the back door is locked. Why is the emergency exit locked? That door is always open. Please find a teacher and help us. Faced with the screams and pleas for help, Teacher Wang-gu coldly locked the door, then jumped onto the windowsill and stepped inside. Wang-gu walks down the stairs and then enters the teacher's lounge, recalling Matthias's words. Anyway, there's no one here to wish you a happy birthday, so just let go of this school and only think about your wife. Wang-gu reflects. Teacher Go Seung-jin, I have no other choice now. No one else will get hurt. He takes off his coat and approaches his desk because none of us want to get involved, right? Just follow the instructions and it will be fine. At this moment, Wang-gu was surprised to see a tie along with a few letters appear on the table. A tie? What is this? He quietly picked up a few letters and read them. Teacher Wanju, it's late but happy birthday. We hope you like this gift. Juna, teacher, we're sorry about what happened earlier. Wang-gu paused for a few seconds. Then waves of memories flooded back. His students happily standing in front of him, shouting, Help us choose which wig looks better. The tall guy said first, "You're more beautiful, right?" And the skinny one also chimed in, "Of course I look much better than him." At that moment, he ignored it. "Stop joking and get ready for class." The two students looked at each other in confusion and started discussing. "You don't seem to be in a good mood today," the tall guy also wondered. "Did you not eat anything this morning, teacher?" The skinny one also responded. "Idiot, maybe the teacher is constipated." The tall guy also laughs. "You really are smart." At that moment, a short-haired girl appeared and shouted, "Hey, you crazy guys, I told you not to wear wigs and go out, didn't I?" The shy, skinny guy hesitated and replied, "No, because Teacher Wanju is an expert in wigs, I think he will be able to help." That girl got so angry and shouted, Why wear a wig to annoy the teacher? Just giving a gift would be enough." The two young men also shouted back, "It's just that we're shy." Back in the present, the words on the letter reappear. "Teacher, I'm sorry about those things earlier. I was a bit confused because I'm not used to this. If I have upset you, I sincerely apologize. Even if it's late, happy birthday, brother and sister." Wanggu quietly continued reading all the letters in his hands. "On your birthday, I send my best wishes."
Growing old together is also a beautiful fate, isn't it? Even if it's late, I still wish you a happy birthday.
Kim Seung-gu and Oh Wang-gu tremble more and more as they stare at the fruit on the table before standing silently. The students are now frightened, shouting and fighting. Professor Go has really gone crazy, hasn't he? But why did it suddenly turn out like this? Too scared, Peter kneels solemnly beside the corpse, thinking to himself.
A bomb that has exploded leaves no trace. Why did he kill someone?
When was the bomb attached and how did it explode? If that's the case, could it mean all the students were also wired with bombs? You come to your senses and turn around. Matthias, how did he plant the bomb? At this moment, a loud sound draws Peter's attention. Are you okay? In front of him, Matthias is evacuating everyone. In this situation, staying in the classroom is the safest option. Are the students rushing to him? Is men's school being attacked? I'm so scared, teacher. Matthias gently comforts me. It's okay, let's go quickly. I'll be there too. He also gently asked Han Peter, are you okay? Hurry into the classroom. At this moment, many people are panicking and shouting, what's going on? Someone has been killed, I don't know who, but let's run first. Hearing this, Peter called out, wait, teacher. He took off his coat and gently covered the body, revealing a look of regret. The frightened student said, teacher, it's so scary. Matthias still cares. It will be okay. Everyone go back to class. But then his face gradually revealed a scheming expression. Peter ignored the instructions and rushed straight downstairs. He silently thought that if bombs were placed in multiple locations without our knowledge, this would be a situation even I couldn't handle. If it were Matthias, he could detonate one. At the right time and place he wants, or even if he wishes, he could blow up this entire school at once. Peter grabs his phone. So first, the chat group will appear on the phone screen. The first message is everyone starting now. Next are messages with the same content, understood. He plans to infiltrate their group and find a way to disable the bomb. Someone at the door shouts loudly, this is all just scams, you can tell right away it's a hidden camera. You guys are all fools. You believe that stuff? No wonder you guys are called dogs and pigs. Jan looked embarrassed as he was pulled away by the hand. What a fool, Yoon firmly replied. Write it down and just follow him. Lei Ejin, follow me. He heads for the door and kicks with that thought. A real man is like this, just smash these things and it's over. But he missed the door and hit another student instead. Yoon shouted in anger. What the hell is Lo doing going crazy like this? Why is he taking the hit for someone else? As he spoke, he silently thought, making me embarrassed in front of Yin. Yin, standing nearby, was also panicked and covered her mouth. Yoon approached and sat in front of the tall guy, repeatedly hitting his head. Are you crazy? Lo now is an orphan. That student endures and warns that if you go outside now, you'll really be done for. Yoon shouted without fear. If you're going to die right here in front of me, then so be it. Isn't it us who already warned you? Yoon looked around in confusion. Huh? Hacker Thanlik steps forward, warning that anyone trying to escape now will die. Yoon scoffs. What is that cosplay guy? Yin, standing nearby, suggested anxiously. Oppa, we just need to apologize and go back. Hey brother, sir, we just want to return. Yoon coldly despised. Is that you? That guy threatened my school and my girl too. He said it himself. This is my chance to prove my true manhood. Yoon quickly rushed forward and threw a punch. You say you're good at fighting, right? I'm Jong Yoon, the leader of the Mapogu group. Suddenly, he looked surprised. Hacker gently jumped up and delivered a kick that sent Yoon crashing to the ground, causing the floor to shatter. He painfully spat out blood and shouted loudly, while the hacker stepped on Yoon's body to warn him. Listen carefully. Use this pig as a warning. If you want to escape from this school, this will be the outcome. Who are you? He raised his hand to throw a punch, but suddenly Hacker was stopped. He turned to the person holding his hand and spoke. Go responded coldly, we are students from the volunteer group. The hacker felt the source of this immense power and started to worry. What should I do with this guy? I can't let my identity be exposed to ordinary people. Hey, my dear brother, wait a moment. The answer is that this will happen sooner or later anyway. Relax and think it through. Lai Juna, with great power comes great responsibility. Go also happily continued. It's time to take responsibility now. Yin sat on the ground, holding Yoon and crying out loud. Someone stop them, or we're really doomed. If even Yoon can't do it, what are they planning to do?
As if ignoring the words, those people continued their discussion.
Is Lai Juna ready yet? I finished already. Juna threw the sharp spear at the hacker and shouted, "Get the royal party out of here." Hacker quickly crouched down to dodge, then swiftly looked ahead, but unfortunately, he was caught by a leg lock and faced a powerful knee strike. The quick knee strike came rushing in, but he swiftly blocked and dodged. Without waiting for Hacker to regain composure, Juna skillfully wrapped a rope around his leg. Hacker turned his head and saw he was being attacked from both sides. Juna looked surprised. It turns out all the attacks were useless. Hacker easily neutralizes all attacks and says, "So you are all D rank from glory." Hacker sneers with contempt, unaware of his opponent's true strength, and leaps towards Juna with his claws aimed at her legs. "You are all D rank." She stands frozen in fear. "No way! I can't move." At this moment, someone appeared and punched the hacker directly, causing him to be thrown back against the wall. A deep, warm voice echoes, drawing attention. "Is this the glory you seek? It has to be the legendary Peter of Glory. So you've come to the right place." He confidently swung his staff and said, "Because I am Peter." Peter jumps into the air, using the knee strike to hit the guy. Hacker loses momentum and is thrown back, crashing into the wall behind and shattering it into pieces. Hacker gasped for breath, smirking incoherently, finally seeing the glorious light. He stared intently at the guy who just gave him a sky-high kick. Am I really meeting Peter in person? The man facing me wraps his rope around his arm and raises a spear directly at Hacker, taunting, "You're not making it easy for yourself, are you? If you quietly withdraw now, maybe I will let you go this once," Hacker said with a fake innocent smile, rubbing his chin softly. "Oh my god, you sound so impressive, but compared to an old, weak man like him..." He hadn't finished speaking before kicking towards Oh Wang-gu, acting tough as if he was much bigger. "I think my boss is even scarier, old man." The students around, a bit frightened, whispered among themselves that person might be the bald guy who always complains that we often talk about. The kid next to him replied in surprise, "Huh? Is that really Teacher Wang-gu?" Wang-ju, on the other side, also focused on blocking Hacker's fierce attacks, preventing him from launching an offense. Seeing this, Hacker smiled and nodded in praise of the opponent in front of him. Peter is truly different from the little soldiers earlier. He's so strong. He paused for a moment, then asked again, "Are you not Peter?" He smirked slightly and answered himself that it was indeed Peter. The guy targeted the spot where Oh Wang-gu had slipped up, revealing a corner of his armor. I just laughed loudly and said there's no way I'd let myself be caught off guard like that. After saying that, he kicked Oh Wang-gu in the stomach, sending him flying into the beam. Wang-ju falls to the ground, clutching his bloodied stomach and struggling to breathe out. He purses his lips and thinks to himself, "Did I get hit? When did he make his move? I didn't even have time to react. If I still had the same skill as before, would I be able to win? Absolutely not. My strength and his are worlds apart." Wang-gu sighed. "It's too difficult for me now." The angry hacker approached Wang-gu from afar, grinning widely and saying, "But there's one thing I need to know." The hacker, with glowing red eyes, tilted his head and asked him, "If you're not Peter, why bother showing up here and risking your life? Don't you feel regret for risking your life?" Oh Wang-gu forced himself to stand up, his shoulders trembling as he mumbled in response, "That's right. Someone like you wouldn't understand why I would risk everything like this." Rewind to 2010. Oh Wang-gu was a level B assassin ranked 16th in glory. You're haunted by the words and rumors surrounding you. I guess you understand that too. Given your current condition, you're no longer meeting the organization's standards. However, the headquarters still acknowledge your contributions and wish to express their gratitude for what you've done. Wang-gu stood dazed for a long time, still haunted by those same words. "We have arranged a position for you in the apprentice class at Tan Vine Quang School. You will train future assassins there. They just pretend to paint a glamorous future for me."
No matter how glamorous it looks, Oh Wang-gu bows his head in lonely self-pity. The truth is, they are just trying to find a way to eliminate him from the organization.
Is sending me there just so I can be a babysitter and teach those kids? He remembered his sick wife lying in pain on the hospital bed, and he grew more anxious, clenching his fist tightly, silently wondering if Teacher Luong could afford the medicine for his wife. At school, many students are gathered together, passing the word, "Hey, did you hear? I heard this teacher is a level 16 B-class assassin." Hearing that, the kid next to him couldn't help but marvel and say, "If only we could become real assassins after learning from a B-level assassin like that. But why would someone like him choose to come back to teach at a school? What are your goals?" The students all raised their hands eagerly, competing to answer, saying they would definitely reach the top of glory. "I want to become a legend like Peter. I want to be like Tedious. My name is Simon. I want to become an apostle." Wang-gu heard that and smiled faintly, saying, "So, an apostle? I hear you. Keep going." From D to S rank, there are a total of 666 people. Those who make it into the apostle group, the S rank, will automatically have fame, wealth, and everything in the world come to them. Oh Wang-gu stepped forward to face the students, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. "But if you stumble along the way, the outcome will be as tragic as this. Perhaps your future will be me stretching out my leg on the floor and rolling up my pants for the students to see. He nonchalantly continued, 4 limbs paralyzed, post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and a host of other tragedies awaiting just like discarded trash, just like us now. He glanced at the kids standing close together without leaving, then sighed and said, your friendship is really beautiful, but it's best not to get too close to each other. He then responded to their suspicious looks, because sometimes those friends might kill you, or you might have to do it yourself. He turned around and loudly told them, this class, study on your own. Then I left the classroom, leaving behind a silent space and bewildered faces there. At that time, I had to face countless difficulties, including my seriously ill wife bedridden and my life already in despair. Apart from alcohol, I had nothing left to hold on to. I thought my life was truly over until I met those kids. In 2021, at Tan Vinh Quang School, he looked at the chubby students below and continued his old question. What are their goals? That guy kept answering his questions one after another. We will definitely reach the top of glory and become people like Peter. Owangigu bitterly smiled, looked at those kids and said, Peter, every year I hear the same rehearsed lines. He continued stretching out his leg, rolling up his pant cuff to show them the scars of his past, and said, this is your future. The students below, seeing this, couldn't help but be stunned and shouted in fear, oh my God, did the teacher go through such things? Owangu shook his head gently, sighed inwardly, thinking that this year Lin Luang probably got some more money again. He sighed and told the students to study on their own, but before he could finish, they had already crawled forward.
Your excited eyes and curiosity look towards Owangju as you happily say, is this the real life of a killer? At first, we wondered why someone like you would come back here.
So it turns out the teacher carries a bloody legend with him. Now we understand. Owangu nods confusedly and replies, oh, I see. Juna steps forward. Watching my teacher, I continued, I want to be strong like him. Owangu hesitated and said, yes, go ahead and be strong. He frowned, thinking to himself, what the hell is going on with these kids? From then on, they kept following Owangu, asking how to train to become an assassin. You keep asking questions nonstop without caring if you get answers or not. So are you starting with swordsmanship? The follower immediately retorted. Isn't swordsmanship something you should start learning with your muscles first, right, teacher? Hey, you two, stop bothering the teacher. If he's upset, who can handle it? And what does it have to do with you? I don't have time to waste. I still have work to do. The two of them stopped and whispered to each other in confusion. What's wrong with this girl? Then he turned to Juna and said, you guys are the same. Probably only you are busy. Wangjiao felt it was too noisy, rubbed his temples and asked in a deep voice, do you want to become assassins? The two quickly replied, yes, that's right. Even if we have 100 lives, we are determined to follow this path. Then he pointed to the nearby soccer field and casually said, then go run. The two kids cheered happily, finally feeling that the teacher was willing to train them. Wang Jiu nodded and said, yes, training. Then run out to the field until given the command to stop. What kind of assassin is that? Anyway, you guys are just kids. After a while, he entered his assigned classroom and stood at the door saying, let's start the lesson. See, I told you so. I told you so. Is there really a crippled teacher in this world? Do they want us to learn so we'll end up crippled like him? Honestly, I just hope to meet a truly capable teacher and the two of us should just drop out. He smiled and turned away, walking along the field and muttered to himself, so at least now I have more time to drink. Those kids. Wangu hurried over to them and shouted, hey, what are you doing? The kids, running as fast as they could, responded to their teacher. Oh, look, here comes the teacher. Oh, Wangu, panting, asked again, what are you kids doing here? The children honestly replied, we are training under the teacher's orders. Wangu was a bit surprised and said, what do you mean training? He remembered a few hours ago, he really did tell the kids to do that. He sighed deeply and shouted, why are you all so obedient? I just can't understand. Those three are exhausted, lying on the ground gasping for breath, and the biggest one fainted before answering him, because you are our teacher and everything you do is for us. Thanks to you, my life has changed 180 degrees, and it seems our intelligence has even dropped a little more. The teacher bowed his head, gritting his teeth in shame, thinking to himself, I am only a teacher here, but this job I once looked down on is the only hope for those children. It's too late now. He stood for a moment, then turned away. The kids looked up in confusion and asked, wow, teacher, so we don't have to run anymore, right? We can keep running if we want. We still have the strength to run for 3 more days and nights. Teacher, seeing that Wangigu didn't answer, the kid slumped down and sighed, saying to each other, so sad. We did everything right, but he just quietly left. I thought we'd get praised. Juna gasped and added, we didn't do this to get praise. That guy nodded in agreement and said, that's true. After a while, Juna blinked as she saw the teacher approaching them, then quickly sat up and said, teacher? Owangu, with the cart behind, looked at the kids and said, let's go. The others asked back in confusion. Yes. Owangu patiently continued. Hurry up. We need to get to the cafeteria before lunch break. I may have completely failed as an assassin, but as a teacher, I haven't. Wang-gu walks alone with 3 kids down the street, the children excitedly asking him, "Teacher, what's on the menu today?" He also patiently replied, "Beef." The kids cheered excitedly. Then Wang-gu continued, "Eat as much as you want." The kids excitedly continued, "So we get to eat until we're full and can't stand anymore, right?" Wang-ju chuckled and said, "These guys are truly innocent beyond words." Wang-ju silently thought that training these kids to become assassins might actually be a big plus in my life. The kids then asked, "So you acknowledge our abilities now, right?" Wang-gu laughed heartily and said, "We haven't even started yet and you're already ready to fight, right?" The kids cheered excitedly. "We are ready to do it 100 times over." My coming to this school is not because of failure in the beast hunting profession, but a new beginning. He looked up at the distant sky with a bright smile, thinking to himself, "I've calculated it now, even if it's a bit late," and when he turned back, Hacker stared at him with blazing red eyes. He said in a harsh voice, "All right, since you don't care about your life, I'll send you off a bit." Then a rope and an object were thrown at him, but with not enough force for him to catch with one hand as Juna hurriedly ran over shouting at the guy, "Stay away from my master." Hacker glanced at Wang-gu, who was panting on the ground, and smirked. "Peter is pretending to be unconscious? Well, let him rest for now." Hacker changed his target, turning to charge at Juna with a fierce look, saying, "I will take this girl back to take care of him." Before he could move, a pair of arms locked him tightly. He looked down, struggled to break free, but failed, then sighed and spoke. "What else is there? Sticking so stubbornly like a hungry flea." He frowned and shouted, "What else is there? Can't get it off. This old man just got stronger than before." Wang-gu's body was almost falling apart, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at the other guy, saying, "You think you can run away? I'm still alive." Then he turned to Juna and scolded her, "I told you kids already." Juna was stunned, recalling what the teacher said earlier when he took the 3 of them out to eat. "As long as you're alive, I'll protect you until I take my last breath." Wang-gu, bloodied and bleeding, still patiently looked at her and repeated those words with a bright smile. Wang-gu used all his strength to knock him down, and Hacker was thrown far away by the white smoke. After exerting all his energy, Wang-gu also collapsed, his legs too weak to stand. Juna frantically runs to support her teacher, calling his name in worry. Wang-gu Hacker lies on the floor behind her, exhaling slowly, quietly assessing the situation. Dangerous indeed. If he had put more strength into his legs, my head would probably be shattered. Someone so talented like him teaching at this crappy school is really a waste. But it seems his organs are all shattered. He probably won't last more than a few minutes. Juna glanced at the fatal wound on his stomach and screamed in fear, "No, not my teacher Wang-gu." The hacker sneered and said with a wicked grin, "Since we're already together, teachers and students might as well all end it now." As soon as he finished, he was immediately punched in the face, stunned and wide-eyed. "What is going on? Why are you treating me like this? What the hell is going on?" Could it be that Rana looked blankly at the newcomer, trembling as he muttered, "Sungu?" Wang-ju used his remaining strength to support himself with his long spear, his body uncontrollably trembling. He was sweating, thinking to himself that he no longer had any awareness, and his body was starting to react. Peter quickly approached, helped him sit down, leaned against the wall, and sincerely said, "You truly protected everyone until the end. Take a rest for a while." Master Wang, Peter sadly said, "You are the coolest teacher to me." Then he stood up and coldly told Hacker, "Let this humble student take care of the rest." Peter gently helped Master Wang-gu to the ground, whispering emotionally into his ear, "You've been so strong, now rest, Master. From the bottom of my heart, I truly believe that you are an incredible teacher, so from now on, please let this humble disciple handle things." Hacker over there collapses to the ground, looks up at Peter and asks, "Mark 17, what are you really doing? Are you even aiming at the right target?" Peter stands up and defends himself. Then the guy exhales heavily and says in a gruff voice, "I must be crazy." Hacker pats his chest, frowning at Peter, and says, "The question was wrong from the start. It should have been asked like this." He asked, "Who are you?" Peter, smiling under his mask, replied, "Stop wasting time with unnecessary words. Get up." M17 is still waiting. Hacker sneers and curses, "Damn it." He pursed his lips and thought to himself, "I almost got taken out by a surprise attack. He's stronger than I imagined. In this school, I wonder if anyone is more powerful than Teacher Wang-gu." He stared at Peter from head to toe, thinking to himself, could he be an envoy? That physique doesn't resemble Tadio or Kajeo. Juna just ran over, saw the two men facing each other, and let out a breath. She thought happily, "Luckily Sungu has arrived, now I can handle this." Hacker stood up, dusted himself off, and kept saying he didn't know who you were, but I have to admit, your strength. Still, no matter how talented you are, in the end, humans are just humans. Peter watched him talk, thinking to himself, this confidence isn't just bragging, it's probably because Hacker laughed loudly, satisfied, and said, "If I have this in my hand, humans will only know to lick my boots and survive." Hacker, seeing that he still stands there silently, eagerly shouts, "Why are you scared now that you're here? Come in, I'll make you like a pig about to be slaughtered." Juna shouted loudly, "No, Sunu, get out of the way first. That guy will definitely attack." Juna looked at Peter with confusion, thinking to herself, how could Sungu not know he's carrying a bomb? So why? All right, let's see what disgusting explosion you're capable of.
Juna frowns in confusion, thinking to herself, what on earth is Sunu really thinking?
If provoked like that, he will definitely scream out, and if you want, I'll make sure you get what you want. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the button in his hand, and the room next door exploded in a flash, shrapnel flying toward Peter, but he remained standing still, unharmed. Juna looked at him, completely confused and puzzled. What is this? Is it okay? Sunu didn't move from his position. Why is that? Peter finally asked after a long pause. Let me ask you something. Why didn't you kill me? I thought if you blew up around me, I would surrender. Just blow it up over here. Peter looked at the hacker with a fake smile and said, So, you're starting to develop feelings for me, huh? Juna stood watching the two for a while, quietly pondering, is he really careless? Why has Sungu been provoking all this time? Wait a minute. Hacker suddenly pulls out another button, his hand trembling slightly. Maybe pressing it won't do any good after all. I've been watching your behavior very closely. You have a habit of not exceeding a certain limit. If the bomb controller also behaves restrictively, then in other words, the areas you've moved through could be safe zones from bombs. Hacker snorted and then said, Well, that's clever too. That's right, that area is safe. But so what? He glanced at the students trembling and hugging each other behind Peter, raising an eyebrow and asking, Do the students behind you think they're safe from the bombs? Peter cautiously replied, What exactly is this thing called a bomb? Hacker smirked, placing his hand on the button and shouted loudly, It's not midnight yet and you're still causing trouble. Everyone get out of here. Peter remained unfazed and continued to respond to him. Humans are inherently weaker the more places they have to rely on. After speaking, Peter threw his student ID card at the arm holding the button that Hacker was gripping. The throw was strong enough to make his hand bleed. Burr remembered his words earlier. Since you are all so weak, you can all go together now, Peter said firmly. Weak? Are you saying the teacher and students are weak? Then what about this? Peter stepped forward and kicked the button far away. The button rolls wherever the floor goes, accompanied by loud sounds that seem to shake the corridor to its core. At this moment, Hacker is in pain, lying on the floor and moaning. Peter looked down at the struggling Hacker, frowning in evaluation. Stupid people. Do they really think just one button can control the entire world? Even the name Matthias is nothing special. Hacker struggles to open his eyes and speaks with difficulty. With him, these things are just child's play. Peter cut in, adding, The boss doesn't need anything. As soon as the enemy is identified, the battle is over. Hacker smirked and whispered, The moment you face him, you're doomed. Later in room U, Juna was stunned after hearing a brief summary and couldn't help but exclaim, So Matthias the envoy, the teacher who helped the students escape? Peter sat next to her and nodded in agreement. That's right. Juna was stunned and replied, unable to believe he had approached so naturally that no one noticed. And when did these bombs get attached to us? How could they do something like this? Peter sighed and replied, If you're not paying attention, you wouldn't notice at all. Juna pursed her lips and asked, What kind of technique is that? Peter could tell at a glance the sleight of hand used and replied, Quick hand magic. Juna, a bit confused, said, What is that? Peter reached into his shirt pocket and told her, Look carefully. I didn't even move my hand, yet I made the plant pot in front of you shatter without leaving a trace. Juna was stunned and asked him in confusion, What is that? How could it be done like that? Peter honestly replied, This is a skill derived from magic tricks that allows you to quickly move objects like coins to a desired location. But this is a skill only highly skilled people can perform, and Matthias surpasses even that. He silently assessed it quickly and precisely enough that even a super speed camera couldn't record it. Juna nervously asked him, So if someone has ever met that mentor, does that mean they're already in trouble? Sungu, are you okay? You've also met him. Peter turned away. A subordinate asked, Sir Matthias, are you okay? If there's anything bothering you, we'll take care of it right away. Matthias leaned on the table and replied casually, Nothing serious? It's nothing to worry about. He remembered when he first met Peter and asked, Are the students okay? Hurry back to class. Then he quickly attached a listening device to the back of his shirt. Peter took a few steps and turned back to say to him, Wait a moment, sir. Peter approached, took off his jacket, and put it on a student lying on the ground before turning away and walking off. Matthias turned back to the present, sighed, and continued. Just a curious variable just appeared. Hey, what do we do now? One of them spoke up saying, None of us in the class can use our phones now. The teacher is the same, no ambulance has arrived, and the police are nowhere to be seen. Obviously, no one outside knows what's really happening. What the hell is going on? Peter put his hands in his pockets and silently followed behind, frowning in thought. For now, he had figured out how he planted the bomb. Surely that Matthias guy isn't as scary as the rumors say. I've tried to probe, but if it really is Matthias, I remember what the hacker said earlier. He doesn't need anything just to identify the opponent, and that alone is enough for you guys to succeed. He's probably hiding something else as well. Peter frowned, thinking to himself about identifying the opponent, but with no enough data. What could it possibly mean? Suddenly, a notification from his phone went off, and he checked to see everyone had sent messages. He wondered secretly, does he want him to know what Matthias is really planning to do? Suddenly, the two leading guys shouted out, What the hell is this? The brown-haired guy next to me gently raises his hand and yells in confusion. Why is there something stuck on my elbow? I thought it was a bug. Could this be why Teacher Go is like this? The guy next to him also curiously checked, then suddenly shouted in panic, I also have something on me. He looked at his friend, licking his lips, and said, Get it off right now. Peter hurried to stop him, but it was too late. He had already touched the chip. Peter, stop, don't touch it. He quickly dunked his arm into the water, and as expected, the chip immediately exploded. The other kid was stunned and quickly shouted, Wait, what are you doing? Let go now. After a long while, Peter finally released him. That hand is still there, don't worry. He looked at the kid beside him and said, Hurry, and take your friend to the infirmary. Peter gazed into the void, frowning as he thought that the scariest thing about Matthias's bomb wasn't how it was attached. The real horror is that it can't be removed by force. He recalls the previous victims, guessing that his own was attached to clothing. But if it were Matthias, he would have definitely attached it to something much more dangerous. Peter clenched his teeth, wondering what Matthias was really plotting. In Matthias's private room, his secretary leaned on the desk and asked, By now, Peter should have revealed himself too, right? No. Peter will not appear because once he shows himself, it means he has given up everything. Moreover, my goal from the start wasn't to control Peter. Just controlling his surroundings will make him reveal himself naturally. Even if Peter doesn't show up, it's okay. I just need to control the next variable. So, through the school's loudspeaker, Matthias announced to everyone present that from now on, I will begin controlling the next one. To survive, all members of the volunteer club must immediately gather in the hall. The students who hear this become panicked, turning to ask each other nonstop.
Hey, what is going on? This is so scary. Are we really going to die?
Who is really behind all this? Juno recognizes this voice and worries silently. Matthias's loudspeaker voice echoed, If anyone behaves suspiciously during the move, I will blow them up on the spot. All the students quickly obeyed and headed to the student council room. Many questions from students echoed everywhere. Why are we being called here? Is it because we're part of the volunteer club that we were called here? Another person irritably spoke up. Hey, Chitiet, we're still just students. I'm really scared. The other person confidently responded, Is there any way to turn the tide if we work together? Don't you see that Teacher Huang Hu was also defeated? A group like ours wouldn't even qualify for a D rank. She pointed at the tall men in the corner and spoke bluntly. They were trembling all over. Juno also watched, a bit scared, thinking to herself, the Doc Go brothers. Anyone would be afraid right now, but what is Matthias planning to do? Suddenly, many people in white shirts appeared on the stands, drawing the students' attention. They cheer and point at the stands, saying, Who's that? As Matthias walked slowly to the microphone. Juno stared intently at his every move, her eyes slightly hesitant. Matthias exhaled deeply and then spoke. Hello to everyone in the volunteer club. Now I will explain why I have gathered you here. Matthias glanced at Juno's figure, frowned, and said, It is indeed you, the former student of Mr. Ponchuan, the one who chased Peter, and was also connected to the Apostle Nathaniel Glory Killer, rank 335 level D. He approached where she was standing, looked at her cautious face, and said with a smile, Leuna, he straightforwardly continued, I believe you are closely connected to Peter. I won't beat around the bush. He moved closer and whispered in her ear, asking where Peter was. Juno responded as expected. I don't know, neither I nor anyone in the club knows anything. Matthias brushed past her casually and replied, So what? The answer was in the prediction, there is indeed a way. I'm also curious to see if this will work. He turned around, lightly licking his lips and saying, If I do this, will Peter agree to appear? The whole student body was stunned and turned to look at him after hearing those words. Matthias now stood behind Juno, forming a gun shape with his hand behind her hair, wearing a strange smile and shouting out of nowhere. Matthias asked, Glory Assassin level D rank 335, Kaluna. I believe you are closely connected to Peter, so I won't beat around the bush anymore. Matthias moved in close to Juno's face. Where's Peter? Juno stammered. I don't know all the members of this club. Not even I know anything. Matthias asked again. I see, the answer was in my prediction after all. There's no other choice now. I wondered if this method would work. You predicted that if you did this, Peter would probably show up, right? Matthias threatened Juno first. Juno is terrified. Wait, everyone is stunned. Matthias wondered, That's strange. If my calculations are correct, then right now here is missing a member of the service club, and the whole room's attention is focused. Matthias continues Kim Sunu, reminiscing. He remembered that the only one he missed was Peter, and how coincidental it is. Matthias suspects that this time, the incident involving Peter is also present. Student slouches, the hacker wonders. What should we do now? Sir? Should I go outside and look for him? Matthias replied, No need, I'll think for a moment. Matthias suddenly smiled. Now I'll see how long he can keep hiding. Finding him won't be hard. For now, deploy all drones to monitor the outside area. You don't know Peter has already heard the presentation, so no matter how closely you monitor, you won't find him. Because I am a hacker, sir. Yes, I understand now. Peter is disguised as a hacker and is standing right behind you. Juno is shocked to hear this. Is it really right next to Matthias? Peter says calmly. Now we're already suspected. That makes sense as the reason. Juno wondered why. That's right. The reason I have to stick close to Matthias is this. Juna suddenly, the mask. What does that have to do with it? It's very dangerous. Peter objects. No, that's actually a golden opportunity. Peter analyzes that the mask contains a signal transmitter, voice changer functions, and even holds their secret information. He frowns. The advanced technology they've been proud of for so long will now turn against them. Juna marvels, Sungu, you're so badass, but after doing that secretly, what do you plan to do next? Peter replied, maybe. The only way to disable Matthias's bomb is for you to hold up the radio and disrupt the signal. Jammin Juna is a jamming technology that disrupts wireless signals, while Nona broadcasts fake signals to confuse the system. At that moment, the bodyguard would be confused. Huh? Why did it stop on its own? Juna eagerly asked. Wait a minute, so that means it can block Matthias Shaw's bombs? Peter replied, not necessarily. Juna is confused. What do you mean? Peter was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he remembered a saying. Boss, they don't need those things. As soon as they detect the target, everything will be over. But Peter still hopes. We'll have to wait and see. Peter ponders. I am now close enough to Matthias to hear his breath. I will find his bomb control frequency right here. Junikin, no matter what, Sungu, you're risking too much. Matthias will find out your true identity sooner or later. Not to mention she looked behind and saw a bunch of people watching, along with cameras recording, so you'll be in even greater danger. So now, there's only one way left. Peter said, we need to use jamming to disable Matthias's device. The signal jammer has already been activated, just need to buy some time. So let's hope nothing happens by then. It seems that many people here are not willing to listen to me. Then I will take stricter control measures. He laughed. This time no one can stop me. Peter behind him is thinking he must stall for time and distract him. Matthias confidently announces that the bombs attached to everyone will explode in exactly 3 minutes. Matthias smugly destroys everything. Matthias threatens. I've warned you that this type of bomb explodes immediately if tampered with or if there's any suspicious activity. Everyone was panicking. What the hell is going on? Oh no, everyone's doomed. A calm person reminds them. Stop and don't be foolish enough to touch the bomb. Matthias continued to threaten. Peter, I don't know where you are, but I understand why you can't show your face here. You've been hiding and fighting all along, and you still will be. Matthias's serious face reveals that the moment he shows himself is when he loses his most powerful weapon. Juna is anxious. That guy won't hesitate to kill us all. There's less than 3 minutes left. Sungu can't take any risks because Peter was worried before that moment. My biggest concern is that someone like Matthias definitely knows about the jamming, and this jamming technology has a fatal flaw. Juna asked what it is. Peter explains. It takes at least a few tens of minutes to scan the encrypted frequency. Juna is impressed by the few tens of minutes. Peter continued. Chances are Matthias won't give us that much time easily. Matthias lost patience. Peter, what are you going to do now? In just a few seconds, the students in this hall will become the bait for the explosion. The students are starting to get angry. Damn it, we haven't even had a chance to live for our families and we're about to die? If we're going to die now, we might as well risk everything. Didn't you see the explosion just now? Touch it and it'll blow up immediately. No matter what you do, you can't escape his grasp. 11 seconds remaining. 10. Matthias regretfully realized that Peter and his allies still refused to reveal themselves. All right, 8. Matthias continues to suppress. If anyone still dreams that this bomb won't go off, they should abandon that illusion immediately. By the way, I want to remind you, 6, I am sure I never said anything reckless even once. The countdown bomb. 32 and the leader is panicking. Juna is scared. Suddenly, Matthias is hit by a flying knife. Go Hyung sarcastically says, oh my god, sorry about that. My little knife accidentally flew over there, so could you please pick it up and hand it back to me? The people in the hall are getting restless. What are they doing? Sorry, this isn't a place for playing tricks. Please apologize. If you face off against the Doc Go brothers, you'll be doomed. Even Master Kwang couldn't stop them. So if anyone tries to hold them back, tell them to kneel and beg for mercy while there's still time. Juna breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the Go brothers that the bomb didn't go off. She approaches them, even though that they've never met, because if she can help Master Peter in their hearts, they wouldn't hesitate at all. Juna sensed something was off. Wait a minute, they were about to do what? Going back to before, Peter explained that Jiamin, once he had intercepted the frequency, was really strong, but this jamming technology has a fatal flaw. Juna wondered what it was, and Peter replied it was at least a few tens of minutes and most likely Matthias. It won't be easy for us to buy that much time. The DGO team can hear us too. Juna is curious, so how can they stall? Peter is helpless and has to figure it out himself now. The students in the hall are already panicking. Stop messing around. Do the DGO guys still see this as a joke? Hey, Go Hyung said. If we don't cause trouble, you guys will be bored to death. Go D asks him, why is it that you're always right? The students are panicking. If anyone tries to stop them, just say sorry, but they don't mean any harm. The Do brothers laugh and say, if you look closely, you'll see how much fun we had showing you. Juna hesitates for a moment. Go Hyung tears up. Those times were so joyful. Little brother, see you again in heaven, brother. Suddenly, some hackers burst in. The Go brothers had a fierce showdown. Gong whispered to himself, as long as he could hold them for a few more seconds, we would deserve some praise too. He quietly called out to Mr. Peter Chun. Go-Hyung clearly isn't a match for Matthias. He didn't need to do anything for Go-Hyung to fall flat on the ground. Matthias despised even a brave but useless act is a difficult decision. You're all very skilled, but next time, don't just break your heads. Go painfully called out, "Please don't come any closer." Go-Hyung is in pain. Don't. I've already reported to the heavens, so if I have to go, I'll rush madly. We have to go together. A hacker grabbed Go-Hyung and threw him far away. Hacker asks, "What now, Lord Matthias?" Matthias replies, "Setting an example for them is also good." Hacker obeys. "Yes, I will do it now." Hacker paused for a moment, then Juna bravely rushed forward. "Stop it, you bastards!" She was stunned. Matthias smirked confidently. The hacker forced her to swallow it obediently. "Luckily, if you let go, all your friends around you would be dead." A loud explosion echoes as Juna calls out in despair. "Brothers, don't do it." She widened her eyes as Peter stood frozen there. The students are confused. Hey, they're on the same side, so why are they suddenly fighting each other? Peter feels regretful, now just enjoying lunch with friends. Seeing her as if it were the last time, the day she could wear her uniform and laugh with friends is probably gone. I think Matthias is pleased. It's definitely him. Kim Sung-gu. Peter takes off his mask. The students are stunned. Isn't that Sunu? Why is Sunu wearing that mask? Isn't Sung-gu outside? Matthias, you're right. Sung-gu really came up with some fun tricks. But I guess you also know that once you're caught in this controlled place, you can't do anything in front of me. Juna is panicking. Is Jia-min also doomed? So Sun-gu is definitely in danger. Sun-gu, hurry and run. Peter stands still. Matthias does the same. Jun-na is confused. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. All the bombs had fallen. What the hell is going on? Everyone get away from the old bombs. And then a series of bombs exploded, filling the air with thick smoke. Matthias guessed quickly. Damn it. Peter challenges himself to see what it feels like to be sitting in an exam room. Oh no, it's that feeling of losing all control. Peter raises the switch. From now on, he's confident. Now it's my turn to control you, Matthias said emotionlessly. Juna exclaimed in surprise. This is another civilian who is just as shocked. How can it be that these bombs would explode if touched? But why did they all fall out without detonating? He asked himself a question that almost no one at the scene could answer. Another person also chimed in with a common question, what is going on here? Someone else kindly warned everyone to stay away from the bomb, but suddenly the entire house exploded with a sudden blast. So how does it feel to have your proud sense of control nullified, Matthias? Peter shows no sign of hesitation or any unusual attitude. In other words, he does not appear to be at a disadvantage, firmly holding something with the control button in his hand. He presses his thumb on that object, which is also his hand, then points directly at Matthias and declares firmly, "From now on, I am the one in control of you." There won't be any explosion. Please ask the young man to help the two of us leave this place, and don't forget to tell everyone to hurry up and go quickly. Yeah, okay, everyone shouted to each other as they ran away from this place.
Everyone, run now!
Hurry up, don't hold back the brothers anymore. Matthias watched everything, clapping sarcastically and praising him. Remarkable. I sensed Mr. Kim Sunu's extraordinary nature from the first time we met. From how you studied my bomb placement to uncovering my identity. Stop for a moment, Matthias was surprised, but compared to those things, knowing about the jamming system was completely beyond my expectations. You're still so young, yet your wisdom and knowledge surpass even my understanding. He is probably truly praising Peter's talent. He still asked, is Jia-min your Lord Peter's order? If that's true, I can only say one thing. Even if you have Lord Peter backing you up, it will be useless. Because all my friends are here with me, the ones who have been with me since the day Trinity was born. The strength of each of them is comparable to an A rank in glory. Matthias's words threaten, warn, and imply that Peter should know his limits. Is that so? Then, I guess I should start off on equal footing too. Peter introduced, this is a weapon that has never been beaten in this country. That is when Matthias wondered to himself what that weapon really was. Perhaps he read Matthias's thoughts, or he didn't want to let the opponent get curious, so he introduced himself. Matthias pretends to be interested. It's worth a try. I also want to see how terrifying that attack really is. From a distance, Juna silently worries inside. No, they are on a completely different level from Nathaniel's squad. Fighting this many enemies alone will be nearly impossible. Sung-gu is in danger. To avoid making Peter and Matthias wait, Matthias's first teammate immediately appears and rushes straight toward Peter. This person is truly incredibly talented. He has an extremely impressive profile. Amalazo is a former member of the Seer Special Forces unit of the Indian Border Guard. The youngest commander of the assault team at 23 years old, he defected during a top secret level 1 mission. Skilled in 6 traditional cold weapons such as kukri, Qatar, Jiagam, and Chamgram Kram, he voluntarily left a teenage year's mission to hunt down a poaching gang at the Indian border. Nepal has killed 142 people, including civilians. The Black Fall operation, targeting high-ranking commanders and armed insurgents, was led by armed kidnappers at the border area and broadcast live. He executed 8 hostages, including diplomats, participated in a desert train escort operation, killed armed guards, opened fire indiscriminately on civilians, infiltrated the Tali border village disguised as a civilian, and single-handedly wiped out the entire border patrol, resulting in 78 deaths. Immediately, he was knocked down by Peter in a single move. Next, Bamsot, the second operative codename Ungup, from the militia forces in the conflict zone of West Africa, known as Lingchambo, has fought in 213 combat missions over 15 years since age 20, with a 100% survival rate, mastering primitive close combat weapons like clubs, axes, and steel pipes. He participated in 11 covert missions, protecting International Peace Organization agents, all of which ended with disappearances or mysterious deaths, often involving theft of medical supplies and food in humanitarian zones, with a 0% casualty rate for his escorts, but an 87% civilian casualty rate. He charged at Peter with a sword, but was perfectly countered. Next is the third operative, codename Alex Ivanov, the youngest former team leader at 19 years old from the Alpha Special Forces of the Russian Federal Security Service, now wanted after defecting. He underwent survival training in the Arctic ice fields, surviving alone for 14 days at minus 60 degrees Celsius without any supplies. The goal of survival is to participate in the operation to capture the missing researcher. The White Knight operation rescued all 31 hostages in the city without anyone getting hurt. The combat time was only 7 minutes and 18 seconds. This operation was later revealed to be a covert political purge, infiltrating the armed base of the Siberian crime organization at night, controlling all 26 guards without causing any casualties or gunfire. Then they all died from poisoning. Ivanov's solo act, the master of throwing cold weapons, hitting the target directly 10 times in a row from 15 meters away, using this technique once to assassinate a political fake. He swung his axe at him, but unfortunately the outcome was not much different from the other two. Next, the fourth name, codename Hakan Diop, an illegal drug lord in Eastern Europe, was accused of international smuggling and dispersing chemical weapons. The fifth, codename Eva Zidel, a former security team leader at the Biochemical Research Institute, oversaw 413 biological experiments based on gland secretions. The sixth, codename Khan Nasser, a former commander of the Middle Eastern Desert Militia, a mastermind behind multiple attacks on national oil pipelines. The seventh, codename Makoto Kageyama, a bioweapons criminal and the mastermind behind the toxic gas attacks. The eighth, codename Victor Lam, a broker for mercenaries involved in Hong Kong waters related to the disappearance of 9 naval commandos. The ninth, codename Simon Varela, a spy from that alliance in South America who vanished after threatening the national data system for ransom. The 10th, codename Aliyah Kuruma, who runs a private military company involved in mineral extraction in East Africa, controlling underage soldiers and operating slave labor mines. The 11th, codename Nima Hakim, the leader of a North African terrorist network, confirmed alive after the embassy bombing. All 10 share an undeniable fate. Despite their abilities, they cannot escape Peter's attacks. Now that I've taken down all of them, Peter turns to Matthias and Innocent and asks, "Now you see, those with the ability to block what you call A." Seeing Peter defeat everyone alone, Matthias is amazed inside. Everything was beyond his plan. There's no way someone just at rank D could believe that Peter is behind controlling him. He's the apostle. No, maybe even more than that. If that's the case, I have to return the favor too. It seems he's prepared to launch a fatal blow that Peter might find hard to withstand. Yuna stood safely at a distance, witnessing the entire 1 versus 11 fight earlier. She couldn't help but admire Peter's skill. She wondered to herself, even though she had seen Sunu fight many times, each time was truly impressive. Who exactly is Sunu? And then she was stunned to realize something. Wait a minute, what's going on? Is Sunu feeling tense? This is the first time I've seen him like this. She couldn't understand that expression of his. We're clearly in a good position. So, why is that? Matthias smiles with an ambiguous expression. Immediately afterward, a series of bombs exploded on the ceiling. As Peter looked up at the ceiling, Matthias said to him, "I am waiting for you to act. How are you going to handle this?" Immediately, Peter seems to have guessed that there is some danger. He shouted loudly at Yuna, "Get out of the way!" She didn't understand and asked why. She was confused inside. "Is he dropping bombs again?" she said loudly. "I don't know what he's planning, but it's useless. Jiamin is still functioning very well. Those bombs cannot explode." With that thought, she couldn't understand why Peter had to act that way. Yuna called out, "Sunu, Jiamin is still functioning well." He doesn't think so because he also has a bad feeling. He shouts, "Run away!" Matthias calmly stands there, using his tongue to bite his own teeth before gently releasing 2 words, "left hand." Immediately, a bomb flies in and explodes. It injured Peter's left hand, not too seriously, but not light either, causing Uniking to panic and panic. He holds your hand. Matthias is still there, smiling with a deep smile that no one can guess the meaning of. Peter looked at him with a myriad of emotions. The bombs kept exploding, and another one went off, causing the wooden floor to splinter and become severely damaged. Peter hugged Yuna and moved away from the area to ensure both of their safety. Yuna, unable to believe it, asked Peter, "Why is it like this?" Jiamin is still functioning well. Marthas, he doesn't have control over the operation. Then how did he do it? Peter replied. BCI, brain-computer interface. I'll explain further. BCI stands for brain-computer interface, a technology that involves inserting a device into the head or neck to transmit signals from brainwaves to machines. Yuna isn't too concerned about the DSO technology. She looks at him, whatever, now what's important is in your hands. She thought to herself that she had heard of that technology before. Implanting is easy, but controlling it skillfully is almost impossible. But little Matthias can do it. To get a rough idea of BCI, we need to go back. By the late 1990s, Western researchers conducted a secret experiment analyzing brainwaves, EEG, and transmitting them to computers. If successful, it would truly mark a breakthrough in human development. However, this experiment also concealed a deadly side effect. The test subject is reacting extremely violently. He feels nauseous, and the person in charge quickly runs over to support him. Are you okay, doctor? Quickly call the medical staff here immediately. BC. I has a side effect that has caused many doctors to lose their lives. That side effect is that a normal person's body cannot withstand the synchronization process of the brainwaves with the computer. Researchers had tested thousands of cases, but all ended in failure. And just when it seemed the experiment would be halted, suddenly one day, in a certain laboratory, the person in charge was so excited that they stuttered. Is this correct? We did it. We succeeded. That day has finally come. After many years of experiments, a certain scientific breakthrough was successfully tested. Codename Elio Marcel, an American of Italian descent who earned his PhD at MIT and Stanford, specializes in computational neuroscience, quantum electronics, and human-machine interfaces. Dr. Eli is truly a genius, and the two experiment leaders rejoice. He has indeed completed a task that no one has accomplished in years. He has truly made a great leap forward for humanity. Returning to the present, Yuna asked Peter, if that technology is so difficult, then why was he able to do it? He explained that, based on his personal judgment, that technology could only be developed by someone at Dr. Eli's level, and Matthias probably possesses a power thousands of times greater than that. All over the ceiling are floating bombs, their red color giving off a strange, eerie feeling. Matthias has been standing still, watching them without making any move. Peter guesses that if he's right, we can't stop those things with gaming because BCI uses a different frequency band than usual, so interference basically won't affect Matthias. Matthias can easily control those flying objects with his brainwaves, meaning just by thinking, we will die before we can even say our last words. At this moment, Matthias finally spoke. Kim Sungu, how much longer do you plan to keep surprising me? Not only do you understand jamming technology, but you also know about BCI. But what interests me most is that in such a short time, Kim Sungu can still point his hand at the bomb to minimize injuries. He tousled his hair and continued, do a talented person like you really only rank as a D-level high school student? This setup is too unreasonable. For me, it's all hard to believe. I still want to see a little more. I wonder if there's anything else hidden here that will surprise me again. Yuna thought if everything were to come crashing down at once, it definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. At least thousands of explosions. What should I do now? How can I make this happen? Matthias suddenly asked Peter, have you just come up with a plan? Peter couldn't believe it. You ask, how can you read people's hearts so clearly? I just came up with the best way to suppress them. Matthias turned to ask Yuna, are your legs still okay? Yuna couldn't keep up with his logic, feeling a bit confused but still answering sincerely. Why are you suddenly asking about my leg? Oh, is everything still normal? Peter replied.
What are you talking about? Get ready to go.
She still hasn't figured out what he's talking about, but is still following along. Huh? All right, but what's the point of it? Peter replied with a firm and unwavering voice. We have to show him this brilliant plan. He grabs a chair and throws it forcefully at the bombs to make them explode. Seizing the opportunity of the blast, the two of them run outside. Matthias still stood there without any intention of chasing after them. When they reached the corridor, Yuna asked, Sungu, wait a moment, what does it mean for us to run like this? He will catch up soon enough. What's your plan? Peter replied while running. Matthias has near absolute power thanks to BCI, so he won't look down on anyone. She asked again, how can we defeat him then? Peter replied, I said he has near absolute power. In other words, there is still a way to beat him. Yuna asked uncertainly. I still don't understand. Is there still a chance to beat him? Peter doesn't really trust the way he's about to do it. He's not sure. The only way to find out is to rush in and fight him. After running for a while, Peter leads Yuna into the library here. She asked again, is this it? Peter replied, yeah, that plan of yours, huh? Is it here? Yuna still couldn't believe it and asked again to confirm. Putting all her trust in him, she wondered what he was planning to do in this library full of books. Matthias was now right behind them in the library. Are you asking Peter about your strategy? I always feel there's something compelling that makes me look forward to Mr. Kim Sungu's next move. You probably have many plans to confront me in your mind right now, right? You declare that, but if you fail, I will blow you up. Matthias speaks each word softly, but it leaves the opponent with a heavy feeling, an invisible pressure through his words. The scene shifts to the library, and Yuna looks a bit curious. Sunu, why did you choose this place? This library is full of dead ends. Wouldn't it be better outside if we need to run away? Peter replied, "No, outside would be much more dangerous and could even harm innocent people." Juna asked, "So why did you choose this place when there are so many other options?" Hearing a noise, he quickly pulled her into the bookshelf corner and signaled for silence. The room was now only filled with Matthias's footsteps, while the two of them remained silent, waiting to see what he would do next.
He slowly spoke, "I really want to know, among all those places, why did you choose this library, Sunu Kim? Now I understand why Sunu chose the library."
Juna takes a quick look at the layout of the library, thinking it's designed for concealment and defense. Compared to the hall, the library has more corners to hide in. Moreover, this place is completely incompatible with Matthias. She recalled Matthias muttering, "Compared to the hall, this place has too many obstacles. It will limit the control of roll." After piecing everything together, Juna quietly said, "Great, if we keep this up, our chances of winning are very high. Matthias will have a hard time finding us in here." She whispered, "Junggu, is there anything I can do?" Suddenly, Peter wrapped his arms around Juna's head, using his body to protect her from the explosion. He holds the roll controller device in his hand, his eyes cold and sharp, and says sarcastically, "If hiding was your plan, Kim Sunu, then I'm sorry to say that plan has failed." Matthias and Ron Ong advanced deep into the library. Finding Kim Sung-gu was truly too easy for me. Suddenly, Ron's camera detects her fleeing. As Ron approaches to attack Juna, the main character immediately strikes her with his hand, turning her into a pile of shattered debris. You saw a disabled ship and immediately realized Kuna was used as bait to catch roll. That was Kim Sunu's idea, wasn't it? She muttered anxiously that destroying one drone was fine, but with so many drones, this method wouldn't work, especially against someone like Matthias, making it even harder. Matthias smirked with amusement. "I really want to see how long your plan will last." Hundreds of drone bees fly straight into the library. The two quickly hide under the table. Peter said seriously, "Listen carefully. The real important part is just beginning." He asked Juna, "Have you finished finding and ordering what I asked?" "I found and placed it where you asked. But Sungu, are you really okay with your arm bleeding like that?" Juna truly wants to fight alongside Peter, even if I die, so please let me fight too. He softly replied with gratitude, "Juna, you've already helped me enough." Peter warned before leaving, "So please stay here and see you later," he softly said. "If I am still alive, then I will turn and run in another direction." She has no choice but to listen and stay under the table, calling out tremblingly. The rolls are still flying around, scouting the library. They immediately sounded the alarm after detecting Peter and Njap. Target spotted.
The target has been identified. The drones rush quickly to his location from the preset command to eliminate the target immediately.
As long as he's with him, they won't hesitate to rush in. Almost the entire library is blown apart. Peter keeps moving, thinking that his time is running out. He needs to run more, just a little more. He silently wondered if this was just a battle draining both sides. Is he planning to detonate all the bombs at once? Maybe Yoon is hiding under the table, blaming himself for all the time he spent training to help, but now all he can do is hide and do nothing. Peter observes the situation, feeling the number of bombs is greater than he thought, and Ron is getting faster. Just a little more. He silently encouraged himself, "Just a little more, and I will do it." Matthias stood still, controlling roll to issue a warning. "I'm only saying this to warn you. If you're planning to trick me into using all the bombs, forget about it." Hearing that, Peter turned to look at him. Matthias kept rambling on. "Even though I don't know what you're imagining, with this amount in speed, you struggle desperately against the rolling bombs while he just acts arrogantly. All your plans will be useless." Peter threw the books at the swarm of bees, and as they hit the books, they immediately triggered an explosion. Matthias praised him for that, using books to block the bombs. Gotta admit, you react really quickly. But what he didn't know was that when the drones exploded, they would drop other triggering chips. He smugly claimed it, but as I said, it was all useless anyway. A loud explosion echoes, destroying the entire library in a long stretch. After the blast, a thick cloud of smoke is left behind. Matthias approached Peter, a mischievous look on his face as he asked, "What do you plan to do next?" He saw his battered body and sneered. "I think you can't keep fighting anymore," Matthias silently assessed, knowing how to attract attention and having personality, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to any results. What kind of person is this guy really? Did I overestimate him? Juna suddenly appears behind him, attacking with a knife. Matthias doesn't even bother to turn his head, speaking with a hint of disdain. "I told you so, but you're still stubborn. No matter what you do, it's useless." Immediately, Ron Wasp flies in, crashes into her, and explodes. The explosion threw Juna forcefully against a pole. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he silently struggled to get up, his voice trembling slightly. Run away, Sugu!" Juna suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, I've had a strange feeling about that Matthias guy all along. I noticed that Matthias just stood still in front of Peter, wondering why he suddenly stopped attacking. To distract him, he pretends to be forgiving. "I will give you a chance. Kim Sung-gu, if you surrender now and reveal information about Lord Peter, I will spare your life. Think carefully." Matthias keeps rambling to buy time. Lord Peter is now just a fading sun. "Why do you have to risk your life? Is it worth it?"
He suggested, "Or maybe cooperate with me."
"Your talent deserves a better position and a brighter future." Peter slowly stands up, takes off his torn vest, loosens his tie, and mocks. Matthias, I didn't expect you to talk so much and be so verbose, he said sternly, offering his guess, or rather, you're being forced to talk a lot in this situation, right? Hearing that, Juno was a bit confused. Forced to talk a lot. What does Jungu mean by that? His face is covered in strawberry syrup. Peter spoke harshly. There's a saying in the West that if a dog barks loudly, it won't bite. Seeing Matthias startle, his body drenched in sweat, he asked, Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Inside her mind, she wondered what was going on and why Matthias suddenly stopped. Juno shouted loudly, Jungu, what's going on? Peter directly attaches the explosive chip to his forehead and taunts, If you want to try blowing it up, go ahead. It would be fun to see it explode right here. He helplessly watches himself being toyed with. Looking at the wreckage caused by Matthias's drone bees, Peter has to admit his ability. I don't deny that the BCI you're using is a formidable power. With just a thought, you can control everything as you wish. He looked with a mocking gaze and said, But BCI also has a fatal weakness. Am I right? Peter looked at Matthias's body constantly sweating, his eyes unfocused, indicating overload. He had observed every move of him very carefully. Peter immediately explained, All electronic devices generate heat and can overload. Without a cooling system, they need time to cool down before functioning properly again. He looked at him with a disgusted expression and said, So you're just stalling and cooling yourself down by suddenly becoming so verbose after being quiet all this time, right? Matthias felt quite surprised. What no one has ever realized before, not even our comrades who fought and died with me, is that he has to acknowledge Peter's abilities, he muttered thoughtfully. But Kim Sunu, whom I just met today, saw through it. The more I stay close to you, the more interesting you seem. At this point, Matthias has no choice but to accept the truth. Yes, I am using BCI technology, and I admit that controlling such a large number of drones has overwhelmed me. He places his hand on his chin, pondering. So what should I do now? What if I stop using BCI? Matthias suddenly threw several hand-triggered bombs and shouted, From now on, I will truly use a method that allows me to control you. He quickly realized and leaned aside to dodge. Unlike drone-controlled bombs, these are hand-triggered bombs that explode on contact. He kept throwing more hand-triggered bombs. Peter was a bit startled, but still managed to dodge everything perfectly. His face started to tense as he muttered, This really has gone beyond the limit. That kid's movements are faster and more precise than I thought. Every place the bombs touched was shattered apart. Matthias kept throwing bombs at Peter, secretly pleased, thinking that Kim Sung-gu must be feeling hopeless right now. He couldn't help but wonder why there was no fear or despair on his face. But why? Why could he be so calm? Juno realizes the situation is turning unfavorable and mutters nervously, I've prepared everything all set, but now Matthias is getting closer. He won't be able to dodge much longer. She suddenly remembers, Wait, that spot. Matthias suddenly appears from a corner and asks, What are you going to do next? The distance between us is just a hand's span now. You have no way to escape anymore. He softly replied, Yes, our distance has already become close. Peter placed his hand on the table with a knowing smile, but that was perfect for me. After assessing the situation, he analyzed that when the bomb explodes within a 1-meter radius, it will become extremely dangerous. In other words, if I am in danger, you are no exception, right? That is why I chose this way. Hearing that, Matthias jolted in panic. What on earth is that guy planning? Suddenly, Peter threw the table towards him, and Matthias instinctively threw some handheld bombs to destroy it. Taking advantage of the blind spot caused by the explosion, he kneeled and struck Matthias in the face. The surest way to take him down is through close combat. Luckily, he managed to block it, or this handsome face would have been battered. That blow was quite strong, causing Matthias to slide across the floor. His face clearly showed surprise as he muttered to himself. He even realized that the only weakness of the bomb was close combat at very short range. No, even if he knows, isn't attacking me like that too reckless? Isn't he afraid I might set off the bomb? Who is this person after all? Peter picks up the trash can and says, Don't be so surprised. He forcefully slammed the trash can onto Matthias's head because this was only the beginning. Hearing that, he smirked, feeling a bit amused. The scene shifts to the wilderness area, Dorothy's voice echoes. What does Lipo think? She is gently stroking the curious rabbits. I wonder if anyone can stand up to that Matthias guy. Philip answers, In combat, the destructive power of explosives is absolute. He's using binoculars to observe something, but everyone has a weakness like Achilles' heel. Dorothy is a bit confused. Can you explain it more simply? Philip said that even Achilles' heel has a deadly weakness. She was curious. So what is Matthias' weakness? He replied that even at the level of an apostle, breaking through that weakness wouldn't be easy. If you go beyond that level, maybe things will be different. Change of scene, I have faced many opponents. Only one person has never discovered my tricks. But that was in the past. When I was still an apostle, now the story is completely different. This Kim Sung-gu guy, a D-rank assassin from Glory, has defused even the bombs I planted, and he saw through my biggest weakness in close combat in just one day. But is there anything else? Peter, holding the box, rushes forward shouting, Wake up! The game has only just begun. He struck so hard that the trash bag was dented. Matthias's head seems to have been enlightened. He feels a bit confused and thinks to himself, A plastic bag? What can I do with this? Peter quickly grabs a trash bag from the bin and swiftly covers Matthias's head with it. He mutters in confusion, "A sensory bag?" He forcefully throws him towards the bookshelf like tossing a basketball. Juna watches from behind, thinking to himself, I thought Matthias was a scary guy, but without the bomb, he can't do anything. With this kind of play, Sun-gu will definitely win. Suddenly, she was startled and exclaimed, "What is that?" Seeing Matthias with the trash bag on his head posing confidently, Juna couldn't help but be surprised that he was still safe. A tattoo of the Chi-Chi character appeared on his face as he spoke. "You're right. Without the bomb, the apostle position of glory is truly beyond me." "But now the story has changed, hasn't it, Kim Sun-gu?" Matthias said with a smirk as he tore off the trash bag from his head, noticing Peter trembling. His voice full of satisfaction. He's barely standing, let alone fighting. "And I will show you an even more desperate truth." Her face revealed her trembling worry. "No way. Is he really going to do that?" He licks his lips mischievously and says, "Time." The flying drones swarm in and head behind Matthias. He boasted loudly, "I have resolved the BCI overload issue." Matthias's face looked deranged, his voice suddenly dropping. Kim Sun-gu is the most outstanding opponent I have ever faced. It's as if he embodies Peter, the most all-powerful person I've ever heard of. But even if Peter were here, he would still have to submit to my control. Juna saw that the situation was unstable. Sun-gu was in danger. I've always only known how to interfere, but I can't just stand by and watch anymore. She grabbed her weapon and shouted loudly as she charged forward. "Sun-gu!" Matthias looked at the exhausted figure after the blow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "It's too late for regrets now." He raises his hand to command the drones to attack, his voice cold and sharp, illuminating Juna's face. She screams helplessly, tears streaming down. When he saw Ron crash through the ceiling and explode instead of Peter's head, Matthias's eyes widened in shock, followed by a series of other explosions. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "No way, why is the BCI working perfectly again? How is that possible?" Suddenly, a shadow appeared in Matthias's eyes, and it was none other than himself. Peter stands in front of him, smirking and speaking in a teasing tone. "This is what I wanted to tell you." Matthias's whole body stiffens as a red electric current envelops him. Looking at Matthias now, he's no different from a malfunctioning smoking machine. He speaks, delivering the hopeless news. Juna, confused, mutters, "What's happening to Matthias?" After the seizure from the electric shock, he spat out some strawberry syrup. Then, Matthias burst into laughter. "So that's it." He muttered, "I just feel like something's not right. Maybe since then." "It's your little trick." Matthias carefully reconsidered his actions while fighting Peter before realizing. "It's not that you couldn't avoid the bomb, but that you chose not to. And approaching me and bleeding were all part of Kim Sun-gu's plan." Hearing that, she was a bit surprised. "What?" He said all of that was Sun-gu's plan. Yeah. He also realized another thing. That's right. Blood contains many ions like sodium and potassium, which conduct electricity better than water. Yoon, who was somewhat skeptical, thought to himself, this can't be the explanation. There's nothing in this library that can generate electricity. Matthias looked at the plastic bag when Peter covered his head and said, "So he used a plastic bag?" He responded coldly, "Yes." Peter applied physics knowledge. Just a thin plastic sheet like this, in a dry environment. Enough friction can generate thousands of static charges. He seized that rare opportunity. At that moment, along with my blood, if that current passed through the overheated circuit, Peter stepped forward and punched him, his voice deep and hoarse. I would also have time to recover. With just one strike, the wall behind exploded, bricks and debris flying everywhere, dust billowing into the air. Matthias was thrown into the air before he could understand what was happening, his body spinning in the shockwave, and he spat out a mountain of searzao. He stepped forward to look at Matthias, groaning on the pile of bricks. Peter looked serious, a hint of regret for his talent. "I want to ask you, with such excellent skills, how wonderful it would be if you used them for good." "Why is it Raphael from Glory?" Matthias coughed a few times, struggling to turn over, weakly saying, "Because that is the right path for me. That perfect life must be referring to my family." Matthias's father shows a photo of his family to his subordinates. "This is my wife and son," that person said with admiration. "I really respect the professor. Such a perfect family with both talent and a great family. Successful parents, a wealthy family, and a brilliant mind. Outwardly, it seems like a perfect life. But the truth behind it is utterly disgusting. Those fools, no one understands how great the ECD I created really is. What do those in the scientific council know? Those idiots are fools. Do you also look down on me?" My father shouted. "True peace can only be achieved through the explosion I caused." My mother, who didn't even know what the ECD was, became my father's emotional outlet, where he vented his stress from outside. Outside, he was an intelligent engineer, but at home, he was truly a demon. "Sweetheart, this is your first time at an amusement park, isn't it? I'm sorry I couldn't take better care of you all this time." He didn't blame her at all and simply said, "It's okay, Mom." When looking at the pirate ship ride, Matthias suddenly said, "But look, it's strange. There are more people sitting at the back." He was a bit excited and explained himself, "Mom, that's because the pendulum swings around the central axis, and the further back you sit from the center, the longer the radius of rotation. As a result, the acceleration and velocity increase, making you feel weightlessness. Maybe everyone sitting further back is to feel the zero gravity. Matthias's mother smiled and praised him, saying, "Your son is very clever," and she had a really fun day out with Matthias. His bright smile and innocent face at that moment were truly a wonderful memory. The two of them played until the evening. Matthias promised her, "Mom, I want to come here again next year." Matthias's mother happily agreed. "Is that okay?" "Of course, let's go again."
But that promise was never fulfilled. Matthias's father wept bitterly in front of her coffin, crying out in the grief of a husband who lost his wife.
"I don't know how to live without you. Everyone around is blinded by his false facade. They share their sympathy and sorrow. How could something like this happen to someone as wonderful as our Professor David? I thought it was better that way. Now Mother won't have to suffer anymore. Now I will bear that pain." Matthias's father, without mercy, repeatedly kicked the small body with his foot. "I told you to clean it up already. How many times do I have to say it?" Matthias trembles, curled up in a corner with a vacant look. He shouts, "You're not with your mother here. You have to take on her role as well. In the bathroom, eating, sleeping, chatting, all must be under my control. Countless times, no. I have thought about countless times. I also want to rest." He always hears him saying, "You guys don't know anything. True peace can only be achieved through the explosion I created." At that moment, a sudden thought crossed my mind. Matthias lies on the bed, his body covered in wounds, hearing his father shouting, "I can create peace. Maybe there's another way for me to rest." And that fateful evening, the night that changed his life, he eagerly looked at the masterpiece Matthias had created, praising it enthusiastically.
"Well done, you made this. Is this dual circuit capacitor connected to the automatic electronic detonator?"
Even graduate students couldn't do this. He tiredly stood up and softly said, "Dad, now you should rest." "Yeah, of course, I've already rested."
"You're so talented, just like your father's jealousy would be. Now go buy dinner. Rest now, Dad."
As soon as Matthias left the house, the entire home, his cruel and fake father, and the memories of his mother vanished with the thunderous explosion. Only then did he realize, ironically, that he had found the truth within the control of the father he once saw as hell. Back in the present, Matthias lies gasping on the floor, whispering that to maintain order, control is essential, and to uphold that control, an explosion is unavoidable. He struggles to sit up, and glory is the place that supports and reinforces my thoughts, my control. Matthias exclaimed that it's not over yet, then only showing a face that seems to be resting after a period of intense work. Peter looked at him softly and said, "If only you knew what destruction glory would bring." Suddenly, his eyes noticed Matthias's phone. On the screen, an incoming call from Raphael piques Peter's curiosity. He put on his mask and muttered, "I need to get what I need and finish quickly." Then, Peter switched to a different voice. He answered the phone in Matthias's voice. "Yes, boss." Raphael on the other side asked what happened. "How is Peter doing?" I replied, "I have met Peter." "Are you done killing him?" Raphael is inside a luxurious building. Peter reports over the phone. "This old man is beyond my imagination. I probably can't fight him in my lifetime." Hearing that, he simply replied, "Oh, really?" Raphael suddenly shouted, "Is that old man challenging me? What the hell did that damn old man do that I can't even see his shadow?" My voice is a bit teasing. "Hey, boss, wait a moment. I've prepared something that I'm sure you'll be pleased with." "What is it?" "Hand it over quickly. I'm about to lose my mind."
"I definitely won't forgive that old man." Peter played his trump card, smirking as he switched to a serious tone.
"It's me, Bear. I came to visit. It's been a long time since we last met."
Raphael, upon hearing this, his eyes became wild, his mouth opening in a sinister grin.
The scene shifts outside as the people angrily shout, "They're here. The terrorists are here. How can a human be so cruel? Go down to hell and atone for your sins." A live broadcast on the afternoon of the 15th reported that an unidentified terrorist group attacked a school in Seoul. The people around the scene angrily shouted, "Show your faces to the public. How long are you going to keep protecting the rights of criminals? This corrupt country will be doomed sooner or later." The on-site reporter reports that they brought thousands of small bombs, planting and detonating them throughout the school grounds. However, according to the latest news, aside from 2 casualties, all students and staff have survived safely. In particular, all the terrorists have also been successfully captured. Who exactly are they? There are many people gathered at the scene to watch, and reporters continue to broadcast. Although it is still unclear who and how they defeated them, the parents and residents are extremely excited about the hero's display. Matthias is being taken out by the police, and reporters are speculating that he seems to be the ringleader. Journalists rush forward asking many questions. Just say something. Is there an organization behind this? What is the real reason you attacked this school? The police, annoyed, shouted loudly, "Get out of the way. I need to pass." Right. Those people keep chasing after to ask for information. "Please tell us why you caused this." The police angrily shout for them to step back, but in reality, the person being taken away is not Matthias. The dangerous battle with Matthias has ended. After losing all his power, Matthias was captured by the Dai Ha Corporation. The people in the laboratory shouted out, the BCI signal was too strong, causing serious interference, making it impossible to increase the voltage to the maximum. The records of the chaos remain in the school grounds. Oh my god, I'm really just a cleaning expert, always doing these stupid things. Peter, call those guys with the pot here for me. I'm so mad, Ming, go get me some beer. Truly, like owner, like dog. Even it got angry and barked. Thanks to Juan's angelic help, everything was erased. But even Juan couldn't wipe the look in the eyes of many students. Yoon sweat profusely as Goyoung and Go intimidate him from behind, and he responds during the interview that we really didn't see anything at all. Thanks to the students working together, everything went smoothly. He tried to squeeze the boy's leg, but Go Hyung coldly replied, "Is this all Captain Mao can do?" Yoon immediately responded with more effort, saying, "I can do even better." Go, lying next to him, pointed to himself and said, "Big brother, I also need the machine. Stop now and let me handle it. Captain Mao is coming over here. Go ahead." He quickly responded and acted. A scolding voice of the doctor sounded from the next hospital room. "You are really stubborn. How many times do I have to tell you?" He helplessly said he couldn't wear a tie as a patient. Kanju looked at the photo on the headboard, smiled softly and said, "This tie is like a magic potion to me, doctor." Yes, that's enough. The doctor is too exhausted." He sighs and shakes his head. Nurse Kim is discharging patient Lee Wong-kyu. Hearing that, he finally agreed and said, "I will take off my vest right now." Peter went to the classroom, looked at the classroom one last time before leaving. And I believe staying at the school is too dangerous, so I decided to leave, leaving only the trace of Kim Sunu. And then, by the Han River, Peter sat lost in thought, his eyes staring blankly ahead. "Go," Hyung suddenly spoke up. "Officer, there's a naughty kid smoking here. Go and catch him." "You're just going along, whining." "I didn't even smoke." The guy shouted loudly. Clearly someone who smokes. The old man fishing passing by judged that Go Hyung has a kid who's more than enough. The most disrespectful one looked so funny. "Call the police." Hearing that, the two Dongthon men shouted, "Hey you, come here and talk. Do you know who we are?" Juna looked on helplessly, exhausted and unwilling to speak. This world is just an illusion. She glanced at Peter and whispered softly, "Jun-gu." Hearing Juna call, he turned to respond. "What is it?" She hesitated and said, "I know keeping it might be useless, but I really want to say this. Juna truly feels grateful. Meeting you has helped me grow a lot. My younger brother, Yu Jim, feels the same. No matter what, I can't fully express my gratitude." She looked at Peter with tears in her eyes and a trembling voice, saying, "I will definitely repay the kindness I received from you." He gently smiled and replied, "You're right, debts must be repaid." Peter suddenly looked a bit contemplative. Looking back, my childhood was filled with intense training. Every day and every moment was just suffering and endurance. Peter has always strived to train because it was the only way to fill the hunger of tomorrow. But when he arrived at school, this was the first time I experienced school life. Peter recalls the moments spent with everyone. There, I met many people, including you, and the times we faced hardships together. He softly said, "Through that, I learned what it means to have a fierce desire." From Go Hyung and Goze, Peter realized what courage is and what it means to be loved. Even the times when we went out together, the atmosphere we shared, and the moments we stood side by side. Peter gently smiled and said, "In those moments, I didn't know how much time I had left." In the look of joy he had never shown before. Like those moments, I will forever remember them for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Juna remembered something and asked, "But Sungu, do you still remember what I said on the Only Island last time?" Juna repeats Peter's words, saying that she will definitely tell him everything then. She pouts a little and says, "I still haven't received that answer." He avoided Juna's gaze and whispered, "I have no other choice." Peter turned to smile and said, "Not yet." "What is that supposed to mean? Are you finally going to tell me or not?" Seeing the two whispering, he ran over to his father and asked, "What's going on?" "Kim Sunu." He's also curious. "You're hiding something from us, right?" "Go," Hyung snapped angrily. "Why didn't you keep your promise?" "I knew this would happen, so I never promised anything to you from the start." Through your everyday way of speaking and loud questioning, you're not actually a high school student, are you? Your way of speaking is strange, just like that old man. Who are you really? Who are you? Peter was caught off guard and could only hold back his emotions. Thuddu suddenly appeared behind Juna and said, "Peter, of course." Everyone was so surprised they froze in place. "You seem a bit surprised. What is it?" "These people still don't know that Sungu is actually Peter, huh?" Peter, feeling helpless and resigned, says now they know. "Thanks to you." When Trio Dan lowered his guard, she, after hearing everything, found it hard to accept right away. Juna was too confused to look him in the eye. It's still hard to believe. But now that everything is clear, there's no other way. Peter spoke softly, as if nothing had changed before. It would feel awkward to change now.
Well, no matter what, he looked at her with a trusting gaze and a message of reassurance.
"I believe that even without me, you will protect this school well. When I finish my work and return, we will meet again." Hearing Law and the kids playing like children, Juna pouted and said, "I really can't understand when they'll finally wake up." Go Hyung and Go still happily responded to Thien Nga on the Han River, comparing whether their engines are faster or their legs, pressing the accelerator harder. She looked helpless with a tired face. "If you've already said that and they still don't believe, then so be it." Peter simply smiled and replied, "Of course there is a reason, but isn't that the charm of friends?" He turned and waved goodbye. Then we'll take our leave and not bother you anymore. Rest well, everyone. Thus also waved goodbye. See you next time. Juno wistfully watched his shadow leave, when suddenly Peter heard the voices of Goyong and Goze and instinctively turned around. We are people who never kneel. That is our belief. The two of them gradually recalled the days of hardship and shouting loudly, "We will be stronger. Our second vow is that we will never kneel again." Both kneel before the person they have idolized for so long, raising their voices because these knees are only for you, Peter. They also recall the memories of standing together with him, bowing their heads with deep respect. Until now, the person we have always dreamed of and admired still remains someone we look up to and respect forever. Both of us have shared all our feelings with Peter. He gently places his hand on their heads and says softly, "I look forward to your growth from now on." Both of them try to hold back tears as they say goodbye to their idol. She stood beside him, also moved to tears. Their farewell scene simply came to an end. The scene shifts to the dock. Toddy looks at the moss-covered container and wonders, still unable to understand what Juan's idea of a cozy home is. Maybe I just feel uneasy, right? The surveillance camera is triggering an alarm. Stop, stop, just a twitch of your nose and they'll open fire. Check if thus Bedro's identity has been approved by the boss thanks to her mercy. Peter looked at the camera cover with a hint of pride and said maybe we should just go home. Standing nearby, he seemed pleased, but I found it amusing. The elevator is rebuilt on B3. Toos is stunned in amazement, while he only feels it's all showiness. Juan is really consistent, isn't he? You keep going down the stairs, constantly marveling. Juan is rich, huh? Peter quickly exposed that it's not her money. Juan steps out of the room, snaps his fingers and says, "Come on, make some tea for me." Anfest hears the name, and both of them exclaim, "Here's the tea, please enjoy." Peter was surprised and said, "I just learned your name today." He smiled and replied, "I also just found out yours for the first time." After gathering everyone, she spoke up. "Say the specific plan now." I wonder how Peter will deal with that annoying Raphael. He shows a photo that leaves everyone a bit confused. What is this? Mong's face showed clear surprise. Could it be? This is Peter recounting his phone call with Raphael. "It's me, Peter. It's been a while since I last saw Raphael." He also responded enthusiastically. "I haven't seen Apostle Peter in a long time. I've been searching everywhere for you. Your voice sounds really difficult." He arrogantly replied, "I was busy and only did that because someone asked me to," Raphael said sarcastically. Why do you sound so sad? Did they take your money? Come on, why would someone like Peter care about that petty cash? After all, he won't be alive much longer anyway. If you're that short on money, why didn't you say so earlier? I could lend you some. I'm not someone who exploits to the bone. By the way, why is it so hard? On the other end of the line, Raphael asked curiously, "Show me your face a little." "Don't you know? If you want to meet me, you have to take a number." Peter also refuses to be outdone. "Too bad. You won't be able to meet me. The waiting order must be around 100,000, right?" He chuckled. "Well, I guess I have to accept it. I really cherish this photo." Raphael sends a photo over with a teasing tone. "How do you like it?" Even though the photo is a bit old, she's grown up to be very beautiful, isn't she? I bet you'll be really shocked when you see our Hannah's picture. The more Peter looked at the photo, the more he wanted to tear Raphael into 100 pieces. He shouted Raphael's name in fury. Peter's loud scream was deafening, so he quickly moved the phone away. Then Raphael spoke up again. "What do you think? Does this way of doing things reduce the waiting order at all?" He challenges on the phone. "If you're a real person, then you have what it takes. Just wait and see." Peter really can't keep his composure like he did at first. He shouted in fury, "I will personally come find you because I will tear your mouth apart." After hearing that, he was a bit suspicious. "So Hannah is still alive?" He speaks softly. "Maybe so. Only Dewey Wan doesn't believe and objects. I've always said it. That's definitely a 100% trap." She explained that with today's technology, those things can be separated easily. "Look, Senior, don't get yourself into trouble. Are you just blindly rushing in like that? With their firepower, we will be crushed." Suddenly, Untrang's voice rang out. "So what about this one?" He proposed that with the remaining firepower, DDHA Corporation would provide 100% support. "You just need to feel free to use our resources." Suddenly, Zhang jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "Why is Chairman looking at Untrang over there?" Jay can take on the credit now. "At this point, I'm ready to fight Raphael. It's all thanks to me." Suddenly, Peter spoke with a slightly somber tone. "Not long ago, I was just a weak person accepting death. You don't understand why my body reverted to youth. Yet somehow, I have this youthful appearance." Burr stands up and lights a cigarette. "After a long while, I still can't figure out the reason for that situation." He looks at the picture of Raphael in his hand, but Raphael is plotting dirty schemes and Hannah might be at the end of that road. And if all these circumstances are a blessing from the gods, and Peter used the last ember of his cigarette to burn the photo and exclaimed, "Then that must be the reason I became younger." His eyes turned cold, his voice filled with determination. "I am willing to sacrifice this insignificant life." "What is this? Why is that?" Someone opened the door, using this building just for use of security. Philip stepped forward and shouted, "Get out of the way." He used his bare hands to open the iron door, not only opening it, but also breaking it apart. She keeps running after him, constantly praising him. Lip Boo Opa really is a monster. Every time he looked, he kept asking if he was even human. Raphael sighed and complained. That door is very expensive, Philip reported.
Matthias has failed the mission and his whereabouts are unknown. Peter seems to be forming an apostle alliance over there.
Predicting a pretty strong force. He wondered, so now it will be a coalition fight against a coalition? They all thought the same thing. How would that old man Peter deal with these apostles equipped with advanced technology? Crushing everything is impressive, but Peter would never dream of this. His snake-like eyes flickered with a dark tone, wondering which hell awaited him in the end. As he shifted scenes, she was a bit puzzled, but senior. Isn't our side also a bit tense after all? You mean in terms of manpower? Sitting confidently beside her, he pointed at himself and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle everything." Peter whispered, "I wonder who knows, maybe someone will show up to fill the manpower gap." She was confused. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "What is this?" The little kid asked, "The door here is locked and can't be entered." "What should I do? Is there no one inside?" "Since you've called someone, shouldn't you go out to meet them?" Nathaniel said, "Let me try." He was a bit worried, telling you not to do it, but the child isn't well, so what can he do? Ignoring the advice, he decided to force open the door with his bare hands. The little guy panicked. "Oh no, I told you not to do it." Nathaniel, no different from a king eagle with wings, shattered the door in an instant. Seeing that scene, he was a bit displeased, probably because his body hadn't fully returned to its former state. He couldn't contain his curiosity about this new body and said, "I just can't resist my curiosity anymore. What will this reborn new form look like?"